the skinny boy in front of me, who is as thin as a bone, can kill a tiger of 800 pounds with one punch, and even more easily lift a 1,000-pound boulder, only because after crossing the Great Chin, my strength grew by 300 pounds every year. When I thought of joining the army to improve my life, I was rejected by Rijing on the grounds that I was not yet 15 years old and could not join the army. That year but 11 years old, I could only suppress the excitement, patiently waiting, even cared not to explore why the power surge, as if the predecessor's natural strength or crossover to bring the difference. Under my starry-eyed expectation, the second year passed smoothly, and my strength surged again by 300 pounds. In the third year, there was no surprise that my strength increased by another 300 pounds. The surge of strength made a huge change in my life. By hunting the beasts in the mountains, I in turn became the richest man in the village of Leaning Mountain, and my life was very nourishing. Even the villagers who took care of me had better days, but even so, still did not extinguish my want to join the army enlistment of the heart. But on the contrary, it is more and more intense, and even moved the fake age of the mind. But I didn't realize that this long-awaited day came quietly. At this time, at the entrance of the village, my excited appearance was seen by the Chin Pawn chief who came to recruit soldiers. Under the curiosity, he asked, "Kid, why are you not afraid? Years of war and turmoil? Most of the people who join the army die on the battlefield. The chief of the army for 4 years has never seen people like me this excited." Almost thought it was his own hallucination. Rijing straightened his eyes and tried to dissuade me, but I simply ignored him, whining like a whiny woman. He said, "Master Army, the kid has waited so hard for this day. Kid's name is Black and White, and he pays his respects to the Great Chin sharpshooter." I came close, arched my hand and smiled. The only reason to enlist in the army is to have a bright future, and to be a vassal and a general. At the word, the chief of the army sucked in a mouthful of cold air. The bottom of his eyes did not hide his appreciation for me, and laughed loudly. "You are a good boy. I am a son of Great Chin when it is so. How old are you? Do you have other brothers at home?" I shook my head, full of breezy face said, "Black and White years old 15. Parents died. Home only left me one." Hearing this, the chief of the army hesitated for a moment, and said, "Kid, the battlefield is dangerous. If you die, a warrior's life is born in the chaotic world. A warrior's life should bring a 3-foot Chin sword to establish a worldly achievement." I calmly gazed straight at the Chin Pawn Wu Chang. One word said, "Hall of Men if you choose to do nothing. Not a waste of a walk on earth." After a moment of contemplation, the chief of the Wu bared his teeth and laughed. "Your kid doesn't look bad, and you speak in a civilized manner. How did you come up with such a name as Black and White? Since you have such ambition, then this Wu Chang will make the decision to agree." I was overjoyed at these words. Rijing sighed. "See, things cannot be violated." Immediately opened his mouth for me to increase the impression. "Ruesher do not know. Do not look at the Black and White young, but was born with God's power. We rely on the mountain village before the snowstorm. The mountain insects hungry downhill into the village. If it is not Black and White out to kill it, I am afraid to harm a lot of lives." Speaking of this matter, Rijing's face showed a look of fear. The head of the Wu flashed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "If there is any evidence, bring it quickly. It will be of great benefit to your boy after he enlists." Of course there is. My eyes lit up fiercely, and I hurriedly said, "The tiger bone didn't bother to throw it away, and the tiger skin was made into a blanket by me." A hint of a smile also appeared on Wu Chang's face. "Fetch it quickly. As long as you can establish the merit of fighting the tiger, coupled with your natural divine strength, you might be able to get into the eyes of the superior officer, and your future path will be much better." Without saying a word, I ran back home to fetch the tiger bone and tiger skin, and handed them over to the chief of the Chin Pawns. Looking at the tiger skin and the thick tiger bone in his hand, the chief concluded that this was a large adult insect, and his eyes immediately became serious. Perhaps in order to prove myself, I took a few steps to the entrance of the village in front of the boulder. Horse stance, waist arm strength, 400 or 500 pounds of boulder was I slowly hold up. Wu Chang, together with the 2 Chin Pawns behind him, looked straight. This kind of arm strength, even if it is a fierce man in the army, cannot reach. "Good boy." Wu Chang laughed and praised. "I Iron Bull mixed in the army for 4 years. Big and small battles have also fought 4 or 5 times before I can mix up a captain. And your kid, as long as you join the army, at least is also a captain." I hemmed and hawed and laughed, and my heart was also a little emotional. Since Jinyang changed the law, the people of Chin also have a chance to get ahead. But how many people can withstand the consecutive years of war? Tainyo's words turned, "Well, time is short. No delay. You and others quickly draw the other 11 people to set out with me." Rijing nodded gruffly, his eyes sweeping to the terrified teenagers behind him. "Don't worry." My voice was clear and full of confidence. "The war will soon be brought to an end. and the 6 kingdoms will surely be unified by great Qin. The words were so forceful that it was impossible for anyone present to question them. I firmly believe that my arrival will definitely accelerate the steps of great Qin sweeping across the 6 harmonies, and put an end to the tumultuous conquests over the past 100 years even earlier, ushering in the great unification. Tainyo appreciated my temperament, but he didn't forget the purpose of this trip, and immediately opened his mouth to urge, "Make your selection quickly." After a period of whimpering and sobbing, the candidates for the other 11 places were finalized. Tainyo was not unkind, but instead gave the teenagers half an hour to organize their bags and say goodbye to their families. Half an hour later, the excited me and 10 other youngsters from the same village departed with Tainyo and rushed to the camp in Didao, the county seat of Longxi County, to gather. It was a 6-day journey, and at this time, the camp in Didao was particularly bustling, with 200,000 new recruits gathered here, and I and the others were considered the last batch of new recruits to arrive here. We will train here until the war or until we become qualified Qin soldiers, and then we will be assigned. Just as we were chatting in the tent, Tainyo's rough voice rang out from outside the tent. "Black and white boy, come out quickly and follow me to meet the 500 Lord." My heart was delighted and I immediately got up and drilled out of the tent. Looking at the smiling Tainyo, I knew that the matter of being an official was stable. "Quickly go. The 500 Lords want to see you." Tainyo tugged me and left. In a few moments, the two came to a martial arts field. The field of a young general is practicing bare-chested martial arts. Next to a few men are next to applauding and applauding, like licking dogs. "This is Meng Tian," I murmured in my heart. My heart is excited and mixed with a little bit of indescribable flavor. This is considered to be the first big figure in the historical records that I have seen in this era. Tainyo stood straight and arched his hand and said in a loud voice, "Lord 500, Black and White has brought it." Upon hearing this, the bare-chested youth instantly stopped his movements and turned his head to look over, his sharp eyes falling straight onto me. "Black and White pays homage to the 500 Lords." I was unassuming, clasping my hands in salute. Meng Tian's gaze was like a torch as he looked me up and down, and the corner of his mouth curled into an approving smile. He gently nodded his head, his voice steady and strong. "Not bad. Stout figure, firm eyes, a good seedling, Iron Ox. You have a good eye." Iron Ox smiled nervously at his words and scratched his head. "Many thanks to Lord 500 for the compliment. This kid is very strong. I also saw it with my own eyes before I dared to recommend it." Meng Tian nodded slightly and turned to the several Hans beside him and instructed, "Go find a few stone piers. I want to personally try out what this kid can do." The Hansi did not take long to bring in 4 stone piers ranging from small to large. The evil husband saw this. His heart was secretly excited, knowing that the time has come for him to pretend to be a bully. So he was not polite, and took a few steps forward to the largest stone pier. Seeing this, Meng Tian's eyes flashed a flash of appreciation. Sensei lifted up or not? At least evil husband he dared to challenge. Like a man, evil husband took a deep breath and easily picked up the stone pier in front of him, his face full of relief. This district is only 200 pounds of stone pier. In front of his huge strength of up to 1,000 pounds of pressure is not enough to see. Then, he easily did 20 deep squats in a row without changing his face or growing out of breath, causing the surrounding crowd to marvel. Seeing this, the light in Meng Tian's eyes became even more brilliant, and he applauded and laughed. "Good. You are really strong and extraordinary. Wicked husband. Since you have such strength, plus you have been successful in fighting insects, I will make an exception and promote you to the rank of Shifu, directly under my command. Are you willing to do so?" When evil husband heard this, his heart was so happy that he casually threw the stone pier out 2 meters away and bowed his hand in thanks. "Thank you Lord 500 for your appreciation. Evil husband is willing to sacrifice his liver and brain for the great Qin, no matter what." Bang! The stone pier landed with a dull sound, splashing a burst of smoke and dust, causing the onlookers to subconsciously gulp. Meng Tian nodded with satisfaction, picked up wicked husband, patted his shoulder and said, "With your strength and a little bit of training, you will definitely be a fierce general in the future." He is extraordinarily friendly to the evil husband. There is no frame. Born in the family of generals and marshals, he would have been extremely appreciative of the courageous man. Carry is also just a smooth exchange of personal favor. Chapter 3, Rebellion in Jinyang. Accompanying the army. The reputation of the evil husband spread thoroughly among the recruits, and even the veterans knew that there was a new recruit teenager, who was born with divine strength, and was promoted to the rank of Shishang after he had just joined the army for his achievements in fighting tigers. The evil husband who was promoted to Shiksa didn't go back on his word and kept the teenager from the same village under his command, with a few twists and turns in between. Since the Shirkai can be in charge of 10 soldiers, but there are 11 teenagers in the same village, according to the rules can only send the extra people away. The evil husband does not want to go back on his word, and can only find Meng Tian to intervene, so that he became the only Shirkai in charge of 11 soldiers in the army. This era is one of war and turmoil, and the evil one is ready to go to war at any time, but did not think. Summer to go. Autumn, winter solstice, the new year came. In addition to the growth of 300 pounds of strength and more robust body, the evil husband did not receive any transfer orders about the war. Can only be nestled in the whole day in this Dao camp boring training. The evil husband was boring, but the 11 teenagers from the same village under his command were miserable, and the former Special Forces soldier, who had come from a Special Forces background, scoffed at the training methods of this era. Therefore, he slightly improved the scientific training method in his previous life, and trained the 11 teenagers under his command as mice, only for the future when he became a general, practicing troops with this method, and improving the quality of the general's individual soldiers. The effect was very obvious. The progress of the 11 teenagers was visible to the naked eye, and now even Teen Yo, who had been in the army for 4 or 5 years, was no match for them. This matter even caused quite a stir at that time. In order to survive, many new recruits broke their heads wanting to join the evil husband's command, but it was not possible for him, as a Shirshang, to command only 10 men. This makes the evil husband want to be promoted even more eager. The whole day hand itchy to death, just looking forward to hurry up and start the war. In the first year of the reign of King Qin, on the first day of the 4th month, from Jinyang comes a news that makes the Qin people furious. Jinyang rises up against the Qin, and Meng Artery is entrusted with the important task of heading an army of 150,000 to quell the rebellion. At the first moment of learning the news, evil husband, no matter how grave the atmosphere was in the camp, was so happy that he shouted and cried out, and his eyes were on the verge of shedding tears. 4 years. 4 whole years. No one knows how hard he waited. Shirshang, don't be too happy. The Dao camp has 200,000 new recruits, and with only 100,000 men drawn, it might not be our turn. Hearing his fellow villager Ani's jesting words, the wicked man said with disdain, don't worry, our 500 masters are Meng Tian. This is a very stable matter. Just as he thought, how could Meng Arbiter let go of the great opportunity to gild the lily for his grandson? Knowing that this time the quelling of the rebellion was also for the purpose of exercising the new recruits. The new recruits who were the main force were bound to take up most of the credit. In the afternoon of that day, the army assembled, and after more than 10 days of marching, it finally reached Jinyang. After arriving in Jinyang, Meng Arbiter did not rush to order an attack on Jinyang. As the saying goes, attacking the heart is the best. 150,000 troops directly in the Jinyang quadrangle outside the city gates of 500 meters to set up camp. The winds in the city of Jinyang were so strong that the rebels were a bit terrified, but whenever the Qin army had a bit of wind, it made them nervous as hell. Seeing that the army did not move, the evil husband directly approached Meng Tian, and could not suppress the excitement in his words, saying, Gu, my 500 masters, why don't you do it yet? Meng Tian some helpless. This kid strong is really strong, but also really warlike, and extremely do not love the brain. The plan of attack cannot see? What's the hurry, you kid? In such a hurry to turn around and attack the city and let you take the lead? Meng Tian intended to scare the evil husband, but did not expect this guy agreed to a mouthful, patted his chest and said, I like this errand. The evil husband is willing to do that first pawn. Meng Tian was so angry that he was just about to open his mouth to rebuke, when he was interrupted by a voice coming from outside the tent. The Lord Commander has ordered that the battle to attack the city be launched tonight, so please ask Lord Meng Tian 500 to lead the troops to assemble immediately. At these words, Meng Tian and evil husband subconsciously glanced at each other. Really saying something? Monty, lead the way. After the doorway messenger left, Meng Tian's eyes looked at the evil husband who was heatedly giggling, and scolded in a low voice, still don't roll back to get ready, and keep a watchful eye on me, so as to save yourself from dying at the head of that Jinyang city. The evil husband grinned widely, his torso stood up and his chest beat with a thud. Don't worry, tonight can be the starting point of my evil husband's awesome path. Meng Tian shook his head and lost his smile. His heart secretly speculated about the meaning of the word powerful. It was night, the moon was clear and the stars were bright. A good time to attack the city. The 50,000 Qin soldiers did not conceal themselves in the slightest, and pressed towards Jinyang city in formation. The rebels in the city were instantly in disarray, yelling, the Qin army has attacked the city. Manhwa twisted his head to look at his son Manhwa beside him and said in a deep voice, "Go, don't lose face for your father." 30-years-old Manhwa was slightly nervous. These years followed his father in large and small, also fought a lot of battles. This is the first time he led an attack on the city alone, but also new soldiers, which makes his heart very bottomless. Manhwa drove his horse forward, slowly drew out the Qin sword at his waist, gathered up his mixed thoughts and roared, "Wind, wind, wind, gale." As the saying goes, once a person passes 10,000, there are no boundaries. The might of 50,000 Qin troops hissing and roaring was like a sharp sword breaking straight through the clouds. Attack the city. Kill. The Qin army was pragmatic and did not pay attention to the gongs and drums. And after Manhwa's order, they hissed and attacked towards Jinyang city. Seeing the Qin army launching a charge, the rebel guard of Jinyang hurriedly yelled, "Archers, get ready, shoot dash." The rain of arrows fell straight down from the sky, and the Qin army suffered casualties all of a sudden. "Ah, my leg. Ah, ouch. Help me." Within sight many Qin pawns were covered with arrows, and some of them were even shot into a sieve, and the cruelty of the cold weapon battlefield made wicked husband's heart flinch. After all, too poor and too backward. The wicked husband swept his eyes at his fellow robes who had fallen to the ground in rough linen clothes, and his heart was so not in the right place. The productivity of this era is extremely low, but also fortunately he was rewarded by Manhwa, plus mixed with a sure chief. This is to get a leather armor and a sharp Qin sword. The other fresh recruits were left to fight to the death against the enemy in their rough linen clothes and rusty torn wind blades. Shoot again. At that moment, the second wave of arrows from the rebels came, and wicked husband and the others rushed right into the coverage of the arrows. Shursho, watch out. His subordinate, Anie, rushed to Evil Fu's side with his rattan shield raised, deflecting the incoming rain of arrows. Bang bang bang. The arrow landed on the rattan shield with a dull ringing sound. Feeling the force coming from the shield, Anie palpitated. "Brother Evil Husband, thanks to this rattan shield you made, or else I'm afraid we'll be shot into hedgehogs." Evil Husband nodded quite agreeably, very grateful for his foresight. Earlier thinking that the most lethal weapon in ancient times was the bow and arrow, so he brought his teenagers to collect rattan and weave it into a rattan shield. The effect of the vine shield is obvious and very effective. Just at this moment, the soldiers who were beating the head carrying the ladder had already arrived under the wall of Jinyang city and put up the ladder. The evil husband laughed steeply and said in a loud voice, "You mustn't take any chances. Advance in an orderly fashion and leave me alone." As soon as the words fell, his legs' muscles bulged violently, and his body catapulted out, like a discharged cannonball, heading straight for the erected ladder. He's going to take it. The first credit. Chapter 4 Ascending the Walls of the City and the Merit of the First Landing. Of the 4 major military feats of the Cold Ice Age, the most difficult one was the feat of being the first to ascend, breaking the formation, beheading the general, and capturing the flag. The difficulty of this merit is so great that those who obtain it can be called the sons of good fortune. The wicked man was so fast that the rebels had no more than drawn and strung their bows before he had rushed under the wall and stood his body close to it. Swish! The moment the third wave of arrows rained down, the evil husband mounted the ladder. His legs snapped, his figure instantly leapt up a meter high, and then his hands gripped the ladder tightly and continued to bounce upwards. The 7 or 8 meter high city wall was already in sight in just 2 or 3 breaths. An evil husband took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement and a few shivers in his heart. Kill! Evil husband instantly leapt up to the city. Like a ghost suddenly appeared figure startled the rebels for a moment, not waiting for them to come back to their senses. The sharp Qin sword in their hands had already swung out. Put! Points of blood splattered onto the evil husband's face, causing boundless ruthlessness to rise in his heart, and he directly jumped into the pile of people to grab the first shot. In the distance, Mang Arturo and other military generals, with the help of the bright moonlight, blurrily saw a pawn ascending to the top of the city, and immediately applauded and laughed. Good! Truly a warrior of my great Qin. Whose ministry is this man? And if he can stand his ground at the head of the city, he will be the first to be honored. But no one can answer his question, although the moonlight is bright, but so far apart, and there is no clairvoyance. Who can see this person's appearance? Just then, cheers and applause erupted from the Qin soldiers who were furiously charging. The evil husbandman has landed in the city. Brothers, charge! The name of the stupid people are not stupid. Anie saw the evil husband mounted the city wall. In order to give him momentum, immediately yelled at the top of his voice. Beside the other 10 people also hurriedly followed the yell up. Manhwa's status is prominent. Naturally will not take risks. at this time is following the team at the end of the line, heard that the evil husband boarded the city, suddenly laughed out loud. Wicked husband! Mighty! Wicked husband! Mighty! Among the 50,000 people, there are more than 30,000 new recruits. Hearing that the evil husband has already boarded the city, immediately yelling with their voices to follow. Even the fear in their hearts has been washed away quite a lot, throwing away their steps to accelerate towards the city wall to run wildly. Morale skyrocketed at that moment. Evil husband? Being in the rear of Anie and Manhwa, ears clearly heard, the battlefield within the generals came like a mountain of shouts. Manhwa pondered for a moment and said, "This person, could it be the young man that Manhwa spoke of earlier?" Manga aristocrat thought over, remembered that earlier his grandson did mention a mouth to him, said he found a natural strength of the pawns, the age of only 12 or 13 but had the ability to tear tigers and leopards. At that time, he was busy thinking about how to quickly pacify Jinyang, so he didn't even listen to these words in his heart. If it is really that young man, our grandson can really pick up a treasure. Manga aristocrat strokes his beard and laughs. In terms of the Qin law, if you want to climb to a high position in the late stage, you must have fierce generals under your command to help you. Manhwa similarly revealed a smile. Now that his father was old, the younger generation must take advantage of the present to work their way up the ladder in order to secure the status of the Meng family. The scene returns to the head of Jinyang city. The evil husband was drenched in blood, looking like a severe ghost returning from the 9 hells. The Qin sword in his hand was chopping continuously, and he stood firmly on his feet by virtue of his strong physique, as if he were a nail inserted fiercely on top of this city head. But, after all, it is hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists. While the evil husband is not prepared, several rebel pawns behind him long spears ruthlessly stabbed into the body of the evil husband. Without waiting for them to be happy, evil husband Qin Jian backhanded the 3 rebel pawns and lorded them over, blood spraying out of the cuts like a fountain, dots of blood falling as if it were raining. It still hurts. The evil husband grimaced in pain. With the protection of the leather armor, coupled with the sudden increase in physique every year, the 3 spears entered his body were stuck by his muscles and couldn't move an inch, and didn't cause too much damage. The horrific scene made the rebel pawn's heart flutter, and he was eager to turn and flee from the evil husband. Due to the evil husband's ascent, it attracted the attention of most of the rebel pawns at the city's head, so much so that the still methodical defense was in complete disarray. And the Qin pawns took advantage of the situation by erecting several more ladders. Brothers, go up and support brother evil husband. Anie hissed and roared. His heart is impatient. This first to ascend to the credit who all know is a great work, the head of the credit, but the same as a life of 9 deaths. Kill. The 10 teenagers climbed up to the top of the city as fast as they could, and when they saw that the evil husband was surrounded by the rebel pawns like a bloody man, their eyes filled with blood, and they even forgot about their fear and rushed straight into the crowd. Anie was the strongest, and was the first to charge into the crowd, like a brute bull knocking away the rebel pawns in front of him, while the 9 people behind him took the opportunity to kill the rebel pawns that fell to the ground. Sure shoo, we're here. When they were 2 or 3 meters apart, Anie yelled to warn the evil husband so that he wouldn't be cut down by them as a rebel pawn. At those words, the corner of his eye, evil husband swept behind Anie and the others, and saw that there were already Qin troops ascending the city wall one after another. His heart was relieved. Shang Deng was too difficult. His body had been strengthened 4 times in those 4 years, and his strength alone had increased by an additional 1,200 pounds, and for that he was still chopped to the point of being covered in wounds, and his leather armor was even more tattered, so one could imagine the difficulty. Wicked Sure Shu, mighty! The Qin soldiers who climbed the city wall were all in admiration of the wicked man, and between the stirring of their hot blood, they hardened their hearts and suppressed all the fear. Evil husband kicked the traitor in front of him and yelled, "Brothers, form up and follow me to kill the traitor pawns." Kill! The Qin army's morale was like a rainbow. Immediately formed a formation to kill the rebels. The battle on the city wall was fierce. Anie fought lively, like a god of war. The evil husband did not feel the slightest bit of fatigue as he waved his Qin sword in his hand, decimating rebel after rebel. Quickly, surround and kill this man at once. Seeing this, the rebel generals were shocked and hurriedly mobilized their elite soldiers to come and surround the evil husband. However, there were also more and more Qin troops behind Wicked Husband, who formed a tight formation and fought alongside Wicked Husband, making the siege of the rebels futile. You evil spirit, don't even think about advancing half a step further. Seeing that no one could stop him, the rebel guard roared angrily as the leader brandished his long sword and rushed towards the evil husband. Evil husband sneered. a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He swayed, avoiding the rebel general's attack, and backhanded him with a hard punch to his stomach. The rebel general's eyes bulged violently and his body bowed into a shrimp-like shape. Terrified under his eyes, he turned around to escape, but the pain in his abdomen prevented him from exerting a single ounce of strength. Your guards have been captured. Why don't you quickly bind your hands? Evil husband shouted loudly, his voice resounding through the battlefield like thunder. The Shishang is mighty. Wind! Wind! Great wind! The Qin army's morale grew higher and higher, storming the rebel pawns like a violent storm, hitting the rebels as if they were retreating, like a candle in the wind. A trace of embarrassment flashed under Ernio's eyes as he gently reminded, Brother evil husband, this is just a small guardian general. How could people surrender because of him? The evil husband's tiger body trembled. His face was very embarrassed, and it was fortunate that he was covered in blood at the moment and was unable to see the expression on his face. Ernio, was I loud just now? Big, so big you can hear it below the walls. End. The prestige is ruined. The evil husband slapped his head, completely breaking off the last trace of luck in his heart. His hideous gaze fell straight onto the rebel guard on the ground, and he gritted his teeth and said, You uncontested thing. With that said, the cold aura on Qin's sword flashed, and the rebel guard's head immediately rolled to the ground. The evil husband went forward and picked up the man's head and pinned it to his waist, cursing under his breath. Let you cause me to make a fool of myself. Damn it. Pretending to be so serious. I thought it was some kind of big official. Flowery. Fancy. Not useful. Chapter 5 The credit of breaking the city and taking it. Meng Arbiter and Meng Wu were watching the battle from afar, and when they saw how brave evil husband was, they couldn't help but nod their heads. Meng Artery smiled and said, This son is really extraordinary. If he can be cultivated well, he will become a pillar of my great Qin. Meng Wu also nodded his head and said, What father said is very true. After this battle, we must heavily reward the evil husband, so that he can make a good relationship with my Meng family. Meng aristocrat did not speak, but quite agree with the nod. He knew that he was old. The only thing he could not rest assured is the younger generation do not want to wait for their own deaths. The family declined. The scene once again returned to the head of Jinyang city. At this moment, the rebels on the city wall had already been decimated, and the corpses all over the ground made it difficult to even find a place to land. Dozens of Qin troops blocked the gap inside the city, blocking the rebels who wanted to rush up to the outside, so that the Qin troops who had fought to the death could take a breather, and also in order to buy time for the Qin troops to climb up the city. Wicked husband stood on the city wall, enjoying the respect-filled gazes of the Qin generals around him, his heart filled with relief. He knew that after this battle, he would no longer be that obscure pawn, but would become a bright new star in the Qin army. Shishang, the merit of first to ascend is considered to be taken by you. Ernio roared low in excitement, his face full of smiles. The evil husband smiled slightly. An even bigger idea appeared in his mind. If he could take the decapitation credit again, he was afraid that he would really become famous in one battle and take off straight away. The more he thought about it, the more feasible he felt, the more evil husband said he would do it. And in the eyes of the surrounding Qin troops who didn't understand, he stripped the armor off the body of the headless rebel guard on the ground. Well, the weight is quite heavy. Evil husband casually weighed his hand. The heavy feel made him extremely satisfied. Although the armor was covered in blood, it was impossible to see what material it was made of. But it was by no means leather armor. Brethren, this advance has been taken, but the rebels are not yet dead. Wicked husband's gaze sank, looked around at the surrounding Qin troops, slowly raised his Qin sword, and roared, Do you dare to follow me into the city to kill the enemy and clear the way for my robed brothers? Willing to die with the Shishang? Ernio and the others were the first to open their mouths to respond. After the bloody battle in the square, they had already thoroughly adapted to the bloody rain and wind of killing, and each of them had in their hands the military merit of beheading 2 or 3 of the enemy yet, willing to fight to the death with the Shishang. The Qin soldiers around him who had long been convinced by him also immediately roared in response. Besides, they were not little darlings. With the wicked man leading the way, it was a great opportunity to take military honors, especially those who came up behind the Qin army. The eyes are red now, but any Qin army can still stand. At least has also chopped the enemy 1 or 2 people. This can be a living military credit. Good. Evil husband strides toward the gap in the direction of the city and yells, Brothers, let me open the way. Just a few steps away. As if he remembered something, he chopped the military flag beside him with a sword. The flagpole as thick as a baby's arm was caught by his hand. The cut was smooth and even, and after weighing it for a few moments, the wicked man dropped another sword and cut the flagpole into 2 meters long and short. Let you taste the power of a blunt instrument. Just now he realized that the chain sword was not suitable for him. It was too short and too light, wasting all of his strength, not to mention that the speed of killing the enemy was also extremely slow, far worse than a long weapon. All stay close. The wicked man came to the gap and without saying a word, swung his big stick at the rebels who tried to rush up. Only hearing a bang sound, the 3 rebels at the forefront were directly smashed until they vomited blood and flew over, their bodies landing on the congested rebels and smashing down a piece of people. Painful. This is what real men should play with. Evil husband let out an unrestrained laugh, and secretly decided in his heart that after the battle was over, he would get a long weapon to use, no matter what he said. Charge! Kill him! The rebels inside the city didn't know the terror of the evil husband. At this moment, seeing that he even dared to open the way alone, they immediately raised their swords and wailed as they charged upwards. Good coming! A cold glint flashed in the eyes of the evil husband as he waved the flagpole as if it were a huge iron rod, each swing accompanied by the screams of the rebels and the sound of bones breaking. The rebel attack became fragmented under the iron rod of the evil husband, unable to form an effective resistance, and the evil husband froze with the strength of one man, slowly advancing towards the city. The moment he descended the steps and stood in the city, the wicked man was like a tiger returning to the mountain, and without the steps or his own men to restrain him, he could wave the flagpole to his heart's content. Bang bang bang, flagpole in his hands, as the world's most horrifying murder weapon. Touching it is not death or injury. Anie and the other Qin soldiers followed close behind, and using the path opened up by the villains, they quickly rushed into the city and engaged in a fierce physical battle with the rebels. The rebels, who could not be seen at a glance, surged forward, trying to quickly strangle the unknowing Qin army. In the streets of the city, the battle became more and more intense. Although the evil husband is brave and fierce, with one person's strength to bear the pressure of most of them, but the casualty rate of the Qin army is still horrible. If there is not a steady stream of Qin troops who mounted the walls and then came down to support, I am afraid that all the troops have long been wiped out. Anie and the others formed a battle formation and followed behind evil husband, and even though they were covered in wounds, they still methodically killed the enemy troops, and looking at the Qin soldiers falling one after another around them, their hearts were filled with gratitude. Thanks to the harsh training the evil husband gave them on weekdays, the number of rebels is really too much. The Qin army that came immediately supported by the latter is really a drop in the bucket. At this point in the fierce battle, with the body of the wicked man are a little overwhelmed, gradually gasping for breath. Brothers, you hold back. I'll open the gates and let the army in. Without saying a word, evil husband turned around and signaled the blood-soaked Anie and the others to follow, launching a charge towards the rear of the Qin army. Bang! 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 Pop! Just as the rebels were being pelted by the flagpole in his hands, it finally couldn't hold on and broke with a loud snap. Without changing his face, the wicked man then grabbed the 2 spears that were stabbing at him, and with a little force from his arms he snatched them from the hands of the enemy pawns. Snap! He kept waving with both hands, and although the 2 spears were not as good as the flagpole, they also smacked the rebel pawns who fell to the ground, moaning with pain all over their faces, before being stabbed to death by the swords of Anie and the others behind them. They were no more than 20 meters away from the gatehouse, and with the evil husband pouring out his best efforts, they killed their way in within dozens of breaths. The 2 spears had long been broken, and the wicked man could not care less about picking them out, and used whatever he could snatch, and froze, killing the rebels so that they could not get close. Anie, open the gates. The evil husband did not look back, carrying a rakehead quite a share of 1 man against 10,000 men, so that the rebels facing him are not fearful. Today, I want to take the 4 major military honors in one battle. Jesus can't stop it. The evil husband spat out a mouthful of blood-red saliva, which was also mixed with some broken meat, which had accidentally fallen into his mouth when killing the enemy. Anie and the others did as they were ordered, rushing to pry the latch, while then slowly pulling the heavy city gate open. Squeak! Boom! The moment the city gate was opened a crack, the Qin troops who were banging on the gate ruthlessly slammed it open. The people outside almost flashed their old backs, and the Anie and the others inside were almost slapped by the gate, making the scene slightly awkward. The ground full of corpses and the figure not far away that was like a god or a demon holding back the rebels made these Qin troops lose some of their concentration. What are you waiting for? Don't help! Seeing this, Anie and the others hissed and roared as they ran back to help the evil husband. Kill dash! The Qin army returned to their senses and launched a charge without saying a word, looking at the evil husband with eyes full of admiration. Chapter 6, Evil Husband, Receive the Sword. The arrival of reinforcements reduced the pressure on the evil husband and he got a moment's respite, feeling the fiery pain all over his body, causing him to lash out. Anie, who immediately stepped forward to assist, nervously asking, "Sure Shang, how are you? Go to the back and rest first." Just then, Meng Tian came out from nowhere. Seeing the evil husband covered in blood, like a bloody man, his eyes filled with admiration and embarrassment. "Evil husband, I'm not as good as you." As the Lord of the 500, his subordinates were in front of the bloodbath, taking the credit for the first to ascend and break the city, and he could also rake in a lot of military credit as the top boss. But, coming from a family of generals, his heart was filled with boundless guilt, and out of consideration for his family's heritage, he dared not and could not put life and death at risk like the evil husband. 500 masters. Stop it. Have some water. Evil husband was panting like a cow, only feeling smoke coming out of his throat. Meng Tian hurriedly took out the water bag from the warhorse and threw it to the wicked man, who took the water bag and drank it for a while, and poured a bag full of water into his belly, and the fatigue from the long battle dissipated a lot. "Lord 500, is my military service this time enough for me to be promoted?" Evil husband's tone was inexplicable, and his gaze was fiery as he looked at Meng Tian. Meng Tian showed a bitter smile on his face and said with a lost look, "Not to mention you, even I'm going to dip into your light and follow the promotion." Immediately, he laughed again and said in an envious tone, "With one battle, you kid is considered to be completely established, and will surely enter the eyes of the bigwigs in the temple hall." Wicked man thought for a moment and knew what Meng Tian was thinking, and explained, "Lord 500 comes from a distinguished background, and in the future he will become the backbone of my Qin. So how can he learn to charge like wicked man? A general should have an overview of the situation and strategize, not show off his courage. Why envy the strengths of others and forget your own?" This said into the heart of Meng Tian, the same as a teenager. Meng Tian naturally envied the evil husband, but after all, there is a difference in status. Each has its own way. Take the way that suits you, only the king's way. Seeing Meng Tian's silence, wicked husband was slightly anxious. "Lord 500, you haven't answered me yet. Based on today's battle merit, what kind of officer can wicked husband be promoted to?" Meng Tian pondered a little and slowly spat out a sentence. "The military position is at least 500 lords, and the Jinyang's are unpredictable." The evil husband's heart was overjoyed, and a very lewd smile appeared on his face as he whispered, "The evil husband wants to play a big game. I wonder if Lord 500 dares to take part in it." Oh, Monty's curiosity was unsurprisingly piqued. "Get on the bus first and buy the ticket later." The evil husband's smile deepened, like a bad uncle luring an ignorant teenager. Compelling. "Give me 100 men, and the evil husband will return the 4 great military honors of your battle." Meng Tian was full of surprise, stunned by Evil Fu's boldness. He looked at Evil Fu, who was covered in blood, and wanted to say, "You've already taken the top spot, so why don't you just forget about it?" He did not want to be as bad as the meteor that crossed the sky, briefly and passed away. The 4 war heroes have already taken its 2, and why take the risk to get the other 2 heroes? The evil husband's smile tightened, shook his head gravely, and said in a loud voice, "Lord 500, can you allow the evil husband?" Meng Tian was at a loss, not knowing how to make a decision, when a voice came from behind him in the middle of the air. "Evil husband, this general will give you 500 men to help you take the honor of beheading the general and capturing the flag." Meng Tian suddenly looked back. The owner of the voice was none other than his father, Meng Wu, with the Lord Commander, Meng Artie, behind him. Without saying a word, wicked husband arched his hand and said, "Don't worry, General, wicked husband will go and come." Meng Artie and Meng Wu nodded at the same time. A small young man can have such a temperament. Future achievements must be extraordinary. Go on. If you can achieve 4 merits in one battle, I will personally ask the great king for you. Meng Artie strokes his beard and laughs, not hiding his appreciation. A hint of determination flashed in the eyes of evil husband, and he made a deep bow to Meng Arbiter and Meng Wu. Then he turned around and walked into the city in large strides. The surrounding Qin pawns gazed in admiration, staring at the blood-soaked evil husband with a fiery face, hoping that he would pick himself to follow him to cut down the general and capture the flag. "Come 500 men, go with me to kill the enemy general and take his banner," evil husband shouted loudly, his voice filled with strength and determination. As soon as he spoke, some Qin soldiers immediately came to his side. They knew that it would be a life of death for them, but it was a soldier's great fortune to be able to fight side by side with such a fierce man. Evil foo, take the sword. Mang Arnold threw his own sword to evil husband with a flick of his hand and said in a serious manner, if you lose this martial sword, you will be punished by military law. Evil husband steadily caught his sword. His voice was like a tiger's roar. Don't worry, Lord Commander. Later on evil husband will return the head of the rebel general to the Lord Commander together. Mang Arnold smiled and nodded without continuing to speak. When Qin's sword is sheathed, no one will be able to defeat him. Evil husband drew his sword and hissed and shouted. The 500 people had an amazing aura, and they sheathed their Qin swords in unison. Go! With wicked husband's order, 500 elite Qin soldiers were like a tiger descending from the mountain, unstoppably rushing towards the center of the city. Their steps were firm and powerful, and each step showed the determination to win. Even when facing an enemy army several times their size, they did not flinch in the slightest. The battle within the city was still fierce, but evil husband and his team were like a sharp blade, plunging straight into the heart of the enemy. Any enemy troops that dared to stand in front of them were all chopped on the spot, and the sword blade was invincible as it pointed out, hard killing a bloody path to the center of the city. The other side. Retreat. Continuing to stay here is nothing but a dead end. The rebel general Wang Mang's face was filled with grayness, and his heart was filled with remorse. If he hadn't been compelled by the family led by the Sun family of Jinyang, how would he have fallen to the present state? Reinforcements. Why haven't the promised reinforcements come yet? Several clan leaders in Jinyang were similarly filled with despair. At first, they received a message from the envoy of the king of Zhao, asking them to rise up against the Qin, and when the Qin army came to quell the rebellion, they would cooperate with the reinforcements of the Zhao army to wipe out the Qin army. How else would they have the guts to rebel? Wang Mang smiled in despair and violently stood up and walked towards the outside, coldly dropping a sentence. The matter has come to this. Each of you can rest in peace. After being victimized by these people, how could he care if they lived or died? Hearing Wang Mang's icy words, these people became even more desperate and pleaded out, wanting Wang Mang to take them with him. At the critical moment, it was a race against time. Wang Mang didn't dare to waste a single moment of time and left straight away. Find a way to take advantage of the chaos and withdraw from the south gate. Wang Mang took more than 1,000 of his personal guards out of the mansion, wanting to go straight to the south gate to break out. Just after leaving the doorway, a voice full of sneers was heard into his ears, and Wang Mang subconsciously looked at the shadows on the side. You're the rebel leader? The evil husband slowly walked out from the shadows with 500 men. His eyes swept the large flag at the entrance of the mansion, and a flash of fire flashed under his eyes. Wang Mang's personal guards immediately formed a formation and surrounded him in the center, their eyes very alert as they looked at evil husband and the other Qin pawns. Don't waste time. Kill them. Wang Mang's face was livid, fearing that he would be held back by this small group of several hundred Qin pawns. Chapter 7 Evil Husband. Not only did he not surrender, but he tried to counterattack us. You who? Just say that. Evil husband laughed, smiled very sunny and warm, if not that drenched in blood, but also thought it was a pure love sunshine big boy. Brethren, not only are they not surrendering, but they're even trying to counterattack us? The evil husband's words were playful, and he bellowed fiercely. What shall we do? Say ye? Kill. Behind them, 500 Qin pawns roared in unison. Clearly the other side outnumbered themselves by several times, but they made it look like the advantage was theirs. Well. Wang Mang was laughed at by the bloody man and the Qin pawns behind him. He had never seen such a fearless one, and he didn't bother to talk nonsense. He drew his sword from his waist and yelled, "Follow me and exterminate these Qin pawns who don't know the sky and the earth. Go!" Seeing Wang Mang launching his attack, evil husband was the first to charge up with his Qin sword. Zira. Mang Arnold's saber was extremely sharp and easily cut through the leather armor on the rebels' personal guards. The evil husband's body was athletic, and the moment he decapitated the 3 people in front of him, he sidestepped the incoming longsword from the side and stabbed it with a backhand. Who can block me? Evil husband let out a roar that was like a thunderous explosion, shocking the surrounding rebels to subconsciously take a few steps back. But so, a touch of disdain crossed his face. The evil husband moved his feet and instantly rushed into the crowd. The Qin sword in his hand flickered with coldness, bringing up a path of blood to be waved. With the terrifying strength and the sharpness of the sword blade, those who were hit by the evil husband's strike all had their bodies opened up with horrifying wounds, and fell to the ground losing too much blood and slowly breaking their life. Wang Mang saw this young general killing people like chopping melons and cutting vegetables, and immediately sullen, carrying a long sword towards the evil husband rushed. If he let him continue to kill like this, he was afraid that these personal guards could not hold out for a long time. He searched for a gap where the evil master's new strength had not yet been born, and his long sword was like a viper spitting out its mail, stabbing at the evil master's heart at a very tricky angle. Dang! The two swords intersected, sending out dazzling sparks. A trace of surprise flashed in Wang Meng's eyes, not expecting this blood man to have such a skill, even if it was in a hurry. The force of the evil husband was also high and scary, shocking Wang Meng's tiger's mouth cracked, and the whole arm was so crispy that he couldn't make any force for a while. Die! Zira! Without the slightest hesitation, the evil husband's long sword followed Wang Meng's sword upwards. The two swords rubbed sparks, the evil husband's backhanded swing, and the man's head fell to the ground. Wang Meng to death cannot imagine, in front of this teenage general, why the strength of such a horrible, even he, the eating and drinking of the strong years cannot compare? The enemy general awarded his head. Ha 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 ha. The evil husband bent down to pick up the dead head, and then raised it high in the air, his smile as wild as it could be. The shiksa is mighty. The wind, the great wind dash. The Qin soldiers who followed him were completely excited. The decapitation of the general took. They can also follow the light, under the heat of the heart, like wolves and tigers to kill the terrified rebels. General, dead? What's this going to be? A drop? These rebel personal guards were at a loss for words. Even their resistance was much weaker, and they were being quickly decimated by the Qin soldiers. Brethren, leave no one behind. The evil husband slowly walked forward with his bloodied sword, grimly smiling. I'm not one to eat alone. Behead them and go back for glory and riches. His words caused these rebel personal guards to completely despair, and many of them turned around and ran away, their faces pale and clearly scared out of their wits. Chase, not a single one can be spared. Evil husband casually beheaded the two rebels in front of him with a sword, and when he saw them start to turn around and run for their lives, he immediately ordered a chase. You can't let them fly when you've got your ducks in a row. The Qin pawns were like tigers descending from the mountain, carrying Qin swords and rushing toward the rebels, and many wounded Qin pawns were also unwilling to give up the opportunity to gain battle merit, limping with their Qin swords to follow and kill the rebels. The evil husband grinned widely, carrying the bloodied Qin Jian alone into the luxurious mansion in front of him, facing just as several patriarchs came with hurried steps. The moment they saw the evil husband, their hearts were in despair, and they stood dumbfounded as if they were struck by lightning, especially when they saw the dead head that was pinned to their waists. They almost didn't pee in fear. What do you want? The Sun family patriarch roared in color, and thanks to him being somewhat knowledgeable, he didn't think that the one behind him was directly scared to pee his pants. Did Qin? Sure show. Evil foo. The corners of the evil husband's mouth hooked into a horrifying smile as he reached out and wiped the blood from his face, but it made his appearance a little more horrifying. Seeing how you're panicking, do you think you're working with that Wang Meng? If you don't want to die, stay here honestly. These patriarchs' hearts fluttered as they looked at the Qinjian, which was still dripping blood, and ruthlessly swallowed their saliva. The Sun family patriarch forced down his heart sphere and said with a humble smile, "Little general misunderstood. We were all coerced by that Wang Meng. If you let us go back, we would like to seal a reward of 100 taels of gold as a token of our gratitude." To his sophisticated vision, the young man in front of him, at least 14 or 15 years old, this age to join the army and bloodbath, think it is a poor family origin. Nothing to see. 200 in gold. He couldn't believe that the kid wouldn't be moved. The more he thought about it, the more certain he was. He showed a smile of a wise and confident man, a far cry from the fearful look he had just witnessed. Gold 200? The evil husband's eyes snapped open, but his face pretended to be a problem. The Qin law is strict. This is a big punishment for implicating the clan members. He didn't say the words to death, deliberately leaving a hint of good offices. Nice guy. These patriarchs looked at each other with joy. As old foxes, could they not hear the meaning in the evil husband's words? It's just an increase. They didn't have much of anything else but a lot of money, and as long as they could be spared, money wouldn't be a problem at all. The 6 patriarchs came together to mutter, and a moment later, the Sun family patriarch's expression pretended to be grave and said, "Waiting for me is nothing more than Shinjo, and I don't want to cause trouble." The young general's concerns are equally valid. This way. The Sun family patriarch stretched out a finger and whispered, "In order for everyone to stay out of trouble, our 6 families would like to put together 1,000 gold to compensate little general. Is that okay?" Evil husband almost did not hold back his laughter, plate face pretending to be unhappy. The tone is very impatient. Line, 1,000 on 1,000 it. You also is to meet the little master me this good to talk to people. Change others dare to ensure that you have been head to the ground. The 6 patriarchs forced a smile and hurried to the evil husband's side, forcing themselves to endure the pungent and fishy odor of his body. Fawning and complimenting him, evil husband smile with a few indescribable meaning. He suddenly changed an idea. This 1,000 gold can be said to take out, proving that its family background is very thick. He was about to be promoted, and the manpower under his command had increased greatly, so he couldn't let them continue to wear rags and carry the wound-breaking wind blade to fight with the enemy. The equipment of our brethren and our long weapons are up to you. Chapter 8 End of the Great War. Monty's name was typed incorrectly and has been corrected. If there are any more you can add me to mark them and I will correct them one by one. The evil husband was having a chat with them when a clutter of footsteps rang out from outside the mansion, accompanied by the sound of excited words. Yo, the boys are back? The evil husband came to the outside of the mansion, and he was relieved to see the 500 people walking with each other, talking and laughing. And although they were covered in blood and carrying injuries, they were excited, and even had the heart to jest with the bystanders. He wanted these people to come with him and to return with him. Sure shoo. Seeing the evil husband standing at the gate of the mansion and watching them, these Qin soldiers who had each cut down several of their enemies became even more excited and rushed over in 3 steps. Not bad, they're all back. Evil husband looked at the crowd with a smile, then said, quickly send the injured robed brethren to the mansion. The generals did not dare to delay, and immediately assisted the injured robes into the house, and there were only 200 people left in the same place, who were looking at the evil husband with fiery eyes. Anie, I'm in. Shish kebab. Anie immediately burrowed out of the pile, walked straight to the evil husband, and asked, Sure Shun, what are your orders? The evil husband did not move and swept the 6 patriarchs beside him, and came to Ernie's ear for a while to mutter. And Ernie's eyes flashed with a flash of surprise and fire, and he nodded heavily. Several people, lead the way in front. Ernie reached out and made a gesture of invitation, and the 6 patriarchs immediately walked to the very front to lead the way. In this era of no checks, transfers, and gold, silver and copper as currency, involving a large amount of money is extremely inconvenient. The evil husband heart for a while together. In the future he high and low to suggest that the first emperor to unify the currency with paper money. Currency carrying inconvenience. It will cause commercial backwardness. After all, no one dares to go out and bring a few thousand tens of thousands of gold and silver back in letting people target to rob. After they left, the evil husband walked straight to the big flag in front of the entrance of the mansion, and the cold light of the Qin sword in his hand appeared, and the flagpole that was as thick as a baby's arm was chopped off, and the cut was extremely smooth. The sword is good, but unfortunately it's too light. Evil husband shook his head inside, catching the decapitated banner with one hand and just carrying it on his shoulder towards the city. At this time, the battle inside the city was in a one-sided battle, and the Qin army was like a vicious tiger coming down from the mountain, chasing and killing the rebels everywhere, resulting in corpses everywhere in the city. Flag, is the general coming to support? The rebels, full of despair, suddenly came to the spirit, and all of their eyes looked toward the big flag that slightly showed its head, as if they had a backbone. But, in the next moment, when the blood-covered evil husband appeared completely in the sight of the crowd carrying a large banner, these rebel pawns completely despaired. Gentlemen, your main general is afraid that he won't be able to come. Evil husband's tone was playful, his eyes teasingly looking at the disoriented rebels. Ha ha ha, good boy, I knew you could do it. One person stood out from the Qin army formation, also drenched in blood, and it was none other than the 500 Lord Meng Tian. Fong Xiandeng attacked the city he could not go, the heart of the nest of the breath. At this moment has been all cathartic after the whole person seems extraordinarily relaxed. Rip, evil husband hemmed and hawed, tore the rebel flag in front of the 2 armies, casually threw it on the ground, and laughed. 500 masters, continue to kill? Meng Tian's heart was full of grandeur. He nodded heavily and answered, rebels should be executed. Kill. As soon as the words fell, the evil husband's figure had already rushed towards the rebel pawns like a cannonball, and the cold light of Qin's sword flashed in his hand. Instantly several heads fell to the ground. Stop, brat, how can you have such a big killing heart? At this time, behind the Qin army sounded a loud voice. The Qin army immediately made way. Meng Arti with a group of military generals riding a warhorse slowly came. Meng Arturo's eyes fell on the head that was pinned on the waist by the evil husband, and his smile deepened a few points. One battle and take the 4 top honors. Your kid is also considered the first person in our great Qin. Evil husband didn't dare to be too big. Immediately bowed his hand and saluted. The Lord Marshal is too kind. Evil husband is not talented. But it's just luck and a few moments of brute strength. There is no arrogance in victory and no discouragement in defeat. Listed as a military general's instantly higher opinion of the evil husband. We must know that the young man is ambitious, spirited, complacent is commonplace, and with the mood of the young man can be so calm. The future achievements of the wicked man is certainly not low. This kid is too modest. I would have gotten over it. At this moment, all of the military generals showed their goodwill smiles, wanting to make a good relationship with the evil husband. Generals, you won't be able to find North and South in Quaaludes. The evil husband scratched the back of his head. He really didn't take it seriously. Now that he was only 14 years old, he was already strong like this. What about in the future? In another 10 or 20 years, after going through a dozen or 2 dozen enhancements, how far would his physique have to reach? Don't even think about it. By that time, I'm afraid I could be an army on my own, right? Therefore, it's really not that he's modest, it's just where it's at. Alright, the rebels haven't been completely suppressed yet. There's something to talk about back there. Manga aristocrat spoke out to stop the crowd. This is still in front of the rebels. How to gossip on. The evil husband's smile instantly tightened. His murderous gaze fell on the rebels, and he said fiercely, those who are rebels must not be left behind, and they should be killed as many as possible. As he spoke, the bastard carried Jinyang and wanted to continue, scaring those rebels so much that their bodies trembled 3 times. Down. We're down. Even though they knew that they would not end up in a good place, but at least they could survive a small life. If they really faced this killing star in front of them, they would really be finished. Evil husband could only stop and twist his head to look at Mang Arnold, waiting for his decision. Kill. Mang Aristo coldly spat out a sentence. In front of these people is originally the Zhao country descended pawns. Since the betrayal will not allow a trace of mercy, the eyes of the generals behind them were cold, and no one opened their mouths to stop them. If the Qin army mutinies, the bottom pawns will be exiled or turned into hard labor, but the Zhao pawns can only end up dead. The moment the words fell, the evil husband had already taken the lead, rushing into the pile of people to bring up a shower of blood, as fast as cutting wheat. The evil husband's courageous and ruthless appearance made these military generals gush with astonishment. No wonder this kid was able to take the 4 top prizes in one battle. It wasn't a matter of luck at all. Do it! The Qin army surged like a tidal wave, scattering in all directions within the city, chasing and killing the rebels. And no matter how much they cried and begged, they did not hesitate for a second. The war between the vassal states had been fought for more than 200 years, and even though they all shared the same roots, they had long since become mortal enemies, and there would definitely not be any mercy. The killing had continued for 2 hours, and only after the Qin army had turned Jinyang city upside down and dared to ensure that none of the rebels had escaped, did they rest. The military historian immediately began to count and scrutinize the generals' war merits to ensure that no one dared to claim or misrepresent their military merits. Evil husband stuck the Qin sword in his hand on the ground, and then slowly sat down against the wall. As his tight nerves slackened, the sharp pain coming from the wounds all over his body made him grimace. Upon seeing the gazes full of respect cast by the Qin pawns around him, evil husband took a deep breath and could only endure the pain and put on an inscrutable face. Chapter 9 The Cause of the Rebellion. The Citation of the Family. The Other Side. What 1,000 gold? Ernie's icy cold eyes looked straight at the Sun Clan patriarch and said word for word, the Shishang has a word. You and I offer all of our family's assets in exchange for a life. The Sun family patriarch was almost out of breath, his heart cursing the evil husband for not being a thing, not to mention reneging on his word, but even wanting to plagiarize their family? Strong man, there must be some kind of misunderstanding. The Sun Clan patriarch held back his anger and groveled. Why don't you take us to meet little general and confirm with him? No need. The Shishang said it clearly. Ernie did not raise his eyes half a time, waving his hand to signal the Qin pawns behind him to enter the mansion in search. Old thing. Off. The head of the Sun family happened to be blocking the doorway, and one of the Qin pawns stepped forward and kicked. Bang. The Sun family patriarch was old and weak. How could he withstand this kick? He was immediately kicked to the ground, and a painful murmur came out of his mouth. Father, father. 2 middle-aged men immediately rushed out from the side, one on the left and one on the right, and came over to the Sun family patriarch, wanting to help him up. What a nuisance. Kill it. As soon as the words fell, the 2 Qin pawns raised their swords and slashed, only to hear a pft sound. The head fell to the ground, and blood showered the Sun family patriarch's face. Ah, my son, my son. The mournful cries caused Ernie's brow to furrow and he roared. Whoever is crying, kill them. The noisy cries dissipated, leaving only the Sun family patriarch sobbing in a low voice and crawling with all his strength towards the heads of his two sons, who had rolled down a short distance away. Search! The Qin army immediately rushed into the mansion, and in less than an incense burner's time, they came to the entrance of the mansion to gather in large packages again. Go, next house, lead the way. Ernio didn't say much and turned around after a wink, and the two Qin pawns forcibly lifted the Sun family patriarch from the ground and led him and a few other patriarchs to the next house. As for the Sun family members, they were miserable, as a dozen or so Qin pawns laughed and surrounded them. Not long after, heartrending cries rang out from behind Ernio and the others, and the Sun clan patriarch suddenly looked back, his eyes glazed over in the next moment. The Sun family were all killed by the Qin army. The old man could not bear such a blow, and his anger directly fainted on the spot. With the Sun family's previous experience, the next is extremely smooth. Door to door, do not dare to have any complaints. Honestly open the door to welcome the Qin pawns into the house to copy the family. It was dawn and half past the hour. Ernio and the others came back to the center of the city fully loaded with large bags and the 6 patriarchs, attracting curious gazes from the surrounding Qin pawns. Is it hard to take advantage of the chaos and rob the house? What a death wish! Dawei exclaimed. The Qin law is strict. War is war, but never allow the pawns under the rule of chaos. Randomly searching for wealth is a big crime that will cost you your head. Those men, they're all recruits from evil Funash. A few recruits subconsciously exclaimed out in shock when they saw Ernio and the others walking at the front. Evil husband? Damn! Shishiman do this kind of thing. This Shishiman also bad luck. Some people are full of gloating. No matter what era, there are always people who are afraid of you being rich, dislike you being poor, and can't see anyone's family being better than their own. Ernio and the others were too lazy to bother with them, and at the moment, their eyes were busy searching for Shishang Evil Fu in the pile of people. There, go! The sharp-eyed Chunning happened to see the evil husband sitting at the base of the wall, and immediately let out a cry of surprise from her mouth. It wasn't until they came closer that the evil husband, who was in pain until he died, noticed them, and the corners of his mouth hooked into a far-fetched smile. What's the harvest? Too rich. Ernio casually opened a wooden box, only to see that it contained a neat silver cake, amounting to about 20 or 30 pieces. Good. The evil husband felt all the pain in his body wash away for a moment, and his pupils turned into the shape of money. Having come to Great Qin for 4 years, it was the first time I had seen such a huge amount of money. Go, follow me to see the Lord Commander. Evil husband implicitly winked towards Chun Ning. This kid was usually the most resourceful and should be able to understand what he meant. His body was heavy as lead and he simply couldn't get up. Chun Ning understood, and stepped forward to assist the wicked man to rise, quietly asking in a low voice, Shishang, it would be better to quickly find a military doctor later. The wicked man didn't dare to be brave. Even though his body was strong, who knew if he could withstand tetanus or something like that? The only thing he could rely on in this world was his body. Follow! Ernio yelled, and the crowd immediately followed behind carrying large bags. They came all the way to the county office in the center of the city, where Meng Arbiter had temporarily settled and was busy with a group of military generals in the aftermath of the battle. Lord Commander, the Shiksa evil husband seeks an audience. The words of the personal guard caused Meng Arnold to faintly freeze. Glancing at Meng Wu beside him and seeing that he wasn't angry, he then slowly said, let him come in. He was a bit curious as to what kind of urgent matter could make him cross over the main general Meng Wu to find him here. According to reason, if it was not a matter of great urgency, it could not be reported without authorization. A few moments, the personal guards in Chunning came assisting the evil husband, who had not removed his disguise until now, grunting as he walked, a touch more sickly on his already white face. Where is the military doctor? Where is the military doctor? Meng Arnold's face changed abruptly and he roared angrily. Why haven't you bandaged the evil husband yet? The evil husband's eyes snapped open. Then his demeanor became even more withered, and his tone was very weak as he said, it's not in the way, Lord Commander. Some of the robes are even more seriously injured than I am, so let's save them first. The evil husband has overstepped his bounds. Really? There is really something urgent to report. Speaking here, his fingers quietly pinched Chunning, who immediately opened his mouth and said with a slight hint of a sob, Shishang, you don't have to say anything. All the generals present were in admiration. Such a fierce man is really the fortune of Qin. Chunning took over and told the story of the gathering of these clan leaders and the main general of the rebel army, Wang Mang. After listening to this, Meng Arbiter and other military generals' eyes fell on the 6 patriarchs in unison, sharp as knives, scaring them to tremble in both of their strands. Say, what dirty business do you have with that Wang Meng? Meng Arnold's voice was like a tiger's whistle, deafening. The 6 patriarchs' bodies trembled violently. The last trace of luck in their hearts completely collapsed. They had always been led by the Sun family patriarch on weekdays, and the Sun family patriarch who detected the line of sight of the crowd felt his scalp tingle. Miso. Sheathing his Qin sword, Meng Wu pointed at the Sun family patriarch from afar and said sternly, still not quick to speak, is it possible that you want heads to fall to the ground? Alas, the head of the Sun family sighed and didn't dare to continue hiding. On that day, the king of Zhao's emissary came to Jinyang and asked us to rise up in rebellion. The king of Zhao promised us that he would send troops to help, and if the Qin army came to quell the rebellion, then they would be inside and outside. Meng Arnold's brows were slightly furrowed as his mind was filled with thoughts. According to the man in front of him, the Zhao army should have come a step late, not realizing that the Qin army would come so quickly. So, Zhao's army is coming soon? The evil husband's eyes lit up violently, and his gaze that was as hot as a flame fell on Meng Arnold's body. A moment later, Meng Arbiter made a decision and said in a loud voice, come on, pass on this marshal's military order. Quickly gather the defenders outside the city into the city. Quickly clear the battlefield, and guard against a surprise attack by the Zhao army. Chapter 10, The Evil Husband. As the saying goes, if a man is not ruthless, he cannot stand firm. After the personal guards left, Meng Artery asked again, do you know the number of Zhao reinforcements? The Sun clan patriarch immediately shook his head and timidly said, it was only said that a large army would be sent to aid us, and we were not informed of the geometry of our numbers. Perhaps. With that, his gaze fell on the evil husband. Maybe what? In nonsense old man chopped you. The evil husband's anger churned, his words containing tyrannical killing intent. I don't know if it was due to the killing just now, but at this moment, he looked extraordinarily violent. The Sun family patriarch swallowed his saliva and stammered, perhaps that Wang Mang knows. The gazes of the crowd fell on evil husband in unison, and he was a bit embarrassed as he flung his hand and patted his head, which was not on his waist, and cursed in a low voice, useless thing, if you have something to say, you should say it. Gotta. The main fight is a no-nonsense one, and the crowd is speechless, not knowing what to say about him. Forget it. Meng Arnold sighed. There was no one to blame for this. He didn't know about it, and besides, how could Wang Mang have taken the initiative to tell him? You all stand down. Immediately head to the city to command martial law. I want to quickly report this matter to the great king. Meng Arnold pinched his brow and issued an expulsion order to the crowd. Yes, the last general follows the order. The martial generals arched their hands and saluted, and were just about to turn around and leave, but they were stopped by evil husband. The crowd was unsure and looked at the evil husband with some suspicion. This was the evil husband. If it was anyone else, they would have already spoken out to reprimand him. Kid, what else do you have going on? Meng Arnold was also a bit curious. Evil husband cleared his throat and said in a deep voice against the puzzled gazes of the crowd, General, Jinyang is the old capital of Zhao, and all of the people in the city are from Zhao. The state of Zhao and my state of Qin are mortal enemies, and have fought no less than hundreds of battles, large and small, so you can imagine how deep the hatred is. His words drew the crowd into contemplation, probably knowing what the evil husband was trying to express, and their hearts couldn't help but rise with some gravity. They had really overlooked this problem. Are you afraid of a Zhao mutiny in the city? Meng Arnold's heart was glad that his thoughts were so mixed up just now that even he hadn't thought of this question. Evil husband nodded and said word for word, far from it. Let's just say it's only been a few years since Wanjin Bai Qi killed 400,000 Zhao troops in a pit? As Zhao pays for itself to be able to swallow the sharp warriors of my Qin who have come to quell the rebellion, I think that the number of the large army it has sent must be quite large, and this will indirectly boost the resistance of the Zhao people in the city. The military generals present have nodded their heads in agreement, and they are not cuties who have been in the battlefield for a long time. Naturally they can think to figure out the way. Without a glimmer of hope, the Zhao people would choose to live on. If they could see hope, or if there was a lot of hope, they would definitely mutiny. Meng Aristo stroked his beard, and evaluated the evil husband a few more points higher, and he, who was born with the love of talent, didn't mind giving the evil husband a chance. What do you say? Then, evil husband boy, kill. The evil husband stretched out a finger and said in a ruthless and decisive tone, even though they share the same root and origin, there is a difference in their positions, so we should kill all uncertainties in the cradle by means of thunder. Mang Arnold's brow furrowed at once. Admittedly, the evil husband's idea was indeed simple and effective, but he did not want to create such a killing. Back then, when he was the deputy general of Baichi, he often discouraged Wu and Jun from killing too much, but he didn't listen to him, and ended up in such a miserable situation. So who can say whether it has anything to do with this? Ugh! Evil husband sighed darkly, and he knew with his feet what he was concerned about. As the saying goes, if a man is not ruthless, he can't stand still. Evil husband reached out and made a neck-wiping motion, then looked straight at Mang Arbiter without being humble, and continued, Lord Commander, you don't want our Qin pawns to be attacked by the enemy on the back, and have a fire in the backyard, do you? Mang Aristocrat looked meaningfully at evil husband, and after a few breaths, laughed violently. The old man has been fighting in the south and the north for decades, but he is not as decisive and thorough as you, a little waif. In that case, his eyes steeply became stern, and he growled lowly with a murderous aura. Zhang Chun, Xin Yon, you immediately lead the men. Kill. The situation is urgent, so let go of your hands and do what you want. And then this marshal will naturally explain to the great king. The two military generals who were named immediately rose and arched their hands to receive orders. Wicked husband wanted to say something and wanted to follow and get involved, just as he wanted to open his mouth and introduce himself, but he didn't realize that Mang Arnold had already seen through him. Evil husband. Mang Artery's voice was loud and clear as he said in a deep voice, you took 4 major military honors in one battle and beheaded countless enemies, so this marshal will tentatively appoint you as the Lord of the 500 and lead the troops out of the city to scout the movements of the Zhao army. You don't have to be discouraged. This is the highest military position in my marshal's purview. When the battle is over, this marshal will personally ask for credit for you from the great king, and your title and final military position can only be decided by the great king. Speaking of this, as if he thought of something funny, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly as he said in his heart, now, you old fox will have something to worry about. Now that Ing Zhang is still young and his father, Lu Buwei, is in charge of the court, he will surely decide on the reward for the evil husband. And the visit to the king is just a formality. How should he be rewarded? He was a bit numb just thinking about it. Lu Buwei was afraid that he would die of a headache. Evil husband didn't know what was on Mang Arnold's mind and grinned a silly grin. Lord Commander, please also rest assured that my subordinate will definitely do this beautifully. Mang Arnold smiled and waved his hand, signaling that he could stand down. Seeing this, the crowd immediately turned around and retreated. Evil husband just walked not more than a few steps, as if he remembered something, turned his head in hand and laughed, Lord Marshal, there is a share of me in the treasures copied by the 6 families. You can't take all of them away. Matriarch Sun, don't you think so? The Sun family patriarch immediately nodded without a hint of hesitation, satisfying the evil husband. Get lost. Mang Artery chided with a stern face. However, seeing his face full of cheap smiles, completely no longer the battlefield that brave and extraordinary look, forced to hold back laughter, holding back the old face slightly red, Manhwa shook his head helplessly and said, don't miss the military opportunity. How could the Lord Commander miss your 3 melons in 2 dates? And besides, this money and silver ends up in the national treasury. Since it's money and silver that you've earned by merit, no one can touch it. It had to be said that as the 2nd generation of the Meng family, one of the top families of Great Qin, this temperament was really not something that ordinary people could have. Evil husband hemmed and hawed and gave Manhwa a grateful look. Then he arched his hand and bowed to Mang Artifact's father and son, and left with Chun Ning's assistance. After leaving the county courthouse, evil husband took a deep breath, feeling the tension and austere atmosphere that filled the air, and gently pushed away Chunning's hand that was assisting him. At this time, all the wounds on his body had already scabbed over, and a tingling sensation came from the healing wounds, making him unable to resist moving his arms and legs. 500 masters. What are you? Chun Ning was so frightened that her eyes were almost glazed over, and hurriedly tried to step forward to assist again. It's not a problem. Just now it's all pretend. The evil husband also did not know how to explain, casually snorted and immediately changed the topic. 500 masters can be in charge of the army of 500 congregations. At the moment, it is better to quickly draw manpower first and go out of the city to execute the military orders of the Lord Commander. Chapter 11 Expansion. Excited inexplicable Qin pawns. By order of the Lord Commander, the Wicked One is promoted to the position of Lord of the 500. Orders from the Lord Commander. Before Wicked Husband and the others left the county office, they saw a dozen or so of Mang Arnold's personal guards driving their horses at a gallop, shouting under their breath, wanting to spread the news to the entire army. Come on, this time it's really going to be famous. Evil husband couldn't help but grin, looking at Anie and the others who were standing in the courtyard of the county office full of excitement. He said, "For the time being, leave the belongings at the county office. There are still military orders to be carried out later." Anie and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Carrying large bags was indeed strange and tiring. "Brothers, this is our life. You have to keep an eye on it." Evil husband arched his hand at Meng Arnold's personal guards and smiled as he joked a bit. Meng Arjun's personal guards looked at each other and smiled, and one of them patted his chest and responded with bravado. "Evil husband 500 lords, you can rest assured that with us around, absolutely no one will dare to touch these belongings, except, of course, the Lord Commander." The evil husband nodded with a big smile and turned around in satisfaction, leading Anie and the others out of the county office at a fast pace. As soon as they stepped out of the gate, they sensed a very different atmosphere outside. The originally quiet street had become noisy at the moment, and the soldiers were exchanging words, their gazes filled with curiosity and respect. "Evil husband, you're really flying high now." Manhwa happened to come from the distance and went up to pat evil husband's shoulder, his eyes full of envy. The evil husband laughed and waved his hand. "Lord 500 is flattering. I'm just a bit lucky." Seeing him so modest, Mango laughed and exchanged pleasantries for a few moments before saying, "I still have things to do to meet with the Lord Commander. So after the battle is over, let's celebrate with a drink." Evil husband nodded and watched Manhwa leave, and only after his figure completely disappeared into thin air did he take Anie and the others to leave the county office. When they came to the center of the city, but all the Chin pawns who saw Wicked Husbandman yelled, "We pay our respects to Lord Wicked Husbandman 500, and we wish the centurion a high promotion." "You're welcome, you're welcome." The evil husband waved his hands repeatedly, and it so happened that there was a 4 or 5 meter square high platform just beyond his gaze, and he immediately took a step over to it. Ascending to the high platform, Evil Fu cleared his throat, drawing a burst of curiosity from the surrounding Chin pawns, but the next few words from Evil Fu caused them to become completely agitated. "Brothers and sisters of the robe, the wicked man is honored by the Lord Commander and has been promoted to the position of 500 masters. Nay, the manpower is not complete, and we will have to go out of the city to carry out the military order later. Are there any brothers willing to join my command?" Said here, his voice a beat, "See around the pawn's eye visible agitation." Immediately cold voice, "Into my command, will be in the front of the battle, need to be ready to die with the companion. Cowardly and timid warriors are still expected to be cautious." These words were like a pot of cold water, instantly dousing the heat of many people's hearts. And looking at the more than 200 Chin pawns standing on the flanks covered in wounds, some of them immediately beat a retreat. Meritocracy is really meritocracy, but the death rate is just as high. Of course, while some people beat a retreat, others have extraordinary hearts. "Lord Wicked Husband 500, I would like to enter your service. I wish, take me one." A series of yells rang out, and nearly 1,000 pawns stood out. What was even more exaggerated was that these 1,000 Chin pawns could all be veterans. "Ah, this." Evil husband sucked in a cold breath, not expecting so many people to sign up. "This is not all. Some received the news of the generals are rushing from all parts of the city. Even those patrolling generals are a bit stupid. If not, the military generals rushed to suppress, afraid that even the guards do not care." In response, these generals could only give a bitter smile, secretly saying that this kid had become famous in one battle and his popularity was just too high. Without a moment's effort, the center of the city was crowded with people, exaggerated to the extent that even a dog could not be squeezed. Although everyone knew the risk of following evil husband in their hearts, there were still people who understood. Let's say the 10 recruits who followed evil husband. Not only did none of them die in battle, but each of them gained at least 5 or 6 heads of military honors. On the contrary, the risk of dying in battle was not at all less, but it was hard to earn a head of military credit. Since Jinyang changed the law, it seems to give the bottom soldiers a road to heaven, but it is not as good as imagined. "Lord Wicked Husband 500, we are willing to enter your tent and follow your orders. Please also take in the 500 lords." The evil husband on the high platform was delighted in his heart. Not only did he make a great success in this battle, but he also made a name for himself. Otherwise would he have been able to attract so many people who wanted to follow him? Evil husband took a deep breath and solemnly cupped his fists and said, "Evil husband is indebted to the trust of all of you, but the military rules cannot be violated, and he can only take charge of 500 soldiers, and the existing quota is only 200. The soldiers nodded their heads in understanding, their eager eyes fixed on the evil husband, knowing that next, The evil husband was going to start picking out his men. The evil husband's eyes rolled as he raised his hand and extended his fingers in a series of points, selecting strong and vigorous soldiers from within the crowd below. Since the quota is limited and destined not to go in numbers, we can only try to select the best of the best. Suddenly, his finger lurched and his gaze fell on a bloodstained man, the very same Tainyo who had traveled to Leaning Mountain Village that day to recruit him into the army. When Tainyo sensed that the evil husband had found him, his eyes violently erupted in surprise, and his face was filled with a look of thirst. Wicked Man grinned and nodded gently, and the latter, overjoyed, raised his hands and clasped his fists as a sign of gratitude. Tainyo's surprised appearance made him feel a little emotional, when he himself was also so thirsty, hoping that Tainyo could bring himself into the army. In just a few months both sides of the status has already undergone a sea change. Subsequently, the evil husband's finger and even pointed a few people. 500 people's quota is so selected full. The people present who failed to be selected all beat their chests and sighed, as if the sky is a great loss. Evil husband, thank you for your robe's trust. Wicked husband once again gave a solemn salute before descending from the high platform and leading his first troop towards the city gates. The soldiers sidled up to attention, making a passage for the wicked man and his 500 men to pass through. We wish Lord 500. Another battle. Listening to the neat roar coming from behind him, the evil husband's body shape did not stop, but the upturned corners of his mouth could not be suppressed, and he only felt that his heart was full of bravado. Not to mention him, even the 500 subordinates following behind him were all boiling with blood, wishing to carry a sword and kill now. Drive. Evil husband rode a warhorse, and his body looked a little stiff. In his previous life, technology was advanced, and all kinds of cars, motorcycles, armored vehicles and so on had taken the place of the warhorse, and although he was a soldier he could not touch it at all. And after coming to this world, the warhorse is even more extremely scarce strategic materials. They are the new recruits into the army slightly practiced a few days of riding, not to mention even a saddle stirrups are not. Brethren, familiarize yourself first, don't rush. Evil husband twisted his head to look at the equally nervous brethren behind him and opened his mouth with a bitter smile. This is no joke if he falls from a warhorse. Looks like, gonna have to get the saddle and stirrups out sooner rather than later. Chapter 12, Son Thief. Come over here. Wicked husband and his party wandered forward down the dirt road, and as time drew on, their horse driving skills improved significantly, and their speed was considerably higher compared to earlier. Beyond the Two Gorges Pass, Wicked husband halted his warhorse, looked at the heavenly dangers in front of him, and lamented. This place is 40 miles from Jinyang, and if Zhao's army comes, they can only pass through here. So let's station them here. This place has a long stretch of mountains. Only Two Gorges Pass seems to be the god of heaven, a knife split, cracked open about 400 or 500 meters long, only 2 meters wide canyon, and from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the valley at least 30 to 40 meters deep, is easy to defend and difficult to attack the heavenly dangers. Evil husband does not want to be a headless fly to continue forward. It is better to wait for rabbits here, even if the Zhao army comes, on the basis of this heavenly danger can also delay for a while, 30 or 40 miles distance, enough to let Jinyang city prepare in advance. Thinking for a moment, evil husband bellowed, Anie, take 100 brethren up to the top of the mountain and look for boulders, large trees, and other things. If any Zhao troops come to attack, kill them. Subordinate leads the way. Anie immediately led 100 men to climb the mountain. Iron Bull. Subordinate. The corner of evil husband's mouth hooked into a smile as he whispered, you lead 200 men to ambush the left side, and I will lead the rest to ambush the right side. Subordinate leads the way. A flash of delight flashed under Tainyo's eyes. He understood that the evil husband was giving him a chance. Right now the battle had not yet been decided, and everyone's military rewards had not yet been issued. The evil husband was trying to let himself take advantage of this hiatus to reap military success, so as to promote himself. Go on. Evil husband smiled and nodded, knowing that Tainyo understood what he meant. After the formation was completed, Wicked husband brought the remaining 200 soldiers to the right side, sat down against the root of the mountain, took out dry food from his arms, and laughed. Brethren, tired, hungry, first deal with nibbling a few mouthfuls of dry food. When the battle is over, I'll treat you all to a feast, and everyone gets a cut. Although the soldiers do not know what the dividends, but they have to report a smile. The hard life is used to which they are so delicate. As long as there is a mouth to feed on the line, Wicked man is a little heartbroken. His mentality has long been unknowingly transformed. The days of the ancient bottom soldiers are too difficult. How can he not be heartbroken when he has to bleed in sacrifice for the so-called righteousness of the family and the country? Not to mention not having enough to eat and wear. And not to mention that he has to sacrifice for the so-called righteousness of the family and the country? Alas! He sighed violently and mentally resolved that in the future, if he was in a high position of power, he would find ways to improve the treatment of his generals. The originally bright moonlight was covered by dark clouds at some point, and the sky and earth were dim and silent, with the occasional chirping of birds and beasts in the mountains. Such an environment would have made it easy to let one's guard down, and with the generals having fought for a day and a night, they were all a bit drowsy at the moment. Brethren, alternate rest, never let your guard down. Wicked husband's heart ached for his men, thinking that Zhao's army couldn't just come and go, so he simply let the brothers rest and relax a little. If we continue to stay up, I'm afraid that before the Zhao army comes, the soldiers under my command will fall down first. Hearing this, the Qin pawns were touched and felt that it was a wise choice to follow the evil husband. Some generals, for the sake of military success or not making mistakes, would not care about the health of their subordinates. Unlike wicked husband, the night is deeper. Many generals slightly snoring, evil husband back against the mountain stone closed eyes, but the spirit does not dare to have a hint of slackness. The sky was turning green, and everyone had been resting for at least an hour or so, replenishing their physical and mental strength, and seeing that there had been no movement all night, the generals became even more lax, wanting to take advantage of the fact that they were resting and resting well before dawn. Just then, a burst of light hoofbeats came from the distance, and wicked husband's heart tightened. Snapping his eyes open and calling out in a low voice, "On guard! There's a situation!" As soon as the words fell, the generals instantly came to their senses, got up and tightly gripped the Qin swords in their hands and stood by, and there were quite a few of them listening with their ears, but they could only hear birds chirping and insects screaming. Evil husband's face was full of solemnity as he raised his hand and slowly drew out the sword of monumental artifact at his waist. His physique that had been strengthened 4 times in 4 years, along with that, made his hearing extremely perverted, which allowed him to capture the faintest hint of sound. Tainyo and the others on the left side saw that there was movement on the evil husband's side and did not dare to slow down the slightest bit, drawing out their Qin swords and getting ready for battle. You quickly go ahead and inform the brethren at the top of the mountain, and tell them to remember to instruct them that they must wait until we have exchanged blows before they can launch an attack. Evil husband rushed at a Qin pawn beside him to instruct him, and the latter hurriedly ran towards the top of the mountain. A few moments later, the sound of horses' hooves became clearer. This is really coming? Lord 500 is also too godly. The hearts of the generals were in awe. Tainyo, immediately send 2 people back to Jinyang city to report. Evil husband twisted his neck, carrying his sword and standing grandly in the center of the exit, a pair of sharp eyes staring into the depths of the canyon. Drive. The sound of horses' hooves mixed with the sound of people's voices clearly reached his ears, and the wicked man was well and truly calm, still not moved in the least. The sky was more greenish-blue at the moment, and visibility, though not as good as during the day, was good enough for the visitor to spot the evil husband, and wicked husband also saw the other side's military flag. It was Zhao's army. Phew! The Zhao army stopped at 20 meters, and the one who rushed at the front was a middle-aged man, who looked straight at the evil man with a pair of tiger's eyes, and saw the Qin sword he carried in his hand, and immediately asked in a cold voice, "Qin pawns, how dare you single-handedly stop my Zhao army?" At the same time, he gestured very subtly behind him with one hand, signaling the soldiers behind him to be careful and on guard. The corner of evil husband's mouth hooked up a disdainful smile, and under the gaze of countless pairs of Zhao soldiers' eyes on the opposite side of the room, he raised one hand and hooked it again with his index finger, and shouted strangely, "Sun thieves, come over here!" The middle-aged man's eyes suddenly changed, filled with a strong killing opportunity. But there must be a demon when things go wrong. He could only forcefully suppress his anger, and did not dare to act rashly, for fear of being caught in the trap of the Qin army. The disdainful smile deepened on the evil husband's face, and between his lips and teeth, he spat out a wordless greeting. The middle-aged man instantly became furious when he saw the evil husband's mouth. His chest rose and fell violently, and he was about to drive his horse towards the evil husband at that moment. "General! No!" The guards beside him rushed to stop him, and said in an urgent voice, "This place is easy to defend and hard to attack. Be careful of fraud." "Which knows?" The middle-aged man pressed not to listen to it, hissed angrily, "He greeted my mother. The old man said anything today, but also want to cut this kid alive." The words just fell. He raised his hand and fiercely smacked the warhorse under his crotch, and the pained warhorse threw off its hooves and rushed straight to the evil husband. The helpless personal guards could only yell as they chased after him. Quickly, protect the general. The brethren in the back, beware of an ambush. Die. Under the galloping of the war horse, the middle-aged man had already come to 2 meters in front of the evil husband in the blink of an eye, and the lance in his hand ruthlessly stabbed at the heart of the evil husband. With your determination, you're still a general? The evil husband raised the sword in his hand without any panic, and spat out a sentence full of ridicule from his mouth. Too slow. The middle-aged man's movements were like slow motion in the eyes of the wicked man, and it was only at the 1000th moment when the tip of the gun was about to touch his body that he twisted slightly to dodge it, while holding his sword with both hands against the position of the warhorse's neck. But zip. Chapter 13. The force of the warhorse's forward charge was ferocious and extraordinary, and the evil husband, relying only on the sharpness of his sword, split the warhorse in two, along with the middle-aged man on its back. Poor Zhao General. Before he could use his martial arts skills, he died a violent death, causing the Zhao pawns rushing up behind him to be enraged. General died just like that? The Zhao army was in turmoil, but the 2 gorges pass is already narrow, plus the Zhao army came on horses, and the width could only accommodate 2 people and 2 horses, so they were blocked for a while. This evil husband can come to the spirit, carrying Qin Jian, and rushed in, not having to worry about being behind bars at all. Boom, boom. Hearing the commotion below, Anie and the others at the top of the mountain also began to make their move. Countless stones and wood were thrown downwards by them. For the sake of insurance, Anie and the others froze without a moment's rest last night, and have been looking to stock up on stones and wood, just so that they can resist a little longer when Zhao's army comes. Ah, ambush. There's an ambush at the top of the hill too. The Zhao troops jammed behind them were smashed to the ground. The gravity of the stone and wood coupled with the horrific impact of falling from a height of 30 to 40 meters was simply not something that could be blocked by fleshly mortals. Ha 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 ha. Seeing the bloody scene below, Anie was so excited that he shouted, "Brothers, work harder, keep smashing." The 100 Qin pawns behind him have faster speed in their hands, and their faces are filled with excited smiles. As the saying goes, high hit low hit, and they are completely obsessed with this feeling. Not having to fight for your life and blood, and still being able to earn crazy military credit, it's simply not too good. The Qin army below is not so lucky. The evil man is blocking the canyon to kill Zhao pawns madly. They can only watch and dry anxious, but do not dare to rush in at all. For one thing, I was afraid of delaying the evil husband, but the passage was too narrow, and how could restricting the Zhao pawns not restrict themselves as well? With a crying voice, Tai Nyo shouted, "Lord 500, take a break and give the brothers a chance." At this moment he was too desperate, clearly meant to let himself to fish a military honor. But you yourself blocked here out chopping the enemy. How is it a thing? The evil husband was a bit embarrassed, but he had already steadily blocked Zhao's army. He simply didn't dare to get out of the way at this time. Besides, it wasn't like he was incapable of fighting. The other side of the canyon, Zhao army commander Hu Luo saw that the army was delayed and was about to ask a question when a pawn came running in a hurry, reporting to the commander. The army in front of the canyon has encountered an ambush. Ambush? Hu Luo's eyes stared, and he asked after them. But the Qin army, how many are they? The pawn stuttered in his tone. Only one person blocked the road, and there is also an ambush at the top of the hill. The number of people is unknown. One person? Hu Luo's eyes almost didn't glaze over, thinking that he had misheard, and immediately roared. What kind of food does Yi Turnip do? And a mere one person stops him? When the pawn saw his commander-in-chief's face full of anger, he was so scared that his tone stuttered even more. General Yi, dead, dead. Hu Luo froze at his words, his chest rose and fell violently, and not bothering to continue to pay attention to the pawns in front of him, he roared, "Pass the order to climb the mountain. Shall see, you order 20,000 soldiers to take the lead and open the road. This marshal would like to see. The Qin army is not Ichi's Chiyu reincarnation not?" Hu Luo did not even bother to ask about the death of Ye, a general with 5,000 men to open up the road, but was stopped and killed by a small Qin pawn. Really deserved to die. As soon as the order is given, the Zhao army starts to climb the mountain. On the other hand, Anie and the others on the mountain were completely unaware of this, and were still working feverishly to smash the Zhao army at the bottom of the valley. At this time, 2 Qin pawns came running quickly from the hill and said in an urgent voice, "Anie, a large number of Zhao troops are climbing the hill at an extremely high speed." Ernie's face changed abruptly, and he immediately roared, "Quickly throw down all the stones and wood. Let's withdraw." Trying to stop Zhao's army with only 100 men was tantamount to a fool's errand. The crowd accelerated their speed, and threw all the remaining stones and wooden blocks down in a brain, again smashing the Zhao army at the bottom of the valley, crying out, "Withdraw and inform the 500 lords quickly." 100 Qin soldiers had already found the way to the mountain before they came, and they descended the mountain very fast, rushing back to the bottom of the valley to join the other Qin soldiers before the Zhao army boarded the mountain. "Lord 500, a large number of Zhao troops are climbing the mountain. Quickly retreat." When Anie saw that evil husband had stopped the Zhao army with the power of one man, his heart was in admiration, and at the same time, he hurriedly yelled at the top of his voice. Anie's loud hissing sound woke up evil husband, who was immersed in the thrill of killing. He didn't know when he started to enjoy more and more the thrill brought by bloodbath and the cold weapon battlefield. With a violent swing of his longsword, the sword light was like electricity, once again decapitating several Zhao pawns that were rushing closer. And then he turned around and ran, his movements flowing like a stream of water. "Retreat!" He let out a low roar, his voice carrying unquestionable determination. The Zhao army had already begun to climb the mountain. There was no point in continuing to stand in the two gorges pass. Shoot! Tainyo was worthy of being a veteran pawn who had been mixing with the army for more than 4 years, and the moment he saw the evil husband turn and run, he immediately ordered the Qin pawns who had prepared in advance to release arrows. Swish! 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 Hundreds of arrows poured down, precisely covering the Zhao troops in the canyon. Qin crossbows were famous for their power, and their power was multiplied in this narrow canyon. Ah! The screams of the Zhao soldiers in the canyon rose and fell. Many soldiers were penetrated by sharp arrows, and some were even shot into a sieve on the spot. The scene was chaotic for a while. Go! After a round of arrows, the Qin pawns decisively turned on their horses and retreated. The Zhao army, caught up in the chaos, was simply unable to pursue, and could only watch the several hundred-strong Qin army squad leave in style. Damn Qin army! The other side. Zhao Si rushed to the top of the mountain with 30,000 Zhao troops. The sharpness of the swords and soldiers in his hands flashed, and he thought that there would be a vicious battle, but he didn't even see a single figure, as if he had a hard time punching on cotton. Damn it! Where are the Qin army men? Zhao Si's roar mixed with monstrous anger echoed across the mountaintop. At that moment, the eyes of the partial general standing behind him swept back and forth before he whispered, "General, judging from the tracks on the ground, the Qin army should not be too numerous." Upon hearing this, Zhao Si suppressed his anger, only to see the messy footprints all over the ground spreading forward until they completely disappeared. Ran away? Just 100 or so? Although the footprints on the ground were disorganized, the range was not very large, according to his experience to estimate. Hold up 100 or 10 people. The corner of Zhao Si's mouth hooked up into a biting smile as he sneered in a low voice. Yay! Yay! You usually think highly of yourself, but it turns out that you're a loser. He came to the edge of the canyon and probed downward, only to see that the canyon was littered with corpses, and quite a number of frightened Zhao troops were wandering around like those headless flies, yelling and screaming continuously under their breath. With what kind of wasteful generals? There are what kind of wasteful subordinates? The disdain on Zhao Si's face increased as he twisted his head and ordered, "Chase!" He and Yachai have never been on the same page. The tragic death of his rival and the performance of his subordinates have shown him the opportunity. As long as he captures this Qin army, won't he have the top prize in his pocket? Chapter 14, 500 men rushing against 30,000? Report dash. The Qin pawn sent back by evil husband sped all the way to the county office and informed Meng Arbor of the arrival of the Zhao army. When he learns that the evil husband is actually alone in front of thousands of troops, Meng aristocrat's heart bursts. Fearing that the evil husband has a long and short, he immediately ordered Meng Wo to personally lead 3 people Qin army to go to the support to meet. Jinyang ping chaotic this battle. The performance of the bad man let Meng aristocrat is very valued, but ultimately is young and vigorous, more than brave, but also love to put themselves in danger, so he is very distressed. Meng Wu was equally worried about wicked husband, and immediately ordered 30,000 elite soldiers to go out of the city to meet him. Now he had already regarded wicked husband as his son and one of the future arms of the Meng family, and would never allow any accidents to happen to him. Brothers, speed up. Zhao army is catching up. Evil husband suddenly let out a bellowing cry and slapped his warhorse hard on its ass. The pained warhorse suddenly accelerated. His hearing was extremely terrifying, and he clearly caught the slightest sound of hoofbeats and human roars coming from behind him over the sound of his own and other people's hoofbeats. Hiya! The generals began to follow suit and accelerate, not caring about worrying about falling off their horses, only wanting to run back to Jinyang city in a hurry. judging from what they had just done to the Zhao army. Once they were caught by the Zhao army, their fate was self-evident. Nay, they were ultimately not as seasoned as the Zhao cavalry, and the speed of both sides was drawing closer, and the brightening sky was already allowing the Zhao army to clearly see the backs of the evil husband and the others. Ha ha, generals, accelerate! Zhao Si had an ecstatic look on his face. He wanted to see what those few hundred Qin pawns in front of him were capable of, able to beat Yi Qin's 5,000 soldiers until they cried out. Between the two parties chasing and fleeing, the distance from Jinyang city was getting closer and closer. Your mom's Zhao army really haven't suffered enough, you guys? Being whisked away like a rabbit by the Zhao army, the evil husband's heart was so hostile that he dared to turn around and fight if he had 3,000 to 5,000 people in his hands. Just then, the deafening sound of horses' hooves came from the horizon ahead, like a dark torrent coming, the Black Qin army flag waving in the wind. Seeing his own reinforcements coming, evil husband became excited and roared at the top of his voice. Damn it, brothers, turn around and the Zhao army, kill! Iron Bull and the other newly joined soldiers were fiercely excited. Finally the opportunity to earn military merit had come, pressing on without considering what kind of outrageous operation it would be to charge 30,000 people with 500 people. Zhao Si also spotted the Qin army coming from the distance. He thought for a moment and coldly spat out, kill! Retreat after destroying this Qin army of a few hundred men, and don't fight the Qin army. After all, it is the greed for credit that makes him really can't give up on exterminating this several hundred people Qin army squad. The big deal is to withdraw after exterminating it. His heart is very sure. Hundreds of Qin troops are afraid that even a few breaths cannot block, will be reduced to mush under the hooves of the Zhao army. But then reality slapped him hard in the face. Just see the evil husband holding up the sword rushed in the forefront, full of excitement. Behind the Qin army is the same wailing. The degree of excitement is also over the evil husband a little. Are they suffering from insanity? Zhao Si was dumbfounded, and for a moment, almost thought that there were only a few hundred people on his side. Death to the master. The evil husband was like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain, exuding an unrivaled domineering aura. The sword in his hand glistened with a cold light under the sunlight, and 3 heads fell to the ground as he waved it around. Kill! With evil Fu's roar, the 500 Qin pawns seemed to be infused with infinite power. They forgot their fear and only knew to bury their heads and follow evil Fu's fierce attack. Blood splattered in all directions as the swords in their hands were waved. If one could look down from a high place, one would realize that these several hundred men of the evil husband were like a pin in the sea, stiffly stopping the Zhao army in front of them so that they could not advance an inch. When Zhao Si saw this, a chill could not help but grow in his heart. He had never seen such a crazy army before, and even he, who had always been known for his bravery, could not help but be shocked at this moment. However, he was, after all, a general who had fought in hundreds of battles, and quickly stabilized his mind, shouting, "Steady the line, hold it for me." However, the morale of the Zhao army was shaken at this moment. It was as if the Qin pawns had no sense of pain, no defense whatsoever, and were completely fighting with their wounds, fighting with their lives, with their scarlet eyes filled with murderous and hysterical madness within them. How is this possible? Zhao Si stared incredulously. He had never seen such a tenacious army before. However, the reality does not allow him to think too much. Did not have the first time to take down the evil husband. The distant Qin army has been like a tidal wave coming. He swept his eyes to know that the number of the coming people will never be lower than their own. Withdraw. Retreat quickly. Zhao Si finally realized the severity of the situation, and he shouted loudly, trying to get the army to retreat immediately. The corner of evil husband's mouth hooked into a cold smile when he saw this. He raised his sword high and shouted, "Brethren, these mother asterisk heirs have been chasing us for so long. We can't let them run away just like that." Even though he knew that he could not stop the tens of thousands of Zhao troops with only 500 men, why not take advantage of their retreat and lack of interest in the battle to mix up some military achievements? Zhao's army didn't manage to take them down in the first place, but were killed instead, and their morale had already plummeted. And now the reinforcements surging behind them were even more frightening, and retreating without any rules was just giving away their heads. Under the leadership of evil husband, the 500 Qin soldiers were as unstoppable as a tiger descending a mountain. They rushed into the Zhao army, and their sharp blades madly harvested the lives of the Zhao pawns. Zhao pawns fell one after another, wailing and screaming, but they did not see any of their fellow soldiers offering help, only focusing on their own escape. At the same time, the Qin cavalry had also rushed close to the front. Meng Lu saw that evil husband was not seriously hurt. and was immediately relieved, followed by yelling, "Crossbow! Shoot! Swish! Swish!" The arrows sped past the heads of evil husband and the others, and with a cracking sound they shot viciously at the fleeing Zhao army. In an instant, countless Zhao pawns fell off their horses, and some unlucky ones, whose injuries were not fatal, were trampled to death by the hooves of their own people. "Brothers, keep chasing, this is all battle credit," evil husband hissed with all his strength, still wanting to continue the chase. Just then, Manhwa violently bellowed, "Evil husband, still not stopping?" Wicked husband's figure stalled. His heart has not yet dissipated the evil spirit of some reluctance, but the military order cannot be violated, can only helplessly strangle the war horse. At this moment, Zhao's army completely collapsed. They threw away their armor and ran in all directions, leaving behind a messy battlefield and countless fallen corpses. Manhwa drove his horse forward. His face grimly reprimanded, "Are you out of your mind and want to bring your men forward to die? It's a good thing to want to get credit for something. It's okay to disregard your own life and death. But this kid actually doesn't even care about his subordinates' lives and deaths? No matter what, that's still tens of thousands of Zhao troops. In the end, where did he, evil husband, get the courage to dare to go after the deserters with just 500 men? Evil husband knows that he is wrong. The general is right to teach him a lesson." Evil husband was filled with a serious look, knowing that Manhwa was doing it for his own good. In his heart, he secretly warned himself that not everyone had a body as horrible as his, so as not to harm the soldiers under his command in the future. Chapter 15, The Qin Soldier. "Do you dare to leave your name? That Qin army pawn, do you dare to leave your name?" As he was about to retreat, Zhao Si twisted his head and looked straight at the evil husband with both eyes, his voice full of unwillingness. The evil husband looked back suddenly, and the two gazes met as if sparks had erupted. "I am the evil husband, and in the coming day, I will definitely destroy you, the kingdom of Zhao, with my own hands. Good guts, this general will remember you." The corner of Zhao Si's mouth hooked up a cold smile as he turned around and drove his warhorse to leave quickly. Manhwa watched as the Zhao army retreated, and then greeted wicked husband as he headed back to the city. "Let's go, we'll retreat too." Zhao Si horse whip crotch horse, completely disappeared in the past to the war horse love and cherish, face cloudy and uncertain. "Hate to that damn Qin army pawn, death by 1,000 cuts." A personal guard rode his warhorse up from the rear and whispered, "General, we have nearly 2,000 brothers killed in battle and countless wounded." Zhao Si coldly glanced at the personal guards and didn't say anything, only his face turned more sinister. "Little Qin pawn, in the coming day I will skin you and take your tendons out of your body in order to eliminate the hatred of this general's heart." He thought that the 500 men would be easy to capture, but he didn't realize that he couldn't get away with it. He couldn't help but have a headache. How should he explain to the commander-in-chief later on? Da, da, da. Hearing the sound of hoofbeats coming from the front, Zhao Si's face showed a bitter smile. Really afraid of what's coming. The excuse is coming before finding the commander-in-chief? With no choice but to order him to accelerate, he could only meet up towards the army. "Zhao Si, can you catch up with the Qin army?" As Hu Luo came closer, he swept his eyes at the somewhat wretched generals in front of him, and a sense of foreboding could not help but rise in his heart. Zhao Si jumped off his warhorse and said stiffly, "When I was about to encircle and annihilate the Qin army of a few hundred men, their reinforcements came, numbering about 100,000 men. The last general did not dare to love the battle, immediately led the army to retreat, but still by the Qin army crossbow." Saying that, Zhao Si did not forget to turn back and scan the soldiers behind him with a gaze full of threats. Being beaten by hundreds of Qin soldiers, these soldiers also feel dishonored, and Zhao's military discipline is also strict. If the commander knows, he will certainly be punished. They would like to get rid of it, so how could they seek their own death to expose Zhao's lies? Hu Luo didn't think much about it. Even if someone came forward to tell the truth, he was afraid that he wouldn't believe it. "Zhao Si, you just said that the Qin reinforcements numbered no less than 100,000? Hu Luo's eyes were heavy as he looked straight at Zhao Si in front of him, and this time, the troops he had brought with him were only 200,000 in number. Zhao Si gritted his teeth, simply determined his mind to walk down one road until black, and said in a deep voice, "Yes, General, the entire city of Jinyang has fallen into the hands of the Qin army. If we continue on, we'll have to attack Jinyang hard." Hu Luo's heart was furious at his words, and he cursed in a low voice. That Wang Mang is really a waste of space. At the expense of the great king's high hopes for him, Zhao Si bowed his head in silence, his heart tense to no end. fearing that Hu Luo would not believe in the truth and would have to go to Jinyang to find out what was going on. He is also lucky. Really, let him write. The difference is only the number of Qin army. It took a while for Hu Luo to calm down, and after a moment of contemplation, he called out to the scouts, quickly go to Jinyang city to investigate. Remember not to expose your whereabouts, and once you are sure that the Qin army is occupying Jinyang, come back immediately to resume your orders. It's General Meng Wu returning. Open the gates. More than 30,000 Qin troops rushed straight into the city with unabated speed, and Meng Wu yelled, Zhao army is coming. Martial law at once. As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere at the city head immediately became a solemn one. Meng Wu instructed the 30,000 Qin troops behind him to stay at the city gates, and led the wicked man straight to the county office. At this time, worried about his son and his evil husband, Meng Arnold couldn't stay in his room, so he simply took his personal guards with him, intending to head to the city walls to do some rounds. He just came to the door of the county government office. He saw the street Meng Wu and evil husband, 2 people steering horses. See, 2 people are safe and sound. He is finally a sigh of relief. When the 2 came near, Meng Arnold's face instantly boarded up. Reprimanded, you're an uncaring little brat. How did I instruct you before I left? Seemingly scolding, but the tone is full of care. The evil husband is not a good and bad person. Immediately said in a deep voice, subordinates know the wrong, but also please forgive the Lord Marshal. Meng Ardi did not dwell too much on this question, and asked instead, what is the number of the Zhao army, and do you know who the commander-in-chief is? Ah, this? In the whole Zhao army, he only knows the names of Lian Pa, Li Mu and Zhao Qua, who talks about soldiers on paper, and the others don't even know their names, so how can he recognize who is who? Evil husband had a burst of bellyaching, but still said in a proper manner, reporting to the Lord Commander, my subordinate has not seen its Lord Commander, but beheaded a road opening general. Then he slowly poured out what happened inside the 2 gorges pass. Upon hearing this, Meng Arbiter frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, in this case, it seems that the Zhao army should have traveled light and simple, only to arrive at Jinyang at the fastest speed possible, and then cooperate with the garrison in the city to victimize my Qin army, but never thought that we would suppress the rebellion first. It has to be said that Meng Aristo, as the upper general of Qin, had an extremely deep groove in his chest and figured out the purpose of the Zhao army just by some subtleties. Meng Wu asked rhetorically, Father, do we need to call for help? When Meng Arnold heard this, his gaze became deep, swept his eyes at wicked husband, and said with a teasing smile, there's no need to ask for help for the time being, and judging from my speculation, the Zhao army won't even have the intention of attacking the city anymore. A trace of anxiety flashed across Meng Wu's face, fearing that his father would suffer due to carelessness. Previously, Meng Arbor's defeat to the allied forces of the 5 states of Wei Duke Lianhong had led to turmoil in the court, with officials led by Lu Buwei attacking. If it wasn't for the old king remembering his old feelings, the Meng family would have long since ceased to exist. This time, the pacification of Jinyang cannot allow a trace of sloppiness and accidents, or that the power of the dynasty Lu Buwei will definitely seize the opportunity to stomp the entire Meng family to death. Meng Artery knew his concern, but did not explain, instead ordered, Meng Wu, immediately mobilize all the troops to mount the city. In addition to the 4 sides of the city gates, each sent 20,000 sharp soldiers stationed. Meng Wu still wanted to dissuade him, but he was subdued by Meng Arnold's glare, and had no choice but to turn away and go forward to carry out the military order. After Meng Wu left, Meng Aristocrat smiled and said, Kid, do you know the old man's intention? Hey, grinned evil husband, his face full of lewdness. My subordinate thought that the Lord Commander was trying to scare off the Zhao army? Not bad. Meng Arnold nodded with satisfaction and scolded with a smile. Your kid's brain is quite good. Why do you like to fight and kill like that brainless reckless man? Evil husband hemmed and hawed, reaching down to remove Meng Arnold's sword from his waist, before backhanding it out. The surrounding personal guards saw this and swarmed up, sheathing their swords in their hands and pointing at the evil husband from afar. What are you doing? Are you afraid that this kid will harm this marshal? Meng Aristocrat saw this and opened his mouth to reprimand. His face did not change half a bit. The evil husband clipped the blood-stained sword under his armpit, gripped the hilt and slowly pulled it out of his armpit, wiping the blood that stained it clean before returning it to its sheath. Lord Marshal, wicked husband held his sword in both hands and said with a solemn face, my subordinate, wicked husband, is fortunate enough to fulfill his orders. Chapter 16, the battle is settled. Zhao's army retreats. Meng Arnold swept his eyes over the sword, stretched out his big hand and pushed it, saying in a deep voice, "Kid, since this marshal has given it to you, how could he take it back?" He was really in love with evil husband, and even wanted to focus on cultivating him properly, and he could definitely become the king's minister in the future. "I'm old. My old bones don't know how many more years I can last." Manhwa sighed, his tone a little sad. "Lu Buwei is powerful in the dynasty. If I die, who else can restrain Lu Buwei? In that case, wouldn't it make the old man ashamed of the late king's dying promise?" Speaking of this, Manhwa's eyes were slightly reddened. Until Zheng ascended to the throne, he had already become a veteran minister of 4 dynasties, and he had unparalleled feelings for Great Qin and the royal family. Lu Buwei's wisdom is close to a demon. The new king is still young. If no one to help, the future of Qin may be subversive risk, which is the most assured thing he cannot do. Lu Buwei's ability is unquestionable, but his existence is a real threat to Zheng. If not for him, why would it take so long for Zheng to become a ruler? Evil husband. Arnold suddenly let out a bellowing cry, waking up evil husband who was in deep thought. He stared at evil Fu with his tiger eyes and asked word by word, "If you gain power and take charge, are you willing to do your best to assist the king?" Wicked husband raised his head at these words, looked directly at Manhwa with his eyes, and solemnly said, "It is wicked husband's lifelong wish to be able to assist the great king. Who could resist the charming old ancestor? And the first emperor, too? What a man does what he does, and with his modern connections, he could indeed make Great Qin better and stronger in some ways. But, if he was to take on the lives of the people of the entire world, he didn't have the ability to do so, nor could he resist this monstrous karma. Instead, it would be better to assist Shi Huangdi to build an invincible Great Qin, not to mention being less tired, but also enjoying the glory and wealth of the free days." "Good." Arnold raised his hand and patted wicked husband's shoulder, smiling broadly. "This time when we go back to Jinyang, I will bring you into the palace to meet the king. I will certainly use all my skills to make you climb to a high position as soon as possible." The evil husband did not speak, solemnly made a bow to Manga aristocrat, looking at Manga aristocrat in front of him, whose beard and hair were white, and who had fought for Great Qin for his whole life. There was a kind of inexplicable bitterness in his heart that could not be described. Perhaps this is the powerlessness of a hero in his twilight years. "Halt, we're about to reach Jinyang. Leave the warhorses here for now." Inside a small valley, the captain of the Zhao army scouts had gravity written all over his face. 3 miles ahead from here was Jinyang. If they continued to ride their horses, they were bound to be discovered by the Qin army. Now the situation in Jinyang city is unknown. The scouts do not mention how nervous. If the Qin army has already broken the city, that's okay, but I'm afraid that has not yet broken the city. The army stationed outside the city, once discovered basically a dead end. "All be smart for me, and remember not to make any noise." The scout captain carefully walked at the forefront to lead the way, and the group slowly felt their way towards Jinyang. At this time, Jinyang city, under the military order of Manhwa, the city walls are crowded. There are soldiers and horses stationed outside the 4 city gates, and the black Qin flag is fluttering in the wind, revealing an endless aura of solemnity and murder. Outside the city in the woods on the far side of the hill, more than a dozen Zhao army scouts took in the scene, and each of them sweated coldly, looking at the Qin army's posture. "I think that there is still a huge number of troops hidden inside the city." The scout captain wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, turned around and retreated with his men silently, all the way back to the tethering place in a state of shock, and then drove his horse furiously towards the Zhao army, perhaps scared out of their wits and anxious to go back to the army to resume their orders. They didn't realize that there was a dozen-odd strong Qin army squad following far behind them, slow in coming and fast in going. It was only a quarter of an hour before the frantic and wildly running scouts returned to the army. Reporting to the Lord Commander. The city of Jinyang has been taken by the Qin army. The scout captain ran straight to Hu Luo and knelt down to gasp. Jinyang has been put under martial law, and there are large numbers of Qin troops stationed outside the city walls and 4 gates. Hu Luo suddenly changed color, although he had already prepared for the fall of Jinyang, but there was still a trace of unwillingness, and immediately pursued the question, "The number of people geometry?" The scout captain swallowed his saliva and said in a deep voice, "Just the city walls and the troops stationed outside the city. I'm afraid it's no less than 100,000. When Hu Ruo heard this, his face instantly turned iron blue, the colors in his eyes shifted, and his eyebrows were tightly wrinkled together, his mind constantly pondering what the next step should be. Jinyang is the old capital of Zhao, and its significance is completely different from other cities. Qin's occupation of Jinyang is tantamount to a slap in Zhao's face, and he doesn't want to give up the slightest possibility of taking it back. More than 100,000 Qin troops, murmured Hu Luo, his fingers unconsciously gripping the horse's reins, his knuckles whitening from the force. This Meng artery, truly old and tough, strikes with a thunderous blow. He is very understanding of Meng arty marching style, the old man marching formation extremely conservative. Commanding troops can take 100,000 people, absolutely not with 50,000 people. Hate every march will be all the troops of the Qin country to draw away. The main fight is steady. Now that he was able to throw out more than 100,000 Qin troops just by laying down defenses outside the city, he was afraid that there was definitely a much larger number of Qin troops inside the city. The surrounding generals also looked at each other, and the atmosphere was extremely heavy for a while. Some people began to whisper, worrying about the next battle. Others proposed to retreat immediately, avoiding a frontal confrontation with the Qin army. Hu Luo took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed his mixed thoughts, and said in a deep voice, "Gentlemen, the number of Qin troops is unknown. If the number of people is similar to my Zhao troops, it's fine. If it's far more than us, and if it's occupying the city of Jinyang, the battle can't be done." Many of the generals around them immediately sighed in relief at the words. The Qin army's reputation as the division of tigers and wolves was not for nothing. They didn't want to declare war on the Qin army in this situation. Pass the order down. Withdraw the army. With a hint of unwillingness in his voice, Hu Luo looked in the direction of Jinyang city and muttered fiercely to himself, "Meng artery. Next time, this marshal will definitely retake Jinyang. In less than half an incense stick's time, nearly 200,000 Zhao troops withdrew in an orderly manner, and this scene was clearly seen by the Qin scouts hidden within the mountains and forests. Come on, let's go back and get our orders too. At this time, the city of Jinyang was in a state of solemnity. The generals and soldiers looked solemn and prepared for a bloody battle with the Zhao army. Quickly open the city gates. The Qin army scouts returned and yelled from a long distance away. Squeaky. The city gates slowly opened, and the scouts' warhorses kept on, entering the city and going straight to the county office. Inside the lobby of the county courthouse, Meng aristocrat is pointing out the way of the evil husband and introducing the situation of the Qin court. The latter listened to the very fascinated. This is all dry goods. If no one to point out, only rely on oneself will certainly hit the head full of bags. Report dash. Reporting to the Lord Commander. The Zhao army has withdrawn. A sudden voice interrupted the two of them. A hint of a smile flashed across Meng Arnold's face. Hu Luo knew him well, and he likewise counted Hu Luo clearly. Chapter 17, The Jet Report enters Jinyang, and the great army triumphs. The evil husband looked at the unsurprising Meng artery, and his heart shook violently. On the force he is considered invincible in the world, but on the scheme he is too far away. If the commander-in-chief is him, the two armies will definitely end up meeting each other with swords, and I don't know how many generals will have to die in battle. Evil husband, admire the Lord Marshal's brilliant plan. Wicked husband is full of admiration, solemnly arching his hand in a salute, making up his mind to turn around and definitely take lessons with Meng Arbor. Ha ha. Meng aristocrat stroked his beard and laughed, looking at the face full of admiration of the evil husband. His heart, a burst of dark pleasure, reached out and patted the head of the evil husband's shoulders and said, "Learn well, look well. Force is certainly important, but if you are a general or commander, schemes are even more important." Evil husband nodded his head for a while, like a chicken pecking at rice, and hurriedly said, "Lord Commander, teach me." Meng aristocrat nodded with a face full of positive colors, but the twitching corners of his mouth could not be suppressed. To get the adoration of a scion like evil husband, even he was thrilled beyond words. It was only after calming down that Meng Arty said in a deep voice, "Pass the order that the army will depart and return in 3 days. You all retire for the time being. This marshal will personally play and write the military report of this battle to His Majesty." "Yes, Lord Commander." Evil husband and the scout captain saluted and turned to leave. Meng Arnold watched evil husband leave and turned to his study to begin writing the military report. With his pen moving like a dragon and snake, he recorded the battle in detail, neither exaggerating nor concealing the facts. After writing the military report, he then started another report. The previous one was a written report to the civil and military officials, while this secret report would be sent directly to Yingzhang. In the secret message, Meng aristocrat especially mentioned the courageous performance of the evil husband, and his key role and contribution in this battle. The words are full of the importance of it. He even boasted that the future achievement of the wicked husband could not be the second Wanjin by Qi. on a certain day in the future. It was really hit by his words. Only what he didn't know was that this kid was even more ruthless and brutal than the means of the human butcher by Chi. After the writing was finished, Manga Aristocrat carefully checked it again, and after confirming that it was correct, he called a close friend and commanded, "Quickly send the general report to Jinyang, and make sure to hand it over to the great king without any mistakes." The crony led the order and left, and only then did Meng Arnold let out a sigh of relief. He stood up and walked outside the study, looking at the clear sky in the distance. Meanwhile, the wicked husband who had already left the county office turned back, and casually pulled in one of his own guards, saying, "Go and carry my 1,000 pieces of gold here." The personal guards did not dare to take the liberty, but could only quickly step to the door of Meng Argent's study to report. This brat, Meng Arnold, who had been awakened from his disorientation, was dumbfounded and said in a helpless tone, "Give him 2,000 gold and hurry up to get rid of him." Yes. The personal guards returned to the entrance of the county office with Meng Arbiter's order and informed the evil husband of Meng Arbiter's order, causing the latter to laugh repeatedly. He doesn't have much use for money, but who doesn't like money? In a few moments, 4 huge wooden boxes were carried out by Meng Arnold's personal guards, and without saying a word, evil husband led the way in front, carrying the 2,000 gold inside his temporary residence. After the guards left, evil husband called Anie and all other soldiers under his command to his small courtyard, and said with great bravado, "Brethren, as I said, if you follow me, glory and wealth will be at your fingertips." He casually opened a wooden box, and the gleaming gold coins reflected on the faces of every soldier, their eyes filled with disbelief. 1 gold per person. Divided. The evil husband announced loudly. His voice was like a loud bell in his voice, constantly echoing in the ears of the crowd. The soldiers cheered, knowing that they were incredibly fortunate to be able to enter the evil husband's command and follow orders. Not only did they get the coveted military honor, but also a share of the huge wealth. Don't look at the 1 gold as not much, but it is worth 10 years of spending for an ordinary family of 5. But, the evil husband's words changed and his expression became serious. "We must not forget those brothers who died in battle either. You remember, but all who are under my evil husband's command must be as loving as brothers, and must not give up and put down any of them." Evil husband's gaze fell on Anie, and he asked in a deep voice, "In this battle, what is the number of our brethren who were killed in battle or seriously injured and maimed?" Anie looked a little sad. His voice lowered. 76 people died in battle. 36 were seriously injured, and 9 were disabled. Speaking here, his tone lurched. "This is the number of soldiers who have followed you all counted in." The evil husband's heart sank. The coldness of war was manifested in this moment. Behind these figures could be the grief and brokenness of countless families. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Anie, you go and make arrangements at once. 10 gold for each of the brothers who died in battle, 2 gold for each of the seriously wounded, and 5 gold for each of the maimed. Do you have an opinion?" The soldiers were infected by the evil husband's words, and it was the soldiers' honor to be able to follow such an affectionate and righteous general. Under the excitement of the group, they shouted, "We will obey the order of the 500 masters." Evil husband nodded in satisfaction, knowing that these soldiers had become the sharpest swords in his hands, his true heart and soul line. He is not only heartbroken soldiers, but also for the future to pave the way. If you want to hang out in the treacherous court, it is impossible to not have some close friends and believers. When Anie heard this, a trace of admiration flashed in his eyes as he nodded his head vigorously. "Yes, 500 lord. I'll go and do it right now." Evil husband turned to the other soldiers again, his tone firm. "As for those wounded brethren, you must ensure that they receive the best treatment. Tell the military doctor to use the finest medicine to save them at all costs. If necessary, I will personally go and ask for a famous civilian doctor. Go!" Evil husband waved his hand, and Anie and the soldiers immediately carried the large wooden box and left the other courtyard. Evil husband watched the soldiers leave, and a trace of a smile, if any, flashed across his face. He firmly believed that before long, when today's events spread throughout the army, his reputation would be a hit, and there would be countless generals who would want to be proud to follow him. At that time, as long as he had a group of loyal men under his hand, he would like to see who would still dare to make things difficult for that charming ancestral dragon. Early in the morning 3 days later, this counterinsurgency army officially departed to return, and Meng Arbiter sent his close friends have also arrived at Jinyang city. The guards at the city gates, seeing that he was carrying the flag of the expedited order, did not dare to have any obstruction and directly let go. The moment he stepped into the city gates, the crony took a deep breath. and a voice like thunder spat out from his mouth. Jinyang's great victory in counterinsurgency. All the rebels in the city were put to death, and General Mang Arnold scared off the Zhao reinforcements without firing a single shot. Wow! The atmosphere in the city was completely ignited, and the people clapped their hands and laughed, their faces beaming with unrestrained smiles. General Mang Arty is mighty. The great king is mighty. Sheen, mighty. With the sound of a tsunami, the guards entered the Jinyang palace, trying to deliver the news to the king as soon as possible. Chapter 18 Young Yingzhang, Hidden and Unseen. Inside the luxurious palace sits a young man dressed in a long basil-colored robe. Although he is young, his face is resolute, and there is a hint of hegemony hidden between his eyebrows, which is precisely the new king of Qin, Yingzhang, Lu Buwei. Yingzhang's face was a little cloudy, but he had to be at the mercy of Lu Buwei, and the king's power had become a joke. At today's meeting, Lu Buwei casually found an excuse to kill Fei Meng, his only close friend, and then installed a guest in his house, which Yingzhang thought was an attempt to spy on him. Sad. Yingzhang sighed, a touch of helplessness running across his resolute face. Now he didn't even have a close friend he could talk to. He was very ashamed of his heart. Think of Qin's successive kings of the world, to him here but ended up in this field. Really ashamed of the ancestors. Is this my life? No, it was never my life. Yingzhang's face was grim, his eyes full of unwillingness. When he was young, he was left to live with his mother after his father returned to the country, and sometimes it was difficult for him to even feed himself. After a long time, he returned to Qin and ascended to the throne, only to jump from one cage to another. Sooner or later, I'm going to depose Lu Buwei, even though you have heavenly and earthly talents. One day, I will realize the long-cherished wish of all the previous kings, sweeping away the 6 kingdoms and returning the 4 seas to one. Yingzhang stood with his arms folded. His somewhat thin and frail body nevertheless appeared to be 10,000 feet tall and magnificent. At that moment, a clamor came into his ears, causing him to be curious. So he called out to the eunuchs outside the door. Why is there a lot of noise outside? Outside the hall, a eunuch with a white, beardless face of about 17 or 18 years old poked his head out and whispered, Your Majesty, it seems that there is a report of a shortcut coming in. A shortcut? Yingzhang's face was suddenly happy, and he immediately thought that Meng Artery must have quelled the Jinyang rebellion. If the civil and military officials in the court still regarded him as the king, there were only a few old ministers. If it were anyone else, it would not be his turn to read the report first, and I am afraid that he would have to learn about it from Lu Buwei's mouth. A short while later, a messenger sent by Mang Arun came to the hall where Yingzhang was staying and kneeled on one knee outside the door of the hall, shouting, Your Majesty, Jinyang has won a great victory. The crier's voice was loud and resounded through the great hall without the slightest hint of avoidance. With a smile on his face, Yingzhang paced to the door of the hall and personally reached out to help this small messenger. My Qin warriors, you've worked hard. Flattered. The messenger got up in a panic and took out 2 scrolls of bamboo slips from his pocket and handed them to Yingzhang. Yingzhang reached out and took it, opening it up and consulting it directly in front of the messenger and the eunuch. This, after a long time, Yingzhang, who had finished reading the 2 scrolls of bamboo slips, looked complex, with a few moments of shock and a few moments of ecstasy. Wicked husband, Yingzhang murmured, somewhat impatient to meet this young warrior and see why Mang Arun held this young man in such high regard. The teenage eunuch's eyes twitched as he committed the name evil husband to memory. Yingzhang's gaze fell on the messenger in front of him, and he asked in a deep voice, Do you recognize the evil husband? I know. No one in the entire counterinsurgency army doesn't know. The messenger nodded. Is it really so brave? Yes, Your Majesty. The messenger's eyes blazed. His tone of voice could not suppress his excitement. Evil husband is not very old, but he is extremely courageous. I have personally seen evil husband trap and cut down the enemy in the midst of 10,000 troops. Yingzhang took in his performance, and the anticipation in his heart increased a few more points. The admiration for this man could be seen just from the unconscious look of the pawn in front of him. You should retire and tell Lord General Mang Arnold that I am waiting for him and the great Qin sharpshooters to triumph in Jinyang. As for the reward of the wicked husband, leave it for discussion upon his return. Yingzhang waved his hand and returned to the hall holding the bamboo slip. That little eunuch immediately reached out and closed the temple door, turned around and looked at the messenger with a smile on his face, and whispered, Sharpshooter, can I take a step to speak? Humph, get lost. The messenger's eyes showed disdain as he turned around and left straight away. The little eunuch's white and feminine face deeply livid, his eyes full of ruthlessness looking at the back of the messenger's departure, itching to dismantle it. In order to keep an eye on Yingzhang, Lu Buwei bribed a number of eunuchs and maidservants in the palace, and he was one of them. Vulgar and reckless. Sooner or later you'll have to suffer. The young eunuch whispered a sentence to himself, and then beckoned towards the distance, and immediately 2 eunuchs of similar age drilled out from nowhere. The 3 whispered a few words, and then the 2 eunuchs will turn and trot away. Surrounded by the guards, do not look askance, as if they did not see. The little eunuch left the Jinyang palace and came all the way to Lu Buwei's residence to tell him about his triumph and the name of the evil husband that he had heard from Jinyang, and then he received the reward and left happily. Lu Buwei, dressed in coarse linen, with a pale beard like a halberd on both cheeks, and a hint of shrewdness in his sharp eyes, said stoically, "Sima Kong, go and find out who this wicked man is, that he can attract such admiration from the great king." Sima Kong nodded his head and then left the front hall. From the side of the sitting of a gentleman youth eyes light flashed, slowly opened his mouth and asked, "Sangwa, but again the love of talent heart?" Lu Buwei put down the cloud-patterned high-footed jade cup in his hand and revealed a light smile. "Li Si, who doesn't know that this prime minister has 3,000 disciples? All of them are great talents. Whether the reckless man in the army can get into this prime minister's eyes, we have to see his ability," said here. His expression changed quite playful. A turn of phrase said, "If it is a character, this prime minister is also happy to install a close friend in the army again." Li Si laughed and did not continue the conversation. Putting down the jade cup in his hand and getting up to take his leave, Lu Buwei stared at Li Si's back, waiting for him to completely disappear from sight, before slowly murmuring, Li Si, whether to keep you or not, it really gives this minister a headache." Li Si did not know that he was already wandering at the Gate of Ghosts. He left Lu Buwei's residence and went straight to the Jinyang palace, where he met with Jinyang in a dignified manner under the guidance of eunuchs. "Li Si, greet the king." Jinyang, who was burying his head in the tall bamboo slips, raised his eyes to the outside of the hall and waved his hand. "You're here, come in." Li Si, who was Lu Buwei's servant, was very much appreciated, and after he was appointed as a magistrate by Lu Buwei, he often gave advice to Jinyang, and the two of them became familiar with each other over time. Li Si stepped into the hall and closed the door with his own hand. Although this was a bit unauthorized, Jinyang did not say anything. Although this person repeatedly advances are biased in favor of their own, but as a Lu Buwei sheriff origin, he does not have too much trust in Li Si, but he is not afraid of him to harm himself. Li Si paced to the center of the hall and stood still, bowing and saluting. "I, Li Si, have something to report to the king." "What is it?" Jinyang was even more curious. Li Si looked serious and said in a deep voice, "There are Lu Buwei's eyes beside the great king, and he has already been informed of the name of this person, evil husband, and has sent his disciple, Sima Kong, to go and investigate." Jinyang's heart thumped when he heard this, but his face didn't change as he laughed softly. Xiangguai has always loved talent, so he may have a heart for talent again. Li Si sighed at his words, knowing that Jinyang was not trusting himself. Chapter 19: The Defection of Rize, and his triumphant return. "Your Majesty." Li Si swung his robe sleeve and knelt on the ground. His voice was serious. Li Si has a great ambition in his heart, and there is no door for him to travel westward into Qin to serve his country, so he has no choice but to temporarily commit himself to Lu Buwei's door. In coming here today, Li Si is ready to undertake everything, and if he cannot serve the great king, he will leave Qin and run for his life. The words fell. The temple fell into a silence. Only the bronze oil lamp burning light crackling sound. I don't know how long it took, but Jinyang suddenly laughed out loud, but his eyes were very sharp as he stared directly at Li Si, who was not afraid to face him. "Father Zhong has power over the court, but how can the king's power be constrained by his subjects? There can only be one person between me and him. Have you thought about it?" Listening to Jinyang's somewhat teasing words, Li Si instead breathed a sigh of relief and responded with a soft smile as well. A minister is a minister after all, and a king is a king after all, waiting for the time to move. Lu Buwei will not go far. These words made the smile on Jinyang's face grow even wider. "You have always advised me to destroy the 6 kingdoms and unify them. Are you so sure that I will be able to take power?" Li Si nodded heavily and said in a low voice, "No matter how much Lu Buwei sweeps away dissenters, he will never be able to suppress veteran ministers such as General Meng Arnold. He will not be able to turn over the waves. The great king is only enduring for a moment, and how can this be used to argue for future success or failure?" Jinyang looked Li Si up and down with his eyes, and this knight's mood was instantly relieved. At least the person in front of him has some pattern and vision. It is true as he said, as long as Lu Buwei cannot interfere in the Qin army, he is a rootless duckweed. cannot shake the foundation of great Qin. Moreover, Lu Buwei was a very talented man despite his lowly merchant background, and he managed everything in a well-organized manner, which also gave him enough space to learn and grow. This, then, was the fundamental reason why he held back and allowed the power of the phases to oppress the power of the king horizontally. Check it out. Reaching out, Jinyang took out a bamboo slip from his pocket and threw it to Li Si, who was overjoyed, knowing that from this night onwards, he had truly become one of Qin's subjects. Jinyang Jiapo, evil husband, the merit of being first in line, break the city, cut down the generals, capture the flag? Hiss. Li Si's eyes were horrified and he sucked in a breath of cold air, shocked to the point of being somewhat bewildered by the news recorded on this bamboo slip. Legalism emphasizes fairness and justice. He froze and could not think of how to resolve the reward of such a fierce warrior. Your Majesty, you must take this man back before Lu Buwei does. Li Si swallowed his saliva and gasped. This man is still young. If he is cultivated, his future achievements will be extraordinary, and he can become a minister of the Qin state. This, Li Si's pitch snapped up. This person says nothing can let Lu Buwei get it. If it really comes to that. The words broke off here, and Reese's eyes grew fierce, his meaning unmistakable. If I can't get it, neither can he. Lu Buwei. Jinyang nodded. He could understand what Li Si meant, and that was also his intention. This kind of fierce warrior must not be given to Lu Buwei, and Lu Buwei urgently needs this kind of talent to be inserted into his army. Everything. It depends on how the evil husband will choose when the army triumphs in a few days. The two looked at each other and fell into speechlessness. At this time, is sleeping on the ground in the middle of nowhere. The evil husband suddenly shivered. His eyes snapped open as much as the color of bewilderment. It's so cold. Its ing suddenly cooled down? Tired from the day's rush, the sleepy evil husband tightened his clothes and rolled over to continue to sleep, completely unaware that he had already attracted the attention of Lu Buwei and Jinyang. 7 days later. Report dash. Lord General Meng Arnold traveled 50 miles to Jinyang City. Report dash. 30 miles. The shouts of the heralds from time to time made Jinyang feel excited. This was the first time for him to send out an army, and he attached great importance to it. So he led all the officials outside the city early in the morning to welcome the troops. Lu Buwei, who was standing parallel to him, was wearing a smile on his face, his eyes occasionally scanning the somewhat excited Jinyang beside him, and secretly saying that he was still in the mood of a teenager, and was a bit overjoyed with his success. The officials standing behind the two were even more impatient, being called up early in the morning, and felt that Jinyang was making a big deal out of it, as the counterinsurgency was not a frontier expansion. So why did he have to welcome them in person with such specifications? The crowd waited patiently for another good meal. Finally, large black flags appeared on the distant horizon, and then an army like a torrent appeared within sight. Coming, the spirits of the 100 officials present and the people of Jinyang City were lifted, and they raised their eyes to gaze at the Qin Ruisher who had returned triumphantly in the distance. Meng Arnold rode his high horse in the forefront, while behind him followed a group of generals, including Wicked Husband, who was the lord of the 500, who likewise saw the Black King's flag fluttering in the distance, and their hearts were suddenly excited. Ha ha! Meng Arnold let out a loud laugh and said in a loud voice, Gentlemen, it is a supreme honor for the king and the 100 officials to welcome you in person. He didn't expect Jinyang to welcome him in person and set up such a high-profile scene, which made him a bit excited even for a man of his position. According to the years, Jinyang should be the same age as me. The evil husband's eyesight was superb, his gaze gazing into the distance like a falcon, eager to meet the first emperor who was known as the ancestral dragon. Speed up. Don't keep the king and the 100 officials waiting. With Meng Arty's order, the army marched at a steeper speed. They are not blind. The king's flag waving in the wind can be seen clearly. As the bottom soldiers they are even more anxious. Not long after, the army came to 300 meters in front of Jinyang. Stop! Meng Arnold raised his hand and then bellowed. Dismount! Behind them, a group of generals immediately dismounted from their horses and followed Meng Arnold as he quickly walked towards Jinyang and the others. As the distance continued to close, the evil husband who was mixed in with the generals kept his eyes fixed on the young man in the basil-colored robes. Masaru! Alive! The evil husband's mind could hardly be calmed, and his hot eyes were like substance. Perhaps sensing his substantial gaze, or feeling something in his heart, Jinyang's gaze also passed through the pile of people and landed on Wicked Husband. Evil husband? The corner of Jinyang's mouth slightly hooked up a smile. He thought a lot about the appearance of the evil husband, but only did not expect that this kid actually born a table of talent, and the body type has a little thin. with Meng Artie described as killing people do not blink of an eye is not related. My servant, Meng Arnold, pays his respects to the great king. The sound of Meng Arbiter's obeisance interrupted the two men's eyes meeting. Zhang took a few steps forward to help Meng Arbiter up. General Shang has had a hard time on this trip. Meng Artery arched his hand and said in a deep voice, when one fights for Qin, when one fights for the great king, what hard work is there to speak of? Zhang nodded. His eyes swept over the generals standing behind him, and he said in a loud voice, my great Qin sharpshooters, hard work. This rebellion against Jinyang has raised the might of my great Qin and deterred the curmudgeons. This cup of wine, I toast you all. As soon as the words left his mouth, a eunuch immediately came with wine, and under the watchful eyes of the generals, Zhang took the wine cup and drank it all in one go. Wind, wind, gale. The deafening roar resounded through the sky, causing Zhang's heart to rise with 10,000 feet of bravado. Chapter 20, Zhang's attention and personal reward. Your Majesty. Seeing this, Lu Buwei, not knowing for what purpose, interrupted with a calm voice, now that the army has triumphed, why don't we return to the court first? Zhang slanted a glance at Lu Buwei, instinctively thinking that he was afraid that he was pulling up his prestige in the minds of the generals, and a flash of anger and displeasure appeared in his heart. The wicked man standing in the pile of people swept his eyes at Lu Buwei, who had opened his mouth to speak, and saw that he was actually able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Qin king, Zhang. So his heart immediately understood that there would not be anyone else but Lu Buwei. Father Zhong is right. Zhang forced down his unhappiness and turned around to board the carriage to fight his way back to the palace. The 100 officials who had long been unable to stand up were finally relieved, and neatly lined up to follow behind them toward the city. Pass the word. Meng Arbiter turned around and bellowed. The army will temporarily return to station at the Lantian camp and wait for the great king's orders. After saying that, he winked at a group of generals, signaling them to follow him into the palace. A group of people, under the watchful eyes of the people, departed in great numbers to return to Jinyang Palace. Inside the Jinyang Palace, Zhang was seated at the top of the hall, with the civil and military officials on both sides, and Meng Arbiter and the generals of this battle standing straight in the center of the hall. All of you have been meritorious in quelling the rebellion in this battle. You should be heavily rewarded. Zhang cleared his throat and opened his mouth to make a scene. Then his eyes fell on Lu Buwei and smiled. Zhongfu, I think you must have prepared the rewards for the generals a long time ago? Lu Buwei's face was full of smiles, as if he was very happy about the victory, but what he thought was unknown, because after all, Zhang had not sent anyone to inform Lu Buwei of the victory. Your Majesty, I did not prepare for this, and even the news of General Meng Arnold's triumphant return was only learned this morning. The evil husband's eyes kept hovering over the two men and subconsciously scratched his head, thinking about the fact that he would have to surround himself with these people for the next few days. He was a bit distressed. Zhang's smile was equally gentle as he said softly, since Zhongfu was unprepared, it's good that I prepared ahead of time, and saved General Shang and a bunch of generals from getting cold feet. Said, he took out a volume of bamboo slips from his bosom. The eunuch serving next to him immediately came up to receive the bamboo slips, and then walked down to the platform to open the bamboo slips, and read out the contents written on it in a loud voice. The corner of Lu Buwei's mouth hooked up an inexplicable smile, arched his hand but did not say anything, but secretly sighed in his heart. The great king's first appearance. This handplay is really not simple. Imperial order. The sharp and loud voice echoed, and the moment the two words came out of his mouth, 100 officials in the Zhengtai Palace bowed and bowed. The eunuch continued to read. General Meng Artie with the Great Qin elite rebel against Jinyang, to raise the Great Qin's tiger might, deterring the curfew. Lone heart is very comforting. This is a special reward for General Meng Arnold. A series of gold and silver jewelry from the eunuch's mouth, listening to the evil husband that called a heart-surging, eyes flooded with wealth light, as if he had been rewarded like this. The eunuch's words continued without stopping as he continued to read out the reward about the next general. Jiffy, Sun Fu. One by one, the names were read out from the eunuch's mouths, and the rewards for each person were extremely generous, with increased rank and titles, and gold and silver treasures that made the wicked man's eyes red with envy. Seeing that his name had not been read, evil husband could only keep taking deep breaths. Buddy, no matter how you say it, is also a man who has taken the 4 great feats. Gold and silver treasures are nothing but small prizes. It's just a small meaning. It's just a small prize. It's just a small prize. Meng Tian, having beheaded 37 of the enemy, is hereby rewarded with the title of Duke of the Ride, with the rank of 2,500 lords, with a reward of 300 gold, and with a mansion. Meng Tian stood out with a happy face, bowed, and shouted, "My general, thank you for your reward, your majesty." The reward from Ming Zhang made him so happy that he could not stop talking. Originally, his title was only the 6th rank of official doctor, but in this battle, he was promoted to 2 ranks in a row, so he could really get rid of the shade of his family and become a proper nobleman of the Qin state. Monty threw a grateful glance at the wicked man on the side, causing the latter to be a bit puzzled. According to normal, although Meng Tian has merit, but never to Gen Jin 2 levels, we must know that the title of the promotion of the difficulty of the title is far more than the official position. Even his grandfather Meng Aristocrat, the title is only 15 steps less on the creation. The reason for this is because there is a fierce man like Evil Husband under his command, who has made countless achievements in one battle, and has hard turned a big battle into a solo performance show. According to the laws of Qin, if Meng Tian, who was the master of 500, wanted to be promoted, it was no longer based on the number of kills alone, but the performance of the soldiers under his command was given more weight. No, rubbing the Evil Husband's nose in it, that's how he took such a reward. The Evil Husband's eyes were glowing. Even Meng Tian's reward had been read out. How come it should be his turn next, right? Unfortunately, he was very disappointed. The eunuch rolled up the bamboo slips and returned to the high platform, handing them back to Ying Zhang. What the hell? Subterfuge or leaving me out? Evil Husband's face turned green, and his eyes subconsciously swept at Meng Artery, who was standing at the front, as well as the generals. The atmosphere in the hall fell into a stagnant state. Countless gazes full of inexplicable meanings fell on the Evil Husband. Even that Lu Buwei slightly looked back and sidelong. Gentlemen, Ying Zhang stood up, paced to the high platform, put his hands behind his back, and said in a deep voice, "This time, when Jinyang pacified the rebellion, there was a fierce warrior who drew the first place in the 4 major wars, and led a few hundred men to dare to block hundreds of thousands of Zhao's army. Such courageous and resourceful men should be greatly rewarded." The only sound that echoed in the silence of the palace was Ying Zhang's slightly agitated voice. Lu Buwei eyelids eave close. A matter of no concern to himself. See, he did not take a position. Those officials who look up to his head do not dare to open their mouths. Wait and see how things change. Evil Husband. Ying Zhang didn't care if anyone chimed in or not. His gaze fell straight onto Evil Husband, who stood at the furthest back position in the hall. The last general is here. When he heard Ying Zhang call out his name, the chaotic thoughts in his heart suddenly vanished, and his whole body instantly became excited, rushing forward a few steps to bow and salute. It seems that this is the intention to personally reward himself, thinking that the reward is definitely not low, at least far more than Meng Tian. Ying Zhang looked the wicked man up and down carefully before slowly saying, "You are very good." Lone the Day received the report of the upper general. Thought it is to see the eyes. This battle you set up the merit. Since the existence of the Great Qin has not had a precedent, to be praised by the first emperor. This makes the Evil Husband, who was a fanboy, very excited. In the way of the presence of 100 officials, do not want to lower the compulsion of his strong suppression of excitement, said in a deep voice, as a man of Qin, should fight for the state of Qin. The king said too much. Good. Winning without being proud. With a great deal of poise. The color of appreciation flashed under Ying Zhang's eyes. Obviously very satisfied with Wicked Husband's answer, and his heart's regard for Wicked Husband deepened a few more points. Evil Husband, Jinyang has made countless merits in counterinsurgency, and you have the upper general as well as all the generals to guarantee that you did not misrepresent your war achievements. Lone, decided to likewise set a precedent for you. When these words came out, the hearts of the people were startled, and their gazes subconsciously fell on Evil Husband, and many of their gazes also fell on Lu Buwei. For a while, the atmosphere inside the Zhengtai Palace became very serious. Chapter 21, Reward. Young people should not be too exuberant. With a swing of his sleeve, Ying Zhang's voice was like a loud bell. I resolve to bestow the title of 5th Doctor and the title of Captain of 1,000 Bulls on the Wicked Husband. Give 3,000 in gold, 50 servants, a great house, and 300 cognacs. Exempt the leaning village from corvée taxes for 3 years, and give farming tools and plowing oxen. Thank you, Your Majesty. Your Majesty is mighty. Evil Husband grinned and thanked him repeatedly, satisfied with Ying Zhang's reward, but he didn't realize that the atmosphere inside the Zhengtai Palace had become even more strange. The people present, in addition to the unseen dirt old man Evil Husband, excited. Others are a look of indifference, knowing that the real finale has not yet debuted. Ying Zhang pulled off the stage early in the morning, even going so far as to go head-to-head with Lu Buwei, so he could never have just given such a small reward in a loud thunderstorm. Even though the continuous promotion of 9 titles sounds a bit exaggerated, the people who can stand in this Zhongtai palace today, which one of them is not a person of high position and power? And this kind of reward they simply don't care and don't look at it. Perhaps he was amused by the mercenary appearance of the evil husband. Jinyang said in a relaxed tone. General Meng Arnold holds our evil husband in high esteem, praising you for your extraordinary bravery and forcefulness, which is as high as Chi Yu in the world. Are you satisfied with this little reward? Evil husband heatedly smiled when he heard this, arching his hand and saying, Your Majesty, before evil husband joined the army, he was just a reckless man in the mountains, and it's a great honor for him to get such a reward. Jinyang smiled slightly and said, I have heard that you are good at practicing your army, and that your soldiers have unrivaled strength, and that they work well together and follow orders. Is this true? Wicked husband looked a meal, then nodded, and did not hide anything. Yes, great king. The first time to enter the army, fortunate to be able to Montague 500 Master's appreciation. Sealed the post of the last general of the Shurchang. Under the command of the 10 are all the same hometown teenagers. In order to be able to keep them alive, the last general has worked out a method of practicing soldiering, and the results have been quite good. He didn't expect this to reach Jinyang's ears. Come to think of it, back then he was just a new recruit in the army, except for the higher force. Other than with the new recruits there is no difference at all. Just ask, who cares about a newbie coming up with a practice law? But when he made countless achievements, identity status rises. The performance of the 2 cattle and other people also naturally into the eyes of the crowd. A little pondering to know that his practice law is really something. Jinyang rejoiced at evil husband's straightforwardness and immediately said, In the past, the great general Sima Air created the Iron Eagle swordsman by borrowing from the Wei Wu pawns, which can be called the best of the best, and made all the kingdoms fearful. I want to revive the name of the former Iron Eagle swordsman, the sharpest sword for the East out to sweep the 6 kingdoms. Speaking here, Jinyang looked straight at Wicked Husband and said in a loud voice, Wicked Husband, are you confident that you can train a team of Iron Eagle swordsmen for me? The whole room was in an uproar at these words. These words are equivalent to telling the people present that in the future, evil husband will be the one who will be mobilized directly under him, and with the elite of the elite in his hands, his future will be unlimited in the future. Wicked husband put away the smile on his face and said solemnly, The last general will never fail the trust of the great king, and will train an elite force that will win if there is a battle. There are no fancy words or loud slogans, but the phrase if there is a war, the war will be won makes Jinyang have full confidence in him. Good. Jinyang stroked his palm and laughed, then said, In that case, I will wait to review your results. Just then, Lu Buwei, who had been silent for a long time, finally couldn't help himself, and his half-smiling eyes quietly swept over an old minister who was over half 100 years old, and the latter immediately understood. I, Imperial Historian Tian Meng, implore your majesty to think twice. Tian Meng, who was Lu Buwei's beloved, is a good fighter for his power, and I don't know how many old ministers who don't care to be with Lu Buwei have fallen under his 3-inch tongue. I think that although evil husband is courageous, he is too young and has no experience in governing an army. So how can he take on this great responsibility? Tian Meng looked straight at Jinyang and spoke very forcefully. Jinyang was so angry that he couldn't wait to stomp on Tian Meng's wrinkled face. If it wasn't for Lu Buwei's backing, how could this old man dare to act so recklessly? Oh, Jinyang forced down his anger and said with a very bland face, Lone, are you young? Tian Meng was actually at a standstill, not expecting Jinyang to ask such a rhetorical question, so he was speechless for a moment. I was young when I took the throne as king, and I have the future of Qin on my shoulders, so who are you to say that you are young? Jinyang's voice carried an unquestionable majesty. How can an evil husband be compared to your majesty? Tian Meng was shocked in his heart and hurriedly confessed. He also didn't expect Jinyang to be so hardened that he would go out of his way to fight with him for the sake of evil husband, which was a situation that had never been seen before. Jinyang's gaze is like lightning, sweeping over everyone present and finally settling on Tian Meng. I know you are doing this for the sake of Qin, but my decision cannot be questioned. If the evil husband is incompetent, I will deal with him myself. Today, I have made up my mind, and I can't change it. Tian Meng's face changed, but he couldn't continue to speak as he was already told by Jinyang, so he just bowed his head and retreated. Jinyang turned his head to look at Wicked Husband, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Wicked Husband, do you still have something to say? Or do you need something else? Evil Husband is not a cutie pie. He naturally understands that Jinyang is asking him to take a stand, and if he continues to not even fart, he is bound to be alienated by Jinyang. Ahem. With this in mind, evil husband cleared his throat and asked in a serious manner. Evil husband has little insight. I wonder if the title and military position rewarded by the great king just now can be on par with this great Lord Tianmeng? These words making Jinyang look cold, full of fog. Do not know its intention, but still responded, Iron Eagle swordsman is of extraordinary significance, and directly under the orders of Lone. No one has the right to govern. Understood. The corner of evil husband's mouth hooked up a smile of understanding. A few steps came to Tianmeng in front of him, stretching out a finger almost poking Tianmeng's eyes. Old thing, is it hard to be like you? Half buried in the earth, all the body is just left with a smart mouth to be called useful? Wow. These words drew an outcry from the entire court. Meng bracket heart and liver trembling, cannot help but rush to the evil husband straight to play eyes? The heart is more secretly cursed more than, let you ing stance, did not let you so stance ah. The corners of Meng Arnold's mouth twitched, and when he looked at the teasing gazes of Wang Jian, Yang Duanhe, and other military generals beside him, his heart couldn't help but feel a hint of remorse. Lu Buwei had already been eyeing him for a long time, and the evil husband was the person he brought out, and Tianmeng was Lu Buwei's beloved and important official, and with such a mess, the temporary peace between the two would be completely broken. Lu Buwei's slightly closed eyes snapped open, a wisp of stern aura flashed from the bottom of his eyes. He slowly twisted his head to look at a hobnailed appearance of the evil husband, softly said, young people should not be too exuberant. Which one is not present in the big winds and waves come over the seniors? How can you be so unbridled? Evil husband puffed out his chest and raised his head, his face full of indifference, his hands spread out. Is it still called a young man if he's not full of vigor? If you don't use your energy early, can't you wait for your old age to be smart? Nice guy. Now even Wang Jian and the other generals were surprised and cast shocked glances, disliking that Tianmeng can still be interpreted as a newcomer, but facing Lu Buwei directly and still daring to do so. In the end, where did the courage come from? Chapter 22, 3000 Gatekeepers. Can anyone block the evil husband's sword? The heart of Ing Zhang on the stage was equally seismic. He wanted to let evil husband make a statement in front of the 100 officials, but he didn't want him to tear his face off with Lu Buwei on the spot. How dare you? Tianmeng was infuriated. His face was red and his neck was thick, and under his anger, he was even somewhat unable to say anything to rebuke the evil husband for a while. Old thing, you don't want to suffocate. Evil husband dug his nostrils, flexed his fingers and flicked. A piece of booger flew straight to Tianmeng's face, landing at the corner of his mouth as if it was a mole. Ho! Tianmeng usually rely on the identity of Lu Buwei's beloved to rampage. How has ever been so humiliated? Eyes rolled over suddenly fainted on the ground. Old thing, you can't do it either. The evil husband glanced disdainfully at Tianmeng, seemingly muttering to himself and meaning to, after living for so long, your temperament is still so poor. I thought you were much more powerful. Gotta. This kid is also not what good. Martial arts rumors of God has not seen with their own eyes. But this mouth is really not bad. Lu Buwei's face was as gloomy as water. He didn't expect evil Fu to dare to be so arrogant and openly provoke his authority. He took a deep breath and tried to suppress the anger in his heart as he swept his knife-like gaze towards evil Fu. Evil husband, are you provoking the majesty of the entire Qin court? Lu Buwei's voice was low and strong. Each word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Evil husband, however, was undaunted as he straightened his back and met Lu Buwei's gaze with determination. Xianghua, the last general is merely telling the truth. My state of Qin has become what it is today, and it is not by playing lip service and backstabbing. Since I have been recognized by the king, I naturally have to share the king's worries. How can I be overruled by this old thing with the word still young? When Lu Buwei heard this, his face became even more gloomy. He could hear the implication in the evil husband's words. This was no longer just challenging his authority, but also insinuating what he had done. Good. Since you're so confident, then this minister would like to see if you can really share the king's worries. If not, there was a hint of coldness in Lu Buwei's voice. As the Zhong father whose power invaded the dynasty, he didn't care to play lip service with this teenager in the courtroom. He, for one, has a way of concocting evil husbands. Wicked man is even more unafraid. Cut down the enemy countless cultivated aura of murder in the body emanation. Coldly laughed, I heard that the phase of the state of the 3000 guests. In the future we'll have to find an opportunity to see if someone can block the sword of the wicked man. Naked killing intent undisguised. Not to mention the shock of the onlookers, Lu Buwei only felt a heartbeat. Secretly said about this son of the sun should not be false. How many ING people does one have to kill to develop such a horrible killing aura? As Jinyang watched this scene, he couldn't help but feel a bit of secret pleasure in his heart, and the pent-up anger from being oppressed by Lu Buwei for several years dissipated quite a bit. He knew that he hadn't made a wrong move. The evil husband was exactly the kind of talent he desperately needed at the moment, and Lu Buwei's stoicism made him even more wary. Evil husband, I look forward to your performance. Zhang's voice was full of trust and anticipation. He did not expect Wicked Husband to be able to train an elite force comparable to the Iron Eagle swordsman, but he would be able to take advantage of the opportunity to promote them, and at the same time take the opportunity to weaken Lu Buwei. The evil husband smiled slightly. He knew that he was stable, and in the future, as long as he did not rebel, he would definitely be able to make a good living in Great Qin. As for an Lu Buwei torn face, he does not care. Even if there is no oneself on the side of the push and pull, his downfall is only a matter of time. The big deal is to entangle with this pussy for a few years. Anyway, he can't kill himself. Really pissed off. In waiting for 2 years to come twice to strengthen, he raised his sword to hit the door to behead him. Seeing that Lu Buwei no longer said anything, evil husband returned to his position beside Mengkui to stand by himself, while the collapsed and unrecognizable Tian Meng pressed. No one cared. Alright, I'm tired. Let's dismiss the court. Zhang waved his robe sleeve and turned to leave, not forgetting to wink at Meng Arbiter and a few others before leaving. The ministers saluted in unison. I respectfully send off your majesty. After Zhang completely left Zhengtai Palace, the ministers began to exit the hall in an orderly manner. Just after leaving the hall door, Meng Tian exhaled a long breath of turbid air, looked at the wicked husband beside him who was looking around, and laughed bitterly. Your kid is really raw. Even more so than in the battlefield. Looking at Meng Tian, who gave a straight thumbs up, evil husband skimmed his mouth. What's wrong with that? Other people are afraid of him. Lu Buwei, but I'm not afraid. The words were not at all disguised, and the flood of voices startled Montaigne, who hastily tugged at the wicked man's arm. Lu Buwei, who was walking in front of the 100 officials, had a stutter, and I thought that he would turn around and say something to scare Meng Tian, but I didn't realize that Lu Buwei didn't do so, but continued to pace forward. Kid, you've had enough. Meng Arnold stopped in his tracks, blowing his beard and glaring at evil husband, his big hands clenching his fists with too much force, causing his joints to creak. The evil husband smiled, afraid that this old man will rise up and hurt people, snorted and said, this is not all thanks to the upper general's promotion. The small man is grateful. There are still things to do. Take a step first. The words were ready to kick the can down the road. Meng Arnold was immediately exasperated and laughed, and said in a bad humor, what's the point of walking? Follow me forward to meet the great king. Wicked husband's footsteps lurched, his eyes rolled around, and he came up with a bashful smile on his face. General Shang, you're taking me to see the great king. Is there some kind of mention? There was a sly glint in his eyes. Meng Arnold snorted coldly, and although in his heart he was satisfied with evil husband's performance just now, he still maintained a serious look on the surface. The great king thinks quite highly of you. Don't let the great king down. Don't worry, General Shang. I will do my best to share the great king's worries. Evil husband puffed out his chest and raised his head, with a look of determination. Go, follow me. Meng Arnold lazily ignored him and walked in the other direction on his own, and wicked husband and Meng Wu immediately quickened their pace to follow. Seeing that no one took care of himself, Meng Ten shyly trotted over to Meng Arnold's side and said with a longing face, Grandpa, take me with you? Get out of here. Okay. The three of them traveled along, passing through long and winding corridors, and eventually arrived outside a quiet palace. Inside the courtyard of the palace, Zhang was standing with his hands in the air, gazing deeply into the distance. Meng Arnold didn't dare to trespass and stood outside the courtyard bowing and saluting. We pay our respects to the great king. Zhang turned around, his eyes looking at the three of them, and laughed. Why do you need to be so polite? Upper General, come in. Meng aristocrat led Wicked and Meng Wu into the palace, and Zhang signaled that there was no need for them to be formal, so the four of them sat down at a stone table in the courtyard. Zhang's gaze was like a torch as he said bluntly, Lu Buwei's hands are getting longer and longer, and now he even wants to get his hands on the palace forbidden army. Speaking here, he looked straight at Wicked Husband. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Wicked Husband, I don't ask you to really be able to recreate the glory of the Iron Eagle swordsman of the past, but make sure that you can withstand the pressure at critical moments. When evil husband heard this, his heart flinched. Zhang is planning to start laying out his plans, but he is more or less not too trusting of his own abilities. he immediately said in a deep voice. Don't worry, Your Majesty. In 2 years, at most 3 years, evil husband will definitely be able to train an elite that can fight more with less for Your Majesty. The evil husband would like to be the sharpest sword in the hands of the great king, cleaving through the thorns and fighting for the great king. He didn't want to let go of this opportunity to show his loyalty, and in the future he hoped to embrace the first emperor's thighs and be famous for thousands of years. Mang Arnold listened on the sidelines and secretly nodded in his heart. Although this kid is young, but act decisively, quite courageous. If you can contribute to curb the power of Lu Buwei, the stability of Great Qin is undoubtedly a great help. Ing Zheng nodded and continued. I will give you absolute support, and later on, the general will select 5,000 trustworthy pawns in the army and transfer them to the evil husband's command. Mang Arnold revealed a hint of a smile and joked. Your Majesty has underestimated the reputation of the evil husband. When this kid raises his arm, those brats under the old man's command will break their heads and follow him. Oh, then I will wait and see. Ing Zheng revealed a trace of curiosity. Meng Aristo had been fighting for dozens of years, and his prestige in the Qin army was so high that he was able to say such words, which drew his interest. If the evil husband could really train an Iron Blood elite, it would naturally be a great thing, and he couldn't wait for it to happen. Chapter 23, Chess in the World. Examination? The great king rebuilds the Iron Eagle swordsman, with evil husband as the commander of the position of captain. That day, the court meeting of the discussion spread throughout the Qin army. It can be said to be boisterous, especially to the Jinyang Ping rebellion of the more than 100,000 Qin pawns are the most excited, each fist rubbing their palms, want to be integrated into it. As for the other Qin pawns, although the deeds of the evil husband are yet to be proved, the 4 words Iron Eagle swordsman are extraordinary, and it would be a supreme honor to join them. Under the earnest expectation of the Qin soldiers, half a month later, evil husband formally announced the recruitment of soldiers, drawing 3,000 men from the Qin army into the Iron Eagle swordsman. For the sake of this selection, wicked husband could be said to have racked his brain, and spent half a month putting together a selection and assessment plan. When the program was announced, it was like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves, causing countless Qin pawns to angrily denounce the evil husband behind the scenes for messing around. Where there is such an outrageous selection, compared to the perverted physical strength test, really let the Qin pawns speechless, or that the so-called formation, are all bitter origin, cannot read a word, actually test their art of war? When this matter spread, countless officials laughed and laughed, waiting to see the joke of the evil husband, especially Tian Meng, who was so angry that day, personally led the way and pulled a bunch of officials to impeach the evil husband. Ing Zheng, who was under great pressure, had no choice but to find the evil husband and ask him about it. Upon receiving the imperial order, the evil husband immediately went to the palace to meet Ing Zheng without any weakness. Jinyang Palace. Your Majesty, General Wicked Husband has arrived. Hearing the eunuch's voice, Ing Zheng casually threw away the bamboo slips recording trivial matters and said in a deep voice, bring him in. In a few moments, the wicked man with the parcel on his back entered the great hall. After bowing and greeting, Ing Zheng didn't wait for him to ask, but he turned the other way and waved his hand to dismiss the eunuchs in the hall. All of you go out. Seeing him being secretive, Ing Zheng came to be interested. When there was no one else in the hall, evil husband walked straight to Ing Zheng and sat down cross-legged, ignoring all the red tape. Strangely enough, not only did Ing Zheng not feel any displeasure, but also had a relaxed smile on his face. Do you know how much pressure I am carrying? The evil husband hemmed and hawed and reached down to unzip the bag behind him and put it on the table. A wooden board was carved with 9 vertical and 10 horizontal black lines, which crossed to form a square grid. Ing Zheng looked at the board with a blank face, not knowing what it was used for. Your Majesty, this is called chess. Not only is it fun, but it also gives a glimpse inside into a person's big picture. Formation thinking. Evil husband pulled out the chess pieces and arranged them neatly one by one. Oh, Xiangqi? Ing Zheng's eyes lit up. He was a fanatic of Go, and although he didn't know how this Xiangqi was played, he was very interested. The wicked man immediately explained the rules of Xiangqi to him, and since Weiqi had existed for a long time and had it as a base, he only explained it a little bit, and Ing Zheng already understood how to play it. Ing Zheng was so excited that he immediately said, come on, let's play a few games with me. Naturally, the wicked man was very happy. It was the joy of crushing the first emperor. He didn't believe that Ing Zheng, the beginner, could win himself. The two of them play a game about it. At the beginning, the evil husband was so easy to use. beating Zhang at will, abusing him to death, looking at Zhang scratching his ears, not to mention how satisfied he was. Gradually, as Zhang became more and more familiar with the situation, the pressure on the wicked man instantly skyrocketed, and beads of sweat seeped out from his forehead in no time. Pop! Ha ha! General! The still young Zhang still retained a trace of youthful liveliness, and the rook in his hand smashed hard on the evil husband's handsome face, his face full of excitement and thrill. Come on, go on! Not waiting for evil husband to recover from the frustration of losing, Zhang quickly set up the two pieces and couldn't wait to make the first move. Hey! I don't believe it! Evil husband also got more serious, and immediately devoted his full attention to the game. The two of you back and forth, have lost and won. Rush to the end has become the evil husband unilateral masochism. Fully concentrated on the two completely did not notice that the sky has been dark road. Great king, it is late. You should rest. It wasn't until the eunuch outside the door couldn't help but come to remind them that the two people who were killing each other stopped. Zhang stretched his waist and said with great interest, "This game, it's marvelous. Of course, it's simple and easy to play. And it's an excellent thing to use for assessment," evil husband said proudly, looking as if he had really developed the playstyle himself. Zhang nodded and asked again, "However, why does the selection of elites also test the ability to organize troops and formations?" The great king does not know. With a straight face, evil husband explained, "An elite is not only about force, but also needs to have a keen sense of smell and a flexible mind, which can perfectly and silently cooperate with the military order to act. Even at critical moments, one person can become an army. Each of them can hold their own and cope with all kinds of emergencies." Being a special forces soldier in his previous life, he explained the basic qualities of a special forces soldier to Zhang one by one. Listening to the other party nodding his head in recognition, his heart was completely filled with anticipation, and he recognized the talent of the evil husband even more. Let it go, and feel free to ask for anything you need, as long as you can train an elite beyond the Iron Eagle swordsman. Loan, whatever it takes. Evil husband nodded his head in agreement, and then got up to leave, while the chess pieces were left by him to Zhang. 5 days later, the game of Shangqi was thoroughly popularized within the military and had even spread towards the civilian population. Due to its simplicity and ease of use, even the chessboard could be drawn on the ground, leading to countless addictions in this era of scarce recreational activities. Meanwhile, evil husband came to the Lantian camp located outside Jinyang city in the early morning, planning to select 3,000 men from here to be integrated into the Iron Eagle swordsman. It's not that he doesn't want to expand the scope. It's really that time is running out. If he draws from all over the country, when the applicants rush to Jinyang city, he is afraid that at least another month will be delayed. Iron Eagle swordsman selection, officially open. Number 1. Hasty march. Run from the Lantian camp to Jinyang city as fast as you can, eliminating those who are 50,000 behind. As soon as the words fell, roar after roar rang out, delivering his orders to the vast sea of people. Since the number of applicants was as high as more than 100,000, the evil husband could only temporarily change his strategy and increase the number of people eliminated in the early stages. Moreover, there is no kilometer in this era. An evil husband doesn't know how far it is to run from the camp to Jinyang city, thinking that it is only more than 10 kilometers. Run, heads of people. Without a piece of ocean, the Qin pawns scattered and began to run wildly, bringing up dust in the sky. At the same time, dozens of horse-drawn carriages drove away one after another, supervising from the side so as not to let anyone cheat. The other side, Ernio has long been waiting outside Jinyang city with his men, and behind him are countless people who have come to watch the fun. As time drew on, the Qin soldiers at the front were only a few hundred meters away from where Ernio and the others were. Ernio and the others immediately got busy, ready to start counting the number of people. The number of people is full. The first level of examination is complete. With Ernio's long cry, the first level officially came to an end. When the Qin soldiers running behind were informed of the news, they could only helplessly rest at the same place and wait for their strength to be recovered before turning back to the Lantian camp. More than 50,000 people were sifted out at the first hurdle alone, which made the surrounding onlookers follow suit. Second level, martial arts fight. Chapter 24 Unexpected Harvest. Fierce General Zhang Han. Ernio fetched a thin incense and bellowed, "Rest for half a pillar of incense and begin the second test, regardless of the means. Take only 20,000 men." These words made the hearts of the Qin pawns who had passed the first test and were panting violently clenched. and there were quite a few shrewd ones who had already begun to seek for teammates, and there were also some veteran pawns who had been through hundreds of battles who were rubbing their fists together, and were very confident in their own martial arts and were ready to be the lone wolves. Half an incense burner went by in the blink of an eye. Anie raised his hand and made a gesture. The surrounding soldiers who had been waiting for a long time immediately tugged on the grass rope and ran up, and in no time at all, they circled 10 long and wide open spaces of about 50 meters. The martial arts fight begins. 1,000 per batch. Those who fall to the ground are considered eliminated. Hearing Anie's words, the soldiers participating in the examination sighed violently in relief. Earlier they had thought that it was a melee of more than 50,000 people. Me first. Just then, a lanky and robust teenager of about 18 or 19 years of age stood out, took the lead in drilling into the circle, and yelled, Dare to come to the circle to fight with me? Anie's eyes lit up as he turned his head and whispered to Jinyang beside him, Remember this brat and focus on him later. Jinyang nodded and laughed. You really don't say. This kid has a few shades of big brother in him. With that, he turned his head to the military officer in charge of the roster by his side, who immediately said, This man is named Jinyang, a native of Shu County, and his force is quite impressive. Oh, you know each other? Anie mistakenly thought that the two were old acquaintances. After all, Lantian camp within the long-term troop 300,000. Exhausted, this military officer could not possibly know the information of each pawn like the back of his hand. The military officer shook his head. This kid is a little known in the Lantian camp. Firstly because of its stinginess, and secondly because the kid's hands are really good. Back then, General Wang Ben and General Mang Wu quarreled over this kid until they were at loggerheads. Upon hearing this, Anie and Jinyang froze and subconsciously asked, Then why would he remain in the Lantian camp? Mang Wu and Wang Ben are the sons of the two great pillar generals of Great Qin. To be able to be seen by them to compete, this kid has a bright future. Why would he be let go to participate in the selection? The military officer sighed, a helpless smile on his face. This kid belongs to a stubborn donkey. His character is too rigid. He froze and refused the two generals' solicitation, and had to want to rely on himself to accumulate war merits. These words almost didn't make Anie and Jinyang laugh out loud. The Lantian camp has a perennial troop of 300,000, and will not be mobilized in non-special circumstances. A few years ago, Meng Artery lost to Wei Wuji's joint conspiracy, and with the two blows of the late king's death, Qin has not moved its troops for a long time. Where did this kid get the chance to take credit? The military officer also couldn't help but laugh. There has been no war for several years. This kid has been harboring in the Lantian camp all day long. This is not suffocating? Ha ha ha. Anie and Jinyang gazed towards Jinyang, who was in the midst of a fierce battle and couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. Jinyang's performance was really eye-catching. No matter whether it was a veteran soldier or a young and strong recruit, no one was able to catch a single move from him. Good stance. Looking at Jinyang, who was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, Anie and Jinyang subconsciously applauded. Not to mention that they had followed the evil husband to fight a few vicious battles one after another, but they thought that their hands were far inferior to Jinyang. Jinyang, we really found a good seedling this time. That's right. Why? Let's go down and have some fun too. Go! The two of them spoke to each other, and under the helpless eyes of the military officer, they mingled side by side into the ranks of the assessed soldiers. At first followed the evil husband of the 10 teenagers. Only 2 of them still want to continue to follow the evil husband of the war. The other received the reward, have applied for discharge back to their hometowns. There's nothing to be said about people's aspirations, and since the 2 chose to stay, they naturally didn't want to fall on deaf ears and take the back door on the strength of their relationship with the evil husband. The previous physical fitness selection is not to participate in. After all, when the evil husband trained them, it was much tougher than this, and it is natural to pass without any difficulty. Last batch. Go! As time drew on, the martial arts selection came to its final wave, and Anie and Jinyang were clearly among them. What the hell are these 2 brats up to? Letting you guys be the examiners, and you end up going down in person? The evil husband, who had arrived late, looked at the abusive Anie and Jinyang, his face full of black lines. These 2 people were trained by him for half a year, and they cooperated well with each other. So would it not be bullying to participate in the war? We pay our respects to Captain Wicked Man. The surrounding military officers, who were busy taking notes, immediately raised their voices in salute and greeting when they saw the evil husband arrive. Exempt. The evil husband raised his hand and waved it, and then asked, Are there any good seedlings? Yes, The military officer who had earlier struck up a conversation with the two Enie men hurriedly said, "There is a young man named Jinyang, who is remarkably brave and fierce, and fought hard to the very end with the strength of one man." "Jinyang?" The evil husband sniffed with a sharp cry of surprise. "This master is not an ordinary person." In order to prevent renaming and being happy for nothing, the wicked man hurriedly pursued the question. "What is the age of this Jinyang, and where is he from?" The military officer replied, "A native of Shu County, 18 years old." Evil husband was instantly agitated. "That's right, it should be that great General Jinyang, who was the sole general at the end of Qin dynasty. Although history is far apart, there is no accurate record of Jinyang's birth year, but the place of origin is a clear record, and according to the trajectory of deduction, at this time Jinyang almost less than 20 years old. Go, bring him to me at once." Evil husband couldn't wait to meet this tiger general. The military officer saw the evil husband excited, also followed the happy. "Jinyang, this kid is really a good material." As an old Qin people, he naturally hoped that the Qin state is strong, do not want a talent buried. Not long afterward, the bruised and swollen Jinyang followed the military officer to the evil husband. "Pawn, Jinyang, greet the captain." The evil husband looked Jinyang up and down, saw that he was tall and strong, with a square face, quite a few fierce general temperament in his body. His face suddenly showed a warm smile. "You don't need to take the next test." Once this statement was made, Jinyang's complexion darkened violently, and the smile on the face of the military officer next to him was similarly converged, with a look of wanting to speak but not wanting to inquire. "With your strength, you are perfectly capable of joining the Iron Eagle swordsmen. Continuing the examination is just a waste of time, and you have to get in other people's way for no reason." The evil husband's next words shook his spirit and he snapped into ecstasy. "Captain, thank you, school lieutenant." Looking at Jinyang, who was so excited that he was somewhat incoherent, evil husband was a bit baffled. Logically speaking, a gold will shine wherever it is, even without his own existence. His future is still bright. The military officer immediately attached his ear and narrated the story, informing the wicked man of the reason. "Nice one. Hoping this kid is getting his edges smoothed out?" The military officer nodded and patted Jinyang's shoulder. "You kid should cherish the opportunity. Don't be as capricious as before." Jinyang scratched his head awkwardly, his chest thumped, promising that he would absolutely follow the evil husband to do well. Chapter 25, the selection ends with 3,000 elite. Wicked husband is very enthusiastic. Pulling Jinyang is a bunch of east and west. The attention is not put on the martial arts selection. So much so that the martial arts competition is over also did not notice. Big brother, the dirty Enie and Jinyang came to each other, and when they saw that the evil husband did not even notice his own too, they immediately said sourly, "It's really true that you have a new love and forget the old one." The sour tone and demeanor was as if he had been abandoned by a negative person. The evil husband felt an evil chill in his body, and said in a bad mood, "You two are trained by my own hands. If you can't pass the test, it would be better for the other 8 of them to go back to farming." Gotta. Anie and Jinyang were speechless and viciously swept their eyes at Jinyang standing next to them. If it wasn't for this brat, how could they have been ignored? Evil husband raised his eyes to look at the gradually westward sun, and directly said, "It's getting late. You two stare at the chess game here. I'll leave first." After saying that, without waiting for the two to react, he pulled Jinyang to board the carriage and left, leaving only the two who were full of grievances. He didn't pay much attention to the result of the chess game, which was not as mysterious as he had told Jinyang. The main reason why he added this item was to screen out the brainless ones. For the wicked, this era is just a little better than the barbaric era. The food is monotonous and scarce. Long-term malnutrition. How much better can the physique be? Big difference will do, as long as the base is good. The rest is slow conditioning and training. Moreover, with the biggest gain of this selection right beside him, how could he still have the heart to remain here and watch those stinky chess players pecking at each other? The carriage moved slowly on the bumpy dirt road, and the evil husband and Jinyang sat in the carriage chatting, and the atmosphere was not at all dull. "General, the Battle of Jinyang, are the rumors about you true?" After struggling for half a day, Jinyang still blurted out the question in his mind. He has also been in the military for 2 or 3 years, and knows the difficulty of the 4 major war heroes, not to mention the fact that it is as unbelievable as if it was a mirage in the sky to gather them all in a single battle like this one by evil husband. The evil husband froze, then laughed. "What's there to fudge about? With your base, you can do it with a little training." "Really?" Jinyang's eyes lit up, and his eager gaze seemed to melt the evil husband. The evil husband's smile was a bit lewd, and his tone was deep and long. Naturally, slowly you will know. Late afternoon. Wicked husband had just come out of the largest blacksmith store in Jinyang city with Zhang Han, when Anie and Chun Ning sent word that the selection had been completed, inviting wicked husband to come and give a lecture. Wicked husband smiled slightly and said to Zhang Han, "Let's go. Let's go see what those boys have grown into." Zhang Han nodded in agreement, and the two of them headed to the selection site together. Outside the city, the selection ground, when the 3,000 Qin pawns who had passed the selection saw the wicked man coming, the paralyzed ones immediately got up and lined up. "Gentlemen, don't think that everything will be fine just because you passed the selection," the evil husband's voice echoed in the ears of the crowd, only to hear him continue with great seriousness. "From today onwards, you will undergo never-before-seen rigorous training until you are able to stand on your own. In between, you risk elimination or death at any time." The evil husband's stoic gaze swept over the Qin pawns in front of him, and he said in a single word, "If you're afraid and regret it, you can quit now." When the crowd heard this, all of them looked grave, but there was a determined glint in their eyes, and none of them chose to leave. The evil husband looked around the room and nodded in satisfaction. The Qin pawns who had made it this far were all strong-willed, so how could they give up so easily? Anie, Chunin, Zhang Han. The evil husband's gaze fell on the three who stood out, and he said in a deep and solemn voice, "You three will be the 2,500 masters from today onward, and each of you will be in charge of 1,000 soldiers, and I will report this matter to the great king." Zhang gave him absolute support, even the right to make appointments. Otherwise he wouldn't have dared to make unauthorized appointments. After all, this is the feudal era. Private appointments have been involved in the sensitive issue of royal power, even though the two people met at first sight. But in the end, it is only the first acquaintance, not after the precipitation of time. The three of them were beautiful, especially Zhang Han, who had been hanging out for a long time, and his mouth was grinning up to his ears. "Heir et al. Follow this general." Evil husband mounted the carriage and shouted loudly, and the 3,000 Qin soldiers hurriedly followed. There was a small hill within the city of Jinyang, named Zhushan. This place was allocated by Zhang to wicked husband to use it as a station for the newly built Iron Eagle swordsmen. Since the decision to reorganize the Iron Eagle swordsmen, Zhang had sent a large number of craftsmen to build a barracks in Zhushan. Due to the time constraints, the barracks looked a bit crotchy, but it was enough to shelter the 3,000 men from the wind and rain. "Rest well tonight and begin training early tomorrow morning." After leaving such a sentence, wicked husband left Zhushan and went straight to the palace to report the results of today's selection to Zhang, including the appointment of Zhang Han. Inside the Jianyang palace, "Your Majesty, General Wicked Husband seeks an audience." The eunuch's face was full of caution, fearing that he might disturb the meditating Zhang. "Recently, I don't know what's wrong, but the king seems to have changed recently, beheading a lot of eunuchs and ladies in waiting, and all of them are also the people of Lu Buwei, the minister of Shangbang." The eunuchs and maidservants were so cautious that they were afraid of being dragged out and chopped up by Zhang. Zhang snapped out of his contemplation and a small smile appeared on his face. "Bring General Wicked Husband in." A short while later, the wicked man stepped across the hall. "My lord, greetings to the great king." Zhang's sharp eyes swept at the eunuch standing behind evil husband, who immediately understood and turned around to leave quickly, not forgetting to close the door of the hall. "Is the selection done?" Zhang's voice echoed in the empty hall with a hint of anticipation. Evil husband nodded slightly and replied with a smile, "Yes, Your Majesty. The 3,000 Qin soldiers selected are all carefully chosen elites." Zhang nodded with satisfaction, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. "Good. Step up the time to train them into an elite division. They will be of great use in the future." Evil husband said in a deep voice, "I will save it. There is one more thing that I have come to report to the great king. I will appoint Anie, Chun Ning, and Zhang Han as the 2,500 masters, each holding 1,000 soldiers." Zhang nodded his head slightly, very approving of evil husband's behavior. "Something small, just watch and decide." The evil husband nodded and was just about to get up to say goodbye and go back to rest, but was stopped by Zhang opening his mouth. "What's your hurry, kid? Stay and play a few games with Lone. Lone has itchy hands." Without waiting for evil husband's refusal, Zhang pulled out the chessboard from somewhere and started to arrange the pieces with great interest. Evil husband a burst of helplessness, heart some regret to teach him to play chess. Do not play things in time, no determination to sweep the 6 countries. After thinking about it, he decided to discourage it. Chapter 26 Your Majesty, do not forget the legacy of the late kings. Ahem. The evil husband cleared his throat and said in a calm and strong voice, Your Majesty, do not lose your mind by playing with things. Don't forget that you still carry the legacy of the late kings on your shoulders. The heavy responsibility of my great Qin to go out east and sweep the 6 kingdoms is all on your shoulders. Zhang's hand, which was arranging the chess pieces, gave a start and stopped in the air, saying in a bad mood, If you don't want to play the game with me, just say so. Why do you have to say it in such a serious way? The evil husband, who had been poked and prodded, was a bit embarrassed and was about to retort when Zhang continued, Now that my wings are not yet full, if I don't have some fun and relieve my boredom, won't I be suffocated and go crazy? Get your ass over here and cut the crap. With that said, evil husband could only shake his head helplessly and slowly walked over to the chessboard to sit down and start playing with Zhang. Zhang's chess skills had improved too quickly, and now he was no longer an opponent at all. The two of them had played 2 or 3 games. An evil husband had been killed until he had lost his armor and was unable to fight, and his helpless frustration had made him look breathless. On the other hand, Zhang was still in high spirits. Just like the internet addicts in the latter days, evil husband's eyes darted around for a while, and seeing that Zhang was in a good mood, he smiled and said, Your Majesty, I have a favor to ask of you, and I hope that your Majesty will grant it. What is it? Zhang asked without lifting his head. Evil husband is not ambiguous. Immediately said, The king, want to train the elite. This diet can be said to be the most important not enough to eat which still have the strength to train. A strong training will only harm them. Oh. Zhang raised his head to look at evil husband and said in disbelief, What's this small matter? I'll allocate some money and grain for you later, so that the soldiers can have enough to eat, right? This is something he can understand. In order to recreate the former Iron Eagle swordsman's majesty, the training volume of the generals will certainly be extremely large. If they continue to follow the normal soldier standard military rationing, obviously not reasonable. Evil husband shook his head, secretly saying that Zhang had thought too simply after all. Even if the food supply was doubled, what could be done? The military rations for soldiers in this era were mainly based on corn, supplemented with dashi and pickles, devoid of any nutrients and proteins. In the long run, let alone practicing to become an elite, I'm afraid that in the end, the practice will become a weak forest sister. Meat. If you don't eat meat, where can you get a strong body? Evil husband sighed and narrated that theory of scientific nutrition, which made Zhang stare blankly. Only after a long time did Zhang dryly say, If we supply meat every day, we don't have that much meat, not to mention equipping 3,000 people with meat daily. Even he, the great king of a country, could not have meat at every meal. For a while, Zhang's face was all scrunched up together, digging his heart out to think of a solution. Seeing his troubles, the evil husband coldly came to say, Your Majesty, we don't have meat. We can get it from others. Zhang shook his head and sighed. Qin is now at the top of the list in terms of national strength, and we can't even afford to provide for it, let alone other countries. Wu's Tom's wicked Fu eyes glittered, said in a deep voice, This person is the Northland County Wu clan, to raise cattle and sheep and owns countless cattle and sheep, and even to use the valley to count its cattle and sheep. Zhang immediately became interested and his eyes became bright. Oh, there is still such a rich merchant in Great Qin? Wicked husband pondered for a moment, smacked his lips and said, This person has a quick mind and made his fortune in animal husbandry. And then he became a middleman between Qin and the Indians, buying large quantities of all kinds of silk and other things at low prices, and then exchanging them for large quantities of cows, sheep, and horses from the Indians. In his previous life, he worshipped Shi Huangdi, so more or less understand some of the historical records of the Qin dynasty, and happened to have read about the introduction of Wu's Tom's shoes outlet. This person by foreign trade became a famous rich merchant in the state of Qin. When the first emperor of Qin Shi Huang learned of this person, froze to give him the same treatment as the feudal monarch. In this businessman's lowly times, it can be said to be one of the many businessmen's idol. Injin? Upon hearing this, Zhang's face instantly changed. His eyes became very sharp, and he said in a hateful voice, This person really deserves to die. Doesn't he know the hatred between Qin and Injin, and dares to make a deal with him? Your Majesty, I understand your anger. Wicked Fu saw the sudden change in Zhang's face, and quickly explained, But Wu's Tom's outlet, although he deals with the Indians, he also understands the laws of my great Qin, and what he does is within the limits of what is permitted by the law. If this man is utilized properly, not only can he solve the meat needs of the Iron Eagle swordsman, but in a short period of time, he can even exchange a large number of plowing oxen and form a new cavalry for my great Qin. quickly boosting the strength of my Qin state. The great Chinese thousands of years, relying on farming heritage. The importance of the plow oxen need not be said, while the warhorse is even more scarce. In the era of cold weapons, the importance of war horses far exceeds everything, and it is not even an exaggeration to say that if Great Qin could equip its entire army with war horses, the difficulty and time of sweeping the 6 countries would be greatly reduced. Ing Zhang's brow was tightly locked, but he also understood the stakes, and his tone loosened slightly. Even if I agree, his deal with the engines is ultimately inappropriate, and all the officials in the court are bound to veto the matter. Seeing that Ing Zhang's attitude had loosened, Evil Husband was delighted and quickly said, "As a minister, I should assist the king in ruling the country, not become a constraint on the king. If anyone dares to speak out on this matter, I will cut them down at your command. Plus, there are more benefits than that. Nowadays, the situation in the imperial court is delicate, so you must not act recklessly." Ing Zhang's face was stagnant, and he casually revealed a helpless smile, secretly saying that this kid's killing heart was just too heavy. That day he threatened Lu Buwei, and today he was going to cut down those ministers who would stand in the way. What other benefits are there? Tell them all together, and then I will settle them myself. Wicked Fu saw the situation, then elaborated on the benefits. We can use Wu's Tom Shu's outlet caravan, the silk, porcelain and other things of my Qin, through his caravan, sold to the Injin Rong in turn, earn a lot of cattle. Sheep and horses is just one of the. When there is a demand, a market will be formed, which will indirectly lead to the development of commerce in my country of Qin and lay the foundation for future trade. Moreover, with the people's pockets full, Great Qin's tax revenue will become more. Once there is a large amount of money to support it, my Qin's national strength is bound to skyrocket, and sweeping the 6 kingdoms is just around the corner. The more he talked, the more excited he became, and he even reached out his hand to gesture, not noticing Ing Zhang's surprised look. "I didn't expect you to have this kind of strategy. I really underestimated you." Ing Zhang listened to that with his heart pounding, and his words were full of appreciation and emotion for the Evil Husband. Even, the picture of a prosperous world where Great Qin came out of the east and swept away the 6 kingdoms, where the world was reunited and the people lived in peace and happiness had already appeared in his mind. This made him almost unable to control his desire to continue to hold back for a few more years, and he could not wait to destroy Lu Buwei now and take over the power alone, and then have a big and bold fight with the Evil Husband. Chapter 27, Wang Li, I recognize you as my elder brother. Wicked Husband smiled slightly, and was happy to change his image of a reckless man in Ing Zhang's mind, and said bluntly, "Your Majesty, although merchants and traders are lowly, they have an unrivaled role to play, so don't underestimate their existence. Although farming is important, but only let the people have a mouth to feed. If you want to usher in a prosperous era, commercial trade is the most important thing." Ing Zhang did not immediately chime in, but pondered for a long time before saying, "Wicked Husband, you let go of this matter, and I will certainly cooperate with you fully." Speaking here, he looked straight into the eyes of the Evil Husband and said word for word, "If you do not bear the burden of the orphan in this life, the orphan will certainly not bear the burden of you. Don't look at the present, he hasn't grown to the height of 1,000 ancient emperors in the future, but the thinking and pattern really isn't bad at all, and he has already seen through the advantages and disadvantages of it." Moreover, after this incident, he completely changed his view on the Evil Husband, and wanted to entrust him with an important post, so that he could become a pillar minister of Qin who could write and fight. Wicked Husband rose and bowed solemnly, saying in a deep voice, "Wicked Husband is willing to raise all his strength to assist the great king." Now that the words have come to this point, Ing Zhang is no longer interested in playing chess, and immediately said, "Go and do it. I will give you absolute trust and support, but wherever there is a need, you can dispose of it on your own." The Evil Husband grinned broadly and turned to walk quickly away. The following noon, outside the residence of General Wang Jian, Evil Husband jumped off the carriage and looked at the grand and stately mansion in front of him. A smile could not help but appear on his face. It turns out that the characters in the historical records of thousands of years ago, now live one by one, appeared in front of his eyes, but also really a bit like a fantasy feeling. The guards standing straight in front of the entrance of the royal mansion, seeing the Evil Husband standing still in front of the door, immediately shouted, "Who is the visitor?" "My name is Thousand Bull School Captain Evil Fu. I have something important to ask for an audience with General Wang Jian. Please bear with me for taking the liberty of coming here." Evil Fu hurriedly introduced himself and did not have any frame or dissatisfaction. Ancient times are not like modern times when you can just go to the door. You need to submit an invitation before you can visit others. If he comes here as an intruder, he is disrespectful to his master. Not to mention the fact that the target is Wang Jian, the highly respected general of Qin. So it's no wonder that the guards don't have a good face. Evil husband? Upon hearing this, the guards standing guard at the entrance were startled and hurriedly said, "We pay our respects to General Evil Husband. Please wait for a moment." Recently, the evil husband's reputation has risen. All sorts of deeds are rumored. They do not dare to have the slightest negligence. A guard immediately turned around and rushed into the mansion to inform. The wicked man smiled and nodded, standing outside the mansion and waiting patiently up. A few moments. "Ha ha, General Evil Husband, why didn't you send someone to inform in advance?" A loud, booming laugh came from within the mansion as Wang Jian came striding in with Wang Ben and Wang Li. Evil Husband immediately went forward to welcome him. His face was written with flattered, not expecting that the Wang family's grandparents and grandchildren would come out in full force to greet him. A small character who had just entered the temple. Wicked Husband pays his respects to General Wang Jian and General Wang Ben. Evil Fu arched his hand in salute before his gaze fell on Wang Li, who was a few years older. Wang Li's position at this time was but 500 masters, so naturally he did not dare to let Wicked Fu salute him, and hurriedly opened his mouth and said, "Wang Li, I pay my respects to General Wicked Fu." Evil Husband nodded slightly, a warm smile on his face, and slightly sized up Wang Li for a few moments. This man's family lineage was similar to the Meng brothers, but his abilities were far inferior to the Meng brothers. "Go, don't just stand here, come in and talk." Wang Jian reached out and pulled Evil Husband towards the mansion, his eyes full of admiration. A few days ago, the Evil Husband disliked Lu Buwei in the courtroom, so that Wang Jian was very appreciated, and it was also considered to be indirectly out of the mouth. Plus this little brave and fierce, he can really love it. If Ing Zhang hadn't asked for the man first, he would have had to snatch him from that old man Meng arbiter. Several people all the way to the main hall, seated on the ground and exchanged a few pleasantries. Wang Jian was curious to ask, "Boy," suddenly came to what is the important thing? Seeing that Wang Jian took the initiative to cut to the chase, Wicked Husband simply said, "Yes, General Shang, Wu's Tom's outlet." He told Wang Jian all about his discussion with Ing Zhang. "This is a good thing. What need old man to help? You despite straight say." Wang Jian did not have half a bit of ambiguity, immediately promised, and then his face turned, revealing a meaningful smile. "Only, the Evil Husband is not a little cute. The only thing that can make Wang Jian look like this is that he is closely related to the army. Please rest assured, General Shang, if this matter is accomplished, I will send you 1,000 horses." "No, that's no good." Wang Jian shook his head like a rattledrum. Dissatisfied, "You said you want to do a big deal, but this is the result? 1,000 horses is not a big deal." "Hiss, I'm going to go." Wicked Husband, a burst of abdominal slander. Cursing this old man's appetite is too big. Although Wu's Tom's shoes outlet claimed countless cattle, sheep and horses, but the historical record cannot be fully believed. Coupled with the ancient and modern counting methods are completely different. In case it is an exaggerated account of it, where will he get so many horses for Wang Jian? You old man only needs to show up for the matter. The appearance fee of 1,000 war horses is not low. The Evil Husband spread his hands and put on a non-negotiable look. Without lifting his eyelids, Wicked Husband fiddled with his fingers and added carelessly, "By the way, General Shang, the Great King has already agreed to this matter and has given the last general carte blanche to dispose of it yet. Rumors are not to be trusted. Who the hell is spreading rumors that this kid is all force and no brains?" Wang Jian looked at the oil and salt Evil Husband, angry, put on the lap of the big hand hard fist. Hate to give the Evil Husband to give a old punch, before he can eliminate his heart hate. "Okay, I want 1,000 strong war horses, but if there are any abuses, don't blame me for not recognizing them with my fists." "Touché." Evil Husband kindly smiled and patted his chest. "Don't worry, General Shang, if there are any abuses, the last general will definitely stand firm to let you out of your anger." Wang Jian rolled his eyes. "It's okay, hurry up and go. I'm poor, I don't have any food left to entertain you." He got up and left, without a trace of attachment. Wang Ben and Wang Li showed some embarrassment. "This, Evil Husband. It's okay, the old man has a small heart. I can understand." Evil Husband dug his nose, not the least bit embarrassed about crickets in front of people's sons and grandsons. Two people heard more embarrassed. Know that this kid is joking, and did not feel harsh. But on the contrary, I feel that the relationship between the two families to draw closer a lot. The Evil Husband stood up and laughed. "Both of you, I'll take my leave first, and send each of you 500 steeds back." These words excited Wang Ben and Wang Li, especially Wang Li, whose blazing eyes were on the verge of melting the evil husband, with a dog-licking smile on his face. Big brother, in the future, if there is anything you want to do, just greet me, and Wang Li will definitely saddle up. The words just fell. Wang Ben slapped hard fan in the back of Wang Li's head. Obviously older evil husband, but want to recognize others as a big brother? He, as a father, really can't afford to lose this. Chapter 28 Interview with Wu's Toms. Two upper generals stand. After leaving Wang Jian's residence, the wicked man came back to Mang Aristocrat's residence. Since the two are very close and not strangers like Wang Jian, Mang Aristocrat gladly agreed to help after just a greeting. Incidentally, in the Mang Argentine residence to rub a meal, the evil husband will hit the road back to the house. Fast horsewhip to send people to invite Wu's Tom's Shoes outlet to Jinyang to discuss the matter. Coincidentally, after inquiring, I learned that since Wu's Tom's outlet became rich, he settled in Jinyang City, which saves a lot of time. That afternoon, learned that the court's newest nobleman Thousand Bulls school captain evil husband wanted to meet with him. Wu's Tom's Shoes outlet was overjoyed, and brought a generous gift to the door to visit. Wicked husband personally went out to meet, looking at a cart full of gifts in front of him, laughed out loud and said, Wu Tom's outlet, you are too polite. Wu's Tom's Shoes outlet, just over the age of the rough face, strong body, from its body really do not see half of the businessman's mercenary and shrewd. He only heard him say smilingly, when I first visit General Wicked Husband, how can I come here empty-handed? Not hiding the intention of friendship in the slightest. He also knew that the business he was doing was a bit sensitive, and the reason he settled in Jinyang for a long time was to make friends with dignitaries. However, the low status of merchants in this era, coupled with the fact that he is a member of the Wu clan rather than the Qin people, he did not spend much money, did not give many gifts, but did not make friends with the real power and nobility, and the recent rising reputation of the new noble evil husband suddenly personally invited, which let Wu's Tom's Shoes outlet see a glimmer of opportunity. Before coming he was specifically inquired about. The king of Qin Ing Zhang very much valued this person, even though he knew that Ing Zhang and Lu Buwei had a delicate relationship. Lu Buwei was a merchant and was too difficult to contact, so if he could get in touch with Ing Zhang, he would be able to secure his safety, so he brought a heavy gift. Come on, we'll talk inside. The two came all the way to the main hall. Wu's Tom's Shoes see the hall is raising a cup to drink Mang Arduous and Wang Jin two people. The heart suddenly trembled, the look became cautious, arched his hand to meet the salute said, small person Wu's Tom's Shoes, pay a visit to the two on the general. The two looked at the same time to Wu's Tom's outlet, tone of kindness, said, the same came to be a guest, no need to be polite. Mang Aristocrat and Wang Jian although they acted very polite, but the eyes inadvertently out of that disdain, or by Wu's Tom's Shoes outlet clear capture notice. Wu's Tom's outlet heart wildly shocked. The status of the evil husband is greater than he imagined, and even attracted the two upper generals personally door to door as a guest, which makes him very glad that he is today's attention. Come on, sit down and talk. Wu's Tom's Shoes for men sit down as instructed. He knows that power and wealth are inextricably linked, the mind constantly calculating how to take advantage of this opportunity to successfully get on the line with the evil husband. As for Wang Jian and Meng Arsenal, he didn't even dare to think about it. Seeing that the atmosphere was slightly gloomy, the evil husband took the initiative to break the silence and laughed. Today, I invited you to come here, mainly because I have a matter to discuss, and I need you to contribute from it. Wu's Tom's heard, heart a happy. This is exactly what he dreamed of the opportunity. He quickly replied, General something despite the command, but where the Wu's Toms can do, will certainly lift the full force to help. Evil husband asked carelessly, I'm sure you know about the rebuilding of the Iron Eagle swordsman? Wu's Tom's outlet nodded, the heart of some doubt. Military matters, which as his lowly merchant can be involved in, do not know what the evil husband said this means. Then this general will be straight with you. Evil husband stopped talking nonsense and cut straight to the chase. In order to train an elite division, the prerequisite is for the generals to have a strong physique, and this cannot be done without a large supply of meat. Said here, the evil husband did not continue to say. Words are said to this point. Do not believe that Wu's Tom's Shoes outlet do not understand. Wu's Tom's outlet fiercely relieved. Thought it was something. The original is to want beef and mutton. He immediately said, Wu's Tom's outlet is a part of the Qin state, naturally willing to contribute to make a contribution. How about this? He mused for a moment, and said, the Wu Toms would like to give 1,000 sheep and 500 oxen as a means of nourishment for the Iron Eagle swordsman. Meng Arti and Wang Jian looked at each other. shocked in their hearts. Such a number of cattle and sheep said to send, is really rich and generous, but also really by this kid to get. Wicked husband heart. From this it is not difficult to see. Wu's Tom's shoes outlet definitely richer than he imagined. He shook his head and smiled. This great gift this will receive for the king. He will certainly personally report the king your heart. However, in seeking you out today, this general is representing the great king and wants to do business with you. Doing business? Wu's Tom's outlet face showed bewilderment and incomprehension. With Ing Zhang's status, how could he do business with a businessman like him? The evil husband smiled slightly and explained. During the Iron Eagle swordsman's training period, a large supply of meat is needed every day. And even with your sponsorship it's just a drop in the bucket. This general proposes to the great king that you step in as an intermediary to open commerce with the Indians in exchange for a large number of cattle, sheep, and war horses. Wu's Tom's shoes outlet. His heart was shaken. He never thought that the evil husband would make such an admonition to the Ing Zhang, and even got the approval of the Ing Zhang. As a businessman, he instantly understood the benefits. Under the heat of the heart, quickly and respectfully replied, Wu's Tom's shoes outlet naturally willing to do their best. I do not know how General wants to do. The evil husband nodded and continued. Other than the tightly controlled salt and bronze and iron, everything else is available for you to take in trade. Speaking here, the evil husband's smile became meaningful. Sheen, and the Indians are ultimately world enemies, and if anyone tries to find trouble with you, everything you have now will instantly go up in smoke. Just then, Wang Jian and Meng Arnold spoke in hushed tones. If we cooperate with the great king, who dares to comment on this matter, when our Qin swords are unfavorable? After all, everyone knows that Lu Buwei only has his hands in the air, and Ing Zhang's voice is not very high, but it's not the same if the two men who hold military power are willing to support him. Wu's Tom's outlet body shook. His own family knows their own affairs. He desperately wanted to find a backer. Is not it for this reason? If he could really work with the great king, why would he need to be on edge all day long, afraid of offending others and being targeted by them? Right now is the perfect time to enhance his status. He hastily replied, Wu's Tom's shoes outlet will certainly live up to the trust of the king, and do their best to earn a steady stream of cattle, sheep and horses for the state of Qin. He's a smart guy, and he's not pussyfooting around asking how much he'll get, but he's just patting himself on the back. Meng Aristocrat and Wang Jianxi also cannot help but Wu's Tom's shoes outlet be impressed. Merchants are heavy profit is their usual impression. This kid can hold back is not simple. Wicked husband nodded in satisfaction and said, very well, then the matter is settled. Wu's Tom's outlet. You go back and prepare the relevant matters as soon as possible. Of course, this general will not let you work for nothing. In the middle of the draw half into your personal income. You can be satisfied? Wu's Tom's outlet naturally did not have any dissatisfaction, and repeatedly nodded in favor. Just his private dumping has been rich into this, to the national level to carry out the trade. Even 0.5% is also 100 times stronger than his own sneak to come. Wu's Tom's outlet stood up, respectfully saluted, said, thank you for the general's mention. Wu's Tom's outlet will certainly live up to the trust. Afterwards, Wu's Tom's shoes outlet left the evil husband's residence with a heart full of joy and anticipation. He knew that this meeting with the evil husband would be an important turning point in his life. Completing their tasks, Meng Artery and Wang Jian also got up and left, not forgetting to urge evil husband to send his share of the favor fee earlier before leaving. Chapter 29, The Shock Caused by a Roasted Leg of Lamb. I have to say, Wu's Tom's outlet is extremely efficient. That day at dusk, flocks of cattle and sheep were sent to the Zhu Mountain. 3,000 soldiers were overjoyed at the sight of flocks of cows and sheep, and surrounded them with their physical bodies, fearing that these great treasures would run away and get lost. When the wicked husband heard the news and saw the soldiers behaving like this, he was really amused and heartbroken at the same time, and immediately ordered, kill the sheep and slaughter the oxen, and have a good meal tonight. Which had thought, no one shed hands, and have discouraged the evil husband. Why not captive breeding, until the future number of more in the occasional fight? These words made the evil husband's heart even more sour, and immediately made a promise, just eat openly. This general will ensure that in the future you will have meat all the time. You just have to step up your training and don't fail the great king's expectations. Soldiers have been thrilled to hear the words. His words are 100% trust. No longer shirking, immediately began to sharpen the knife to kill sheep and slaughter cattle. It was night. Zhu Shan lights. 3,000 soldiers around the fire barbecue meat. Feast eat that called a fragrant. Zheng Han's 3 men came to wicked husband carrying a leg of lamb that was bubbling with oil. General, the leg of lamb has just been roasted. Eat it while it's hot. Wicked husband saw the three gluttonous gulping but not forgetting himself, felt amused and gratified at the same time, and immediately said, "You guys eat. This general does not like the stench of mutton." The three of them looked at each other in dismay. Mutton is a rare commodity, and their own general doesn't even like it? Eat up. Hearing evil husband's urging voice, the three of them couldn't hold back any longer, and tore their hands open and stuffed their mouths, all of their faces revealing a look of relief. Evil husband smiled and shook his head, and then continued to concentrate on turning and roasting the leg of lamb. In his hand was roasted nourishing oil. See, the fire has been about the same. Then picked up the leg of lamb stuffed into the middle of the food box, and then wrapped it with a thick cloth to a tight fit. "You guys eat until you're full. Official training tomorrow. I'll be off." "General, army, slow down." The three men's mouths were stuffed and bulging, and their speech was a bit slurred. The wicked man boarded the carriage, while it disappeared into the Jushan in the night. In the Jinyang palace, Jinyang was still reviewing the documents by lamplight when his stomach suddenly buzzed, waking him up from his concentration. "Well, it's getting late?" Jinyang stretched his waist, only to realize that it was already dark without realizing it, and that his belly had long been empty as he had been busy reviewing the Zhangji all afternoon. "Someone bring some food." "Yes, my lord." Jinyang endured his hunger and waited patiently for the eunuchs to bring him food, but then a voice rang out from outside the door. "Your Majesty, General Wicked Husband seeks an audience. Bring him in, and add a meal along with it." Although he didn't know what the evil husband's nighttime visit was about, Jinyang was thoughtful enough to prepare a meal for the evil husband as well. A short while later, evil husband pushed in the door with a wooden box, just as the chirping sound rang out in Jinyang's stomach again, making it extremely clear in the empty hall. Jinyang looked a bit tired and laughed to himself. "If I hadn't been so busy reviewing these Zhangji recording trivial matters of chicken feathers, I wouldn't have starved myself like this." Upon hearing this, evil husband grinned, and carrying the food box, he quickly walked over to Jinyang and sat down in front of him, and under Jinyang's puzzled gaze, he unwrapped the thick cloth of the package. The heat and the unique aroma of the roasted meat spread out through the cracks of the food box, and Jinyang's nose shrugged, his stomach growling at the aroma. "Great king, this is the leg of lamb I roasted for you. Luckily it's not cold yet. Quickly eat it while it's hot." The evil husband was relieved to see the leg of lamb was still steaming. He was afraid it would get cold when he was rushing around. Jinyang's body was shaken, and his eyes flashed with a hint of emotion, so he ignored the etiquette and reached for the leg of lamb to gnaw on it, feeling that the only salty flavor in his hand was the most delicious thing in the world. Yummy, really yummy. While nibbling on the leg of lamb, Jinyang seemed to feel something. "I've never eaten a leg of lamb that tastes this good. Evil husband, your craftsmanship is good." Evil husband heard the imperceptible tremor in his words, and his heart felt some emotion. As the first emperor of the 1,000 years, it is not easy. Shi Huangdi's life was characterized by extraordinary achievements, but his experiences were equally difficult and heartbreaking. Abandoned by his father before he was even born, he was left alone with his mother in the state of Zhao, where he nearly died at the age of 2, and was subjected to cold stares and insults. 9 years old, returned to the Qin. "I thought the father and mother love. Who knows that the father died? The mother wants a lover, do not want him. Just focus on you and Lao Ai. I love each other. Gave birth to 2 children, not to mention that, but also want to help the lover to kill him." Lu Buwei suppressed him, and his own brother Qingjiao betrayed him. He did not believe in fate, carrying the will of the late king, careful at all times, as if walking on a tightrope to mediate. In the end, he pacified Lao Ai, deposed Lu Buwei, and formally took over the government. Fending for the rest of the 6 generations, he went east and swept away the 6 kingdoms, unifying the 6, making the cars on the same track and the books in the same language, and calling himself the first emperor. He spent 15 years laying down the future of the entire Chinese nation to avoid falling into the fragmentation of Europe. The palace fell into a state of speechlessness. The evil husband's eyes were filled with heartache, but Jinyang did not seem to notice, still indulging in the delicious taste of the leg of mutton, as if he had temporarily forgotten all his burdens and sorrows. However, a few moments later, he raised his head and a deep light flashed in his gaze. "Evil husband, I'm tired and I'm about to be unable to hold back." This time, he did not call himself a loner, and his look was not as sharp as in the past, and there was only endless exhaustion and silence. The evil husband nodded slightly and suddenly laughed, a very cold laugh, and said word for word, "Your Majesty." That day the evil husband had said that he was willing to be the sharpest sword in the hands of your Majesty. If the great king wishes, the evil husband will do the job in this matter. And he will make sure that Lu Buwei will not be able to see the sun of tomorrow. He doesn't know whether he is right or wrong. No matter that Lu Buwei has the talent of the world. If he dares to block the way of the first emperor, he should be executed. Ing Zhang's chest heaved violently as he tried to restrain his desire to nod his head in agreement. The remaining threads of reason constantly telling him that it was too early to move Lu Buwei. Wait a little longer. Ing Zhang was not as bald as the evil husband, and saw a broader picture. After all, he was not completely sure that he could stabilize the turmoil after deposing Lu Buwei. Evil husband has some grudges in his heart. With the support of loyal veterans such as Meng Arnold, Wang Jian and Wang Yi, Lu Buwei can't make any waves, so why can't he just depose him? My great king, evil husband sighed and added in a different way. Once you are in power and sit at the center, we can let go of our hands and have a great time. He stretched out a finger, pointing to his head and said, wicked husband is not talented. His brain is full of ideas to rule the world, and dare to ensure that I call my Qin state to soar. Furthermore, the world is yours, your majesty. Why should you be constrained by that Lu Buwei? These words directly poked Ing Zhang's heart, and his face became fierce. In that case, find an excuse. Chapter 30 Your Majesty, Lao Ai is a fake eunuch. If the division is not known, it will be difficult to depose Lu Buwei. Ing Zhang's eyes were grave, his two sword brows furrowed. Don't look at Lu Buwei's rule of the court, but can't really pick what can depose him. Can't just take him down without saying anything. In that case, how can we convince the public in the future? Wicked husband was fiercely excited. If this was really accomplished, history would be changed by his presence, greatly shortening the time for Ing Zhang to become pro-government. Your Majesty, there is something I don't know if I should say or not. Ing Zhang was first stunned, then said in a bad mood, you dare to urge me to clean up Lu Buwei, but you're still cautious? Evil husband hemmed and hawed and spat out two words in a low voice. Lao Ai, a fake eunuch. Ing Zhang instantly changed his face dramatically. His gloomy and uncertain face flashed with icy killing intent, which was not directed at evil husband, but just remembered the past again. Her mother was a daughter of a powerful family in the state of Zhao, initially a concubine of Lu Buwei, then offered to Prince Zichu of Qin, who made her his wife after giving birth to him, and then made her queen when she ascended to the throne. Back then, countless people chewed on him openly and secretly, rumoring that he was actually Lu Buwei's son, saying that he was a bastard, and he could only tolerate it in silence. But on the contrary, what about the mother? She was a romantic and debauched woman who was not willing to be widowed at a young age. After her father's death, she took advantage of her youth to rekindle her old love with Lu Buwei and often secretly fornicated with him. It seems that his mother does not care about his face as the son of the king of a country, and ignores him, and continues to have sex. He knows all of this. Luckily, Lu Buwei, perhaps fearing a disaster for himself, broke off his fornication with his mother Zhao Ji, which made him happy. Therefore, when Lu Buwei sent Lao Ai to the palace, he said that this person is quite clever, and can stay beside Zhao Ji to relieve her boredom, or he personally nodded his head to agree to it, which is also a kind of appeasement to compensate for the mother. I didn't expect that today. The evil husband would actually say that Lao Ai is a fake eunuch? Where did you learn about this matter, and are you sure about it? Ing Zhang's voice was low and full of majesty, and his gaze was like a sharp sword piercing straight through evil husband. The evil husband's expression stagnated and he couldn't wait to smack himself twice. He was really getting carried away. Fong just focus on flirting to clean up Lu Buwei. The mouth did not have a handle on the door nonsense. Completely forget the middle of the avoidance and how to reasonably explain the source of information. This, great king, this matter is true. Wicked husband had a bright idea. A hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. This is also thanks to the Wu Tom Shoes outlet. This person in search of backing, at any cost to seek information about the dignitaries in Jinyang City. If you die a poor man, you can't let Ing Zhang have a grudge against you. Furthermore, from the day Wu Tom's Shoes for men and the engine do business, his certain death has been doomed. More black pots, less black pots. Inconsequential. Ing Zhang's brow was tightly locked, his heart fluctuating, and he didn't dwell too much on the source of the news, but remembering the oddity of some of the clues in the past, he felt that this was not a falsehood. Lao Ai, Lu Buwei. Ing Zhang's heart was burning with anger at the moment, and it was hard to describe it in words. He is well aware of Lu Buwei's power tactics, but he never thought that he would be so bold as to send a fake eunuch into the palace to lust after the harem. This was not only an insult to him, but it also brought disgrace to the entire Qin state. Your Majesty, if we can utilize this matter, not only will we be able to depose Lu Buwei, but we will also be able to completely remove the forces he left behind in the palace. Seeing that Jinyang did not question it, evil husband continued, a hint of excitement in his voice. To be honest, he really wanted to see what Lao AI could do, to see if he could do that will turning technique or not. After a long period of silence, Jinyang forced his heart to suppress his killing intent, exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and said in a low voice, that Lao Ji AI, relying on the Queen Mother's trust, has been recruiting clients and ministers in the imperial court. Today its minions are no less powerful than Lu Buwei. Evil husband raised his sword brows, showing disdain, and was just about to say something when Jinyang reached out to stop him. I know what you mean, but scandals must not be publicized. Jinyang continued, for a period of 1 year, intensify the training of the Iron Eagle swordsman. The evil husband thought that it was right. Even ordinary people knew that family scandals should not be disclosed, not to mention Jinyang, who was the king of a country. It would not be impossible for Wang Jian and the others to mobilize their troops to take down Lao AI, but with so many people and so many mouths to feed, the scandal would surely get out, and there is no excuse for Jinyang to want to let the Iron Eagle swordsman step in. Then it will be 1 year, and in 1 year's time, the Iron Eagle swordsman shall clear all obstacles for the great king with a thunderous force, as a lead to the reappearance of the Iron Eagle swordsman. With that, the evil husband got up and left, leaving Jinyang in deep thought and sitting in the hall. Early the next morning, all troops assemble. Evil husband got up early in the morning and rushed to Zhu Mountain camp with a big bag. In order to intensify the training of the Iron Eagle swordsman, he decided to be stationed on this Zhu Mountain from today onwards. The 3,000 soldiers moved at the order and lined up in neat formation, all of them in high spirits. Wicked husband nodded with satisfaction, and his heart couldn't help but look forward to their future performance. Immediately informing the Zhanghan trio of the training program that had been prepared in advance, Anie and Chunning, who had already seen the evil husband's methods, were fine, only their legs and stomachs were weak, and did not question them. This, Zhanghan, on the other hand, was filled with horror. General, this, I'm afraid it's not going to train the robes to death? He boasted of his extraordinary physique, but he also felt that he could not carry it. The evil husband said meaningfully, in the future, the Iron Eagle swordsmen will face enemies several times the number of their own. If they do not want to die, they should sweat more on weekdays, so that they can bleed less in battle. This general still says that those who are afraid can quit, including you. Zhang Han's face was violently solemn, and he directly shut his mouth. Alright, if there are no problems, go and organize your own training. The corners of the evil husband's mouth hooked up into a smile as he said sorrowfully, I will live together in Zhu Mountain to keep an eye on you all in order to conduct an assessment every 7 days to review the effectiveness of the training. The bottom of the rankings. Oh, the three of them couldn't help but shiver coldly, using their feet to think. They could also know that the end of the line was absolutely miserable and incomparable. Why don't you go quickly? Seeing the three of them standing stupidly still, evil husband urged in no good humor. As if waking up from a dream, the three of them hurriedly ran quickly to their teams and directly led them to the grounds that had been divided in advance to start training. In no time at all, Zhu Mountain became extremely lively, with all sorts of shouts and roars coming out, and the soldiers' fighting spirit was high. But as time gradually passed, the original loud voice slowly disappeared and became low and feeble, and it was also mixed with moans of pain. Do it big, break up early, those who can't hold out will only have bones to gnaw on tonight. Evil husband stood on the high platform yelling at the top of his voice, his smile full of mischief. I have to say, it's a really good feeling to see someone in pain. Chapter 31, The Evil Husband Comes Down. 3,000 elite. Time is like a rush of water, and a year passes in a flash. Jinyang City, the royal palace. In the early morning, the goosefeather snowfall gradually stopped, plunging the entire old capital Yongchang into a piece of silver. Jinyang stood under the eaves of a palace and watched the eunuchs with their guards clearing the snow that had already fallen below their necks, and his heart couldn't help but feel a little heavy. The cold winter of this era is particularly bitter. Due to the lack of effective heating measures, I do not know how many people cannot survive this winter. Alas, the people have suffered for a long time. Can Lone really put an end to these hundreds of years of war, so that the dawn of the living beings can rest? Jinyang stared into the distance, grumbling a little at the evil husband he hadn't seen for a long time. The boy had made himself so excited that he was unable to stand it. It turned out well. Since this kid went up to the Zhu Mountain after no news, he had sent people to the Zhu Mountain several times to ask questions, but they were all sent by the kid to stop at the foot of the mountain. The whole day mediation in Lu Buwei's he did not think much. simply also no longer send people to inquire, patiently waiting for this kid to appear on his own. This is good. Now the 1-year period has passed more than a month. He has been about to suppress the deposition of Lu Bui's mind. But the delay is not. Evil husband appeared. Evil husband? What the hell are you doing? Zhang sighed and turned around to return to the palace with the intention of continuing to review the sangs that recorded trivial matters of chicken scratch. Report dash. Just as he entered the temple, a shout from behind him stopped him in his tracks. What is it? The forbidden guards quickly came closer and knelt on one knee, saying, Your Majesty, General Wicked Husband seeks an audience. As soon as these words came out, Zhang's silent heart immediately warmed up, and he hurriedly said, Bring him in quickly. Zhang looked at the backs of the guards as they left, his eyes filled with anticipation. If the Iron Eagle swordsman was so effective, wouldn't he be able to be pro-government immediately? When he thought about this, his heart was on fire, and he could not wait for the evil husband to instantly move in front of him and ask him a good question. Not long ago, a silhouette appeared on the white square in the distance. Its figure was tall. Its gait was like a dragon walking and tiger walking, quite majestic. It was the evil husband who had not been seen for a long time. This kid, just a year gone, he has grown quite a bit in size, and is about to surpass Lone. Zhang's gaze fell firmly on evil husband, the corner of his mouth unconsciously hooking up a smile. Wicked husband also saw Zhang wearing a black cloak and immediately quickened his pace, and when he arrived at the bottom of the steps in front of the Zhangtai palace, he bowed his hand in salute with a flourish. My last general, evil husband, pay respects to the great king. Zhang nodded heavily and said in a loud voice, Behave yourself, follow me into the hall to talk. Entering the hall, Zhang waved away all the idle people and sternly instructed that no one should come near. Say it. Zhang and evil husband sat face to face around the fire pit and said carelessly, You and I set a 1-year deadline, but now you're more than a month late. Wicked husband grinned, and his eyes sized up Zhang before he said, Your Majesty, I miss seeing you for a long time. You've gotten a lot more stable. Pust. The seriousness that Zhang had managed to put up instantly broke down, and he said in a bad mood, You're so reckless. You haven't gotten over the crime of deceiving the king yet, and you still dare to poke fun at me? The original somewhat cold and serious atmosphere in the hall was suddenly harmonized. Injustice. I am even more unjust than that sinus. Evil husband sighed and complained, Great king, you don't know how bitter I am, harboring on the mountain all day to practice for you, and as a result, you still want to punish me. Who is Doi and what is her grievance? Zhang was a bit puzzled. Could it be that there is trouble with the subjects under his rule? Gotta. Wicked husband didn't know how to explain, and immediately changed the subject. Great king, Wicked husband was fortunate enough to train an iron-blooded elite for you, only that time is running out, and it hasn't reached its most perfect state yet, but in terms of battle power alone, it's definitely not inferior to an Iron Eagle swordsman. Although he had not seen what kind of elegance the Iron Eagle sharpshooter was, after his training and cultivation, the physical growth of the generals was very exaggerated, and their hands alone were definitely not weaker than any elite. Moreover, he painstakingly developed a simple blast furnace for iron refining, and the battle armor and weapons of the 3,000 generals were all cast in fine iron, which was far sharper and stronger than bronze. Just the equipment on the crush. He was confident that the 3,000 people under his command, absolutely called the most elite from ancient times to the present day, not to mention also equipped with the Wu's Tom's shoes outlet sent the purebred top-quality war horses. Oh, hearing this, Zhang also became serious, and after thinking for a moment, he said, Let's take the Qin army that pacified the rebellion in Jinyang as a measure. How much can 3,000 sharp soldiers stand up to? The evil husband mused for a moment, slowly extended his finger, and whispered, It can be used as a 1 for 10. Zhang's eyes widened and he laughed loudly. Well, to have such battle power is quite unexpected. Your Majesty, I am talking about a frontal encounter where the Qin army swarms. Seeing his misunderstanding, evil husband had an odd smile on his face. Zhang's smile froze on his face, and his eyes became a bit dull. This kind of 1 for 10 was completely different from what he had expected, and the difficulty was worlds apart. In this way, if he really converted it, the strength of these 3,000 sharp warriors was several times more exaggerated than what he had thought. You, don't tease Lone. Zhang came back to his senses, his tone becoming a bit irritated, fearing that it was this kid who was teasing him. It's not that he doesn't believe in the evil husband, it's just that it's a bit too much. It's already extremely difficult to pull out an elite force in just 1 year, let alone such a rare force in the world. Great king. I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry yet. Evil husband raised his hand and drank the warmed wine in one go before saying, I'm not teasing the great king, and being able to have this battle power is partly due to the weapons and battle armor. Saying that, he drew his long sword straight from his waist, and the crisp and pleasant sound made Zhang's eyes light up. It's made of fine iron, sharp and strong, blowing hair. Zhang's eyes fell on the long sword that was glowing with a cold light, and his face showed a touch of disbelief as he casually picked up the long sword and said with a teasing smile, in the entire state of Qin, you are the only one who dares to draw your sword in front of me. Before he finished speaking, Zhang let out a soft eep, and the pupils of his eyes suddenly tightened. Looking at the wound on his fingertips that was as thin as a hair oozing out beads of blood, his heart was shocked. He just accidentally touched the blade of the sword, and he was cut by it without realizing it, and he couldn't even feel a trace of pain, so he could see how sharp it was? Zhang was not a fancy person. He had a very high attainment in swordsmanship, only to see him waving his hand. His long sword was like a viper spitting out its letter and stabbing at a wooden pillar. The tip of the sword didn't enter into the wooden pillar, emitting a muffled sound. Good sword, Zhang praised. A glint flashed in his eyes as he got up and shouted, someone come. The forbidden soldiers standing 20 paces outside the hall immediately rushed into the hall, their swords pointing remotely at the evil husband, and they wanted to come forward and surround him. Unbridled, Zhang let out a bellowing cry, frightening the forbidden soldiers into standing still and not daring to move. You, bring the sword. Zhang casually pointed at a forbidden soldier and said, and although the latter was puzzled, he immediately complied, stepping forward and handing over the Qin sword made of bronze in his hand. Chapter 32, Your Majesty, do not take this lightly. With one hand and one sword, Zhang slashed the two swords against each other in front of the evil husband and dozens of forbidden soldiers. Only a ding sound was heard. The bronze longsword of the forbidden guard was instantly cut off, landing on the ground with a crisp ringing sound. On the other hand, evil husband's iron sword had not been damaged at all, and when Zhang examined it carefully, he couldn't even find a scratch. The surrounding forbidden soldiers subconsciously swept their eyes at the forbidden soldier who had lost his battle sword, and their hearts could not help but feel a little bit of gloating, thanks to the fact that the one who had been chopped off was not his own sword. The forbidden soldiers who lost their swords could not cry, their eyes were tearful. The Qin law is strict. If a soldier loses his sword, it's a big offense. Great king, how is it? Wicked husband smiled slightly and said confidently, the 3,000 sharp warriors I have trained are not only well equipped, but also have unique fighting methods. They will be the sharpest blades of my Qin, cutting through the thorns to sweep the 6 kingdoms and unify the world. I trust you, and I trust your 3,000 soldiers. Zhang stared straight at the wicked man with his eyes, his heart surging with ambition. What more could a king ask for if he could obtain such great talent? What would he worry about not being able to accomplish great things? After pondering for a moment, Zhang once again said, it is not appropriate to continue to use the name Iron Eagle Swordsman. You can rename it. Evil husband instantly recalled that there was a record within the strategies of the warring states that said, Qi's skillful strikes are inferior to Wei's military pawns, and Wei's military pawns are inferior to Qin's sharp warriors. The 3 troops recorded in it are the elite army that has been passed down through the ages, and the 3,000 soldiers he has trained are far superior to the Qin's elite soldiers, and it is indeed inappropriate to continue to use the Iron Eagle Swordsman as a name. Crossing over, for the sake of not just pretending and circulating for hundreds of generations, to modify the original historical process, so that those regrets no longer have. Why bother to top the name of other people, so that other people fishing for fame? Thinking about it, the evil husband fell into the middle of contemplation, searching for a low-profile and domineering name with connotation, and the forbidden guards present were all shaken. You know, this is the king's own army. The king even let the evil husband to take the name. What kind of favor is this? Zhang didn't rush to urge, but gave the wicked man enough time to think. Being an elite destined to remain famous for 100 years, he didn't dare to take it casually. As it happened, his afterglow saw the forbidden soldier who had lost his battle sword and was full of tears, so he could not help but feel a little amused. Here, take it. The long sword was returned to its sheath, and he casually threw it to the forbidden pawn. The latter hurriedly caught the long sword. His heart was filled with boundless surprise, and a silly smile appeared on his face. He was considered to have been blessed by a disaster. Feeling the envious eyes of his fellow soldiers beside him, this forbidden pawn hurriedly knelt down and shouted, "Thank you, great king, for giving me the sword." Jinyang waved his hand, signaling the guards to exit the palace. As for the gratitude of the guards, he didn't pay much attention to it, not realizing that this move had indirectly done him a big favor. Having seen the sharpness of this sword, Jinyang couldn't wait to inquire whether it could be equipped for the whole army and how much it would cost. I don't know how long it took, but the long contemplating evil husband exclaimed violently, "I've thought of it, let's call it the Black Dragon Xian Armor Army." Jinyang, known as Zhu Long in later times, was the first emperor to wear black as his dragon robe, and the 3,000 soldiers were wearing black armor designed by him, which was an appropriate name for Jinyang's personal army. Black Dragon Armor Army? Jinyang opened his mouth and repeated it, then nodded. This name is well taken. Let it be the name in the future. The naming process ended here, and Jinyang immediately asked about the cost and complexity of the iron sword, and whether it was possible to extend it to the whole army. Evil husband shook his head. Sword casting is actually not that difficult. It is mainly about mining iron ore and refining, not to mention the low efficiency and extremely labor-intensive. It is not suitable for mass promotion at the moment. How about call a halt to the repair of the Great Drainage Canal? Jinyang was still a bit reluctant. In his opinion, the Korean waterworks Jiang building large canals is not as important as this matter. If you can promote this kind of sacred armors all over the army, the Great Qin unification of the world is just around the corner. Then the construction of aqueducts is not too late. No, the Zhenghua Canal must be built. The sooner the better. Unexpectedly, evil husband's reaction was so fierce that he startled Jinyang. Wicked husband said in a deep tone, "Your Majesty, although the construction of the Zhenghua Canal is a conspiracy that wants to drain the national strength of my Qin, it is in actuality a great good that is vital to my Qin." Conspiracy? Jinyang's heart thumped, and immediately his face turned serious. Last year, the wicked woman and he said that Lao Ai lusted after the harem, and after his exploration this year, he found that this was indeed the case. Moreover, the mother even with that Lao Ai also gave birth to 2 sinful children. Now that the evil husband was saying it was a conspiracy, he didn't have a single shred of doubt, not to mention the fact that he had originally felt there was something fishy about the whole thing. Weary Qin. A smile rose on the face of the wicked husband, and he whispered to himself, "The king of Han's abacus beads are quite good, but that Jiang is a solid-eyed man, extremely rich in craftsmanship. As long as this big canal can be built successfully, the grain production of my great Qin will definitely soar, which is a great project for the benefit of the country and the people. Compared to military weapons, Your Majesty should know which is more important, right?" Jinyang said word by word, "Are you sure that the construction of this canal will make the grain production of my great Qin skyrocket?" Evil husband nodded, with a relaxed face. "Naturally, and a big change of armament is not a difficult task. It does not conflict with the construction of a large canal, but it is just a labor-intensive. Just turn around and go elsewhere to grab some strong men." "Capture strong men?" Jinyang's eyes lit up as he hurriedly asked after him. "Are you planning to make a move against the 6 countries and capture their people to dig and smelt for us?" Evil husband shook his head. After all, he is a modern man who traveled from the latter part of the world, and always felt that the 6 countries are all his own family, and there is no need to scourge them unless he has to. Of course, the world must be unified, and he will not hold back any of those who do not know what they are doing. "Why don't you tell me what you mean?" Jinyang couldn't wait to pinch evil husband to death. His speech is intermittent. Can't he finish in one breath? Wicked husband kneaded his chin, pondered and said, like Xiongnu, Donghu, Injinrong, use these foreign tribes, let alone will become a scourge in the future. It is just suitable for digging and smelting, or construction of large canals and other projects, the best hard labor. East who is powerful, Yuezhi is fierce. The threat is indeed not small, but, Jinyang's words changed, doubtful that Xiongnu can become what climate? Sandwiched between Yu clan and East Hu. At any time there is the danger of overthrow, not enough to fear. The words were full of disdain for the Huns. During this period, the Xiongnu were really not strong, far weaker than other grassland nomads, so it was no wonder that Jinyang did not take them seriously. Seeing him like this, wicked husband's face became very serious and said in a deep voice, "Great king, do not belittle the grassland tribes, especially this Xiongnu, which will definitely become a great danger to the heart of Huaxia in the future. The great Chinese thousands of years, minus the 3 emperors, summer, commerce and Zhou, from the beginning of the first emperor to start counting up, the grassland nomads can be said to have been entangled in the fight with the Chinese. During this period, there were several occasions when China was in danger of falling into the dark turmoil of the people. The 5 husbands of China, the shame of Ginkong, Yuan Mongolian tyranny. The Manchurian Qing dynasty entered the country. And so on, the blood and tears of things, say endless, cannot be sorted out, across the history of China and the Great Land. Chapter 33, Transferring the Black Dragon Xuanjia Army to the Palace. Lao Ai's move. When Jinyang saw how serious evil husband was, he followed suit. In the old days, my Qin ancestors were humiliated by the barbarians, and I don't know how many old Qin people died under their hooves. This revenge has to be avenged. Since you said they are a threat, then find a way to exterminate them. Wicked husband nodded. Offense was the best defense. It made absolutely no sense to expect the great consumption of manpower and resources to build the Great Wall to defend against the barbarians. Great King, these are all afterthoughts. The most important thing right now is still for you to be pro-regime as soon as possible. The evil husband digressed, his eyes flashing with a refined light. At those words, Jinyang's heart immediately warmed up. He had been in hibernation for a year, waiting for this moment. Right? After my probing, Lao Ai's lust for the harem is yet a matter of fact. Speaking of this, Jinyang became murderous, his finger joints creaking because they were too hard. Knowing that this matter was extremely harmful to Jinyang, evil husband did not want to embarrass him by asking too many questions about the details, and said bluntly, "Your Majesty, will you take him down directly, or force him to make the first move?" He was too lazy to think about it. Besides, it was a family matter for Jinyang, so he didn't want to have too much to say about it, and he just needed to follow the order. Jinyang pondered for a moment and slowly said, "The man of Qin has become more and more arrogant, relying on his mother's favor, and has become so authoritarian that even Lu Buwei has to give him a break, and he has been recruiting a lot of disciples and servants." Speaking here, he glanced at evil husband, suppressed his anger and growled lowly. Last month, he got into an argument with Squire Changfeng, and went so far as to intimidate Changfeng by claiming to be the orphan's false father, and as a result, he was sued by Changfeng to me, and really deserved to die. Upon hearing this, evil husband was a bit embarrassed. After all, it was indeed him who had delayed for more than a month and missed the appointment between the two of them, or else he would have already cleaned up Lao Ai's mess, and would not have to make such a mess, causing Jinyang to suffer yet another humiliation for no reason at all. This is the temperament and appreciation of Jinyang. Any other king would have been angry with him long ago. Jinyang closed his eyes slightly, gasping for air, and only after a while did he calm down his anger and slowly said, "Go back and mobilize the Black Dragon Armor Army, and follow me to Yongcheng early tomorrow morning. At that time, you will stay outside the palace and wait. I will enter the Herb Palace alone to meet with the Queen Mother." The evil husband nodded, and suddenly asked, "Your Majesty, you said that Changfeng came to you to complain, and that Lao Ai must have known about this matter?" Jinyang pondered for a moment and nodded. There are quite a few inner officers and maids in the palace who are in his immediate presence. Changfeng came in anger. Even if no one told him, he must have known. "Your Majesty, then it is better to wait for me to bring the Black Dragon Xian Armor Army to enter the palace with you, so as to avoid that Lao Ai." Wicked husband showed concern and hurriedly dissuaded Jinyang. "No need to worry. The Empress Dowager is my mother after all, and even if Lao Ai has evil intentions, he wouldn't dare to make a move on the Empress Dowager." Jinyang shook his head, a touch of sadness flashing under his eyes. He knew in his heart that this move was very risky, but he was willing to do so for the sake of the faintest expectation in his heart. Evil husband was still trying to persuade him, but Jinyang said, "You've sped all the way here. Go down and rest first." Unable to do anything about it, the evil husband could only get up and leave. Walking out of the great hall, the evil husband looked back at the great hall behind him, a touch of worry and sorrow flowing from the bottom of his eyes. He had already unconsciously influenced the direction of history, and the matter of Lao Ai was brought forward by 6 whole years. This means that the first emperor will have to endure those hardships much earlier, and the evil one knows why Jinyang is willing to take the risk, but he still has the last vestige of fantasy for Zhao Ji. Don't forget, the current Jinyang is still only a half-grown teenager. Thinking about this, the evil husband more heartache of the first emperor's encounter. Think of his life as walking on thin ice, although the beginning of the Chinese emperor, but did not get a peace of mind. The world says that the first emperor was brutal, but the first emperor's dynasty had no living martyrs, attacked the North Vietnamese in the south and the grasslands in the north, and left all of Qin's elite outside. Before his death, he left an edict: even if the world is in chaos, the border troops cannot return to the king. Qin can die, China cannot die. As a result of this edict, Qin had no available troops in its territory, allowing Liu Bang and Xiangyu to take advantage of the situation and break the city of Jinyang with only 20. 000 men. The millions of soldiers who swept through the 6 kingdoms in those years could only be stationed at the border and watched the destruction of Great Qin. It can be said that he laid the foundation for the future of China. But he also did it for others. This is the first emperor of the ages. The first emperor. Throughout the ages, how many emperors have had a pattern like his? With me, I will never allow Qin to die in the second world. The evil husband turned around and quickly left the Jinyang palace, leaving only an inaudible sigh in its place. Afternoon. The eunuch who sped from Jinyang to Yongchang was sweating profusely and said in a thin voice, Marquis Changxin, my humble servant has something important to report. A touch of gravity flashed across Lao Ai's arrogant face, and he hurriedly asked, but what is the king's change? Yes, Thousand Bull Captain Evil Husband entered the palace early in the morning to meet with the great king. The little eunuch's words were stuttered, and there were flashes of greed in the bottom of his eyes. Lao Ai Jue took out a piece of gold cake from his bosom and threw it to the small official, who hastily reached out and caught it, sending it into his mouth and biting it hard with his teeth, and then he immediately smiled with open eyes and thanked him. My humble servant thanks Marquis Changxin for the reward. If wicked husband were here, he would have recognized this little eunuch as the eunuch who was serving in the Jianyang palace today, and he was the eyes and ears that Lao Ai had planted beside Ing Zhang. Lao Ai flashed a hint of impatience. Still don't tell me quickly. The eunuch saw that Lao Ai was a bit angry, and hurriedly said, the king ordered not to come close, and I didn't hear very well, but only heard something about the Xuanjia army, mobilizing troops to enter the palace, paying a visit to the Empress Dowager, and making a move. When Lao Ai heard this, his eyes tightened for a moment, and his heart was horrified. Could it be? Stand down. Lao Ai forced his heart to suppress his fear and waved the eunuchs away with a wave of his hand. After it left, Lao Ai's eyes fell on the right hand seated in the middle-aged man. To see him still a cloud of light color, immediately angry and said, now, you have nothing to say? The middle-aged man with an elegant temperament and a feather fan in his hand smiled lightly and said, what Marquis Changxin has been dreaming of for a long time is about to be realized. It is indeed a cause for joy and congratulations. Oh, Lao Ai's worries instantly dissipated. His eyes eagerly looked toward the middle-aged man in front. This person is named Gu Yu. Is his protege? His wisdom is unparalleled. By his reliance and trust, Gu Yu fanned his feather fan. The light under his eyes flickered, and he said in a deep voice, the imperial seal of the Empress Dowager can be accessed by Marquis Changxin. So why don't we use this as a plan to mobilize the county pawns and palace guards, and the palace cavalry to preemptively ambush the Herb Palace? As long as that Ing Zhang dies, Marquis Chang Xin can embrace his own son to ascend to the throne as king. And then, hey! At this point, Gu Yu's words broke off, his eyes fixedly looking at Lao Ai, waiting for his resolution. This matter. Lao Ai is in deep thought. He is usually so domineering that he wants to kick Ing Zheng off the throne, but when it comes to the matter at hand, he seems to be very indecisive. Marquis Changxin, it is better to decide as early as possible. Once the first move is made by Ing Zhang, I am afraid that this matter will be. Seeing him tangled up, Gu Yu couldn't help but urge him on. Once this matter comes to fruition, his status will surely rise, and he might even be able to be like that Lu Buwei. Quickly follow me forward to meet the Empress Dowager. When you go to the Imperial Seal you will immediately mobilize your troops and arrange for an ambush. Lao Ai's face was filled with a sinister color, no longer hiding the killing opportunity in his heart. Gu Yu's face blossomed with a smile, stood up and arched his hand in a bow, and said in a loud voice, Marquis Changxin, don't worry, this matter will definitely be done beautifully by me, and I dare to make sure that it's foolproof. Lao Ai reached out to help Gu Yu up and said, if the great event comes to fruition, Lao Ai will definitely not forget your great work, and will be rewarded with the Prime Minister's position. Chapter 34 Black Dragon Xian Armor Army departs for Young City. Herb's Palace. Lao Ai. Come on. 9 feet wide incense wood bed hanging shark raw silk treasure luonet. A wisp of elegant fragrance around the bed between the couch. Couch set with green jade hold incense pillow. Laying soft play silk ice woven mat. Through the net visible 2 intertwined figures. Obscene sounds from the red lips of Zhao Ji poured out. More than 100 years of her charm still exist, as if ripe fruit. Lao Ai sweating like a pig. Handsome white face is full of the color of pleasure and madness. This is the mother of the king of a country. Looking at Zhao Ji's loose look, his inner achievement and satisfaction cannot be described in words. Little Ing Zheng, what are you going to fight me with? Lu Buwei, what are you again? I, Lao Ai, will soon I will be the Lord of Qin. Lao Ai's heart is on fire. In order to get Zhao Ji's support to cooperate with the next action, He is now a kind of pulling out all the stops. Empress Dowager. If we were to make our child the Lord of Qin, would you be willing to do so? Lao Ai took advantage of Zhao Ji's disorientation to ask tentatively. At this moment, Zhao Ji's sanity had long been drowned out by carnal desire, and without thinking, she spat out a blood-curdling murmur. If Shang'er dies, I will support our child to succeed the throne. Upon hearing Zhao Ji's clear reply, Lao Ai immediately became energized and his mind was filled with images of himself in control of Qin. The next day, early in the morning, dawns. Outside the Jinyang palace, wicked husband led Zhang Han along with 100 Black Dragon Xuanjia army waiting for a long time. Squeaky. As the door to the palace slowly opened, Zhang, dressed in a basalt-colored robe, slowly stepped out, swept his eyes at Zhang Han and the others who were standing straight and energetic in front of him, and nodded with instant satisfaction. Evil husband took a few steps forward and arched his hand. My lord, I pay my respects to the great king. In private, the two of them do not talk about rules, but if there are others present, there should be the etiquette of the evil husband is the same no less. We pay our respects to the great king. Zhang Han and the others followed closely behind, uttering greetings in unison, their voices like thunder in the sky, shaking the hearts of the forbidden soldiers guarding the gate. Those who could enter the forbidden army were all elites who had fought hundreds of battles, but they were equally shocked by the aura of the Black Dragon Xian armor army. Don't be polite. Let's go. Zhang waved his robe sleeve and boarded the carriage with the help of the wicked husband. Depart. Wicked man personally royal horse. After a loud shout, the carriage toward the city galloped away. Zhang Han and others all rolled over on the horse, followed closely behind. Open the gates. More than 100 meters away from the city gates, the evil husband opened his mouth and let out a loud roar, the rumbling sound constantly echoing above the streets. When the city gate guards saw the Black King's flag on the carriage, they didn't dare to have a moment's delay and immediately opened the city gate to let them through. Without the slightest pause, the wicked man drove the carriage straight out of the city. Outside the city, Anie and Chunning led the remaining Black Dragon armor army to wait in formation, and when they saw the city gates open, they immediately changed formation and surrounded the carriage carrying Zhang in the center. The group left along the official road toward Yongchang, and Zhang, sitting in the carriage, didn't hear any sound other than the horse's hooves. You kid really didn't brag. Zhang lifted the curtain of the carriage and swept his eyes at the Black Dragon Xian armor army that was neatly protecting the area around the carriage, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Evil husband concentrated on his imperial horse and said without looking back, this is just where it's at. When we go to Yong City to start the war later, we'll know how strong they are. Zhang sighed and sat down leaning against the carriage door. The whole person seemed to be in a state of disorientation, murmuring softly, Mother, am I not your son anymore? Listening to those words full of grief and sorrow, the evil husband's heart was full of killing, and he couldn't wait to directly cut down that lecherous Zhao Ji together. If it wasn't for her, how could Zhang have been so humiliated? As the Empress Dowager of Qin, she is as low as a whore. Leaving her alive in the world is really a disgrace to Qin and its officials. Herb's palace. Lao Ai Jiaoi looked in the direction of Jinyang. The bottom of his eyes was full of gravity, and he spoke in a deep voice. Sir, can all be prepared? Zhang's son is already on his way. Gu Yu, who was standing by his side, nodded and said softly, there are 10,000 people in ambush inside the palace, and there are still more than 20,000 troops inside the city, and 2,000 gatekeepers have already come to Yongcheng last night, and were planted by me within the army. Don't worry, Marquis Changxin, those who didn't obey the order have all been killed. Now Yongcheng is under our control. Upon hearing this, the heaviness in Lao Ai's heart suddenly dissipated quite a bit, and he turned his head to look at Guyu and complimented. With the help of Mr. Lao Ai, great things can be accomplished, and the future will surely live up to Mr. Lao. Guyu smiled and nodded without continuing the conversation, and the two of them fell into silence at that. The dragnet has been laid, and all that remains is for Zhang to come. After nearly 2 hours of bumpy ride, Zhang and his team finally arrived at Yongcheng. Wicked husband thought that he was going to be stopped and questioned, but he didn't know that the Yongcheng guards had already opened the gates wide to let them through before they came near. In this regard, the evil husband did not think much about it, and took it all as the Black Dragon King's flag. When they entered the city, the streets were surprisingly empty, making the evil husband notice a hint of something wrong, especially the city gates that were closed immediately after they entered the city. Your Majesty, if we go to war later, make sure you stay close to me and don't stray too far away. Zhang's face had long since turned iron blue, his eyes filled with boundless anger and killing intent. his voice hoarse. If you are in danger, there is no need to keep your hands off. Evil husband turned around and grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Great king, just watch. Seeing that he was so confident, Ing Zhang's heart was quite stabilized. Zhang Han, bring me my weapon. The wicked man yelled up at Zhang Han, who was following the carriage, and later immediately unclasped the big stick he was carrying behind his back and strained to hand it up. The evil husband reached out to catch. Will be about 4 meters long. There are 3 fingers thick iron rod smoothly placed in the side of the carriage in the waterway. This iron rod is according to the design of the rebar steel. There is a section of the top of the convex, weighing more than 200 pounds, froze the speed of the 3 war horses down a lot. Previously, he had let the blacksmith of Jinyang city refine an iron rod out of bronze, but when the blast furnace succeeded in refining a more pure refined iron, the previous bronze iron rod was discarded by him and replaced with this iron rod that had been refined by thousands of hammers. This stick is your weapon? Ing Zhang's tone was a bit shaky. This stick looked like it was not light. He was skeptical that evil husband's small body could really move it. Yes, great king. Evil husband nodded and laughed. Let's see how evil husband is going to make a killing later. Cold weapon battlefield is very cruel, but it is full of strange charm. Let the evil husband very miss the thrill of the bloodbath. Not for a long time to fight and kill, so that he is a little restless. Ing Zhang was a bit speechless, and an odd thought came to his mind, hoping that the garrison in the city would never think about it. If he were to be whipped by this big iron rod, he would end up in an extremely miserable state. Just thinking about that brutal image, Ing Zhang couldn't help but shiver. Chapter 35, Ing Zhang, my 2 good brothers. The entrance to the impresario's palace. Phew, the carriage stopped, and the evil husband swept his eyes at the palace gate guards, turned around and rushed inside the carriage and said, Your Majesty, the herb palace has arrived. The curtain lifted and Ing Zhang stepped out of the carriage, the wicked man reaching out to help him out of the carriage. You can wait here. Lonely will go in. Ing Zhang said and raised his feet to leave, but was pulled back by the wicked man, with some anger in his heart. Wicked husband lowered his voice and said, Great king, you are not unaware of the oddities within the city. So why do you still risk your life? My lord will never allow the great king to be put in harm's way alone, even if it means condemning me. Seeing the evil husband's face full of seriousness, Ing Zhang's heart was a bit touched, and looking at the herb palace in front of him, which had weathered the storms for decades, he said helplessly, If you're not afraid of death, come in with me. The evil husband immediately revealed a smile and said disdainfully, The ones who should be afraid are those with evil intentions inside. Walk. Saying that, he smoothly picked up the iron rod that was placed on the carriage while carrying it behind his back. Zhang Han, Anie, Chunin. Seeing that the 3 of them had come near and wanted to stop themselves in Ing Zhang, the wicked husband said in a preemptive voice, You 3 need not be dissuaded. Just wait outside the palace gates. If you don't see me and the king come out in half an hour, you'll charge straight to the palace. The 3 of them exchanged glances, and they all arched their hands in unison to receive the order without any questioning. Wicked husband trained them on weekdays, and the first rule was to do everything by military order. Great king, please. The evil husband reached out his hand to make the motion of please, and smiled broadly. Today, whether it is a dragon's den or a mountain of swords, the evil husband will open the way for the great king. Ing Zhang was so proud of his words that he patted Evil Fu's shoulder and laughed as he walked towards the palace gate, while Evil Fu picked up his long stick and followed behind him, as the large stick was a bit of an eyesore and an inconvenience. We pay our respects to the great king. The palace gatekeeper stepped forward to salute, and the 100 or so forbidden guards behind him also saluted. With a face full of majesty, Ing Zhang said, Open the palace gates. I want to go forward to meet with the queen mother. The partial general guarding the door shot a glance, and several soldiers immediately went forward to open the door. Ing Zhang and evil husband went straight into the herb palace, walked across the plaza, stepped onto the steps of the main hall, and headed toward the harem. When the 2 men's backs disappeared, the partial general guarding the gate had a sinister look on his face, and led his men to directly close the palace gate. Zhang Han's 3 men took in their movements, but did not do anything, only informing the pawns behind them to get ready to attack the door through special hand signals. Harem, the great king has arrived. As the eunuchs continued to yell, the atmosphere of the herb palace steeply became austere. Ing Zhang and evil husband did not look different, as if they did not notice anything, and went straight into Zhao Ji's bedchamber. Right at this moment, Lao Ai, with a smile on his face, drilled out of nowhere to welcome the 2. My humble servant, Lao Ai, pays his respects to the king and to General Wicked. Ing Zhang's face was solemn, and he gently nodded his head in response, while the evil husband didn't even bother to give him a proper look, secretly saying that this Lao Jiai wasn't a bad-looking man, so it was no wonder that he could be favored so much by Zhao Ji. Lao Ai's smile did not diminish, but his heart was deeper in killing, and he hated the arrogance and contempt of the evil husband with a passion. This way please, great king, the Empress Dowager is waiting for you. Lao Ai made a sideways motion of invitation, walking slightly in front of him to lead the way. The evil husband was just about to raise his feet and step into the bedchamber, but was stopped by two forbidden soldiers at the entrance. General, please also leave your weapons outside the bedchamber for the time being. Zhang coldly swept a glance at the two guards. I allowed General Evil Husband to carry his weapon. Why did you two stop him? Unexpectedly, the two forbidden guards did not give the slightest bit of face, still reaching out to stop the evil husband from going. The scene is in a stalemate. The atmosphere is steeply austere. Lao Ai hurriedly out of the voice reprimand. The king approved. You and others do not quickly retreat? Yes. The two forbidden soldiers lowered their arms and returned to their original positions at the same time. Seeing this scene, evil husband and Zhang exchanged glances, and then entered the bedchamber as if nothing had happened. My son is here? Through the long corridor, a gentle and seductive voice reached the ears of evil husband and Zhang. The evil husband raised his eyes and saw Zhao Ji wearing a big red sarong, with a hint of debauchery and charm between her eyebrows, looking at Zhang with a smile in her eyes, paying no attention to herself. Zhang arched his hand and bowed, saying in a long voice, my son pays his respects to his mother. The wicked husband beside him followed at the same time and saluted, saying in a low voice, the last general pays his respects to the Empress Dowager. Excuse me. Zhao Ji stood up and walked over to Zhang, smiling, why did you brave the wind and snow to come to the Herb Palace today? Since mother moved to the Herb Palace, my son has missed her so much that he has come here to visit her. Zhang smiled brightly, completely unable to see any other emotions. My son has traveled a long way. I'm sure he's starving, right? Zhao Ji's behavior was equally unreadable, and she turned her head to command, why don't you go and warm up some wine to warm up your body for the king? After saying that, Zhao Ji took Zhang's hand and started chatting about parents and short stories, as if she was an extremely caring mother to her son, looking at evil husband a little bit wanting to vomit. Bitch, when you fornicated with Lao Ai, did you think of brother Zhang? And when you gave Lao Ai 2 sons, did you think of brother Zhang? I don't know what Zhang thinks, but anyway, evil husband is furious, and the killing chance that inadvertently shows in his eyes is clearly captured by Lao Ai, who was standing next to him. Lao Ai's son really didn't put Zhang in his eyes, but he was very wary of wicked husband, who, after making many inquiries, learned that there was really no water in his battle record. In case he really started to fight, he was afraid that the army would be pinched by this kid before they arrived, so he extraordinarily guarded against evil husband's every move. A few moments later, the wine and meat were served, and Zhang sat down directly beside it, without making any formalities, and grabbed the leg of mutton with his hand and nibbled on it, drinking a few cups from time to time. Lao Ai took advantage of no one's attention, quietly winked. The small eunuch behind him quietly retreated, completely unaware that all of these moves are being watched by the evil husband. Zhang was still feasting on his own, while Zhao Ji smiled gently and advised Zhang to slow down from time to time, in a warm and affectionate manner. Suddenly, the evil husband's ears twitched, his eyes unconsciously after then the curtain tent at the back of the main hall. The slight sound of swords being sheathed came from exactly here. Lao Ai, this man intends to do it in front of Zhao Ji? Subconsciously, he moved his feet slightly, bringing himself closer to Zhang, so that he could protect him later. Lao Ai's eyes snapped into a vicious and sinister look, and he was just about to wave his hand and give the order when he was interrupted by the sound of a childish child laughing and making noise. Father, mother, play with us. Zhang's hand that was gnawing on the meat trembled as he raised his eyes to look at the two heads poking out from the promenade, killing intent flickering under his eyes. Whose family are these two dolls? Upon hearing Zhang's question, Zhao Ji and Lao Ai instinctively panicked a bit, especially Zhao Ji, who hid in the Herb Palace because she was afraid of being discovered by Zhang. Lao Ai's eyes rolled back and he laughed. Your Majesty, these are the 2 righteous sons I adopted. They are considered smart and clever, and they are deeply loved by the Empress Dowager. It's just that the childish children don't know about the etiquette and the law, and their mouths are just screaming nonsense. Zhao Ji quickly nodded her head and agreed. These 2 dolls are quite eloquent, making me feel as if I had seen you as a child. So let me stay in the palace to accompany the boredom. The 2 of them sang together. but they barely rounded out the matter. Jinyang laughed and continued to lower his head and gnaw on the meat, just as the two of them sighed in relief, and said carelessly, "If these two younger brothers of mine can be loved by their mother, I, as a son, am also happy for my mother." At these words, the atmosphere in the hall was instantly quiet. Chapter 36, Evil Husband, Bullying My Zhenger, Are You Dead or Not? Zhao Ji looked flustered and bewildered, with a hint of guilt, a pair of red lips wanting to speak. Nevertheless, Lao Ai directly laughed out coldly. "If your majesty knows, why are you teasing me and the Empress Dowager?" Jinyang threw away the leg of lamb in his hands, rubbed the grease on his hands, stood up and said, "I'm full. Let's go." The evil husband's eyes looked straight at Lao Ai. His body was tense, but whenever this person made a move, he would take his life first. "Your majesty, don't leave once you've come." Lao Ai's eyes stared at Jinyang like a poisonous snake, and with a wave of his hand, the eunuchs behind him immediately carried the two young children away. Swish! The sound of swords and soldiers coming out of their sheaths was intense, and the forbidden guards who had already been ambushed in the hall surged out, surrounding Jinyang and the evil husband. Without any panic, Jinyang said in a rather calm voice, "I am the Lord of Qin. How dare you aim your swords at me?" The soldiers were not moved at all, and their eyes looked at Jinyang with coldness. Lao Ai's man laughed loudly. His laughter was very maniacal and piercing. "Here are all my people, and how will they listen to you? A man who is going to die? Today, the herb palace is your burial place." Only then did Zhao Ji come back to her senses. A flash of intolerance flashed under her eyes, and she opened her mouth to say something, but was interrupted by Jinyang's maniacal laughter. "Ha ha!" Jinyang's eyes were a bit sad, and he secretly said, "Mother, a tiger's venom does not yet eat its son. Am I not your son? Why is it so? Why is it so?" When they were young, their father abandoned them and returned them to the Qin, which is still excusable, but it's just that their mother wanted a lover and didn't want them, and she even wanted to unite with outsiders to kill her own son? He couldn't figure it out. "Your Majesty, if you can't figure it out, don't think about it, kill." The evil husband standing behind Jinyang was full of ferocity, and the long stick standing on the ground moved smoothly, sweeping straight towards Lao Ai's legs. Click! Ah! The sound of bones cracking and screams sounded almost simultaneously, only to see Lao Ai collapsed on the ground. Two legs have become irregularly twisted. Looking at people's scalp numb, Lao Ai, Zhao Ji saw the situation immediately panicked, rushed to the side of Lao Ai, full of concern, and then twisted his head willow eyebrow up, sternly reprimanded, "You wanton, do not quickly take it down?" Upon hearing Zhao Ji's order, the soldiers with armor in the hall immediately made their move and swarmed towards the evil husband. "Your Majesty, get behind me, never get too far away from me." Evil husband's eyes were full of killing intent, but he didn't forget to remind Jinyang behind him. The corner of Jinyang's mouth hooked into a smile, backhandedly drew out the sword at his waist, and said in a long voice, "Let go of the sword, and don't underestimate Lone." Thinking of the historical record, which stated that Jinyang was 1 meter 98 in height and wore a sword that was about 1 meter 62 in length, which was equivalent to having a chow chow hanging from his waist, and that he was very good at swordsmanship, wicked husband was instantly relieved. Bang! The long stick swept across the ground, and the 4 or 5 soldiers who rushed up in the front row spat blood and flew backwards, smashing down a piece of the rebels behind them. Sharp! Either that or they all say that Rebar is an invincible being when placed in antiquity. The long stick was extremely smooth, very suitable for his body's huge strength of more than 1,500 pounds, completely unlike the awkwardness and inefficiency of chopping the enemy with Qin's sword earlier. Jinyang was not idle either. His long sword was at a very tricky angle, as unguardable as a viper spitting out its letter, and he easily killed the 2 rebels who were coming from the side. When the blood is flying, the evil man completely put down his heart. Both feet stomped the ground, instantly rushed into the crowd. The long stick waved again and again, wrapped in the whistling wind sound smashed down pieces of rebels. Come on again. With that much power you still want to rebel? The hundreds of people in the temple didn't even last a few rounds before they were smashed to the ground by the evil husband's long stick, all of them moaning and spitting out blood, seeing that they were suffering from horrible internal injuries and couldn't survive. Lao Ai's veins were exposed, and he hissed with forced pain, "Come on, kill this man and reward him with $1 million. It is said that there will be a brave man under the heavy reward, but the more than 300 people ambushed in the temple are completely out of battle, and no one can stand up to stop the evil husband for a moment." Careless, Lao Ai's heart is repentant. He did not expect the evil husband battle power so horrible. looking for 300 people in this temple. Only a few breaths will be able to chop the evil husband into mincemeat. Which thought it would be this result? At this point, the soldiers guarding the outside of the temple heard the shouts and rushed in. Seeing the ground full of fallen soldiers, they subconsciously froze. Froze what to do? Not quickly kill them, rewarded with millions of money, subject to the general's post. Lao Aijue saw that these people even froze, immediately angry, but also did not dare to rebuke, and hastily made a promise. Kill. Hearing the promise from Lao Ai, these rebels came back to their senses, their eyes full of fire, carrying their weapons to kill the evil husband standing at the front. Good coming. The evil husband was not the least bit timid, and took the initiative to meet him with his big stick. Jinyang stood back with his long sword in his hand and was dumbfounded, not to mention Lao Yi and the others. It was the first time that even he had witnessed the valor and force of the wicked man with his own eyes. This kid, he's really an animal. As he looked at evil Fu, who was killing everyone in the crowd, Jinyang subconsciously felt a sense of humor. He had practiced martial arts since he was a child, and with his knowledge, he could naturally see that evil Fei's moves had no rules, and that he was relying on brute force to hit his opponent's vitals. Outside the temple, knock, 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 the dull drums beat, echoing throughout the Imperatorium. When Guyu heard the drums, the original bland look on his face disappeared, his eyebrows furrowed together, and he shouted, "Gather quickly and go to support." Earlier, as a precautionary measure, he had left a handful of military drums hidden outside the temple, and once things changed or support was needed, he would beat the drums. This coldly heard the sound of drums, his heart was suddenly heavy, murmured, could it be that those 300 elite armored soldiers didn't manage to take down the two? Thinking of this, he immediately shook his head, putting this unrealistic idea behind him, and directly led his army forward to the harem to find out what was going on. At this time, the evil husband has been killed all the way to the entrance of the temple. The rebels who rushed to the dead outside the temple may not advance an inch. While fighting in a bloody battle, evil husband still didn't forget to yell, "Your Majesty, don't kill Lao Ai, leave it for me to be useful." Gotta. Even now he hadn't forgotten that he wanted to see the art of spinning wheels of Lao Ai with his own eyes. Although Jinyang didn't know his intention, he did as he was told. With two swishes of his sword, he broke the tendons of Lao Ji's hands and pulled the curtains from the hall and stuffed them into his mouth to prevent him from shouting. On. Lao Ai struggled violently, but his big tendons were broken, so he couldn't use his strength at all. Zhao Ji was so distressed that she couldn't even look at Jinyang, and her eyes were so full of her lover that the last vestige of illusion in Jinyang's heart was shattered. Empress Dowager, after today, there will be no more Lao Ai in the world. Jinyang's sullen eyes fell on Zhao Ji, and then continued, and you, from now on, you will reside here in the Herb Palace, and if you do not have my permission, you will not be allowed to leave by an inch. Hearing Jinyang's cold and heartless words, Zhao Ji looked at him violently and hissed, "I'm your mother. You did everything you could." But Jinyang didn't listen at all. He turned around and walked towards the corridor with his long sword, leaving behind a slightly lonely back. Chapter 37, Zhanger, Evil Husband. I'm your dawn. Not long after, Guyu arrived with more than 10,000 troops, and when he saw the 1,000 soldiers in the melee at the door of the hall, the pupils of his eyes suddenly shrunk violently. Unexpectedly, earlier his unrealistic idea actually came true. The 300 armorers ambushed in the bedchamber really did not take the two down. What are you waiting for? Release the arrows. Guyu didn't push much. He didn't believe that the evil husband had 3 heads and 6 arms and could block the crossbow arrows that the Qin army was so proud of. Withdraw. More than 1,000 soldiers at the gate of the temple retreated at the order, while the soldiers behind Guyu had already strung their arrows and were ready to fire. Guyu saw the pawns at the temple door push open and immediately yelled, "Release the arrows." Swish. An overwhelming rain of arrows shot towards the temple. The wicked husband hissed, "My lord, get down quickly," and then he himself shrank down and crouched behind the thick temple doors, attempting to block the arrows with the forefinger-thick teak doors. Dang it! The rain of arrows fell with an endless tinkling sound, and even though they entered the wood, they couldn't break through the forefinger-thick teakwood temple door. Jinyang reacted extremely quickly, ignoring his image and directly lying down at the base of the wall, looking at the ground full of arrows that were shot in through the window beside him. His heart was in fear. "My lord, are you all right?" Jinyang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said in a trembling voice, "It's fine, thanks to you shouting in time." Hearing the sound of talking coming from the temple, Guyu, who had risen, hissed and roared, "Keep shooting, make sure to kill the two." When the soldiers behind them heard this, their hands moved even more swiftly, and the arrows shot densely like locusts towards the hall. Each arrow carried their determination and killing intent, attempting to shoot the two into a sieve. Evil husband and Ing Zhang didn't dare to show their heads, and since the other side couldn't attack anyway, and the arrows couldn't penetrate the interior of the temple and its walls, they simply chatted idly. "You kid is too impulsive," Ing Zhang spat out. "I wanted to stall for time and flip my face when the Black Dragon Xuanjia army attacked the palace, but I didn't think." Evil husband hemmed and hawed and said with some embarrassment, "The great king can tolerate it, but I can't, and whoever dares to insult the great king shall be put to death." Ing Zhang smiled bitterly and shook his head, but he was also very touched in his heart, not realizing that the longed-for concern was actually coming from his subjects, which really made him both miserable and happy at the same time. "Damn it, if the three Zhanghan don't come in, I'll go back and skin you." The evil husband saw the arrows raining down continuously and held a pent-up anger in his heart. Meanwhile, outside the imperative palace, Zhang Han, time is almost up. Attack or not? Ernio and Chunning both looked at Zhang Han. Vaguely the two had a slight appearance of Zhang Han being the main one, simply because they knew in their hearts that they were really not as talented as Zhang Han. Zhang Han drew out the war sword at his waist and gently spat out the word, "Attack!" Behind them, the 3,000 Black Dragon Xian armor army immediately began to attack the city, with dozens of people rushing at the forefront, coming behind the tall and thick palace gate, pulling out a piece of iron lumps from the bags on their war horses, and assembling them quickly. This object is a city-breaking cone specially developed by the evil man, and for the sake of carrying convenience, it is carried by each of the 30 men with a piece with a snap on it, so that they only need to dock it and put it together. This item is made by the blacksmith of Jinyang City, Nyo San, who brought people to make it personally. Since the evil husband got the blast furnace iron making out of the way, Nyo San has relied on Zhu Shan, joined the Black Dragon Xuanjia army, and became the chief of the equipment department. A short while later, the city-breaking cones were assembled, and these 30 men began to bang on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Dull crashes continued, and the palace doors shook, dropping a lot of dust. Palace gate stationed rebels see movement, immediately line up to wait, and that is responsible for guarding the palace gate of the biased general is also a braindead. Even on the basis of a large number of people, even ordered to open the palace gate, let the Black Dragon Xuanjia army into the palace siege. Although the soldiers guarding the door is not as elite as Jinyang, but also from the battlefield pile of dead people killed out, many people can see that the Black Dragon Xuanjia army is not simple. Think this move is not good, but the military order is difficult to disobey. As a pawn they dare not comment, can only go forward to open the door, and hope that the ambush of soldiers in Yongchang. Squeak, bang, the moment the door was opened, it coincided with the Black Dragon Xian armor army crashing again, and the palace door was instantly slammed open, sending a few rebels who couldn't dodge in time slapping them away. Kill! Zhang Han and that partial general guarding the gate roared at the same time, and the two sides instantly launched a charging attack. The palace door is narrow and can only allow 3 people to enter side by side. Zhang Han saw this and stopped straight at the entrance of the palace, waiting for the rebels to rush out. That partial general saw his footsteps stop. His face immediately showed a trace of disdain and fire. Venturing forward and greedy for credit, he intended to wipe out all of the Black Dragon Xian armor army, and turn back to be sure to obtain a heavenly reward. They are nothing more than that. They don't even dare to charge. This is a good opportunity to get war credit, gentlemen. The partial general raised his sword and hissed, and the soldiers behind him were also energized by him. Zhang Han eyes turned, cold as ice, reached out and stroked a gesture. Behind the 3,000 soldiers immediately changed formation, all backward, set up a defensive formation. Seeing them back down, the rebels were even more agitated and came in like a tidal wave. Arrows, prepare. At Zhang Han's command, the Black Dragon Xian armor army moved at the order, quickly knocking and stringing their arrows, aiming at the dense concentration of rebels. Release. Arrows flew out like rain. The rebels' attack was immediately thwarted. Under the dense rain of arrows they had nowhere to hide. They could only use their flesh and blood to catch the arrows hard. The armor on his body was like paper mache. It could not stop the triangular arrows made of fine iron of the Black Dragon Xian armor army, and he was being harvested for his life in pieces. It was too late to withdraw. Charge! Zhang Han let out a roar, and the Black Dragon Xian armor army was like a sharp blade, charging straight at the palace gate. The palace gate guards looked panicked and hurriedly stumbled to the military drums placed aside and hammered the drums vigorously to call for support from the rebels in the city. Kill! Hearing the sound of war drums, a large number of rebel figures appeared in the streets, carrying chain swords and charging towards the Herb Palace. Destroy them quickly. Zhang Han was not the least bit upset in order to intensify the attack. As long as he entered the palace gate, he was confident that he could hold off this rebel army of good and bad with only 500 men. Zhang Han is a long time mixed in the army of the old oil, not too oxen to such new recruits. From the rebels wearing weapons can be seen, the palace of all the elite drawn, and outside the rebels are some of the county soldiers and so on. There was a world of difference between the two in terms of battle power, which was why he was so confident. The war horses neighing, knocking down many rebels while being trampled to death by the war horses behind them. Zhang Han's 3 men rushed at the front, breaking through the city gate building and entering the palace. The place is spacious. The Black Dragon Xuanjia army horrible combat power can be actual combat. Into the palace of the Black Dragon Xuanjia army is like a descending blow. Every blow must kill a rebel. When the Black Dragon Xian armor army had killed all the rebels guarding the gate, the rebels rushing from the street were still a dozen meters away from the palace gate. Arrows, give them a little meet and greet. Zhang Han sneered. Hundreds of Black Dragon Xuanjia troops who were closest to the palace gate jumped down from their horses and drew their bows and strung their strings in one fell swoop, their arrows shooting straight at the rebels along the doorway. Ah! Cries of pain and screams rang out, and many people were wrenched down by the front row of soldiers who were hit by arrows. The scene suddenly looked exceptionally chaotic, and the momentum of the rebels' charge was violently stalled. Close the gate, leave 500 men to guard it, and the rest come with me to support it. After Zhang Han finished looking at Chun Ning, he said, "You stay here and sit in the town. Ernio and I will go over to support." After saying that, his legs clipped the horse's belly and urged the warhorse to run towards the depths of the palace. Chapter 38, The terrifying battle power of the Black Dragon Xian armor army. Seek death. Zhang Han and Ernio had just arrived at the crowded harem when they saw more than 10,000 rebels outside the palace firing arrows one after another at a large hall. Guyu and the other rebels likewise heard the movement behind them, and seeing that it was the Black Dragon Xuanjia army arriving, they hurriedly adjusted their battle formation and prepared to defend against its attack, while the crossbows and arrows of the Black Dragon Xuanjia army, which had long been wound up, were aimed at them. Zhang Han, what the took you so long? Shoot them into a sieve for me. Hearing the mid-air bellowing of curses coming from inside the hall, Zhang Han and Ernio were instantly relieved, and immediately lifted up and stretched out towards the front. Shoot! The rain of arrows from the sky rushed straight at the rebels. The rebels had nowhere to avoid, and they didn't carry any shields and other things, so they could only use their bodies to harden themselves against the rain of arrows. It's true that the wind and water have turned. Just now he was shooting at the evil husband, but now he can only hold his head and rub it under the rain of arrows. Some people with flexible brains hastily hid behind their robes, grabbing their bodies to use them as human shields, especially that Guyu. Deadlocked 2 rebel pawns. Let the 2 people how to struggle also do not let go. Again. Shoot. Whoosh. The sound of arrows kept breaking through the air, and these 10,000 soldiers resisted the rain of arrows and fled in panic, completely losing the momentum they had just surrounded Ying Zhang and the evil husband. Charge. Seeing that the rebels had scattered in all directions, Zhang Han and Ernio drew their long swords and took the lead in driving their warhorses to launch a charge. The evil husband in the temple laughed. Great king. Today's difficulty has been solved. You wait here, I'll go out and clean up this group of scum. He was holding his breath, and if he didn't let it out, he was afraid he would suffocate himself. Ying Zhang didn't stop him and nodded, before getting up and following evil husband out of the hall. After leaving the hall, the large square was a bloody mess, and Ying Zhang watched the Black Dragon armored army frantically slaughtering the rebels without a trace of pity in his heart. The Black Dragon Xian armor army's battle power is truly extraordinary. Ying Zhang naturally knew that the strength of the Forbidden Army in Herb's palace was not as good as that of the Jinyang palace, but it was not a rabble. But under the iron hooves of the Black Dragon Xuanjia army, it even appeared to be not as strong as a rabble. The situation descended into a one-sided battle, and the remaining rebels were slaughtered almost instantly. Zhang Han and Ernio, both covered in blood, came close and arched their hands. We pay our respects to the king and to the general. There is still a large group of rebels outside the palace who are attacking the gate, and Chun Ning is commanding 500 men who are fending them off. Ying Zhang didn't say anything and turned his eyes to the evil husband beside him, who grinned. Your Majesty, kill them all or, ugh. Ying Zhang sighed at his words and waved his hand somewhat feebly. Commit a crime and be executed. The evil husband's smile grew even wider as he turned around and jumped onto his warhorse, rushing straight to the palace gates with his men for support. When the evil husband led the men to the palace gate, The imagined vicious battle did not happen. Jinyang and the others rode their warhorses in boredom and chatted idly, allowing the palace gate to be thumped. Since the elite were all drawn into the palace by Guyu, those rebels outside are just county soldiers, not to mention siege cones. Even the swordsmen are rusty and obsolete goods, and there is not much combat power at all. The thick palace gate in front of them had almost become an insurmountable moat for them. Wicked husband sighed at the sight. Open the door and settle the battle quickly. Do not let a single rebel escape. He had already lost interest, and he didn't even have the desire to take a shot at these rabble-rousers. Honor the general's orders. Immediately someone came forward to open the door. The Black Dragon Xian armor army even lazily used crossbows and arrows. Why waste arrows to deal with this group of people? After all, it's quite a lot of work to make it. Anie, you go. I'm not going. It's better to let Jinyang go. As far as he hasn't done anything yet. Zhang Han and Anie both passed the buck to each other, their mouths spitting out words full of innuendo, just waiting for Jinyang herself to come forward and stop the matter. It was also oddly tiring to deal with these rabble-rousers, and the two were equally lazy. Jinyang's face showed a bitter smile, knowing that these two were nudging themselves, and could only helplessly say, I'll go, don't act out. After saying that, he greeted the 1,000 soldiers under his command and was about to go out of the city to meet the battle. Don't go yet, I think you two are skin tight. The evil husband's eyes swept Zhang Han and Anie, scaring the two into shivering and rushing to lead the men to follow. Jinyang. Wang Jian personally sped to Meng Arnold's residence and told him that he had heard from the palace guards that Zhang had gone to Yongchang. What? The latter immediately changed his color upon hearing this, and anxiously said, quickly, immediately draw troops and horses to Yongchang, or else the king may meet an untimely end. Meng Arnold and Wang Jian knew that Lao Ai had second thoughts, and had previously advised Zhang to be careful and guard against Lao Ai, but why did he go to the palace alone? Wang Jian sighed and said in a deep voice, the wicked man and the 3,000 soldiers he trained are accompanying him. Upon hearing this, Meng Arnold froze for a moment, then sighed in relief. It's fine, with that kid following him around. The great king's life is in no danger. Wang Jian and wicked husband are still not very familiar with each other. Seeing Meng arbiter like this, he couldn't help but say, you're so confident in him, he's a brave and extraordinary man. Do you really believe that his 3,000 men can keep the king safe in case of trouble? Meng Arnold's eyes rolled and he pretended to be heavy. You're right. How about you immediately bring people forward to support, and I'll sit in Jinyang to prevent it from going into chaos? Wang Jian had no objection, but he turned around and left the Meng mansion, concerned about Zhang's safety. Meng Wu looked at Wang Jian's departing back and said doubtfully, Father, do you really believe that those 3,000 men of the evil husband can fix the tripod and give the honor of saving the king's life to General Wang Jian? Meng Arnold waved his hand and laughed. Wicked husband boys 3,000 soldiers and horses are not simple. It would be in vain for him to go. And what's the point of blindly fussing when I'm so old? Meng Wu sucked in a breath of cold air. And you're too lazy to do anything about it. So you're trying to get Wang Jian to go up to the generalship. Furthermore, it is hard to beat four hands with two fists. And the battlefield is ever changing. So which one dares to say that they will win? Just 3,000 men is a bit thin after all. Looking at his son's somewhat complicated eyes, Meng aristocrat stroked his beard and said meaningfully, those 3,000 elites are not simple, and can be called the strongest in Qin. Seeing his father so sure and confident, Meng Wu didn't say anything more and just waited for the news to come back. Wang Jian arrived at the Lantian camp with Wang Ben, Wang Li, and more than 100 of his personal guards, and without saying a word, directly yelled, gather 50,000 infantrymen and 20,000 light cavalrymen, and follow this general to Yongchang. The depth of Yongchang is unknown. The army will not be fast. Wang Jian can only draw 20,000 light cavalry first rush to, even if not against the time can be delayed, to wait for the 50,000 troops to come, will be able to suppress all the rebels. In the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, the army assembles, and Wang Jian rushes to Yongchang with 20,000 light cavalry at a gallop, while the 50,000 foot soldiers are also lightly armed and led by a paragon general, Fu Jin, Lao Ai. If you dare to hurt the king in the slightest, Wang Jian will make you regret coming to this world. Wang Jian's face was grim, and he had already prepared for the sky to fall in his mind. Once something bad happened to Zhang, he was bound to make those implicated pay. Chapter 39, Chang Jiao's Worry. Hysterical Lao Ai, Chang'an City, inside a mansion. Duke, my lord, There's a situation. A middle-aged man walked hurriedly, shouting repeatedly under his breath, his voice echoing in the empty mansion, appearing a bit buzzing and noisy. The handsome young man sitting perched on the edge of the fire pit inside the house looked up at the door, and when he saw the Hanyu coming at a brisk pace, his voice was flat as he said, "Li Ku, what's all the fuss about?" Li Ku couldn't be bothered to apologize, and hurriedly said, "News came from Jinyang that the great king left the palace alone early in the morning, and rushed to Yongchang with his evil husband and 3,000 soldiers and horses. General Wang Jian has deployed his troops to rush to Yongchang, probably because he fears that Lao Ai is plotting against the king." Cheng Jiao's handsome pale face instantly changed greatly. Since his brother ascended to the throne, he came to the fiefdom Chang'an settled, just to get away from the view of his mother and son as a thorn in the flesh of the thorn in the eye of Zhao Ji, so as to avoid his elder brother to be difficult. Counting the days, the two brothers have not met for 2 or 3 years. Before he left, he told his elder brother explicitly or implicitly, saying that the Lao Ai must have second thoughts, and must not be guarded against. Confused. Brother is really confused. Cheng Jiao sighed. Even though he knew that Wang Jian had gone in person, he still couldn't let go of his heart, and immediately ordered his staff member Li Gu, "How many troops are left in Chang'an's adjustable force?" Li Gu was shocked at his words and immediately said, "Your Excellency must not. If there is no king's order to mobilize troops, this big hat, you can't carry it." Many people in the court regard him as a thorn in their side. It would be fine if Lao Ai made a move, but if he didn't, wouldn't he be giving himself away? At that time, Zhao Ji and Lao Ai would definitely not let him go. Cheng Jiao stood up, but the age of 13 years old. "He is quite determined," he said in a deep voice. "Brother and I are extremely close. As a younger brother, how can I sit back and do nothing? Let my brother behind bars?" Li Gu's face was anxious, and he still wanted to dissuade, but he was scolded by Cheng Jiao in a stern voice. "You only need to tell me the geometry of the adjustable troops." Helplessly, Li Gu said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency, Chang'an is a heavy city with a garrison of 50,000 troops. We can only mobilize 20,000 men, and without the king's order and edict, these 20,000 may not necessarily follow orders." Cheng Jiao cannot care about other. Full of determination said, "The state of affairs is urgent. Cannot care about so much, just mobilize in the name of diligence of the king, those who do not follow the military justice." Li Gu sighed and turned to walk away quickly. Cheng Jiao watched Li Ku leave, while then turned around and returned to the house, beckoning his maid to put on his robe and armor. Her mother, Han Ji, came at a brisk pace upon hearing the inquiry, and seeing that her son had already changed into his military attire, she worriedly said, "My son, have you thought about it?" Cheng Jiao squeezed out a smile on his face. "Brother is the king of a country and cannot afford to make any blunders. How can my son sit back and allow my Qin to be in turmoil for fear of an attack?" Hanji did not say much, but the bottom of her eyes were moved, as if she had seen a trace of her husband's shadow from his body, and the bearing of being a royal son was revealed at this moment. As a mother, it is false to say that she is not worried, but she can distinguish between the more important and the less important. For Cheng Jiao straightened out the armor on his body, and gently urged, "My son, all careful. Don't worry, mother, my son will return safely." Saying so, Cheng Jiao gave a respectful salute, turned around and quickly walked out of the mansion. Outside Chang'an City, 20,000 troops had already assembled, and Li Ku saw Cheng Jiao walking briskly and immediately greeted him, saying in a low voice, "Your Excellency, the soldiers have heard that the great king is in trouble, and have not resisted in any way." Cheng Jiao nodded and took a few steps forward, arching his hand and saying, "Cheng Jiao thanks you all. The great king's situation is unknown now. We will quickly go to support him. At your service, Mr. Chang'an." Cheng Jiao arched his hand and made a deep bow, then mounted his horse with Li Ku's assistance and yelled, "Depart." In the evening, Yongchang. Blood stained the snow on the ground, dots of crimson revealing a hint of sad beauty. The corpses of the decapitated rebels were scattered across the street, gradually drowned out by the snowflakes falling from the sky, so much so that the scene wasn't too bloody. In fact, in less than half an incense stick's worth of time, the rebels had already been killed and were crying out for surrender, begging for forgiveness from Ing Zhang. Unfortunately, the Black Dragon armored army ignored Ing Zhang's request and continued to slaughter the rebels. The figures of the Black Dragon Xian armor army gradually appeared on the streets, each of them covered in blood, with a trace of undiminished killing intent after the killing still hanging on their faces. Zhang Han, 3 people hooked shoulders to the street, along the road straight back to the Herb Palace report. Inside the Herb's Palace, the evil husband stood beside Jinyang, and Lao Ai was still lying on the ground. The upper half of his body was held tightly in Zhao Ji's arms, and from time to time he grunted a few times in pain, but Zhao Ji's heart ached, and she completely lost sight of her son's gloomy and sad appearance. Report dash. Zhang Han. 3 people came in quick steps, covered in blood, looks extremely horrifying. Report to the king. General, the rebels in the city are all killed, no one left alive. As soon as he said this, Lao Ai's eyes suddenly bulged with disbelief. He knew exactly how many soldiers were in the city, and the 3,000 men brought by Zhang had destroyed them? At this moment, the last glimmer of hope in his heart was completely dashed, and there was no more chance of turning the tide. At this time, there were 2 Black Dragon Xuanjia army carrying a man walked into the temple and said in unison, reporting to the king, General, this person is the previous rebel leader, hiding in a dog hole, was searched out by us. That man was none other than Gu Yu, only to see his eyes dead and gray. He begged for mercy. My king, spare my life. My king, spare my life. Zhang, whose attention was focused on Lao Ai and Zhao Ji, clearly caught the glint of color in Lao Ai's eyes and realized that this person was not low in Lao Ai's mind. Zhang looked at Gu Yu, who kept begging for mercy, and said in a low voice, who are you, and what is your relationship with Lao Ai? Tell me quickly. Being scared out of his wits, Gu Yu, which dares any concealment, poor beans like Lao Ai's old bottom all to lift. And even Lao Ai's protege, as well as collusion with the list of officials and military generals, are also fully accounted for clearly. You are well prepared. Zhang snorted and turned his head to look at Lao Ai playfully. Lao Ai's expression was insane, and he cursed, Gu Yu, thanks to my generous treatment of you, you have betrayed and betrayed me? Gu Yu bladder does not sweep in half an eye. Things now which still care about these, can save a small life is true. Zhang suddenly asked, have you memorized it? The evil husband standing by nodded and grinned. Going to kill them all? Kill. A hint of ferocity flashed between Zhang's brows as he said sternly, not only must they be killed, they must also be implicated. Got it. You can rest assured that I'm doing my job. Evil husband nodded cheerfully, as if he had encountered something heavenly happy. At this time, Lao Ai's face was full of ashes, and he shouted in a crazy voice, Zhang's son, I am still your fake father. I don't believe you dare to kill me in front of the Empress Dowager. As long as you let them go, I'll kill myself and never let you fall. These words were like a resounding slap on Zhang's face. Chapter 40, Zhang, don't move. Let me wrestle. No. Wouldn't it be cheaper to kill you, dog? Before Zhang could get angry, evil husband couldn't help himself and sneered. Don't think about seeking death first, but the king has promised to give you to me for fun. Lao Ai swept his eyes at the evil husband, who looked a bit perverted, subconsciously swallowed his saliva, and his heart felt very bad for some reason. Zhang suddenly laughed. His smile was very bright. Evil husband, don't let me be disappointed. You can entertain Marquis Changxin for a while. Evil husband nodded. Don't worry, great king, I will definitely not let you down. 2 people, you a word and I a word. Scared Lao Ai's body constantly trembling. With feet think also no must be subjected to inhuman torture. At this point Zhao Ji snapped. Zhang if you still consider me a mother, you are not allowed to trespass on Lao Ai. At this point in time, Zhao Ji even wanted to take sides with Lao Ai, so that the evil husband could really see a side that had not been recorded in the historical records. And what a evil husband was a bit disgusted, not realizing that Zhao Ji could be so lowly to this extent. It's really true that we should not advise others to be good, and it's not easy for Zhang to sweep away the 6 kingdoms with all his experiences. Anyone else would have been psychologically twisted. Modern people say that the influence of one's family is a lifelong one, and it was not easy for Zhang to create a unified world in spite of all these encounters. The world says that the king of Qin was tyrannical, but after all, he was a man. But when we count the great men who have saved buildings from falling down throughout the ages, which of them did not commit things that people would criticize? Doesn't mother's words work anymore? Zhao Ji saw Zhang's silence and once again spoke out sternly. Even Zhang did not want to violate the ancient rules of etiquette. But the atmosphere was especially awkward and the dear Zhang was in a difficult situation. So the evil husband once again stepped forward. Come on people, the Empress Dowager is tired. Why don't you quickly take the Empress Dowager forward to rest? As soon as the words fell, 2 Black Dragon Shen armor army soldiers stepped forward and directly set Zhao Ji up with one on the left and one on the right, allowing her to hiss and curse like a shrew. Don't hurry up and take it away. Evil husband bellowed and urged. Not wanting to let this lowly wench continue to stir up Zhang's mind, Ing Zhang took a few ragged breaths, trying to calm his inner anger. When evil husband saw this, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a smile, and the expression on his face looked very sinister. Great king, the sinful seed must not be retained. People can't keep their anger in, so why should they suffer? He is trying to guide Ing Zhang to vent his anger. Oh, right. Ing Zhang came back to his senses, then remembered the existence of those two sins, and immediately asked, "Where is the person?" Zhang Han was prepared for this and turned his head and bellowed, "Bring the people in." As soon as the words left his mouth, a child's cry rang out from the long corridor of the great hall. "Get off me! Get off me, dog! My father and mother won't let you go, so don't let us down yet." The two men's cries were clearly audible in the quiet hall, and the words coming out of their mouths made Ing Zhang furious. Lao Ai's eyes were flustered beyond measure, struggling to the ground, constantly kowtowing his head to make a dull ringing sound. "Your Majesty, spare them, they are your own brothers." "Kiss your brother?" the evil husband bellowed. "Kiss your mother's head. How can these two evil bastards deserve it?" Saying that, he lifted his steps to these two sins, and picking up one of them casually, he wanted to slam him down hard on the ground, restoring their end in the history books. "No, wait!" Two roars sounded simultaneously in the hall, one from Lao Ai and the other from Ing Zhang. "Don't worry, Your Majesty, I'll come and do it, and I promise I won't implicate Your Majesty." Evil husband looked at Ing Zhang with some doubtful eyes, mistakenly thinking that Ing Zhang didn't want to kill him painfully, and didn't want to bear the name of that brutality. What did he expect? Ing Zhang got up and took a few steps to the evil husband and snatched the child down, his face looking very gentle. Lao Ai's eyes erupted in surprise, thinking that Ing Zhang did not dare to kill him and was planning to spare the lives of his two children. But I heard Ing Zhang smilingly say, "Evil husband, let me wrestle these two sinful bastards to death with my own hands. No need for you to do anything." Bang! A dull ringing sound echoed through the hall, and the next moment there were mournful cries and screams. "Ah! Father! Help! Me!" Lao Ai looked at the tiny body that fell to the ground and kept struggling and twisting, especially the crimson blood that kept flowing out along the corners of his mouth, making his eyes want to split. "You, little Ing Zhang, you deserve to die. You bastard!" Lao Ai went completely crazy, spitting out curses against Ing Zhang, looking hysterical as if he were a madman. Ing Zhang didn't pay any attention at all. He raised his foot and stepped on his struggling brother's chest. The powerful kick was accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. His chest had already collapsed, and there was no sound from him. "My son!" Lao Ai's eyes bulged violently. A strange red color appeared on his face, and under the fire of anger, he spat out a mouthful of dark red blood with a pft, and his spirit at once wilted. It is said that great joy and great sorrow will make a person become extraordinarily calm, or even cry and laugh, and at this moment, Lao Ai's state is exactly like this, which has opened the eyes of the evil husband. At that moment, Lao Ai spoke slowly, his voice as calm as a bay of stagnant water. "Ing Zhang's son, my son is a bastard, aren't you?" Before he could continue, a loud roar rang out from outside the hall. "Your Majesty, Chang'an Jun Chang Jiao and Shang General Wang Jian have led their armies here to seek an audience with Your Majesty." Seeing this, Lao Ai's gray eyes flashed a wisp of a different color and immediately shut his mouth. Oh, Ing Zhang was stunned when he heard this, but his meticulous mind immediately realized that they had come to the king's aid, and a warm current flowed through his heart. "Quickly invite them over." A short while later, a few footsteps sounded outside the hall, and Chang'an Jun Chingjiu and Wang Jian both came walking quickly. "Greetings, brother, my lord." "Greetings to the great king." The two men glanced at the wretched Lao Ai on the ground, and then, not caring about the rules of etiquette, looked at Ing Zhang up and down with their eyes, and saw that he was indeed unharmed, and even his clothes were in order, and then they let out a long sigh of relief. When Ing Zhang thought that the two of them had come here in the dust, but he himself was unharmed under the protection of his wicked husband, he could not help but ask knowingly, "What brings you here?" The two of them weren't cuties. Naturally, they could hear the teasing sound in Ing Zhang's words, and anyway, Ing Zhang was unhurt, so they followed suit and teased. "The great king lied to us so bitterly, causing us to rush here in the wind and snow." Cheng Jiao came forward to hold Ing Zhang's hand tightly and said in a somewhat reproachful tone, "Brother is the king of a country. How can you be so careless of your own safety?" Ing Zhang nodded his head heavily and said, "If he can't keep me safe, I'll be the king for good." Cheng Jiao's eyes fell obediently on Evil Fu, and he hurriedly paid his thanks in a serious manner. "Thank you, General Evil Fu, for keeping my elder brother unharmed." After saying that, he bowed heavily and made a bow. Evil husband reached out to help Cheng Jiao up, Chang In-jun is polite. As a Qin general, guarding the king is part of the job. To be honest, Chang Jiao instrument, temperament gentle and elegant. It is difficult not to let the heart of the good feeling. The evil husband of his feeling is good. The heart of its born a little regret. Chang Jiao and Ing Zhang had grown up together since they were small children and were very close to each other. And they were very important to Emperor Shi Huangdi. If it was not for Fan Yuqi's encouragement, Chang Jiao would have rebelled and broken Ing Zhang's heart. Chapter 41, Wicked Husband, the King is a Man. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival to my family. Plus more. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly a burst of maniacal laughter rang out from within the hall, drawing everyone's eyes over. Lao Ai's eyes were malicious as he swept his eyes at Ing Zhang. And then he said to Chang Jiao with a smirk, Chang In-jun, there is something that you are afraid you don't know, right? Ing Zhang and evil husband's hearts thumped, and in a flash, they understood his intentions. An evil husband stepped forward and wanted to remove his jaw, so as to save him from talking nonsense. No harm done. Let him speak. Ing Zhang was full of composure and stopped evil husband. Lao Ai's eyes looked straight at Chang Jiao and laughed softly. Lord Chang'an, this bastard Ing Zhang does not deserve to be called your elder brother. You are the blood of the late king, but Ing Zhang is just a bastard born from Lu Buwei's affair with Zhao Ji. Shut up, unbridled, Lao Ai. You seek death. Wang Jian and Chang Jiao roared at the same time, their eyes overflowing with murderous intent. How dare you talk nonsense and try to drive a wedge between the two brothers? Chang Jiao was furious. Lao Ai's words were not only dividing the two brothers, but also insulting the two generations of Qin's monarchs, one of whom was also his father. Unable to suppress his anger, he threw out his hand and drew the sword at his waist, and wanted to go forward to stab Lao Ai to death, but he was stopped by the evil husband. Out of the thought of not wanting Chang Jiao to go astray and Ing Zhang to be hurt and suffer, the evil husband reached out to stop him. Chang In-jun rest his anger. Killing this man just like that would be too cheap for him. Besides, said here, the evil husband has a point. Eyes straight at Chang Jiao said, the former king will not let people fool. Chang In-jun, this matter is still less to be calm and think more. Chang Jiao's eyes looked at the evil husband. A ray of clarity appeared in the bottom of his furious eyes, and he evilly slanted his eyes at Lao Ai, which made him put his sword away. Ing Zhang's soft cry made Chang Jiao instantly feel as if he had gone back to when they were children, the color of memories spreading under his eyes, and Chang Jiao was moved to say, brother, General Evil Husband is right. Father would not let others tease him. Ing Zhang smiled and nodded, took a few steps to Chang Jiao, patted his shoulder and said, a brother can come today. My brother's heart is very comforting. How can we let this dying man leave the love of hand and foot? The two brothers clasped hands, and the love of brotherhood lingered. Wicked husband saw the satisfaction of the nod, but also really want to thank the Lao Ai today made such a mess. Otherwise the future really wait for Fan Yuji compulsion. Then Chang Jiao must be skeptical. In fact, if you think about the betrayal of Ing Zhang, it would be more accurate to say that he didn't trust Zhao Ji. In fact, it was because Lao Ai and Zhao Ji became more and more reckless later on, and there was a case in front of his eyes, which made it impossible for him to disbelieve him. Evil husband. Ing Zhang suddenly let out a shout, waking up evil husband, who was lost in thought, and asked in return, Your Majesty, what is your order? Didn't you say that you wanted to concoct Lao Ai yourself? Ing Zhang slanted a glance at the deathly gray-faced Lao Ai. His heart was soothed and his tone was very relaxed. Take him back to Jinyang, and also let the civil and military forces in the court see how your methods are? The last general is naturally willing. Evil husband smiled a very evil smile, his eyes inadvertently sweeping between Lao Ai's legs. Lao Ai only felt an icy chill through his body and shivered uncontrollably. Wang Jian had a complicated look on his face and said with some hesitation, Your Majesty, I'm afraid it's not good, is it? He didn't mean anything by it, he just felt that it was a public scandal, which would make Ing Zhang look bad and lose his prestige. What fear does the lone man have? Unexpectedly, Ing Zhang did not take it seriously at all. His voice carried an unquestionable dominance, and said, The Yuango tramp was lying on his back, so why should I be afraid of other people's cold eyes? Even if today's matter is kept secret, won't the civil and military forces within the court know about it? It would be better to face it frankly, so as not to become a handle for others to attack Lone in the future. At these words, Wang Jian was instantly dumbfounded. Thinking about it, it is also true that the fight between the 6 countries is getting more and more serious, and the most tactic they use is to discredit each other. And if this is exploited by other countries, it will surely lead to the unrest of the country, and the hearts of the people are lost. Your Majesty, brilliant! Wang Jian arched his hand, his face showing a touch of admiration. How many people, let alone the king of a country, could face such a scandal with a straight face? Don't forget that Zhang is still a young man who has not yet assumed power, and he has not lost face with the previous kings of Qin. The great king is a man, perfectly inheriting the style of my Qin's successive ancestors. Under the agitation of his heart, the evil husband was unable to speak, directly exposing his speaking habits from his previous life. All three of Zhang's gazes fell on evil husband at the same time, and Wang Jian kept squeezing his eyebrows, signaling that he had misspoken. You brat, really? Zhang let out a pth of a laugh. His mood was quite a bit better after being stirred up by evil husband's words. Evil husband scratched his head awkwardly, but it did confirm one thing. The network in the previous life said that if you want to cross over, you should go to hang out under the hands of Qin Shi Huang or Li Shimin, and never go to hang out under the hands of Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang. Throughout the ancient and modern emperors, only these two people are broad-minded. Do not kill the founding ministers, not to mention not like some emperors, because of some words or insignificant moves. Shouting to kill. Cheng Jiao joked. General Wicked Husband is straightforward. Ha ha, evil husband boasts that his face is thick enough. At this moment also feel a bit unable to raise his head. Really ate the loss of no culture. The horses as padded into this is also no one. Oh, in between the silence of the atmosphere, the sound of a slight sob seemed especially clear. The evil husband's eyes snapped open and he hurriedly changed the subject. Your Majesty, there's another one here. What should we do? Zhang's eyes landed on the frightened and cowardly younger brother, and without saying a word, he stepped forward and lifted him up high, and then slammed him down hard towards the ground. Bang! This kid should be the second son of Lao Ai. Younger, the moment he landed on the ground. No sound. The mouth and nose continue to ooze dark red blood. Think it must be the internal organs rupture and death. My son ah. Lao Ai's voice was already hoarse. The pain of losing his son made him unable to breathe, and he finally couldn't bear it. His eyes rolled over and fainted. Zhang's heart was so depressed that he took Cheng Jiao's hand and laughed. Since I'm here, let's go back to Jinyang with my brother and have a small gathering, and see how the evil husband made Lao Ai. Cheng Jiao sensed no objection. The heart of the mouth has not been completely dissipated, naturally happy to see the tragic situation of Lao Ai. General Wang Jian, the old minister is in. After pondering for a moment, Zhang said, you stay in Yongqing for the time being to take care of the aftermath. Mother, don't let her take half a step away from the Herb Palace. The old minister complies. Zhang was also a bit torn as to what to do with Zhao Ji, so he can only put her under house arrest for the time being and leave it for the future. Let's go back to Jinyang first. After arranging everything, Zhang pulled evil husband and Cheng Jiao side by side with one hand and left the great hall. Before leaving, wicked husband implicitly threw a look full of murderous intent towards Zhang Han, who grinned and made an okay gesture that he had learned from wicked husband. This scene happened to be inadvertently captured by Wang Jian, and his heart set off 10,000 waves of shock. This kid, he's got a lot of guts. Chapter 42, Chu Ai. Perform your spinning wheel technique. 3 days later, the morning court held every 3 days was today. Daybreak. The streets are full of snow. The people have not yet woken up, but the 100 officials have been waiting outside the palace, waiting to participate in the morning court. Go to court. The palace doors opened and the princes and ministers entered in neat formation, each with a very serious look on their faces. Herb Palace has long been privately rumored. The downfall of Lao Ai let his party sit like a needle in a felt, and those who usually suffer from the oppression of Lao Ai or look down on him can be happy bad, just waiting to see the fun. When they entered the Zhangtai Palace, the civil and military officials stood at their places and waited for Zhang's arrival. A few moments. Wearing a 12-tasseled coronet on his head and a basil-colored king's robe with crimson underneath, Zhang came with a dragon's march, his aura of a king soaring far beyond what he had previously. My subjects, greetings to the great king. The 100 officials bowed in unison. Be excused. With a swing of his robe and sleeves, Zhang sat down in front of the court and said in a loud voice, is there anything to do in this morning's court? The 100 officials were silent and speechless, and even if some did want to come forward and speak, they were dissuaded by the knife-like eyes of their peers around them. Everyone was waiting to see if Zhang would open up about Lao Ai. Seeing that no one had stepped forward, Zhang did not let them down and said in a deep voice, since there is nothing to do, I have something to tell you all. Here we go. The hearts and minds of the crowd were jolted, knowing that the main event had come, and one by one, all of them were all pumped up. Evil husband, Hearing Jinyang call out to him, the evil husband stepped out of the line, came to stand at the bottom of the steps, and said in a loud voice, Lao Jiai has caused chaos in the court, and has staged a mutiny in Herb Palace in a vain attempt to murder the great king. With these words, the atmosphere in the hall became solemn. Lao Ai Joey party members and the usual closer, shivering like sieve chaff, cold sweat on the face, as if drenched in rain. Bring the dead criminal Lao Ai into the hall. As soon as the evil husband's words fell, 2 Black Dragon Xuanjia army with the body shape of Kanwu wearing black armor stepped into the hall, and the racked Lao Ai was like a dead dog. In order to prevent him from talking nonsense, the evil husband had already sent the imperial doctor's order in advance to cut off his tongue, and his wide-open mouth could only emit hissing and hissing sounds. Wicked husband's eyes full of killing intent swept across the officials present, and then shouted sternly, as a subject, Lao Ai is a subordinate, but he violates the superior, relying on the Empress Dowager's favor, acting in a domineering manner, and on weekdays, he even refers to himself as the great king's false father, which is a great crime of disrespect. Lao Ai, in conjunction with 50,000 soldiers and horses from Yongchang, intended to plot a rebellion. The soldiers surrounded the Herb Palace, and the Black Dragon Xuanjia army suppressed the rebels and killed 50,000 of them. Wicked man paused for a moment, and then sound like a thunderbolt exploded in the temple like, all kinds of crimes. According to the law, Lao Ai Joey win the capital punishment. Its party, the doorkeeper all shall be put to death. This killing machine full of words echoed in the quiet empty hall. A long time. Quite a few people with weak hearts were scared out of their wits, and fell to the ground with dead faces. Men, fetch the instruments of torture. Evil husband swept his eyes at the forcefully composed Lu Buwei, and said smilingly, the great king has ordered that, in order to warn all the ministers, this general will personally inflict the extreme punishment and concoct Lao Ai. Clanking, the sound of collision of torture instruments rang out, making the ministers in the hall feel as if they were in the 18 layers of hell. Their body hairs stood on end, and all of them looked at the evil husband with horror in their eyes. With the spread of the evil husband's exploits and methods in the Jinyang counterinsurgency, who doesn't know today that this kid is a living, breathing murderer? This fell in his hands. Lao Ai's fate is afraid of extremely miserable. At this time, several Black Dragon Xuanjia army members entered the hall carrying instruments of torture and unfolded the instruments of torture in their hands one by one in front of the crowd. What is this? I don't know. Never seen it before. How is this even bringing the wheel? The 100 officials surveyed the never-seen-before torture instruments in the hands of the Black Dragon Xuanjia army, and exchanged words with each other. Curiosity froze and washed away the fear in their hearts. Mother ********, our countrymen like to watch the fun. It's really been passed down since ancient times. The evil husband was a bit speechless. Seeing the scene was a bit noisy, so he laughed and said, all the ministers do not know. Lao Ai. This person is equipped with a great skill that we men can only dream of. Ha! What stunt! The moment these words came out, it successfully attracted the curiosity of the 100 officials, and their eyes fell on the body of Lao Ai, but it was really difficult to see what kind of stunts he had on his side, or the stunts that had been dreamed of for a long time. Evil husband's eyes looked straight at the somewhat vain Lu Buwei and smiled. I wonder if all of you lords have ever heard of the art of turning the wheel. The art of turning the wheel. What the hell is that? Now even Anie and the other veteran generals were curious, and each of them wanted to reach out and strangle the appetizing evil husband. Wang Jian said in a hateful voice, you kid, can you finish at once? Alright, start the show. Evil husband hemmed and hawed, his eyes signaling the Black Dragon Xian armor army to start the show. Already poisoned and mute, Lao Ai's face was full of panic, and his lifeless eyes were flooded with pleading colors, wanting the evil husband to let him go. As the person involved, he naturally knew what the art of turning the wheel was. Another informant, Lu Buwei, finally couldn't pretend any longer and looked at the evil husband and Jinyang with a face full of emotion. Would this not be a public announcement of the adulterous relationship between Lao Ai and Zhao Ji? In full view of everyone, Li Ya, the imperial doctor, came slowly to the hall with a medicine chest on his back. He raised his hand and bowed to Jinyang on the platform, and then opened the medicine chest and took out the medicine pots from it. Woo woo woo! Lao Ai's frantic struggles, but he was held by the Black Dragon armor army, and could not avoid the large pill that Li Yaoi stuffed into his mouth. Li Yi arched his hand and said, Your Majesty, General Wicked, this pill was secretly made by my minister. The medicine is fierce and fast-acting, so please be patient and wait for 100 breaths. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lao Ai. Even his cohorts couldn't care less about their fear, wanting to see what kind of drugs the evil husband was selling. In a few moments, 100 breaths of time had arrived. Lao Ai's face flushed crimson, his eyes were confused, and he twisted his body uneasily, his legs tightly clenched, but he still couldn't escape the venomous eyes of the people present. Good guy, how come I have never heard of this kind of magic medicine? A group of older ministers, eyes hot looking at Li Yi, calculating how to turn back without revealing the wind point to try. Seeing that the time was ripe, that black dragon Xian armor army soldier holding the wheel immediately stepped forward and set the large wooden wheel in his hand. Hiss! Lao Ai, truly a man of God. I'm not as good as him. The image in front of him was extremely visually impactful, causing the crowd present to open their eyes and let out a series of self-conscious exclamations from their mouths. The evil husband's smile became vicious as he shouted, "All of you take a good look and be careful with your words in the future." The medicine that Li Yi had researched was indeed ferocious, and its effects lasted for nearly half an hour or so, and when the wheel rolled to the ground, Lao Ai's eyes regained their clarity. Has become a mute. Lao Ai's whimpering do not know what to say, but see the crazy look on his face. It is not difficult to see that it is not a good word. The evil husband paced forward, as if in the guise of a rongma, and took the sticks handed to him by the black dragon Xuanjia army soldiers beside him, and one by one, slowly dug them into the fingernail caps of Lao Ai. Chapter 43, Evil Husband. I'm really a great inventor of the Qin dynasty. Miserable screams echoed through the great hall, causing people's hearts and guts to split, crimson blood flowing down the 10 fingers and toes of Lao Ai. The evil husband also do not know that day after breaking the legs of Lao Ai, he is still conscious. Anyway, in the spirit of the principle of not letting go of, also gave greetings. Don't panic everyone, this is just an appetizer. The evil husband's tone was full of concern, making a solid name for brutality in the hearts of the crowd. Rao Lu Buwei has experienced a great storm. At this moment was also scared of the back of the cold sweat. As the saying goes, 10 fingers linked to the heart. This kind of brutal means but became the appetizer in the mouth of the evil husband. No longer able to sit still, he stood up and looked directly at Ying Zhang. Your Majesty, Lao Ai deserves to die for his crime, but it's not right to inflict the death penalty in front of all the officials here at the Zhangtai Palace. What? Are you weak-minded? Not waiting for Ying Zhang to open his mouth, the evil husband tit for tat, his words full of innuendo. Lu Buwei was enraged, not knowing how this kid had set his sights on himself, and immediately opened his mouth to rebuke. As a subject, you inflicted brutality in front of the king and the 100 officials. Is this your way of being a subject? If you are so tyrannical and cruel, why don't you go to the front line and fight for my Qin's eastward emergence? Instead of playing the bully here, I can go to your mom. How do you know that old man is not going to go? Evil husband raised his sword brows, cursing and opening his mouth on the spot. His knife-like eyes looked around at the crowd present, and said word by word, reeling in the outside world must first secure the inside. If you do not remove the power-holding sycophants within the courtroom, how can we talk about the East out of the unification of the world? Today, he not only wants to shock the whole court, he also wants to take the opportunity to bring down Lu Buwei, so that Ying Zhang can officially become the ruler. Things have developed to today's point. The evil husband is also lazy to continue to waste time torturing Lao Ai. The heart of that curiosity anyway. See, directly from the pocket pulled out a special knife. The knife blade is narrow and thin, flashing with cold and chilling light. The evil man a few steps to the front of Lao Ai, knife like a fluttering butterfly. A few breaths from Lao Ai body cut dozens of pieces of thin as cicada wings of meat. The execution by lynching has officially begun. It's too brutal. An elderly minister let out a miserable cry. Then his eyes rolled over and he was directly stunned. The punishment of lynching first appeared in the period of the 5 dynasties in 10 kingdoms, compared with the Qin dynasty, a full 600 or 700 years in advance, so that these old men of the soil can be said to have opened their eyes. Old me. This is also considered a great inventor of the Qin dynasty, isn't it? A wicked smile appeared on the evil husband's face as he let a bit of blood splash onto his face. The tyrannical cruelty, which cannot be described in words, scared the hell out of the officials present, except for Ying Zhang, who was sitting on the high platform with a big smile on his face, feeling that the bad anger in his heart had dissipated. Evil husband, it's really hard for you. Ying Zhang's heart was a bit touched. In his opinion, the reason why the evil husband was so cruel was just to let him lose his anger. For this reason, the evil husband did not hesitate to take the blame, so he was really touched. Vomit. As time gradually passed, the pungent smell of blood lingered on the tip of everyone's noses. and many people couldn't help but feel nauseous and began to dry heave. Even Wang Jian, the military generals who crawled out of the dead, were a bit hard to endure, and each of them turned white and wanted to vomit. Evil husband was very focused, as if he was carving a work of art with the same care. His extraordinary physique brought him an extremely strong and subtle control, and each cut was just right, cutting off nearly identical pieces of flesh. Lao Ai's breathing gradually weakened, and all the flesh and blood below the chest was removed, and the unsupported internal organs were scattered all over the place. Hate. The words came out of his mouth with some clarity, before his neck slumped and he swallowed his breath. The evil husband stood up and moved his body slightly. The meticulous work with a high level of concentration had tired him out as well. Evil husband was full of regret and scared. What a shame. That's only how many blades. What a contender. Gotta. You're going to get a spanking for what you've done to Lao Ai? Pack it up and take it away so as not to defile the eyes of the great king and all the lords. The evil husband waved his hand, his tone unconcerned. When the mess in the hall was cleaned up, the evil husband arched his hand and said in a loud voice, "Your Majesty, Lao Ai has been brought to justice." Jinyang nodded his head in satisfaction, then said, "You can continue to read out the party of Lao Ai." When these words came out, many people were shaking like chaff and sweating like rain. Some timid people, already can't carry high pressure, hastily out of the column kneeling and kowtowing to beg for mercy. "The king spare your life. The king spare your life. Ah, it was that Lao Ai who coerced and slanted me, and I was heartily devoted to the great king." The sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling resounded through the hall, which was very noisy and ear-splitting, causing Jinyang's brows to furrow and his face to be full of displeasure. Today, as the host of the evil husband, is very office. Directly out loud roar, "Come on people, quickly will Lao Ai." A crowd of party members killed on the spot. Criminal guilt by association. Family and friends are killed. Order the garrison of Lao Ai's residence to copy the family and exterminate them, leaving no survivors, and all of Lao Ai's relatives and friends are to be beheaded. A series of orders were given, and a neat and loud roar immediately resounded from outside the temple. Immediately after that, the sound of footsteps sounded in unison. Zheng Han entered with dozens of Black Dragon Xuanjia army. He waited for a long time outside the hall, in order to wait for the evil husband's military order to behead the party of Lao Zhizhang. Kill! With the sound of a loud bell falling, the temple in a flash, heads rolled down, blood flying, as if in the nine hells as horrible and miserable. Jinyang looked at the killing below with no expression on his face. Today's drama had his approval. Otherwise, even if the evil husband was bold, he wouldn't dare to act in such a way. Lu Buwei was in a trance, his eyes constantly hovering between Jinyang and the evil husband, a miserable smile rising on his face. He lost. He knew in his heart that after today, his previous efforts would be in vain. Not only would he no longer be able to suppress Jinyang, he would not even be able to guarantee his own safety. The one who started it all was the young man who was new to the court. Wicked husband. Lu Buwei's bewildered eyes fell on evil husband, and the corner of his mouth hooked up in a bitter smile. He thought Lu Buwei had been strategizing the Qin temple for decades, but in the end, he was reduced to nothing in the hands of this kid. What a freshly dressed young man. This Sangbang, I underestimated you. Evil husband sniffed and looked at Lu Buwei. The corners of his mouth similarly hooked into a smile, only in stark contrast to Lu Buwei's bitterness. It was the smile of triumph, of a teenager's will to look out of the corner of his eye. The wicked husband cleared his throat, pulled out a scroll of bamboo slips from his pocket, and pretended to read. As a minister, Lu Buwei was not able to recognize people, and he recommended people who were a scourge to the program. The series of words seemed like a sharp knife, shattering Lu Buwei's arrogance and self-payment, only leaving behind a sense of frustration and shame. Pop. After reading out Lu Buwei's offense, evil husband closed the bamboo slips and looked sharply straight at Lu Buwei. Lu Buwei, do you have anything else to say? Lu Buwei's eyes were lowered and he shook his head slightly. Losing is losing. He has nothing to defend. He knew that this day would come, but he didn't expect it to come so early. Chapter 44, Deposing Lu Buwei and Killing Zhao Ji. The evil husband nodded and said in a deep voice, "According to Qin law, what Lu Buwei has committed should be put to death." As soon as the words fell, the guests that Lu Buwei had planted in the court immediately came out in unison, kneeling down and shouting with tears in their eyes, "Your Majesty, please also spare Sagittarius. The crime of treason by Lao Ai is not on Shangbang. People have 7 emotions and 6 desires, so how can they all be blamed on Shangbang? Yes, the late king and Shangbang were deeply in love, and that year, they even dispersed their family's wealth to receive back the late king, so how can they be executed for this? These people were quite loyal, and even dared to step forward to plead for Lu Buwei in such a situation, and even gave out some words that could not be taken to the stage. On the platform, Zhang thought of his father, and his heart was shaken. When he saw this, these people immediately increased their firepower. Just then, evil husband spoke up. Your Majesty, it is hard to escape the blame for Lu Buwei's crimes, not to mention his sweeping away dissenters, selling power within the courtroom, and pulling in officials across the board in a vain attempt to hollow out the king's power. The evil husband knew what Zhang was thinking. He was not indecisive, but he did not want to be criticized, and he was still able to be honest with Zhao Ji when she was in front of him. But in the face of his father, who had passed on to him, how could he kill someone who had done him a favor without authorization? And would he not be setting his father up for injustice? Evil husband did not want to let Lu Buwei go, and after a moment's darting of his eyes, he said, Your Majesty, it is hard for Lu Buwei to escape the blame, but in view of the fact that he has served the late king well, why don't we depose him from his official position as a minister and return to his fiefdom to enjoy his old age? When these words came out, Lu Buwei looked fiercely at Evil Fei, secretly saying that Evil Fei was really a good subject for the individual in Zhang, just like the friendship between him and Anie back in those years. Zhang looked at evil husband's warning eyes and nodded after a moment of contemplation. Let's follow evil husband's advice. The corners of evil husband's mouth hooked up into a smile. His mood was very excited. Today, with his help, Zhang was going to be truly pro-regime, and this sense of fulfillment of changing the direction of history made him feel so good that he wanted to yell. As for Lu Buwei, as long as he withdraws from the temple, he is still at Zhang's mercy. This man is really talented, but he is hard to control. It is impossible for him to return to the temple in the future, so it depends on whether Zhang kills him or keeps him. Wang Jian and the others kept their eyes on Zhang and the evil husband, sighing that they were getting old. Lu Buwei, who had been looking down on the world, and Lao Jiaoi, who was a bully, had all fallen into the hands of two young men. You know, even they had to make concessions to these two sometimes. Qin is the great king's Qin, the Qin of 10,000 old Qin people. If anyone has the intention to use their vassal body to suppress the king's power, kill that thought before it's too late. Evil husband looked around the circle and said in a cold voice. His thinking was very simple. It was Zhang, not Lu Buwei, not to mention Lao Ai, who made the name of the first emperor a success. And since no one could do a better job than Zhang, he would unswervingly support him. Zhang stood on the high platform, satisfied with evil husband's performance. If it wasn't for evil husband, he wouldn't know how long he'd have to lie dormant if he wanted to be pro-government. With this matter out of the way, evil husband stood back to his own position, handing over the main stage to Zhang, who couldn't continue to show up to take over for the next big event. Zhang stood up, gazed down at the less than 30 courtiers left below, and slowly spoke. If there is nothing else, then the court is dismissed. Your Majesty, I, Li Si, will die to advise you. Li Si, who stood at the end of the civil ministers, stepped out, paced to the center of the hall and made a deep bow, then said in a loud voice, The Empress Dowager's disrespectful behavior is a shame to the late king, and has brought shame to the state of Qin and the great king, so I would like to implore the great king to depose the Empress Dowager. The moment this statement was made, the sound of cold air being sucked in the hall was all over the place. Wang Jian and other old ministers looked at Li Si with horrified gazes, picking their hearts and digging their guts, but they couldn't figure out where this man got the guts to do this. And he was no better than the evil husband. Li Si ignored the gazes of the crowd, did not look askance, and said to himself, There is no distinction between close and distant, no distinction between noble and lowly, and a break in the law. If the Empress Dowager has committed a mistake, how can she not be questioned because of her status? In the past, Xiangyang changed the law, so that my Qin strength soared, and had a tiger and wolf army, which in the final analysis is about fairness and justice. And the generals and soldiers fought with blood and were not afraid of anyone who coveted their own merits. If the great king does not ask questions because of the Empress Dowager's status, how will the people of my Qin and the sharpshooters feel? Speaking here, Li Si fell to his knees with a plop and shouted, In order to ensure that the Qin law is just and the people are convinced, I implore your Majesty to depose the Empress Dowager. Wang Jian and other veteran generals are green in the face. This man directly involved the Qin army, and even brought them, the military generals, into the picture. I, for one, second the motion. At this point, evil husband was the first to break the silence and spoke out in favor of the motion. Wang Jian swept his eyes at the evil husband, then looked at the bland Zhang on the elevated platform, and immediately said, I second the motion. Now that the king's pro-regime is imminent, we must not lose the prestige in the hearts of the generals. Of the 4 great generals of the Warring States period, Wang Jian was the only one who got a good end, which was not only related to the first emperor's magnanimity, but also inseparable from his judgment of the situation. The military generals present, excluding evil husband, the cuddly know-it-all, was the one who reacted the fastest. In the official history, he was the one who pacified Lao Ai, assisted Ying Zheng in deposing Lu Buwei, and wrote a letter to Ying Zheng to kill Lu Buwei. He had the guts to do it, so he was not afraid to second the motion to depose Zhao Ji, and he was not afraid at all. Mengardi saw Wang Jian open his mouth, immediately opened his mouth to second. Do not look at him, older Wang Jian a lot, but really on the verve and courage and reaction speed, really cannot compare. All in all, for him, following Wang Jian would be the right thing to do. The 2 giants of the army had spoken, and the other military generals no longer hesitated and opened their mouths to second the motion. Ying Zheng pretended to be in a difficult situation, pondering, I know what you all want, but the Empress Dowager is after all my biological mother. So, he had wanted to convince the law, but contrary to human morality, and then in waiting for Li Si continue to pick up the word round back. This matter can be half push half settled. Who would have thought that a loud roar from outside the temple would completely disrupt his plans? Report dash. Zhang Han walked into the hall in a dusty manner, with snow still sticking to his body and head, only to see him kneeling on one knee and saying in a hurried voice, Enlighten the king, the Empress Dowager, cut her own throat in the Herd Palace. Only 7 words were left on the table. Wow! When these words came out, it was like cool water falling into a boiling frying pan, startling a boil. The pupils of Ying Zhang's eyes shrunk violently, and he shouted sharply, Which 7 words? Tell me quickly. Shame on the late king and the great king. Ying Zhang only felt that his head had been struck halfway by a sledgehammer, and he was a little dizzy, and his body was even a little shaky. Your Majesty, please also be sorry. All the ministers present are full of concern, but do not dare to pleasure half a step on the stage to help, can only dry anxious. Only the evil husband was full of calm, without any surprise. What Zhao Ji had done was not a big crime, and it was even more rare in modern times, but in this era it was very difficult to accept. He didn't want this to become a problem for Ying Zhang, so he ordered Zhang Han to be killed when he left the palace. Chapter 45 Borneo daughter-in-law relationship becomes the key? Mothers. Ying Zhang fell into a state of reminiscence, his mind recalling the days when he was in the state of Zhao. At that time, his mother and his wife were dependent on each other, and in order for him to have enough food to eat and warm clothes to wear, his mother worked day and night, going to odd jobs during the day and coming back in the evening to do some women's work. At that time, the days were very hard. The mother suffered from cold eyes and humiliation. How could I imagine that after the mother returned to Qin, it was as if she had become a different person, doesn't even care about him as a son anymore, even though he hated Zhao Ji. At this time, he looked mournful. After all, it was his own mother. Evil husband took in the sadness on Ying Zhang's face, and said in his heart, a long pain is better than a short one. If you want to be what others cannot be, you must first endure what others cannot endure. He didn't have any other ideas. At this time, Ying Zhang was only a half-grown boy, and it would be a bit harsh to expect him to achieve the same success as the future first emperor. Only after a long time did Ying Zhang come back from his grief and look down at the concerned officials. I am tired. Let's end the morning court today. Empress Huayang has arrived. Empress Xia has arrived. The eunuch's shrill voice rang out, causing Ying Zhang, who was just about to leave, to stop in his tracks and raise his eyes to the entrance of the hall. The Empress Dowager of Huayang and the Empress Dowager of Xia came together, and Ying Zhang did not dare to delay. He took a deep breath and quickly stepped down from the platform to welcome them. Grandson, greet your grandmother. Empress Dowager Huayang and Empress Dowager Xia simultaneously raised their hands to help Ying Zhang up. Good boy, get up. Since Ying Zhang ascended to the throne, the situation within the dynasty was turbulent. His father died and his mother was unloved, so Empress Dowager Huayang and Empress Dowager Xia became the only elders he could rely on, and he had great respect for both of them. Empress Dowager Huayang gently shot a glance towards Empress Dowager Xia, who nodded slightly before speaking. We already know about your mother's matter. Speaking here, a touch of anger rose on her face, and she rebuked in a stern voice, as the Empress Dowager of the state of Qin, the mother of the current king, she actually did such a thing, and it was really cheaper for her to cut her own throat. As the late king's own mother and the current king's own grandmother, if she wanted to reprimand Zhao Ji, who was her daughter-in-law, no one else could really find fault with her. Sister, don't get angry. Lady Huayang took over the conversation and swept her eyes over the officials present, eventually landing on Lu Buwei. Don't think that things have been done seamlessly. Lao Ai is the one you raised. And let's not forget the affair between you and Zhao Ji. Mrs. Huayang's weight was extremely heavy, and her status was actually above Empress Dowager Xia, and when she opened her mouth like this, Lu Buwei's end was basically doomed. The Empress Dowager is wise. With a twinkle in his eye, the evil husband took the lead in shouting at the top of his voice, followed by the voices of the other ministers who followed suit. Lady Huayang and Empress Xia's gazes fell on Evil Fu at the same time, and a warm smile appeared on the two men's cool and solemn faces. Thanks to General Evil Fu, who fought to the death to protect the great king's well-being, or else the consequences would be unimaginable. Wicked husband said with a straight face, as a minister of Qin, it is only right that I should do so. The two empress dowagers have praised you too much. Looking at his serious demeanor, Ying Zhang almost couldn't hold back his laughter. The king is still young, so I and Empress Xia should decide this matter for him. Mrs. Huayang gently patted Ying Zhang, and then said in a deep voice, pass the word that Zhao Ji has violated her morals and etiquette. Depose her as Empress Dowager, expel her from her clan, and forbid her to be buried in the royal ancestral shrine. It shall be so. Empress Xia spoke out in agreement. The ministers now realized that the two grannies had personally stepped in, and between them, they had snuffed out the last word that could fall on Ying Zhang. When daughters-in-law do not behave themselves, as mothers-in-law they stand up, and who dares to say otherwise? This mother-in-law-daughter-in-law relationship is still true. No one can pick fault with Zhao Ji's death. The corner of evil husband's mouth hooked into a smile. With the two empress dowagers stepping in, the matter fell perfectly into place, which is not the end of the story. Empress Dowager Huayang came straight to Lu Buwei and whispered softly, you have assisted the late king for many years, and the late king has not treated you poorly. Now that the king is in power, should you not contribute your share? Lu Buwei instantly raised his head. The corners of his mouth hooked into a complex smile. Empress Dowager, can you release my relatives? With a swing of her robe sleeve, Lady Huayang nodded slightly as she turned around. Seeing this, Lu Buwei instantly drew out the sword on his waist, placed the cold blade under his neck, laughed and shouted, with the death of my ministers, I will lay down the pro-regime of the great king, and I hope that the great king will not forget the long-cherished wish of the great Qin to come out from the east and unify the world. As soon as the words fell, the long sword was ruthlessly wiped, and a wisp of bright red blood was sprayed, and a generation of powerful Prime Minister Lu Buwei fell. Ying Zhang's mind was filled with thoughts, which eventually turned into a long sigh. Lady Huayang did not care about Lu Buwei's death and laughed. General Wicked Husband was meritorious in rescuing the emperor, helping the king to pacify Lao Ai and contend with Lu Buwei. Such loyalty can be seen by the sun and the moon, so he should be rewarded. This is exactly what Ying Zhang wanted to say, so he hurriedly arched his hand and said, grandmother is right. I had this intention, but I just haven't had the chance to read it out yet. Lady Huayang took Empress Xia's hand, and the two of them turned to leave, leaving behind only one sentence. The great king will be pro-regime on the same day, and as we are old, how can we meddle in the affairs of the court? With this, the court was completely cleared, and Ying Zhang formally became the ruler of the country. After being disturbed by the two empress dowagers, Ying Zhang completely let go of his heart knot and was able to calm down his mixed thoughts. Although the deaths of Lu Buwei and Zhao Ji had moved him a bit, he hated them more than anything else. The joy of pro-government surged to Ying Zhang's heart, expelling all worries from his mind, and after returning to stand on the high platform, he shouted, Wicked husband, I am here. Ying Zhang smiled and said, this time, you have to be rewarded for your efforts to pacify Lao Ai's rebellion, which relies on your protection in a bloody battle. Wang Jian and Zhang Han looked different, and their faces were green. They can be one of the parties involved, and saying that this kid fought to the death in a bloody battle is tantamount to talking nonsense with eyes wide open. Cough, cough. Ying Zhang happened to see the look on the two men's faces, and being a bit unable to hold it in himself, he hurriedly cleared his throat to ease the embarrassment. Promote the title of Wicked Husband to the rank of Right Concubine. Reward him with $300,000, 1,000 cognacs, and grant him a servant. A series of rewards were spat out from the rising mouth. Those other ones were dispensable existences. Only Zhen's promotion to 2 levels was the top priority. Many military generals look at the evil husband's gaze as full of envy. Now the evil husband's title has already exceeded many of them. If a few more years, I'm afraid that its status will be beyond Wang Jian and a number of other veteran generals. Wicked husband arched his hand in obeisance and exclaimed, My lord. Thank you for the great king's reward. Jinyang nodded. Then his gaze fell on Li Si and said in an inexplicable tone, I had counted on expelling the guests of the 6 nations, but your existence has shown me another side. The first half of the sentence makes Li Si forehead cold sweat, but the second half of the sentence makes him overjoyed, the flavor of which cannot be understood by others. Li Si is upright and admonitory, a man of integrity, and is credited with passing on information privately. Therefore, promote the position of court captain to take charge of the justice of the state. Li Si was full of excitement and immediately fell down to pay his thanks. He knew that from today onwards, he was considered to have established a firm footing in Qin, and could fulfill his ambitions. Chapter 46. If you don't fail the orphan will not fail you. Zhangtai Palace, the side hall. In the open hall, Jinyang and evil husband were seated face to face, with a chess set between them. Li Si sat at the side and watched the 2 men play. His heart was so hot that he could not wait to kick the evil husband out of the way and replace him with himself. Suddenly, Jinyang asked carelessly, Aren't you afraid that I will blame you? Evil husband, who was scratching his ears and pondering over the way to break the situation, subconsciously said, What are you afraid of? Whoever dares to disgrace and annoy my Zhenger, I'll kill his whole family. Ah, this? Jinyang and Li Si raised their eyes at the same time to look at evil husband, who was still engrossed in thinking of a way to break the situation, completely not realizing that he had slipped his tongue. Brat, I knew it was you. Jinyang laughed and cursed, but did not pursue the matter. He was not a person who could not distinguish between good and bad, and as the future emperor of the ancient world, his way of thinking about things was different from ordinary people. The rights and laws of kings and ministers, in this age, are the mote of heaven, which no one is allowed to transgress. Li Si was shocked beyond words, not realizing that Jinyang had shown so much favor to the evil husband that he had not even censured the Empress Dowager for such a major event as her private execution. Seeing that Jinyang had already recognized his own trick, the evil husband was also very honorable. Your Majesty, we are not being unreasonable. You are the king of a country, and you are the sun. Now that the world is more than war, war is the next best thing to attacking the heart. Wicked husband's face was solemn. His eyes looked straight at Jinyang and said, If the 2 countries are at war and the other side borrows this matter, the morale of the army will be low if it is light, and if it is heavy, the whole army will be wiped out. Jinyang and Li Si didn't expect this to come out of the mouth of the evil husband, the murderer, and looked at him with astonished eyes. Today was really an eye-opener. Instead of holding a sword, this butcher plays with strategy. What an eye-opener. Your Majesty is right. And Li Si has never met General Evil Husband before. Such a man. It's not that the 2 of them are laughing and joking. It's really that the contrast of the evil husband is too great, and he is a different person from the brutal and vicious look he had earlier. Li Si seemed to be feeling emotional and laughed. General Evil Husband's heart for the great king is truly touching, to the extent that he did not hesitate. He also wants to save the great king's face. These words reached Jinyang's heart, and he immediately said solemnly, Wicked husband, if you don't fail me, I will certainly not fail you. Upon hearing this, Li Si was filled with envy. How many subjects throughout history have been able to receive such a guarantee from the king? Ha! Wicked husband waved his hand indifferently, said with a serious face, Your Majesty, wicked husband does not want to usurp the throne, and cannot afford the world's life itself as a lazy goods, or kill and fight the war is most suitable for me. In the future, the world will be unified. My great Qin Shin colored dragon flag spread under the sun, moon, mountains and rivers. We also retired to enjoy the days to go, then manage my spending on the line. Li Si gave a thumbs up towards the evil husband. Not many people would dare to make such a dangerous statement in such a dignified manner. If anyone else had said this, Jinyang would have laughed at it and never taken it seriously. But when it came from the evil husband, he was convinced. Under the circumstances, even if the evil husband was too young to usurp the throne, if he chose to join Lu Buwei or Lao Ai, he would definitely become the guest of honor of both of them, which would be better than being a puppet king himself. It was he who, step by step, helped himself to become pro-government. It was he who quelled the rebellion of Lao Ai and brought down Lu Buwei. It has only been a few days since the evil husband appeared in the temple, but he has punched Lao Ai and kicked Lu Buwei. When Jinyang thought of this, he sighed with emotion. Evil husband, it is a blessing for me to have you. Li Si, that little cutie. He even followed along. The friendship between the great king and the evil husband will surely make a great story in the future. Just like the late king and Lu Buwei. What's wrong with you, little brother? Evil husband and Jinyang looked at Li Si at the same time. with a slightly murderous aura in their eyes, scaring the latter into a shiver before he remembered the inappropriateness of his words and hastened to apologize. Evil husband said meaningfully, Li Tingwei, today you also made a lot of efforts. In the future will be reused for the king. Cannot be like those people. Changed their hearts. Reese, full of righteousness, nodded his head and assured himself, thinking only that the wicked man was knocking himself out. How does he know? The evil husband is from the latter part of the world. Know exactly what he will do in the future. The change of the sand dunes without his support. Only Zhao Gao can be worse meaning. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit stagnant, Ing Zhang opened his mouth to ease the atmosphere. Both of you, do you have any ideas about the way forward for Great Qin? Clean up the armaments and promote the talents. Because too many officials are implicated by Lao Ai and Lu Buwei. The vacancies must be filled first. Find a country to destroy first in practice. Two voices sounded at the same time, but their meanings were worlds apart. Li Si was a bit speechless. The current situation is not suitable for war at all. Just down Lao Yi and Lu Buwei, and then impatiently declared war on foreign countries? For this reason, he could only patiently say, General Wicked Husband, as the saying goes, if you want to do a good job, you must first sharpen your tools, implicating several hundred officials. These vacancies must be replenished first, otherwise even if the war starts, the decrees won't be able to get through, affecting the war effort. Li Si, a fanatic of destroying the Six Kingdoms, had encouraged Ing Zhang more than once before, but now he could suppress his desire and try to stabilize the situation, which surprised Ing Zhang. Old Li, why the hell are you looking ahead? Evil husband skimmed his mouth, full of concern. It doesn't involve the generals in the army, so what kind of war can be delayed? Speaking of which, Wicked Man asked, dare I ask the great king, can Wustam's shoes outlet open up trade with the Indians for us in the past year or so? Speaking of this, Ing Zhang couldn't help but be happy. The corners of his mouth rose to an exaggerated degree. This Wustam's outlet is quite a talent. The trade with the Indians is getting bigger and bigger, bringing in an endless supply of cattle and sheep. I'm a bit impressed with you. It's really as you said. Ing Zhang scolded with a smile and continued. Now silk and other things have become in short supply. The demand exceeds the supply, and the people have made a lot of money from it, and the tax revenue has skyrocketed by more than 40% compared to the previous period. Li Si froze. He did not expect Wustam's shoes outlet to be recommended by the evil husband. From Ing Zhang's words can be heard, Great Qin and the Indian roam to do business. This matter is the evil husband proposed. Is he really a martial artist? Li Si fell into deep doubt. Pop! Wicked husband snapped his fingers and said excitedly, this time the king of Han is afraid to cry. With this financial support, the construction of the big canal is as easy as a slap in the face. He is clearly remembered on the historical records. The canal into injection fill silt water, irrigate Zay Halo land more than 40,000 hectares, collect all Mua clock, so Guanzhong for the fertile land. No bad years, Qin to rich and strong, and the vassals, because of the fate of the Zhonggua drainage, the abundance of food, which has given Great Qin the strength to sweep the six countries, is really the time and fate. The king of Qin swept the six kingdoms, and the king of Han made an unparalleled achievement. Your Majesty, now that my Qin state has a strong army and is thriving internally, we must find someone to shine our wrists. Evil husband slapped his big hand on the table, his face full of excitement. Chapter 47, Evil husband, I'm in a hurry. I have no place to put my energy. Nice guy, turning around in such a big circle, or to have to fight someone? Ing Zhang was also enthused by what he said and immediately nodded his head in agreement with evil husband's proposal, and then the two of them excitedly discussed who they should pick as their opponents. Li Si laughed bitterly at the situation, but still insisted on his own view, and said seriously, Your Majesty, General Wicked, the strength of the 7 countries is not very different, and no one wants to see who is bigger. If we do it rashly, I'm afraid there will be the situation of Wei Gengzi attacking Qin again. The hot flames of Ing Zhang and the evil husband were instantly doused by this pot of cold water. Wei Wuji's joint attack on Qin was not even a few years in the past, and this incident has greatly hurt Qin's vitality and brought shame to the whole country. At first hearing of this, Ing Zhang's heart still trembled a little. Alas, the wicked man sighed. He knew what Li Si said was true. It was too early to destroy the country. Right now Qin doesn't have the strength to crush the 6 countries. And he doesn't have a golden finger that can quickly boost his country's power in a short period of time. So if he can't deal with the merger with overwhelming strength, he can only use his brain. After pondering for a moment, Wicked Husband decided to bring out the strategy formulated by Li Si and Yuliao. enlist Yan and Qi, stabilize Wei and Chu, and eliminate Han and Zhao, attack from afar and break them down one by one. This statement was followed by a quiet atmosphere. Ying Zhang's heart was on fire and he said, "Evil husband, you are really my treasure." Li Si, on the other hand, showed a sad face, only feeling as if he was living in the shadow of the evil husband. Obviously a military general, but this brain is turning faster than himself. You know, he only had such a prototype in his mind, and he had not yet come to a thorough summary, but he was perfectly interpreted by this sentence of the evil husband. The evil husband, what makes him how could he have known that this plan was coming from him, only to be copied by the evil husband? A man from the latter days? Li Si collected his mind and nodded his head, praising, "This plan is the way of the king, divide and conquer and break them one by one. It's really wonderful." Wicked husband's words turned violently and continued, "Since extermination of the country is not feasible for the time being, but it is necessary to lighten up the wrists. The great king's pro-government is imminent, must add a colorful, so as to increase the pro-government after the prestige and the people's conviction of the heart." Li Si sighed fiercely. After all was said and done, Wicked husband didn't put an end to the desire to move the army, but he was indeed right. So he supported, General Wicked husband is right. After all, the great king is not yet crowned, and it is easy to be exploited by others and cause panic among the people. Ying Zhang was moved, but a little disappointed. Then who is the right person to fight? Attack Wei. The evil husband's eyes snapped to ferocity, and he said in a cold voice, "Since the six kingdoms want to make a name for themselves, let's beat up his Wei and wipe out the previous shame." Attacking Wei? Ying Zhang frowned slightly, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, 10 years in fear of a well rope. Wei Wuji's combined attack on Qin still casts a shadow in his heart. "Precisely, Your Majesty," Wicked husband explained in a confident manner. "Wei is located in the central plains and borders with my Qin, so there is no need to borrow a road to use our troops. Let's first take down a dozen or so of his cities, plant the flag, and wash away our past shame." He, Lord Xinling, Wei Wuji, is able to combine his efforts, but I, Great Qin, can't use countermeasures? He remembers clearly that Wei Wuji, the king of Xinling, was indeed a great talent, but after stealing the talisman to save Zhao, he was scorned by the king of Wei. When Qin attacked Wei, he became the general, but was used by Qin as a counterplot, and since then, he has not been able to fulfill his ambition and died in depression. Li Si also nodded his head in agreement. What General Wicked husband said is very true. Wei has been in decline in recent years and has many internal conflicts, so it is a good opportunity to attack. This move will not only demonstrate the great king's brilliance and valor, but also bring practical benefits to Qin. Ying Zhang pondered for a moment and finally made up his mind. "Okay, let's follow your plan and attack Wei, with you as the commander-in-chief." A hint of caution flashed in Wicked husband's eyes. "Your Majesty, military matters are not child's play. Any decision is related to the life and death of millions of robes. Wicked husband can't take on this great responsibility for the time being. Why don't we let General Meng arbitrary take command?" I don't know what he was thinking of. The corner of his mouth hooked up a smile. General Meng Ardi is afraid that he would be very happy to avenge that when he was chased and thrown out. Ha ha, a trace of appreciation flashed in his eyes, and he became more and more important to him. If he were someone else, who cares about the death of his soldiers, he would have jumped to stop this matter. In that case, Meng Ardi will be the commander-in-chief, and you'll be the auxiliary general. Wicked man arching his hand to receive orders, do not see half a bit of reluctance, thus showing that it is by no means a polite excuse, completely in the heart of the heart that he cannot. He has self-awareness, although he came from the latter, but he is only a small special forces soldier who loves the Qin period, and he slightly knows the direction of history. He is neither a historian of things past and present, nor is he a military management talent who is well versed in commanding troops in combat, and can only rely on the insights brought by the difference in time and some ghost ideas and cleverness. Although he had the strength of the overlord, however, the generals did not. Wanting to command the scene of hundreds of thousands of troops in a mixed battle in the cold weapon era was completely joking with the lives of the generals. Other than that, just formulating a march to allocate food and grass can make him physically and mentally exhausted. Not to mention strategizing on the ever-changing battlefield. This era is not modern. Something can directly use radio and other high-tech means of deployment of battle plans, relying on the first step to recognize each other's intentions, and lay down a response to the military order. Reese, admire the great righteousness of General Wicked. Li Si likewise admired the wicked man. In front of such a temptation of power and authority, actually gave up because of the concern for the lives of the generals. Ask how many people can do. Evil husband quickly waved his hand. He was just being practical. If he also had a golden finger that could strengthen the general's physique, why would he still be here to talk nonsense? After pondering for a moment, Li Si opened his mouth in a deep voice to ask for orders. Li Si doesn't have the bravery of General Wicked Husband, but he would like to stop the matter of divorcing the King of Wei, and I implore you to grant me permission. Your Majesty. I agree. Jinyang nodded his head in agreement. He also wanted to see how capable Li Si really was. The city of Jinyang at night seems particularly cold and quiet. Winter and not much recreational activities. The people can only go to bed early. It is difficult to see a few lights. Wicked Husband went out of the Jinyang palace and took a carriage straight to Meng Arbiter's residence. In a few moments, he arrived at Meng Arbiter's residence. When the guards at the door saw that it was the evil husband coming, they immediately opened the door and let him go. One of them led the evil husband to the front hall, and another one quickly went to the backyard to notify Meng Arnold. Inside the study, Meng Artie is playing with Meng Wu, killing Meng Bracket and but 12 years old Meng Yi from the side to watch the battle. From time to time whispering, express their own opinions. Report dash. Your Excellency, General Wicked Husband seeks an audience and is waiting in front of the hall. On hearing this, several people in the room were instantly attracted to it, and while no one was looking, Meng Arnold moved his rook and cannon with very quick hands, and stole his son's pawn that crossed the river. Pop! General! Meng Artie let out a bellowing cry, staring Meng Wu, but not giving him a chance to react. Coming here in the dark, this kid definitely has something important to do. Follow me forward to meet. Saying that, he got up and left, leaving Meng Wu's father and son with an inscrutable back. Meng Wu's eyes landed on the chessboard. His pupils suddenly shrunk violently, and he murmured softly, "What a steal! This is too much." Chapter 48, The Soldiers Sent Away. You boys come in the middle of the night. Is it hard to get a drink of water? Meng Arnold had just walked into the front hall when he saw Evil Husband gurgling with a kettle of water, like a big water buffalo. Pop! Wicked Husband slammed the kettle heavily on the table, and said with a very arrogant look, "Master, we came to drink some of your water to make your heart ache like this." It seems that Wicked Husband's recommendation today is really wrong. Lift? Meng Arnold's eyes suddenly lit up, and he shouted, "My favorite disciple came, and this is how you treat him? Let's serve tea." While saying this, he did not move and came to the evil husband's side, reaching out and holding his arm tightly, with a look that he was afraid that the evil husband would run away. Good boy. What good thing is there to care for the old man? Tell me? Meng Aristocrat's demeanor at the moment dazzled his son Meng Wu and his two grandsons, as one of the pillars of the Qin state. How had Meng Aristocrat ever groveled so much? Young, still have to practice. Meng Aristocrat will be children and grandchildren face of the unnatural as far as the eyes. The heart of some hate iron. Blame them really short-sighted. Evil husband can successively bring down the deep-rooted Laoyi and Lu Buwei. The means to make them all old guys are inferior to themselves has long been treated as his peers. Who dares to underestimate the evil husband as a brat? Nowadays, there are many officials involved in the court, and the vacant positions need to be filled by manpower is one of them. Secondly, he knew that the evil husband was a warlike character and was trusted by Jinyang. So he must have used pro-government as a pretext to urge the king to use foreign troops to increase his prestige. Sensei, whichever of these two things, had immense benefits for himself, and certainly deserved to be treated as such. His son and grandson were still a bit short of the mark after all. It's true that people are old and smart and fish are old and slippery, and things are just as Meng Arnold had calculated in his mind. Old master, do you want to take revenge and have a clean slate? Evil husband hemmed and hawed, his tone somewhat derisive. When Meng Arnold heard this, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Kid, what do you mean by that? The evil husband smiled faintly, a sly glint in his eyes as he slowly said, Master, you were whisked into a rabbit by Wei Wuji in the first place. Are you really just holding back this bad anger? Meng Aristo frowned slightly. His heart was a bit alarmed. You want to use troops against Wei, not afraid that Wei Wuji will not be able to join forces again? Seeing this kind of appearance, the evil husband sighed in despair, which shows how much influence Wei Wuji's collusion and conspiracy has. No matter whether it is Jinyang or Mangaroon, when he hears this person, he is instinctively a bit scared. The best way to get rid of fear is to face him. The evil husband's pitch steeply rose. A loss is nothing. When the old Qin people took firewood sticks to face the barbarians and vassal states' oppression, have they ever been afraid? What is a mere Wei Wuji compared to sweeping the Six Kingdoms? Even he doesn't dare to face him. How can we talk about the East out sweeping the Six Kingdoms? This was a bit too direct, so much so that it made both Manhwa and Manhwa's faces become a bit ugly. Since that defeat, who in the family dared to bring up this matter in front of Manhwa, let alone say it in a very unpleasant way like evil husband did? Manhwa quietly pulled Evil Fu's sleeve, signaling him to stop, but did not expect to be Evil Fu shrugged off, coldly said, I have already recommended the upper general to hang the commander-in-chief. I'm a biased general to assist, to go or not to go, the upper general to decide by himself. The hall fell into speechlessness, and the atmosphere seemed very stagnant. Bang! Manhwa's big hand slapped fiercely on the table. The sudden violent sound startled Manhwa. Several people jumped, and hurriedly dissuaded, Father, don't be angry. The evil husband is not that meaning. Yes, Grandpa. Meng Tian did not move to block in front of the evil husband. Full of tension, do you still not know this kid? Is a mixed-up person. Although the speech is hard to listen to, but there is absolutely nothing bad in mind. Am I that careful in your eyes? Meng Artery blankly glanced at a few people and said in a hateful voice, that way Wuji is chasing old me in a terrible way because of his many men. This time I asked His Majesty for 500,000 troops to make him cooperate and conspire, so I'll definitely break my arm with him. Case solved. It is said that within the Qin generals, Meng aristocrat marching style is the most calm. Can take 200,000 people out. Never only take 100,000 people. It turned out to be from the roots of the disease fell from this? The evil husband said somewhat helplessly. Master, I can't decide on that. Tomorrow you can ask the great king yourself. I'll withdraw first. After chatting for so long in the palace today, Ying Zhang, the stingy bastard, didn't even ask someone to bring him some water, not to mention the food. Or else why did he have to fill his stomach with water in Meng's house? This is leaving. Staying for a meal? Meng Arnold pretended to be concerned. Okay. Meng Wu, send General Evil Husband back. The evil husband's CPU instantly died. A breath did not come up, almost suffocated. The heart cursed this old man to dog. Meng Wu dumbfounded. These two people get together without a proper form. Always like to fight and quarrel. As if they are the two pro-masters. This can let Meng Wu and Meng Ten. Meng Yi envy bad. Usually Meng aristocrat on them is not generally harsh. Not to mention the fight. But where a little bit do not do right is a horsewhip weight. You can go now. Meng aristocrat is really unsympathetic. Turned around and directly left the front hall. Really a use of people towards the front, do not use people towards the back of the appearance. And earlier full of fawning in stark contrast. Seeing his old man leave, Mentian's eyes were a mess. Came up to him and said with a heated smile, Big brother, we are your brethren. Look at it. Seeing that lineage of fawning smiles, evil husband's face instantly chilled. Get up and step aside. The little 500 masters are not worthy of talking to me, said, pulling Meng Wu on the go. Not with dislike you old, but also can not bully you this small? Meng Tan stood in place full of mess. Beside him Meng Yi snickered. Big brother. You recognize this big brother? Seems to not recognize you As soon as the words left his mouth, he heard a pop sound, and Meng Yi covered the back of his head with a face full of indignation. Go aside. It's your turn to talk? Meng Tian forced himself to be calm and left the front hall that embarrassed him. Early the next morning, the Lan Tian camp, by the king's command, wheeled 200,000 troops to attack Wei. General Meng Arnold will be the commander. General Wicked Husband will be the left general. And General Mugong will be the right general. Ready to march. As the eunuchs from the palace finished announcing the decree, the 200,000 elite army marched directly from the Lan Tian camp. The purpose of this battle is to raise the prestige of Qin and to add color to the official pro-regime of Yingzhang in 2 months' time. Time is short and the task is heavy, and no matter how the battle goes, they will have to return to Qin to resume their duties in 2 months' time. Inside the carriage, Meng Arbiter, Evil Husband, and Elk Duke were sitting cross-legged and were studying the next route of march. Wicked Husband pointed to the map and said in a deep voice, attack the volume of Wei. While the troops are divided into 3 ways into Wei, the surrounding 9 cities can do their best to do. How much we can take is our ability. The reason why he attacked Wei, only to fit the trajectory of the original history of the Qin General Mo Duke marshaled the Wei, so as to avoid the error of deviation. Cannot be more than him and Meng Arti. The battle is in turn to lose, right? Moreover, it can also incidentally solve the heart disease of the Qin state. In his opinion, this battle is 9 out of 10. On your word. Meng Arti and Duke Elp gave their absolute support. And they all knew about Evil Husband's resignation from the position of commander-in-chief that day, so they were naturally willing to cultivate his tactics and command of the army. Since the evil husband already had a plan, the two of them would be the ones to underwrite it and help it grow. This, perhaps, is another legacy. Chapter 49, Wang Jian, why don't you take me with you? Jinyang City. Wang family. Wicked husband, a wicked husband. Why don't you recommend me? Wang Jian was furious when he heard that evil husband had recommended Meng Arnold to be in command of the army to invade Wei. Wang Ban was careful to calm down, fearing that he would be implicated and become a punching bag. From this point of view, he and Meng will really share the same disease. Report dash. The guards came quickly to the main hall and said in a deep voice, reporting to the upper general, there is a messenger outside the door claiming to be a letter messenger from General Wicked Husband seeking an audience. Wang Jian was sulking. At first heard the name of the evil husband, immediately wanted to refuse, but then thought of that boy a belly full of ghost heart. In case there is something good care? Go on. Bring him in. A short while later, the guards came to the main hall with a house servant in his 20s. The house servant, facing such a figure for the first time, was a bit nervous and said, I pay my respects to the superior general. My general instructed me to hand over this bamboo slip to you before he left. After that, the servant took out 2 scrolls of bamboo slips from his pocket and solemnly handed them over to Wang Jian, and then left. Wang Jian looked at the bamboo slip in his hand and was a little curious. This kid is really secretive. The words came to an abrupt end when his eyes touched the contents of the bamboo slips. Wang Ben saw his father so, his heart was curious, and came to the side to see what the bamboo slips were written. Pop. Wang Jian closed the bamboo slips as if he were a thief, and left quickly under Wang Ben's speechless eyes. Heading straight for the study, the army marched for 6 days, going straight to Wei along the Wei River, finally arriving 30 miles away from Roll City. The rolled land is a border. Wei has long been stationing troops of no less than 100,000. It is only 100 miles from Anie. 300,000 soldiers can run to help at any time. Breaking the city must not be delayed. Meng Aristo looked into the distance. His tone was very grave. Talking is talking. Messing is messing. But the real action can't be sloppy. Admiral. Wicked husband laughed. The battle of attacking the city will be coming from Mordecai. This time, the soldiers sent away all the way to rush. In order to rush before the news spread, to take advantage of Wei's unpreparedness to fight a beautiful blitzkrieg. Moreover, this time, he also brought out the Black Dragon Shin Armor Army, and brought all those specially made siege weapons. Meng Arnold knew of Evil Fu's ability and had no opinion on it, while Weed was curious about Evil Fu's bravery and likewise had no objections. In that case, the evil husband will go first. Wicked husband was very dry. Sent Anie forward to order 30,000 soldiers and horses, with a group of city-breaking sharpshooters to break away from the army, accelerating to the rolled city, leaving Meng Arbiter with 150,000 troops to press the front. Roll City. One of the pawns stationed on the wall spoke up and asked, did you hear anything? At those words, several soldiers around him listened with sideways ears, and then shook their heads. What did you hear? Seeing that none of them had heard, the pawn shook his head, assuming he had heard wrong. A few moments, the sound of horses' hooves gradually rang out from the distance and reached all ears, and the city was in a panic. There was no notification of any transfer order, and I'm afraid the visitor is not good. Close the gates quickly. Knock, knock, knock. As the war drums beat, the dull sound of the drums spread throughout the rolling city. The originally bustling streets immediately turned panicky, and the pedestrians and people ran towards their homes. The guardian of Rolling City came at a brisk pace and stood at the head of the city looking into the distance. When he saw the large black Shin bird flag, he immediately hissed and roared, the Qin army is coming to invade. Quickly send someone forward to Anie to ask for help. The reaction of the Rolling City's guards was extremely fast, and immediately a scouting squad of a few dozen men sped off on their horses. Seeing this, he was relieved and began to set up his troops for defense, thinking that with the 100,000 men in the city, how could he hold back the Qin army for a few days? In a short time, Evil Husband led an army of 50,000 men to 500 meters outside of Rolling City. Rolling City guards see the other side of the manpower is not much. The heart instantly big determination. Ridicule seems to drink ast. Qin army main general who was not quickly reported to the name. Unauthorized troops. Is it possible that you Qin want to start a war again? Why do you think you, Qin, are so warlike? Haven't you suffered enough from Lord Xinling's joint attack on Qin? As soon as the words fell, a burst of laughter rang out from the city, and Wei's morale immediately skyrocketed by a few points. Yo, still a little wit. The corner of evil husband's mouth hooked into a cold smile, naturally understanding the intention of his words, to strike the Qin army's morale and boost his own side's morale, and incidentally delaying it for some time. Nay, the evil husband would not eat this. He had always believed in the saying that too much nonsense did not end well. Zhang Han, you take over 50,000 troops to attack the city gates. Anie, Chunning, you two choose your own position to ascend the city, and I will take 1,000 men to ascend the city from the center. After the explanation, evil husband jumped down from his warhorse, drew out the sharp long sword refined from fine iron at his waist, and hissed, "Pass the order to attack the city." As soon as the words fell, Evil Fu was like a discharged cannonball, running wildly towards the bottom of the city wall, and behind him, the Black Dragon Xian armor army reacted extremely quickly, lifting the ladder and chasing towards Evil Fu. The rolling city guard on the city wall didn't expect the Qin army to defy common sense and go to war without saying a word, so he immediately hissed, "Release the arrows. I'm going to shoot to death this group of Qin troops who don't know how to die." The moment the military order fell, a rain of arrows fell towards the Black Dragon Xian armor army. Tinkerbell, the generals of the Black Dragon Xian armor army did not stop their footsteps, directly pulling out the rattan shields behind them to block in front of their faces, allowing the rest of their bodies to face the arrow rain directly. Black Dragon Xuanjia army wearing fine iron armor. Heavy is heavy, but it is simply fearless of swords, arrows and arrows. Wei army's arrows fell on the body, instantly bounced off, only to splash a path of sparks. Build a ladder quickly. Wicked husband preceded him to the lower part of the wall and urged on at the top of his voice. In less than 10 breaths of time, the Black Dragon Xuanjia soldiers carrying the ladder also came under the city wall, and directly set up the ladder without saying a word. Wicked husband was the first to climb up, barreling toward the top in a leaping position, and in the blink of an eye he was at the top of the city. Bang! The special refined iron long knife in his hand was extremely sharp, and with a single stroke, he cut off the lance that was stabbing from above his head, and then his legs lashed out and he landed steadily on the top of the city wall. Come to die. The long-lost hot blood surged through his body, and the long knife with a cold and chilling light fell into the pile of people. In a blink of an eye, blood splattered everywhere. The evil husband was like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain, and in the shadow of swords, the Wei soldiers fell down one after another. Kill him. How dare one person go first? I'm looking for death. The Wei troops came back to their senses and swarmed towards the evil husband to kill him, making the small wall extremely crowded without any room to dodge around. Wicked Fu directly gave up resistance by virtue of his sturdy battle armor. His long sword's cold aura flashed one after another, cutting down the Wei soldiers at an extremely fast speed, only blocking those swordsmen who came straight at his face. The generals of the Black Dragon Xian armor army followed closely behind, specially trained to attack the city. Their movements were swift and precise, like black torrents surging up the city walls. In an instant, when the soldiers of the Black Dragon Xian armor army ascended to the top of the city, the pressure on the evil husband, who was in the middle of the pile, was greatly reduced. Seeing this, the rolling city guardian's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly commanded his soldiers to counterattack. Don't panic. Stabilize the position. The rolling city guardian shouted loudly, trying to stabilize the situation. However, the way the evil husband and the Black Dragon Xian armor army abandoned their defense and attacked was like a raging storm, which could not be stopped at all, and the armor on its body became a heavenly moat that the Wei army could not break. At the same time, the 50,000 strong army led by Zhang Han also launched a fierce attack on the city gates. They used special siege hammers and chariots to pound on the city gates. The gates of the city began to crack under the tremendous onslaught, making gut-wrenching creaking noises. The city was about to be broken, and the situation of the Qin army was great. Chapter 50, Evil Husband, I'll show you the power of the flower hand. Far away, Meng Arnold and Weed were relaxing with their 150,000 strong army, completely missing the tension and seriousness of marching and fighting, in stark contrast to the evil men who were fighting in a bloodbath in front of them. Is this really appropriate for us? Weed sounded a little worried. Meng Arnold snorted. That kid has a lot of devious ideas, and the 3,000 elites under his command are even more extraordinary. So instead of worrying about him, you might as well think about how to snatch some of the war credit from this kid next. Weed saw this and said no more. His heart was beginning to look forward to Meng Arnold's certainty. The other side. The evil husband laughed and yelled, "Chickens, buddy, today I'll show you guys what the art of siege means and what knowledge means to change your fate." In just a few dozen breaths of time, the 3,000 Black Dragon Xuanjia army had all ascended the city wall. quickly slaughtering the Wei troops on the wall, and firmly occupying the entrances to the city wall, so that the Wei troops inside the city could not advance an inch. Climbing the city is as easy as drinking and eating. They work well with each other, and their methods are extremely crisp and clean, showing the aesthetics of violence. Seeing the bad situation, the rolling city guardian who ran down the wall first was furious and roared, "Which one of the missing strings repaired this damn wall? How could he repair the steps and entrance so narrow? Climbing the steps of the city wall can only allow 2 people at a time side by side, so that the Wei army is Hulu waifu to save the master lined up to die. Want to break through the defense of the Black Dragon Xuanjia army is a joke. Black Dragon Xian armor army, listen to the order. Descend the city wall and open the city gate." With the moment Evil Fu's words fell, the Black Dragon Xian armor army immediately began to move. Twin swords, and the Black Dragon Xuanjia army finally drew out the second battle sword at their waist, folded and swung their 2 hands, and directly slammed head-on towards the Wei troops who wanted to climb the city wall. If a modern man were here, he would have exclaimed, asterisk 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 top flower hand? The sudden scene in front of him made the corners of Evil Husband's mouth hooked into a strange smile. In the beginning, in order to make these 3,000 people learn the flower hand was a big effort. In order to deal with the 2 sides of the melee in the narrow place, with the double swords and the firm armor to quickly crush the enemy. I didn't think I'd get much of a chance to use it, but I didn't think I'd get to use it today. The situation fell into a strange and tragic 3,000 Black Dragon Xuanjia army incarnation of the old Qin dynasty rocker. Flower hand posture elegant and swift, the hands of the double knife with a trail of static shadow and wind sound, like a helicopter propeller, brought up a sky of blood mist. Wei army which has seen this kind of fight, barely hard top, but in the moment of contact on the body more than a dozen cuts, blood almost flow la wailing fall to the ground. It's brutal. Wouldn't this be a battlefield meat grinder if an army of flower handlers was formed by the spirit boys? Not to mention the Wei army. Even Evil Husband was a bit frightened at the brutal sight in front of him. It was said to be very slow, but in fact, it was just a gap of a dozen breaths, and the Black Dragon Xian armor army killed its way into the city from the city wall. Inside out. Open the city gates. The Evil Husband slowly walked down the steps carrying his long knife that was still dripping blood, his loud voice lingering. The 3,000 Black Dragon Xian armor army quickly surged towards the city gates like a black torrent. Quick! Block them! The rolling city's guards turned pale and hissed, "If our 100,000 men can't hold back these thousands of Qin troops, the great king will surely implicate our kin, so quickly cut them down." Seeing this, the Wei guards inside the city surged up with a brain, and the heads of the people gathered like rough waves, drowning the 3,000 Black Dragon Xian armor army. Black Dragon Xuanjia army was formed at the beginning, in order to win more with less. See the Wei army rush to the slightest, do not see any panic, and immediately change the battle formation to meet the enemy, and methodically catch the attack from the Wei army, because the number of Wei troops is too many. Although the Black Dragon Xuanjia army copes freely, but still be held back from advancing an inch. Seeing this, Evil Fu walked straight past the Black Dragon Xuanjia army, and one person entered the city gate hole with a sword, directly facing the several hundred Wei pawns who were topping the gate within it. "Come and fight." The Evil Husband pulled a sword flower. The blood dripping from his hair dripped down his hair. His eyes were as fierce and sharp as a vicious tiger, and he pounced on the Wei pawn. Inside the city gate hole, Evil Fu was like a raging beast, and between the flashes of his blade, Wei pawns fell one after another. His movements were swift and precise, and each blade carried a thunderous force, as if he wanted to tear apart everything in front of him. "Quickly, go and support the city gate hole." Seeing this, the rolling city guardian's face turned pale and he ordered urgently. However, the appearance of Evil Fu caused the Wei pawns inside the city gate hole to be thrown into confusion, and under Evil Fu's sword chopping that was like a raging storm, it was impossible to take care of the city gate at all. At the same time, Zhang Han, who was directing the breaking of the gate outside the city gate, also heard the commotion coming from the inner gate and immediately hissed, "Brothers, General Wicked Husband has already killed the city gate hole. Work harder." Once this word came out, the Qin pawns were invigorated, and took out all their strength, frantically hitting the city gates, letting the dust fall down and make themselves grimy. Crunch, crunch, the gates rattled under the onslaught, making teeth-gnashing noises. Far away, the late-arriving Meng arbiter and we'd watched the Qin army storming the city gates, and when they saw that the city walls were empty, with only large swaths of blood-stained wall bricks, the two of them glanced at each other with a hint of a smirk flashing in their eyes. "It seems like that kid does have some skills." We'd laughed. "Told you." Don't underestimate him. Meng Arbor stroked his beard and responded lightly, but a hint of pride showed in his eyes. Evil husband came out of his command as half a disciple, and the fiercer he performed, the more face he had. Inside the city, when the last Wei pawn died under the sword, there were no survivors in the entire city gate cave except for the evil husband. The Black Dragon Armor Army blocked the entrance of the cave, not allowing the Wei pawns to take half a step. Listen outside. I am evil husband. Open the city gate now. The evil husband first yelled to inform the Qin troops outside the gate that they were banging on the gate, and then removed the bolts that had been deformed and were about to break one by one, and slowly pushed the gate open. General, are you alright? Zhang Han was the first to come up, asking as he reached out to help push the door. The wicked man wiped the blood from his face, shook his head, and said, quickly fetch my old man's iron club. This battle sword is just not painful enough to cut people. Hearing his voice full of vigor, Zhang Han also put down his heart, and hurriedly greeted the soldiers to bring the iron rod of the evil husband. The moment the heavy iron rod entered his hand, the corners of evil husband's mouth hooked into a soothing smile. Black Dragon Xian Armor Army pushed forward to clear the way for the brethren to make way. Saying so, he took the lead and turned around to charge towards the city. When the Black Dragon Xian Armor Army saw Evil Fu arrive, they hurriedly made way for a passage, and Evil Fu came straight to the forefront. Bang! 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 More than 4 meters long big iron stick is like that turning over the river and churning the sea of weapons, without any skills and chapters. The main fight a momentum and thunder speed. Smashed Wei pawns spit blood and flew backwards, and hard to clear out in open space. Chapter 51, Rolling City Breaks. I'm going on a killing spree. General Mighty. All the generals of the Black Dragon Xian Armor Army hissed and roared, applauding Evil Fei's bravery. Even though it was not the first time they had visualized Evil Fei's bravery, it was still difficult to calm the shock and excitement in their hearts. Wind! Wind! Gale! The Qin troops still in the city gate cave followed suit and roared, the rumbling sound echoing inside the tall city gate cave as if it was going to topple the city wall. Wei pawns' hearts and guts were cracked, their morale was crushed to a low ebb, and the crowded people kept retreating backward. Release arrows quickly! The rolling city guard roared in hysterical fury. The partial general looked hesitant and reminded in a small voice, But, it's bound to hurt your own people. The rolling city guard gave him a cold look. Can't care about that much. The Qin army will never attack the city with just these tens of thousands of people. The partial general's complexion changed, and he immediately trotted to the front and ordered, crossbow, shoot. Seeing that the Wei pawns hesitated and tried not to release their arrows, he was enraged. Are you trying to disobey the military order? The Qin army is brutal. If you don't sacrifice, you will surely be wiped out. He also knew what the soldiers were worried about, and could only patiently enlighten them. Release! Swish! A rain of arrows went straight to the city gates. In an instant, miserable screams rang out as the Wei pawns at the forefront who were fighting fiercely were hit by arrows and fell to the ground. This! Looking at the large open space in front of him that had been cleared out in an instant, the evil husband's lips trembled with anger, and he raised his hand to point at the distant rolling city guards and sprayed. You out of your mind brain dead thing, do I need your help? Do you know what you have here? Evil husband, with a look of deep hatred, roared sternly, to put it in a small way, you are collaborating with the enemy in treason, and to put it in a larger way, you are cutting off our brethren's path to wealth. He is not drifting, but in fact, in order to take the opportunity to disrupt the heart and morale of the Wei pawns, so as to reduce the casualties of ordinary Qin pawns. After all, these 50,000 Qin troops who were attacking the city with him were not the Black Dragon Xian Armor Army, neither did they have that fine equipment, nor did they have the physical strength and martial arts of the Black Dragon Xian Armor Army. The sound of loud words clearly fell into the ears of the rolling city guardian, infuriating him so much that his heart puffed and he almost didn't spurt out a mouthful of old blood. This son, truly not human. How could he not know what the evil husband meant? Yet he still couldn't control the anger in his heart, hating to whip that evil husband. The partial general standing beside him sighed violently when he saw this. The moment that the order to release the arrows was given, he knew that he was afraid that it would be difficult today, and now that he saw that he, as a defending general, had been provoked into losing his mind by a few words, he instantly retreated backward silently, preparing to flee from Rolling City. In the meantime, outside of the city, the gates of Manhwa and Weigon were wide open, and it was thought that all the efforts of the Wei army were focused on this gate, so the soldiers immediately split into 3 and attacked the other 3 gates. The 150,000 3,000 strong army split into 3 divisions and headed straight for the other 3 city gates, basically crashing them open without much trouble, and then they directly killed their way into the city. Kill. The Qin troops that killed into the city cut down people on sight and headed towards the east gate where the evil husband was located, wanting to form a pincer attack with the Black Dragon Xian armor army from the inside and outside. Under the enemy's back, the Wei pawns in the city completely panicked and were intimidated by the Qin army charging from all sides, so that even the formation could not continue to be maintained. Still releasing arrows or not? Evil husband had a teasing smile on his face, while then he raised his arm and led a fierce attack towards the Wei army. When Meng Arnold and Wheat entered the city with their horses, their eyes were filled with corpses and blood splashed on the ground. Both of them were veteran generals who had been in the battlefield for a long time, and they didn't take the infernal picture in front of their eyes seriously at all. As they continued to go deeper and deeper towards the city, the shouting and killing sounds became more and more intense, and the Qin troops who were frantically chasing and killing the Wei pawns could be seen in the streets and alleys. Meng already happened to see Zhang Han leading people to surround and kill a team of more than 1,000 Wei pawns, and immediately shouted, "Where is the evil husband? All fought like this, how come he still does not call for surrender?" When Zhang Han heard Meng Arbiter's question, he could only helplessly pull himself out of the killings and gasped, "Lord Commander, General Evil Husband ordered the slaughter of the Wei pawns, leaving no survivors." Meng Arnold and Weed's jaws dropped. This kid's killing heart was just too heavy. What was the need to massacre the city when the war situation had developed to the current point? Weed raised his eyebrows, stroked his beard and laughed. This kid's temperament is very much to my liking. That's how it should be. This will save him from fighting against my Qin in the future. Weed, a man with few records in the historical records, is related to today's battle. Qin General Weed attacked Wei's rolls. The city was broken, and 30,000 Wei soldiers were slaughtered. It is also because Wei Gong massacred 30,000 Wei pawns, thus angered Lu Buwei, was deposed by him and the Empress Dowager Zhao Ji. Since then, from the ranks of Meng Arti and other generals, he quit the Qin temple. It is really a pity. Go and get him here quickly. Meng Arnold slanted his eyes at Weed before giving Zhang Han a deadly order. Zhang Han had no choice but to turn around and leave, heading to the city to look for the evil husband. One incense stick later, Zhang Han bitterly smiled and returned after the evil husband, who was full of anger. Just now he was chopped and scolded angrily. Now his heart is full of aggression. "Lord Commander, what do you mean? Delaying me from getting rich?" Evil husband snapped angrily, his face written with displeasure and regret. Had he known that, he would have just gotten a new OC who listened. Look at this. Anyone who doesn't know what he's doing will think he's Ying Zhang. "Hey, you kid." Meng Artery laughed in anger and chided. "Obviously he has lost the battle. Why do you want to kill all of them? Unauthorized killing, you think you're Wanjin?" He was also motivated by concern for the wicked husband, so as not to turn around and leave a bad name behind. The path of Wanjin was not one that others could just follow. "Lord Commander, Lu Buwei has fallen. Why are you still in fear?" Wicked husband sighed heavily before explaining. "The Wei army will not kill them. Keep them to waste rations. Release them to Wei, and they will fight us again in the future. In the Battle of Chongping in the past, why did Jun Wuan pit and kill 400,000 surrendered soldiers? You were a partisan general for Jun Wuan back then, so you don't know what's at stake?" Meng aristocrat has been calm and cautious all his life, definitely not willing to get involved with such high-risk things. No wonder his achievements are not as good as Wang Jian, who acted in a thunderous manner. Alas, forget it. Lao Fu originally came here for you to peddle, so if you want to slaughter it, just slaughter it. Meng Arnold quickly cleared his position and chose to let go of the evil husband. Maybe he really was getting old and didn't have the incipient sharpness and boldness of a young calf like the evil husband. Wicked husband solemnly clasped his fists and saluted. "Wicked husband thanks you, General Shang." With those words, he turned around and left, continuing to lead his men to clear out the Wei pawns in the city. The night slowly darkened, a cold wind picked up, and snowflakes fell. Evil husband carried the rolled city guards to the general's mansion in the center of the city to meet Meng Arnold and Weed, who had landed here. "Enlighten the general. All the Wei pawns have been beheaded, and this man is the guardian of Rolling City." The killing that lasted for 3 hours ended, except for this rolled city guards who couldn't run away. There were no more Wei generals alive in the city. Thus, the Battle of Rolling City was a great victory for the Qin army. Chapter 52, The Overconfident General of Anie. Rolling City Emergency. The warhorses rampage inside the city, and the scouts who rolled up to the city shouting repeatedly, broke the peace of Anie City, and the people exchanged words and cursed Qin's brutality and unauthorized war for no reason. Inside the general's house, General Kulan, the defending general of the town of Anie, was hosting a banquet for a group of partial generals, with warbling songs and dances in the hall, and the crowd mingling with each other, and the table was a hot one. Kulan raised his cup and invited, "Gentlemen, drink this cup together. We can count on a few days of comfort when we get Lord Xinling to attack Qin in a joint column." Big color. The crowd rose and laughed as they drained their glasses. Urgent report from Rolling City. The Qin army is attacking the city. Please send troops to support it as soon as possible. General. Just then, an untimely shout rang out, chilling the fiery atmosphere in the hall. Kulan's originally joyful face violently gloomy. The heart of the anger suddenly rise. Just now was still saying that Qin dare not come to offend. This immediately after to hit their own face? Say, what is the number of the Qin army? The scouts did not dare to conceal the truth and replied, the true number of people is unknown, but I only know that the number of attackers is about 40, 000 to 50, 000. Kulan's eyes suddenly tightened. According to the routine, the number of the front army attacking the city is 40, 000 to 50, 000. The rear army is at least 200, 000 to 300, 000. It should be similar to the number of Anie's troops. Contemplating for a moment, Kulan said in a loud voice, Jinyang, you take 200, 000 troops to go and support them. Together with the 100, 000 defenders of Rolling City is enough to deal with the incoming Qin soldiers. Words just fell. Perched below the first left hand of the first man stood up, tone decisive and dry said, comply with the general's order. Jinyang will certainly not live up to the general's expectations. With that, he turned and followed the scout straight away. Then play the music. Then dance. Kulan hastily greeted the crowd to continue, thinking that with Jinyang's ability plus 200, 000 troops, blocking the Qin army is not a problem at all. The heart did not take it too seriously, but he did not know that Rolling City had already fallen, and the 100, 000 troops in the city were all butchered. General, I'm afraid this matter is not simple. A young man sitting at the end of the right side was full of gravity and got up to speak slowly. I also request that the general report it to the king and send someone to notify the neighboring cities to take strict precautions in case of any mishaps. A hint of displeasure rose in Curran's heart and he waved his hand. I'll leave this to you then. Saying this, without waiting for the youth to continue, his gaze fell directly on the dancers. Then play the music. Then dance. As the melodious chimes sounded, the atmosphere became hot again, and no one looked at him squarely, treating him as a transparent person. Pissed off, Kulan's slighting of Qin will surely result in a big loss. Seeing that no one paid any attention to him, the youth could not help but feel angry and furious. Whisking his sleeves and turning to leave, he was originally a member of Lord Xinling's staff, and was deeply appreciated by Wei Wuji for his extraordinary tactics. However, Wei Wuji's joint attack on Qin aroused the suspicion of King Shi of Wei. In order to weaken Wei Wuji, he dispersed them to different places and suffered a lot of bullying and suppression. And he, being one of Wei Wuji's beloved, suffered far more difficult encounters than the others. After leaving the bustling general's residence, he directly recruited the scouts, intending to send them forward to report to Wei Wangxi and the surrounding city guards. Unexpectedly, it is true that what kind of general has what kind of soldiers. These scouts are all the old oil of the army for a long time. Know that he is not popular with Kulan, and directly rejected him on the grounds that there is no general's military order. Wei will die. The youth was so angry that he directly left Anie in the night and did not know his whereabouts. Old me admits to underestimating you, but don't you dare try to get any information out of me. The Rolling City guardian stalked his neck, his blood-red eyes staring at the evil husband in death. We got up without saying a word, and the sword in his hand directly beheaded him, and the blood splattered from his neck drenched the wicked husband who was caught off guard. Kid, originally the old man admired you, but leaving this man behind can be your fault. Don't forget the purpose of our visit this time, to take down as many cities as we can, to strike at Wei while adding color to the great king's pro-regime, not really to destroy or annex it. The evil husband was speechless for a while. In order to catch this person also cost him a good deal of effort. Was intended to know the enemy in order to know the enemy. I do not expect to waste the time for nothing. We'd patted his shoulder and comforted him. Marching and fighting is all about being fast, accurate and ruthless. Never waste any energy, and don't add to your own unhappiness, thus affecting your judgment. Weed is right, if you ask or don't ask. Are you not going to fight? Meng Arnold also stood up and said meaningfully, planning a strategy is like pulling out silk from a cocoon. You have to be cautious and careful every step of the way. Avoid waves of emotion at all times, and do not despise the enemy, lest you end up like this rolled city guard today. Wicked can easily break the city. The strength certainly occupy the main component, but also with the role of the city guard's light enemy lost their wits have a great deal to do. Otherwise even if 100,000 pigs stuffed in the city, but also be able to stall them for a moment or two. Evil husband has been taught. The evil husband arched his hand, knowing that the two were mentioning themselves. Meng Arnold and Weed looked at each other and smiled. Walking straight past him, kid, we will each take 50,000 troops and horses to go first, leaving 100,000 troops for you. It's up to you to decide how many cities you can take down. The two veteran generals have come to today. Can be said to be a great war hero? More war heroes less war heroes is actually dispensable for them. They will not clamor for the master. So the stage will be given to the evil husband. Evil husband. Thank you two generals. Evil husband watched the two veteran generals leave, and a surge of ambition surged in his heart. He took a deep breath and stepped away from the general's residence, going forward to gather the army. The next day, at dawn, pass on the general's order. Wherever the Wei troops are in the city, not one of them will be left behind. Pass the word. Leave no one behind. The scouts sent out by Evil Fu sped through the streets and alleys of Lake City, shouting the military orders Evil Fu had just given, his voice clear and loud. Leaving Rolling City last night, the evil husband gathered 100,000 soldiers and horses toward the south and came straight to Lake City, directly attacking Lake City, which was garrisoned by only 20,000 to 30,000 people, with the posture of heavenly soldiers descending from the earth. The generals do not see the slightest fatigue, are happy to search the Wei pawns in the city, which can be a living battle in wealth. How do you still know tired? That is, most of the pressure of the Battle of Rolling City during the day was carried by the evil husband and the Black Dragon Xian armor army, or else a fierce battle during the day and a nighttime raid of dozens of miles to attack the city. Even an Iron Man could not withstand it. When the sound of shouting and killing in the city gradually ceased, the soldiers in groups of 3 to 5 to return with a smile on their faces, the evil husband immediately ordered, rest and reorganize in the city, half past the hour and set off to send troops to Daeong. This time, he wanted to add as much color as possible to Ing Zhang's pro-regime. If not for the fear of extra casualties caused by the lack of energy of his generals, he would have wanted to kill directly to Daeong. Let me go. Is this how you Qin treat defectors? Or are you afraid of me, an unarmed man? The evil husband who was leaning against one of the stalls with his eyes closed in a false sleep was awakened by the reprimanding sound and raised his eyes to the source of the sound. Chapter 53 The ugly bastard who came to surrender. Slightly understanding Li Baliang, only to see two Qin pawns frame a 7-foot-tall, somewhat ugly-looking and pimple-faced youth arrived and asked curiously, who is this person? If he is an official of the state of Wei, beheading is. One of the Qin pawns hurriedly said, General, this person came from outside the city, saying that he has important matters to meet with the general. Oh, evil husband swept his eyes at the ugly youth and casually asked, what business do you have to see this general? And aren't you afraid of getting your head chopped off? Just this casual glance, but accompanied by boundless cold murderous aura, making this ugly young man a heartbeat. He forced to pretend to be calm and said, my name is Li Baliang. I'm here only to defect to the Qin state. The Anie defender Kolan sent 200,000 troops to reinforce the rolling city. Li Baliang? 200,000 reinforcements? The evil husband froze, then laughed. Are you a member of Wei's army? Or are you an official of that Anie city? Li Baliang saw his interest, and knew that the defection was stable for 7 or 8 points, so he pushed away the Qin pawns beside him and said in a deep voice, I was originally a member of the staff of Xinling Jun Wei Wuji. He slowly told the inside story. Hearing this, the wicked husband laughed and said, it's unrealistic to think that this general will allow you to join Qin just based on these 3 words. Now that Rolling City has been broken, and all 100,000 defenders in the city have been put to death. Even if that way reinforcements really went, it would just be an empty game. Li Baliang swallowed his saliva and asked in a shocked voice, the rolling city is really broken. Are you the evil Qin husband? Oh, you recognize me and expected Rolling City to be broken? A hint of playfulness appeared on the evil husband's face. Could it be that his reputation had spread? Li Baliang nodded. There is no impermeable wall when the ears and eyes of the spies are all over the place between countries. Your deeds were naturally spread by the spies. The evil husband is about 15 years old, and although he is young, he acts ruthlessly and violently. The Battle of Jinyang. Li Baliang counted his family's treasures and gave out all the major and minor events of his rise to date in great detail. He went on to say, Rolling City Guard Jiang Ning is arrogant and bossy, headstrong and conceited. It is really difficult to be a great use. If you use the Black Dragon Xuanjia army to attack first, it is bound to attract its contempt. When we return, these ears and eyes should be cleaned up. But you have impressed this general somewhat. The evil husband had a feeling, but it made Li Baliang feel like falling into an ice cave. Now I don't know how many more people will die. Even though the man had some tactics, after a moment of contemplation, evil husband shook his head and said, This general is coming here in a time crunch, so if he is being teased by you, won't it be a waste of time? Wiping out 200,000 troops is indeed more shocking than sweeping a few cities, but it is not very reliable. And if he is deceived by this Li Baliang in front of him, will he not delay for nothing? Li Baliang's eyes flashed with a touch of disappointment. I thought that the evil husband was different from normal people, but I didn't expect that it was also the same as that Meng artery. It's really right that you can stand out and rise from his command. What the hell? These words directly to the evil husband to the angry laugh. This kid talk clip gun with stick. Even Will himself and Meng Argent that firepower insufficient phobia patient to compare to a class of people? General, if I deceive you, you will only lose some time, not more than a day at most, and if I don't deceive you, I can help you to besiege 200,000 Wei troops. Consider for yourself the lesser of the two, Li Liang said and then stood with his hands. A look of kill or die as you want. He was indeed right, holding up a day's delay, but to really encounter 200,000 Wei troops and destroy them in a single battle is far more powerful than breaking a few cities. Then this general will believe you once. If this matter is true, what's the harm in accepting you as this general's disciple? The evil husband ultimately didn't resist the temptation, but he didn't take his assistance in destroying the 200,000 strong army seriously. That's the kind of confidence that comes from strength. Li Baliang sniffed and looked fiercely at the evil husband. Full of righteousness. I know that your Black Dragon Xian armor army is very strong, but it's not realistic to want to exterminate an army of 200,000. Wicked husband was just about to open his mouth when he raised his hand to stop him and continued. I know that you still have the ordinary Qin troops in the city. They are not as elite as the Black Dragon Xian armor army. Even if they can defeat 200,000 Wei troops, it would be a fool's errand to annihilate them all. Even if we do, there will be no more than 1 in 10 ordinary Qin troops left in this city. The evil husband looked at the confidence and calmness on that ugly face and hated to step on it and crush it hard under his feet. But he was indeed right. He held back his anger and asked, So what's your brilliant plan? Li Baliang laughed. The smile was very obscene and sinister. Although Anie to Rolling City is less than 100 miles, but the middle of the way to go over the mountains, and last night's stormy snow, Jinyang will certainly be this morning before they leave. It took me one night to get here alone, but think of the time it will take for 200,000 troops to get here. This gives us an opportunity to take advantage of it. Speaking here, his face demeanor became more excited and exhilarated. Picking up the wooden pier on the ground, squatting on the ground while drawing and explaining, this is a necessary place to enter the Rolling City. Less than 20 miles from the Lake City, the snow on the mountain is quite deep, and the detour is to cross the big river. Jinyang will definitely pass through the mountain gorge. We can ambush them on the mountain of the mountain gorge. Ambush them with rolling logs and falling stones, add a rain of arrows to kill them, break their retreat afterward, and block them in front of them, so that they can be put to death by all means. Wicked husband's eyes fell on the map of the terrain that he drew out casually, secretly saying that this plan was indeed feasible, and he made an immediate decision. Send orders for the army to gather, and have Zhang Han come over to see me. A short while later, Zhang Han arrived. Zhang Han, you quickly take 1,000 Black Dragon Xian armor army and rush to the southeast. If you encounter a mountain gorge, send someone to report. Although Zhang Han did not know what the evil husband intended to do, he still led the order to leave quickly. Sensing Li Baliang's eager eyes, the evil husband immediately promised, if this matter really comes true, I will lead you into Qin, and assist you as my general's disciple and staff, and I will never treat you poorly in terms of honor, wealth and prosperity. Li Liang got the promise. The purpose of this trip has basically been achieved. Under the mood of relaxation, unrestrained laughter. General, I implore you to exterminate the Wei army as much as possible. Li Baliang arched his hand, his face showing his killing intent, and said in a fierce voice, Wei King, she banished me, and Yi Guardian Kolan ostracized me. Even the Wei army disdained me. I can't be at peace if I don't take this revenge. Seeing that he hated him to the point of gnashing his teeth, the evil husband went forward and patted his shoulder, laughing softly. Under this general, he never leaves prisoners alive, so I promise you that. Li Baliang gave a solemn salute, and then followed behind evil husband towards the outside of the city. In the time it took to burn incense, all the Qin troops in the city assembled outside the city, and wicked husband immediately set off with his troops without saying a word, traveled to not more than 10 miles, received a message from Zhang Han, said that has been in the mountain gorges at the stop. The evil husband was overjoyed, ordered the army to speed up the advance, came to the mountain gorge. Evil husband up and down a glance at this place. Indeed, as Li Baliang said, extremely suitable for ambush. Immediately instructed the generals to cut wood and gather stones, ambush at the top of the mountain. In order to show his weight, Li Baliang told the whole plan of the ambush, and everything was perfect. You're good. The evil husband was very pleased with his plan and didn't mince words of praise. Li Baliang smiled lightly and said softly, I have dabbled in a wide range of things, but I only know a little. A little. Everything is ready, just waiting for the Wei army to enter the jar. Chapter 54, Setting an ambush and sneaking up on 200,000 Wei troops. Qin army heard that there are 200,000 troops to come, and they also took advantage of the ambush of the first opportunity. A spirit as if knocking the cover in the cover. The waist is not sore, legs do not hurt, a breath can plow 2 acres of land feeling. It froze and took less than half an hour to collect enough giant trees and boulders, and it was also fortunate that the mountain top was covered with deadwood and miscellaneous trees, and large and small stones were everywhere. As time passed bit by bit, movement finally came from a few hundred meters away, causing the spirits of the Qin troops ambushed at the top of the hill to jolt. Seeing this, evil husband yelled lowly, be sure to wait until all of the Wei troops have entered the mountain gorge before making your move, or else you will be dealt with under military law. As Li Baliang was dissuaded by the will as a strategy, the evil husband could only let the deal of besieging the Wei army at the bottom of the mountain to Zhang Han. This mountain gorge is about 600 meters long. The front army of the Wei army has already stepped into the mountain gorge. He remains unmoved, waiting for all the Wei army into the mountain gorge in the action. At that time, even if someone in the front army of the Wei army has gone out of the mountain gorge, it doesn't matter. Li Baliang has long arranged for the Black Dragon Xuanjia army to ambush further away, which is enough to kill the Wei army that was missed. Jinyang, the main general of the reinforcement army, did not know that Li Baliang had mutinied and offered to ambush him here, and he swaggered into the mountain gorge in the center of the army. This Qin army is also really remembering to eat but not remembering to fight. Just received a fat beating and then came to look for trouble again. Why is the ambition so big? Jinyang spat to himself and his deputy beside him, completely unaware that countless pairs of eyes full of murderous intent were watching his every move at the top of the mountain. Prepare. Seeing that the Wei army was constantly entering the mountain gorge, wicked husband immediately ordered the Qin pawns to get ready for the attack. In a few moments, when the last of the Wei troops entered the mountain gorge, evil husband bellowed, do it, kill. When the thunderous roar exploded on the mountaintop, the Qin army, which had been waiting for a long time, immediately began to move. With a sky full of snow foam, giant trees and stones rolled down, rushing towards the Wei army inside the mountain gorge. The sudden change made the Wei army a bit panicked. Without a place to hide, they could only put their hope in the hands of the swords and shields. Bang! Bang! Giant wood rolling stone wrapped in the momentum of the thunder smashed the Wei army. Many people are directly smashed, sinews crushed into meat cakes. Jinyang also reacted extremely quickly, knowing that he had been ambushed, and made an immediate decision. Charge! Quickly charge through this mountain gorge. The small portion of Wei troops that had left the valley also hurriedly turned their horses back to support them after a brief moment of disorientation. Don't leave if you're here. Kill! Anie led his men to venture out and stop the Wei army, not giving them a chance to go back for support. And Zhang Han and Chun Ning, who were ambushing at the exit and entrance of the mountain gorge in an ambush, also rushed out with their men, blocking the Wei army in the mountain gorge before and after. Jinyang was shocked and furious, not expecting that the Qin army had come here, and the rolled city must have been broken. General, what to do? The back coming in is also blocked. The biased general's brows were wrinkled together, and he couldn't think of a way to break the situation, so he could only pin his hopes on Jinyang, the main general. Jinyang was worthy of being Kulan's beloved and important general, and his temperament alone in the face of danger had already surpassed the rolling city defenders by countless numbers. Charge! Only forward and not backward. Jinyang is very decisive, knowing that once the retreat will be divided into two. then will certainly be divided by the Qin army, surrounded and killed. Moreover, at least the tens of thousands of men in the front army had already rushed out, and with them assisting outside, the chances of breaking through the siege would be greatly increased. Jinyang drew his sword and hissed, "The Qin army is finally afraid of us, and they, who have always prided themselves on being a division of tigers and wolves, have actually played the ambush tactic. They are not enough to be feared. All generals follow this general to break through the siege, and when they are wiped out, this general will personally ask the great king for credit for you and others." Li Jing valued the performance of his main general, and his unperturbed performance was like a C-pin, soothing the panic of his generals and assembling the battle formation ready to charge and break out with him. Kill dash. The Wei army quickly charged forward against the huge rocks and trees, and in the desperate situation, they erupted with terrifying aura and battle power. Their violent outbreak led Zheng Han pressure skyrocketed, a time actually some cannot fight. Originally he only 50,000 troops, and not the Black Dragon Xuanjiao army as elite. The face of the desperate outbreak of Wei pawns suddenly show force. The grueling fight began, and the Qin army began to suffer casualties. The Qin pawns at the top of the hill were still feverishly throwing stones and huge logs downward, and wicked husbands saw their behavior clearly, and immediately sent an order to Chunning to go into the mountain gorges and strangle the Wei pawns after 5 rounds of arrows had rained down, so as to relieve Zhang Han's pressure. Arrow, shoot! With the instant the evil husband's arm swung, the 5,000 archers who had been waiting for a long time immediately drew their bows and strung them up, and the arrows were aimed at the Wei pawns under the mountain gorge. Whoosh! The dense cracking sound made one's scalp numb. Shields up! Shields up! Jinyang was methodical and reacted instantly, but he was ultimately a step too slow. The moment the screams rang out, the battle formation that had managed to coalesce with great difficulty became collapsed again. Qin army, what a good tactic! Jinyang, safe and sound under the protection of his personal guards, swept his eyes fiercely in the direction of his head, as the firepower of the hilltop archers mainly covered the Wei pawns located at the very front. It made Zhang Han's pressure reduced abruptly, and taking advantage of the gap between the people and the horses, Zhang Han viciously ordered, "Arrows come! Shoot this group of Wei pawns to death for my old man." Zhang Han has been beaten out of the real fire. Casualties in front of the Qin pawns in his eyes to make him pain in the heart. At this moment in his mind only left the idea of slaughtering all the Wei pawns. Brush swish swish, round after round of arrows rained madly on the Wei army, and the mountain gorge was suddenly filled with the whistling sound of arrows breaking through the air and the screams of the Wei soldiers. Seeing this, Jinyang knew that if this continued, the Wei army would be completely wiped out. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Is it hard to believe that your Qin army is the only one who can make arrows? I, Wei, am equally not bad." As soon as he said this, several generals beside him immediately began to take action, organizing their soldiers to counterattack with crossbows and arrows, supplemented by shield soldiers for defense. Even though they were imprisoned, their command was as calm and meticulous as possible. Evil Fu stood at the top of the mountain, coldly watching the killing within the mountain gorge, without half pity in his heart, but also extremely admiring the main general of this Wei army. At least he is not as good as it, admirable as it is. What needs to be done can't be delayed because of it. Pass down the order to empty the arrow sacks and shoot the Wei army without discrimination. Evil Fu's voice was cold and firm. The Qin soldiers received the order and attacked the Wei army even more fiercely, and the rain of arrows that covered the sky kept on for a moment, pointing straight at the Wei army, which was a spectacular scene. Inside the mountain gorges, blood flowed in rivers and corpses piled up. Against the rain of arrows in the sky, the Wei archers finally drew their bows and strung them up, pointing their arrows directly at the Qin troops directly in front of them who were blocking the road. In the roar of the benefactors' release arrows, the Wei army's archers fired in unison, and the arrows from both sides rubbed shoulders in the air, with many of the arrows colliding with each other. Shield. Although the present Zhang Han is far from reaching the future degree, but also the first glimpse of the future. See the Wei army change formation when already know each other's purpose. In advance have shield hand ready. Chapter 55 Li Baliang, smoke them if you can't burn them. The tall bronze shield resounded with a crisp and pleasant tinkling sound after being hit by the arrows, cluttered with a hint of unusual goodness. Even though they were prepared in advance, there were still quite a number of Qin pawns who were hit by arrows and couldn't control their mouths to let out hissing noises of pain. Very well, go on. Jinyang saw that the Qin army suffered casualties under the rain of arrows. His eyes lit up fiercely, and he encouraged them with his mouth. Brothers, this Qin army is nothing more than that. Today we will break through the siege and wipe it out. Until now, The Wei army still has the advantage in terms of numbers, and the key to the next breakout is still in the morale. Jinyang is not afraid of the Qin army's bravery, but is afraid that the generals do not see a glimmer of hope, and now the effect of the counterattack under the haste is good. Naturally, we must take advantage of it, as a way to enhance the morale and fighting spirit of the generals. As the saying goes, not afraid of vicious tigers, only afraid of hungry wolves. The Wei army was like a vicious wolf hovering on the edge of life and death, bursting out with unparalleled combat power. The archers drew their bows and opened their strings to shoot fiercely. The shield soldiers slowly advanced forward against the rain of arrows from the Qin army, and the battle situation was actually stabilized by them in this way. The other side, the Black Dragon Xian armor army was fighting the tens of thousands of Wei troops that had come out of the mountain gorge, and as elites, they did not suffer any casualties, but injuries were inevitable. Due to the location of mountains and forests, every inch of the land was dyed red with blood, coupled with people stepping on the horses to make the ground extremely muddy and slippery. The two sides could only abandon their horses and get down to the ground to fight. The drawbacks of the Black Dragon Xian armor army's generals being clad in heavy armor were revealed, and on this muddy battlefield, their movements were greatly restricted. Not only that, and a lot of Black Dragon armor soldiers because of inadvertently slipped on the ground. Want to get up but extremely difficult. If not, the other side of the sword cannot break through the defense of the heavy armor. There must be a great number of casualties. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Battle to this point has been no chapter and verse. The two sides have killed Red Eye. The fight is who is more brave, who has more stamina to stick to the end. In this way, the pressure is all given to the front to face the Wei army Zhanghan, but also thanks to this mountain gorge is not very wide. Each time can only allow more than 10 people to pass through in parallel. A short period of time can also withstand the impact of the Wei army. On top of the mountain, the evil husband, who occupied a high position, took in the battle, and seeing that it was entering a white-hot scorch, his face became more and more gloomy. War was not child's play, as he had never realized firsthand until now. Watching the generals fight in blood, many of them fell in a pool of blood, their furiously opened eyes full of fierce killing and unwillingness, his heart just a burst of wild beating. These are living, breathing people. This battle was considered the toughest he had ever come to this world, and it was not at all a smooth game like earlier. Even the attack on Rolling City hadn't seen such significant casualties. Ugh, it's not easy to be a pawn. At this moment, he was surrounded by a sense of powerlessness. Even if he had invincible power, what could he do? His personal power could not sway the battle in the end. The chaotic world is like this, unless there is a male lord to unify and can't rest. Standing beside him, Li Baliang similarly sighed, and then said in a low voice, "General, I have a plan to solve the deadlock in front of me." The wicked man looked sideways and asked sharply, "What is the plan? And tell it quickly." Li Liang did not answer immediately. Instead he turned around and walked towards the dense deadwood forest behind him. Although the evil husband was a little curious about his behavior, he did not rush to ask questions. "General, this tree is extremely flammable. After a large number of burning is still into the bottom of the valley. When encountering snow, it is extinguished and flooded with smoke." After Li Baliang folded down a few branches, he turned to face the evil husband. A cunning light flashed in his eyes. Cold winter months want to lead the fire and attack is very difficult, but compared to the fire, smoke is more horrible. Choking nose-piercing eyes cannot breathe. It will be in chaos, and thus continue to lead the logs, rolling stones to hit it. Don't look at what Li Baliang said in writing. In fact, to put it plainly is a sentence, I can't burn you, but still can't smoke you? The evil husband listened to the frown. First looked at the branch in his hand, and then looked at the dead trees in the mountain forest behind him, and only then realized that the miscellaneous dead branches below those dead trees turned out to be pine trees. When he came to the top of the mountain, he was busy deploying his troops to set up an ambush. He really didn't carefully observe the surroundings, which was again taught a lesson by Li Baliang. He was deep in thought, analyzing the feasibility of this plan. Pine tree contains rich oil, plus the mountain forest is already accumulated cold. Snow hidden but not melt, although it is wet but not difficult to ignite. The moisture inside will increase the amount of smoke after ignition. It's feasible, but the smoke disperses when it meets the wind, and I'm afraid that the generals will have a busy time, but they will easily be blown away by the wind. Although the snow is decreasing, the wind is still blowing in the mountains. If the wind is not right, or too big, the mountain gorge memory cannot smoke. The generals are not busy for nothing? Li Baliang smiled faintly and replied with confidence, "General, don't worry. I have been observing for a long time. Perhaps due to the influence of the terrain, There is no wind inside the gorge, but the wind at the top of the mountain is extremely strong, so the smoke will not persist for a long time inside the gorge, and the trees are low and extremely simple to collect. As long as you set aside more than 1,000 soldiers, you can quickly collect a large number of them. Good. Then follow your plan. The evil husband never acted in a delayed manner, and made an immediate decision. Pointing to the pine tree in the distance, go to 1,000 people to fetch this wood, and don't make any mistake in recognizing it. Sound fall instantly. Immediately there are more than 1,000 Chin pawns rushed to the dense jungle not far away, sparing no effort to chop pine wood. Encountered a little thin, 2 or 3 people will be broken. Collection speed is extremely horrible. In no time at all, several stacks of pine trees were stacked up in front of the villain, and a steady stream of pine trees were being brought in. Men, set it on fire. The wind was strong at the top of the mountain, so in order to ignite the pine wood, the generals raised their shields to form a wall to block the wind, and some of the generals found dry grass and twigs that had not been damped to serve as fire-starting materials. With some effort, the pine stacks managed to ignite, and slowly the fire began to grow, and the generals immediately withdrew their shields and allowed the cold wind to blow hard against them, thus increasing their fire. The generals set fire to all 5 other pine stacks as they had done. Li Baliang saw that the fire was blazing, and immediately said, "All the newly cut pine trees are put around to bake for a while before adding them in. Quick! Speed up!" As a steady stream of pine logs were added to the fire, a high tongue of fire flared at the top of the hill, the temperature rising sharply to make the generals comfortable, and the snow around them melting fast. Seeing that it was almost time, Li Baliang hissed and roared, "It is at this time. Immediately take the rough wood that has been thoroughly burned and throw it into the mountain gorge. Just don't new smoke them." The pounding heat baked the faces of the people, and the generals could only cover their faces with pieces of cloth dipped in water and pick out the wood that had burned sufficiently with their lances. Seeing that it was almost time, Li Baliang immediately ordered the still flaming wood to be thrown down the mountain gorge. Week after week, moment after moment. Chapter 56. Carbon monoxide tastes beautiful. When the flaming wood blocks fell toward the mountain gorge, scared Jinyang hastily ordered the defense, but when he saw the wood blocks that fell into the snow and resounded with the sound of zip, 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 he immediately laughed and couldn't catch his breath. Brothers, Jinyang did not miss any opportunity to boost his morale and yelled, "The Qin army is at its wit's end. If they hold on for a while, they will surely only be able to lead their next to be killed." Qin army that lost their wits behavior, was Wei Pon see in the eyes, and then have followed the excitement. As long as in the persistence of persistence, not only can live, maybe also can take a few heads for military service. Chuning and Zhang Han did not receive any military orders, and they were somewhat confused about the evil husband's move, so they could only continue to grit their teeth and hold on. As more and more trees burned, the top of the mountain kept throwing fire logs downward, and while a number of unlucky people were burned and smashed, they were harmless. Jinyang simply ordered his personal guards around to mock and ridicule the Qin army, thus boosting his own morale and demoralizing the Qin army. He did not notice that as more and more firewood fell into the mountain gorge, causing the temperature to rise sharply, the snow began to melt gradually, and the air carried a hint of fireworks. Even the wicked man on the top of the mountain smelled the smoke, and he immediately mobilized another 1,000 men to go forward and gather pine wood, and ordered the Qin army on the other side of the mountain gorge to follow suit. And, because the fire was already up, plus the pine wood was not thick, after the fire burned it became even thinner, Li Baliang directly ordered to collect the giant wood, and threw all the giant wood that had been collected in advance and kept as logs into the fire as well. The effect of a large number of manpower input is immediately effective. Dozens of stacks of fires were lit on the top of the mountain, and the sound of fire crackling and exploding within them was constant, and many generals were sweating profusely from the heat. Men, throw the giant log down the gorge. Seeing that quite a few giant logs had already burned sufficiently, Li Baliang immediately ordered to take giant logs and throw them down the mountain. With the general's hey-a sound, a huge log with a burnt head rolled down towards the mountain, smashing into the Wei army with a power not at all similar to that of a pine tree. Ah, it burns me! Many were smashed to death on the spot, while some lucky ones were scalded by the giant logs, and their mouths let out heart-rending roars so mournful that they made people's scalps numb. This is not all. The huge size of the giant wood burned through the ice and snow melted all fear, but because the surface of the snow on the flood of intense smoke, ahem, the pungent smoke smoked the surrounding Wei pawns to the point of snot and tears, coupled with the crowded in one place, they surprisingly had no way to move away from these huge logs, let alone move the hot huge logs away. Jinyang finally cannot laugh. Hate to gnash his teeth. The Qin army will logs ignited and thrown down is what he did not expect. Before he could think of a countermeasure, more and more fire-burning giant trees fell from the top of the mountain, filling the mountain gorge with choking smoke, and in some dense places it was almost impossible to see anything. The smoked Wei pawns were coughing, snotting, and suffering, and some were even choked and fainted, never to be heard from again. That's not all. Taking advantage of the Wei pawn's collapse, Li Baliang ordered to continue throwing boulders again. Bang! Bang! Countless stones rolled down from the top of the mountain and smashed towards the Wei soldiers who could no longer care about defense. Cough cough cough. Jinyang was choked and coughed repeatedly, looking at the agonized appearance of the soldiers under his command. His heart was flooded with boundless despair. He knew that today he would fall into the hands of the Qin army. Evil Fu's sight was blocked by the thick smoke, unable to see the Wei pawns, but from that painful hissing and violent coughing can also think of its tragic situation. The corner of his mouth cannot help but hook up a cold smile. Li Baliang, this is a good plan of yours. Stay by my side as a staff in the future. The evil husband's eyes were filled with admiration, and he decided to take in Li Baliang. Li Baliang was busy until he was in a frenzy. When he heard the words of the evil husband he let out a loud laugh and yelled under his breath, "Young general looks up to me. I will do my best to assist the general in the future." Following the general. It's so enjoyable. At this time, he showed the color of madness, only feeling that he had found a home and a good master. The army is supposed to fight by any means, and in the past, when I followed Xinling Jun Wei Wuji, his character was still a lot of goodness, and many of his proposals were rejected by him, and I always felt that I was only able to play out 2 or 3 out of 10. Just now, he proposed to the evil husband. He also looked at the evil husband's ruthlessness, with the attitude of trying, but did not think that the other party adopted without saying a word. Now, he can't wait to make all the 18 vicious and poisonous plans in his heart, and properly toss the Wei pawns, so that he can eliminate the hatred in his heart. Good lord, the general has changed. Zhang Han and Chun Ning jaws dropped, mouth issued a series of marvel. In their impression, although the general is ruthless and violent, but also only limited to its hands to kill the enemy, never thought that can also make this kind of means. Really call people impressed. Just then, the messenger sent by the evil husbandman arrived. The general has ordered you to cover your mouths and noses with pieces of cloth dipped in water, so as not to be smothered by the smoke. If any Wei pawns rush out, just kill them, do not be greedy and enter the mountain gorge. Zhang Han and Chun Ning, who were guarding the 2 ends of the mountain gorge, immediately led the order. And they were not little cuties. Even if they are allowed to go in, they don't want to go in. The rolling smoke is like a sea of clouds. Even they can't see the situation inside the mountain gorge. So you can imagine what happens to the Wei pawns inside. Is it not looking for death to go inside? When all the collected boulders were thrown down the mountain, all the Qin troops on the top of the mountain all joined the ranks of collecting huge trees, and the smiles of excitement on their faces were as if they had been harvested in the fall. Exhaustion is exhaustion, and idleness is idleness. Zhang Han, who had been under tremendous pressure just now, yawned in boredom at this moment. At first, there were still many Wei pawns who wanted to rush out of the mountain gorge to get away from the smoke, but they were killed by all of them. But gradually with the passage of time, it has been a while without seeing the Wei pawns who wanted to rush out of the mountain gorge. Yes, that's quite a move by the general. Inside, the Wei pawns are afraid that all of them will be smoked to death, right? The yawning Qin pawns beside him also followed suit, their faces covered with cloth that did not allow them to see their expressions, but their naked eyes were filled with fear. Zhang Han swept a glance at them and chided. It's not good enough to say that you don't want to be idle. Pass on the order to divide 10,000 troops and go forward to support the Black Dragon Xuanjia army. As one of the 3 major lieutenants of the Black Dragon Xuanjia army, his heart was always thinking of the Black Dragon Xuanjia army, expecting that it should be difficult for the Wei pawns inside the mountain gorge to survive. He immediately decided to send out 10,000 men to aid the Black Dragon Xuanjia army. Yes. The military order was passed from mouth to mouth and reached the Qin pawns located in the very back, and they immediately split 10,000 of their men to run in the direction of the place where the Black Dragon Xian armor army had set up an ambush. Carbon monoxide is for you guys to smoke on here. Looking down at the mountain chasm that no longer had any semblance of sound coming out of it, evil husband's face was filled with a playful smile. Stop it. This smoke won't disperse for a while, and the Wei pawns will definitely not survive. This mountain gorge is located in a deep concave, which is impermeable to the wind, can only dissipate from above, but also by the mountain whistling cold wind to the pressure down. resulting in the smoke gathered but not dispersed, not disappear for a long time. The evil husband knows the power of carbon monoxide and is certain that the Wei pawns within it will never survive. Chapter 57, Li Baliang, why don't we go around his Anie city? The originally dense deadwood and miscellaneous trees on the top of the mountain disappeared, and were shaved alive into the Mediterranean Sea by the diligent Qin soldiers, so it can be imagined how much firewood the Qin army threw down. While waiting for the smoke to dissipate, the Black Dragon Xian armor army, with the help of their friends, also killed all of the Wei pawns that came out of the mountain gorge first. Now, all the people have gathered outside the mountain gorge, waiting for the smoke inside to dissipate, and can't wait to see what will happen to the Wei troops inside. I do not know how long. The sky gradually had a few dark. The smoke in the mountain gorge finally dissipated a lot. The line of sight has been able to blur, probably see the scene inside. Hiss. All smoked? The generals exclaimed repeatedly, shocked by the sight before them, only to see, all over the ground lying countless Wei pawns. Many face-up Wei pawns, face covered with black-gray, eyes wide open, looks extremely hideous and horrible. Li Ba and evil husband talked and laughed about the tragic situation in front of them and did not have any surprise, as they seemed to have foreseen it long ago. Zhang Han and Chun Ning came from the bottom of the mountain, came close, first swept the bashful Li Baliang, and then said in unison, "General, this smoke attack plan is also too atrocious." Evil husband laughed. "This is all Li Baliang's scheme. Zhang Han, you have to thank Li Baliang, otherwise you are afraid that you are still glued to the Wei army now." Zhang Han and Chun Ning secretly said in their hearts that this was really the case. They expected that with the head of the evil husband could not think of this kind of plan, and immediately solemnly thanked. "We thank you, sir. Sir is really a great talent." The two generals, why do you need to hee-hee? Li Baliang waved his hand. "Very polite, I just slightly trick. Not on the stage. If you have the courage of the two generals, why do you need to play with this technique?" The three of them exchanged polite pleasantries on this, and Zhang Han and Chun Ning also recognized the acceptance of Li Baliang. The evil husband looked at the scene in front of him with a smile and was happy to do so. In the future they would all have to fight along with him in the south and north. It was a good thing to get along with each other. Are you guys forgetting someone? At that moment, a somewhat angry and mournful voice interrupted several people. A few people subconsciously looked back, and the visitor was Anie, who was covered in blood like a flower-faced wolf. Hiss! How could I forget Anie? A few people were a little embarrassed. Anie was first sent by evil husband to the other side of the mountain top to command the generals to collect logs and rolling stones, and then he was in charge of bringing 3,000 Black Dragon Xuanjia troops down the mountain to ambush the Wei army's advance troops. It can be said that the force he exerted and the exhaustion he suffered were not at all worse than Zhang Han, who blocked the Wei army head-on, but was forgotten by the crowd. Brother Anie, today is the first credit. Anie worked hard. I, Zhang Han, am not as good as you. Zhang Han and Chun Ning immediately sent their horses' asses to try to appease Anie, who was as mournful as a widow. General, ignoring the two, Anie quickly stepped in front of evil husband, arched his hand and said in a loud voice, "The Black Dragon Xuanjia army beheaded more than 30,000 Wei troops, wounded 374, and no one was killed in action." When he heard that more than 300 people were wounded, the evil husband's heart jumped. The Black Dragon Xuanjia army was his treasure. One death in battle was too much for him. But fortunately, Anie's next words let him breathe a long sigh of relief. Well, it's good that no one got killed in battle. Since the creation of the Black Dragon Xuanjia army, this is the first time that there are so many injured pawns. The evil husband's face moved and said, "It is really not to underestimate the world's people. This Wei army's combat strength is really not bad, and it is able to injure so many of my elite brethren." Hearing this, Anie's face instantly darkened, and he bristled. "Stop it, just by virtue of them they're worthy?" Oh, a few people gave a sideways glance, wondering what Anie meant by such a gesture. Asterisk. If it wasn't for the slippery snow and the fact that the generals were wearing heavy armor and couldn't get up from a fall, how could he, the Wei army, hurt my elite? Anie was furious when he talked about this. These more than 300 people. There are many people who were injured by their own fall, and there are also those who were injured by the Wei army when they climbed up and were kicked again. Anie that call aggrieved. Choke tone, Wei army see their own swords and men cannot break off the iron armor. Simply 3 or 5 groups of pounce wrestling brethren. I saw a brother surrounded by 3 or 4 Wei army. Fell to the ground, will be dislocated arm to fall. General, you must avenge your brethren. The mournful, Mournful voice echoed from the top of the mountain, and the words spoken were both amusing and heartbreaking. Evil husband forced a smile. His face pretended to be hideous and angry. His voice trembled a little and said, "The way army hurt my hands and feet, this revenge can't go unrewarded. Yeah, it must. Them." Zhang Han and Chun Ning's faces twisted as they followed in agreement. "Come on." Anie sighed and commiserated. "Laugh if you want." "Ah, ha 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 ha." A few people instantly couldn't hold it in and immediately burst out laughing, causing Ernie's face to darken a few more points. At this time, Li Baliang's eyes twinkled and whispered, "General, Baliang has a plan to let Ernio lose his anger." Upon hearing this, the three of them stopped laughing, their gazes looking towards Li Baliang, who appeared a bit extraordinarily lewd. Anie is an important city of Wei. The guardian, Kulan, despised Great Qin and only cared about pleasure, and was taken away by Jinyang with an army of 200,000. The city was weakly defended and only 100,000 men were left behind. "Why don't we go for a spin? This pussy's heart is really small." Catching the opportunity is a combination of punches. Evil husband has a headache. His intention was just to hit a few small towns to add color to Ying Zhang's pro-government campaign, but he didn't realize that it would become bigger and bigger. At this rate, he was going to wonder if he was going to fight his way to the capital of Wei. "General, do it or not." Evil husband came back to his senses, saw several people all looking at him, and said helplessly, "Let's just mess up. Fight wherever we can. And him." "Okay." Several people immediately cheered, looking extraordinarily excited and uplifted. When the evil husband's military order was passed down, the Qin pawns were even more cheering. The extermination of 200,000 Wei troops gave them unparalleled confidence, and their morale reached its peak. They could not wait to directly destroy Wei. It's not too late. Rest in place for the night, and soldier on to Anie early tomorrow morning, lest Kolan's heart be on guard. Well, it's settled. Jinyang, the royal palace. It was late at night, but the lights in Ying Zhang's palace were flickering, and he was surrounded by a mountain of bamboo slips, so that he dared not stop for a moment. "My lord." The door of the hall was gently pushed open, and a eunuch came in, calling out softly for fear of disturbing the meditating Ying Zhang. "What is it?" Ying Zhang asked without lifting his head. "Lord General Meng Arnold has sent scouts back and is waiting outside the palace for the great king to summon him." "Oh, quickly let him in." Ying Zhang jerked his head up at the words and casually threw the bamboo slip aside. "Yes." A short while later, 3 scouts with frosty faces walked into the hall. "Your Majesty, the attack on Wei is a great success. The rolled city has been broken. Our army went straight into Wei, and our soldiers divided into 3 ways to cut down the city." The bamboo slips were presented by General Meng Arnold himself, and within them are detailed battle reports. Upon hearing this, Ying Zhang burst out laughing, got up and quickly walked to the 3 of them, helped them up and took the bamboo slips. "Come on, take the 3 sharp warriors down to rest." Chapter 58, The gates of Anie Castle are broken. Next day, early morning, all the wounded will be folded and returned to Qin, and the bones of the fallen brethren will be brought back for proper placement, and the matter of compassion will be carried out after my general's triumph. Pass the order to send troops to Anie, with a few orders from Wicked Husband. About 90,000 men and horses headed straight toward Anie, while a few thousand soldiers escorted the wounded and the bones of the fallen generals to return to Qin on the back of the army. "Men, speed up and try to dine in Anie tonight." The army surged like a tidal wave, and its iron hooves trampled through the quiet of the early morning. The flag was hunting in the wind, and the soldiers were all in high spirits after a night's rest. At noon, the army arrived at the bottom of Anie Castle. The city walls were crowded with people. After receiving the news of the Qin army's incoming attack, they then panicked and started to set up their defense. Until now Kolan, who was the commander-in-chief, did not show up. The general's house. "General, the Qin army is coming to attack, and it is already under the city." The pawn came to report quickly, fine beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. The pawn swept his eyes at the warbling and dancing in the hall, and his heart was filled with contempt. The enemy army is approaching the city, but Kulan, who is the main general, is still having fun here? What? At those words, Kolan's somewhat mesmerized eyes instantly became clear. His face flushed with fleshly panic. The Qin army is coming? How many people? And thus where did they come from? The pawn shook his head. "I don't know where it came from. The number of people is about at least 100,000 or so. As for whether there are still ambushes set up, it is unknown." Kolan threw away the wine cup in his hand as he got up and bellowed, "Everyone, quickly follow me forward to take a look." The crowd of generals present drank until they were 5 fans, bracing themselves to get up and follow Kolan to rush to the city wall. And one by one, they walked staggeringly, falling to the east and west, and the eyes of the pawns flickered with the color of despair. Can these drunken fools really stop the raging Qin army? Outside the city, wicked husband pressed the Wei pawns without giving them a chance to prepare, and directly launched an attack on them, still using the same strategy as before, with a large army pressed into action, and the Black Dragon Xuanjia army taking the lead in boarding the city. Li Baliang was now deeply valued by evil husband and handed over the command of the army to him, while he himself accompanied the Black Dragon Xian armor army straight to the city wall, passed the order that the archers scatter and suppress the Wei pawns to buy time for the general to lean against the wall. Li Liang does have 2 brushes. In order to prevent the Wei pawns from stopping the Black Dragon Xuanjia army's path with arrows, he first ordered a fire suppression, which made the evil husband somewhat impressed. Swish swish swish, the rain of arrows poured out instantly, pressurizing the Wei pawns on the city wall, not daring to risk their heads. Taking advantage of this gap, wicked husband led the soldiers of the Black Dragon Xian armor army straight to the bottom of the city wall, and in only a few dozen breaths of time, they had already arrived at the root of the city wall, build a ladder and ascend the city in one fell swoop, without any need for an order from the evil husband. Seeing this, Li Baliang sharply ordered, immediately advance 200 paces forward. The Qin pawns moved at the command, the bowmen firing alternately, and rapidly advanced 200 paces. At this point, they were exactly 200 paces away from Anie castle. Scattered shots are changed to collimated shots. Never hurt the general and the brethren of the Black Dragon Xian armor army. Li Baliang's battle order was changed, and the rain of arrows stopped instantly. Phew! The flag bearer waved his flag frantically, thus signaling the evil one that the siege could begin. Go! The moment the evil husband saw the order flag, he was the first one to leap onto the ladder. His body shape was as flexible as an ape and monkey, and in just a few breaths of time, he had already climbed to the top of the ladder. Arrows, stop! Li Baliang's entire attention was focused on the city wall, and when he saw that the evil husband had already climbed to the top, he immediately called off the bowman. Immediately after that, a steady stream of Black Dragon Xian armor army ascended the city wall and firmly occupied a spot on the wall like a nail. Due to the absence of the main general of the Wei pawns, the group of dragons without a leader was like a plate of scattered sand, and could only messily launch a siege against the Black Dragon Xian armor army, which could not pose any threat at all, and instead, they were killed by the evil husband's men to the extent that they were retreating. Seeing that the villain stood firm in the city, Li Baliang ordered the whole army to attack the south city gate. This is only because the south gate is in disrepair, and it is the easiest gate to attack within the 4 city gates. The drunken Kolan and a group of military generals arrived late, looking at the chaos on the city walls, his heart trembling with fear, and hastily began to mobilize troops to support the siege. At this time, the morale of the Wei army was already low. See the generals full of alcohol and drunken appearance. Fighting spirit became even more low. The only way to get to Anie is through the 2 Dangdang mountains, and Jinyang will have to pass through there to bring his men to support them. So where did this Qin army come from? Kolan regretted that if he had listened to Li Baliang's advice, he would not have come to this. He couldn't figure out the appearance of the Qin army even after racking his brain. General, the South City Gate is already in jeopardy. The Qin army is attacking too fiercely. I'm afraid we won't be able to withstand it. The 500 masters of the Wei army came in large strides, their faces filled with urgency. South Gate? How did the Qin army know that the Southern Gate was weak? No, it must be by chance. Kolan's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly yelled, immediately strengthen the defense force at the South Gate, and never let the Qin army break through the gate. Outside the city, Li Baliang's wisdom is in his hands. Whispering to the generals beside him, go and ask General Anie to bring 20,000 men to attack the West City Gate directly. Anie received the news and without saying anything, he led the people to kill to the West City Gate. He is now very impressed with Li Baliang, commanding in a well-organized way, seemingly chaotic but methodical, so that he has a feeling that this is what it is like to fight a war. Previously, the evil husband pointed out that the battle was very rough, completely hard, and sometimes felt a little tired, while following Li Yaorong is very comfortable, and even feel a little relaxed and cozy, completely 2 styles. General, the Qin army has started attacking the Western City Gate again. Please send assistance. The Wei pawns who had come to fight the Western City Gate found Kolan, his face full of anxiety. Kolan frowned tightly, secretly said that this Qin army is really a bit tricky. A series of attacks led him overwhelmed. as if a combination of punches hit him can't hold back. How many adjustable soldiers are left in the city? Kalan looked to the several partial generals around him and asked in a sharp voice. Nope. Nothing. These few partial generals had long been scared out of their wits, and when they heard Kalan's question, panic was written all over their faces. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Kalan cursed angrily and said in a rush. Immediately draw young men from within the city to guard the city. Tell them that once the city is broken, with the tyrannical temperament of the Qin army, they will certainly slaughter the city. A few generals' eyes lit up, suddenly felt that this plan is feasible, immediately greeted the surrounding soldiers, wanting to personally go to supervise this matter. The south gate is broken. The west gate is broken. The walls can't hold. Several hissing sounds in succession came out from the mouths of the Wei pawns that were speeding in the distance, making Kulan and a group of other military generals feel as if they had been struck by lightning, and stood dumbfounded in their original positions and fell into a state of disorientation. It's over. It's all over. Kulan's mind is only left with this one thought. His heart regret like a torrential river continuous. The city's strength is only 100,000. Once the Qin army into the city, what can he withstand? Chapter 59, The Evil Husband. Tell the Lord Commander that I have planted my flag in Anie. Late afternoon. Zhang Han, send someone forward to inform the Lord Commander that we have planted our flag in Anie City, and ask what the next step should be. On top of the wall of Anie City, Wicked Husband took Zhang Han and a few people to enjoy the snowy scenery outside the city while warming wine and grilling meat, not to mention how cozy it was. Zhang Han fought a fierce battle in the afternoon, physical and mental fatigue, even lazy to move. Directly pointing to a pawn said, General words heard it. Heard hurry to do. The pawn immediately turned and walked away quickly. Wicked Husband also knew that he was tired, and did not say anything more. Lifting up the cup of wine, he said, Gentlemen, this cup of wine is to toast the 8 tails. If he had not commanded today, how could Anie City have been broken so easily? Heard the crowd immediately got up to raise the cup. Li Ba Liang quickly waved his hand to decline. Some flattered, Ba Liang is not talented. What are just a little bit of knowledge? When not the general so. Don't be modest. The evil husband shook his head and lost his smile, before finishing the wine in his cup in a single gulp. Seeing this, Zhang Han and others also raised their cups to drink together, and Li Ba Liang no longer prevaricated and directly drank the wine, and his heart was more than a little touched. Since leaving Wei Wuji's side, he had not been treated with this courtesy for a long time. Even if he was still by Wei Wuji's side in the past, he was not as relaxed and cozy as he was at this moment. A few people began to push the cups. The atmosphere was so lively, until the night completely fell. The sky drifted down snowflakes, which dispersed to go back to rest. Early morning 2 days later. I also wonder how the battle is going on over at Evil Husband's side? Meng Arnold was standing under the eaves of the room enjoying the snow when such a sentence suddenly popped out of his mouth. The son, Meng Wu, laughed. Father, we have broken one city. With the sharpness of the wicked man, I think it is definitely not inferior to us, and may even have broken 2 cities? These words drew a wave of nods from Meng Arnold, who also laughed along. That's also true. That kid is like a brute, only knows how to rampage. Instead, it's quite a bit more painful than overthinking like us. Just at this moment, the personal guard brought a pawn to the courtyard at a quick pace, and seeing that the 2 masters happened to be in the courtyard, he immediately went forward and said, Reporting to the Lord Commander, General Wicked Husband has sent an order to the soldiers. The father and son's gazes simultaneously fell on the Qin pawns behind him, and Meng Arnold asked with a smile, Tell me, what great feat did you General Evil Husband accomplish? From the uncontrollable joy on the face of this pawn it is not difficult to see that the Evil Husband is definitely a big victory. Otherwise these pawns would not be joyful. I think it is also followed by a lot of benefits. The pawn arched his hand and said in a loud voice, Great General, since leaving Rolling City, General Wicked Husband led his army to break Lake City, set up an ambush to exterminate 200,000 Wei troops, and 2 days ago, he broke through Anie City and put to death 100,000 Wei pawns in the city. A group of military generals in Anie City have been captured, and the general has sent me to report to the commander-in-chief, and incidentally to ask what should be done next. Hiss. Meng Artie and Meng Wu sucked in a mouthful of cold air, thinking that the evil husband is bound to catch a lot, but I did not expect to be so exaggerated. Really called people's incomparable shock. After the shock had passed, Meng Arnold began to get into a tangle. Anie was an important city and the old capital of Wei, so Wei could not give it up easily from any aspect. But if you leave this city, and with the plan made before the contrary, and will certainly lead to Wei's big move troops. And if you just let out in some unwillingness. Mang Arnold was full of sadness, pinched his brow, straight felt some pain in his brain. The evil husband really gave him a problem. Father. Seeing his father's worry, Manhwa suggested in a low voice, how about we take advantage of the fact that the king of Wei hasn't received the news yet, and scavenge the city for all its belongings and food, and then evacuate afterwards? Mang aristocrat was silent for a long time, and finally he could only endure his heartache and agree to his son's proposal. After all, with the 200,000 troops they brought out this time, they simply could not defend Anie. The great king sees that his reign is imminent, and if he makes a big fuss with him at this time, it may turn good into bad. Go, tell your wicked general to take away all the property and provisions in the city, and if you cannot take them away, set them on fire, while you go quickly to the rolled city to assemble and return to your country. Yes, the capital city of Wei. Da Liang. Stop. Where have you come from and do you have military duties? The guards of Wangcheng stopped the dozen or so ragged Wei soldiers in front of them, and their eyes were full of vigilance and alertness. We are from Anie Castle. The Qin kingdom attacked my rolled city without authorization. General Kolan heard about it and sent 200,000 troops to help, but we didn't want to be attacked by the Qin army in a surprise attack. Anie Castle. Broken. Upon hearing this, the guards at the city gates were startled, but they did not immediately put the group at ease to enter the city, but instead sent one of them forward to notify the city gate guards. A short while later, Dalian city gate guards came to hear the news. After seeing a few people also did not say much, immediately called dozens of guards, with these dozen Wei pawns into the palace to see the king. At this time, inside the royal palace, King Shi of Wei was discussing political matters with the civil and military officials. He had a bland smile on his face, and his entire person appeared to be in high spirits, with an extraordinary aura. Since the Wei Wuji joint column after the attack on Qin, his self-confidence is more and more explosive, especially after the hand of Wei Wuji empty. More sense of their own prestige day by day grand, the whole day to a generation of wise rulers' appearance. Report dash. Your Majesty, the guardian of the city gate outside the palace seeks an audience. The eunuch's shrill voice rang out, interrupting King Shi of Wei and a group of officials who were deliberating in the hall. Let him in. Wei Wangshi's heart was not happy. What is this city gate guard doing blindly? Not properly guarding the gate to interrupt the pilgrimage for what? Receiving the summons, the city gatekeeper entered the hall with a dozen ragged Wei pawns. Your Majesty, these dozen or so people claim to be from our Wei army and came from Anie city, saying that they have an urgent report to inform your Majesty. The city gate guard's tone was extremely fast, and after saying that, he just shut up, fearing that the furious Wei King Shi would implicate himself later. King Shi of Wei and a group of officials sized up the dozen or so people, and when they saw their unkempt appearance, their faces turned grim. What happened to Anie city? Why are you all in such a sorry state? A dozen or so people directly fell to their knees and cried out, Your Majesty, Qin has trespassed and moved a large army to attack my rolled city. They didn't hide anything, and informed King Shi of Wei all about what happened. Upon hearing this, Wei Wangshi initially thought that he had misheard, and when he received confirmation he felt dizzy. Qin, you guys, I'm so angry. King Shi of Wei was so enraged that he was incoherent, and he couldn't even care less about his manners and cursed. Wow. The group of ministers who had recovered from the shock were similarly in an uproar. Is the Qin Empire that fearless and warlike? How many days has it been since we lost to Lord Xinling? You've really gotten over it? King Shi of Wei held back his anger. His eyes fell on a group of military generals, and he asked in a chorus, Yours truly, who is certain to go forward to fight against the Qin army? There was a moment of silence from all the military generals present, and no one wanted to take on this job. Don't look at Qin's defeat at the hands of Wei, but that's also the 5 countries together. Wei alone. No one is really confident that they can and the so-called Tiger and Wolf division of the Qin army over the move. Chapter 60 Li Baliang who walks in front of Meng artery. Brothers, the first chapter. Something is too late. Oh, the daytime to make up. I'm going to start hurting heaven in peace without hurting Qin in peace soon. Wei Wangshi's face was as gloomy as water. His sullen gaze swept over the military generals present, and he sternly rebuked. If you only know how to eat the king's salary, but not to relieve your worries with the king, what's the use of having you and others? The silent military generals heard the words. All of them were ashamed and lowered their heads. The hall was silent for a while. At this time, the upper Dr. Pangtong slowly out of the queue. Although he is old, but his voice is still loud and powerful. Your Majesty, the old minister has 2 plans. or can solve the current difficulties. When King Shi of Wei heard this, a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes, and he hurriedly asked, "What is the brilliant plan of the upper doctor? Tell us quickly." Pang Tong stroked his white beard and said in a confident tone, "Your Majesty, it is rumored that the young ruler of Qin, Jinyang, has cleaned up the court and is about to take over the government, so he must be eager to build up his prestige. I think this is exactly the reason why we are suddenly going to war without declaring." Speaking here, he stretched out 2 fingers and said in a loud voice, "1. Since he wants face, we give it to him and go. Send people forward to beg for peace and offer gifts. Give him enough face, and it's natural to retreat. Secondly, while his young prestige is insufficient, Ai Wei counteracted the Wei, and spelled out to refute his thoughts, so that his majesty is swept away, and in sending people to proclaim with its internal, can lead to the Qin chaos." King Shi of Wei was deep in thought after hearing this. Previously, the state Wei Qi is the main peace faction. Every time the Qin state invasion of its cessation of land and compensation, so that the Wei state lost face, resulting in the late king to the death of the knot is difficult to resolve. He was now bent on being a bright ruler without a taint, and this proposal was instantly rejected by him. The second plan is not bad. If we can take advantage of the turmoil in Qin's temple to strike a blow at Jinyang's prestige, Qin will be in chaos, and Wei may even counterattack Great Qin, thus raising its prestige. Thinking about this, Wei Wangxi mused. This king does not want to continue to repeat the mistakes of the previous king. The second plan is good, but who to send good? Pang Tong smiled faintly, a ray of light flashed under his eyes. Xinling Jun Wei Wuji can take on this great task. At these words, there was an instant silence in the hall. Now Wei Wuji 3 words in the Wei dynasty is taboo. No one dares to mention. That is, as a veteran of the Pang Tong, for fear of others is also the end of the career. Wei Wangxi's expression kept changing. He really didn't want to activate Wei Wuji again. Wei Wuji is above himself in terms of literature and tactics, and his previous joint attack on Qin has already made him famous. If this matter is taken up by him again, if it doesn't work out then forget it. If it does work out, it will definitely skyrocket in prestige, thus threatening to take over his throne? That's not true of the upper doctor. One of the courtiers stood out. His face was thin and fleshless, and his eyes flashed with a shrewd color. He slowly said, "Lord Xinling does have some talent, but he ignored the courtesy of the king and his ministers, chased down and killed Jinyang, seized the military power, and stole the tiger's talisman to mobilize the army without a warrant, without regard for the law. Try and ask, will you dare to appoint them and keep them free from second thoughts?" When Wei Wangxi heard this, his brows tightened and the conflict in his heart became a few points heavier. Pang Tong very despised Su Jia. This will only flatter the generation. But the first priority is to solve the Qin army to violate the border. Can only suppress the anger, said Xianling Jun. Although its behavior is indeed contrary to the courtesy of the king and his subjects, but it is also for the state of Wei. Moreover, the national difficulties at present, when the overall situation is the most important. Why not put down the former suspicion first? He scanned the courtiers, and his gaze finally landed on Su Jia. Or, does the middle doctor have a better candidate or a brilliant plan? Su Jia's expression stagnated, and a gloomy color flashed under his eyes, but he couldn't find any words to retort. Pang Tong smiled faintly and replied with confidence, "Your Majesty, Lord Xinling is no longer a son of the late King of Wei, and your Majesty is a compatriot of the same blood, so you will certainly raise your fist to retreat from Qin. As for the other matters, why don't we wait until after we retreat the Qin army?" Now, no one stood out to retort anymore, and the eyes of all the courtiers fell on Wei Wangxi, waiting for his resolution. Wei Wangxi's face hangs a bland fake smile, even if the heart is reluctant, but there is no better way. Moreover, if you continue to obstruct, is it not a sign that you are narrow-minded? He had no choice but to grit his teeth and adopt Pang Tong's suggestion. Pass on the edict that Qin has raised an army to commit a crime, and this king is unwilling to bow down and compromise with the tyrannical Qin. After the upper doctor's advice, resolved to give Lord Xinling the opportunity to make up for his sins, the commander-in-chief, to go to retreat Qin. These words were said extremely beautifully, leaving a face for himself as well as throwing things onto Wei Wuji. Great king is wise. Pang Tong stroked his whiskers and smiled faintly, turning his head to show a sneer at Su Jia. Su Jia was so angry that he was trembling all over, but he could only follow all the courtiers and shouted in a respectful voice, "Your Majesty is wise. You will retreat from Qin and go away, and raise the wind of my strong Wei." The afternoon of the day after the dismissal of the court, Wei Wuji, who received the imperial decree, returned to Daliang from Zhao. The people welcomed the Qin army's attack on Wei, and the gloom brought by the attack was dispersed quite a bit. In the eyes of the people, as long as Wei Wuji personally comes out, the Qin army will be beaten to death. Among the crowd of onlookers, an inconspicuous middle-aged man watched Wei Wuji's carriage leave, and then quietly and quickly left, making 7 turns to come to an extremely remote mansion in Daliang City. Wei Wuji returns to Daliang, ready for action. The dozens of people inside the mansion looked steeply solemn and left the mansion with quick steps. It's night. Several important ministers' residences in the city welcomed mysterious guests, all of whom were officials who did not agree with Wei Wuji or did not see eye to eye with him. And a piece of news that made people both a little disbelieving and a little expectant spread throughout the city of Daliang. Xinling Jun Wei Wuji is going to ascend the throne. General. People have not arrived, but the sound first. Zhenghan. Several people came in a group and laughed loudly. The appearance as if eating a starfart. Say, how much did you rake in? Evil husband snorted and asked in a whirlwind. A few people looked at each other and said in unison, scratch the ground. The evil husband's heart jumped, and he secretly said, good guy. This will be difficult for the king of Wei. Leave it alone. Hundreds of thousands of people in the city can't make it through the winter. Pipe it. Support hundreds of thousands of people over the winter consumption of money and grain. Can be Wei waist broken. The evil husband's eyes fell on Li Baliang and laughed. This move, very poisonous. General is too kind. Li Baliang looked a little disappointed. Even though his hands were blackened like this guy was still a little unsatisfied. Just as a few people are chatting, the scouts sent to summon Mengarbor have just returned, and the meeting is a confession that they were delayed by a blizzard on the road and came back to repeat their orders. There is no harm in returning safely. Has the Lord Commander ever given a military order? Evil husband smiled blandly, not caring about it. It wasn't an urgent matter in the first place, so it was hard to make the brothers under him disregard death and life. He wasn't one of those generals of his time, with a military code so strict as to be unsympathetic. The scout was touched and replied, the Lord Commander ordered to scavenge all the money and food in Anie City and immediately turned back to Rolling City to converge back to Qin. When this statement came out, several people were first stunned, and then they burst out laughing. AT2. You're kind of walking in front of the commander-in-chief? A few people couldn't help but laugh at Li Yeliang, and they all laughed at him. Chapter 61 Wei Wuji, lousy, should not have come back. Daliang City. These damned sycophants and slanderers. I should never have come back. Wei Wuji, who had just returned home from the morning court, cursed and smashed the hall into a mess. Why should Lord Xinling be so angry? Right at this moment, an old voice rang out from behind. Wei Wuji immediately turned around to look. Seeing that the visitor was Shang Dafu Pangtong, the anger on his face immediately dissipated and was replaced by endless bitterness. Shang Dafu, you remonstrated to me to return to Wei. How did it suddenly turn into this situation? Wei Wuji spoke bluntly, unable to hide his dissatisfaction in his tone. Since he had just returned to Wei, there were no subordinates in this mansion yet, so there was no fear of word getting out when he spoke. Pangtong sighed, his eyebrows twisted into twists. That morning court, the king has agreed to edict you to come back, and full of ministers. Only Su Jia opposed, but also was suppressed by the old man. Today, I don't know what happened, but they actually joined forces to impeach you. Wei Wuji was like a deflated ball when he heard this. His eyes became even more lifeless, and he smiled bitterly. Back in Wei, it will be difficult to leave again. Later on, alas, he knew that brother Wei Wangshi scruples himself, but he is a royal blood Ine. No way is difficult and cannot stand idly by. I thought Wei Wangshi will temporarily put down prejudice, at least let himself back to the Qin and then say other. Now, today, the court was Su Jia and other sycophants' impeachment. Wei Wangshi and just previously let him hang commander-in-chief of the idea. Now really cannot go. Stay here at any time, there is the danger of death. Pangtong also looked relieved. He always felt that he had harmed Wei Wuji. This matter is all my fault. But, there is definitely a problem. Or else would they suddenly change their minds and join forces? Wei Wuji speechless. He is now ahead of too big. The original gatekeeper cronies all gone. What wind and grass in the city of Dalian cannot pass into his ears. You and be at ease. I have already sent someone to go and investigate. If there is anyone who wants to harm you, unless they step over the old man's corpse. Pangtong's face was serious as he made a promise in a deep voice. Wei Wuji swept his eyes at the dying Pangtong in front of him, and suddenly smiled lightly. There is no need to be like this for Shang Dafu. In any case, we are also blood brothers. He won't kill me. Pangtong sighed before turning around and leaving Wei Wuji's residence. In that remote mansion in the city. It's done. Good. Then we will return to Qin today. Give Wei Wuji another big gift before we leave. Ha ha ha, as it should be. These people are exactly the spies sent by Li Si. Last night, they brought a lot of money to pay a visit to those officials of Wei who do not want Wei Wuji to rejoin the temple, thus leading to today's Wei Wuji being suffocated in the courtroom. Now that it's done, they're pulling out. After leaving the mansion, the agents transformed into 4 small teams and headed straight to the 4 Wei officials' residences in the city. They had already stepped on the spot in advance. These 4 officials were of low status and power, and there were not many guards at the residence. Even the household guards were only a few. These details are also carefully selected elite. Deep taboo assassination way? Over the wall and into the 4 Wei officials full of beheading. Before leaving also deliberately left some of the more hidden traces. Their actions didn't trigger anyone's attention, and when they were done, they directly left Daliang City while no one noticed. When it's all over, go away and hide your work and fame. It was not until the evening that one of the officials was discovered to have been beheaded due to a visit to his door, which then triggered a citywide manhunt to discover the other 3 officials who had been killed. And by this time, the Minutemen sent by Li Si had long since left Daliang. In the next morning's court meeting, King Shi of Wei was furious and had to dispose of Wei Wuji on the spot. Pang Tong, the senior doctor, resigned from his official position to protect his life, in exchange for Wei Wuji's confinement to his home, and he was not allowed to leave his home for half a step in the future. Meanwhile, the plan of retreating from Qin was stopped with the collapse of Wei Wuji, and Shujia advised him to send people to beg for peace, to which the king of Wei, Shi, had no choice but to agree. While the envoys carrying the generous gifts departed, the people coming from Anie City also arrived at Daliang, and the two just happened to hit a time gap and rub shoulders. Receiving the news, King Shi of Wei personally received the people of Anie City. He and his ministers were overjoyed to learn that the Qin army had retreated, but in the next moment, they fell into an abyss. Qin, goddamn Qin. At the expense of this king, he even sent messengers with generous gifts to beg for peace. Learning that the Qin army had swept away the city of Anie, King Shi of Wei's eyes were on fire, hating him so much that he was gnashing his teeth. Beg for peace? It's bad. It's not good. The hall resounded with exclamations of surprise, and it was only then that King Shi of Wei and his ministers remembered the matter of the generous gift for peace. Wei Wangshi's anxious hiss echoed in the silent hall. Quickly, where is the mission? Quickly stop them Stop them. Oh yes. Quickly send someone to stop the legation The ministers who came back to their senses yelled in a flurry of words, scaring the guards outside the temple to run wildly. At this time, a timid voice suddenly rang out. Gentlemen, it's snowy and cold, and many roads are covered in snow. Who knows which road the legation took? Once these words came out, the noisy hall immediately quieted down, and the people looked at Wei Wangshi in unison, falling into a messy speechlessness. On that day, King Shi of Wei, in order to retreat from Qin as soon as possible, instructed the delegation that they must travel day and night, and no matter how they traveled, they must arrive at Jinyang with the fastest speed possible, so as to beg for peace and retreat. Now, who can say for sure where the mission, which has been on the move for a day and a night, has gotten to at this point, and which way it has gone? Wei Wangshi's entire person looked extraordinarily depressed, and waved his hand feebly. Send extra manpower. Go after and intercept them from all the roads they can take, said he got up and left straight away. Before leaving, but also secretly played a wink towards the Su Jia, the latter understood, while the 100 officials are discussing quietly followed up. When Su Jia left the hall, he didn't take a few steps before catching up with King Shi of Wei, who had deliberately slowed down his speed, and said in a low voice, Your Majesty, what are your orders for summoning me? Wei Wangshi's eyes killing machine biting cold. Low voice roared, This all changed after that person came back, and that remonstrator Pang Tong. Do you understand what this king means? Shu Jia heart overjoyed. That Wei Wuji and he has always been incompatible, now is also considered to have fallen into his hands. The heart of the heart is happy to know more. Slightly nodded and then turned around and quickly stepped away. My king's foolish younger brother, since you've been hanging on to strong Wei all day long, it's up to you to resist this matter and calm the anger of the people. King Shi of Wei looked at Su Jia's departing back, the corner of his mouth hooked into a sinister and venomous smile. He blamed it all on Wei Wuji and Pang Tong, and would never allow any stain to fall on his own body, spoiling his name as a bright ruler. Moreover, he had been jealous of Wei Wuji for a long time, so if he took advantage of this incident to kill him, no one would be able to pick faults. and he could even get a reputation of being a righteous person. For the sake of the throne and reputation. What's the point of being a 3-dynasty veteran? What's the point of being a blood brother? Everything can be discarded. Chapter 62, A Great Victory enters Jinyang. Jinyang welcomes them. Great victory! Great victory! When the majestic and lofty Jinyang city appeared within sight, the dozen-strong scout squad immediately chanted in unison. As they continued to approach the Jinyang city gates, the scout captain showed the token in his hand, and the city gate guards didn't dare to have the slightest delay, and hurriedly moved away from the road ban, and evacuated the people to make way. The people who were planning to enter the city scrambled to get out of the way, and someone couldn't control his inner curiosity and yelled, "Dare I ask the sharp warrior, is it General Meng Arnold who defeated the Wei army?" When the scout captain heard the question, he slightly controlled his horse to slow down and said in a loud voice, "My Qin army broke 5 cities of Wei in a row, and General Wicked Husband chopped off 200,000 Wei pawns in a formation of 100,000 soldiers, and broke the big city of Anie of Wei, chopped off 100,000 Wei soldiers inside the city, and ransacked the city completely. I, Qin, have won a great victory. Wow!" As soon as the words fell, the people first froze, and then instantly exploded into a frenzy. A few years ago, the Wei state combined to attack Qin. Meng already on the general defeated in a mess. Qin's elite soldiers killed and wounded countless. Let the whole country grieve. It has become a perpetual grievance for the princes and ministers down to the common people. Now that we have avenged our past shame, how can we not be excited? The scout captain smiled faintly and steered his horse into the city straight to the royal palace. If it were usual, he wouldn't dare to delay for a moment, much less slow down to answer the people's questions. The people cried tears of joy and embraced each other in ecstasy, even leaving the entry into the city behind, and the city gates were filled with joy. The abnormality at the city gates aroused the curiosity of the people inside the city, and they opened their mouths to ask what was wrong. And after learning of the news of the Qin army's great victory, their excitement was not at all inferior to those outside the city. As the news spread, the entire Jinyang city was thrown into a state of joy. Inside the royal palace, "Your Majesty, this year's heavy snowfall has been continuous, and the crops in the coming year will certainly be extremely high. I think it is because of the great king. Report dash." As a tight song order, Mencken had not finished shooting his horse when he was interrupted by a loud roar that sounded outside the temple, so angry that he immediately turned back to look outside the temple, wanting to see which one of the ungrateful ones had interrupted him, only to see 2 palace forbidden soldiers walk into the palace with a dusty man, saying in a loud voice, "Your Majesty, General Meng Ardi has sent scouts to report a great victory in the attack on Wei." As soon as the words fell, everyone's gazes fell in unison on that dusty man, who was the leader of that scouting squad. Because of the armor, the scout leader saluted and said in a loud voice, "Your Majesty, this time my Qin army broke 5 cities of Wei in a row. General Wicked Husband first boarded and broke Rolling City and Lake City, and then led 100,000 men in a formation to decapitate 200,000 allied Wei troops, breaking the city of Anie, the old capital of Wei, and slaughtering the city's 100,000 defenders and their group of generals, ransacked the city of Anie and returned home fully loaded to avenge the blood revenge of Wei's joint attack on Qin back then." The scouting squad gave out all of Wicked Husband's battle achievements without mentioning the commander-in-chief, Meng Arnold and Weed at all, which was specially instructed by Meng Arnold and Weed, aiming to build up Wicked Husband's momentum. Zhang's face was calm, but his heart was so excited that he wanted to shout. He knew that the evil husband would not let him down. With this kind of achievement, his prestige in the hearts of the people of Qin will skyrocket. Well, this time Shan General Meng Arbiter, Weed, and Wicked Husband have made great achievements for my great Qin, and have snowed the previous shame. When they return, I will lead the civil and military officials to go out of the city to welcome them personally. It must be said that since he leveled Lao Ai and deposed Lu Buwei, his whole person has undergone a radical change, becoming extraordinarily domineering and calm, and not showing his joy and anger. Congratulations for great Qin. Congratulations for the great king. Great Qin is majestic. The civil and military officials all bowed in congratulations, each with an extremely respectful face. They knew that from today onwards, Zhang's throne would be secure, and no one would dare to restrain the king's power anymore. At this exact moment, Li Si, with a twinkle in his eye, stepped forward and said in a loud voice, "I congratulate the great king, and I also have a happy event to inform the great king of, but just now I haven't had the time to do so, so please forgive me, great king, no harm done." Ing Zhang waved his hand, then asked, "What's the happy event? Tell me." Li Si cleared his throat and his body stood straight. "Your Majesty, I have sent my spies to infiltrate into Daliang, the capital of the King of Wei. In case the King of Wei Shi recalls Wei Wuji, the Prince of Xinling. How do I know that King Shi of Wei really recalled Wei Wuji?" And the spies separated the two according to an advance plan, and planted the evidence before they left. Speaking of this, a strange smile appeared on Li Si's face, and his tone trembled a bit as he said, "Wei Wuji and Wei Wangxi. I'm afraid it's not going to be easy." Li Si's words revealed a hint of unconcealable smugness, having finally snatched a bit of credit at the hands of the evil husband. Wei Wuji is a man of extraordinary tactics. If your plan can make him sink completely, it will be a great achievement. Ing Zhang's voice was steady and powerful. The corner of his mouth curved up into a brilliant arc. The good news that came one after another made his heart feel free, and he finally couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. A few more days passed. Outside Jinyang City, 10 miles, Ing Zhang, with his civil and military officials, waited here early, ready to welcome today's returning Qin troops in person. "Your Majesty, the army is coming, not 3 miles from here." Upon hearing this, Ing Zhang moved his body and rubbed his hands, which were red from the cold, with indescribable excitement and pride surging in his heart. The surrounding civil and military officials also perked up and cocked their heads toward the distance. With a low and powerful sound of horses' hooves coming from far and near, the Qin army's flag was hunting in the cold wind, like a black wave, sweeping in. The golden-winged Xian bird embroidered on that metaphysical colored flag glittered in the sunlight, highlighting the majesty and strength of the great Qin Empire. "All of you, line up to greet." Ing Zhang's voice resounded through the clouds, carrying an unquestionable majesty. The civil and military officials quickly responded, organizing their clothes and standing at the sides, ready to greet the triumphant army. Not long after, the main force of the Qin army appeared in sight. They were dressed in heavy armor and held sharp blades. Their steps were neat and tidy, and every step they took showed the majesty of Qin's tiger and wolf divisions. At the front of the procession, Meng Arbiter walked in front, while Weed and Evil Husband walked half a step behind on the left and right sides, having dismounted from their horses and walked in order to show their respect to Ing Zhang. Ing Zhang straightened his body, letting the cold wind blow like a knife, and his basil-colored king's robe was blown by the wind and grinned, echoing the army's flag. A short while later, the army stood still. Meng Aristocrat with a group of generals in this battle quickly came to the front, all together to salute. "I pay my respects to the great king." "Thank you." For the great king and the civil and military officials personally welcome. Ing Zhang stepped forward to help Meng Artery up, swept his eyes over the generals in front of him, and smiled broadly. "You don't need to be courteous. This time, I am very happy to welcome you to Wei, which has raised the national prestige of my Qin." Meng Aristocrat stroked his whiskers and laughed, pointing at the evil husband beside him, and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, this time, the old ministers and we have not put in any effort at all, so I really feel like I'm getting old." The upper general, "This is not true. You are the pillar of my great Qin cornerstone. Qin East Out cannot be less than you," said and looked to the face full of boredom of the evil husband. Tone teasing said, "You kid is good. Did not live up to my expectations." Chapter 63, Evil Husband. Wei is truly a state of etiquette. "Me? How dare you call me that? You should know that even Meng Arty, Ing Zhang has never called himself I, only in front of evil husband, and he doesn't hide his closeness to him at all. This son's future is unlimited, and in time, he will be in a position of honor." The hearts of the civil and military officials were in a state of awe, and the people, who were old and sophisticated, had already begun to calculate in their minds how to approach the evil husband. "Great king, how has evil Fu ever let you down? Think of the beginning." Evil husband's eyes brightened up violently, and just when he wanted to make a speech about remembering the old days, he was interrupted by an embarrassed Meng Arnold. "All right, cut the crap. The weather is bitterly cold. In case of frostbite to the king and the 100 officials, you kid can hardly escape the blame." With a playful smile, Ing Zhang glanced at wicked husband before laughing. "What General Shang said is true. It's really a bit cold to be waiting here early in the morning with all the officials." The evil husband's smile froze on his face, and he hatefully swept his eyes at Meng Arnold. Such a good chance to make a splash was interrupted by this old man? "Let's go back to the palace." Ing Zhang was indeed freezing a bit too much and turned around to quickly board the carriage. The journey was wordless. Back to the Zhongtai Palace. Before Ing Zhang's but was even warmed up, he saw a guard from the palace guards come quickly and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, a messenger from Wei has come to visit, and is asking for an audience outside the palace." When these words came out, everyone in the hall froze. Mission? What mission? Is it hard to come here to ask for trouble? Just as the crowd was lost in thought, evil husband stepped forward and said with a sardonic smile, Your Majesty, why don't you meet and see what they mean? Jinyang likewise rose with a strange smile and nodded. Go, bring them in. A short while later, three-way envoys stepped into Zhongtai Palace, ambassadors of the state of Wei. Greetings to the great king of Qin. The three of them bowed respectfully, and then the middle-aged man at the head of the group stepped forward. My name is Zhao Shang. I have brought congratulatory gifts by order of my king of Wei, to congratulate the great king on his pro-regime. This Zhao Shang is also a good talker, so he saved Wei's face and indirectly complimented Jinyang. I can't come here with my congratulatory gifts and give you face, but you still won't forgive me, right? As the saying goes, take the hand and eat the mouth. There are some things that are unspoken. Awesome. Before Jinyang could speak, a loud exclamation of surprise rang out in the hall, followed by a buzz of discussion. Wicked husband looked at the Wei envoy with playful eyes and gave a thumbs up. Wei is awesome. It really belongs to the state of etiquette. This is unheard of to be given a fat beating and rush to give a gift. A trace of indignation flashed under Wei envoy Zhao Shang's eyes, very unhappy with the evil husband's almost humiliating words. But the situation is stronger than the people. He was burdened with the edict of King Shi of Wei, as well as the safety of hundreds of thousands of people in Anie city. So how could he dare to refute the evil husband and could only smile? Evil husband, you're still young and know too little. Mang Arnold suddenly vocalized in agreement. Seeing the evil husband face puzzled color, he said in a serious manner, Wei, since the king of Hui, this was beaten, but also to come to my Qin to send a gift of things are not uncommon. Defeat. Beg for peace. Session of land camping dry up that called us skillful. The old man back then is not less shocked than you are. As this old man spoke, a look of reminiscence hung on his face, as if recalling his youthful exuberance back then. Zhao Shang is not dare to say, the so-called hit people do not hit the face. Scolding people do not reveal the shortcomings of the Qin state. But the knife toward the heart of the people poke ah. How can you be rude? Jinyang scolded the two with a stern face, but the corners of his mouth that kept twitching looked very hypocritical. Li Si, his face blue and purple and obviously at his limit, asked in a trembling tone, Your Majesty, why don't you ask Wei how sincere he is? Jinyang nodded, his eyes looking towards Zhao Shang. Zhao Shang hurriedly took out the bamboo slips from his bosom and read aloud. In order to wish the great king of Qin to ascend the throne, a gift, millions of money and jade, the number of various gold, silver, jewelry, and exotic treasures was enormous, and many of them were never heard of by the wicked husband. It had to be said that Wei Wangshi had really put in the blood. After reading out the congratulatory gift, Zhao Shang carefully looked at Jinyang and softly asked, I wonder if your majesty is satisfied with this gift. Are you satisfied with this gift? Jinyang swept his eyes at Li Si, who immediately understood and asked out loud, Where is the congratulatory gift now? Was it brought to Jinyang, or was it seized on the way? Since Wei came without notice, the manpower required to transport such congratulatory gifts would need to be at least several hundred people, and without customs clearance documents they would easily be seized by the local police. Zhao Shang hastily nodded and whispered, Qin is hospitable. We didn't encounter too much scrutiny along the way, and all places just checked the congratulatory gifts and let us go. The evil husband almost did not laugh when he heard this. Qin is not afraid of you, Wei, these hundreds of people. As long as it is true that they come with treasures, they will naturally give them a release. Then carry it to Zhongtai Palace quickly, or let us open our eyes. Li Si covered his mouth and coughed lightly a few times. Zhao Shang's eyes snapped open. A few moments of certainty rose in his heart, and he hurriedly turned his head and shot a glance at the two behind him. I will go forward with you. Li Si followed the two and went straight out of the great hall. Not long after, Li Si folded and returned to Zhongtai Palace, his eyes full of joy. Your Majesty, the congratulatory gift has been brought to you. Please move to the square outside the palace to check it out. Jinyang read the meaning in Li Si's eyes and immediately got up and stepped to the entrance of the hall. Zhao Shengzi stood beside him like a lapdog, nodding his head and standing beside Jinyang. Open it, and I'll see what kind of generous gift Wei has sent. As Jinyang's words fell, the palace guards opened all the large wooden boxes, and the treasures inside glittered in the sunlight. Worth a fortune. Absolutely worth a fortune. Evil husband's eyes were almost blinded by the light. Jinyang nodded with satisfaction. Thank you, King of Wei, for me. With all your heart. I am very satisfied. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sheng could not restrain the corners of his mouth from rising, and said with a lowered brow, I, the King of Wei, have a word that I hope to make a 10,000-year friendship with Qin. and never raise swords and armies. Send the treasures into the inner treasury. Zhang did not reply immediately. Instead, he first waved his hand to signal the forbidden guards to carry the treasures away. Only when the guards disappeared did Zhang smile and say, "I have withdrawn my troops, and the army just happens to have returned in triumph ahead of you." Saying this, he raised his finger to point at Evil Fu and teased, "This man is called Evil Fu. He is my great Qin's tiger general, and it was he who broke Rolling Castle, Lake Castle, and Anie, and that 300,000 strong army of Anies was also killed by him in every way possible." Zhao Shang followed the direction of Zhang's finger. His eyes and face were filled with shock and fear that he couldn't hide, and even his body trembled slightly. Evil husband smiled and said, "Wei envoy, I really didn't mean to humiliate you to your face. To tell you the truth, everything of value in Ani city has been swept away by this general. On this your great king still came to send congratulatory gifts. I admire in my heart, and only with feeling did I say that Wei is truly a state of etiquette. The king of Wei repays grudges with virtues. It really makes me admire and ashamed of the young general." Chapter 64 Reward. High promotion. New nobility in the temple. Zhao Shang was struck by lightning, and his heart was filled with humiliation and doubt. According to reason, Qin's retreat will certainly be received by the king, so why did he have to rush himself to send a gift? Praying for the retreat? He couldn't figure it out. Really. Unfortunately, no one is going to solve his problems for him. Suddenly, Zhang said, "I appreciate the thought of Wei Wangxi, but I will talk about the good things of 10,000 years later. Now I want to reward my Qin soldiers, so you should leave first." Hearing Zhang's order to expel the guests, Zhao Shang could only depart for Wei with doubts. However, at least his mission on this trip had come to a successful conclusion, and he could go back with an explanation. After he left, the Zhongtai palace burst into laughter. The sound of laughter for a long time. Meng Tian and Wang Li, the two young people even laughed until tears came out of their eyes. One left and one right, the evil husband sandwiched in the middle, inquiring about the details of this battle of his. It took a long time for the laughter to die down. Zhang secretly rubbed his face, which was stiff with laughter, and then waved his hand to signal the 100 officials to be quiet. "Today, my Qin sharp warriors are triumphant, so we should have a great celebration. Oracle, give fine wine, oxen and sheep to reward the sharp soldiers. Lift the ban on alcohol within the army, and tonight the widow will personally go to the Lantian camp." A group of meritorious soldiers? According to the military reward, the war dead sharp pension aftermath must not make any mistakes. Sun Shang, the inner history of corn ruling, made a solemn salute. "I respectfully follow the king's orders. No one has anything to say about it. The Qin law is strict, but the rewards and punishments are clear. The generals deserve what they get for throwing their heads and spilling their blood. The officials are not here at all, waiting to see how Zhang will reward the evil husband. General Meng Arti has taken command of the army, and he has been disgraced before the attack on the Qin by the combined columns. However, he was also defeated in the past, so in view of his hard work, he will be rewarded with 1,000 cognacs." Meng aristocrat clasped his fist and saluted. There was no dissatisfaction with Zhang's arrangement. This time he went out originally to support the bottom for the evil husband. To be able to avenge the revenge of that year in his lifetime, it was already the biggest reward. Moreover, the king is still young, and if he goes further, he will surely leave a handle for people to attack him. With this move, Zhang is also protecting him. "We broke a city and beheaded 30,000 Wei pawns, granting him a title promotion to the first rank, 100 hectares of good land, 500 cloths, and 100,000 money. We'd hurriedly went forward to bow and thanked him for his kindness, and his smile made the wrinkles on his old face a few points deeper. At this point in his career, the difficulty of title promotion is comparable to the sky. This is also considered to be the light of the evil husband. With the breakthrough of a city, even the title promoted to the first rank. Next, I will discuss the person who made the first achievement in this battle, evil husband." Zhang's voice echoed in the empty Zhongtai palace, and all eyes focused on Evil Fu, secretly saying that the main event had come. They can't wait to see how Zhang will reward the newest member of the temple community. Wicked man paced to the center of the hall, his face calm and indifferent. He is not pretending. Really, for some reward is not too important. Nowadays, he wants to have status, wants to have military power, eats well and wears warm clothes, lives in a big mansion, and there are family servants and maids waiting for him, and he is already very satisfied. Crossing over from the prosperous and splendid world of his previous life, this era is equivalent to barbarism for him. And even if he has money and power, he can't live a life as intoxicated as the one he had in his previous life. It wasn't that he was in sage mode. It was that this era was so boring and backward that he had to go into sage mode. Wicked husband is a brave warrior, both wise and courageous, and has saved me several times, so he is really the backbone of my great Qin. Ying Zhang's voice was full of appreciation. I am giving wicked husband the rank of Weiwei Lieutenant and Lieutenant Chancellor, and the title of Shaoliang Zhao, and he can drive 5 horses in recognition of his achievements. In addition, he will be given $1 million, 1,000 pieces of cloth, 100 good horses, and 100 servants to fund his endeavors. The moment these words came out, the entire Zhengtai palace once again boiled over. Wei Weiwei ranked as one of the 9 ministers, in charge of the royal palace, all the doors of the army, etc. And that lieutenant prime minister, although a little less than the Weiwei, but is not the average person can do. This position is in charge of the king's security, etc. Is the king's capital garrison officer. The fact that these 2 positions could not be held by the king's trusted advisors, and that they had never been held by a single person before, showed how much trust Ying Zhang had in the evil husband. But if the wicked man has any ambition, he will change the kingdom and the mountain, and Ying Zhang will never live to see the next day. Evil husband solemnly arched his hand in a salute and said in a deep voice, I thank you for the great king's reward in trust. His voice was firm and powerful, echoing within the Zhengtai palace. Ying Zhang kindly laughed and joked in front of the civil and military officials. Wicked husband, you're a lot easier to accomplish than that Lao AI. Great king, then you must treat people well. Evil husband threw a wink, unconsciously pulling out his previous life gagging state out. The civil and military officials in the hall were dumbfounded, secretly saying that the 2 were already on good terms to such an extent. Look carefully at the face of the evil husband. He looks really not bad. Although he comes from the army, but he is born with a fine skin and tender flesh. Plus he is similar to the age of Ying Zhang. In a split second, the crowd's gaze toward evil husband changed, and even Wang Jian and other veteran generals fell into deep thought. Wang Li and Meng Tian both looked at each other and subconsciously retreated a few steps back in unison, moving away from where evil husband had previously stood. Tonight the widow hosts a feast in the palace for a great celebration, so don't be late. I will do as I am told. After retiring from the court, evil husband became the center of attention and was surrounded by a group of ministers. General wicked husband is young and talented, so he will move around more in the future. General, the old man's granddaughter is 16 years old, and she has fallen into a beautiful appearance. You see, on your family that granddaughter can quickly pull down. This will be a long time in the battlefield. See her a glance or heart liver trembling. Poor my daughter early. The scene became noisy due to the duo's war of words, which proceeded to involve more and more ministers. Even they didn't even realize that the evil husband was running away. They just focused on arguing. The evil husband who escaped from Zhengtai Palace was full of fear. He was almost eaten alive by these just now. It really fulfills the saying, as long as you gain power, even the giant valves that cover the sky will turn into licking dogs. The evil husband shook his head and led Wang Li and Meng Tian to quickly board the carriage to beat a path back home, back to his residence. Unable to resist the request of Wang Li and Meng Tian, the evil husband ordered the maidservant in his residence to arrange good food and wine to entertain the 2 of them. To say also coincidentally, good wine and good food just come up, just to hear the mansion servants to report, said the Wu's Tom's Shoes outlet several carriages of gifts to come to congratulate. In the spirit of just one more pair of chopsticks thing, the evil husband let people will be Wu's Tom's Shoes outlet invited in. After all, people also brought so many thick gifts as not. Wu's Tom's outlet just stepped into the lobby, then shouted congratulations. I congratulate the general on his high promotion. Hereby send congratulatory gifts to show congratulations. The wicked husband waved his hand and pulled him to sit down to eat with him, which flattered Yu Tom's outlet. Really counting, the evil husband is also counted on him to know the kindness. Since the evil husband in the middle of the mediation, he is also counted on the prince head, open and above board to do the trade and commerce. Even though he had only a tiny minuscule share in it, he had made a fortune, accumulating wealth dozens or hundreds of times faster than before. Chapter 65, Evil Husband, Dare to Touch My Business. Don't want to live? Wu's Tom's outlet raised the wine cup in front of him, complimented this cup of wine to General Gao Rise, but also to thank the general for lifting up the grace. He said and finished his drink, but subconsciously sighed when he put the glass down. What are you sighing for? Today is the joy of Big Brother's promotion. Why are you still sighing? Wang Li and Meng Tian both looked at each other angrily, and their hearts were even more displeased with the Wu Tom's outlet. Don't look at the status of the 2 people is not high. but at least it is also from a powerful and famous family. In front of this lowly merchant can drink with them at the same table is already an honor. But this guy even dared to spoil the joy? Wu's Tom's outlet knew that he had lost his temper, and his face became terrified. No harm done. The evil husband reached out to stop the two of them, and then said soothingly, but have you encountered any difficulties? If there is anything, just say so. Wu's Tom's shoes outlet got up and rushed the three deep salute, full of apologies, said, but also three generals forgive me, is really something in the heart? Was this drink a lead? Wang Li and Meng Tian are not petty people. The anger subsided a lot, waved his hand to indicate that this is over. Wu's Tom's shoes outlet see two people no longer pursue. This is a sigh of relief. Do not look at the two young, but with their weight just need a word. He now everything will disappear. Simply cannot afford to offend. Meng Tian, who had a kinder disposition, asked, Big Brother has asked you to say, what exactly is the trouble that can make you lose your temper on such an occasion? Wu's Tom's shoes outlet see the situation do not dare to ramble on. Immediately will be annoyed slowly said. Three generals do not know. Since the business with the Yinjin Rong ministries to do big, attracted a lot of people I read. The Yinjin Rong has a ministry named Well Rong, said to be the most warlike more than 100 years ago the long snout remnants of the descendants of the people. The ministry of the people's style of pugilism, good at war and good at martial arts, but not from the pasture of the horses and goats, and has always liked to go around plundering. And this ministry is located in the center of trade and commerce. If we go around the road, we will have to go into the deep mountains and old forests. There is no road in dangerous, and we will have to be robbed by them if we go from their place. Speaking of this, Wu's Tom's shoes face more angry color, gritted his teeth, said, Well Rong Department Chief Muir however, is a sinister and cunning, cruel and tyrannical. I obviously on time every month to pay the toll, but still often be looted by its. Half a month ago, he had sent a letter to me that every time we crossed the road, we should add 50% of the goods to his levy, otherwise the merchant caravan would not be able to move an inch. Pow! As soon as the words fell, the food case in front of several people was shattered by a slap from the evil husband, and the violent ringing sound startled several people. Well wrong is it? Really do not know how to write the word death. Robbing to the tiger and wolf Chin body? Evil husband full of killing, voice like 3 feet of cold ice, extraordinarily oozing. The short-tempered Wang Li cursed. Back then, starting from Duke Xiang to Duke Wu's period, the various ministries of the Yinjins were killed to the point of corpses until they were completely wiped out in Duke Li's period and became homeless. Now, they've really forgotten the pain after the scars. How dare they commit plunder against my Qin? Meng Tian character calm, but did not learn from Wang Li that kind of irritability, while Wang Li screaming when contemplating for a long time. To be it's not say before saying, Wu's Tom's shoes outlet. I'll ask you, well wrong people geometric? Wu's Tom's outlet pondered for a moment, stretched out 5 fingers and said, men, women, and children all added up. Perhaps Kanshan can reach 50. 000, minus the old, the weak, the sick, the disabled, the women, even if it is 30. 000 strong men. With a little manpower he has the guts to come to touch my Qin tiger? Meng Tan asked with deep meaning. After he said that, the three of them thought about it. An evil husband asked bluntly, are you trying to say that someone is behind this? Meng Tian nodded. They can't be cuties, right, when my Qin sword is unfavorable? No wonder. Contemplating the Wu's Tom's shoes outlet, see a few people look at their own eyes, hastily said, Well Rong less than 200 miles south of the Yuezhi land. One time I went to Well Rong to pay my respects, but I saw that Well was sending a man out of the camp in person, and although he was dressed similarly to Well Rong, it was still different, so I didn't take it too seriously. Meng Tian nodded. It seems that it should be the Nayue clan. In the last decade or so the strength of this department has skyrocketed, and is considered to be one of the more powerful of the foreign races. The East who is strong, and the Yu clan is prosperous, controlling more than 100,000 strings. Wang Li counted his family's favorites. His family lineage was not weaker than Meng Tian's, and he had more or less heard about this ministry from the elders of his family in his day-to-day life. Yuezhi, Donghu, Xiangnu. The corners of the evil husband's mouth flared up with a hint of coldness. As he came to this world, he would definitely not let go of these foreign races that were eyeing the land of Huaxia. He didn't expect that before he could make a move, the other party would instead make the first move. As the saying goes, money moves people's hearts. The Yuezhi should be red-eyed. Those things in your trade and commerce are equally valuable in their eyes. Meng Tian sighed, looking at the Wu as sulking Tom's outlet. tone with a little helpless. Wu's Tom's outlet heart distractions. Expectant eyes fell on the evil husband. Tone is full of begging. General, this matter you think of a way. The evil husband nodded and agreed. This is natural. Those who seek to harm my Qin's interests will not be forgiven. After saying that, he left the crowd and left the mansion straight away. Wang Li and Meng Tan exchanged glances and quickly got up to leave. They knew that the evil husband must have gone to the palace to see the king, and would soon mobilize his troops. The scene comes to the royal palace. The evil husband walked through the palace in a hurry, all the way unimpeded, and came directly to the place where Ing Zhan usually did his administrative work. Go inform the great king. Tell him that I have an important matter to seek an audience. Evil husband said as he swept his eyes at the small eunuch standing outside the hall, but his voice was as loud as a trumpet. Without waiting for the little eunuch to enter the hall and report, the door of the hall opened from inside and the serving official whispered, General Wicked Husband, please come in, the great king is waiting for you inside the hall. Just as evil husband took a step in, Ing Zhang's voice rang out, next time, just come in directly. How can your voice be so loud? It shakes my ears. There were a dozen other ministers in the hall, some of whom Wicked Husband knew and some of whom he didn't, all of whom looked at Wicked Husband with smiles and nodded their heads in greeting. Evil Husband arched his hand at the crowd, not bothering to deal with Ing Zhang's teasing, and said in a chilly tone, Your Majesty, we're being bullied over our heads. I have come to beg the king for an order to light up the brethren now and cut them all down. The smiles on the faces of Ing Zhang and the group of ministers instantly tightened, and their gazes became sharp. It was definitely not an ordinary thing to think that it could make the evil husband become murderous. Ing Zhang asked in a deep voice, Evil husband, tell us in detail, who is so bold as to provoke the majesty of my Qin? Wicked husband took a deep breath and reported to Ing Zhang the plight of the Wushu Tom's outlet. From the arrogance of the well-roamed tribe to the support of the Yu clan behind them, not a single detail was left out. How dare you? Who gave him the nerve? Immediately the palace resounded with mixed angry rebukes. Exasperated, these individual ministers were blowing their beards and glaring. Chapter 66, The evil husband is really a busy man for my Qin. Your Majesty, although well-roamed is small, it dares to openly provoke my Qin. If it is not severely punished, I'm afraid that other foreign races will follow suit, and then there will be no peace on my Qin's borders. Wicked husband's voice was firm and strong, revealing a certain determination. The ministers all nodded their heads in favor and spoke out in agreement. General Wicked husband's words are reasonable. I second the motion. When Ing Zhang heard this, his brows tightened, his hands unconsciously clenched into fists, and he got up and said in a loud and angry voice, The Qin people are hard-boned, and they cannot bend their backs. The bond of Qin, from this day forward, is not by word of mouth, but by the sword of Qin. Wicked husband was overjoyed at his words and quickly bowed and saluted. Many thanks, great king. I will go back to gather my brethren and will not dishonor my mission. A group of ministers present also no one stood out to oppose. Do not look at the courtroom they are fighting. But if the foreign enemy is bound to be the same enemy. The evil husband turned to go, but seemed to remember something, stopped and turned back to say, Your Majesty, this time I want to kill well-roamed, all alive, as a deterrent to those foreigners who are eyeing it. I, evil husband, will give them a long memory, so that they will know that my great Qin's iron cavalry, at any time, can trample them down and exterminate their clans. Ing Zhang and the temple froze at the same time and subconsciously said, It should be. Alright, you'll see. The evil husband's face once again revealed a trademark cold smile and turned around to leave at a fast pace. After he left, Ing Zhang smiled with a bit of helplessness and said, This kid, evil husband, is really a busy man for Qin. Tonight's celebration banquet will be interesting. And what's the point of missing the most meritorious minister? Li Si was full of sighs of admiration and laughed. Your Majesty, General Evil Fu's temperament is such that he can't tolerate a bit of sand in his eyes, giving me the feeling that he is beyond fame and fortune. These words resonated with the crowd of ministers, who nodded their heads in agreement. If he could make such a feat, he would definitely not take it as seriously as the evil husband did, and would certainly show his face. Ing Zhang smiled and nodded, very much agreeing with evil husband's point of view, and in his heart, he felt that this good minister, what could a king ask for? The evil husband left the palace, returned to his residence and sent people to summon Meng Tian and Wang Li, and then sent people to Zhushan to transfer the Black Dragon Armor Army and Zhang Han and others to the Lantian camp to meet up. After that, he put on his armor and sharpened his sword, just waiting for the arrival of the two men to set off to the Lantian camp to mobilize troops. A few moments later, the two men came walking quickly side by side. Big brother, We're here. Walking? Hearing the voice, evil husband raised his head to look at the two of them, and seeing the two of them coming in battle armor with swords on their waists, he was surprised and said, "You guys." The two of them looked at each other and smiled, saying in unison, "Thinking with our feet, we knew that you wouldn't let them go, and we went back to make preparations after you left." Good, good, good. Evil husband gave the two of them a thumbs up, before collecting his smile and saying, "In that case, let's set off quickly, and this time, I'll take the two of you to open your eyes and reap military honors, so as not to lose my face as a big brother." The two of them revealed silly smiles and nodded their heads as if they were pounding garlic, boarding the carriage after the evil husband and heading straight to the Lantian camp outside the city. General Wicked Husband has arrived. When the carriage steadily stopped at the entrance of the Lantian camp, the soldiers stationed outside the camp hurriedly shouted and sent someone to inform Manhwa, the military general stationed inside the camp. In a few moments, Manhwa came at a quick pace. "We have met General Manhwa." The three evil husbands arched their hands and saluted. Manhwa came close with a big smile, took the hand of the evil husband and walked towards the camp, not forgetting to ask, "What are you doing here in Lantian camp when you boys are not in the palace for the great king's banquet?" Totally ignoring his son Mengtian and Wanli, Wicked Husband stood up his body, slightly broke away from Manhwa's hand, and said in a loud voice, "The great king has ordered that Well-Rong block the path of Qin's trade and commerce. New immediately draws 20,000 cavalry, under the command of this general, and executes them." Manhwa froze for a moment and subconsciously arched his hand. "The last general will follow the king's orders." "General, please." Evil husband arched his hand again. Manhwa came back to his senses, and hurriedly ordered his personal guards to go forward to gather and draw the cavalry, and then swept his eyes at Meng Ten and Wang Li standing behind him. "Who are you going to point out? Is it hard to take these two boys to go?" The evil husband nodded and laughed. "The Well-Rong of the district is nothing to worry about. As their elder brother, I naturally have to promote them, and this battle is just the right thing to do." Manhwa wanted to say something, but thinking about his son's future, he finally chose to remain silent. "Don't worry, father. My son will definitely not disgrace you and grandfather." Meng Tian thought that it was his father who was worried about his safety, and his tone was very moved, which knows that Manhwa stuttered and spat out a sentence. "My father is worried that you two boys have suffered a blow. Follow the evil husband out." Alas. Good, good, good. Meng Tian and Wang Li were speechless for a while. All of them are young people. Even if they are indeed inferior to evil husband, they don't look down on the two of them so much, right? The scene fell into the midst of silence, and the only sounds that could be heard were the hoofbeats and stomping of horses in the distance from the camp. The army assembly speed is very fast. This is not yet half incense time has been assembled. The soldiers were all looking at Evil Fu with fiery eyes, excitement written all over their faces. Today the triumphant army returned. The performance of the evil husband attacking Wei has long been spread, and now everyone wants to follow the evil husband to go to war, and get credit for his achievements and rank. At this time, a guard came with quick steps and said in a loud voice, "General, the Black Dragon Xian armor army has arrived outside the camp." Wicked husband nodded at his words, and without any nonsense, he rolled onto his horse, drew the fine iron longsword at his waist and shouted, "Off to war!" Swish! The soldiers rolled onto their horses in unison and ran after the wicked man toward the outside of the camp. Manhwa watched the line of men and horses leave, and muttered under his breath, "My son, pay close attention to safety." He knew that the evil husband marched and fought in the style of war. As a father, after all, he could not rest assured of his son's safety. Outside the Lantian camp, Zheng Han and his men waited before the military formation, and when they saw the evil husband sailing out of the camp, they hurriedly ordered the Black Dragon Xuanjia army to follow. Being an elite division trained by the evil husband, there was no need for any more words at all. The sound of horses' hooves faded away, and the group disappeared into the night. 2 days later in the afternoon, Wicked Husband waved his hand to signal the army to stop, looked at the rolling hills in the distance, and said, according to Wu's Tom Shu's outlet, less than 50 miles further on is where that Well-Rong tribe is located. Wang Li and Meng Tian both also raised their eyes to survey the mountains and nodded. That's right, I think that the highest mountain in the distance is Procambarus Clarkii. Evil Husband spoke extremely fast and said, "You two will each lead 5,000 men later on and divide your troops into 2 paths around their left and right, and I will bring the Black Dragon Xuanjia army to attack them head-on." Is there a problem? Well-Rong was not in his sights at all, and he only wanted to settle the battle quickly. If it was not for the sake of cultivating the two, he would not have brought the 10,000 cavalry. and the Black Dragon Armor Army alone would have been enough. The two were overjoyed and nodded their heads. No problem. Please don't worry, General. Go! The whole army accelerates and tries to settle the battle before nightfall. This time, we only come for the sake of destroying the clan and destroying the seed. So don't show any mercy. Chapter 67, Welljohn on his own initiative? Brothers can't stand it. Have a stomach upset for a day. Really can't help but rush out before dawn. The first chapter. And then make up for it during the day. The Welljohn camp was a peaceful and bustling place, with the women working on the skins of the freshly slaughtered sheep, and the men roasting the sheep, occasionally cutting off a few pieces of meat for the laughing children. They had always gotten something for nothing and had no reverence for food, and some of the fat was thrown everywhere. However, Nur was sitting on the high platform with a group of believers, eating meat and drinking wine, and looking at the contented clansmen below. He felt that he was too successful. This cup of wine is to the patriarch. If it wasn't for the patriarch, the clan's life would not be so good now. The right hand, a big belly strong man, carry a cup of wine. The hands of the wine marigold style at a glance is from the hands of the Chinese. However, a look of pride appeared on Mu'er's face. He proved to be better than the old patriarch. As the clansmen had no food and clothes a decade ago, he was the one who, step by step, brought the clan to grow and develop into what it is today. He was also the one who single-handedly contributed to the tribe's strength skyrocketing and becoming one of the top-ranked tribes within the Rong people's tribes. The next step was to storm the throne and bring back the Dijon clan to its former majestic splendor. Just as he was caught up in a beautiful fantasy, the dense sound of horses' hooves came from far and near. Matriarch. There is an enemy. The bloodied clansman stumbled into the horde on his horse, and before he could finish his sentence he fell headlong off his horse and was no more heard. The camp was in a mess, and the peaceful and lively atmosphere of the previous day was completely gone. However, Moore got up and yelled, "Don't be chaotic." Women quickly hide with their children. Men immediately take their weapons and prepare to meet the battle. Visible in the hearts of his people is a high prestige. In his town command, his people visible calmed down, in accordance with his instructions to act in an orderly manner. In a few moments, the only people left in the camp were young and strong men in full armor, their swords and soldiers in their hands flashing with sharp and cold auras. However, Nur nodded his head in satisfaction as he surveyed the heroic stature of his clan members. Clansmen, mount your horses and follow this clan chief out to see which one of the ungrateful ones has come to seek death. However, Moore smiled brightly, with a hint of disdain. However, despite his large belly, Moore was very agile and athletic, turning over and mounting the horse in one go, showing his skill as a nomad. Hiya! However, Nur was the first to rush out of the tribe, and the clansmen behind him followed with their horses, and the crowd went straight to the direction where the hoofbeats came from in the distance. The other side. Yo-ho! Not a small amount of guts. Sending yourself to the door? The evil husband's hearing was extremely strong, and he immediately laughed out loud. As he laughed, the Black Dragon Xian armor army generals behind him, who were as neat as black ocean waves, laughed along with him, and even though they hadn't heard anything yet, they were convinced of the evil husband's inhuman hearing. Brethren, use your strength for me later, and whoever dares to cheat and behead the fewest number of enemies will have this month's pay cancelled. Seeing that the gang was laughing until they were doubled over, evil husband immediately poured out a pot of cold water. To be honest, he was not particularly satisfied with the Black Dragon Xian armor army right now. He had to make their thoughts become cold as a blade, and then in the future, he would drive all the Qin troops by breaking the surface with a point. Only then can all enemies be suppressed. At the word, the generals' hearts chilled. The smiles on their faces instantly disappeared. Forfeiting a month's pay can be too harsh. How can they go out to have fun when they take a break from bathing? Swish! The generals drew their swords, and their eyes became fierce. Cutting off people's finances is not a crime. Welljohn must be outlawed by law today. It wasn't long before Welljohn gradually emerged from the distance. The Qin? However, a moment of consternation flashed across the face of the basilisk-colored Muor, who then ordered his clan to stop and drove his horse slowly out of the line, looking as if he had something to say. Evil husband has always been thunder and lightning. Believe that if you can do it, don't talk nonsense. Not only do not slow down but accelerate towards it. Damn it, clansmen, show these Qin troops some color. However, Moore was also enraged at the situation, cursing the Qin army for being so bold as to try to arm wrestle with the nearly 30,000 clansmen behind him with only 1,000 men. As the two parties collided, the great battle officially began. Within moments of the engagement, Welljohn was routed. If one could look down from the air, one could see that the Black Dragon Xuanjia army, like a black sharp knife, instantly tore through the formation that had broken through Well-Rong. Unbearable. The Black Dragon army generals all looked disdainful. These Well-Rong people are no different from the savages. They don't even have decent armor. And they even have what's in their hands? A pitchfork? That's a weapon? It's not very damaging. It's extremely insulting. Zhang Han, who was following closely beside evil husband, spat out repeatedly, "General, can you not bring us out for this kind of stuff next time? General, look." Zhang Han's eyes suddenly shrunk violently, stooping to avoid the incoming dung fork, backhandedly decapitating the Well-Rong man, somewhat agitatedly saying, "Who knows if this thing has ever dipped in that stuff? This comes in for a bit." Wicked husband subconsciously scanned the Well-John man's costume, which was no more advanced than that of a savage, and whose pudgy and dirty appearance could not really be described. Terrifying as hell. This thing is more vicious than old Zhu's wound-breaking windblade. Images from the TV series of his previous life appeared uncontrollably in his mind. Zhu Yuanzhang, who was still a bold monk, joined the righteous army and froze to kill an era by relying on a rusty and broken blade. On second thought, he began to have murderous intent in his heart. What's the deal? You're holding a pitchfork and you're still not honest? Kill them all. The evil husband's eyes instantly became cold and merciless as he raised his chilling battle sword and charged straight into the crowd. In the distance, the belated Meng Tan and Wang Li happened to see the scene of the evil husband rushing into the pile of people, and their hearts were anxious. It's done. Big Brother has made an entrance. How can this still make a merit? However, he looked back and saw two more Qin troops coming. His heart clenched in fear, but he was relieved when he realized that the number of Qin troops was still small. Scared the hell out of me. These Qin people like to play these schemes. He thought that this was a trick of the Qin army to attack the west from the east, and the heaviness in his heart instantly dissipated. Moreover, the armament was different from that of the group fighting with the clansmen, so he thought that it was not an elite group. Now the primary goal is to behead this Qin army elite. The rest of the Qin army is simply not enough to fear. Clansmen, don't panic. The Qin army is small in number, but they are just playing a trick. First destroy their elite, and then cut down their reinforcements. The Well-Rong people were calm, and they attacked the Black Dragon army according to the command of the chief of the Well-Rong people. Even though the people were falling like wheat, they were still attacking without any fear or favor, leaving aside the rudimentary equipment. Just their fierce and fearless look of life and death made the evil husband's heart grow even colder. These wolf cubs, as long as they can't be completely exterminated from their clan, they will definitely not be done with the idea of invading Huaxia. The evil husband had a feeling that his heart was a few points deeper in killing, and secretly vowed that he absolutely must take advantage of the strong time to completely purge the north of the foreign tribes. Chapter 68 Changing the Mindset of the Soldiers. Please, Great Qin Sharpshooter, to spare my department, and I would like to look up to Great Qin in the future. However, Moore fell to his knees and prayed continuously under his breath, trying to get the evil lord to spare them. What the hell is that gibberish? The evil husband couldn't understand what he was saying, and didn't want to, as he gently waved two fingers forward. Wang Li and Meng Tian immediately swarmed over the remaining less than 2,000 Well-Rong people on their knees and chopped them to death, without even giving them a chance to cry out for help. In a few moments, broken limbs and arms scattered all over the ground. With the residual warmth of the blood will be under the feet of the frozen soil melted a little, seeping into it to emit a nasty pungent odor. The generals received and stood, waiting for the evil one's next order. If you say you want to destroy the clan, you must do it. Let's go. Go inside their camp and carefully clean it up. The evil husband was unmoved by the purgatory-like scene in front of him, and turned around and walked straight in the direction from which he had come. Follow. Wang Li and the others immediately greeted the soldiers to follow. As the main general of the wicked man on foot, they naturally will not ride. A group of people vastly toward Well-Rong camp direction. At this time the camp is silent. The old and weak women and children are hiding very hidden, are waiting eagerly for the return of the clan's young and strong. They didn't take it too seriously, having encountered such crises several times before, only to have them repelled by the matriarch with the men. Suddenly, there was a rustling movement from outside the camp, and on closer inspection it was the sound of dense footsteps and horses' hooves collapsing and neighing. Is Abu back? A hint of joy appeared on the face of the child cowering in his mother's arms, and he couldn't help but cheer. Shoo! His mother covered his mouth as she did so, and her face tensed with a look that was visible to the naked eye. According to the past, if the matriarch returned, he would definitely shout to inform them. However, this time was different from the past, and there was definitely something odd in it. the old and infirm of Weljan, who were in hiding, began to tense up as they heard the sound of broken speech that was not at all the language of their clan. And it seemed that these people began to search the clan, and the cries of many of the clansmen came with them. Damn it! Matriarch did. Could it be? Several clan elders within the clan who had gotten together changed greatly in color, and as they looked at each other, an atmosphere of fear lingered among them. The fear didn't last long. The hiding place of these clan elders was found by Chin Pon, who extremely violently carried out these old bones. As the Chin soldiers continued to search, more and more well-known clansmen were caught in the center of the tribe, all of them looking at the Chin army with horror on their faces. After a battle, the generals were drenched in blood, and many of them were still dripping blood from their long knives, which was equivalent to indirectly telling the well-known people present, "They're clansmen and stalwarts." Nope, sharpshooter of Chin. Can you spare us? It's all the clan leader's decision. It has nothing to do with us? A clan elder bravely spoke up. Ha! Listening to this clan elder's stuttering and broken old Chin language, the evil husband revealed a hint of surprise. You old thing knows quite a lot. The clan old man hastened to compensate for the smile. Whispered, the little old man can also have had dealings with the old Chin when he was young. 1 to 2 to learn a little. Alright, that's a good feeling. The evil husband's entire person became extremely joyful. Looking at that clan elder in a daze, his heart couldn't help but feel excited, thinking that the evil husband was going to release himself. Unfortunately, the evil husband's next words made him fall into a pit of ice. I am General Wicked Fu, the Wei General of Chin, and I have come here by order of the great king of Chin to decapitate his clan, extinguish his inheritance, and destroy his clan and his seed, to show that I, the state of Chin, am not to be bullied and humiliated. The evil husband looked straight at the clan elder in front of him and said in a single word, "Inform your clan truthfully, and this will give you a hard time." The clan elder was shocked to death by the words containing infinite killing opportunities, swallowed his saliva and wanted to continue pleading for mercy. The evil husband knew what he wanted to say, and immediately shot a glance toward Zhang Han beside him. Miso, Chin sword out of the sheath. Zhang Han laughed and casually cut off the left hand of an old man in front of him, followed by the right hand. Feet, blink of an eye on it's cut into a human stick. Ah! The miserable screams and cruelty scared the Weljan people so much that they trembled, and the old man swallowed his words hard. His face showed a touch of misery, and then he translated the words of the wicked husband out loud to his clansmen. He could see that these Chin troops in front of him were determined to exterminate them, and it was useless to pray anymore. It would be better to ask for pain, or at least not have to suffer before death. Hearing the old man's words, this group of well-roamed completely taught, one by one, howling up, the mournful cries of despair and misery. Well, it's a bit noisy, chop those little brats and old bones up. Evil husband picked at his ears and casually flicked off a piece of earwax, while Wang Li and Meng Ten hesitated a bit. Zhang Han's 3 men had already surrounded them with the generals of the Black Dragon Xian armor army. 100 times more brutal picture appeared in front of Wang Li, Meng Ten and the 10,000 Xian soldiers. The pungent smell of blood and make people's scalp numbness, miserable screams and cries, scared a lot of soldiers pale, want to vomit. Vomit. Finally, Wang Li and Meng Tian could not hold on any longer and quickly ran aside to vomit. The vomiting of the 2 men seemed to bring about a chain reaction. Tens of thousands of Chin soldiers also followed the dry heaves. Only less than 2,000 people still hold back. It didn't take long for the Black Dragon basilisks to retract their swords and stand, leaving only the terrified Weljan women whimpering. General, kill them all. Evil husband nodded, and then turned to look at Wang Li, Meng Tian and those soldiers who were still vomiting. A hint of coldness flashed under his eyes. You all, what a disappointment to the general. When they heard the evil husband's words, they looked back in unison, and they even forgot to vomit. Ah, big brother, why do you say that? Wang Li's face turned pale as he forced himself to vomit and asked. Evil husband sighed and said in a deep voice, what is the meaning of your existence as a soldier of my Chin? Protect your family and defend your country against foreign enemies. When the soldiers heard this, they subconsciously nodded their heads. If we put aside the reluctance of forced conscription, this was indeed the mission and task of a soldier. The evil husband continued. In the past, the ruler of Chin, in the midst of strong enemies, led the old Chin people to fight for the present heaven and earth. There is no need for me to say more about the tactics of the barbarians in the field. I am sure you all know it well in your hearts. If the 2 parties switch sides today and it is our Chin subjects who are captured, how will they treat us? These words made them fall into deep thought. Those who were young had only heard about it on weekdays, while those who were older could be a different story. Many of them, when they were small, had experienced the ripples of war, and some had even lost their families at the hands of foreign enemies. As a soldier, if you are compassionate and benevolent, you are indirectly harming your own people. The evil husband looked around with a grave gaze and said heavily, "In the future, some of you may become generals with military power in your hands, while others will be relieved of their armor and return to the field, or die in battle. I hope that you will remember that if you have the opportunity, you must not have any personal feelings, and that only by removing the roots will you be able to keep peace in China." Chapter 69. Can any of you look at these pussies? General, we have been taught. Wang Li and Meng Tan made a deep salute, and those Qin soldiers who were vomiting followed with a solemn military salute. The evil husband nodded, did not continue to dwell too much on this matter, and turned to laugh. "Gentlemen, the rest of these women can be interested, as they say." In the old days, population was the first productive force. On the principle of making the best use of what he had, he decided after much thought to ask the generals for their opinion. After all, this kind of thing can't be arranged. What if people are not satisfied? The generals look at me and I look at you. I don't know who suddenly popped up. The problem is that there are just so many people, and it's not enough to share. The evil husband looked at it also. These women in front of him, even if those older women who had given birth to children were counted, there were only a few thousand of them, so it was indeed not enough to divide them up. Well, a few of you count the number of enemies the generals have decimated. Those with more will be chosen first, those with less will be in the back of the line, until they are chosen. As soon as his words fell, the generals shouted, "General Wise, General Wise." That's all a man has to do in life. Besides, they are all from a bitter background. If it is not for this time following the evil husband to go on the war, pressure cannot make any military achievements. Wanna marry a wife? Don't mention how difficult it is. Now that the military service has a title, wife can pick up a daughter-in-law for nothing. Little cutie. I'm not happy about it. Besides, these foreign women are not qualified to be a proper wife, so keeping them as a concubine to warm the bed is also beautiful. Evil husband swept his eyes at these foreign women and couldn't help but frown, secretly saying that these people could really belong to the wolves, and such goods could be so enthusiastic. Not to mention him who was caught in speechlessness, the generals could be described as enthusiastic, lining up to count up the number of beheadings. The wicked man watched them with boredom, sitting on the ground around the dying campfire, casually adding a few handfuls of firewood and continuing to turn the already cold leg of lamb. I don't know how long it took, but the evil husband's leg of lamb had all finished chewing on one, and Wan Li's few people came from the distance. Evil husband swept his eyes at the three Zhanghan people who came together, and was somewhat speechless. What? Someone from the Black Dragon Xian Armor Army also wants to get involved? Zhanghan 3 people is the commander of the Black Dragon Xuanjia Army, under the command of the Hunger, is also very speechless, but it is not good to let the generals down. Can only come with a hard head. Wipe. Ordinary Qin pawns to be also, even if, thanks to the fact that they are still regarded by Lao Zi as the pearl in the palm of my hand, entrusted with important tasks, and starved into this? The wicked man couldn't help but rage. These Weljan women were only a little better than savages, pudgy and full of goat odor. How could they get into their eyes? The 3 Zhanghan men were silenced, hanging their heads down deeply, and were embarrassed by the hunger of the soldiers under their command. The evil husband shook his head and lost his smile as he sighed. In that case, you will divide it according to your military merits. Yes, General. Will evil husband loose mouth? Zhanghan 3 people also relieved. 5 people turn around and spread out to run. That look as if afraid of the other 4 people first will be better posture of the woman snatched away. The selection went on until the afternoon, and the thousands of Weljan women were all divided up. Even the ones in their 40s were picked off, and there was not a single one left. Evil husband bristled. What a bunch of livestock. Zhanghan, a few people heard, immediately digress. Asked, General, things are also done. We go back overnight or leave early tomorrow morning? At that, evil husband burst out laughing. Who says we're done? Those words froze a few people in their tracks. Now that Weljan had been completely overthrown, what was left undone? So that's why I'm the general and you're stuck with me. Wicked man sighed and whirled around. Why did Weljan dare to make a move? Several people said in unison, Moon is behind this. Wicked husband rolled his eyes. That's not it. The Yu clan is behind this. Well, Rong is a patsy at best. Killing them would only be half the job. Meng Tian exclaimed. Big brother, you're not thinking of make a move against Yuezhi, right? They're not Weljan. They're not good enough for us. Wicked husband didn't take it seriously and said in an undeniable tone. Wang Li, Meng 10. You two return with 10,000 soldiers from the Lantian camp and bring back all these women. I'll bring the Black Dragon Xuanja army with me to give the Yu clan 2 big smacks in the mouth so that it will learn a lesson. Seeing that his mind was made up, Wang Li and Meng Tian could only give up and turn around to arrange for his return. Wicked husband stood up, as if he had changed into a different person, and ordered in a deep voice, Black Dragon Xian Armor Army, follow this general to the land of Yuezhi, and if you have any thoughts about my qin, you should be ready to pay the price of preparation. Zhang Han hurriedly whispered, General, none of us knows where Yuezhi is. How should we go? Wicked husband smiled mysteriously and arrogantly said, either that I can be a general. Before I came I inquired with the Wu Tom's outlet about the Yuezhi resident. Good. Zhang Han 3 people convinced, other things never see him use his brain. Only kill this piece can have a lot of brains. 300 miles from this place, there are 6 moon tribes. All of them beheaded as interest. Build a capital view to deter the barbarians. The evil husband's cold words, however, caused Zhang Han's 3 men to be flooded with hot blood, and immediately rolled onto their horses and drank in unison. I'm willing to travel with the general. The night was low, the wind was cold, and the iron cavalry of the Black Dragon Xian Armor Army shone coldly in the moonlight. Wicked husband stood at the forefront of the group, his gaze like a torch, looking straight ahead at the flickering firelight of the moon tribe. Kill! With the evil husband's order, the army surged forward like a tidal wave, and the sound of the horses' hooves shook the heavens and moved the earth, as if they were going to tear the silent night sky apart. Thousands of years of resentment, starting with air, the evil husband himself charged forward, and each of his slashes was precise and deadly, as if the god of death had descended, and those who touched it would die. A tribe of several thousand people was reduced to death in a matter of moments. And under the iron hooves of the Black Dragon Xian Armor Army, the men, women, and children did not have any room for resistance at all. Brethren, take the heads of the barbarians and stack them into a capital view, casting the commandment that my qin state cannot be dishonored. Upon hearing the order, the generals immediately began to take action, carrying knives to chop off the heads of the corpses, and following the evil husband's instructions to neatly yard them one by one, stacking them up into a kyokan. Spectacular! Wicked husband looked around and nodded as if in affirmation, then rolled onto his horse and led his men on to the next moon tribe. After a night of speeding, the sky had just broken, and the Black Dragon Xian Armor Army had quietly approached yet another Yu clan tribe. Finally, when the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds and shone on the land, evil husband saw the right moment and gave an order, and the Black Dragon Xian Armor Army rushed into the tribe like a tiger descending from the mountain. The Yuezhi were caught off guard by this sudden attack and scattered. Wicked husband himself led his elite and attacked straight away, decapitating the tribal leader. For a while, the tribe wailed, and the Yuezhi people scattered in all directions, chased down the escapee, and afterward, let's take a break here. Glancing at the sky, the wicked man knew that continuing the generals would be too much for them. Chapter 70. I don't believe that no one in Yuezhi understands the old qin character. General, can they read what we've written? Looking at the generals who were busy sharpening wooden boards to carve characters, Zhang Han couldn't help but scratch his head. The wicked husband did not look away and snorted. I just can't believe that in a Yuezhi as big as his, there is not a single person who can read and understand the qin character? Can't really say. Ernio and Chunning also strongly agreed with Zhang Han's words. Sooner or later they'll get it. Books with the same text, cars with the same track, can not only flow only in the land of China. The achievements of the ancestral dragon deserve to be magnified. The evil husband's mouth spat out a few words one after another that made them puzzled. Later generations will say that in the 5,000 years of history, there are countless people of amazing talent, and what they lack is not ability or strength. What's missing? What's missing is that map of the world. And the first emperor recognized by posterity as capable was this Shi Huangdi, who said that the qin of tigers and wolves could attack the world. He really wanted to see if he could lead the great Qin Iron Horseman to conquer the world with his assistance, and after telling the map of the world to the first emperor. Of course, he was also very disgusted with the construction of the Great Wall, and it seems that Tang Taizong was the only one who didn't build the Great Wall, and he had to extinguish it from the source of the first emperor. As the saying goes, the strongest defense is offense, and instead of losing a lot of manpower and material resources to build the Great Wall, it is better to turn it into a war effort and fight it out. Hey! That's one less miracle. I'm afraid it's going to be less of a tourist attraction in the future. A teasing smile appeared on the evil husband's face at the thought. General, the lettering is finished. Hearing the voice, Evil husband came back to his senses from his cluttered thoughts. Sweeping the powerful words, he revealed a satisfied smile. The words are well written. I didn't expect that there are intellectuals in our Black Dragon Xian armor army. Although he didn't know what intellectual meant, he thought it was still a compliment to himself. This Black Dragon Xian armor army immediately said, Pawn, Zhang thank you for the general's compliment. When I was a child, my family was quite wealthy for a few years, so I learned to write for a few years, and then my family did not fall. Zhang good name. The corners of evil husband's mouth twitched before he patted his shoulder. This general will remember you. Do a good job. Zhang was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. Without further ado, evil husband raised his head and looked at the sky. The U-clan members who escaped last night should have all run far away. Soon the news will spread throughout the U-clan tribe, and it's time for us to go back in triumph. Yes, the three Zhanghan knew what he meant and turned to leave to go forward to organize the generals to gather. The evil husband stared with both eyes at the large letters on the wooden board in front of him. Those who violate Great Qin are executed. It always felt like something was missing. There. After contemplating for a moment, his eyes snapped open. Zhang use the blood of the Moon Clan to dye the wooden boards red, or else it will always feel less murderous and overpowering. Zhang rushed into action. The floor was full of corpses and blood that gathered into small puddles, and soon the wooden boards were completely stained red. Okay, stick this board in front of the camp entrance under appearance and let's go. Evil husband left with the Black Dragon Xian armor army in the direction of Qin, leaving only a mess and the Jingguan behind him. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Wicked husband returned to Jinyang city in the early morning, and he instructed Zhang Han and his men to return to Zhushan with their generals first, and then he went to the palace alone to meet Ying Zhang and attend the court meeting in the meantime. The other side, those homeless Yuezhi people could only look for the nearest tribe, and thus also spread the news of Qin's soldiers attacking Yuezhi. Lunar Royal Court. Report dash. Your Majesty, Qin sent troops into my Yu clan's territory and slaughtered 6 of my tribes, including all of the Nesan tribe. And, the Moon Clan's great king Tuo Moa's hand holding the wine cup stopped in midair. His face was cold and icy, and he scolded in a low voice, and what and? Quickly say. The young scout gulped. They slaughtered all the men, women, and children of the tribe and stacked their heads in a small mountain at the entrance to the tribe. At this point in the conversation, only to hear a loud bang, Tumo Mao will overturn the table in front of him, the fruits and roasted meat on it scattered all over the place, his chest heaving violently. Qin, how dare you? Tuo Mao's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he could not wait to lead a counterattack against Qin right now. Your Majesty, still please calm down. The man sitting in the third position on its right hand stood up. If the Wustan's outlet here certainly recognized this person, is that day he bumped into that Yuezhi man? This person's name is Hungry Zhina, from the Hungry branch of the Yu clan, whose tribe can be ranked in the top 3 in the entire Yu clan. I only heard him nod his head and say, Great King, although the Qin people have had many frictions with us, they are not so sudden to make a move. There must be a reason for it. Tuomo weekdays quite valued Hungry consulting that, on its talent is quite beloved, immediately suppressed anger and asked, in your opinion, what is the reason? To be honest, if he wants to seek revenge, he also has to weigh. The country of the Central Plains is strong. All kinds of great generals are endless, not to mention the state of Qin, which is the best of them all. Over the years, the Yuezhi, Xiongnu, Donghu and other tribes have had many frictions with the countries of the Central Plains, but they have never dared to make a big move because they can't beat. Otherwise, with his irascible temper he simply could not suppress his anger and would have already ordered his soldiers to lead his men to seek revenge. Hungry Xena pinched his brow and sighed. Your Majesty, I think it's because of Well-Roan. Where on earth did Qin get the news from? After half a day's hard thinking, he couldn't figure out where he'd let the cat out of the bag. Tuama sniffed, his face even more gloomy. This matter cannot blame others. At first it was his eyes red, wanting to get a piece of the pie, and now did Qin hit the door. It is normal. This is a matter that must not end here. Thinking about it, Tumo still can't let go of this bad anger in his heart. So the clan was all beheaded. Even the women and children were not spared. How can this Qin dare? Even if he had always been brutal, he wouldn't have decapitated a child who was no more than wheel high. Great King, please listen to me. There was a hint of anxiety in Hungry Zhina's tone. Qin has been growing in strength in recent years, and its army is even more valiant and battle-hardened. Not something that my Yu clan can easily contend with. If we hastily raise an army at this time, I'm afraid that instead of being able to avenge our people, we will attract the attention of other tribes. When Tumu heard the words, Although the anger in his eyes had not completely subsided, a hint of hesitation flashed. He knows that what Hungry Consultant said is not false. The power gap between Yuezhi and Qin. He is more clear than anyone else. Then what do you think we should do? Tuo Mao asked in a deep voice, his tone filled with helplessness and resignation. Hungry Consulting Na pondered for a moment. A touch of sinister flashed in the bottom of his eyes, and slowly said, Your Highness, Turkic and Eastern who think that they must be very jealous of Qin's business as well. Why don't we join forces with them and put pressure on Qin? Since they can trade with the Roans, they can also trade with us. But the price. Speaking of this, he revealed a meaningful smile at Tuo Mao. When Tuo Mu heard this, a trace of appreciation flashed in his eyes, still very much recognizing Hungry Zena's wisdom. So, he nodded and said, Good, as you say. You immediately go and arrange these things. Be careful and cautious. There must not be the slightest mistake. Hungry Consulting that led the order and went, but the heart is secretly thinking, this is how to get some benefits? After all, his father was the patriarch of the Hungry branch. Chapter 71 Best Backstabber. Inside the palace of Zhengtai. Your Majesty, this year's heavy snowfall is all over the place, and the crops in the coming year will be good. Taitsong order Mankan wanted to renew his relationship and finish the ass-kissing that was interrupted by the messenger last time. And yet, I don't want to. Muggles again this time. General Wicked Husband has arrived. A long drink from outside the temple made Mankan want to cry. Just want to kiss a horse's ass so hard? A sound of heavy footsteps came from far and near, and all eyes looked in unison at the entrance of the great hall that was illuminated by the sunlight. Your Majesty, the last general has returned and has come to see Your Majesty. A voice with a hint of coldness in its hoarseness reached the ears of the crowd, and a figure reflecting the sunlight appeared within their line of sight. Good morning, fellow officers. The evil husband stepped into the hall, not forgetting to wave his hand toward the officials present with a smile on his face. This butcher doesn't know how many people he has beheaded again. As he walked into the hall, a slightly fishy odor spread out from his body, and the hearts of the crowd marveled. Sitting at the top of the table, the corner of Ing Zhang's mouth curled up into a smile. It's good to be back. Did the trip go well? The evil husband sniffed and stretched out 2 fingers for a pinch, saying proudly, Take it as you please. Yes. Ing Zhang nodded slightly, his eyes signaling evil husband to go back and stand where he belonged. Evil husband arched his hand and walked straight to the line of military generals, standing behind Meng Artery and Wang Jian, with generals Huan Yi and Yang Duanhe on his right hand. Meng Chan swept his eyes at the evil husband, holding his face red, and wondering if he should continue the unfinished horse's ass. Reese arched his hand slightly at the evil husband with a kind smile on his face, and the evil husband nodded his head slightly in response. The hall actually fell into a surprising silence. Many ministers were scratching like cats in their hearts, their eyes scanning back and forth between Ing Zhang and evil husband, wishing to give them a big mouth. Anyone who knows that the evil husband took someone out to seek revenge. Why did one come back without asking and the other without saying anything? Meng Qing, continue. Ing Zhang's slightly childish voice rang out. Meng Chan immediately stood out, and said in a spirited manner, Your Majesty, as the saying goes, snow is an omen of a good year. This year's grain harvest is bound to be plentiful, and it coincides with His Majesty's pro-regime, so it's really a good omen of heaven's favor. I thought that after the fall harvest, the tax could be raised by 10% as a way to enrich the national treasury. Although Ing Zhang was a young man and knew that this was flattering himself, he still could not control his happiness. It was true, as Meng Chan had said, that when he was not in power, the year was not good, and there was not enough food. This pro-government, immediately a large harvest, it seems to really have God's favor. With food, I'll be able to do something. Ing Zhang's mind became more and more active as he thought about it, sweeping his eyes over the imposing military generals, and his heart even gave birth to an ambition to set about sweeping the 6 kingdoms. With this in mind, Ing Zhang spoke in a deep voice. Very well, I'll give you the full authority of Ji Li's inner history, so you can order the local authorities to promote a great grain harvest in Qin. Increase the smelting of agricultural tools to improve the efficiency of the people's farming, and the widow will be heavily rewarded when the time comes. Jili Nashi, a group of large and small officials, are excited, all out of the column arching their hands to salute. This time their power has skyrocketed, and as a hand of Meng Chan is the heart of ecstasy, this time his position can be said to be upward. In the 9 ministers of authority also further, Ing Zhang stood up, looked directly at Meng Chan with a stony gaze, and said word for word, Grain is the root of my Qin's eastward expansion, and I hope that you will pay good attention to it. His tall body is like a sheathed sword, radiating a thrilling momentum. He looked around at the courtiers present. His voice was like a loud bell. A word. There are more than a dozen ways to write it, and do not recognize each other, the same as the Huaxia Yanhuang, but each say their own words. How is this not a split? The loud voice echoed in the empty hall, as if it was a continuous thunderstorm that lasted for a long time. The implication in those words is just cutie pie. All heard and understood. The civil and military officials were shocked and looked at Ying with astonishment. After the military generals were shocked, their eyes became hot, and each one of them was red in the face and couldn't wait to order troops to go out and fight in the east to conquer the 6 countries. Meng Chan completely lost his previous complacency. The corners of his mouth were twitching. How can he pat his ass and even Ying patted on the tide? Why are we still doing this to the 6 nations? They say it's a bumper crop of food, but they don't say they're just going to fill up granaries all over the place. This mouth of mine. Feeling several lines of sight as sharp as knives falling on him, Meng Can couldn't wait to shake his hand and give himself 2 big mouths. He had no choice but to harden his heart and dissuade him. Your Majesty, a good grain harvest needs to be accumulated over the years. Which, I think that the matter of the East out, is better to wait a few years for the time being. Besides, the strength of the 6 countries should not be underestimated. With my great Qin's current reserves, it is still difficult to support Ying looked askance, crossed his eyes at Meng Chan, who was covered in cold sweat, and shouted, "What are the 6 kingdoms? I will take Qin's iron cavalry and strike down a great frontier. Let the books be written in the same language, and the carts in the same track, and the 9 states in the same place." At this moment, Ying Zhang's entire body appeared to be somewhat insane. I, for one, second the motion. Li Xian paced out of the line and said in a loud voice, "Your Majesty is wise. I, Qin, am in possession of the army of tigers and wolves, so why should I be afraid of the 6 countries? Why don't we list our strategies now and go east to conquer the 6 countries? There are always those who look at the situation, and Li Xian is one of them. When there was no evil husband, he was the youngest general in the court, but since evil husband appeared, all the limelight had been snatched away from him, and how could he, who was also a young man, be willing to submit to a brat? As long as he pulls off an eastward exit, he is confident that he is absolutely no weaker than anyone else, even the veteran generals Wang Jian and Meng Yi. I second the motion. I think General Li's words are feasible. For a while, the military generals in the courtroom opened their mouths in support. Only Wang Jian, Meng Arnold, Huan Yi and the other veteran generals were silent, their brows even furrowed into a frown, fearing that Ying Zhang would agree to Li Xian's and the others' proposal. Meng Artery was just about to step forward to advise Ying Zhang, but Wang Jian pulled back and gave a meaningful look to Evil Husband. Meng Arnold immediately understood and also looked at Evil Husband with his eyes fixedly. Li Si was a resourceful man, and he didn't agree with declaring war on the 6 kingdoms right now, but seeing that the military generals were in a frenzy of excitement, how could he dare to stand up and stop them? Who dares to stop now? Whoever cuts off someone's money will be missed. He didn't want to be afraid to walk at night. It's a matter of who would be appropriate. As Reese mused, he dropped his gaze to the 2 upper generals, and then followed both of their gazes to Wicked Husband. His eyes snapped up. Yes, great. If there was anyone who would be suitable for this errand, it would have to be the Evil Husband. He was trusted by Emperor Shi Huangdi, and now with military power in his hands, he was on par with the generals, so he was the best candidate for the job. To put it bluntly, it's the best backstabber ever. Chapter 72, You Just Spoiled a Child. As more and more of the opposing ministers' eyes fell on the Evil Husband, the afterthought finally reacted. Asterisk. Is this ing me as a backstabber? The Evil Husband's gaze looked around the circle, taking in the eagerly hopeful looks of the ministers, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Good. He immediately spoke out. Great King, you know me. I like to chop people to make money and increase my rank. This matter, well, as his voice rang out, the hall fell silent in an instant. Li Xian and the others looked at him with surprise in their eyes. Many of them were not convinced by Evil Fu, but they had to admit that Evil Fu was definitely good at talking, and the Great King definitely gave him face. The faces of Reese and the others swished black. What an evil spirit! How could they pin their hopes on this unstable element? Wang Jian's heart fluttered and he pretended not to see the cannibalistic eyes of Meng Arsenal and the others. Wicked Husband's words took a steep turn. However, the words of Meng Taizong's order are also correct. Given my Qin's current reserves, it is not an opportune time to go to war. Just because it's windy one year doesn't mean it's the same every year. If we catch up with a disaster year and the battle is ever changing, if we are held up, won't it harm my great Qin? These words made Wang Jian and others give their thumbs up. And I am afraid that it is only the evil husband who dares to speak frankly. Some people are gloating, and their eyes are full of mockery. Meng can just boasted that the favorable weather conditions are the result of Zhang's secret will of heaven. And then you come back with such a remark? The envisioned thunderous anger didn't appear. Zhang nodded. You're right, it's the widow who's in a hurry. After that, he sat down again, a far cry from his earlier ambitions. Li Si and the others immediately sighed with relief when they saw this. And they all respectfully said, the king is wise, which is like stirring up a hornet's nest with that comment. Zhang instantly said angrily, Ming, what exactly has I done to be wise? Is it possible that you have gotten used to living in peace and have forgotten the legacy of the successive kings of Qin? This sudden fury made the officials in the temple puzzled. How come they were angry for good reason? The human expert Li Si sucked in a breath of cold air and realized that Zhang was holding his breath. And instead of targeting the evil husband, he was targeting them. Why does the great king need to be like this? Evil husband stepped forward at the right time and opened his mouth to ease the awkward and gloomy atmosphere in the hall. The anger on Zhang's face subsided and he showed a hint of a smile at evil husband. I haven't asked you yet if this trip went well. Destroy Rong, and slaughter the 6 Yu clan tribes in the process, and have their heads cast into the Beijing one, so that they can learn a good lesson. Wicked husband was calm, and continued with Zhang's words. Kyokan? The hall resounded with the exclamation of Meng artery. The last time I heard this word or Wuan Jun by Qi cast Jingguan to deter Zhao. I did not expect that it was actually made by the evil husband of this boy. The hall was silent, and everyone's even breathing became faint. Good. What a hill to climb. This killing embryos tactics are really endless, and it has never disappointed for this aspect of killing sex. General evil husband's move is wonderful. Li Si's eyes rolled in his bones and hurriedly voiced his compliments. Seeing that he had indeed attracted the attention of Zhang and evil husband as well as a group of ministers, he cleared his throat and continued. How much blood has been spilled and how many people have died as the ancestors of the old Qin people struggled to survive in the cracks of the foreigner's ambition. This is a world feud. For one thing. 2. As the saying goes, if an animal doesn't listen, it's good to give him a beating, and if that doesn't work, then it's enough for one time, to beat him until he's in pain, until he doesn't dare to show his teeth in. The hearts of those who are not of my race will be different. This move of the generals hurts the peace of heaven, but not the peace of my Chinese people. Either that or still have to be a cultural person. This scene said cannot be picked out a little bit of fault, so that all the people in the hall into contemplation. This Li Si, can be used and reused. Even if it's just for the sake of wiping the ass of that brat evil husband, it's still worth using. Zhang's gaze was filled with appreciation, and he even slightly nodded his head at Li Si in greeting. Just looking at the look in Zhang's eyes, Li Si was relieved, knowing that he had done the right thing in kissing his own ass. Don't look at the fact that he has become a court captain, and he is one of the 9 ministers, with the same status as evil husband. However, he is a trusted member of Zhang's inner circle and a general with military power, and his rank is even higher than his own. It was worth the ass kissing. 2 birds with 1 stone. General wicked husband. Mighty. The rising of Qin. The mighty. The 100 officials could only force themselves to endure the difficult situation, and followed in unison with a loud yell. Zhang's eyes looked at wicked husband. You and your soldiers have worked hard in this battle. You should be rewarded. Great king. Don't reward me this time. The brethren don't lack anything. Wicked husband quickly waved his hand at his words, his face full of refusal. Ouch. Meng Artie and other old acquaintances constantly winking at him. There is merit cannot not be rewarded. So will not let the king down? Wicked husband didn't take it seriously and smiled. Your Majesty, it's already the greatest reward to let me and my brothers go out to fight. How can we still take a double portion? Besides, the best reward for the generals has already been given. Zhang was also interested and asked, what kind of reward? Tell me what I want to hear? The corners of the evil husband's mouth hooked up a smile. The matter of giving the generals a daughter-in-law, said to the end is even more big talk up. My lord is truly guilty. The evil husband slapped his thighs. His face showed a trace of disappointment, and he said with hatred, this group of people, there is no one to remind me. It is a pity that those women of the moon. With hindsight, he then remembered that he had slaughtered the Yu clan tribe earlier, but not a single woman was left behind. If he had left them behind, how many of his brothers would have been able to solve the problem of passing on the family name? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Many of the civil officials turned red in the face and put on a look of disgrace. That's not true. Oh, Wicked husband swept his eyes over the righteous indignation of the civil ministers and said softly, "There are 3 unfilial things and no posterity, and on the battlefield I'm their commander-in-chief general, so I'm bound to think about these things for them. You, or are you, or send away all the women in your house. I think you are full and hungry." The civil ministers who had been fingered by him were dumbfounded, not daring to meet his gaze at all. Snap, snap. Jinyang stroked his palm and laughed with a very happy smile. How true, but as long as the generals are happy, I have no problem with it. This move will also greatly increase my Qin's population, and in a decade or so it will become a tiger and wolf army again. Well, that's really something. No wonder you're the king. Spoil the child. You spoil the child as hard as you can. How is it that you're able to round up any kind of sophistry when it comes to the evil husband? Everyone was dumbfounded, and the ministers' hearts were filled with slander. But since Jinyang had spoken, they didn't dare to continue speaking even if they had any opinions. Chapter 73, Accumulating food widely, practicing greatly, and researching weapons. Miscellaneous matters settled. The temple once again fell into silence. No one was up there to preach, and according to the usual practice, it was time for Jinyang to get up and announce the dismissal of the court, and the crowd was ready for it. Gentlemen, the widow still has a hard heart. Who can list a plan to hasten the day of my Qin's emergence from the east? I am. Respectfully. The ministers rolled their eyes in unison, barely choking themselves. The temple is full of stammering voices. No one opened their mouths to say something useful. Jinyang's punch came out of nowhere, and now that they haven't slowed down, how can they think of anything dry in their heads? Even the ever-savvy Reese was too late to react. My lord, the last general has something to say. All eyes looked in unison to the source of the familiar voice, and when they saw that it was the evil husband speaking, they were again somewhat disappointed. What good fart can come out of this grandson's mouth? It's still not the same thing as dancing with swords and guns and being simple and rough. Only Jinyang was very proud of himself and said with great interest, "Oh, tell me, what's your good plan?" In everyone's heart, the evil husband is a brainless and rough martial artist who only knows how to dance with swords and guns. But in the heart of Emperor Shi Huangdi there is something more. This kid has a belly full of bad water and dirty heart, just lazy to use it. If he were to get serious, in terms of intellect and insight, he would definitely not lose to any of the civil ministers and military generals present. Ahem. Evil husband cleared his throat, stretched out 3 fingers, and said in a loud voice, "Widely accumulate grain, greatly train soldiers, and research weapons. Widely accumulate grain, is now building a large canal, to be completed. My Qin grain production will be extremely abundant, can be the basis for the conquest, when all can enter and exit. Great training is the foundation of the military state. 100,000 elite soldiers can sweep the 6 countries, and 1,000,000 elite soldiers can sweep the barbarians under the sky. Han smelting, for the top of the 7 countries, the reason why the Black Dragon Xuanjia army can have today, but also all rely on the armor firm sword sharp. If you can get the South Korean smelting skills, the world will be pacified by a 3-pronged attack." The sound of rumbling echoed in the ears of the crowd, like thunder in the clear sky. Hiss, did this really come out of this killing embryo's mouth? The crowd couldn't help but fall into disbelief. Ha 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 ha. Jinyang laughed heartily, got up and paced down the platform, came straight to wicked husband and patted him on the shoulder and said, "It is really a blessing for me to have you." Thinking about that year, he was suppressed by Lu Buwei. All the power was hollowed out by Lu Buwei and his mother, and the whole court, except for a few old ministers, did not pay attention to himself as a great king at all. It's the evil husband. He's the one who punched Lu Buwei and stomped on Lao Ai, hardwired to take back as much power as he could before he was in power today. Otherwise, I don't know how long I'd have to hold back. With this in mind, Jinyang said something that surprised everyone in the audience. Since you have already made up your mind, this matter will be under your full authority, and I will wait for your good news. Ha ha ha. After saying that, he put his hands behind his back and left in big strides, leaving behind only that string of unrestrained and refreshing laughter. When the crowd saw Jinyang leaving, they all gathered around with a crash. Yang Duan has said in a sour tone, "Kid, these brothers are also counted as your seniors. When up to you uncle. You cannot let us cold hard That's right, we brothers are old. Not as young as you have those thoughts, but the only thing that you must put on the agenda as soon as possible is the matter of fighting the war." Anie and a group of other veteran generals also opened their mouths to speak. It would be a lie to say they're not impressed. They want to fight, too. Nay, older, less reckless bloodthirsty young people. consider things more comprehensively, but definitely does not mean they do not want to. Wicked husband pressed his hands down and said soothingly, "Don't worry, generals, wicked husband is more anxious than anyone else. Give me some time and I dare to guarantee that you will have endless battles to fight." Well, I've seen this boy as a piece of work since he was a child. Who said no? Really young talent. In look at my family that come boy. Dog is not the stuff. Receiving a satisfactory reply, the military generals joked and laughed as they left in pairs, and the words that came out of their mouths made the wicked man unable to hold his tongue. The military generals had just left on the front foot, and the civil ministers had gathered around on the back foot. Li Si arched his hand and said in a svelte manner, "Congratulations, General, for being deeply valued by the king." "Nonsense. As courtiers, we are here to assist the king and rule the world. We can't do it without anyone." Evil husband hurriedly waved his hand and spoke with a humble face about the scene. These words satisfied these civil ministers, who always liked to show off their vanity, and each of them laughed heartily and praised the evil husband for his youthfulness. "General, if there's anything you need, just ask. We will absolutely give our full support." After dropping such a sentence, the civil ministers turned and left. Unlike the straightforward military generals, the civil ministers were a bit more subtle, but the enthusiasm on their faces was undisguised. The 3-point development plan put forward by the evil husband, 2 of which seemed to be related to the military. But in fact, in addition to practicing military, the other 2 can be their civil affairs. It is much harder for civil servants to get promoted than for military generals. So why should all the benefits go to the military generals? They also want to remain famous in history and leave a heavy mark in the annals of Qin. Returning to the mansion, before his butt was even warmed up, wicked husband heard his subordinates report that Wang Li and Meng Tan were visiting. "Bring them in." Evil husband sighed and hastily took a large gulp of water. A short while later, the 2 brothers came side by side, and just as they arrived at the lobby, they yelled at the top of their lungs, Big brother, we're here." Watching the 2 of them rejoice, the evil husband was a world away. Once upon a time, when he first joined the army, Meng Tian was already the leader of his leaders, and even his own Shirkai was rewarded by a word from him. Nowadays, this kid had no skin, shouting one big brother after another, and his own height had reached the level of equality with his grandparents. It's true that a teenager is never poor, the proud son of heaven, nothing more than that. The evil husband shook his head, his face full of smugness. The 2 of them, Meng Tian, were unsure and looked at each other before asking, "Big brother, what kind of reward did the king give?" Wicked husband, looking at the 2 men's expectant eyes, his face was filled with embarrassment. "How could you forget about the brothers when you were so busy pretending to be a pussy?" This evil husband scratched his head and carefully said, "This credit is too small. Save it. Save enough for big brother to ask for a general for the 2 of you. Otherwise one small feat at a time. At best, you'll get some money and silver, and you're not short of it. To say that the 2 are also the landlord's stupid son, naturally do not see those money things." Suddenly nodded repeatedly, loudly praised, "Big brother cattle, but also big brother has a way. That's natural." Chapter 74. I'm copying my offspring here too. Happy holidays to all, and I'm going to start playing. After the banter and chit-chat ended, the underlings brought in wine and rice, and the 3 of them were seated immediately. "Did you 2 rush here for this reward thing?" Evil husband asked as he stuffed his mouth with food and looked at the 2. Meng Tian opened his mouth to explain, "Big brother, my grandfather and father came back from the court to give you just a round of appreciation, saying that you are courageous and invincible, and that you have a great strategy." "Right." Wang Li picked up the conversation. "That's not why we let the 2 of us come over and follow you. Make a move or something." Evil husband revealed a hint of enlightenment. The most important thing for a family to pass on is talent. At least every generation needs to have a talent that can set the stage. The old men of the 2 families, this is their intention to use themselves to cultivate these 2 boys. Yes, it's just as well I need an errand boy, so you 2 can stay with me. Wicked husband naturally will not refuse. Not to mention the friendship with the elders of the 2 families. Is the last time Wang Jian and Meng Arsenal for him to stand up for the favor? He also have to return it, is not it? Moreover, the 2 people with their own temperament. A big brother shouting. Meng Tian is even more on their own to promote the grace. He cannot care? The evil husband picked up his wine cup and gently took a sip, a deep light flickering in his gaze as if he could see into the hearts of the people. "However, staying by my side is not as simple as just running errands. You guys have to be mentally prepared. The next road may be much tougher than you think." When Meng Tian heard this, his eyes became even more determined as he patted his chest and laughed bashfully. Big brother, don't worry. Since we decided to follow you, we are already prepared. Besides, we can still learn a lot by following you. Wang Li also chimed in. Yes, big brother evil husband. We're not afraid of hard work. We're not afraid of being tired. We're just afraid of not having the opportunity. Just go ahead and order us. We will do our best and never let you down. Evil husband looked at the fighting spirit of the two men and nodded in his heart. There is no need to say more about Meng Ten, the future Ding Ding Meng brothers of Qin, and Wang Li. Although his achievements are a bit worse, his loyalty to Qin is also not a problem. Nurtured. The achievements definitely far exceed those of them in history. Good. Since you all have such determination, then I won't say anything more. The evil husband put down his wine cup and his expression became serious. Go back later and pack up your fine things, and live in my mansion for the next few days. By the way, call Zhang Han, Li Baliang, and Zhang Erhe together. Meng Tian and Wang Li looked at each other. Their faces became serious. Big brother, we will go back to clean up now. This wine and food will wait until our brothers arrive tonight to eat together. With that, the two men got up and left at a brisk pace. Walking to the door, Meng Tian's footsteps lurched as he turned back and asked, Big brother, where are Anie and Chunning? Evil husband shook his head. Send someone to tell the two of them that the Black Dragon Xian armor army will be under their full command for the rest of the day, and that Zhang Han will be transferred to my side to take orders. Good. The two didn't say or ask much, assuming that the evil husband had other plans. Ugh. Looking at the departing figures of the two, the evil husband sighed repeatedly. He was progressing so fast that Anie and Chunning, two fellow teenagers, were no longer able to keep up, as was the case with Teen Yo back then. The two were originally countryside teenagers, got him to take care of to this day, but the innate limitations are there, already not suitable to continue in the upward climb. Now that countless things were waiting for him to take care of, there was no way for him to cultivate the duo hand in hand. Rather than continuing to sharpen them in the Black Dragon Xian armor army, leave it to the future to have the right opportunity to bring up the two is. It's night. The people gathered together. Even the Utams were called by the evil husband. The evil husband raised his cup and said, All of you are people I trust in the evil husband, and I've called you here today to prepare for what's coming next. Li Baliang kindly smiled. General's plan is wonderful. Baliang admires it. Precise and effective. Completely applicable to the present-day Qin. Alright, there are no outsiders, so don't say such words. Evil husband was a bit embarrassed. He was also plagiarizing from the descendant Li Shanchang, only slightly modified in general. The crowd laughed and began to mingle. After 3 rounds of wine, the food is over. Evil husband put away the smile on his face, looked at the crowd, and suddenly said in a deep voice, Meng Tian, Zhang Han, General, but please command. Big brother, you say. The two of them hurriedly straightened their colors and their eyes regained their clarity. They had waited for this moment. Wicked husband mused for a moment and said, Tomorrow morning, draw talents from all the pawns in my Qin territory and let go of them to practice them for me. Zhang Han is in charge of training. Assisted by Meng Tian, Zhang Han had grown up step by step with the Black Dragon Xian armor army, and knew his own set of training methods like the back of his hand, so it was most appropriate for him to be the instructor. Meng Tian is nominally an auxiliary, but in fact, it is also to let him follow the training and learning, and in the future also be unique. Baliang, I'll leave the matter of military weapons to you. No one else can do this matter. The evil husband's gaze was full of trust. Don't look at this ugly monster halfway through his career. His loyalty was absolutely fine, and that is comparable to the 14th-generation CPU brain. Dealing with military weapons manufacturing such a lot of trouble involved in the most appropriate. Absolutely can put everything in order. You Toms, I need you to increase the scope of your trade and open up a real trade route. And, speaking here, the look on his face became a few more points more serious. This general needs you to collect detailed information on the location of the neighboring kingdoms and tribes, their affluence, and so on. This is the most important thing. Wu's Tom's shoes for sale many years. Head reaction speed is extremely fast. Instantly understand the intention of the evil husband. Immediately said in a deep voice, General, rest assured, as long as by your support, I can open up a greatly trade routes. Understanding that he had heeded his meaning, the wicked man did not continue to speak further. Seeing that everyone had arranged their tasks but only himself, Wang Li was a bit impatient to speak. Seeing this, evil husband revealed a hint of a smile and said softly, Wang Li, from today onwards, you will follow me, okay? No problem, big brother. Wang Li nodded his head repeatedly with a very excited smile on his face. Being able to follow the evil husband was far better than going to do other things. Come on, keep eating and drinking. Oh, an alliance? The king of Xiongnu looked at the Yuezhi envoy in front of him, his face constantly changing. Yes, the Yuezhi messenger nodded and said in a deep voice. Qin opened up trade and made a fortune. Are you not moved by this? Shan Yu? Qin opened trade. This matter has long been rumored. Not to mention the countries of the Central Plains. Even if they are, these foreigners are greedy to death. If they can get the needed supplies without spending a single soldier, when they are little cute, would they be willing to go to war with the Central Plains with swords and spears? He had sent people to seek out the Rong people before, trying to exchange supplies from them, but the price was just too high, far exceeding the Qin people by several times. He was not short of cattle, sheep and horses, but he did not want to be the wrongdoer, and the matter ended there. Chapter 75, Envy the big house you'll have when you die. I wish you all a happy National Day. Do not spray me these days, lazy. Yesterday with 2 girls outside to play. In order to update today, I froze to run back to code words. Touched not? Hearing that the king of the Huns was still hesitating, the Yuezhi envoy continued to add fuel to the fire. Since the Qin can trade with the Rong, they can likewise trade with us. What is the virtue of the Rons who have retired to the mountains and chosen them but not to trade with us by trade and commerce? These words really angered the king of Huns, only to see his face instantly become furious, with a cold light constantly flickering under his eyes. What do you, the king of the moon, want to do? When the ambassador heard this, his heart was immediately happy, and he hurriedly said, destroy the Rong people and cut off Qin's trade and commerce, so that he will have to follow us. Hey! The king of Xiongnu's eyes flickered as he looked at the envoy and said meaningfully, the Rong people are not what they used to be, but that territory is not small. Divided into 3, Moon, will take the smallest land. Before he came, this matter has already got the instructions of Hungry Consulting Na. Yu's territory is very big. Really do not look down on the Rong people's territory located in the deep mountains and old forests. As long as you can hold the trade, that's what makes money. The Yuezhi is different from the Huns and the East Hu, but behind them there are a lot of small countries that exist, and they are also extremely important to these things in the Central Plains. What's the harm in giving up our territory to the Huns? The king of Xiongnu became as enthusiastic as fire, and hurriedly greeted the envoys to take their seats, and even ordered his guards to fetch roasted meat in the middle of the night. Envoys see it so, heart also know this matter is considered stable, and hasten to smilingly accompany the king of Xiongnu chat up. At the same time, this scene also appeared in the Eastern Hu royal court. The Yuezhi, in conjunction with the Xiongnu and Donghu, want to snatch Qin's current trade away from them. And as long as the lingering Rongs are exterminated, Qin will then have no choice but to do business with them. At that point, the price will be out of Qin's hands. Unless Qin had the absolute strength that could crush their 3-way alliance across the board. It would just have to wait to send money outward. For half a month in a row, Jinyang city could be described as extraordinarily lively. The evil husband once again ordered the formation of 3 elite units to be selected in the national army. This excited the entire Qin army and soldiers, and the locally selected elites rushed to Jinyang to take the final test. Not to mention this, at this moment in the Jinyang palace the evil husband was going toe-to-toe with Ing Zhang. Your Majesty, what kind of mausoleum are you repairing at such a young age? How unlucky is that? Evil husband looked at Ing Zhang with a speechless expression on his face. Ing Zhang was equally cold and stern, not budging an inch. You kid, do you want me to die and stay in that 3-foot place where I can't see the sun? Humph. Ha! The two crossed their eyes, neither of them letting the other go, and the scene came to a standstill. Your Majesty, General. Li Baliang carefully looked at the 2 men and whispered, can you listen to a word from my humble servant? Both of them looked at Li Baliang at the same time. If you have something to say it. Li Baliang was relieved and first said to the evil husband, General, the king's mausoleum is a top priority. It's normal and reasonable for the king not to allow it. Evil husband raised his sword brows, his eyes full of threats. I asked you to come along and advise Ing Zhang. How come you suddenly defected? Li Baliang's heart trembled as he hurriedly continued. But great king, what the general said is indeed correct. Now that you are not yet crowned, the construction of the mausoleum is indeed a bit. He didn't dare to say it was unlucky straight out like the evil husband, so he could only stammer up, look at that, my lord. Li Baliang directly skipped this topic and pulled out a few thin pieces of wooden boards from his arms, which were engraved with the graphics of several types of weapons and armor. Ing Zhang reached out and took it and scrutinized it. Your Majesty, This is all a new style of sword and armor designed by the general himself, and the material used will no longer be bronze, but the same fine iron as the Black Dragon Xian armor army, as long as manpower is invested to increase the mining of iron ore. And when the generals all change to the same equipment as the Black Dragon Xian armor army, who in this world can still hold back my great Qin soldiers? Li Baliang looked so excited that he even raised his tone of voice, startling Ying Zhang. My humble servant should be damned. My humble servant should be damned for disturbing your majesty. He hastened to apologize, fearing that he would be punished for disturbing the king even though his ambition had not yet been fulfilled, and that would be a bit of a loss. Nothing. Ying Zhang waved his hand, his eyes looking at evil husband. Is this matter serious? The evil husband didn't even look at him, nodding slightly, looking like he didn't want to talk to him, still sulking. Yo ho, are you giving me a bad look? Ying Zhang couldn't help but snicker at the situation, and then helplessly said, since this is a matter of strengthening my Qin state, as a great king, I can't add to the chaos, so I'll let you take care of this matter. Ha ha, your majesty is wise. I admire you. Upon hearing this, the evil husband immediately laughed out loud, with a smile on his brow. Where could he see a trace of displeasure? It was a far cry from the aggravated look of the party. After laughing for a moment, evil husband put away his smile and said seriously, Your Majesty, don't say that I, as a subject, am disrespectful. How can any good living person go to repair a mausoleum? Even if you wait until you're not confused to build it, I don't bring much to say about it. That makes sense. Ying Zhang pondered for a moment, a hint of deep thought flashing in his eyes. However, all ancient kings emphasize their afterlife. Not just me. However, it would be more appropriate to utilize all of this energy and resources to strengthen Qin. The great king is wise. I admire it. Li Baliang arched his hand and saluted, his face slightly slowed down. I dare to propose that all of the Lishan penitentiaries will be put into the mining and smelting of iron mines, and gather the craftsmen to increase the manufacturing of new types of weapons. In this way, it not only conforms to the time and place, but also meets the needs of my Qin to strengthen the army and enrich the people. Well, this matter is feasible. Ying Zhang nodded his head in agreement, his eyes glittering with a vision of the future, when my great Qin iron horsemen are wearing hardened armor, sweeping across the 6 kingdoms and unifying the world. My tomb will be a tomb with the world as its tomb, and will be revered by all the world. Great king is ambitious. The world will be unified. Li Baliang gave a deep salute, his eyes filled with optimism and hibernation for Ying Zhang. Look at this. This is a generation of male masters should look like. Not that pretense of the king of Wei can be compared. Listening to the conversation between the two men, Malcolm fell back into a state of disorientation. Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum can be said to be unique in later times. Its mystery is very. Do not know how many people want to explore the mind. It is only due to technical limitations. Has not dared to excavate, and everything within it has not been able to appear in the eyes of the world. Zhenger doesn't have many hobbies either, other than opening up the frontier. He's just getting high and repairing the graveyard. This is good. The future scale of the mausoleum will be 100 times stronger, thousands of times. The future of those experts and scholars, I'm afraid it will be more headaches. Evil husband, what are you thinking? Ying Zhang's puzzled voice rang out, waking up evil husband who was lost in thought. Oh, it's all right. Here's envying you a big house when you die. The evil husband had a mouthful of words, and casually spat out a shockingly large disrespectful sentence. Li Baliang sniffed and his forehead was suddenly covered in cold sweat. It's over. It's over. Our general is going to die. Chapter 76 Reform of Agriculture in Mulberry. Oh, Ying Zhang kindly smiled and softly said, Don't worry. The love between you and me will not be abandoned in life and death. If you die first, you will be buried in the side chamber of the mausoleum, and you will be loyal in life and still archly accompany the widow after death. If I go first, I will mold the figurine body of air and always accompany it to sleep. These words were said so seriously that Li Baliang, who was standing by the side, was envious beyond words. You can pull it off. But the wicked husband didn't appreciate it at all and waved his hand. You're really counting on me. Not to mention that I have to saddle up for you when I'm alive, but when I'm dead, I still have to stand guard for you at the gate? Do you really think I'm a production team donkey? Production team? Ying Zhang had never heard of this word before and couldn't help but be a little curious. What is that? The evil husband's tone faltered, and then he fell into a deep thought. Nowadays, Qin has a strong army of tigers and wolves since Shanyang's change of law, but the success in this aspect of emphasizing agriculture and mulberry is not very good. In this era, everything else is empty talk. Who has food? Who is the big brother? Counting on the big ditch can only be one, but also need to be supplemented by other aspects. What's wrong with you? What are you thinking again? Zhang's face was a bit wary. Every time this kid just fell into contemplation, nothing good would come out of it. He even dared to hit on the idea of building his own mausoleum. What else would he not dare to do? Evil husband shook his head, swept his eyes at Li Baliang and Zhang, and said, "It's just that I suddenly feel that the current agricultural affairs are not very good." Zhang and Li Baliang looked at each other speechlessly. "Brother, please look at your position. You're a great general. Why are you even in charge of farming?" Zhang was speechless and casually asked, "You know about farming and mulberrying too? What's wrong with it? Amortize the ding into the land, unite the land with the ding, and abolish the population tax." The evil husband paused, gazing far into the distance, and continued, "In this way, the people will no longer be burdened with heavy taxes due to the large population in their families, and can farm with greater peace of mind, and the land can be fully utilized, so the agriculture and mulberry industry can naturally be revitalized." When Zhang heard this, his brows furrowed slightly. Although he was a great master of his generation, he didn't have any idea about this unheard-of tax reform. He turned his head and swept the eyes of Li Baliang. This person's appearance is not good, but its talent is indeed, as the evil husband said that. Li Baliang is also at a loss. Obviously this kind of profound financial tax policy is beyond his understanding. Not to mention how fruitful this law will be. It will be difficult to implement it. Zhang mused. For one thing, it will require a change in years of tax habits. Will the court accept it? Secondly, if the population tax is abolished, how will the revenue of the state treasury be secured? If the national capital is shaken as a result, it will be an unbearable burden. Wicked husband smiled slightly, as if he had already expected Zhang to have this concern, and explained calmly, "Your Majesty's concern is very true, but this is a long-term plan. As the old saying goes, food in times of chaos, gold in times of prosperity. Apportioned into the mu can stimulate the people's labor power, but also will greatly increase my Qin's population. More people, this labor will be more labor, arable land efficiency and reclamation of the land will also greatly increase. And, with more people, even if we Qin generals are all, we can drown the 6 kingdoms with a pile of people." His tone was extremely confident, carrying a feeling that made it unquestionable. Other wicked men dare not say so, but looking around the world, who is as industrious as the Chinese? Who is as obsessed as the Chinese with succession? You know, the genealogy thing can be spread from China to several small neighboring countries. As soon as that population tax is changed, and with little recreation, there's nothing left but farming to pass on. Waiting for a decade or so, Qin will inevitably see its population explode and change its face. Zhang nodded in his heart as he heard the words, and he was heartily approving of the evil husband's insights in this statement. He knew that the strength of a nation depended not only on military might, but also on economic prosperity and the attachment of the people. After all, isn't the basis of all this population and food? At this moment, his eyes were filled with excitement and surprise. Evil husband, a seemingly rough martial general, was actually thoughtful and visionary, and the surprises he brought to him were really increasing. Good, as you said. Let's try out this tax reform in the counties around Jinyang first. Do you think it's appropriate to give this matter to someone? Zhang decisively nodded his head in agreement, showing his decisiveness as a generation of emperors, seeking stability in danger. Evil husband pondered for a moment, shook his head and said, "Taitsong order Mengkan is smooth, has some ability, but it is difficult to be this big task. For such an important matter, it is necessary to find a person who is upright." The hall fell into silence. Li Baliang looks a little bored. He is new to the country. He is not familiar with the people in the courtroom at all. He cannot insert his mouth at all. "Phone Jack." Suddenly, Zhang's eyes lit up and he shouted in alarm. "Phone Jie?" Evil husband murmured softly, his mind coming out with a few words of records about this person. Phone Jie, a royal historian, was a man of integrity. He discussed the emperor's name with the Prime Minister Wang Au and the court minister Li Si, and honored the first emperor as Tai Huang. The order of the Son of Heaven was called System. The order of the Son of Heaven was called Imperial Decree, and the Son of Heaven called himself I. The emperor called himself I. This is all that is written about this man in the records, and it is thought that if it were not for the fact that he had discussed the numbering of the first emperor, there would not have been any record of him at all. This, the great king you take the idea is, to this person I am not familiar with. Evil husband scratched his head somewhat bitterly. If he had known that there was a present-day crossing, He would have listened carefully to the lectures in school before. Jinyang nodded. This man is upright. He doesn't know how to socialize as an official, but he acts justly. He was promoted by the late king to become the imperial historian. He never shows favoritism. He is a trustworthy person. Him then. I'll look for him later. Evil husband nodded. Jinyang heard this but shook his head repeatedly, then rushed to the accompanying official standing by the side and said, quickly go and summon imperial historian Feng Jiao here. Only after the official left with a bow of his hand did Jinyang explain with a bitter smile. This man. I'm afraid you won't be able to get him to do anything, so I'd better talk to him myself. He is the representative of Jinyang in the whole Qin Empire. Without the king's approval, he would dare to do something like this. That's all, and it still doesn't make sense to this Feng Jie, and you have to let him do it himself? What kind of old fart is this guy? Thinking about this, looking at Jinyang's ill-intentioned bad smile, he suddenly regretted a little. I don't think. You've got one of those guys, right? Thinking about it, the evil husband couldn't help but shiver, and quite a few images appeared in his mind. Every dynasty and every generation. There are more or less so a few head iron cubs, most like to go against the emperor. Nothing to spray a few words. Some of these people are famous for thousands of years, while others have graveyard grass hundreds of meters high, and these have a common problem. Not afraid to die. Open your mouth and do it. I won't listen to what you say, but you must listen to what I say. Chapter 77, Evil Husband, Your Majesty. I really only know a little bit about it. The gap of time waiting for Feng Jie to arrive was a bit boring for the three of them. Perhaps to ease the quiet atmosphere, Jinyang laughed. You kid. I really want to peel open your head to see how many strategies for ruling the world are stuffed inside. Even this farming and mulberrying thing you can come up with. You really have a sense of literary and military talent. These words of praise made the evil husband's face a little red with shame. He is a fart If it were not for the inexplicable huge power of the handle on his body and the 9 years of compulsory education in the latter days, coupled with the developed network and TV series, him, ain't one. Say the policy of spreading into the moo. That is also the product of Yongzhang. He is plagiarized. Which can frankly accept the praise? Your Majesty, you are overstating it. Evil husband waved his hands and said in a low voice, a little understanding, just a little understanding, but it's not worthy of such praise from the great king. Li Baliang sniffed his face full of questions, subconsciously stroked his too long-eyed beard. Nice guy. You've copied all your own verbiage? A slight understanding. Ha ha ha, what a slight understanding. Jinyang laughed extremely happily, his clear laughter traveling out a long way. Feng Jie, who was walking quickly, heard the sound of laughter and was puzzled as to what was wrong with Jinyang, laughing so happily and recklessly. What a violation of the king's etiquette. Later on, we must take him to court, or else we may not know what will become of him in the future. Jinyang stopped to smile and was just about to open his mouth to continue poking fun at evil husband when he heard a rush of footsteps. The three of them subconsciously looked towards the door of the temple. I only saw a middle-aged man dressed in rough linen clothes, panting, as if there was something big on fire. Your Majesty, as the Lord of Qin, how can you be so disrespectful in front of your subjects? Feng Jie didn't even get a chance to catch his breath before he started to angrily spray Jinyang, with that cross-eyed look of courage. General, Li Baliang secretly reached out and pulled the sleeve of the wicked husband, and asked in a lowered voice, have the officials of this Qin country always been so brave? The evil husband shook his head and said in a similarly low voice, I used to think that I was the only one, and that Qin would not allow someone so powerful to exist. Talking is talking. Making a scene is making a scene. You're ing awesome big time. Reprimanding my political brother in front of me? Evil husband muttered, and immediately dodged to Feng Jie, looking condescendingly at Feng Jie, raising his hand to give him a big mouth. Evil husband, stop it. Seeing the situation, Jinyang quickly came to his side and pulled his big, high-raised hand. For this slap to really go down, Feng Jie's little head would be smashed. This is Imperial Historian Feng Jiao. I was indeed a bit disrespectful just now. Jinyang squeezed out a hint of a smile and hastily winked towards the evil husband. You can't take action against people just because they're doing their job, and then those royal historians won't blow up and spray themselves? He didn't want evil husband to stir up a hornet's nest and have to help him carry this unwarranted disaster. Feng Jack, what's wrong with Feng Jack? Feng Jack doesn't have to observe the etiquette of a ruler and a minister? The evil husband wore a disdainful face, then the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Feng Jie, do you believe me when I make you cross the threshold? Doesn't he know that this is the royal historian Feng Jie? He didn't really want to kill Feng Jie, he was just scaring him and giving him a head start. so that he wouldn't give himself nothing to worry about later. Plus, he's annoyed with these imperialists. Its existence is nothing more than the formalism of the king. One moment the king wants the minister to die, the minister has to die, and the other moment to get so few idle fart-eating royal historians to label themselves. If the royal historians were really useful, where else would there be so many foolish kings and slanderous ministers? Get so many people to eat all day long. Nothing will spray spittle. It is better to save this expenditure for other purposes. No more. Even building a few red buildings. At least it is considered to increase revenue, is not it? Feng Jia was shocked by the cold as a flood beast eyes, like falling into an ice cave. His back was already wet with cold sweat. Secretly said that this son's killing heart is really not light. Humph. I've heard that Weiwei Lieutenant is decisive and resolute in killing, and is not afraid of heaven's punishment if he trespasses to do things that make people and gods angry. To say that this Feng Jiao is also a powerful master, even though he cannot help but fear the evil husband, but still do not retreat half a step, eyes looking straight at the evil husband, body straight, like that to be generous warrior. You who? Hardcore? Evil husband and Ing Zhang exchanged glances before nodding slightly. You really aren't afraid of death? Afraid of death? Others don't know. I, Feng Jiao, am not afraid of you. Feng Jia's face showed contempt as he coldly rebuked. For a subject, General Evil Husband is a worthy ruler and subject. However, I still have to advise you not to kill without authorization. Whether you listen or not is up to you. The evil husband shook his head and lost his smile. My name is Evil Husband. Just by hearing that name you can tell how evil I am. Feng Jia smiled disdainfully, very disdainful of the evil husband's strong words. The so-called cycle of karma is not evil enough. Evil to a certain extent. Even if the ghosts and gods see me also need to exhaust the low eyebrow when you say that this retribution will still be there? Evil husband smiled very chilling. Along with his words, the lingering killing aura began to diffuse. Phone robbery is angry as red in the face. This girl is not just lifting the bar? He flung his robe sleeve, really too lazy to continue to take care of Evil Fu, and merely said, if General Evil Fu wants to kill me, come on, don't delay me from doing my job for the great king. Then he looked straight at Ing Zhang and asked, Your Majesty, what is it that you have summoned me here to command? Ing Zhang looked at Feng Jiao and then at Wicked Husband, and stifled a smile. Feng Jiao, Wicked Husband just now proposed to change the agricultural and mulberry taxes, and I think this matter is feasible. It's the person in charge. Thinking about it, I think you're very suitable. Feng Jia froze at his words, subconsciously glanced at the evil husband who was picking his nose, and then angrily rebuked. Your Majesty, the matter of agriculture and mulberry is the foundation of the country. How can it be moved without authorization? I admit that Wei Lieutenant, this barbaric martial arts is a couple of brushes, but agriculture and mulberry things cannot be said lightly. In the past years, Jinyang changed the law, my Qin agriculture and mulberry flourishing several times. Why again in the change? Ing Zhang was not surprised by his attitude. He had already expected it, and it was not difficult to see the views of all the officials in the whole courtroom. Don't be impatient. Listen to the matter first. I remember that you were also a Taitsong order for a few days earlier, so you should be quite familiar with this aspect. Saying that, Ing Zhang shot a glance towards Li Baliang. Li Baliang hurriedly came to Feng Jia's side, and told the whole thing about what the evil husband said just now, that he had been apportioned into the mu. After a long time, Feng Jia exhaled a deep breath of turbid air, and his hesitant gaze fell on the evil husband. As the saying goes, a connoisseur knows whether there is one or not. He had been the order of Taitsong for a period of time, and after a moment's thought he was shocked beyond words by this plan. This plan, which has been made through the heavens and the earth, will be a great blessing to the people if it can be accomplished. But the difficulty within it. Feng Jia looked at the evil husband with a look of despair and said, Is it really you, a rough martial artist, who came up with this? I don't believe it. Old thing, believe it or not, it's all in my mind. If you have the ability, you come? Evil husband seized the opportunity to taunt, in order to temper him. Feng Jia was speechless and fell into deep hesitation. Chapter 78 Your Majesty. With the butcher, this matter can be accomplished. Asleep to wake up, the sky collapsed. The chapter sent the wrong. Can only be forced to hurry to add a chapter to cover? Bitter ah. Okay. First things first. Ing Zhang raised his hand to interrupt their fight and said in a deep voice, Feng Jia, tell me if this plan is feasible. Feng Jia pondered for a moment and nodded heavily. Your Majesty, putting aside the resistance involved, if this matter comes to fruition, I, Qin, will be able to annihilate the 6 kingdoms with a smile. He knew that Feng Jia was a stable person, and for such words to come out of his mouth was as rare as an old man committing suicide. In that case, Jinyang dragged out a long tone and suddenly bellowed, "Then do it!" Evil husband and Li Baliang looked at each other and smiled, extremely happy with Jinyang's decisiveness and dryness, with very satisfied smiles on their faces. It hurts to follow such a king, even if you don't pay him. This, Your Majesty, this is too difficult to implement. The first to bear the brunt are the princes and ministers within the dynasty. Fengjie wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his eyes filled with horror. These days, which prince or minister doesn't have some land at home? They naturally do not labor to cultivate, but contract and sublet to farmers, from which they collect high agricultural taxes. Once the land was apportioned into mu, every household had land to plant. Who would sell their land to others, much less go to work for these gentry and dignitaries? With a cold smile, Jinyang raised his hand and pointed at the wicked man, laughing, "With this butcher around, see who dares to shake his head?" The evil husband was very cooperative at his words, and a cold smile instantly appeared on his face as he slightly nodded his head to indicate that Fengjie was at ease. Fengjie was first stunned, then ecstatic. Yes, 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 how could I forget about you, the butcher? It's just as well that we can use this matter to clean up the remnants. He's a man of integrity, bordering on insensitivity within the dynasty, but don't really think of him as a cutie. He was not used to seeing Lao Ai, Zhao Ji and Lu Buwei holding the court, but he did not refute the face of the three, and several times he blushed and angrily sprayed people, thus making a grudge, and he was not often targeted. It's a breath of fresh air that he's always remembered. Besides, Lu Buwei is not so bad. Those who are still a bit of talent, but Lao Ji and Zhao Ji is not the same. Nepotism, inserted in the dynasty are some of the sloppy little man. Although Jinyang has investigated and punished the three of them, he has not swept away their power completely, so he is taking this opportunity to sweep away all of them. Upon hearing this, Jinyang smiled lightly and nodded his head, recognizing Fengjie's words. Receiving Jinyang's permission, Fengjie immediately got energized and whooshed over to wicked husband, taking his hand and saying, "Lord Weiwei, can you tell us more about your plan? Where are the two other faces, old thing?" Seeing him in such a state, a smile appeared on his face, and then he explained in detail about the plan of spreading the land into acres. Fengjie listening to his nodding repeatedly, and from time to time also interjected a few words of their own views. After all, Qin and Qing times are different. Some policies are not too applicable. Later, even Li Baliang and Jinyang joined in, following the discussion in a fervent manner. Gradually, the amortization plan became more and more detailed, extremely relevant and suitable for the current situation of Qin. It wasn't until nightfall that a few people stopped talking. Jinyang said, "Now that this matter has been decided, Fengjie, you will have full authority to handle it, and you will be under the direct control of evil husband, so you can discuss it with each other if there are any problems." Fengjie nodded and smashed his dry lips. "Don't worry, Your Majesty, even if Fengjie dies in it, he will still land this policy. With me here, no one dares to hurt you." Evil husband took over the conversation, his eyes full of seriousness. "Baliang, when you go back tonight, draw 100 Black Dragon Shin armor army, and don't leave the side of Imperial Magistrate Feng for a moment." Fengjie made a solemn bow and said in a loud voice, "It was my fault earlier, so I ask for Lord Weiwei's forgiveness. It is an honor for Fengjie to be blessed by the general. Evil husband is not that unethical person." Hastily picked up Fengjie and laughed. "Lord Feng is overstating the case, just to scare you, afraid that you will be pestering Sin me the whole day. Ha ha." Several people laughed, and Jinyang was grinning from ear to ear. The ministers of his men were working together. How could he not be happy? Moreover, he was very satisfied with the evil husband's knowledge of advancement and retreat. He did not put on airs, did not gang up, and only knew that he was single-mindedly following his own path. So he was truly a supremely loyal servant. The laughter tapered off. Seeing that there was nothing more to say, Jinyang planned to disperse. "Your Majesty, wait." A hint of a meaningful smile appeared on the evil husband's face. "There is one more thing that the last general has. I don't know if it's appropriate to tell." Seeing him being secretive, several people immediately became curious. Jinyang said, "You kid, if you have something to say, just say it. Why have you learned this?" Evil husband nodded, his voice extraordinarily serious. "Just now, talking about the production team, the last general's heart gave birth to some calculations, and I don't know if this matter is feasible. To be honest, the production team did have its merits in those days, and he wanted to experiment to see if it could be replicated in Dekinli. This era is backward. The population is too sparse. The next Qin will enter a high-speed expansion phase. 1. The Chinese land is good. At least the people of the 6 countries are also considered to be their own family. But what about the outside? Whether it's the grasslands in the north or the southern barbaric lands, what should we do with the land that we have gained? Not to mention whether or not to keep these people? It can't just go to waste, can it? Not to mention the question of whether the people of the 6 kingdoms return to Qin or not. Even if all of them return to Qin, the total population of China would not be enough to cover the land that had been fought over. It's hard to really wait until when there is enough population to develop these places, isn't it? The wicked man sighed, his voice somewhat fluttering. The northern land is rich in water and grass, so you can herd horses and sheep, a job we are also good at. The southern barbarians have abundant rainfall, all seasons are like spring, and it's extremely suitable for food growth. To give up on this is really ungrateful. Several people stared at the words, then burst out laughing. This hasn't even destroyed the 6 kingdoms yet, and you're starting to think so long-term? It's only right to walk the path in front of you. It's good to save for a rainy day, but it's too late. Feng Jie sighed in his heart, secretly saying that after all, he is still a teenager, and is a little too anxious to achieve success. Jinyang and Li Baliang agreed with his words and nodded their heads. How can the sparrow and swallow know the will of the great swan? This sentence perfectly explains the mood of the evil husband at this moment. In the end, it is also the times that limit their eyes. My lord, do you know why I have distributed all these things? Wicked husband suddenly asked. Jinyang shook his head. I'm going to lead my army south to get rich and push him a few hundred miles first. Evil husband smiled coldly. South? Jinyang revealed a hint of doubt and asked in return. Where do you mean by going south? Evil husband paced to the map of geomancy hanging in the hall. His finger slowly traced over it, and then stopped at the 2 counties of Bashu. The land of Bashu intersects with Yelong. The Yelong has abundant rainfall, a pleasant climate, and a varied topography, with no severe cold in winter and no heat in summer, making it very conducive to the growth of cultivated crops. Take a piece of his land first, implement the production team system, and vigorously develop cultivation. His fingers slid slowly as he continued to speak to himself. The attacking war kept on its feet, slowly spreading out in all directions, eventually covering the whole of Yelong and holding it in its hands. Chapter 79. Who is the right person to choose for the production team's donkey? I'm indebted to you for passing on the wrong chapter last night, so go ahead and add an extra chapter. With Yelong in hand, my state of Qin is also considered to have an additional grain-producing area in disguise. This can be used to implement the experimental production team system. And if this plan is feasible, all the land that will be included in my Qin kingdom in the future can be so. Prepare for the future expansion of my Qin state. The evil husband's eyes radiated a brilliant light, and he carried an aura that people couldn't help but believe. The land of Yelong, suitable for sowing? Jinyang rubbed his chin and asked softly. Evil husband nodded. Do not look at the current fight 6 countries bottom, but if you deal with the knight is easy to add abduction crooked, easy to use. To be honest, he was very moved by the idea of opening up new territories, and he had almost no resistance to it, but he was afraid that unauthorized expansion and use of military force would not be in line with the rules of etiquette. Seeing him contemplating, evil husband could also think of the reason for this, and pretended to say as if nothing had happened. Alas, judging from our Qin's current grain production, we will have to wait for 4 or 5 years at least before we can get out of the east. If we can take Yelong, this time will surely be greatly shortened. These words were like the last straw that crushed Jinyang to death, only to see him clench his teeth, as if he had made up his mind of some sort. Then let's take this place. Phew, it's done? Evil husband snapped to attention and took a deep breath. To be honest, he was quite indifferent to dealing with matters of internal affairs, and the reason why he had gotten into this mess was so that he could take his soldiers out to get some air. Incidentally, giving Zheng an early warning, saving him from the future is always thinking about the name and fame thing. It's just too meaningless. If I have a harder fist than you and am bigger than you, I don't need any excuse to beat you up, because weakness is the greatest original sin. As long as he breaks through Zheng's bottom line once or twice, he won't have the slightest hesitation in doing this in the future. Just like today, the promise of favors made things happen. Feng Jia wanted to say something, but in the end, it turned into a sigh. Although he agreed that this was not a good move, he could only keep his mouth shut because it would strengthen Qin. Li Baliang hesitantly asked at this time, General, playing the knight and carrying out the production team you said are good. That is, you said that the production team donkey from where to come from good? Several people instantly froze at these words. Yeah, As good as your production team's program is, the premise is based on people. Now that a series of land reforms are about to be carried out in China, how can we possibly spare the manpower to go to Yalong to carry out this policy? You don't want to farm the good land in the country. You leave your home and go out there. You little cutie. Just now, it is feasible for Zhang to order the transfer of people, but it will affect his image in the hearts of the people, and even lead to a lot of curses. That would be more than worth it. Suddenly, Zhang said in a loud voice, I am the king of Qin, so what's the point of taking some blame if this will benefit my country? He thinks outside the box, and the level and perspective that the people stand at is, at best, that acreage. Are you saying they're not patriotic? For the sake of Qin, the old Qin people can die majestically, but you say this is something that they certainly can't understand with their knowledge. Zhang's current thinking is that it's fine to scold and not to understand, and when the people eat the dividends in the future, they will naturally understand. Sooner or later, the day will come when the water will come out and clear his name. Evil husband sucked in a breath of cold air, admiring Zhang's decisiveness and at the same time feeling very sorry for him. Perhaps many kings in history have been cursed and tarnished because of this. Success is just a little verbal appreciation, but also in the history books to add one more. But if not, leaving behind is endless curses. So it seems that it's not easy to be a king. If you want to single-mindedly be a dim king, then it's fine. I am afraid that if you want to be a wise ruler, you will end up having a series of state policies that are contrary to your wishes. With this in mind, the wicked man sighed deeply and said in a low voice, Your Majesty, you cannot issue this edict to draw out the people in the country. What about the land in the country? Upon hearing this, Zhang felt exhausted and pinched his brow in annoyance. This doesn't work. That doesn't work. So I'm really upset. At this moment, Zhang's state of mind is just like that of a senior dartboarder, who can hardly wait for a girl to come to his door, but ends up saying that his aunt is here. Either appoint the people of the night, or transfer them from another place. There is no other way. Li Baliang murmured softly. His eyes fell on the evil husband, and smiled bitterly. The herdsmen of the grassland are not good at farming, and they can't even be taught. The people of the southern barbarians are tough and hard to make willing. Only we Qin can use it, but we must not transfer it. Not as good as. The evil husband's eager eyes fell on Li Baliang. This ugly monster hangs his slight knowledge on his body every day. Maybe he can really come up with a good idea in his stomach. Speak quickly. Zhang also had an expectant look on his face. Li Baliang did not rush to respond, but also quickly came to the front of the map of geomancy, his finger pointing at Wei and Han, coldly said, Great King, nowadays the good pinch of soft bones is in these two countries. In fact, Chu is considered the top choice. It's Dongting, Kangwu, two counties not far from that Yalong. The folk and landforms also have a close resemblance. Just, this Chu is still a bit strong right now. Pinching them in turn is not as easy as Wei and Han. The three of them looked at each other in dismay, and Feng Jie said breathlessly, You are thinking of capture people from Wei and Han? Li Baliang nodded. Non-committal, Wei's revenge for combining to attack Qin can still be continued to be utilized. Beating up South Korea is even simpler. The pros and cons of the matter of building a large canal are two different things. Beating him up he can only hold his nose and admit it. That's true. Feng Jie, in a rare move, didn't refute it, but instead agreed with Li Baliang's words with a thoughtful face, causing Zhang to be surprised for a while. Perhaps sensing Zhang's rarefied gaze, Feng Jiao smiled. There is no need for your majesty to be like this. Feng Jiao is an official of my Qin, and is working for the better and betterment of my Qin as well. Wei and Han harmed my Qin. As an official of Qin, how can I be indifferent? This gentleman's plan I approve of. I think no one can pick fault. These words moved Zhang, and he raised his hand to pat his shoulder, saying seriously, I used to think that you were like a stone in a latrine, smelly and hard, but today I realized that I was wrong. Feng Jiab reported a bitter smile. Whether this was praising himself or belittling himself, why was it a little hard to understand? Zhang looked around at the three people present, and finally landed on evil husband and asked, You kid, do you have confidence? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Big brother. The evil husband vigorously patted his chest, indignantly said, State policy matters I just paper. Out of ideas, the specific implementation also need to rely on the courtiers. But, in this aspect of robbing homes, it is Wang Jian and Meng Arnold, the two upper generals, who are no match for me. They're in a position of power. They want a face. Good. That's not wrong. Zhang guffawed. Chapter 80, Zhu Shan's inspection. Border emergency report. A month later, The weather is warming up and spring is here again. Season. Don't get me wrong. It's not that season in Animal Crossing, it's killing season is here. Early in the morning of this day, evil husband came to Jushan alone under the bright warm sun to inspect the progress of the training of the new army. Now that the 3 new elite armies have completed the selection process, the number of people has reached 30,000, far exceeding the pitiful 3,000 people of the Black Dragon Armor Army. Nowadays, different times, now have Wu's Tom's Shoes outlet brought back a large number of cattle, sheep and horses to support. Otherwise the Qin state cannot afford to feed the number of such a large elite. When he came to Jushan, Zheng Han was feverishly torturing this group of new recruits, and it was thanks to the fact that they were all elites selected from all over the world, or else he was afraid that they would have been tortured to death. To say that this Zheng Han also more or less with a bit of psychopathy, perhaps in the past to eat all the pain of the evil husband, now intensified the tossing of this group of recruits. The amount of training had at least doubled compared to when Wicked Man trained the Black Dragon Xian Armor Army. Lord Lieutenant, our general is here. The Black Dragon Xuanjia army pawns quickly came to Zheng Han's side to report. Knowing that the evil husband had come, Zheng Han immediately turned away and let that Xuanjia army pawn temporarily supervise the training for himself. A few moments. Ha ha, General, why do you have time to come over today? Zheng Han laughed and walked quickly towards the evil husband. Nowadays it is very difficult to see the evil husband, and he doesn't know what he is busy with the whole day. You kid is quite ruthless. Evil husband looked at the general sweating in the distance, his tone full of playfulness. Zheng Han scratched the back of his head, revealing a silly smile on his face, and hurriedly changed the topic. General, do you have any orders for us today? Evil husband nodded and put away his smile as he asked. Intensify the training progress, prepare to send troops to Wei Han in May. 100 practices are better than 1 battle. Zheng Han looked stunned, then dryly said, the generals are originally the elite within the army from all over the world. It's completely fine to go to war, even now. It's just what? Evil husband was a bit speechless, and he didn't know when this kid had started to learn that thing about wanting to say something. Zheng Han sighed, and then pointed to the smelting room with clanking noises coming from the distance. At the current rate of manufacturing, it's simply not enough to support the armament of 30,000 people. This evil husband also deeply headache. In this all rely on manpower era, how inefficient. Even if the oxen and horses 12 hours in a row, the speed is ultimately too slow. Go and call Montaigne here. Zheng Han immediately scowled at the guard standing guard not far away. Not long afterward, Monty came naked and sweating profusely. Big brother, why did you come? Given notice in advance. Look at me all built up. Meng Tian had a happy smile on his face. He had been extremely happy during this recent month or so. Every day, he either trained with the generals or stayed in the smelting room to make iron. He realized that beating iron all day long had unexpected benefits for physical exercise, and was on the verge of becoming a fan of beating iron. The present day him, if he were to face his previous self, he was afraid that a single punch could make his previous self fall to the ground. This kind of strength is all practiced by striking iron. Evil husband swept his wretched appearance and scolded with a laugh. I let you go up to the mountain to follow the training, and you really think you're a blacksmith? Although the current Meng Tian was now covered in muscle bumps and bumps, even his face, which originally carried a hint of boyishness, had become resolute. He was quite satisfied. Only, being from a general's family, how could Meng Tian stay there all day long to make iron? If that old man Meng Arnold found out, would he not bring someone to skin himself? Meng Tian did not care, shook his hand and wiped the sweat and black ash on his face. Big brother, this iron is a technical work. Before I also think it is simple. But when personally hands-on only to find that the doorway inside is very deep. Speaking of this, Meng Tian can open up the box. God to the evil husband popularized the knowledge of iron. Stop. Hurry up and stop. Wicked husband stopped his gushing and asked in no uncertain terms, just tell me yours. How many generals can be fully equipped with military weapons in 2 months' time? Monty put away his smile and cupped his chin in contemplation, and after a few moments conservatively said, up to 10,000. The limit is 12,000. Perhaps fearing dissatisfaction, he explained again. There are 672 existing smiths, already manufacturing non-stop for a few moments, and this output is already the limit. Now Qin has not yet swept the 6 countries, did not scoop up the famous craftsman in Korea, not to mention the Mosey family who is in Korea to help. With only these 600 people, the efficiency cannot be considered low. Just over 600? A feeling of powerlessness rose in the heart of the wicked man. This is pitifully inefficient, not to mention, even the manpower is so small. Why don't you continue to expand your staff? Meng Tian shook his head repeatedly. The military weapon is the foundation of the country. The 6 countries are pervasive in their spying spies, and if they are not clean and controllable people, they simply do not dare to be recruited into Jushan at will. To put it bluntly, that simple blast furnace that evil husband had come up with was not difficult at all, and it was even less difficult to make iron to make military weapons. Even if they were given to Korea, they could do it better and better than Qin. This evil husband is very agreeable. This thing is about a time difference. Sooner or later will be popularized. But if someone is equipped early for a long time, the advantage in the middle is extremely horrible. Forget it, 10,000 is 10,000. Evil husband sighed and solemnly said, Zhang Han and Meng Tian, in 2 months, take out 10,000 elite soldiers and strong generals. I'm going to take them out to do something. The two of them looked at each other and understood that the evil husband was still planning to play that blitzkrieg this time. So they hastily nodded their heads solemnly in agreement. Okay, you guys get busy. I'll go first. The matter of the numbers will be decided after 2 months. With that, the evil husband turned to himself and left. The king's palace, Zhengtai Palace. Report dash. Your Majesty, the frontier urgent report. Xiongnu, Yuezhi, Donghu. Joint troops to cut down the Injin Rong. As in 7 days ago the Injin Rong 17 parts of the capture. There were no chickens or dogs left in the royal court of the Injins, and all the princes and nobles were killed. The forbidden guard was slightly out of breath, with a smooth smile on his face. His family ancestor died at the hands of the Injins, and was deeply excited about the destruction of the Injins and the grassland nomadic dog-eat-dog behavior. Oh, Ingzheng froze in his tracks. Although there was much friction between these foreign races, there were also some affinities, and very few of them would go to great lengths to kill each other. How can they join forces to kill the Injins so suddenly? No good. Suddenly, Ingzheng's face changed drastically. With the destruction of the Injin, who should Qin do business with? With this in mind, he hastened to cry out loudly, Men, quickly summon the Wai and Tingwei into the palace to deliberate. The young junior chamberlain who accompanied him today did not dare to delay and hurriedly ran away at a fast pace. Chapter 81 Lord Weiwei, control your emotions. You said your name was Zhao Gao? The evil husband looked at the young inner official with a humble face in front of him with a hint of disbelief in his expression. Yes, Lord Weiwei. I was transferred to serve by the great king half a month ago. Zhao Gao responded in a low voice, his heart a bit terrified. I don't know why. I feel that the evil husband has a hint of hostility towards me. His mother was serving a prison sentence in Qin, and he and his other brothers were sent to the royal palace by the hidden palace to serve the king, and he was recommended by the head of the internal affairs department, so he came to serve beside Ingzhang. Today, it was the first time he met with the evil husband, and there was absolutely no way he could have offended him. The evil husband nodded slightly and stopped talking, but his mind was secretly calculating. This man, should he be kept? Thinking about it, I decided to keep him alive to serve Ingzhang, since I had no one to rely on, and since he was quite smart, I decided to keep him alive to serve Ingzhang, so that he could at least serve him well. Seeing that the evil husband was not making conversation, Zhao Gao was also secretly relieved, thinking that it was because he saw his face and opened his mouth to ask questions, so he concentrated on driving towards the palace. I have to say, Zhao Gao does have a few brushes. Just this driving carriage skills are extremely top-notch. The wicked man froze without feeling the slightest sway. Has come to the palace smoothly. Zhao Gao led the way at the front with extremely fast mincing steps, and wicked husband followed straight behind him to Zhengtai Palace. When the wicked man arrived at the palace of Zhengtai, Li Si, Yu Liu, and other wise men had already arrived, and were waiting for him. The evil husband pays his respects to the king and to his fellow officers. Evil husband was full of smiles as he arched his hand in greeting towards the crowd. Now as one of the 9 ministers, his status was no worse than anyone else present. The crowd didn't dare to be arrogant, and they all hurriedly bowed their hands in return. Well, don't be polite. Ingzhang interrupted their politeness by saying, Emergency report from the border. Xiongnu, Donghu, and Yuezhi have joined hands to overthrow Injin. The moment these words came out, the hall instantly became quiet. Immediately afterward, violent laughter erupted in the hall. They were really happy. How could they not expect that the Inu Rome would die at the hands of the other 3 tribes who were also nomads? It was just a pity that they were not overthrown by Qin's hands. Your Majesty, this is a very happy event. Since you took over the government, there have been one good thing after another. A young, unfamiliar face came forward to congratulate Jinyang with a big smile, trying to kiss his ass. He didn't notice the cannibalistic look in Jinyang's eyes and the evil husband whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Who brought this man here? Jinyang and evil husband asked simultaneously through gritted teeth. As he said that, he didn't forget to wink at that young yearling, signaling that things were not right. However, the young man misunderstood and mistakenly thought that Wang O was asking him to introduce himself, thinking that it was because he had made a good impression on Jinyang and the evil husband. Your Majesty, Lord Weiwei, my name is Sun Bin. Some small plans, can't afford the Shangshu servant's praise. Although Sun Bin's words were modest, the pride between his brows could not be hidden. At those words, Jinyang and evil husband's faces darkened a few more points. Suddenly, Jinyang shouted, Men, drag this man out and give him 30 strokes of the cane. Let him learn from his mistakes, so that he won't be arrogant as an official in the future. Yes, as soon as the words fell, 2 big men rushed in from outside the hall and carried Sun Bin out like a small chicken. The corners of Wang Go's mouth kept twitching, but after seeing the blackened face like the bottom of a pot of water of Jinyang and evil husband, he instantly caved in, not daring to help him beg for forgiveness. Sun Bin is just the son of his young classmates. How can he offend these 2 teenagers who have hidden the power of thunder because of it? The evil husband's murderous eyes swept over Sun Bin, who was carried away in a state of disorientation, before he said in a hateful voice, Damned dog, if it weren't for the great king, I would have definitely chopped you up today. People patting ass you also follow to learn. Learn you instead learn to be more astute. No ability to hard shot. Saying that, he looked at Wang Oai again and asked, Servant Wang, this little cutie, where did you find it? How can you call yourself resourceful with this? Holding back a mouthful of anger, he spoke with a complete lack of his usual conciliatory manner. Wang Oai's forehead is in a cold sweat, and his heart hates that Sun Bin. If it is not because of him, how can he himself simultaneously cause these 2 power bully teenagers to be dissatisfied? At the same time, he was curious in his heart. What was wrong with these 2 people? In the past, they were not so easily angered. Besides, Sun Bin was just kissing ass. Why would he do that? Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Li Si, who knew the reason for this, hurriedly opened his mouth to round up the situation. Your Majesty, Lord Weiwei, please calm down. This Sun Bin does not know how important Jinyang is to my Qin state nowadays. With these words, Jinyang and evil husband looked a little better. Poof. The evil husband grunted coldly, inconveniently questioning Wango, causing the latter to cast a series of grateful glances at Li Si. Li Si, who had reached his goal, hooked a smile at the corner of his mouth. This Wang O is also an old minister of Qin. If he can befriend him, he will be of great use in the future. You are all unaware of the fact that at first the Weiwei proposed that the merchant Wuztoms come forward to trade with the Indians and exchange a large number of cattle, sheep, and horses from their hands. It's also thanks to that mutton and warhorses that we have the present-day Black Dragon Xuanjia army, not to mention the plowing oxen that were distributed everywhere. Jinyang forced down his anger and explained for the people present. Everyone except Li Si sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and surprised eyes have gazed at the wicked man, not realizing that this martial arts man still has this kind of ditch. It turns out that the plowing oxen that suddenly appeared were actually obtained in this way. Giver Li Jiang let out an exclamation of surprise. Previously, they, the courtiers, had privately speculated about the source of the plow ox, but none of them could think that it was actually related to the evil husband. The Indians have been mortal enemies of Qin for generations. How can they trade with each other? Some of the old-fashioned ministers reacted with a little dissatisfaction in their words, but they did not dwell too much on the plowing oxen that were distributed to various places. Jinyang pinched his brow and said with some distraction, Trade with the Indians has brought countless benefits, so you must not use your old knowledge to let go of the great dividends. Have you been summoned here to confer on what to do about this? As soon as the words left his mouth, the evil husband's cold, knife-like voice rang out. Your Majesty, as the saying goes, cutting off someone's money is like killing their parents. These 3 clans are really looking for death. Wicked husband's face was blue. This matter made him so angry that he couldn't wait to order up his brethren to go north right now and give these 3 families a good lesson. Do you have any ideas? Hearing Jinyang's questioning voice, a hideous smile lifted up on the wicked man's face. I want them. A series of vicious words kept popping out from his mouth. Hearing the people present all sweating coldly, all shocked by the viciousness of the evil husband. Lord Weiwei, control your emotions a little. Yes, the king is still here. Should we be so ferocious? That's right, No matter how to say that the Inu Rong is also our enemy. Extinguished on the extinction. The big deal is to find someone else and the economic and trade is not on the line? Chapter 82, Evil Husband, you have to look at the master to beat a dog. Damn it, you still have to look at the master when beating a dog. The evil husband cursed, his regal eyes sweeping over the people present. Your family's dog has been beaten. I don't believe you can sit there? He's an extremist. And it's true that the Indians aren't any good. But now they're ultimately the god of wealth of Qin. So how can they even fart? It's business. It's all about a person and integrity. The destruction of the engine is unrelated to Qin. But everyone knows that he was our big customer. And these three are clearly not giving us face. So they are really spoiled. The evil husband was so enraged that he was a little incoherent. And even blurted out some of the vocabulary from his previous life. Still, the people were only concerned about appeasing the evil husband and did not pay attention. Otherwise I am afraid that they would have to spend more time arguing. Standing in the corner as a transparent person, Fengjie also had to stand out. Whispered to persuade, Wei Lieutenant. Stop it. We have not formally implemented that spread into the acres. If you are not, who can set the tripod? He doesn't want to attract all the energy of the evil husband away because of an Inu Yong. And then he will not be able to suppress the saliva of the whole court with his ability. The evil husband calmed down a bit after hearing this. Still grunting. Then we can't let them off the hook for this. Only the old man kills and sets fire to people. When is it their turn to move the earth on the head of a Taiyuyu? Fengjie reported with a bitter smile, pulling his lips, and began to pacify the evil husband. Reasoning and understanding. Just to keep the body of this little man in front of him. Okay. Ying Zhang interrupted. It is not realistic to start a war with all three clans at the same time. Do you think there is something fishy going on? At these words, a flash of thought flashed under Li Cs eyes. Does the king mean? Ying Zhang nodded slightly. Our things aren't just worth money in the hands of the engine. Upon hearing this, evil husband immediately calmed down. There was a saying widely circulated in the latter days that if you want to be rich, monopolize. Wu's Tom's outlet only with the canine Rong economic and trade is by his consent. It's absolutely not dare to unauthorized in Shon Nu three tribes economic and trade. Think it is for this reason. These three families are united to overthrow the canine Rong, cut off Qin's wealth so that Qin had to trade with them. Without the Inu Yong, their three tribes became the largest market in the north, just like the future Huaxia in the latter days, relying on the world's largest economic market, but instead got the initiative. Well, these three clans seem to have some brains. This is an attempt to take the initiative by holding the market hostage, thus squeezing me. Qin, the evil husband laughed in anger. Following this train of thought, it was as if he had already foreseen the image of the three clans towing the line to press the price, and an anger far beyond that of the parties plummeted from his heart. Ying Zhang and Li Si nodded. This kind of tactic was not new. Hadn't businessmen such as Lu Buwei loved to do this in the past? Gentlemen, please also come up with a plan so that you can deal with the next tricky situation. Having already tasted the sweetness, Ying Zhang does not want to cut off the newly emerged economic and trade affairs. The ministers were in deep thought, mulling over the way to break the ice. The atmosphere of the temple condensation. The forbidden guards came quickly, reported, the king. Outside the palace there is a person named Wu's Tom's outlet. Said there is the most important thing to see the king and the Lord Weiwei. Ying Zhang swept his eyes at the wicked man, nodded and signaled to bring him in. And seeing the faces of all the civil and military personnel in the courtroom, he explained, this man is the merchant in charge of the trade and commerce, and he took the liberty of asking for an audience, thinking that there is some kind of urgent matter of 100,000 fires. It dawned on the crowd, which then fell back into deep thought. The status of merchants in this era is lowly. Even if they are responsible for the economic and trade events, they still do not get the attention of the big officials in power. In a few moments, Wu's Tom's shoes followed the forbidden guards with a panicked gait. He couldn't care less about fearing the gazes of the bigwigs falling on him, and said in an urgent tone, Your Majesty, Lord Weiwei, the three Xiongnu clans overthrew the engines. Just now, I received a message from Yuezhi, saying that they want to carry out economic and trade with our Qin, and if they don't comply, they are going to make it difficult for our caravan to move an inch, and dare to guarantee that no one will pick up any of the goods. At these words, the evil husband's chest rose and fell violently, and his monstrous anger caused him to clench his teeth together. Unbridled, outrageous, how dare you? Several bellowing and angry voices rang out, startling Wu's Tom's shoes outlet. Ying Zhang was also furious with his two eyes red, but as the king of a country, he could not be as impotent and furious as the crowd. I only heard him ask, suppressing his anger, Can there be other words brought to the table? Say them all together. Wu's Tom's shoes outlet eyes flashed a trace of admiration. I did not expect that this was all guessed by Ying Zhang, but when I think of that somewhat unpleasant words, suddenly some hesitation and fear. Seeing this, the evil husband took a deep breath and said soothingly, "There is no need to be afraid. Tell all with the great king and all the lords to hear." With the evil husband as a guarantor, Wu's Tom's shoes outlet was relieved, and then gritted his teeth and said, "That you's so shameless. Even want to trade at a price lower than 90% of the price of the Inu Rome. It is really outrageous. 90%? Subtracting expenses and other costs, the total profit in the middle is only 70%. Yous is asking them to do business at a loss? Ha! Well, the appetite is really not small. This is to make our lose money to do business? Why don't they just come and rob it?" At that time, the whole time to listen to the economic and trade affairs. Li Si is also a kind of know the profits in the middle. Angry that he sneers constantly. I can't stand it anymore." With a bellow, the wicked husband silenced all the voices and shouted angrily, "My lord, say what you will, but you must take the men on a trip, or else this breath can suffocate my body and bones." He really went out on a limb, and he would never stop until he beat the three clans to tears this time out. Even though Ying Zhang was thinking about the big picture, he was so angry that his body was tingling, and he was ready to nod his head and agree to this. "No, we can't delay the eastward exit because of them." Just at the moment when Ying Zhang wanted to open his mouth to agree, evil husband calmed down violently, shaking Ying Zhang very hard. The evil husband ignored the puzzled glances of the crowd and fell into a deep meditation. "No, I can't be a brainless martial artist. Sometimes it's more ruthless to kill without blood." This statement almost didn't make the people present laugh out loud. With you being a butcher, you deserve to say this? What can be done to make it feel the pain without spending a single stroke? Listening to his dreamy self-talk, the crowd couldn't help but shake their heads slightly, secretly saying that the evil husband wanted to fart and eat. Where could such a good thing happen? Unlike the crowd, Ying Zhang was looking forward to it. This kid has always been full of ideas, so he might be able to come up with a good one. Seeing that Ying Zhang was like this, all the people didn't dare to raise their voices to disturb wicked husband, but they were also aroused to fight. In case wicked husband, the butcher, came up with some wonderful plans, they were afraid that they would not be able to hold their heads up in the future. Time passed bit by bit, everyone was caught up in hard thinking, and the entire hall was quiet to the point where a pin drop could be heard. Chapter 83, Three Poisonous Plans. After thinking for a long time, evil husband pinched his brow and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Alas, I have always been a good person. If only the ugly monster was there. It's really hard for me. Hiss. The crowd in the middle of their contemplation snapped awake and looked at the evil husband with a poop-eating expression. How did he have the nerve to say that? At a young age, the number of people who died under him was hundreds of thousands, and he was bound to become the second Wanjin by Qi in time. What good plan have you pondered? The evil husband ignored the expressions of the crowd and asked directly. Everyone heard a bitter smile and shook their heads. Where there is this kind of good idea, can let the northern nomadic suffer a big loss but also does not cost a soldier. If so, the northern nomads are afraid that they would have been exterminated many times earlier. How could they become the heart and soul of the Chinese land? Alas, the evil husband sighed and said slowly, I have three plans that will almost have some effect. Oh, what is the good plan of Lord Weiwei? The crowd showed a look of eagerness to listen. Ying Zhang's eyes showed anticipation. The evil husband had surprised him many times, so he thought this time would not be bad either. The wicked man cleared his throat, his tone rather annoyed. One plan. The plague. Second plan. Looting. The three plans are the slowest to be effective and the least costly, but the results are the most ruthless to break their roots. This brief words heard the crowd is full of confusion. Looting they can still understand, but the plague, this thing can still be man-made? Besides, what is that third plan that dares to say that it can break the root of the northern barbarians? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The crowd shook their heads for a while, feeling that the evil husband had blown this awesome too far. So yeah, you guys just suffer from being uneducated. Evil husband shook his head, a proud expression on his face. After all, it is to eat the dividends of the times. The plague for them is something insoluble. Dip that is dead, can live only with the heavenly favor to describe. How do you know that plagues are actually infectious diseases caused by bacteria and viruses? If he wants to make the grassland pervade the plague, it's not really difficult, but it's less controllable, and although it won't spread into the country of the Central Plains, it will also cut off the source of the livestock that Qin needs. He really didn't want to use this method as a last resort, so as not to make the grassland unclean, and then a large piece of land to stay or not to stay good? Gentlemen, the plague seems uncontrollable to you, but it is not difficult to make it appear in my case. It's just that this plan is too hurtful to heaven and harmony, and may reduce the grassland to a wasteland. The evil husband had a very solemn and serious look on his face. Seeing this, Jinyang opened his mouth and teased, "That you, who always like to hurt the peace of heaven and not yourself, can say this makes me so curious? Let's start with the third plan." He also couldn't decide whether the evil husband, the evil boy, really wanted to come up with some kind of harmless scheme, and decided that it was better to listen to the third scheme first to hear how things were. That's the third trick. The evil husband lengthened his tone. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and slowly said, "Greatly acquiring wolf and fox skins in large quantities from the 3 grassland tribes, and even available goods to offset the high price. Collecting wolf and fox skins?" The people's faces were even more puzzled, and they only felt that this was all an account of what was going on. One minute he's releasing the plague, the next he's collecting wolf skins. Is the evil husband's brain burnt out? This, Lord Weiwei, if you're tired, go back and rest for a while. Seeing this, Li Si hurriedly snorted. He was equally speechless by this tenant's words. "Hear me out." The evil husband raised an eyebrow, and the hall instantly quieted down. That if anything, the killing chance was like a sharp sword hanging at the neck, making their hearts jump. Seeing that the crowd was dumbfounded, the evil husband nodded his head with considerable satisfaction before continuing. "I'm sure you all understand the reasoning of big fish eating small fish and small fish eating shrimp." The crowd nodded. The grassland is most common with rabbits, whose existence is like that of a small shrimp, and whose breeding ability is very strong. If they do not exist, wolves and other carnivores are afraid to be starved to extinction, right? The crowd was so confused that even Jinyang was about to lose his seat. "You have something to say. Why are you going around in such a big circle?" Jinyang's voice suppressed a hint of anger, itching to go forward and strangle this brat to death. Take it easy, it's coming soon." The evil husband dug his nose, and then said, "Without natural enemies such as wolves and foxes, the rabbit's ability to reproduce would skyrocket at an exaggerated rate. And I ask all present, what is this rabbit eating?" The crowd had a fly-eating look on their faces, and were even a little too lazy to take care of the evil husband, except for Li Si, a resourceful man, who spoke out in agreement. "It's in the nature of rabbits to eat grass and make holes." Snap. "Not bad. Our Lord Courtier is just witty." The wicked man clapped his hands and uttered a compliment that made Li Si blush. "Then I'm asking Lord Courtier, what does this herding of horses and sheep depend on?" At that, Li Si couldn't wait to severely slap himself a few times, cursing himself for shaking what wit just to show that he has a long mouth. Feeling the derisive looks cast by his colleagues around him, he said stiffly, "Naturally, it's the fertile water and grass. Isn't it because of this that the land of my central plains has led to a scarcity of cattle, sheep, and horses?" Right answer. But no reward. The evil husband threw an appreciative glance at Li Si. "This rabbit eats grass and also plays a hole, can break the roots of the grass, so that it cannot herd horses and sheep, and over time they should understand, right?" Ha! A cold laugh rang out. "I'll be damned. Why expect it? Why should we expect anything from this silly boy?" The people present looked at each other speechless, all feeling that their clever little brains had been rubbed back and forth on the ground by the evil husband. Even Jinyang was a bit indignant, almost unable to suppress his desire to raise his hand and smack him in the face. Evil husband took in the crowd's demeanor and angrily said, "How would you noble lords know about these things? If you don't believe me, let Meng Chan come over and ask him how exaggerated the breeding ability of this rabbit is." These words also aroused the desire for victory and defeat in Wang Au and the others, and they immediately shouted, "My lord, please also order you to summon the order of Taitsong to come and ask a question. Go, summon the Taitsong order for questioning." Jinyang revealed a sardonic smile and said coldly, "Kid, if the result is not satisfactory, I'll let you have it today." This kid pushed Lai, a big circle, the last hole, so the result absolutely cannot casually spare him. "Young man, it's not good to be sharp. Today, the old men will suppress your sharpness for good." A group of ministers also dropped their unsuspecting gazes on the evil husband frequently, just waiting to see the boy's joke. "Old guys, there will be a time for you to cry in a while. Being uneducated and still wanting to be stubborn can be your fault." The evil husband was not afraid in the slightest, and opened his mouth in a tit-for-tat manner. Chapter 84, Drinking Hot Water or Not? "Your Majesty, Taitsong order Meng Can has arrived." Hearing Zhao Gao's reply, Jinyang quickly said, Bring him in quickly. As soon as the words fell, Taitsong ordered Meng can paced into the hall. Looking around the weak, see the presence of all the big men. Meng Chan's heart immediately trembled 3 times. Straight feel that called himself to come quasi no good thing. Meng Chan, pay my respects to your majesty. Meng Can saluted stiffly, while then arched his hand in greeting towards the ministers present. Spare me the vain rites. Zhang raised his hand and asked in a loud voice. Meng Chan, let me ask you, how is the breeding ability of this rabbit? Before his voice fell, the gazes of a crowd of bigwigs gazing at him all landed on him, causing the pressure to increase. Meng Chan's brain almost died. A breath held his face flushed with bruises, combined in a hurry to call himself over. Just to ask this? Speak quickly. Wan Wango and the others were impatient and hurriedly opened their mouths to urge them on. Meng Can calmed down a little, swallowed his saliva, and introduced it carefully. The breeding ability of this rabbit is extremely exaggerated. Domesticated rabbits can give birth in 4 or 5 months, give birth to multiple litters at a time, and reproduce once in less than 2 months. According to the people, the rabbits in this wild are more fertile and survivable, but they have not been able to plague the crops and make the people suffer. Speaking of this, Meng Chan followed the gnashing of teeth. Rabbits are cunning and timid and fast, difficult to catch, can only rely on people to drive away. There are countless crops that are scourged by rabbits alone every year. Everyone nodded their heads, and Zhang was very satisfied. I can't say that I'm not a specialist in my field, but I'm in charge of money, food and farming, and I know what I'm talking about. So I'll tell you, one look, one listen, and you can tell that you've really put effort into your work, or else you wouldn't know these little things. My lord, Meng Chan asked cautiously, you summoned the minister because you have a brilliant plan to solve this rabbit scourge? Upon hearing this, Zhang's eyes snapped open. There was a professional present, so why not listen to his opinion? Immediately afterward, he told Meng Chan what the wicked man had said about the stratagem, wanting to hear his opinion on its feasibility. Meng Chan's brows knitted together as he fell into the middle of his contemplation. The crowd didn't dare to come out of the atmosphere for fear of disturbing and interrupting his measurements. After about tens of breaths of time, Meng Can nodded slightly and mused. This plan is indeed feasible. Rabbits can be a scourge in our Qin country, mainly because there are too few wolves, foxes, and other animals to compare to the grasslands where wolves roam. Nothing but. This suspenseful murmur made the crowd sit up and want to slap the bastard to death. How could they be the same as that evil husband? Feeling those gazes like knives, Meng Chan sweated like rain, and hastily said in a hurry, want to implement. The time is bound to be long, and the effectiveness cannot be said, which is too widely involved. I dare not jump to conclusions. Men, pull him out and whip him a few times. Zhang and the others were furious. There was the evil husband who was full of nonsense in front of him, and then there was Meng Chan, who made official remarks that were tantamount to not saying anything. So people were really sulking. Spare your life, king, spare your life. Meng Can was filled with horror. He did state it truthfully. Why did he still need to whip himself? The Forbidden Army didn't care about that much. The 2 burly men from earlier walked in again and carried Meng Can out with a sardonic smile. Wang and others are showing a smooth smile. Can't beat you, evil husband. This breath can't come out on you, Meng Chan. After Meng Can was dragged away, Zhang said helplessly, gentlemen, what should we do with Weiwei's plan? The crowd looked at me. I looked at you, and froze. Not a single person opened his mouth to speak. Who did not want to be the one to stand out? Agreed. In case it turns out to be unsatisfactory, one is out of luck. No. If we offend this little bastard, we'll have to live with it for a long time to come. My lord, hear me out. Without waiting for a response, the evil husband quickly said, I also said that this plan takes a long time, and that it needs to be accompanied by the first and second plans, a 3-pronged approach, in order to be a panacea. When a rabbit is in a hurry, he can really bite, so don't underestimate the rabbit. Gentlemen. He looked extraordinarily confident, and the sound of his sure words was so certain that it was surprisingly impossible to raise a single question. Forget that first plan of yours. Is the plague not humanly controllable? Zhang bitterly smiled and shook his head. It was hard for him to manage to believe an evil husband's unrealistic words. Ugh, he sighed, casually picking up the pears within the fruit tray and tossing one to the wicked man, pinching another one for himself ready to quench his thirst with a few nibbles. The wicked man reached out to catch the wrinkled pear and couldn't help but gather his eyebrows together. There were no greenhouses in this era, and wanting to eat some fruit in the cold winter months was a rarity. Even the king of a country can only eat these unfresh pears that are stored in advance. Ha! Rotten? The evil husband's eyes snapped shut, and his mind was so bright that he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. This shout was so frightening that Jinyang quickly stopped and carefully examined the pear in his hand. This evil husband brave cover the world. Eat a bad pear at most diarrhea. He cannot have evil husband that kind of constitution. What is long and short can be fatal. The inner officials and maids accompanying them in the hall hastily knelt down to apologize, each one pale with fear. Seek death. Jinyang was furious. His icy eyes swept over the servants and officials in the hall, and he wanted to scold and punish them, but he was stopped by the evil husband. My lord, I've thought of it. With a hint of an excited smile on his face, the evil husband paced to the entrance of the great hall and looked up at the piercingly warm sun before turning around and saying, "Man, it's going to get hot soon. Decay breeds bacteria, which can be much better controlled and countless times less toxic than that Black Death." The crowd listened in confusion. What bacteria? Black Death? What's all this? That's right. The plague that the evil husband had tried to pull off earlier was the one that made the humans on this planet smell so bad that it almost didn't wipe out medieval Europe for generations. This is also the reason why he said that there is a harm to the peace of heaven. He is not sure how long this thing can remain. In case it lurks in the grassland, is it not lifting a stone to stone the future feet? And the square of spoiled pears gave him new inspiration. The weather was about to get hot, and the second plan came in handy. Having the generals leave the bodies they had decapitated during the attack, and throwing them all into the drinking water river to soak in the sun. At that time, the people of the 3 grassland tribes who drank this water would surely suffer from an infection, or at the very least, a malaria. With their medical skills, they could also take most of their lives, or worse, pull them up by their pants as a way in getting the generals to raise their swords and soldiers to harass them. I don't believe they have the guts to show their teeth. With this in mind, he informed the people present of what he was thinking. Upon hearing this, Li Si first asked, "Lord Weiwei, the tonic will still be diluted when more water is added to it, not to mention the gushing river water. How can you guarantee that it will not be diluted by the river water?" To put it bluntly, it means concentration. Except that people in this day and age don't understand the term. Yeah, that drew nods from the others. Chinese people mainly drink well water, but also ate the same river water. What dirty things in the river did not eat so many years have not seen anyone get sick? It's not as mysterious as what the evil man said. Some readers have fed back that people didn't drink hot water in those days, so we don't know. Let's just say they rarely drank hot water. Chapter 85. What a ready-made Minister of Commerce. The crowd spoke up to express their own opinions, making the temple pandemonium, chaotic as a food market. Evil husband was a bit distracted by the noise, and immediately said angrily, pushing lie. Which one of you has a better way to say it? And if you don't, shut up. Quarreling in the presence of the king. Where do you place the honor of kings and subjects? Jinyang, who was watching the show, was a bit confused. That actually came out of the mouth of this evil husband kid? Throughout the whole of Qin, where is the second person who has been rude to him? He was the one who cursed in front of the king, and now he angrily rebukes others for not observing the etiquette of a king and his subjects. How does he have the face to do so? Wang Ah and others were also laughed at this. Just now they were cursing and swearing. Now they turn around and dislike them with this? But were you evil husband for other excuses? They cannot say a 1 or 2 or 3, but you say that the courtesy of the king and his subjects, then there is something to say. Big what big? The evil husband's sharp eyes looked straight at the person who opened his mouth, and his tone was grim. This lord, is it possible that you have a better method? If not, be careful out at night. The blatant threat to the middle Dr. Chang Shan heart-jumping, immediately dumbfounded retreat back. His old bones cannot withstand the evil husband tossed. In case there is a long and short, a large family of daughter-in-law can how to live? Lord Weiwei, let's be reasonable. Aren't we discussing the feasibility of this matter now? Wang Ah stood out to round up the situation, trying to ease the tense atmosphere in the hall. The 3 tribes cannot not deal with other ways and know. Directly first dry in the past and said, into or not try not to know? Wicked man for Wang Ah still more respect, so also convergence of the sharpness. Alright, just let it go and try it first. Jinyang opened his mouth and clapped his hands to finalize the matter. Saving these people from ending up arguing, I will do as I am told. Since Jinyang had given his word, it was not good for them to continue arguing about this matter. Besides, what evil husband had said was reasonable, and it was impossible to do nothing anyway, so they might as well give it a try. Anyway, it doesn't cost much. The evil husband's stiff face eased a bit, revealing a hint of a smile. Quickly, don't fight. Pull our tight song order back. Shortly after the words fell, Meng Can staggered into the hall, his legs still trembling. Zheng didn't really want to beat him up, and also gave the forbidden soldiers a wink, so he just pulled him over to watch Sun Bin get beaten up, which already scared him out of his wits. Well, Your Majesty, his stuttering appearance drew a smile from the crowd. Alright, be more direct and straightforward in the future. Zheng shook off his hand and then said, with immediate effect, you will go on a rampage to acquire wolfskins from the Xiongnu, Yuezhi, and Donghu. Remember, don't be heartbroken about the money and stuff, make sure you make them red in the eyes. Meng Chan froze at his words, and then swept his eyes at the evil husband before nodding. Seeing his silly look, the evil husband was a little uneasy, adding, this early stage can be more high prices, and later slowly reduce the amount in price. Within the three clans, the Xiongnu are the main ones, the Donghu have half of their territory in the mountains, and the Niue clan have a large area of territory within the uninhabited mountainous areas at high altitude. Therefore, the main target for acquiring wolfskins is the Huns, so don't get confused. To be honest, Donghu and Yuezhi were not enough to be feared in his eyes. It was the Xiongnu that was like a dog's skin. This guy and his successor after him had not brought many dark moments to the land of Huaxia. Therefore, the main force for acquiring the wolfskin is on the Huns, which is also considered to be an outpost for the future. And by the way, collect the interest on the sins committed in the past life. Meng Chan listened attentively before nodding and saying, don't worry Lord Weiwei, I'm quite good at this. As he said that, he also revealed a hint of embarrassment. This caused the evil husband to be a bit uncertain, not knowing why he was showing such a demeanor. Seeing this, Zheng smiled and explained, Meng Can had some connection with Lu Buwei, but he was very fond of studying the way of business, and he would do some small business in order to calculate the feasibility of it. In the eyes of our Taitsong order, this matter of national grain and tax is the same as a merchant doing business. This bantering voice with a stick in it made Meng Chan feel even more ashamed of himself. Back then, in order to study the doorway inside the merchants, he didn't miss out on kissing Lu Buwei's ass, and this was the case since the time of the first king. And the reason why Lu Buwei downfall did not implicate him to ask the crime. In fact, to put it bluntly, is that he wanted to do some small business to make money. This matter is full of civil and military no. He was greedy for money, but not corrupt, and was generally considered to be self-reliant, so Zheng tacitly approved of his behavior and gave him a higher opinion. Nice one. Evil husband seriously sized up the somewhat oily Meng Chan, not realizing that there was a great talent hidden around him. Isn't this the proper Minister of Commerce? Wu's Tom Shoes outlet, from the end of the micro, is not the root of the seedling is not red, but in front of Meng Chan is not the same. I just don't know. How does his ability compare to Usher's? Lord Weiwei, why are you looking at me like that? Meng Can asked cautiously, completely lacking the gravitas of one of the same 9 ministers. If you didn't know, you'd think he was an underling of the evil husband. The evil husband took a few steps to Meng Chan's side and patted his shoulder. Meng Taitsong is so capable. Why didn't you say so earlier? It's true that you can't judge a man by his looks, and you can't measure the sea by its waters. Since this moment, evil husband put away his underestimation of him and said rather seriously, you and make this matter well. There will definitely be a time in the future when Meng Taitsong will be reused. Really? Meng Can's eyes snapped open. His Taitsong order when it is really difficult. In fact, there is not much oil and water, although ranked one of the 9 ministers, but the status of the other 8 people worse than a whole head, not up to the latter part of the ministry of the household. Like the secretary. This is his helplessness. Want to merit promotion is almost impossible. That little salary is not enough to feed a large family. And do not want to reach out and do not dare to reach out to hit the treasury money and food idea. This is the next step. With the official body secretly do some will not let people seriously attack the small business, so as to support the family, otherwise really cannot afford to support the expenses of a large family. Yes, don't worry. Evil husband patted his chest and said, I'm sure you're well aware of Feng Jie's recent assignment. As long as you let the great king see your abilities this time, I guarantee that your mission is definitely more important than Feng Jie. Hearing this, Meng Can almost didn't jump high in surprise. Although I do not know what Feng Jie's specific responsibilities, but from the recent traces of his rising status in the courtroom, it is definitely not simple. Wouldn't a more important mission than his be just around the corner? Chapter 86, A child traveling 1,000 miles and a mother worried? The afternoon of the day the coterie meeting ended, wicked husband, in the name of the guardian lieutenant, personally issued a transfer order into Jushan. The Lord Weiwei has ordered that the 30 10,000 new army elites be divided into 3 armies, with 10,000 soldiers numbered in each army. Zhang Han, be the Liehu army's captain of Dutong, and control the Liehu army's full powers. Meng Tian, as captain of the Primus army, with full authority. Wang Li, as captain of the Jinshan army Dutong. Zhang Er's loud voice resounded through the Zhushan schoolyard, and the 3 people who were named hurriedly stood out cheerfully, arching their hands in respect and thanks. Zhang Er nodded slightly, considered to be a substitute leader for evil husband, and then continued in a loud voice. The Weiwei lieutenant has ordered that the new Liehu army should enter the Xiongnu, tire out the enemy and attack, and not collide head-on with the Xiongnu army, the Snapdragon army into the eastern Hu, and the Jinshan army into the Yuezhi. With a slight lull in his voice, he looked at the 3 and said in a low voice, Lord Weiwei has a word. Even though it's just an assault, try not to leave any survivors behind. Persimmons pick the soft ones to pinch. The corpses of the slaughtered are collected as much as possible. As he spoke, the 3 listened with jaws agape. Sure enough, it's still the selfsame general. Other aspects cannot use the brain. Absolutely not use the brain. And in the brutality and ferocity of this aspect, that is really handy. Eyeballs a turn is 800 dirty hard eyes. Yes, we know. Spit it out. But don't forget to arch your hand and take orders. After Zhang Er left, Meng Tian and Wang Li looked a little confused, and appeared to have some mixed feelings about the evil husband's order. Zhang Han followed the evil husband for a long time. These tactics have long been strange. See, the 2 state is not right. Busy smile and open the mouth to pacify. General once said, means brutality may hurt the heaven and, but if the soft, will hurt the people of their own country and, to die poor or not, but lies in a matter of position and choice. Since you have joined the military, don't think of mercy, otherwise wouldn't it be tantamount to being and standing up for yourself? Today you show mercy and don't raise your sword, but in the coming day when you are weak, people will definitely not show mercy to you. At those words, both of them sighed at the same time. Meng Tian smiled bitterly. I understand all of Big Brother's reasoning, but it's still a bit. Wang Li from the sidelines constantly nodding, is not afraid to do, just this is afraid of not a good end. It is difficult to die in peace. Seeing this, Zhang Han's face swished cold, and said sternly, the 2 of you have distinguished families, and have been well-fed since childhood. How do you know the suffering of the people at the bottom? It's natural to like to preach a good thought when this rain doesn't fall on your head and the knife doesn't cut into your neck. The 2 of them were dumbfounded for a while, and the color of their faces began to change constantly. Zhang Han flung his robe sleeve and turned around, dropping a sentence, I think you should not go this time. I will send someone to inform the general. After saying that, he left straight away, leaving the 2 of them standing dumbfounded. What to do? It took a while for Meng Tian to come back to his senses, and he looked at Wang Li beside him and asked. Nevertheless, Wang Li gave a valiant smile. My father and grandpa once said that when you are in the military, you should take the military order as your top priority. Sensei's Big Brother's resolution is right or wrong. Disobeying military orders is our fault. He was naturally a bit more spontaneous in nature, and had great respect and admiration for the evil husband. And besides, there was really nothing wrong with that statement. I've been a soldier. I've killed people. And now I'm thinking of compassion? Taking a step back, there was a cause for the injustice. They were at most the ones who carried it out. And the source was ultimately the evil husband who had ordered it. Even if he is haunted by an evil spirit, it can't haunt him. Just go to the evil husband. This time, I'm going. Wang Li left behind a sentence. Then he also turned around and left. Seeing that Wang Li had said so, Meng Tian did not worry much anymore. The big deal was that he forced himself to adapt to it. Immediately, he quickly caught up with Wang Li and Zhang Han. Zhang Han heard the sound of hurried footsteps coming from behind him, stopped his footsteps slightly, and asked without looking back. Figured it out? Yes, brother Zhang Han, we must go. Hearing this, Zhang Han's face that was boarded up only loosened up, turning around and pulling the 2 of them with a smile. That's right, although the general's methods are brutal, what he says is reasonable. We must know that there are 2 sides of the world. Good and evil are coexisting in mutual growth. Hurt others, but also protect their own family, which is right and which is wrong. No one can say. Soldiers should be to protect the family and defense of the country. How can you care about the death of the outsiders, people in the army, when this is the only way to measure the evil and good is? If soldiers and generals move with kindness that they should not, and go astray in their thinking that they should not, this country and home will cease to exist. Listening to Zhang Han spoke out of the evil husband Bible, The two men, that is a succession of nodding constantly, the heart of the previous doubts by this somewhat extreme ideological concepts all washed away. Early the next morning, two brothers, let's leave you here, and wish you a victory and a sweep of the barbarians. At the foot of Zhushan Mountain, Zhang Han's three men bid farewell to each other. When the words were spoken and the wine drunk, the 30,000 strong army separated thereon, and rushed furiously and violently in three directions. Wai Wei's house. General, Zhang Han's three men have already departed. Zhang whispered softly, still waking up the brooding evil husband. Only a hint of disappointment appeared on his face, and in a low voice he said, the three boys have set out, but my heart is lifted. As the saying goes, a child's mother worries about him, and that's how he felt at this moment. Zhang Han is okay, that kid has been following him since the dawn of time, and he is still at ease with him, except for this Wang Li and Meng Tan. These two people are only after he trained a hand. The insights are still influenced by the home deeper, and is the first time to command so many troops to go to war. Any mistake in decision-making or indecisiveness could result in the loss of troops or the destruction of the entire army. Even they themselves can't come back. This is a nationally selected elite. There cannot be the slightest failure. They are from very prominent families, so if anything happens to them, how will they explain to Wang Jian and Meng Arnold? From the emotional aspect, 30,000 people are life and death to follow his men. 3 are his brothers and friends, which wounded and dead. He cannot receive members. At this moment, the pressure on his heart far exceeded that of anyone else. Zhang smiled faintly at his words. My lord, as the old saying goes, children and grandchildren will always be blessed. Children will always grow up one day. If you don't let go of them, it will definitely be difficult for them to achieve anything in the future. Those words made the evil husband's eyes bulge. He's just describing the feeling, and this kid just elevates himself to this? Is it polite for you to say that to a 15-year-old? But, strange as the words were, the moral was right. Zhang didn't notice the abnormality in the evil husband's complexion, and continued to say to himself, a general's success is 10,000 bones withered. How can one become a unique general without having been sharpened by life and death? Not everyone is like you. General, growth needs to be accumulated bit by bit. Evil husband gave a sideways glance. The boy was talking a real head of steam. However, he also dispelled a lot of misgivings, and his face also reappeared with a domineering smile. You're right, there is my bottom to set the tripod. This time not to break in more wind? Chapter 87, Assessing the Land into Acres. The whole court was shocked. On this side, the 3 armies had just left Jinyang, and the emissaries sent by Meng Chan followed them out of Jinyang city. Meng Chan was extremely enthusiastic about this matter and had already perfected the plan overnight. And seeing Meng Can busy in a frenzy, Feng Jiao, who was burdened with a heavy responsibility, was not willing to lag behind, and climbed up. This is not today's morning court. He even directly in front of the civil and military ministers, will be amortized into the acres of things said. Your Majesty, nowadays my state of Qin is thriving. The Tiger and Wolf divisions are proud of the 6 states, and there are many capable ministers and good generals within, so the opportunity for the East to come out has already come. However, the East out to sweep the 6, when the need for money and food supply. Today's agriculture and mulberry tax national policy has been inappropriate. I propose to reform the agriculture and mulberry tax, in order to amortize the policy of ding into the acres, casting my Qin 10,000 years of the foundation. Feng Jiab's thick voice echoed in the hall, causing the originally relaxed and harmonious atmosphere to instantly freeze. It has been almost 3 months since he started to talk about this matter, but he has been hiding it all along. But today he suddenly spoke it out, catching Ying Zhang and evil husband unprepared for it by surprise, and they could only look at each other and report with a bitter smile. Dare I ask the Imperial Secretary Feng, what is the meaning of this apportionment? The presence of the 100 officials are puzzled and surprised color, although when I do not know its specific why, but somehow always feel that it will be a shocking contraption. Feng Jie's little lecture hall instantly opened, and he originally brought out the same rhetoric that the evil husband had used in the first place. In a split second, it set off waves of shock and caused the hall to buzz. 100 officials discussed, with the eyes of looking at crazy Feng Jiao, cursing this person usually toed on the back of the foot. Do not want people diaphragm people even if. This time, how dare you pick up a big knife? What the hell? In an instant, Feng Jiao drowned in the 100 officials' angry accusations. Although it is reasoned, but the lips cannot beat the wife's tongue, was sprayed by people or fast to spit on the face of the wash. On the platform, Ying Zhang was full of gloating. Usually, This old man is the one who sprays this and that, but now he wants to let him feel the feeling of being sprayed. Feng Jia was being sprayed. His chest was heaving violently, and he was about to roll his eyes and pass out at any moment, when Zheng finally spoke up. Silence! In the land of the court, how can we allow you to be rude? Ice-cold words without a trace of emotion rang out, making all the officials present as if they had fallen into an ice cave. And looking at Zheng's indifferent face, the noises in the hall disappeared in an instant. Taking advantage of this gap, Zheng secretly shot a look at evil husband, signaling to leave the next main event to him. You guys? How dare you? The bellowing voice with boundless anger came out from the mouth of the evil husband, as if it was a thunderclap from the ground, and the rumbling sound echoed in the hall. This sudden roar scared the hearts and livers of the 100 officials present, and cold sweat rustling down. Evil husband swept his eyes. Feng Jiao said in a deep voice, Feng Imperial Historian just mentioned a strategy, how to make you guys anxious like this. All day long, you clamor to serve the country and the king, and when you move your interests, you immediately turn red in the face? Speaking here, he paced to the center of the hall and stood, his straight as a sword body exuding a regal majesty and aura. Your Majesty, I thought that Royal Secretary Feng's strategy is extremely good. It is a strategy that benefits the country and the people, and the loss of a small portion of the people's interest is negligible. These words make many people's faces become ironic. Secretly, you evil husband is full of food. The hand reward of the little land is also lazy to plant. Naturally it does not matter. But what about them? The land in the hands of many of them is the family's wealth that has been saved up for generations. And this apportionment of land into Mu is like a machete that directly cuts them off at the waist. So how can it work? My lord, Councillor Zhang stood out, said in a loud voice, agriculture, mulberry and taxation is the foundation of the country. How can it be changed haphazardly? Feng Jiao is just a royal historian. Only know how to impeach and pick the reasoning. How do you know which doorway? His words did not give Feng Jia any face at all, almost pointing his nose and saying it's just a spewer who can spew people, but also deluded to change the national policy? Not waiting for Zheng to speak, Zhang Ke's gaze fell on Feng Jia. Lord Imperial Historian, don't blame me for speaking harshly. The lord of your family who doesn't even have a hectare of land is really standing around talking. With your 2 tails of flesh, can you afford to shake up the country? If anything goes wrong, won't you let the king take the blame for you? Zheng's eyes suddenly condensed, killing intent in his heart. This old man seems to be spraying Feng Jiabao, but in fact, he is pointing at the wrong person and giving himself eye candy. Further, it amounts to a blatant threat. I'll see who dares. The evil husband let out a bellowing cry and took a step towards the front, as a landslide-like aura swept out. Under Pu Tian, there is no one who is not the king's land, and under the land, there is no one who is not the king's subject. The evil husband's eyes were like a small knife, looking straight at Zheng Ke. Can you represent the people of the world? Or can you represent the entire court? You heavenly lords are high up in the temple, clothed and fed. How do you know the suffering of the people? This world can live without you, but without the people it is certain death. Speaking, he has already come to Zheng Ke in front of him without realizing it, and lowered his head to look down on the tire. As long as the people of the world are happy, who can't the officials change? Does have to be you guys? The threatening intent in the words was revealed without a hint of concealment. Zheng Ke in fear and anger. Angry as the evil husband, bold. Fear as this person can really do out this. I don't see that Zhang on the platform doesn't even fart, and even slightly closes his eyes to pretend to be sleeping. Hiss. Cooed. The gazes of the crowd constantly hovered over Feng Jie, evil husband, and Zhang, and a thought snapped into their minds. That's it. I think Feng Jiao is just a pawn behind the back of the 2 bullies Zhang and evil husband. Without these 2 pussies, beat them to death. They do not believe that Feng Jiao has the guts to do this. The 100 officials, who had figured out the key points, immediately became hesitant, looking at the evil husband who was killing, and then at Zhang who was pretending to be deaf and dumb, and for a while they had a feeling that all their thoughts were lost. The evil husband took in the 100 officials' thoughtful looks and simply showed his cards directly. Amortization into acres is not a discussion with you, but a notice to you. Now, who's in favor and who's against? Said. This guy even recruited the forbidden guards at the entrance of the temple, reached out directly to the waist of the sword, pulled out the cold blade so that the 100 officials subconsciously gulped straight. What's wrong with this kid? What do we say? The reaction of the military generals is not as big as that of the civil ministers, but they also seem a bit anxious. Feeling the gazes from behind him, Manga aristocrat hurriedly whispered and asked for the opinion of Wang Jian beside him. Wang Jian simply ignored him and shouted, Feng Jian's plan is beneficial to the people of Qin. I second it. I would like to submit all of my family's land to your majesty's decision on distribution. Good good good. Meng aristocrat's teeth were itching with anger, and being preempted by him, he immediately stood out and chimed in as well. Chapter 88. I always do things by virtue. I also support the plan to amortize the land into acres, and would like to hand over all of my family's fields to the king, as there is no use in keeping them anyway. Meng Ardi slanted his eyes at Wang Jian, and then righteously said, seeing that these two had spoken, Huan Yi and other veteran generals also spoke up and agreed, and contributed their family fields. This was good. A group of veteran generals agreed, and other military generals opened their mouths to follow. See, the key moment is still have to be us. These pikers understand the reason. This book reads too much. The opposite is. The evil husband smiled and nodded his head and praised, while secretly satirizing up a crowd of red-faced and thick-necked ministers. People always take a variety of positions in their lives, and he had thought that he had traveled across the world and was not concerned about the boundaries of his identity. But after a long time, it was time to substitute oneself into the military general status. Lord Weiwei, how can you say that? Old man, I would like to hand over all my fields and properties for the great king's deployment, leaving only the rations needed for my family. Wang O was the first to step forward. They were followed by Li Si, Meng Chan and others, especially that Meng Chan, who even wanted to open the treasury. Ying Zhang was so frightened that he quickly waved his hand. Stop, stop, the national treasury is not yours. How can you touch it lightly? In this way, Meng Chan resigned unhappily. Of course, there are those who are on the path, and there are equally those who stand their ground. Zheng Ku at this time in turn became the backbone of the opposition, only to hear Zhang Ke's trembling voice shouted, the king, I have 2 generations of the late king's appreciation, is also considered to have made some merit, rewarded me with good land and big house. If we hand it over, won't we be ashamed of the late king's reward? This way, Zheng Ke forced himself to endure the pain of flesh, and said with a determined face, I would like to return the fields that I have collected from the people over the years, and I would like to ask the late king's rewards to remain with me as a remembrance. This is a very clever step for him to take a step backward. How can the land collected from the people catch up with the fertility of the land rewarded by the late king? In addition, these officials usually 10 fingers do not touch the spring water, which look on the hands of the people of those barren land. The number is not much. The source of the big head is those reward land. If he handed it over, he was afraid that he would go from being the richest to the most negative in one go. Yes, Dr. Zhang's words are reasonable, and I am willing to follow suit. The moment Zhang Ke's words fell, dozens of opponents also opened their mouths in unison to second the motion. Zheng Ke, for the sake of the field, even brought up 2 generations of the former king in front of the whole court. Isn't this not pressuring himself to yield? The king's power is not to be deceived. How can a subject overpower a king? In the past, Lu Bui's suppression of him was still fresh in his mind, and Zhang Ke's behavior today brought back memories of those earlier days of hesitation. Seeing his face grow cold, Wicked could think of what it was because of, but there were some things that were not good to say as a king, but there was no pressure on him to say them. Today, you have to pay even if you don't. The evil husband is not going to heckle you, and his attitude is so strongly worded that he is almost tearing his face off. People love to reason with the unreasonable, and unreason with the reasonable. If you say the last word again, this guard captain will make you bleed. As soon as the words fell, more than a dozen Forbidden Force warriors rushed in from outside the hall, their swords and soldiers sheathed in their hands, flashing with cold sharpness in the sunlight. Outrageous, shouting and fighting in front of the king. Do you still have the king in your eyes? Zheng Ke's heart was fearful, but he still stalked his neck and didn't budge an inch. It's a clear-cut case of wanting money, not life. Li Si and other acquaintances have been watching the fun. They know very well that sometimes the evil husband is the spokesman and the sword in the hand of Ying Zhang. Since he dares to say and do something, he naturally has Ying Zhang's tacit approval and backing behind him. Old thing, also didn't say that I killed you for no reason. This Weiwei lieutenant has always done things with deep sense of justice, to convince people with virtue. The evil husband took a few steps to come in front of Zheng Ke, and said in a cold voice, even if you have never bent the law or taken bribes, but hindering the development of the country, you already have a way to take death. Reese, the sudden voice startled Li Si, who was watching the play, and he hastened to say, Wei lieutenant, what is the matter? The evil husband's meaningful eyes fell on him. I've heard that the legalists emphasize the rule of law, and as a court captain of Qin, what is the crime for this obstruction of the progress of a powerful nation? He has the ability to directly cut this old thing. No need to bull **** so much, but after all, it is the temple. To speak a reasoned, otherwise it will be terrified. The officials present were speechless for a while. Who doesn't know what this lycée is about? Really is the potential than people. The law is two lips. How to say in the mouth of others. This is good. Countless pitying eyes fell on Jinyang, knowing that he is afraid of certain death today. Good boy. He has indeed progressed and knows to use his power to suppress others. A flash of approval crossed the bottom of Meng Arnold's eyes. Very pleased with his behavior. You should know that the previous evil husband would not talk to you about this. And definitely did not say one more word when he said he would kill you. Moreover, it seemed that he was disparaging the civil ministers just now. But in fact, he was also showing his attitude. He, the military general. It was a man on the same rope as the military generals present. So also in the unknowingly pacify the military generals, so as not to end up being isolated hate. Wonderful. It really fulfills the saying that one is not afraid of the martial arts skill of the martial artist, but afraid of the martial artist's brain. Li Si, who is now a member of the Jinyang party, didn't even think about it and blurted out, "A strong country is above all else, and anyone who dares to stand in the way will be executed." The moment the words fell, the evil husband, who had long been impatient, flicked his wrist. Put, an enraged head rolled to the ground, blood gushing like a fountain from its headless neck. A sword lords the head with a smooth cut that is an art. The hall was silent, and the sound of heads rolling off hadn't stopped. Evil husband collected his sword and stood, spat and said disdainfully, "Do you really think that I can't lift my sword and dare not kill you?" The officials subconsciously shivered, not realizing that the evil husband would really dare to kill Jinyang, the counselor, in front of Jinyang. The counselor, that is. Not some cat or dog. Just die? Changing the law is bound to be accompanied by a bloody storm. Wicked husband turned to Jinyang and said in a loud voice, "Your Majesty, heavy measures should be utilized in order to ensure that the 10,000-year policy will be implemented smoothly. Some sacrifice is vicious. I hope the king will forgive me." Jinyang nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "Captain Wei's methods were indeed too ruthless, but they were well and wonderfully killed." He swept his eyes over the heads and headless corpses that had fallen to the ground, and said sternly, "All the generations of my Qin's late rulers and wise ministers have poured out their hearts and blood for only two thoughts. Strong Qin, east out. The benefits of the apportionment of land into the Mu are endless. So strong Qin thing dared to block. Death is not enough to pity. I thought that all those who could not see Qin's strength were double-minded, and there were quite a few spies from the 6 countries in Jinyang." This last statement was meaningful. But it was a deliberate attempt to open the door to the evil husband. The people in the room are not cuties. They could hear the meaning of the words. For a moment, all previous opposition was muted. Chapter 89, Taking someone else's land and painting a cake for your own family? I thought that the plan of spreading the rice into acres was indeed good, and the humble minister was so stupid that he did not think out the subtleties of it just now. So I beg your Majesty's pardon. Finally someone couldn't resist the evil husband's leering eyes and stepped forward to speak in agreement. Seeing that someone had taken the lead, the remaining opponents did not dare to continue to insist and spoke up in agreement. Jingle bells. The evil husband casually threw away the sobbing longsword in his hand, and it landed in the place with a series of crisp clangs. He put on a warm and friendly smile as if he were changing his face, and said softly, "All of you officials have a deep sense of justice, and the wicked man admires it." This statement made a group of opponents show a look of eating poop. People are given to kill, and now you come up with this? Even if it's a slap in the face and a sweet date, it's not as clumsy as you are, right? A little bit of heart, a little bit of seriousness. No? While they were secretly slandering, evil husband arched his hand at Jinyang on his high seat. "Your Majesty, our Qin ministers are deeply righteous, so it's not good for the court to treat them poorly. I propose that it would be better to compensate your lords by making a slight change in the policy of the Night Ranger." "Oh?" Jinyang raised his sword brows and asked in return, "Tell me more." Wicked husband nodded, turned to face the courtiers, and said in a loud voice, "This general previously proposed the policy of production teams as a way to make strong use of the new land that came from the opening of the frontier so that it would not be wasted. In that case, it would be better to summarize the grain production of the lands that your colleagues have dedicated, and replenish them to you with the grain production of the land of Yelong. The people who planted the plants were either domestic felons or criminals on death row or captives of the surrendered army. For the purpose of labor reform, after applying various tests to enhance their motivation, those with outstanding performance can be exempted from the crime and punishment, and be returned to my Qin Xianshou. This is also his temporary idea. After all, cut off people's wealth is the same as killing parents. How to give people a little to make up back. The people present are standing in the apex of Qin's power. The family is huge. I do not know how many mouths waiting to eat it. Coldly give people the financial road cut off is really not good. Besides, if you don't do it for yourself, you'll be punished. Hit a bunch and pull a bunch. That's the way to go. You can't offend the world's gentry and powerful and also push the whole dynasty to the opposite side, right? As long as the court is of one mind, the gentry and the powerful will never make a single wave. That's a good plan. After a little thought, Zhang nodded slightly to signal his agreement. Once this was said, the 100 officials in the temple were fleshed out and excited. It was really a village in the dark. At least the income was preserved. Hey, we pay our respects to the great king and thank Lord Weiwei. The entire dynasty of civil and military personnel opened their mouths in unison to say thank you, and their voices were so loud that they almost didn't topple the roof cover of the room. The corner of evil husband's mouth hooked up a smile, waved his hand and said, since there are no objections, then the land of all fellow officers will be left unpaid for the time being, and will first be implemented in the civil society to be apportioned into acres, and will be divided when Yelang is returned to my hands? Naturally. 100 turns of ups and downs made these people not even notice some things, and all they did was rejoice in the preservation of their family fortunes. Of course, there were also smart people who sensed a hint of something wrong, and then their faces became more and more helpless. Still say, this night Langwen became the Qin land, how never received the news. Make half a day is ready to fight now? It's still so bad that it's breathless. Combined, you take someone else's land, come and paint your own family's picture, and then do the job afterward? Of course, they scanned the evil one's fearful martial stature, but they didn't doubt that he couldn't take Nightcrawler. Wang Jian and Meng Arbors looked at each other and smiled, feeling both helpless and amused at the play of the evil husband of this boy. Since this boy has entered the court, it always feels that the whole state of Qin has changed a little bit, but I cannot say where it has changed. Your Majesty, the old minister asks for an order to go forward. This time, Meng Arnold was finally one step ahead of Wang Jian, and came straight to the center of the hall with a quick step and a deep salute. Wang Jian glanced at Meng Artery, not the least bit moved. The district Nightlong he really has little interest in. The combat power is not much better than the savages. Why bother to rush to the labor? He swept his eyes at the evil husband, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. He understood in his heart that there would definitely be another big move within the court next, and today's matter was definitely something that this kid had been working on behind the scenes. As long as you stay in Jinyang, are you afraid you won't be able to get a good job? When he thought about it, Wang Jian's gaze toward Meng Artery was full of teasing. Since you like to go and play with the savages, what's the harm in letting you have it? Seeing that no one was vying for it, Zhang nodded his head and said, since General Meng Arnold wants to go, then you will lead 100,000 troops to attack Yelong. Wicked Man added, on the general, Nightlang has a large area of land for the deep mountains and old forests. Priority dry them flatland. The rest of the Su in figure. The most urgent for the replenishment of the money and food of your fellow officers. The moment these words came out, the eyes of all the civil and military personnel in the dynasty prayed to fall on Meng Arnold, who was now no different from their food and clothing parents. Feeling the great expectations of his colleagues, Meng Arnold nodded solemnly and said in a loud voice, Your Majesty, please rest assured that within a month, Meng Arnold will take the flat land of Yelong into his possession. Not to mention other people, but there is also his own share in it, and so many mouths in his family are waiting to eat. Zhang's approving gaze fell on Evil Husband, who also smiled back. Today, Evil Husband had done a very good job and satisfied Zhang. At least, did not lead to turmoil in the court, only paid the death of Zhang Ku. The price is equivalent to nothing. If there's nothing else, let's dismiss the court. The upper general will immediately mobilize his troops and set off. Zhang got up and asked. Seeing that no one spoke, he left straight away. I respectfully send off the great king. The ministers saluted in unison until the figure of Zhang disappeared. Then they slowly got up and prepared to leave. Oh yeah. The evil husband slapped his head and pointed at Kolan's corpse on the ground and said, since this person is already dead, he will not be held accountable for implicating his friends and family. Meng Chan. Yes. What is the order of the Lord Guard Captain? The evil husband rubbed his chin and said softly. Seize all the belongings in this dead man's house and keep them for the pensions and bounties of the generals who have gone out to battle. All mixed to the admonishing doctor. The family must be the family of 10,000 yuan, or this old boy is not to guard the wealth to pay for life. He also wanted to see just how much property could be copied out of this man's home. Meng Chan said, Zheng Ke has at least 1,000 hectares of good land in the country, no less than 20 mansions, and other belongings must be more or less, as a Taitsong order, in charge of the world's money, food, farming and other things. He has quite a number of the rewards that Zheng Ke has received over the years, but also those small objects and liquidity is not known. I don't think you should do this Taitsong order anymore. Why don't you take charge of economic and trade and anti-corruption? Evil husband revealed a narrow smile. Although the word anti-corruption was the first time Meng Can had heard of it, he was able to understand the meaning of it, and he was extremely cooperative as he swept his eyes over the 100 officials present, the bottom of his eyes full of unsuspecting colors. The ministers who were swept by his gaze were all in a state of fear, fearing that this kid would inform the evil husband of his family's property, and in being targeted by this butcher, find an excuse to plunge his family. Chapter 90, Go out and get some air by yourself. Boom! Thunder exploded in the sky. At the first sound of spring thunder, everything is revived. The spring rain fell for 2 days in a row, coming quite a few days later than in previous years. The rain gradually stopped and the people came out into the streets to talk to each other. This year this spring rain is a little late, but it is longer. Abundant water. I think this year will certainly be a good harvest. 3 messengers rushed in at the city gates and ran wildly through the streets. Hey! Surely a shortcut is coming, isn't it? The people were watching and talking to each other. In recent times, for about a month or so, the city of Jinyang has been returning from time to time with scouting horse messengers, bringing one good news after another, and they are not surprised by this. Inside the king's palace, evil husband and Ing Zhang are facing each other in a game of chess. Suddenly, there was a rush of footsteps outside the hall, and Zhao Gao, who was accompanying him inside the hall, immediately walked towards the door of the hall, fearing that some small matter would disturb Ing Zhang's pleasure. Squeak! Zhao Gao carefully pushed open the door of the hall, and when he saw that standing outside the door was Taitsong order Meng Can, he quickly saluted and asked, Meng Taitsong, what is the matter that you want to see the king? Meng Chan lowered his voice. Quickly go and inform the great king. Just say that the matter of the 3 clans is fine. Zhao Gao nodded. Then, please trouble Meng Taitsong to wait a bit. I'll go inform the great king. With that, he turned and walked away at a brisk pace. Coming to the Ing Zhang duo, Zhao Gao tried to lower his voice as much as possible and said, Your Majesty, Meng Taitsong seeks an audience, saying that it is related to the matter of the 3 clans. At those words, the 2 who were playing the game stopped their movements in their hands. Quickly call him in. A short while later, Meng Can walked through the long corridor and finally arrived at the side hall. My lord, greetings to the great king. Be excused. Meng Chan got up and smiled at the evil husband as a greeting, and the latter nodded slightly and asked out loud, Taitsong, but the 3 clans are heartened? Meng Can smiled even more at his words and hurriedly said, Just now the messenger brought back news that the first batch of wolfskins sent by the Shengnu are already on their way. About 20,000 of them. Yuezhi and Donghu are slightly less, and number 5 or 6,000. Upon hearing this, Ing Zhang and evil husband were stunned at the same time, and then they burst into laughter. Looks like the Huns don't usually hunt wolves. Wicked husband cupped his chin and guessed, this first batch of wolfskins may be the ones they have historically stocked up on. Just this one time pretty much emptied their stock, and they will surely go on a big wolf hunting spree next as a way to keep our trade going. Ing Zhang was quite agreeable to his words, and the fact that he took out such a large amount of wolf skins in his first trade showed that the Huns were very serious about it, so he immediately said, Meng Chan, don't care about those petty profits, as long as you cause them to be jealous and protect my Qin's grand plan. Meng Chan quickly nodded his head and smiled. Your Majesty, Lord Weiwei doesn't know. This wolf skin is also a rarity for us. Warm and waterproof. It's quite popular. In recent days, there have been quite a few people inquiring through various means, wanting to purchase this wolf skin at a high price. Aha! Ing Zhang and evil husband's expressions stagnated, and then they burst out laughing. I was prepared to lose money, but I didn't expect to save money, which is really a great thing. But, Meng Chan swept his eyes at the evil husband and whispered, the 3 clans have also brought a letter inquiring if the Rexes that are ravaging their territory are from our Qin state. If so, please ask the great king to order a retreat, and they would like to use this for a long time to exchange border trade with my Qin. The words just fell. The evil husband's eyes instantly changed, sneered and said, want to fart eat it. A district of wolf skin for our bronze utensils, silk cloth and other things. So good at doing business, not as good as to come to my Qin. Is that businessman, forget it? Meng Chan was full of bitter smiles. This young master was really too grumpy, not moving to anger. Really scary. Look at you. What's the hurry? Jinyang slanted a glance at the furious evil husband, then said in a cold voice, see how angry our Lord Weiwei is. Send someone to tell them that it's not one of our Qin people, and tell him to ask Wei, Zhao and Yen. Also reveal to them that the widow is annoyed and is already considering cutting back on wolfskin purchases and prices. Meng Chan eyes flashed with admiration. In front of the two teenagers, hitchhiking is really too ruthless. A chest with a gully strategy, one such as Qi in the world. The courage is unparalleled. Lu Buwei and Lao Ai. It's not a bad loss. I know what the great king means, so I'll retire and go ahead and maneuver. Meng Chan arched his hand, then turned around and left quickly. After he left, Jinyang looked at the still sulking evil husband and scolded him with a smile. You were the one who came up with the plan, and now you're so angry. So why don't you just declare war right from the start? The evil husband took a few deep breaths and gritted his teeth. If it wasn't for the sake of preserving strength, I would have led the men to do it with them for real. Where would I have to suffer from this? Jinyang smiled bitterly and shook his head. After the two of them had been together for so long, he was considered to have a better understanding of the evil husband's temperament, and words of persuasion were simply useless. Might as well let him go out and take the piss. With this in mind, Jinyang casually unclasped the belt tag from his waist and threw it to the evil husband, saying, take this tag and go out to get some air. But only the Black Dragon Xuanjia army can be brought. Food and grass and other things are on their own. I don't have the money to pay for your pockets. Evil husband panicked and reached out to take it, a small smile finally appearing on his face. I understand. Thank you, big brother. With that, he got up in a hurry and left. Zhao Gao looked at the hastily departing back and couldn't help but laugh in a low voice. Lord Weiwei's straightforward character is really an interesting person. I wonder who's going to be missed this time. Jinyang nodded at his words and laughed. This kid never does business that loses money. This time he must have gone out to find a remedy. Zhao Gao covered his mouth and smiled lowly, his eyes glittering with a fine light. He realized that Jinyang would only become extremely gentle and talk more when he brought up his evil husband. Only then would he act like a 15 or 16-year-old teenager should. This is something we can utilize, so that we can get into the heart of Jinyang, and be rewarded and reused by him. The words are split. On this side, the wicked husband went straight to Zhushan after leaving the Jianyang palace. At this time, Shu Mountain is not as lively as before. Only 3,000 Black Dragon Xuanjia army is left here in boredom. When they learned that the evil husband had arrived, Ernio and Chunning rushed to meet him. General, but do you want to move? As soon as the two men saw Evil Fu, they didn't even say a polite word and looked at Evil Fu with a face full of expectation. Since Zhang Han and other people left, cold after the cold, they are not a taste in their hearts, seemingly extra negative and uninteresting. Many generals were even saying in private that the evil husband was forgetting the old man when he had a new man, and had forgotten all of them, his old brethren. Evil husband said in a bad mood, if you know that, why don't you hurry to gather the brethren? As soon as these words came out, Ernio and Chunning were immediately ecstatic, and ran furiously back towards the front to gather the generals. Zhang on the side couldn't help but laugh. General, the brethren are really suffocating. Evil husband shook his head and lost his smile. These two brats, they didn't even ask where they were going. Chapter 91, General, where are we going? A short while later, Chunning and Ernio came neatly with the generals. General, let's go. Yes, let's go. This Jushan is suffocating. At the two men's bellowing urgings, the wicked man had no choice but to turn on his horse and go straight down the hill with his generals. All the way out of Jianyang City, the 3,000 Black Dragon Xuanjia army generals all revealed a look of enchantment. After a few months, it was finally time to go down again. At this moment, they were even so excited that they wanted to yell and scream as a way to vent their inner excitement. It was only at this point that Ernio and Chunning remembered that they didn't know what the purpose of this trip was, so they asked, General, you tell me, who are we going to this time? Who knows? The evil husband had both hands. I don't know. That was a dumbfounding statement for both of them, and their godless eyes looked straight at the evil husband. Let's take a step forward. We can't go out for too long. Just find someone to pinch. Evil husband scratched his head. He really hadn't thought about where to go either. Chunning was considered to be the more resourceful of the few, and he whispered, General, the smiths on the mountain have been exhausted lately, and their skills are quite a bit worse in Korea. Are you trying to go to Korea for a stroll? Evil husband's eyes snapped open, but he had really forgotten about it. If we can take some craftsmen back from Korea, There will definitely be a major breakthrough in the manufacturing process at least. Who does not know? The 7 warring states, with Korea smelting the strongest. Come on, let's go around Korea then. Wicked husband was dry and decisive, and immediately ordered a drive in the direction of Korea. Jinyang hurriedly chased after him and asked, General, where are we going to attack Korea first? We can't be without a route, right? Go first, fight wherever you go, take a say-so trip. The evil husband was too lazy to make those endorsements. The Black Dragon Xuanjia army led by him is the complete whole, which can be proud of the group. Jinyang again turned his gaze to Anie and Chunning, but saw that they were silent and only knew how to follow the evil husband and bury their heads in the sand. So he was speechless. Unlike Jinyang, they had an almost fanatical trust in the evil husband and didn't care that much. Just do it. Helplessly, Jinyang could only shut up and urged his warhorse to follow the evil husband. Qin is not to be underestimated, and with all the recent moves, it's really worrying. Who says not? This even can grassland barbarians do up the border trade. Is full of pots and pans, really envious of others. Zhao Wangyan was listening to the minister's words, and his heart was really filled with 1,000 feelings. When he was a prince, this Ing Zhan was just a brat, wagging his tail and begging for mercy all day long in Zhao capital, living a life of eating the first meal and having no next meal. After ascending to the throne as king, Lu Buwei and Lao Ai were even pacified, and he was in sole charge of the court. He sent his troops to beat Wei and made business with foreigners prosperous, which was really a good tactic. It's really a good thing that you can't see the other side of the coin. Your Majesty, Qin has always aimed to go east, so we have to be on guard. Councillor Bin Ning spoke up and shouted. Zhao Wangyan, who was caught up and lost in thought memories, was awakened. His eyes subconsciously looked at Bin Ning. Qin has been making frequent moves lately, but all of them are directed at barbarians outside of China. So why does the secretary need to worry about it? After all, Zhao Wangyan still didn't put Ing Zhang in his eyes, not to mention this brat. Even when his father saw him, he didn't nod his head, and was as afraid as a quail. Seeing his disdainful words, Binning's heart seized up, and he shouted, Your Majesty, don't underestimate that Ing Zhang. It's already not easy to destroy Lu Buwei and Lao Ai, and with the help of his fierce generals, Qin will become a great danger in the future. Nowadays, the name of the evil husband had already spread, and the intelligence about him was known by all countries in every detail, so no one dared to underestimate this young butcher general at all. Joke. Huakai was not pleased to see Bin Ning shouting there, and stepped forward and said sternly, The king has just ascended to the throne, and you are here to proclaim the might of another country. What are your intentions? He's just a brat. Even his father didn't dare to act recklessly in front of the king, so why do you have to be an alarmist and raise others' aspirations? As Zhao Wangyan's companion, Huakai does not want to let go of any opportunity for flattery, and this Bin Ning has always despised himself, must take this opportunity to fix him. The words of his beloved Huakai made Zhao Wangyan very flattered. A hint of arrogance appeared on his face, and his gaze towards Bin Ning became disgusted. It's only been a few days since he ascended the throne, and you, Bin Ning, are saying this in this courtroom, in front of all the civil and military officials? Why, do you look down on your new king like that? The Qin generals are brave and courageous, but is there no one in the orphan kingdom of Zhao? Zhao Wangyan voice like thunder. I have great generals Lian Pa, Li Mu. The district is just a small child is just a handful. With these words, the lethargy in the hall instantly dissipated. Yes, both Lian Pa and Li Mu are great generals who have been famous for a long time. How can they be compared to that evil man? Even if its force is the gods down to earth, so what? Marching and fighting can never rely on personal bravery. When the Battle of Chongping, Bai Qi did not have the advantage in the hands of Lian Pa. If not temporarily replaced Zhao Qua, the Zhao army at least will not lose so badly. Li Mu, not to mention, resourceful, strategizing, even compared to such a veteran general as Lian Pa is no better, or even a few points stronger. Although the current Qin army is strong and powerful, the only generals who can show their hands are Meng Arnold, Huan Yi and a few other veteran generals. As for Wang Jian, there is nothing too glamorous, and he is not even in their eyes. So said. The ministers present also came to confidence, have cast a contemptuous gaze at Binning, feeling that he is a little fuss. Your Majesty, have you forgotten what happened to Wei? Bin Ning looked a bit hysterical and said angrily, Wei's strength isn't bad, yet it was beaten by Qin and even lost a big face. Wei was beaten by Qin, and the fact that Qin withdrew its troops and went forward to send a gift has long spread, so much so that the king of Wei is now reduced to a joke. He did not say okay, Once he said Zhao Wangyan even directly laughed out loud, followed by a cold voice asked, "What? You are treating Lone as that little cutie, General King of Wei? Since you're so afraid of Qin, why don't you tell us your strategy for dealing with it?" This chokes the Binning want to speak again and again. He just felt that the Qin wolves have to be prevented, but how to prevent witches he alone can think out. To countermeasures you have no countermeasures, only know how to shout over and over again, saying that you raise the morale of others and destroy your own wind. You were still not willing to listen. Guo Kai had a hint of contempt on his face, not hiding the mockery in his words at all. Binning looked at him angrily. "You Guo Kai boasts of your superior strategy. I am ashamed to be inferior, but please teach me? How hard can it be?" The look of contempt on Guo Kai's face worsened as he slowly said, "Since you say that Qin is on the rise, it would be better to cut off the roots of their rise. What Qin has, do I, Zhao, not have? If they can do business, so can we. A mere trifle. How could it be worth 3 times your shouting? It is not that the king does not take it seriously. It is just that it is as easy as it can be." Chapter 92 Guo Kai, the smart one. Guo Kai, truly an important minister of the orphan. Zhao Wangyan face full of praise color. Do not mince words of praise. In front of the group of ministers face is a blow. Since his ascension to the throne, the whole court is full of civil and military disobedience, and he continues to promote his beloved Guo Kai to a high position, so as not to fall into the situation of no one to use. Today, since Guo Kai had shown his talent, he didn't mind building up some momentum for him. Guo Kai naturally knew his intentions and hurriedly told the news that the secret agent had sent to him. "Your Majesty, I have received news that the Xiongnu, Yuezhi, and Donghu clans have combined their efforts to exterminate the Inu Rong, cut off Qin's trade and commerce with them, and pressurized Qin to continue the trade and commerce at a low price." Speaking of this, Guo Kai's face showed a hint of teasing and disbelief as he hesitantly said, "The 3 clans joining forces cannot be underestimated, and I don't know if Qin is under pressure or what. I can't believe the 3 clans are being asked to use wolf skins as the principle of the mutual market." Zhao Wangyan really didn't know about this, and a trace of doubt also appeared on his face when he heard this, followed by a laugh. "They all say that the Qin people's bones are not to be deceived?" Zhao Wangyan showed disdain. "It's still not the same condescension. I think this wolf skin is just a covering they found to save face. The great king is right. The wolf skin is worth a bit of money, but it's not worth them exchanging it for such a high price." Guo Kai grinned to reveal a mouth full of big teeth, not hiding his contempt for Qin, and continued, "My undercover agent had sent a message that the 3 tribes were pressuring Qin to continue the trade at 10% of the price of the engine, and Qin returned with the 2 skins of wolf and fox for Warcraft, and it really knows how to make a face for itself." Speaking here, Guo Kai turned his head to look at Bin Ning and teased with a cold smile, "Such an opponent has caused you to exaggerate so much, saying that what you said was really not wrong at all." Binning didn't know about these things, and he wasn't in charge of the secret agents of Zhao and the other 6 countries. At this moment, even if he had 1,000 questions, he could only turn them into a sigh of resignation. The ministers present are not little cute. The company's main goal is to provide the best possible service to its customers, and the company's goal is to provide the best possible service to its customers, and the company's goal is to provide the best possible service to its customers, and the company's goal is to provide the best possible service to its customers. Countless regretful gazes fell on Binning, and many loyal ministers even felt sorry for their hearts and cursed Guo Kai for being cunning and treacherous. "Binning, what else do you have to say? Are you convinced?" Guo Kai didn't know what it meant to be converted, and looked like he was being unreasonable. Bin Ning burst into a knot of anger, his face constantly changing color, and after a few breaths fell heavily to his knees, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, there is definitely something fishy about this matter, and Qin is not a little cutie. How could it make such a mindless resolution? There must be some purpose. I implore the king to pay attention. You mother asterisk. Still not convinced?" Guo Kai's face was violently gloomy, his eyes flickered with murderous intent, and he asked sorrowfully, "Then what is the purpose of what you say to the king?" Binning was speechless. How could he say 1, 2, 3? Guo Kai suddenly stormed out. "Binning, you've been an alarmist 3 times, and you've been told to speak, but you still can't. Are you teasing the king? I implore the great king to descend and pursue the punishment for Bingning's great disrespect in teasing the king." This statement, Bin Ning indignation, Si Zhao Wangyan face rising anger, heart despair, shouted, "I do not have any play the heart of the king, since the king does not believe in the old minister, but also please allow the old minister resign to return to his hometown to work as a farmer." This, It took everyone by surprise when things came to this point. Zhao Wanyan is full of consternation. He just wanted to build momentum for Guokai. Do not like Binning is true, but also did not really want to cure him of what crime. After all, is the two dynasties, seniority in this position. He has just assumed office. How can he arbitrarily punish and depose his veteran ministers? Great king. Binning is confused. Please don't blame him. What's all this talk of resignation for good reason? Some of the old ministers could not bear to see the old colleagues in the past so rush to have come out to plead and persuade. The heart cannot help but some sadness. Zhao Wanyan nodded his head repeatedly, and hurriedly pacified. Why do you have to be like this? This is not in the discussion. How do you have to make such a mess? I will pretend that I did not hear. Binning is not really want to resign and return home. See, Zhao Wanyan took the initiative to give a step. The heart of the mouth of the bad gas also eliminated a lot. Directly downhill. Your Majesty, the old minister just wants to exhort you to pay attention to Qin and never take it lightly. Zhao Wanyan nodded, his eyes looking towards Guokai. Guokai, since you know the roots of it, you'll be the one to operate it and open the economic and trade exchange market between my country of Zhao and the three tribes. Add another 30% to his Qin, and I don't believe that those three clans won't be moved. Guokai revealed a hint of joy. Flattered, great king wise, first to high price temptation, to be in the future will be the business of the three tribes to snatch away, in slowly lower prices. The great king is truly eloquent. A series of praise of the horse's ass will Zhao Wanyan drowned. The face cannot help but show a proud color. Seeing the two monarchs and ministers entertaining themselves, then Ning sighed and said, Your Majesty, this is feasible, but you should also send someone to inform General Li Mu that you need to show force against the three clans at critical moments as well. It is only prudent to extinguish its small mind. This time Guokai did not refute the promise of heavy benefits, but also to be prepared to thunder. Otherwise everything is just empty talk. The northern barbarians is not a good bird. Zhao Wanyan nodded and immediately ordered, Come on, send a message to Li Mu to strengthen the practice of the army, and if necessary, it can be in the name of martial arts, to show the strength of my Zhao's military front. Your Majesty is wise. Seeing that he had already spoken, no one in the room raised any more objections. Zhao Wanyan was so enthusiastic, they didn't dare to spoil his fun. Right after the dust settled, Zhao Wanyan got up and wanted to announce the exit of the court. Just then, shouts rang out from outside the temple. Enlighten the king! Qin has moved against Korea, and has already broken the wild king city of Korea 2 days ago. The guards entered with quick steps, startling the atmosphere in the courtroom with a steep seriousness. The silence lasted for a long time. Qin, Zhang, what exactly do you want to do? Zhao Wanyan was distracted and kept rubbing his brow. His sullen eyes looked towards Binning, and he secretly regretted that he was still sneering at people with Guokai and the two of them just now. But it turned out that he was really right. Don't bother, my lord. Guokai saw the situation is not right. Quickly said, South Korea is the weakest of the 7 countries. Qin nothing to bully South Korea is normal. If he really has the guts, why not come to break hands with Chu? Zhao Wanyan thought about it, and his tightly frowning brows instantly unfolded quite a bit, and laughed. I thought that this Qin is afraid that it is a little bit unable to resist the wolf and fox skin of the three tribes, and wants to point out the benefits from South Korea as a way to support the deal. In that case, all the more reason for Lone not to let him have his way. With that, he looked to Guokai and commanded, You quickly proceed with this matter, and make sure to obtain the trade rights from the three clans. At that time, I think the three clans will be happy to do some costless business from Qin's hands. Chapter 93, Breaking Han's 3 cities in a row and capturing all the smiths. Korea. Evil husband a hand to wipe away the blood on his face, smilingly said, Brethren, today this breakthrough speed of the city to make this general is very satisfied. The money in the city to leave 30% of you divided it. Upon hearing this, the generals immediately cheered with glee. This time out is really earned. Small half a month time to break the 3 cities in Korea, including the wild king of the big city. Earn a lot of money. With military honors. He went back for a raise in rank and made a lot of money. It's a pain in the ass to follow the general. Well, spread out and take as much as you can. As soon as evil husband's words fell, the generals dispersed in a clamor and rushed straight into the city's big families for a raid. Chunning looked at the generals' silhouettes, and said with some hesitation, Big brother, if you do this, you will inevitably be impeached when you go back. Wicked husband did not look back. His eyes looked straight at the excited generals. The same Chinese, but there is also a difference in position. To speak of that unwarranted mercy and carve up their own brother's things, I do not do the wicked husband. If this Korea were listed as my Chinland, then naturally I would not have issued such a military order. Gotta be, it's really this master's usual style. Jinyang shook his head with a bitter smile on his face, not discussing too much on this matter, and asked instead, Big brother, the craftsmen in this city are also like the previous one. All of them are taken away? The evil husband nodded and said, Go on, don't leave anyone behind. Jinyang and Anie immediately nodded in agreement and turned their heads forward to search the smith. Although Jinyang had the excuse of letting him breathe, he didn't really let him find someone to fight to get rid of his anger. Jinyang knew his character and would never do a business that would lose money, yet he did not give him a large army and only allowed the mobilization of the Black Dragon Armor Army, which was not a kind of hint, either bring back money or bring back people. That's all it means. He didn't understand earlier, but thanks to Jinyang's mention, he realized what Jinyang meant. That is why he gave the order to search for money and craftsmen. As for how Korea will look at it, Jinyang will take the blame. The wicked husband who had nothing to do jumped off his warhorse and walked faithfully on the streets of this city. The originally lively street was in a mess at this time, scattered with all kinds of goods. They are born from the same root, but they are too anxious for each other. Suddenly having a feeling, the evil husband could not help but recite, and then revealed a hint of self-deprecating smile. Unconsciously, he has already become a blood-stained executioner, and has become a fanatic who calls himself a Chinman. He stood still in front of the stall and said at the top of his voice, The people inside come out quickly and cook a cake for this general to eat. The frantic slaughter of his body and soldiers just now had consumed a large amount of his physical energy, and now that his belly was empty, it was really a bit hard to bear. If you don't come out, I will do it myself? Seeing that there was no movement in the house behind the stall, the evil husband's voice turned steeply cold, and he terrorized sorrowfully. Whispers accompanied by a clanging sound, the wooden door was opened, and the dozen or so Korean people hiding inside looked at the evil husband with horror on their faces. Since General is hungry, we'll make pancakes for you with our own hands, as long as you don't mind. A mid-air voice of words came out from within the courtyard, only to see a man in rough cloth and short beats striding out from within. The wicked man swept him up and down, while then casually picked up the barrel scattered on the ground and sat on it, signaling the Hanyu to begin. Without the slightest timidity, the Hanyu began to busy himself in front of the wicked man. Only his handiwork appeared to be a little rusty, so much so that he was a little fumbled. Evil husband calmly watched the Hanyu busying himself, a hint of meaning flashing under his eyes. It didn't take long for a strangely shaped pancake to arrive in front of the evil husband. It was pitted, not to mention that it was even undercooked in a few places. He didn't mind, and reached out to take a big bite and tear it up. Craftsmanship is almost interesting. Ironsmithing and pancake making are two maneuvers. Without lifting his head, the evil husband spat out a sentence that caused the Hanyu to be shocked. Why does the general say so? Just in the way of the general's forceful aura. So branded a little bad. The Han man answered very calmly. The evil husband did not continue to talk, concentrating on tearing into the pancake in his hand without showing the slightest hint of dislike. This time is to cause the curiosity of the Han. Even took the initiative to say, the world says that the Qin state is brutal. The general is even comparable to the Wanjin by Qi, but can swallow this pancake? Upon hearing this, the evil husband looked up and laughed. You know me? In Qin, there was a young butcher, named Evil Fu, who had the strength to carry a tripod and pull a mountain, and helped Qin Wangjing to take power, leveled Lu Buwei, and put to death Lao Ai, and Zhao Ji, the Empress Dowager. The elite Black Dragon Xian armor army under his command is invincible in the world, and it is as commonplace to win with few as it is to win with many. The Hanyu smiled, and told all about the evil husband as if he were counting. The wicked husband stuffed the remaining big cake in his hand into his mouth and swallowed it in 3 times. Not bad, not bad. What is the son of the Tang Mo family doing nestled in this small town? The man in front of him was gnarled with muscles, tall and straight. Even his face was but in his early 20s, facing himself without the slightest fear. Such an aura was by no means an ordinary blacksmith. Due to his lack of knowledge, he only knew a mahist, so he used this to set up the words of the Hanyu. I didn't know that he was right about the fart. The man in front of him was really from the Mo family, and he was full of astonishment. General can actually see where I come from? The corners of the evil husband's mouth twitched as he pretended to be high and mighty. You underestimate me that much? The man clasped his fists and saluted. General, don't think nonsense. Small person's name is unknown, but was actually seen through by the general at a glance. It's just a little surprised. The moment he clasped his fist, the sharp-eyed evil husband happened to see the callus between the knuckles of his palm, and his heart immediately gave birth to the intention of recruiting. The Mosey family is known throughout the world for their skill in craftsmanship. Why are you harboring in this small Korean border town at such a young age? Wicked husband lifted his foot and kicked another barrel beside him to the feet of the Hanyu, signaling him to sit down. The Hanyu set up the bucket and sat directly across from the wicked man, smiling bitterly. Don't mention it, General. I don't want a Nestle here either. But I'm still being driven out? Oh, wicked husband asked rhetorically. Tell me more. The Hanyu did not hide anything, and immediately informed the wicked man of the circumstances. It turned out that the Hanzi named Zijin, division from the Korean Manhwa branch, was jealous of the division brothers and was kicked out of the division. Can only Nestle in this small city on the border of South Korea? Driving a little work to make a living. Suddenly, the wicked husband came in coldly. Since you are depressed, go with this general. After he finished speaking, he did not wait for Zijin to reply, and got up straight away and walked towards the city. Zijin sniffed and his face kept changing until the evil husband's back was about to disappear at the end of the street. He made a choice in before he got up and chased after the evil husband with quick steps. General, wait for me. I'll follow you. A resolute smile appeared on the evil husband's face, while his steps slowed down slightly. Come with me. You'll never regret it. Just don't kill the little people. Ha 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 ha. The loud, refreshing laughter gradually ceased as the duo's backs disappeared. Wicked husband. Another talent. Chapter 94, Chin Emotion Lee's. Big brother ah? General. There are 37 craftsmen in the city, all captured. Just as evil husband and Zijin were chatting, Chun-Ning and Ernyo both came back to resume their orders. And when they saw that evil husband had an unfamiliar face by his side, they were both curious. This is Zijin. This is Ernyo and Chun-Ning, my own brothers who enlisted in the same country. The evil husband made a brief introduction, and then his gaze went to the terrified Smiths behind the two, nodding in satisfaction. This time out, the Smiths alone had captured more than 200 people, including some old Smiths who had been immersed in this path for decades. You know, the Smith line is not compared to other. Young and strong is at best a hard labor. The most powerful still belongs to these old Smiths. A lifetime of accumulated experience is like a treasure. There is no need for you to be afraid. This general is a kind man and his treatment will definitely satisfy you. And there are novelties you have never seen before on my Neju mountain. I dare you to go and not want to leave. The generals didn't believe him at all. And he didn't look like a good guy with a face full of blood. The Chin people, they can be ruthless. Seeing that none of them chimed in, the evil husband's face immediately turned cold. Gentlemen, I, the evil husband, have always liked to make friends, and if you don't give me face, then you're enemies. Look, let's just say the Chin are brutal, right? When the baiting doesn't work, the bullying begins. Seeing this, how could these people dare to refuse? And they hurriedly showed smiling faces. We will definitely give the general's face, and it is a blessing of several lifetimes to be able to be friends with the general. Great! Only then did the evil husband reveal a trace of a satisfied smile, cursing this group of people for really refusing to eat punishment wine. Since you're willing to go, then go back and bring your fine relatives with you, lest you be even questioned by that tyrannical Han King. I promise that when I follow to Chin, I will have a house and money. After saying that, he directly shot a face towards Ernyo and Chun-Ning, who immediately greeted the soldiers accompanying the smith to go back and pack. The craftsmen had their hearts in their mouths, but they didn't dare to comment too much. If you follow the words of the evil husband, you will not know whether you will live or die in the future. But if he were to brush him off now, he would surely not survive the day. Looking at the back of the craftsman's departure, Zijin pondered a little, then whispered, there is also a craftsman hidden in the city, whose origins are unknown, but whose skills are immense. As if, be from the same school as me. The evil husband's eyes lit up. Oh, where do you print that? There are 6 stone mills in this city for the use of the people. And once when there was a great flood and 4 of the mills were washed down by the waters, he put them all back in place with only 4 strong men. The winch lifting method, although it is not a difficult task, but the layman can never figure out that this method comes from my Manhwa undoubtedly. Evil husband nodded at the words. This kind of clever tactics in the latter days of the era of physics popularization. But anyone who is a little clever can be unschooled. But this is in the education backward. Not yet all the people enlightenment era. Is not the general can come up with. And the Mosey school of this school immersed in the work of artifacts. Similar to save time and effort means there are countless. Even if there is a resourceful layman can figure out. The techniques and methods will certainly be very different from the Mosey. Perhaps worried that the evil husband did not believe. Zijin added, out of curiosity. I have paid attention to this person, often pretending to sneak past his door, and once saw a lot of work tools placed in his yard. Come on, lead the way. Let's go over there. Evil husband didn't want to let go of such a talent, and immediately urged Zijin to take himself over to take a look. Zijin hastened to lead the way. The heart and cannot help but be curious. When the Mo family was divided into three, Qin Mo Xianli's is not in Qin. It is difficult not to now there is no heir to the Qin state for the official before the obvious. Why bother needing to come out here to find the mercer's son? His mind was full of doubts, and he decided to find a suitable opportunity to ask the evil husband. The two of them walked side by side, chatting as they walked, and in no time at all, they arrived outside a wooden mansion in an extremely remote place within the city. Looking at the shabby wooden door, evil husband laughed. It seems that all this high people like to live in seclusion like this. Zijin smiled and stepped forward to knock gently on the door. Knock, knock, knock. I thought that the person in the room would not just open the door, but I didn't realize that before Zijin knocked for the second time, the old wooden door was opened with a creak. Come in. The old man with white hair did not have any surprise at the arrival of Zijin and evil husband, and directly pushed the wooden door all the way open to greet the two inside. Master, aren't you afraid of me? Evil husband deliberately revealed a hint of killing intent. At a young age, your killing nature isn't low. A bit of the style of Jun Wuan back then. The old man did not have any fear, stroking his beard and smiling. These words made evil husband and Zijin confused. Seeing as this old man was over 100 years old, he had actually seen Bai Qi before? This made evil husband immediately become solemn, arching his hand and saying, the old man is not simple. He has even met Jun Wuan? The old man waved his hand and sighed as if he was nostalgic. When I was young, I had met with my master several times. This sentence carries a great deal of information. Zijin even bowed and performed the Mahist salute. Worship, Mahist scholar. Pay respects to Mr. Dare I ask Mr. From which school? The old man swept his eyes at the respectful Zijin, stroked his beard and smiled. The Mo family was divided into three, and dozens of disciples were scattered all over the place, either living in seclusion or doing business. And there were also people who joined various countries as officials. For you to be in Korea, you must have studied under the Judo Wang clan, right? Upon hearing this, Zijin's pupils shrunk violently for a while, his heart shocked as if it was a shocking wave. This old senior could be even more terrifying than he thought, and was able to break through its inheritance with a single glance. Ju Tianwang specialized in smelting and refining toolmaking. In the past counted the realization of the Mozi inheritance of 5/6 of the 10. Korea can have today the benefits of the tool, but also has an inseparable relationship with it. You came to the city, although you don't show yourself, but from the techniques and craftsmanship of the agricultural tools you refined, it's not hard to see the master's inheritance. The old man's face was bland, and that high level of popularity went straight to the face of the wicked man. Damn! This time out, it's a real pick-me-up. A flash of fire flashed in the bottom of wicked husband's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, Old sir, why do you have to harbor in a small Korean border town, burying your talent and heritage? The old man shook his head and laughed bitterly. Who would want to do that if they didn't have something difficult to say? The evil husband was not surprised at this. This kind of big brother sensei will be worshipped as the guest of honor wherever he goes, and can make him not dare to show his face. There is definitely a heavenly reason within it. But when you meet him, you don't need to worry about that. Haven't I asked your name yet? Sir? The old man's eyes changed and he said meaningfully, Old man Sangri Quill. Sajari Quill? The evil husband didn't do much, but Zijin gave a startled cry instead. Shanli Quill is the heir to the Qin Mo Shangli clan, and was known as the closest heir to Mozi back then, and was the inner vantage point of that generation of Qin Mo. After, it seems like something happened. A shocking change. Since then it has disappeared, and the vantage point candidate has become his senior brother, Avian 100 Tigers. Zijin said to the key stumbled over, making the evil husband's heart curious. Hate to give this guy two big mouths. Chapter 95, a trip out and digging up a lot of talent. Sajari Quill's self-deprecating smile, bluntly said, Vantage point of the fight, is that I think of simple? That top adultery fellow teacher brother human wife hat, is the most difficult thing for me to accept. Back then he was bird 100 tiger framed, a bunch of trumped up crime potbuckle in his head even if, the most let him hard to get even is the adultery bird 100 tiger wife this thing. Tay grandma a leg. Avian 100 tiger not for human son. I dry. A series of profanity foul language ceaselessly. Under the eyes of the Sajari Quill pressure cannot see a trace of the previous high popularity, Just like that broken-skinned scoundrel, the evil husband showed a hint of a smile, instantly kind to him no less, without the aura of a high person to add to it, but also an interesting and straightforward person. Zijan was dumbfounded. Was this still the same Sajariquil who had high hopes? It was only after a long time that Sajariquil calmed down a bit, straightened his spittle-filled beard, and said in shame, "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. It would be fine if Lao Fu really committed adultery with his. This is nothing to eat, but also being held in the, really angry with Lao Fu. Until now, I have kept my virgin body for 53 years. On what grounds should I be so falsely accused? The women still have the palace sand to prove themselves. What about our men?" Sajariquil became agitated again as he spoke, his eyes glowing fiercely, as if he was eager to tear Avian Baihu, who had falsely accused him, into pieces. This evil husband and Zijan looked at each other, holding their laughter very hard. "You think you're so angry because you didn't really eat? Old virgin, the firepower is just strong. No wonder it's all tendon meat." The evil husband's eyes were so venomous, and his rough linen clothes couldn't block the high bulging muscles. "Gramps, come with me." The evil husband threw out an olive branch and said with a smile, "You still need to fornicate to find a pussy? As long as you come with me, I'll fix you up with a few hundred even if they're foreign pussies." After so many years, just with his reserves, that would have to be an old flush. Dozens of fear is not enough. Fey pussy? Sajariquil instantly went out and looked at evil husband with glowing eyes. This young man in front of me has an extraordinary temperament, and at a young age he can actually lead the elite attack. The identity and status in Qin is definitely not simple. To return to Qin with him, certainly not afraid of that paltry 100 tigers. He was born in Qin. To him Qin was his hometown. After 20 years of drifting around outside, how could he not miss his home? For the olive branch thrown out by the evil husband, he took it without the slightest hesitation. And as for the words of the foreign maidens, they were nothing more than jokes. "Master, you will never regret coming with me. You will know when you go up to Jushan. I have many good objects in my head. I need a big brother like you to be able to realize them." Speaking here, a hint of solemnity flashed across the evil husband's face. If these things were to appear in the world, there would be a sea change. When these words came out, Sajariquil and Zijan also stared. Don't look at the evil husband's young age and still a martial artist. Can his position and power? Will never be without a purpose. Then I will wait with polished eyes. When will we return? Sajariquil nodded heavily, looking somewhat impatient. Not only do you want to go home to your hometown, but you have been immersed in the artifacts for your whole life. And your passion for these things is just like a lustful embryo seeing a perfect beauty. Report. The trio's idle chatter was interrupted by a messenger who came running wildly. "Say, what's wrong?" The evil husband's eyes changed, recognizing the pawn dressed as an 800-mile expedited messenger from Jinyang. His thoughts were a little mixed up. Now that the court was stable and there were no strong enemies outside, what on earth could have caused Ding Zhang to use the 800-mile expedited service? The pawn spoke very fast. "The king has ordered you to return to Jinyang as soon as possible. There is something big waiting for you to decide." Wicked husband sniffed and immediately led Zijan and Xian Liquil towards the city. "Eniu, Chunin, gather the brethren quickly. The great king has an order summoning us to return to Jianyang quickly." Wicked man did not dare to have a moment's delay, and simply did not care whether the generals would scavenge the wealth of the city. "Yes, general." The two Chun Ning did not dare to have the slightest delay, and hurriedly ordered to blow the assembly horn. The Black Dragon Xian armor army was well trained, and the instant they heard the horn, they gave up scavenging and rushed straight to the center of the city to gather. The time was still less than half an incense stick, and the whole army was assembled. Depart and return to Jianyang. After a day and a half of intense speeding, Jianyang city finally came into view. Sangriquil looked at the towering walls of Jianyang. The heart actually gave birth to a trace of near-home feeling of timidity. When this is gone for 20 years now. Nowadays, the state of Qin according to then has been a sea change. The only thing that still makes him feel familiar is this towering and majestic Jianyang city wall. "Eniu, Chunning, you take the brothers and Shangli Huo and Zijan back to Zhu Mountain first. Remember, whoever dares to come to Vermilion Mountain to ask to see Shangli Huo will not be allowed to enter. If you dare to force your way in, kill without pardon." After leaving a sentence full of murderous aura, evil husband spurred his horse in the direction of Jianyang Palace, and the guards at the city gate didn't dare to have the slightest block. Now his face is a signboard. Galloping through the streets did not attract half a complaint from the people, who spontaneously took the initiative to make way for him quickly. Wicked husband. Thanks to the folks. The general is overstated. Did the general go out this time with a good harvest? Ha ha ha. Congratulations to the general on his triumph. Although he did not know what the wicked man was going to do in a hurry, the people's compliments continued to endure like a tidal wave, and his figure faded away. Inside the Zhongtai Palace, the atmosphere was quiet and grave. Jinyang and the civil and military officials were all silent and speechless, simply because the main character had yet to make his appearance. Last night, Jinyang received the news that wicked husband would arrive at Jinyang early this morning, so he gathered his ministers before dawn to wait for wicked husband's return. Greetings to the king, fellow officers. Just as the 100 officials were full of complaints, the evil husband's clear voice sounded at the entrance of the temple. Knock knock. The sound of slightly dull and hurried footsteps was especially clear in the hall. Wicked husband came to the center and stood in a forward position, performed a military salute and said in a loud voice, "The last general pays his respects to the great king. May I ask what is so important that the great king urgently called for the return of his ministers?" Behind him a number of bloody cakes fell on the ground, shaken off from the battle armor as he walked around, causing the courtiers to bellyache. This kid, he must have chopped up quite a few more people this time out. In armor. Why be polite? Jinyang waved his hand and got right to the point. Wisdom Shu's outlet has sent word that Guokai of Zhao is in contact with the 3 tribes, negotiating a trade deal with them at a price 30% higher than ours, trying to take the business from us. From us? Evil husband froze at his words and spat out in relief. Your Majesty, can't you let someone bring the word straight to you about this trivial matter? Scared me so much I thought someone was going to revolt? Gotta. The ministers were grumbling in their minds. With you, the killing star, who dares to rebel? Chapter 96 Zhao. Truly a friendly country. Mr. Wei, don't talk about useless things. What if this business is taken away by Zhao? Li Si was slightly anxious and couldn't help but urge him to talk about useless things. The evil husband was furious for a while and said in a rather impatient tone, "We are exchanging wolfskins in order to cut down on the strength of the 3 clans, and since he, the kingdom of Zhao, wants to top it, what's the harm in letting him have it? You're not happy about saving money, are you stupid? This Zhao, truly a friendly country." The crowd froze. Yeah, what are they fretting about here? Some people like to be the ones to stand out, and they should be happy to take over. So why are they still here with a sad face? It's hard to believe that you guys really think that wolfskin is something rare? Evil husband skimmed his lips, itching to smack these people one by one. The ministers shook their heads straight at the words. Cootie. None of them would do a money-losing deal. Owango's brow remained furrowed as he spoke up and asked, "Dare I ask Lord Wei, how can I be assured that Zhao will keep up this kind of deal? They are merely fighting for trade from us, and will inevitably lower the price slowly in the future, and in the end ask for it to be traded for cattle, sheep, and horses. In this way, it is nothing more than a slight loss in the early stage. But on the contrary, it has picked up a big bargain, and the country's strength will certainly soar." The courtiers, who had just been happy and relaxed, were again suppressed by these words, and a look of gravity rose on their faces. If only Lu Buwei were still around. At this moment, evil husband suddenly kind of regretted destroying Lu Buwei so early. At least he could definitely understand the mystery in seconds. The ministers were puzzled for a while. Lu Buwei was destroyed by you. Why do you miss him now? Besides, what does Lu Buwei have to do with this? Gentlemen, evil husband put away his emotions and patiently explained. Buying things is all about good prices and comparing goods. The reason why monopoly makes money is because of the odd goods. Scorpion unique. Has the absolute market right just? Which of the 6 nations can't get these goods we're trading now? He Zhao since he wants to do. Then let him. But where he revealed want to pressure the price of the momentum. We immediately jumped out. Oh, you can realize? His playful eyes constantly scanning into the contemplation of the ministers. Words have been said to this point. If you still do not understand, why not go home to sell salted duck eggs? Lord Wei. Insidious. Meng Chan let out a violent and agitated yell, startling the 100 officials in contemplation and causing the evil husband's smiling face to darken. Zhang was really right when he said, "This kid is really talented to be a tight sum order. This matter is related to the market and business. His reaction speed is extremely fast. When competition arises, the 3 clans have more options to choose from, and Zhao will inevitably have to make sacrifices if they want to continue to retain their trade rights." Ha ha ha. Gao. It's really poisonous. Meng Chan was as excited as a little cutie. As excited as he was to talk to himself, he didn't see the evil husband's color that had gradually grown fierce. The Order of Taitsong is truly a wizard and a quick thinker. The sound of praise through clenched teeth caused Meng Can, who was still agitated, to subconsciously shiver, and only then did he see the evil husband looking at himself with a face full of mischief. "Ah, Lord Wei, don't mind. It's the junior minister who's been a Mengwang." Mengchan revealed a dog-licking smile, his body hunched over. Didn't care at all about face? Face was lost from the 2 times his ass was interrupted anyway. As long as he didn't get targeted by the evil husband, the vicious stalwart, it was better than anything else. Wicked husband slanted him a glance and didn't continue to pester him, saying in a loud voice, "Gentlemen, next we'll take the initiative to ask for a price reduction to make way for the kingdom of Zhao. Keep a close eye on its trade and commerce with the 3 tribes, but wherever there is a hint of a price reduction, we immediately jump out and add 1 to 2% to his base price. Hey, in and out. I don't believe he's willing to part with the upfront investment." The sorrowful words caused people to break out in a cold sweat, and the 100 officials' fear of the evil husband deepened a few points. This kid's force and killing heart would have let people fear like a tiger and wolf. The result of the brain, he is even more vicious and cunning. The future to provoke who cannot provoke him. Well, Wei Lieutenant is really thinking the same way as I am. Seeing that all of this had been resolved by evil husband, Zhang then opened his mouth to make a final conclusion. "Nice guy, Zhang. When did you learn to be so shameless?" Zhang ignored evil husband's eyes that were full of implacable meaning and slowly said, "Mengchan, you must act according to Wei Lieutenant's plan. I am not interested in the state of Zhao." The experience of his youth is still vivid in his mind, and the suffering and torture he suffered in the past. Sooner or later, he will have to pay back all of Zhao, and this is only the first step. "Minister, I respectfully obey the king's order." Meng Can gave a solemn salute, then bowed and exited the great hall, going directly ahead to arrange this matter. When he had gone, wicked husband, seeing that no one else was presenting his business, asked, "My lord, has there been any progress in Yelong during these days of my absence? Can the 3 Zhanghan men send back word?" Speaking of this, a smirk appeared on Zhang's face. The other day, the superior general Meng Arbiter even sent back a report of a victory, that the army had swept through 300 miles of Yelong with a thunderous force with almost no casualties. Zhanghan 3 people is to make the 3 tribes headache, to avoid its army several siege, a total of the destruction of small and medium-sized tribes more than 10. Zhanghan's Liahu army under the command of Zhanghan even destroyed the Xiongnu Samyu department. Its strength should not be underestimated. Is one of the big Xiongnu department doing very well? Zhang did not hide his appreciation and was extremely satisfied with Zhang Han's performance, and even decided to wait for Zhang Han's return to meet him in person. Not bad, no disgrace to this general. The evil husband smiled and nodded, extremely satisfied with the performance of the 3 as well. Afterwards, he looked at Feng Jiao and asked, "How is the progress of the matter of the apportionment of Ding into Mu, which is a top priority? Can you encounter resistance?" Seeing the main field finally come to himself, Feng Jia hurriedly stepped out quickly. "Lord Wei, the news has already been released, and the relevant aspects of the law have all been perfected properly. Resistance is there, mainly from those landlords and gentry in various places. The people are looking forward to it with glee. Wicked man is not surprised. Do not see these landlords and gentry have little status, but their combined resistance cannot be underestimated, even far beyond the dynastic officials." Looking at Feng Jia's expectant eyes, he revealed a bitter smile. "There is no too good solution for this general. The only means is to kill." He said this and instantly changed his face. The clear and chilling chanting echoed through the hall. "Kill. Kill them till they're scared. Kill until no one dares to speak out. Let them understand that all under heaven are subjects, and that the power of the individual is worthless in the face of the greatness of the nation. Any person or force that dares to try to block the rise of the poor farmers will be outlawed." Evil husband, he was shouting more and more excitedly, and even his eyes vaguely surfaced a touch of blood color. The 100 officials in the temple looked at his maniacal appearance. Their hearts were mixed. "I do not know how many will die under the butcher's knife this time." Chapter 97, The Imo Family's Past, The Evil Husband Who Solicits Work. "Brothers, take a day off tomorrow. Something's got to run. Your Majesty, you must not kill without authorization, so as to prevent people's hearts from fluctuating in the country's turmoil." Feng Jiaji, who is still the chief of the council, shouted loudly. The evil husband sniffed and turned his gaze to Feng Goji, who stood in the back position of the civil officials' queue, a hint of inquiry flashing in his eyes. At this time Feng Jiaji is in his prime. The body is upright, eyebrows are full of sharp. A look is not yet through the destruction of the poisonous beatings of the rash. Von Degenerate? That's not an easy name for you. The evil husband smiled and snorted a laugh, and then said bluntly, apportionment into the mu is the foundation of the world. When a thunderous force to clear the obstacles, in order to land at the fastest speed. And look, open your eyes. He reached out and pointed at the military generals who stood like oxen and horses. Drowsy, look at these fellow officers of yours, nestled in Jinyang city all day long, waiting for death. How difficult their days are. Do you know? You have all the skills to rule the country and the world, but they only know how to fight and kill. They are in their prime. How can they keep wasting their time? Hardly. By the time your old woman wrapped in a shroud method of procrastination will have brought it down to earth, all these people will be dying. I'm afraid, let alone fighting a war. It's a struggle to even get on the bed. His mouth is like a machine gun. A wild spray. Froze foam to go to the disease said to the jaw. What did I say about me? Lord Wei, you can't be unreasonable. I'm only talking about the drawbacks of it. I didn't say that I'm stopping you. Feng Goji wanted to cry. His face was as bitter as if he had eaten a yellow lotus. Evil husband. Over. Zhang pinched his brow and casually and barely sort of chided the evil husband. It's true that people didn't say anything either. So why are you chattering so much? How was the harvest this time out? In order to prevent this kid from continuing to pester him, Zhang directly changed the topic. Speaking of this, evil husband can be excited. And quickly said, this time out is really rich. Not only earned a lot of money, but also dug up two great talents of the Mosey family. The Mercers? The hall was instantly quiet. This strange reaction made the evil husband a bit puzzled. Gentlemen, what's going on? Right now, what we are lacking is mercurial talent. Why aren't you guys happy? Alas, the older ministers in the room who were deeper in the hierarchy side, making the evil husband even more puzzled. Wang Ah saw evil husband's brows are wrinkled together, spoke out to explain, the Mo family started in Qin, when it was so prosperous. To help my Qin development has contributed a lot of force. Then its internal drastic changes, divided into three. The Sangri clan stayed in our Qin, but after the departure of the last generation of the Vantage Point 20 years ago, there was internal strife again. From that point on, it fell apart, and many of the Maja masters either left or returned to their homes. As he explained, a hint of realization gradually appeared on the evil husband's face, and then he asked, I heard from Sangri Quill that this generation of Vantage Point Avian Baihu also has a few brushes, so why haven't I ever heard of this person? As soon as the words fell, several chants and curses rang out. Don't mention that dog. That guy craft cannot. 4 people and hard eyes extremely small. A lot of talented juniors are his harm out, so that now the Mo family gradually fade out of view. Later, it is only recognize money, make the quality of the crafts is not good, even if the price is also extremely high, and therefore gradually abandoned by the court. Wang Ah and other old ministers you a word and I spit up poultry Baihu. Words do not hide their disdain and indignation. A good Mo family. Alas, if Mosey were alive, he would not be spared. It can be said that today's Qin Mo Xian leaves basic to the edge of extinction. The door of the green and yellow does not catch up. Countless craft techniques lost. Into the bird Baihu's one word. The whole day just know the crazy enrichment. No matter what the inheritance of the matter. In that case, it fits. Wicked husband needed his chin and spoke. Shangli Quill was originally the internally appointed Mosey Vantage Point back then, but he was driven away from Qin by this guy's assassination. With his return this time, why don't we let him take over the rectification of the Mo family? The officials present were well aware of the importance of the Mosey school to the development of Qin, and they could not bear to see the great and practical school of the past disappearing into obscurity in the state of Qin. At this time, Li Si seemed to remember something and hurriedly stepped out to say, Lord Wei, there is indeed a good opportunity right now. Oh, what are the chances? Li Si immediately told a case that was reported some days ago. Some days ago, a smuggling of forbidden weapons was arrested, and according to the trial, it was said to be from the hands of the Mosey family. I've sent people forward to feel out the matter, and I think there should be a result soon. It was a real snoozefest. An evil husband immediately flashed his trademark sinister grin. This matter shouldn't be under your control anymore. The trafficking and smuggling of forbidden weapons is already a threat to the security of the country, and it should be under this official's division. Hearing this, Li Si knew his intentions and couldn't help but turn his gaze to the old and relaxed Zhang. Feeling Li Si's gaze, Zhang's lips opened and closed and spat out. Well, Wei Lieutenant is right. Could he not be unaware of the evil husband's style of doing things? Used to its thunderous speed, and now not really able to look at the others that way. Since the great king has given the word, then this matter will be left in the hands of Lord Wei. Li Si arched his hand and bowed as he retreated. Come on man. Evil husband let out a bellow. And the Forbidden Army force sergeants waiting outside the temple door immediately stepped across into the temple. Pass on this Wei lieutenant's order to mobilize the city's soldiers and horses to capture the people of the Manhwa family, and mobilize the garrisons around the city to capture all merchants and businessmen involved with the Manhwa family. Yes. The two forbidden soldiers bellowed their orders and turned to leave at a quick pace. Jinyang was very satisfied with Wicked Husband's thunderous behavior and got up. Wicked Husband, bring the two Mosey sons you recruited to meet me later. Dismiss the court. Evil Husband nodded and arched his hand. My lord. I respectfully send off the great king. I respectfully send off the great king. After Jinyang left, Li Si came to Evil Husband's side and smiled. Lord Wei, do you want to personally meet the people held in the jail? Wicked Husband pondered for a moment, nodded, and walked side by side with Li Si, leaving the Jinyang palace. Outside the palace gates, Zhang saw Evil Husband come out and rushed to welcome him. The Wicked Husband did not wait for Zhang to speak, but said directly, quickly go up to Zhushan to pick up Shangli Quil and Zijin to meet me in the big prison. Zhang nodded and directly turned around and ran wildly away. Ting Yi-sama. Walk. General, don't be so polite, get into my carriage. The two of them talked and laughed as they boarded the carriage straight away and headed towards the main prison. Just-san, Sajiri Quil and Zijin were like drug addicts, diving headfirst into the smelting room and not coming out, chasing after the busy smith's asses and asking questions like 100,000 whys and wherefores. It annoyed the smiths to no end, and I wondered where the two fools had come from. Zhang came sweating profusely and greeted. Don't look at the two of you. The general is looking for you. Quickly follow me. When the two heard that it was the evil husband who wanted to see them, they reluctantly left the smelting room and followed Zhang to rush to the prison. Chapter 98 Reorganization of the Mosey family. Preparation for the implementation of the amortization of Ding into Mu. Spare me. I'm innocent. It's all because of that avian 100 tigers. The mournful cries in the torture chamber were so long-lasting that it made one's scalp tingle at first hearing them. Just walked into the prison of the phase of the Quill and Zijin vaguely heard the mournful cry. Perhaps the interval is too far. The sound into the ear has been unable to hear exactly what was said. Sir, what did the general call us here for? Zijin's eyes held a touch of surprise. The mottled blood and dimly lit surroundings everywhere inside the cell made his heart extraordinarily depressing and uncomfortable. Aren't you boy quite bold? What are you afraid of? Sajiri Quill slanted him a glance and took the lead in moving to follow the jailer leading the way. After a 7-way turn, the two were taken to the torture chamber where the evil husband and Reese were located. General, we're here. Sajiri Quill swept his eyes over the 4 prisoners who were covered in blood and gore, before turning his gaze back to the evil husband. These 4 people smuggle and sell forbidden weapons. According to the investigation, those forbidden weapons all come from your Mo family's hand. You can see whether it is or not. Evil husband casually picked up a short sword on the table and handed it to Sajiri Quill. Sajiri Quill stretched out his fingers and scratched the sword bit by bit, and Zijin beside him also came up, his eyes scrutinizing the short sword in his hand. This pattern, hammering technique. Several words popped out of Zijin's mouth in rapid succession, clearly knowing where this forging technique came from. That's right, it's the Moji. It's my Sajiri clan's maneuver. Sajiri Quill sighed before handing the short sword to evil husband. Zijin fixed his mind and opened his mouth to say in a deep voice, General, Mr. has left Qin for more than 20 years. You must not implicate him. Is that how I do things in your eyes? Wicked husband, he chanced to get Sangri Quill, before not shedding the responsibility to ask he. Hearing the words of the evil husband, Zijin then put down his heart. They say that the Qin law is strict. The punishment is even sit down. He is really afraid to implicate the just return to the Qin Sangdali Quill. Master, look at what Qin Mo has become nowadays. The evil husband sighed, reached out to pat Sajiri Quill's shoulder, and said, I wanted you to instruct in the mountains first, but the matter at hand has reached a point where it has to be resolved. Sajiri Quill was speechless. His brows were filled with the color of sorrow. The once Qin Mo Sajiri. How did he become like this? Avian 100 tigers. Damn you. A gnashing curse spat out from Sajiri Quill's mouth, and a flash of blood rose from the bottom of his eyes. This will have been ordered to capture the bird 100 tiger and all the Mosey Sun in the territory of Qin. It is just to take this opportunity to eradicate it, by you to continue to serve as the Qin Inc. vantage point. Revitalization. And now the past days of the style of Qin Inc. How do you think? Sangri Quill heard revealed a trace of incredulity and shock. He did not care about the vantage point. Hastily prayed, General, Avian 100 tiger narrow-minded. can stay by his side or all its dog-leg beloved. These people asked for guilt by association is absolutely good. But, you can't criminalize all the Mozi scholars within the entire state of Qin because of this. Some of them are innocent. Seeing him scared like that, evil husband laughed out loud and hastily waved his hand to pacify him. The old master is strong, but not so strong that one person can top a family school, right? Speaking of which, he scowled and teased. Or does the old man like being a loner that much? Upon hearing this, Sajariquil and Zijin were instantly relieved, and slightly understood what the evil husband meant. Since the general trusts, Xiang Lihuo will surely lift up his life's learning to restore Qin Mo and recreate his former ability to assist in the governance of the country. Xiang Li's expression was solemn. The bottom of his eyes carried an unrelenting determination and self-confidence. Very well, with this temperament alone, this general is already looking forward to it. With a word of approval, the evil husband turned to Reese and said, once those men are captured, you'll butt heads with Sajariquil, and he'll be the one to sift through which ones deserve to die, and which ones should be kept. Reese swept his eyes over the Sajariquil before nodding. From beginning to end, the evil husband did not even look at the 4 criminal offenders. Until now when he was about to leave, he said, these people, pull them to the city, and execute them in front of the people as a warning to others. Businessmen can make money, but they must be legal and compliant. What should be done and what should not be done? There must be a bottom line. How can they do things that fund the enemy? The 4 torturers cried out at once, attempting to spare the life of the wicked husband. Unfortunately, the evil husband and the 4 lisses had already paced out of the torture chamber, leaving them to cry out as much as they wanted. Coming to the outside of the dungeon, the wicked man joked, Lord Tingwei, your dungeon is too small. There will surely be a steady stream of prisoners sent in next. Not afraid of stuffing it to blow up? Li Si subconsciously wiped the cold sweat on his head, looking at the large prison in front of him that occupied a huge area. His heart was at a loss. He couldn't decide if the evil husband was joking or serious. There are 130 cells in the large dungeon, each of which can hold 10 prisoners. Lord Weiwei, don't joke. How is it enough? Li Si was full of caution. Old Lia, we are also old acquaintances, so do not trust my ability to do things? Wicked husband looked into the distance and said in a deep voice, this time, I will kill until the blood flows into the river. So get ready. With more and more people under his command, these miscellaneous things can be arranged out. The most important thing at the moment is this plan of spreading into the acres. Phone robbery is ultimately a literati origin. Means and ruthlessness is not enough. The opportunity is only this time. If you cannot be deterred by means of thunder, in the future what to do can be difficult. Li Si's face flashed with a touch of movement, and then turned ironic, throwing his voice. This time, Li Si supports the general. If the country can't stand without law, and the people can't stand without law, what's the point of dying for the sake of the foundation of the world? After all, he was a legalist, and between law and love, Li Si decisively chose the former. Then you go and do it. I will restrain a little. Some of those who are not guilty to death will be locked up in the prison for a few days, and then put back after the stalling has landed. The evil husband left straight away after saying that, leaving only a deep and magnificent back to the 3 of them. Go to Fengjie's residence. General, I hope you'll forgive me if I've missed your welcome. Hearing of the visit of the evil husband, Fengjie hurriedly and quickly came to the outside of the mansion to greet him, apologizing under his breath. The evil husband waved his hand and laughed. It was my fault for taking the liberty of coming here when it happened. With his current status, even if he didn't pay his respects in advance, no one would dare to blame him. General, inside please. Fengjie reached out to invite the evil husband to enter the mansion, but saw the evil husband shaking his head. I won't go in. I've come to inform you that tomorrow morning, an order can be issued to implement the apportionment of Ding Ding into Mu. Later, I will go to the king's palace and seek an order from the great king to mobilize county soldiers from all counties to assist you in bringing this policy to fruition. But if there are those who do not follow, or if there is collusion between the top and the bottom, I will send out the Black Dragon Xuanjia army to thwart them. Fengjie was first stunned, and then became ecstatic that he was finally going to start doing it. Chapter 99, with a wicked husband. Qin is fortunate. That's right. Evil husband wasn't going to waste any more time. Next, he intends to quickly push for the apportionment of the land into the Mu, and develop it for a few years after it is landed, by which time Zheng's ditch repair will be almost finished. With the 2 phases, the country's strength is bound to increase greatly, and as long as the grain reserves are plentiful, he can prepare to take on the 6 countries. Why the hurry, General? Feng Jie suppressed his heart's joy and throbbing, and said in a deep voice, "General, this matter is of great importance. Why don't we wait until everything is complete before we start? If this is done well, Feng Jie will definitely be famous in history. By the same token, if it is not done well and there is any mistake, his whole family will definitely not escape." He didn't want to be in a hurry and cause any slip-ups halfway through the process that would undo his work. The evil husband sighed, and his expression became heavy as he said in a low tone, "Meng Chan said earlier that this year was definitely a good year, but this general thinks it isn't." Hiss. Feng Jie sucked in a mouthful of cold air, and his eyes flashed with unbelievable colors. He instinctively wanted to refute the evil husband. Who did not know that a big winter snowfall would be enough food for the next year? Not to mention the first spring rain that lasted for several days. All kinds of signs indicate that this year is a harvest year, which is passed down from generation to generation, after countless predecessors to verify the accumulated experience. But the evil husband has risen to prominence and has won the trust of the king. To put it mildly, he deserves to be a civil and military ruler. Literature can rule the world, and martial arts can secure the country. It is a great talent. He put forward the political theory, or the external exercise of force, at least up to now has never been wrong. Feng Jie dare not bet on his empty words. "Wei Lieutenant! Wei Lieutenant!" Feng Jie's face was filled with gravity, and his voice trembled. Where did you get this basis?" Wicked husband looked up and gazed at the azure sky, and said, word for word, "Snow is plentiful and rain is plentiful, and flooding is inevitable. It all depends on the mood of God, which is why peasants suffer in times of prosperity and even more in times of chaos. There are laws of nature that belong to it, and neither calamities nor great abundance come and go just as they are said to come and go, but all give warning in advance. With the abundant rainfall this year, flooding is the first hurdle to be faced, and with the turn of the year, there is a great probability of a major drought." He came in haste because Feng suddenly remembered the great disasters of the third and fourth years of the first emperor. The third year of the first emperor, Ding Si, the year of great famine. In the fourth year Wowu, 243, in the 10th month of the year Gingyin, locusts came from the east and covered the sky. Epidemic in the sky. It was hard for him not to suspect that the current patch of positive sky was the calm before the storm. Natural disasters are often common in the summertime, and there are only 3 or 4 months left in the full reckoning. The rice paddy system could not prevent natural disasters, but it could change the current agricultural tax system of Qin. It makes the people a little better off when natural disasters strike. General, this is not something to be joked about. Feng Jie completely lost the joy of executing the amortization. Only endless panic and worry remained, as well as a hint of a fluke. The evil husband, as powerful as he was only a teenager. Maybe. It's not like you're a know-it-all and you can say whatever you want, right? Wouldn't that make him a man of God? The evil husband's gaze fell on Feng Jie and he shook his head heavily. "Earlier you were looking at me with displeasure, and I am looking at you with displeasure. But now you and I are of one mind. For is the future of Great Qin. To be honest, I also hope for favorable winds and rains, but that's just a delusion. Even if there's even the slightest risk or chance, we can't gamble." Feng Jie was struck by lightning, and these heartfelt words from the evil husband caused him to completely fall into despair. He knew that the evil husband, though young and a little out of tune from time to time, had never been half bad in matters of state. Seeing Feng Jie's face pale and sweating like a pig, evil husband hurriedly pacified. "It's also a wrong fight. Things aren't as bad as you think." Feng Jie's pale face then looked a little better. His tone of voice with a hint of trembling crying voice, "General, do not hide from me. Tell me, did you make any preparations early?" Phew. The wicked man let out a long breath and said in a slow voice, "Wasn't it the key to fight Yelong earlier and distribute its land to the 100 officials in the court? The land of Yelong has a stable climate and is quite rich in food production, which can slightly alleviate the ravages caused by natural disasters. At that time, I am proposing to the great king to implement the policy of raising war with war, and to relieve the military of this heavy burden that is weighing on the people's backs." Speaking of which, it was Shi Huangdi who originally proposed the idea of using war to feed war. Qin's army was so large that its daily consumption was astronomical, and even if there were no calamities in the country, Shi Huangdi was not prepared to raise it at his own expense, directly send the army out of the country to mix food. But the veteran General Meng, aristocrat exhausted, have almost become the Minister of Agriculture of Qin, specializing in the Qin army's food and drink problem. Using war to feed war, using war to solve the problem of the general's source of livelihood, and feeding the plundered money and grain back into the country to alleviate the famine brought about by natural disasters, saving countless people. With him, this war to feed the war absolutely play the manga aristocrat also slipped, will be stretched out the battle line, in auxiliary to the Night Lang side of the supply, also counted on barely able to survive the disaster. Feng Jie heard this and retreated a few steps, bowed deeply and shouted, "My humble servant Feng Jie, thank you Lord Weiwei. Whoever dares to place a beak on Lord Weiwei, my humble servant will surely be at the forefront. He has neither the power to carry a tripod, nor the ability to solve disasters and save the world. The only thing he has is a mouth, which can fight with 100 officials and resist the rumors on behalf of the evil husband." Evil Fu rushed forward to help Feng Jie up. His smile was very spontaneous. "Mr. Feng, why do you need to be like this? A mere scolding is just a name. I, Evil Fu, never cared. As long as my Huaxia is at peace and the people can live in peace. So what if the evil husband is scolded to the point of being physically weak?" Feng Jie's eyes were slightly red, fixedly looking at the teenager in front of him, thinking about his earlier disdain and loathing for him, and hating to shake his hand and give himself 2 slaps. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "There's no time to lose. I'll go and hand over to Meng Chan, and tomorrow morning we'll enact the amortization of Ding into Mu. I also asked the general to quickly enter the palace and inform the king of this matter, and beg for an oracle to use the war to prepare for the coming natural disaster." It was easy to see from his words that he had trusted the definitive statement of the wicked man 100%, and was convinced that the natural disaster would surely come. The evil husband nodded and raised his eyes in the direction of the Jinyang palace, the corners of his mouth curving out. "Zhang with me this time, it will never be so bad as to make you sell your knighthood for food and beg those landlords." After muttering such a sentence in his heart, he boarded the carriage under Feng Jie's gaze and drove towards Jinyang Palace. "Lord Weiwei, great justice, it is a blessing for Qin to have you." Feng Jie murmured a few words, and then bellowed, "Quickly prepare the horses. I'm going to meet with Taitsong Order Menkan." Chapter 100, Requesting the King's Order, Jinyang Palace. "What? Are you sure there will be a natural famine coming?" Ing Zhang's eyes were bulging and his relatively handsome face became hideous. Evil husband sighed, nodded his head heavily, and said softly, "Great king, no one can guarantee this kind of thing, but the probability of it occurring is extremely high." Ing Zhang was struck by lightning. His body staggered backward a few steps and fell onto the soft cushion, and his originally shining eyes instantly became hollow. Natural disasters. The Great Hunger. Why should it fall on the widow? A dozen years of wasting time and enduring humiliation. Once in power, not yet waiting for the big show. Ing Zhang became mournful to the naked eye, a touch of brokenness filling the bottom of his eyes. Man, can people really overcome heaven? At this moment, he was a bit disheartened. His mind constantly flashed through all the experiences over the years, and an extremely bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Qin has you, Meng Artery, Wang Jian, and Li Si. I had thought that the long-cherished dream of the sixth age would be in this generation time. What for? Why again? And to have this happen just when the widow is in sole power? Ancient times are not compared to modern times, for the view of natural disasters metaphysics accounted for a greater part of the weight. He has even seen the people's hearts floating. The people poke him in the spine. The 6 nations will never let this opportunity pass either. It will surely be trumpeted that everything is due to him, the great king. It was as if life and death and mourning had appeared before his eyes. Your Majesty, I thought you said you didn't believe in fate? Wicked man slapped his forehead. The heart cannot help but sigh. This history book in the star, in its body added too much halo and mysterious color. Unbeknownst to them, they have feelings and desires just like ordinary people. The same thirst for water, hunger for food, the same fear and panic when encountering difficult problems. Shall manpower prevail over heaven? The evil husband smacked his lips. Coming from the latter days, he knew the horror of nature and the power of that ghostly work, but the heavenly way is 50. Go to one of them, while leaving a ray of life. Natural disasters are irreversible, but they can be minimized, even if it disasters it and we live ours. These words drew a glint on Ing Zhang's face, and he hurriedly asked in a hurried voice, "You have a solution. You must have a solution." "Yes, nothing has ever been difficult for you." Upon hearing this, evil husband scratched his head. This being praised by the first emperor with such trust was really cool. He cleared his throat and said proudly, "The great king was not wrong about that. The evil husband has plenty of ways to make money. First, pay close attention to the place where the heavenly phenomena are different from the common sense. Plan early, and if necessary, feasible relocation is one of the methods. Aiqin's troop strength is strong. is pressed on the people's waist on the weight. Weekdays can still bear. Can meet the disaster will inevitably not be able to bear? Not as good as the war to raise the war. Release the generals, is the second. Third, the gentry and the powerful. Many acts of injustice. Beat the landlords, kill the tycoons, collect grain and copy the family. Quickly implement the apportionment of grain into mu, and change the agricultural tax policy. At the critical moment, open the barn to release grain, supported by the night and plunder to make a fortune. Absolutely not to let the people starve to death. Get through, it will be all right. Jinyang listened mesmerized, nodding his head repeatedly, and quite a few of the evil husband's points were extremely similar to the thoughts that occasionally flashed through his mind, surprising him to the point of exclaiming, "Your Majesty, at this time, you won't mess with mercy, will you?" Evil husband swept his eyes at Jinyang. Just in case, it was better to put on the eye candy in advance. Mercy? Jinyang's face changed abruptly, and he cursed, "This damn natural disaster is coming, and I still care about the lives of others? Why should I care if others live or die when the people of Qin can have a good life? Either that or 1,000 emperors are also tyrants." Evil husband suddenly felt this tyrant's name. A large part of the fear is not that the 6 countries' remnants smeared, right? At least since coming to this world, he hadn't seen the willful old Qin yell at the royal family, even though they were having a miserable time. Well then, Your Majesty, give the order. Wicked man immediately revealed a hint of joy, playfully said, "First ordered General Meng Arti. First pushed the night lang 3,000 miles, the plains into its full, and the troops stationed. Su outward expansion. At the critical moment, the people of the 2 places of Bashu can be sent to take refuge in Yelong. The order, tomorrow morning to start the implementation of the amortization of Ding into Mu. Transfer orders all over the county government soldiers to be ready for war. If they dare to resist the amortization of Ding into Mu, the family plagiarized even." Speaking here, he hemmed and hawed. Finally, the next order is that the Weiwei Lieutenant Evil Husband will deploy the nation's soldiers and coordinate the matter of going out to make a fortune. This series of words made Jinyang's brain a bit short-circuited to keep up, and finally he simply threw the great seal to Evil Husband. "Take it, and let go of whatever order you want to give. I don't ask you about the process, just the end result." Jinyang's eyes flickered with divine splendor as he said word for word, "If you lose, you're ready to go up to Mount Li with me, you're set to see this door." Evil husband skimmed his lips and said disdainfully, "Don't talk about guarding the door. I'll stand directly next to your coffin board and hold the light for you. Ha ha ha. Good. Then it's a deal." Jinyang let out a loud laugh that carried certainty and trust. Xiao Gao, who was serving from the side, sucked in cold air and his heart was in shock. He knew that Jinyang valued his evil husband, but he never thought that their relationship was so good as this. How could Jinyang not be offended by such disrespectful words and even smile a bit contentedly? General Wicked Husband. Qin courtiers? I'm afraid it's hard to find 2 in 1,000 years. The other side. Yelong, unknown land. Naked. Manhwa kept scooping water from the barrel and pouring it over his father, Meng Arnold, and carefully scrubbing his back. "Father, my army has swept 300 miles across the land and holds this land firmly in its hands. So it's time to send someone back to spread the good news to the king, isn't it?" Is squinting to enjoy the sun served by Mang aristocrat, heard slightly open his eyes, laughed, "To say that your kid is worse than Wang Ben Hardai's quite a lot. It really follows your father that I'm always one step behind that dirt thief Wang Jian." Meng Wu scratched his head, revealing a trace of shame. He was a few years older than Wang Ben, but even though he was pushed down by him, it was indeed a bit humiliating. Mang aristocrat turned around and patted his son's shoulder. "It's not your fault. People are born different. It's not a big deal. If you really talk about it, the evil husband guy will still be angry with the individual." Meng Wu spread a smile and murmured softly. Meng Ten followed the evil husband, and I don't know how much he has learned. The 3rd generation of our Meng family. We definitely can't lose to that skin monkey Wang Li. So, Meng Arnold nodded and said in a deep voice, "What's 300 miles? Taking it back isn't enough to make fun of that little brat evil husband. So if you want to sweep it, sweep him for 3,000 li. But, before the king's order, unauthorized decisions. I'm afraid there is something wrong, right?" Meng Wu was a bit hesitant, fearing that his father, who had been prudent all his life, would make a mistake. "Which knows?" Meng Arnold smiled mysteriously and said with certainty, "You just watch. It won't be long. Perhaps a king's order will come. I have to say, it is really a person old smart fish old smooth. Really by his guess at 8 or 9. Chapter 101, the Jinyang courier is busy. The next day, early morning, Before dawn, the horses' hooves shook and the silence of Jinyang city was broken. The people came out in their clothes to watch, not knowing what great things had happened again. Speaking of which, the messengers in Jinyang city have been really busy since the great king's reign. At this time, a corner of Jinyang city. Quickly, deploy additional manpower, and make sure to ensure that the fastest speed is conveyed to all counties. Has the messenger from Yelong departed yet? People were coming in and out of the mansion. Everyone had a solemn look on their faces and hurried footsteps. In the center of the mansion, the wicked man sat with a large horse and a wide wooden table in front of him, which by its texture should have been just made. In this era, there is only a desk and table, which is about a perched seat, and it is neither convenient nor comfortable to really do things. Therefore, he let Sangri Kwol make this table and chair overnight. General, the writers to the counties have departed. Feng Jiabao came quickly. This is a dying old man. At this moment, he even glowed with a sense of vigor. Jinyang, have you been notified? Evil husband didn't even lift his eyes, just lowered his head and kept rubbing the hilt of the longsword on his waist. Feng Jia shook his head and whispered, Jinyang is special. Please go to the city and personally sit on it. General, Jinyang is the center of the Qin state, with millions of people in it, and the cultivated land around it is in the hands of prominent officials and nobles, which is so extensive that his reputation is not enough to suppress it. If it causes a mutiny, it could lead to great trouble. Without speaking, the evil husband got up and strutted towards the outside of the mansion, and behind him, Feng Jia hurriedly greeted the people to follow. In the middle of Jinyang city, the evil husband sat up high, still in that chair. It didn't take long for the people of the city who had received the news to flood the streets and approach in the direction of the center of the city. Even the people living outside the city rushed toward the city to hear the new policy promulgated. The evil husband raised his eyes to the crowds in the distance and opened his mouth to command, Wait for the people to arrive at the announcement. At the same time, the powerful gentry in the city who had received the news in advance also came in person. Dare I ask Lord Weiwei, what new policy has the great king enacted? At the forefront, a man with a big belly and waist opened his mouth and asked. He was one of the big families in Jinyang city, holding a lot of land in his hands, and had an in-law relationship with a big official in the court. He has long been aware of the policy of the landlord, and the official has also instructed him not to show his head and work against the wind. Nay, this is all his life's hard work to save the family property. Just like that to give away he is not willing. Right now, he was asking this question to provoke resistance from the wealthy families. Feng Jia looked at this obese man, whispered with his ear, the big household in Jinyang, and the middle Dr. Temporal a little relationship. The wicked man nodded and continued to eat his eyelids together, rubbing the hilt of the sword he wore at his waist. The fat man saw that the evil husband ignored himself. His heart suddenly set off anger. Even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, he did not believe that it dared to kill them all these big families. With this, Fatty's next act of insanity almost didn't make Feng Jiao, Li Si and other officials laugh out loud. We are all Qin people. If the country is in trouble, we are bound to help generously. But on what grounds should we divide up our hard-earned family property? This statement immediately drew many wealthy families to follow suit. Even someone in the pile of people took advantage of the chaos to yell out. Even the great king cannot be unreasonable. If we jointly resist, even the great king will have to weigh it up. What are you? Who are you to come out and make a decision for us and divide up our family property? Reese and the others smiled playfully. The last time someone talked to the evil husband like that, the grass on his grave was more than 10 meters high. The corners of the wicked husband's mouth hooked into a cold smile. See, this is how money moves people. They can even forget their fear in order to keep their honor and wealth. You know, this is still the Warring States era. Business is not well developed and far less developed than in dynasties such as the Tang and Song dynasties, and these businessmen dare to do so. It is no wonder that for thousands of years, those in power have been trying their best to suppress businessmen in all aspects. For example, Zhu Yuanzhang, the great ancestor of the Ming dynasty, ordered all merchants in the world to refrain from wearing brocade garments and fancy dresses so as not to give rise to an undesirable trend. The suppression of business and the emphasis on agriculture is perhaps not just a fear that no one will grow food. Unbridled, Zhang Er saw that these people were getting bolder and bolder, and that they were so contemptuous of their own general, so he immediately shouted out in a murderous rage. Sheathing his war sword in his hand with a miso sound, he pointed at these large households from afar and said in a cold voice, Sitting in front of you right now is one of the 9 ministers of Qin, Wei Lieutenant, General of the 1,000 Bulls, Lord Wicked Husband, to personally pacify Lu Buwei, to destroy the rebellion of Lao Ai, and to help the great king to become a ruler. He who dares to march south and fight north with 3,000 pawns. You guys, how dare you be so rude? Are you really not afraid of death? The cacophony of voices dissipated as soon as these words were uttered. Can they not know who the evil husband is? Who doesn't recognize that handsome young man's face in the whole Jinyang city? The reason for this is that they also want to give him a head start, so that the next turn around the amortization of the land. However, they underestimated the ruthlessness of the evil husband and the determination of Jinyang, not to mention the fact that the whole court had already compromised on this matter. Kill. Anyone who insults the superior officer shall be executed. If you resist the king's order, you shall be executed. Obstructing Qin's opportunity to forge 10,000 years, to be executed. Several sins are great sins, and they shall be committed against friends and relatives, and against in-laws of the clan. Li Si took over the conversation. His face was ice cold, and his mouth spat out a succession of judgments that made people's scalps go numb, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. As soon as the words fell, hundreds of Qin pawns rushed out from both sides of the street. Put! Before the obese man could react, the fat head rolled to the ground. In the shadow of swords, the Qin pawns did not show any mercy and killed all those who followed the uproar. Before they came, they received the military order that they must not just execute the leader, and that they would rather kill the wrong person than to let him go. I thought that this bloody scene will make the people afraid, but did not think that many people actually let out a loud laugh. Laughter is full of wanton pleasure. Class conflicts can never be reconciled. Just keep the majority. The wicked husband let out a sigh in his heart. In fact, these rich families were right. From their point of view, a $10,000 trillion family fortune was not something that came with the wind. It was the hard work and sweat of a lifetime, or even several generations. There is no way to tell who is right and who is wrong in this kind of thing. It can only be a matter of position. As a king, Jinyang wanted to make the country rich and the people strong, and to fulfill the name of an emperor. For the evil husband, he traveled across the world to make everyone have food to eat, to exterminate the four sides of foreign tribes, and to cut off the roots of the tribe, in order to protect the peace of China for generations. For the poor and the rich, they are really the same, for nothing more than survival and betterment. Only in the end, it is the poor who make up the bulk of the population, and they can only be sacrificed. If this matter is reversed and the rich households make up the majority, it is not clear on whom this knife will fall. The words are hard to hear. The reasoning is right. It boils down to the food chain. Whoever is at the top is making the laws and rules, and the lower levels have to make way for his dreams and plans. Whoever gets in the way, dies. Chapter 102. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you go to the joint plagiarism? At that moment, Li Si's cold and low words rang out, and the Qin pawns immediately took action. As the sun gradually rose into the sky, the city of Jinyang was like a leather ball that was about to explode. Filled with the people who had gathered, the evil husband looked up at the bright, warm sun and got up to spit out a sentence in a cold voice that made people feel as if they were in a cold winter month. I am Wicked Fu, captain of Wei, and I am issuing a new decree on behalf of the king to amortize the ding into the land and unite the ding into the land. From this day forward, the ding tax is incorporated into the field tax, no longer levied on a per capita basis, and distributed equally by the number of acres of land. In the future, the nuisance people will never be given additional taxes. Speaking here, the evil husband paused and spat out a sentence like a thunderous explosion, leaving Li Si and the others dumbfounded and their faces sharply changed drastically. The great king has said from time to time that Qin is the Qin of 10,000 Qin people, and that without the people, Qin will never have any possibility of existence. In this case, why is it that the people have to bear the burden of prosperity and suffering, but instead the dignitaries eat their bellies full of fat? From this day forth, the government and gentry shall pay their grain as one, and no one shall be exempted from taxation. This, Feng Jia and Li Si looked at each other in dismay. Why did they never receive news of such a great event? At this moment, they couldn't even tell whether it was the evil husband's impromptu decision or the conclusion after conferring with Jinyang. Now, I'm afraid the sky is going to collapse, Feng Jiabo murmured to himself, leading Li Si a nod. At the beginning of the amortization of ding into the acres has led to a full of civil and military slanders. If it is not the proposal of the evil husband, amortization of ding into the acres is absolutely difficult to land. Today, he backstabbed a handful of officials. How should he account for this? Even Feng Jiao and Li Si were both a bit unable to accept it. They had eaten the king's salary and practiced ruling the world, so how come they still had to pay taxes? In that case, wouldn't they be confused with Qianshou? Is it not a reversal of the Big Dipper for the scholars, peasants, industrialists and businessmen? General, this matter is up for debate. Li Si bravely and carefully opened his mouth. Wow! Your Majesty is wise. Sheen for all time. The people who came back to their senses erupted into a landslide of cheers, so loud that even Jinyang, who was in the Jinyang palace, heard them. The evil husband turned to look directly at the pair and pointed back at the cheering crowd behind him. See why they're so happy? Is there not a time of prosperity that presses down on the backbone of the people, and a time of chaos that drinks their bones and blood? If the two of you cannot accept this, leave now at once, and I will take care of everything. He knows the consequences of this government and gentry as one to pay grain, but assessed into the acres have done. Is it still so bad? After all, Jinyang and himself are now on the same page, and he knows what Jinyang is thinking, so he dares to make this decision without authorization. As long as Jinyang is around, he has no fear of anything. This, then, is the union of ruler and minister. This, then, is the order of the king and the power of the minister. Feng Jie and Li Si froze, and for a moment they were actually surrounded by boundless bewilderment. A few moments. Dry up. Old me with 1 foot in the coffin doesn't have a few days to live. Let me take the blame for this matter. Feng Jie's eyes flashed with blood color, spitting out a sentence that impressed the evil husband. General, you should step back and give way to Feng Jie. Let me, my old bones, block some of the wind and rain for this amazing young man of yours today. At this moment, Feng Jie's figure seemed to be infinitely enlarged, and his hunched body became mountainous and lofty. With countless courtesies, he reached out with a withered palm and gripped the wicked man's arm hard, pulling him toward his back. Ha ha ha, Mr. Feng, the wicked man pays his respects. The evil husband let out a sprightly laugh, arched his hand in a deep bow, and then said, from the day the evil husband stepped into the courtroom, he has been fearless of all storms. Today's matter is a matter for me alone. Shall I let you stand in my way? The Feng Jie in front of him really made him stand in awe. You know, at his age, his family has a lot of children and grandchildren. If he makes this stop, he is not only not wanting his own life, but he is also betting on the lives of his children and grandchildren. Please accept Li Si's bow. I'm not as good as Sir. Li Si, who had only just returned to his senses, bowed equally deeply with admiration written all over his face. As a man of the law, he hesitated just now. How dare he hesitate over personal gain or loss before personal gain and the law? Inwardly tormented, he said in a deep voice, General Wicked Husband is young and talented, and in the future, he will help me to build the foundation of Great Qin for 10,000 years, so he can't afford to lose. Mr. Feng is old, his family is full of children and grandchildren, he should be enjoying his grandchildren. How can he let you stand in front of his juniors? Speaking here, Li Si's eyes flashed a touch of perseverance, and his tone of voice was spontaneous and relaxed. Li Si is a loner, and his teacher is the son of the legalist, so it is right that I should come to do this kind of thing. The three of them unexpectedly argued just like that in front of countless people and under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes. None of the three would allow the other two to take up the matter, and there was a stalemate over it. In about half an incense stick of time, suddenly the sound of the road was shrill, interrupting the three people who were arguing. The great king's edict. The people made way for a passageway, only to see Zhao Gao with a dozen or so inner officials coming in at a quick pace. Zhao Gao came to the front of the high platform, and directly said in a loud voice, pass on the king's edict. The government and the gentry as a whole to pay grain is a well thought out plan of the oligarchs. No one can comment on it. After saying that, he turned his head to Wicked and added, Guard Captain Wicked is at your service. My lord, at your service. Zhao Gao said in a loud voice, the king has ordered that Wei Wei's captain, Evil Fu, be given full authority to coordinate and decide on this matter, and those who slander may resign on their own. If anyone dares to commit a dirty deed, behead him. The evil husband's heart flashed with emotion, and he drank in a deep voice, My lord, lead the way. Zhao Gao's lips and teeth opened and closed, and his voice was very small. Lord Wei, the great king asked me to bring a message to you, so feel free to go ahead and do it. The great king is behind you. The evil husband nodded his head and laughed loudly. While then he no longer paid any attention to people like Zhao Gao and took a few steps towards the front. Fathers, have you heard the king's edict? I hear you. Then go back, polish your farming tools, and prepare to fend for yourselves. Ha ha ha, we pay our respects to the great king and to Lord Wei. The people were on their knees and bowed down, a sea of people falling low, as an expression of their gratitude and excitement. Get up, no kneeling. Wicked husband's face suddenly slumped and he said in a loud voice, The great king has said from time to time that Qin is the home of the Qin people, and he is but the head of the family. What is done is as it should be, and there is no need for words of thanks. He shouldn't have said those words, but he didn't want to let go of the opportunity to gather people's support for Jinyang, since he wasn't present. Therefore, it can only be falsely transmitted by him. I believe that Jinyang will also understand what he is thinking and will not mind. Well, all disperse, and go home and wait patiently for the land to be distributed. In a few days, the matter will fall into place. Evil husband waved his hand, turned around and took Fengjia and Li Si, and followed Zhao Gao to rush to Jinyang Palace. It was only when the figure of the wicked husband had completely disappeared that the crowded people began to slowly leave the scene. Chapter 103, Is it really true that only the powerful and the rich are cut down by the sword? Since ancient times the scholars, peasants, farmers, and merchants have divided people into 3, 6, 9 classes. Even if this is something that can't be avoided, it can't just be good enough for them. Inside the palace of Zhongtai, the evil husband spoke with unwavering determination. It is true that there is no fairness in this world. The so-called people have their own destiny is not different, but at least it should be relatively fair. Your Majesty, it has been the case from time immemorial that wealth will always be held in the hands of a few, always sucking and eating the bones and blood of the poor people, neither enriching you nor making the people more miserable. The government and gentry as one to pay for food is only the first step. When the 6 kingdoms are united, it will surely usher in a commercial boom. Just as I said at the beginning, the emphasis on agriculture is only so that people can have enough to eat. It is only a well-developed commerce that can promote the progress of the country and civilization. And in time it is necessary to levy and increase the commercial tax. Taxes are the foundation of the country and need to be leveled in one bowl. The evil husband's body was straight, as if he were a divine needle in the midst of the waves, unconsciously giving Jinyang a full sense of security and trust. He continued, fairness does not exist in this world, and the meaning of the existence of the state and the king is to try to maintain stability and level the bowl of water in the world. Thunderbolts may be used, but not against the poor of the lower class. Where will they be able to resist? Jinyang had a headache, rubbing his brow. He was also taken by surprise by the evil husband, who didn't consult with anyone beforehand, and threw out such a shocking theory, which would surely cause a huge upheaval. After a long period of contemplation, Jinyang gritted his teeth, as if he had made up his mind. If you want to make a good tool, you must first sharpen it. If you can't govern internally, how can you talk about going east? Evil husband revealed a smile and spoke in a relaxed tone to appease Jinyang. Your Majesty, it's either that or that it's good to follow a bright ruler. The stakes are so clear that I don't need to bother explaining them at all. There is no need to worry about some waves. Qin sword in hand, the world I have. In terms of the heart of the army, the soldiers are not agitated, and even if the storm rages on, it will be suppressed forcefully. Jinyang revealed a bitter smile at his words, indifferent to his slinky behavior, and muttered in his heart, hoping that you'll really just slash and dice the powerful and noble? However, this kid seems to do things in a haphazard manner, thinking one thing at a time, yet he manages to do it extremely soundly. Not to mention, the Qin pawns were all from poor farmers, and the Qin pawns and their friends and relatives were the beneficiaries of such things as the ding ding moo. As long as they don't move, no matter how powerful you are, you won't be able to make a single wave. Otherwise, how could he have indulged the evil husband so much? Then do it. No longer hesitant to worry, Jinyang said in a deep voice, I'll wait and see if my Qin can become different. Wicked husband stretched out 2 fingers and through his voice, at most 2 months. We can see my Qin ushering in the opportunity to flourish. Your Majesty, let's wait and see. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Feudal dynasty has its own benefits. The king's order, no one dares not obey. The efficiency of the work is extremely fast, and even in some places, even the information developed in the latter part of the world is not as good as. The introduction of the apportionment of din to mu has begun to be implemented at a very fast pace, and now the land is being measured in various places, and when this is finished, the cultivated land can be equally divided among the people. Correspondingly, some problems that the evil husband didn't expect have surfaced. The government and the gentry as one grain is also like a huge stone into the water, smashed up a storm. The courtiers every court is a big bitter water. If it were not for the help of Li Si and Fengjie, and the suppression by Jinyang, he would have drowned in the spittle of the ministers. On this day, the morning court. Your Majesty, this is a lot of trouble that has not yet been resolved. The rich and big families around the country have been exterminated one after another, causing people to be on edge. If this goes on, the consequences are unimaginable. I can't imagine. As soon as Zhang took his seat and found a comfortable position to lean back in his chair, before he could take a breath, a dozen courtiers stepped forward. Evil husband, this chair. Not bad. Restful, nah. Zhang did not pay any attention to their cries, but instead softly complimented the tables and chairs developed by the wicked man. Knowing that Zhang kicked the ball, the evil husband stood out, and in the recent half-month, he has become much more vicissitudes and unkempt, not even seeing the earlier spiritedness. Extinguished is also extinguished. A whale fall, all things born. Dead they good, most of the people. This business is not a loss. The evil husband crossed his eyes and looked straight at the dozen people. Previously, his ruthlessness only existed on the battlefield, and that didn't count as ruthlessness in the true sense of the word. Nowadays, he does not look at the right and wrong. Only in the interests of the country prevail. The line of thunder and iron fist things. Do not recognize half a bit of love? Is considered to have become a real politician. Natural and man-made disasters. And I don't see you speaking up for the people. Foreign enemies invade, and you are not seen to be the least bit anxious. You're told to pay a tax, and you're starting to think about the people? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. The evil husband swept his morose eyes one by one over the courtiers present, and said in a cold voice, "Today, I'll put my words down here. Who dares to block the advancement of the state policy? Prepare your own coffin boards, and the old man will personally come to the door to ask for his life. You, or are you, those who don't want to pay taxes? Step forward." Those who were pointed at by his finger were all trembling, bowing their heads and not daring to meet his gaze. The evil husband was truly annoyed, and with his already exhausted mind, how could he have the heart and time to deal with their jingoism? He simply did not do anything and directly played the threat. To say that these people are also cheap bones, when you really want to move the real chapter, they backtracked and wimped out. Evil husband revealed a snicker and said disdainfully, "There are ministers such as Wang Owino and military generals such as Wang Jian and Meng Arnold, and none of them have ever stepped forward to make it look like you can? Tell me, is it a matter of changing the soil underneath if the stone of the pillar of setting does not fall down?" The threat was undisguised. This Qin dynasty is still a little early. Courtiers used to go. The advice is just a few people. The department is also less, not as redundant as the later generations of the dynasty. In the end, whenever something happens, it is these people who discuss with the king, and the other officials are just clerks. To put it bluntly, anyone with a good mind can take on this role. Pua not die, you guys? Seeing them all hanging their heads and bowing their heads, the evil husband's heart was filled with disdain. It was thanks to the fact that he was not from a workplace master, or else he could definitely pua them to the point of inferiority. I, for one, agree with Captain Wei's strategy. The old minister agrees. Wang Jian and the others who were named all spoke up in agreement, expressing their attitudes. My lord, at this time, at the end of the last tale of the courtier's queue, the boyish-faced Meng Yi stood out, arching his hand and saying, "Before General Shang and General Meng Wu left Jinyang, they had instructed me in every way, but in all matters of the court, everything will be done at the will of Lord Weiwei, and all of the Meng family will respect the decisions of the great king in Weiwei." Wicked husband fixed his eyes and saw that Meng Yi, who was new to the courtroom, still had a hint of timidity, and immediately revealed a hint of approval and a reassuring smile towards him. "Your great righteousness, it is my fortune to have your assistance." Zhang looked around at these old ministers with sincere expressions on their faces, and his heart was touched. "It's done. Do any of you have any objections?" Chapter 104, If the land is not enough to share, then go out and rob it. My subjects, no objections. Having said that, who would dare to commit a crime at the summit nowadays? Even if they were full of complaints, they could only pinch their noses and reluctantly admit it. At this point, the government and the gentry as a whole food is considered to be a real landing. Meng-chan, go back and think it over, and come up with a plan. Zhang struck the iron while it was hot, and directly finalized the matter. My lord. Yes, Meng-chan responded in a loud voice, then stepped out and said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, I have something to say. Say, the three clans have sent messengers to cut off mutual trade and commerce with us on the grounds that our Qin wonders make themselves known. The corners of Meng-chan's mouth twitched, and he swept his eyes at the evil husband beside him. What the hell am I looking at? Since Zhao is on the hook, you just prepare according to the previous plan. Evil husband squeezed his eyebrows and reported a grim smile, muttering in a low voice. The whole dynasty almost didn't laugh out loud, and each one of them pinched their thighs violently and thought about all the sad things in their lives. The atmosphere in the hall instantly eased, washing away the sword drawn just now. Unlucky bastard. Deserves it. Many ministers were full of gloating. They were the ones who opposed the government and gentry to pay grain as one, and now with Zhao as a raw egg cushion, they were much happier instead. At least, they were nothing compared to what Zhao was about to face. That's how people are. They are having a bad time, but when they see others having an even worse time, their psyche is balanced in turn. Jinyang was also happy to see this, secretly saying that this Zhao was really considerate, and even stepped forward at a critical moment to smooth out his own internal conflicts. The kingdom of Zhao, may it be the kingdom of saints. The evil husband playfully smiled and laughed when he saw the gazes of the crowd looking over, burning himself and illuminating others. Isn't this a proper saint? When we attack Zhao later, I will send the king of Zhao to a decent funeral. Hiss. Good. 100 officials suffocated, face full of blue-purple, knowing that this fawn cannot hold a good fart. How to believe his bull ********. Mengchan fixed his mind and added, Your Majesty, there is one more thing. The counties keep sending letters urging. I hope that the matter of land shortage will be resolved as soon as possible. At these words, the evil husband's face instantly fell. In these recent days, he had no shortage of headaches about this matter, and the constant urging of letters from all over the world was simply annoying him to death. Counties are mostly different. Some have more people, some have less, some have flat terrain, some have more mountainous terrain, which leads to a different division of land. The county governors of various places did not dare to make unauthorized decisions for fear that the people would be jealous of the other counties, thus causing the hearts of the people to flutter, which would eventually evolve into the anger of the people. Rush! What do you want them to do for food? The evil husband gritted his teeth in anger. Really is livestock, right? It's really all effort and no brains. Ha. Yo, our Lord Weiwei is actually stumped? Jinyang suddenly let out a loud laugh, and even the entire court laughed along with him. Since the wicked husband stepped into this Jinyang palace and was promoted to the new nobility of the court, it seems that there has never been anything that could be difficult for him, and this coldness to see him troubled is really refreshing in one's heart. Gradually, the laughter grew louder and louder, especially the dozen or so officials who had been reprimanded by the evil husband earlier, laughing until their tears came out, and the bad anger in their hearts came out. The bad blood caused by the one-person grain matter was also completely dissolved in an invisible way. To be honest, they don't care about the tax. It's nothing to their class. What they are fighting for is just a face. Jinyang quietly winked at evil husband, meaning to tell him not to get angry, and to use this as an excuse to break down the barrier. Evil husband nodded slightly. He is not a person who does not know how to advance or retreat. Moreover, he is not that calculating person. He is also happy to be able to make the atmosphere ease. In order to reassure Jinyang, he pretended to be furious and said, Smile. If you can't think of a solution today, don't even leave. The council Dr. Wang Sheng stepped forward, stifling a smile. I have a plan. It would be better to take the number of equal share in each county to implement the excess land temporarily retained. This man was the leader of the dozen or so protesting officials, and he knew that Jinyang and wicked husband were also intent on easing the situation, so he hastened to come forward to state his position. No good. As much as it will provoke the anger of the people, if they have their own land and don't share the count, aren't they just lifting a stone and stoning their own feet? I see. Nah. This was like opening a box of words. The temple immediately resounded with arguments, and finally even Wang Au and a group of old ministers personally. Evil husband and Jinyang smiled at each other and did not stop them from arguing. As time went by, the previous quarrels had stopped and were replaced by the expression of their own views, adding to the search for a solution. Slowly, surprisingly, cohesion evolved, which was a bit disconcerting to the evil husband. It's hard to believe that we are also a bug show-like existence. For the contemporary son of heaven's destiny? Evil husband fell into the middle of mirth. It's settled. I don't know how long it took, but Jinyang let out a loud bellow, waking up the fantasizing evil husband. What? What just settled? Evil husband scratched his head, a little confused. Unfortunately, no one was there to clear up the confusion for him. Jinyang stood up, walked around the table, and said in a loud voice, according to the plan of the 100 officials, we will draw 2/10 of the money and grain gained from the plowing down of the big households, and use it as the basis for the military struggle. Mew. Evil husband leads 200,000 elite soldiers from the Lantian battalion. Go out and get rich. The minister's eyes were bulging, choking on Jinyang's words, and they were at a loss for words. That's, a little crass. Jinyang was more or less embarrassed that he couldn't find a very official word to describe this battle, which was a national event of great importance. What are you laughing at? The king is right. Why not fight a war to get rich? As the half-drawn king's consort, Evil Fu naturally supported Jinyang without a brain. Ahem. Jinyang cleared his throat, his gaze fell on evil husband, and he admonished, I can only give you so much, the rest is up to you. Remember, the widow does not care what means you perform, as long as the land, great enough to make up for the land of the people. Wicked husband suddenly realized, and combined to discuss half a day's plan, that is, not enough land to share out and rob? He couldn't help but say with glowing eyes, this is a wonderful plan. It makes up for the people of the lesser lands, and at the same time, it is considered to be opening up the frontier. That's the target. You'll have to choose carefully, he said and fell into a deep thought. According to the current map of Qin's territory to project, the best target is the two countries of Han and Wei. Qin's northern counties are far inferior to the southern lands such as Bashu. Therefore, the real need to appease and pacify the hearts of the people of the northern part of the country. Given its geographic location, the best targets are the three kingdoms of Han, Wei, and Zhao, and it borders Qin, so there is no need to borrow a detour to send out troops. Among them, Zhao, with its strength and the fact that it has taken over the hard work, must not be moved. In this way, the beating will basically fall on Han and Wei as well. With this in mind, Wicked Husband said in a loud voice, Your Majesty, I think that if we attack Han and Wei, and sweep eastward along the banks of the Wei River, the surrounding thousands of miles will almost all be plains and fertile land, enough to make up for the people. Li Si was the first to come forward and agree. I think that the place chosen by Lord Weiwei is wonderful. I second the motion. Seeing that the 100 officials have spoken in favor, Jinyang waved his hand. Then go and do it. Chapter 105, the person who inserts a label and sells his head, shall be executed. There will always be people in this world who are selling their reputation and spamming the heart of the Virgin Mary. As if now, the whole court is speaking out in favor. The only youth stood out and issued a voice different from the crowd. It's a delusional way of trying to get a new label. Your Majesty, I don't think this is a good idea. The eagerness in the hall receded as if it were a tidal wave, and the gazes of the ministers looked at the youth with a straight body. His face was white and beardless, and his eyebrows were filled with the youthful vigor of the rising sun, and he said in a loud voice, Lord Weiwei's killing heart is too heavy, and he enjoys killing. This time, I don't know how many people will die. The Qin dynasty has been unifying the world for 6 centuries. Your Majesty is a man of great talent, and the world will be united in your hands. At that time, how can the people of the 6 nations put aside their blood feud and return to their hearts? It is not too much to say that the nations have fought wars, and the hatred between them is as deep as the sea. So why continue to deepen the hatred? Can it be that? Lord Weiwei, can you cut down all the people of the 6 kingdoms under your sword? These words were tantamount to pointing at the evil husband's nose in questioning and rebuking, and were close to blatantly saying that the evil husband was a cold-blooded butcher. Reese and the others frowned and tried to stand up to the rebuke, but were stopped by the wicked man reaching out. A trace of coldness flashed between Jinyang's eyebrows, and he was so disgusted with this person's insensitivity that he was already determined to kill him. That youth really did not have the slightest bit of eyesight, still looking at the evil husband with a calm and self-contained demeanor, his heart snickering constantly, as if he had already seen the scene of his own fame. I don't know where you came from to disregard honor? The youth was about to speak, but was interrupted by the evil husband's stern voice. You really deserve to die. You also said that the world is not yet unified. How can you treat the people of the 6 countries as my Qin people now? The wicked man started out as a soldier, killed his way out of the minutiae, and has seen life and death. You're right when you say I'm murderous. On the battlefield, as a general, you should ensure the lives of the soldiers under your command. Being merciful to the enemy is tantamount to treason. Those who are officials should take care of the food, clothing, housing and transportation of the people of the country. And this is the rule of being an official. What does it matter to you if others live or die? Like a loud voice echoing in the hall, the aura of murder began to spread out with his words. The young man was a little frightened, but still stood firm and said, according to what General Wicked Husband said, wouldn't it be true that I am the name of tyrannical Qin? What will future generations think of the great king and the courtiers? History. Those 2 words just came out of my mouth. The evil husband suddenly stormed out. Sure you mother just by you are worthy of mentioning Shiji? The youth was stunned by this sudden bellowing, and the words that were meant to be said in his mouth were swallowed back hard. The evil husband's sunken gaze looked around at the people present and sneered. The life of an ordinary person is nothing more than a cow or horse in a time of prosperity and cannon fodder in a time of chaos. squeeze their strength in peace and use their death in war. As the saying goes, the long pain is better than the short pain. Our generation is trying to create history, not for the sake of the trippy florals and the historical records of future generations. When the world is united, even if we behead more than half of the people of the Six Kingdoms, it will still be far less than the number of people who have died in these centuries of turmoil and warring. Throughout the world, who of the 7 kingdoms can take on this great task? Only I, Qin, am also. In that case, is it wrong to preserve the strength of my Qin state and lay the foundation of unification? Speaking here, the evil husband took a few deep breaths, and said heavily, the historical record you mentioned. Why did you turn it over and take a look at it? And all that was written on it crookedly was the 4 words of benevolence, righteousness and morality. Look closely. In fact, only 2 words are written. Cannibalism. If you don't kill, and I don't kill, no one will die in this world? You go to the border and see how many of those long buried in the ground have lived to the end of their lives? The evil husband came to the youth in a few steps, his eyes looking straight at him, and said in a single word, you are going to see how many soldiers are buried in this Chinese land? When they didn't die, they were all alive and kicking, and their daughters-in-law left without marrying. Is it worth it? You also know that Huaxia is a root-born. But why did they die in the warring states Felling Crossing? And why did they die at the hands of their own family? Is it worth it? Is it worth it, you say? At this moment, the evil husband looked particularly hideous, and his eyes, which were already glowing red, were like ghosts from the 9 hells. The youth frowned tightly. These heartfelt words are still difficult to enter his ears. At this time the gravity is only because they cannot find a chance to refute. The man who inserts the label and sells his head is to be executed. Jinyang, who was on the high platform behind him, took his place, locking the youth with his eyes that contained a shocking killing intent, and said in a cold voice, Wei Lieutenant is right. The essence of the soldiers is to protect the family and defend the country. If they die to protect the frontier, they die well. But what? They died in vain. And the people of the frontier still exist in perilous waters. How long are we going to show outsiders the self-sweeping joke? Anyway, moved to kill the heart of the questioning, as if to let the youth in the winter months, through the body a piece of ice cold. He didn't expect Jinyang to directly sentence him to life and death, and he didn't expect the evil husband to react so vehemently, when he was clearly smiling in the face of the courtier's jokes earlier. He thought that he would be dismissed from his post at the most, and that he would be welcomed back into the court after this incident was reported and his name was established. The king said it was pretty good for you to insert a tag to sell your head. The evil husband revealed a hint of a sneer, pointed at the youth's nose, and said word for word, people like you are nothing but thieves in troubled times and traitors in prosperous times, and their existence will only poison the country and the nation. After saying that, he turned back and knelt down on one knee, arched his hand and solemnly said, I am overstepping my bounds today to do that royal historian's admonition, and I implore the king to take the altars of the country and the people of the land and the people as his priority. You can't bend over backwards to be whole when you're poor, and you can't be benevolent when you're prosperous. For those who are not Qin, truth is under the hoof of iron, and dignity lives on the blade of the Qin sword. Anyone who dares to claim benevolence, righteousness, and morality, and spends the grain of rice of our Qin to aid the foreigners, shall be executed by association? This really speaks to Jinyang's heart. Only to see, he slowly raised his hands, arched his hands and clasped his fists. Widow, I have been taught, and will always be alerted by this. It is rare to see 2 of the king's rights in 1,000 years. Gentlemen, Jinyang's disdainful eyes swept across the room, and he said word by word, have you memorized what Wei said today? The courtiers were moved, followed by kneeling and saluting in unison, shouting, I, etc., will be one with the great king as a ruler and a minister, abide by the words of the Wei, and always be vigilant in their own, as the code of the officials. Jinyang nodded slightly, and seeing that the young man was dumbfounded, he casually said, I don't know why you joined the court as an official, but it's rare for a humble official to have the courage to do so. Upon hearing this, the young man's mind was slightly calmed, and a trace of ecstasy flashed across his heart, thinking that his behavior had still caused Jinyang to appreciate him. What did he know? Jinyang's next words completely cut off his way of life. You and go, take your family and friends and clan, and go out with the army, and in every battle, you and others will charge forward. How could he survive on the battlefield with no hands? Not to mention, bringing family and friends along. What's the difference between that and destroying his entire family? Chapter 106, The 3 Tribes of Oddities. As Jinyang's words fell, 2 armor-clad soldiers from outside the hall stepped in and took the disoriented young man away. The youth's throat was like a blockage, so he couldn't even beg for mercy, and his legs were trembling as if the sky had collapsed. The evil husband gasped violently, forcibly suppressing the anger that flooded his heart. His eyes gradually became deeper and deeper, and his thoughts became jumbled in his head. I came to Qin to support the first emperor, to sweep away the 6 kingdoms, to cast the 9 cauldrons and set up the 9 continents, and to return the world to Qin. If I were in Han, I would help the king to get rid of the disease of Xiong Nu, cut down the barbarians in all directions, and make the sun, moon, mountains and rivers all Han land. If you go to the Tang dynasty, you should be a minister of the Shangshi. Set the foundation for the ages, save for a rainy day, and break the beginning of the chaos of the 5 dynasties in 10 kingdoms. In Song, you can be a rich man, have food and drink, get by and never think. In the Ming, when for Zhu Yuanzhang's saddle, do not care about life and death prospects, only to support the backbone of my Han family. In the Dragon Gas before the break, to protect the orthodoxy of China. There were countless regrets in the long stretch of time. Perhaps he had traveled through one in order for him to round out the regrets of this land that was one of the ancient civilizations. Dismiss the court. The widow is tired. Ying Zhang, whose mind was fluctuating, spoke softly, and then turned around and left the Zhongtai palace. Before he left, he cast a look full of deep implacable meaning at the evil husband. Wicked husband nodded slightly, the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. It's true that plans don't change as fast as they should. If it weren't for these yards, Han and Wei would still be at peace for a few more years. At this time, Wang Jian came with a dragon's march. His big hand patted evil husband's shoulder, and the look on his face was meaningful. The wicked husband thought he was trying to encourage himself a bit, but he didn't realize it was to get his son to follow him out. Take my son Wang Ben with you. This old man didn't give evil husband a chance to reply at all. Dropping such a sentence and Wang Ben left on their own. The 2 people, evil husband and Wang Ben, looked at each other with big eyes and froze in embarrassment, somewhat at a loss for words. At this time, Li Xin, who was the second youngest of Qin's military generals, ran over, wrapped his arm around the head of Wang Ben's shoulder, and said with a smile, "If Wang Ben has brought it all along, why don't you bring me along too?" It was a good thing that the awkwardness was broken. An evil husband was drowned in a sea of martial artists. The generals in the court surrounded the evil husband in the center, hoping that the evil husband would take himself along with him to the battlefield. Evil husband had 1 head and 2 heads, and hastily waved his hands and said, Gentlemen, this time it's only a small fight, and since Wang Ben and Li Xin opened their mouths first, it's enough to take them. Next time, I'll make sure you have plenty of battles to fight." Wang Ben and Li Xin were happy, while the other generals were full of disappointment. In order to prevent the evil husband to change his mind, the 2 people also do not care about the skin. One left and one right framed the evil husband towards the outside hard squeeze. "General, there's no time to lose. Let's quickly order our troops and set off." Li Xin's face is full of anxiety. He has long since lost the heart of comparison. This kid is a real livestock. Since he entered the court, what work is a big package. Even Wang Jian and Meng Arti have to drink soup from his fingers. In this go on, is the evil husband hand under those brothers? The status is almost catching up with their own. They still care about what face. Evil husband was also happy to be brought out of the encirclement by the 2 men, and said with a smile, "Run faster, and later one person will share 100,000 soldiers." This time, the 2 people suddenly feel full of strength. Set up the evil husband to walk as if flying. Let the back of a group of generals continue to drink scolding. 2 brats, do you really do whatever you want just because you're young? Veteran General Anie was furious and blew out his beard. Let's just say that the 3 of them came all the way to the Lantian camp. Go, quickly gather 200,000 troops. The general has a king's order to announce. Just entered the camp. Li Xin didn't even change his tone of voice. Directly ordered to command the guards to go forward to gather the army. In the time it took to burn incense, 100,000 Qin pawns assembled. Pan Shang, the vice-general of Lantian, came in quick steps with an inexplicable speechless look on his face. Li Xin fixed eyes a look. See the generals and soldiers of each bright, full of vigor, the heart of a rare. Look, to see, this is our Qin tiger and wolf division. The evil husband nodded slightly, revealing a look of appreciation. Only Wang Ben whispered, "I usually rotate duty with Mengwu in the Lantian camp. These boys, although not bad, but before the war, absolutely no such essence." Speaking here, He slanted a glance at evil husband and said meaningfully, "Who doesn't know? Who doesn't know that you can get rich by following our Lord Weiwei?" At those words, Li Xin froze, then laughed out loud. He couldn't help but calculate in his heart that in the future, he wouldn't be able to keep talking about those rules. This even words need not be said to bring the morale of the generals to the peak. So fighting spirit. Who can fight? Okay. Evil husband stepped forward and said in a loud voice, "This general is ordered by the great king to, take all your brethren and go out to make a fortune." Oh, exuberant. Your majesty is wise. General mighty. When the Qin sword points, it is invincible. The generals violently erupted more amazing morale and fighting spirit. Shocking loud roar alarmed the distant mountains and forests, birds and beasts fear. Disperse, go forward to prepare. 3 days after the march, the evil husband pressed his hands down and smiled. Each person bring half a month's dry food. Lao Zi will take you to do that one book business. When the time comes, whether you are starving or your mouth is full of oil. But it depends on yourselves. The generals scattered at once, and went forward with great joy to prepare their lines. Both of you, let's go back and get ready as well. See you in 3 days. The three of them bid farewell and went back to prepare for the great battle 3 days later. On the way back to the mansion, Jinyang asked softly, "General, will you bring the Black Dragon Xuanjia army this time?" "Banned. Later, you go up to Jushan and inform Ernio and Chunning to get ready. This time, I want to try whether it's possible to destroy a country first." There was a hint of irony in the evil husband's tone. Plans don't change as fast as they should, and time is not waiting for me. So since the previous planning has been disrupted, let's simply make a mistake and hit the wrong one. Zhang Yi nodded his head in agreement and drove the evil husband quickly back to the house. The other side, the capital of the state of Zhao, Handan, the royal palace. Zhao Wangyan was in high spirits and was entertaining the envoys sent by the 3 tribes. "3 of you, drink this cup together, and may the friendship between our 4 parties last forever." Zhao Wangyan got up and raised his cup, taking the lead in drinking the wine in the cup. The emissaries of the 3 clans looked at each other with smiles under their eyes, and very facetiously got up and drank the wine in their cups. At the moment, in their eyes, this Zhao Wangyan can be a little cute, good person. I thought that Qin's price was already very good, but I didn't realize that Zhao was even more exaggerated. So much so that it gave them a hint of doubt. This wolf's skin is so rare among the Chinese? Even they've got the confidence of a silk oddball. Now, the great kings of the 3 clans had begun to order their clansmen to go on a hunting spree for hunting wolves and hoarding their skins, which they would turn around in exchange for grain and other goodies with the hands of Zhao. Chapter 107, A Two-Pronged Approach. A slap in the face and 2 mouths. Early morning 3 days later, shortly after the sunlight had fallen on the earth, the generals and soldiers in the Lantian camp have long been ready and waiting for the commander-in-chief, wicked man, to come to the camp. Cannot suppress the excitement of them, almost sleepless all night, tormented to the sky green, immediately began to pack up the line. That hot enthusiasm, so that the battalion stationed biased generals dumbfounded. In the past days are out of the sun. The generals are reluctant to gather to start the morning exercise. There has never been such a precedent of gathering without orders. Not letting them wait long, the wicked husband, who was very observant of the concept of time, came with Wang Ben and Li Xin, and seeing the generals in high spirits, without saying a word he ordered the army to start. After leaving the camp, Li Xin, who was walking in the forefront with evil husband, looked back at the procession behind him, which was like a long river, and sighed with emotion. Today, the last general is considered to have opened his eyes. Oh, evil husband didn't know what he meant by that. Li Xin stroked the black beard that he purposely kept up and laughed. The Lord Commander's method of fighting is really unheard of. In other people's words, mobilizing 200,000 troops to prepare for war is as little as 3 or 2 months, as much as half a year, or even a year. Wang Ben was quite agreeable and laughed. It's not difficult to mobilize 200,000 troops. What's difficult is that grain and supply wagons, which require a large number of folk to cooperate in transporting them, which is extremely cumbersome. It's not like there hasn't been a blitzkrieg with light armor, but it's pretty small potatoes compared to the evil husband. Generally hold up to transfer 3 or 2,000 elite troops surprise attack, and cannot be siege in such battles. Need to be the open field battle may be able to see. Like the evil husband, this mobilized 200,000 army line attacking the city. Do not enlist the people to transport grain and provisions, only by the soldiers to carry their own half a month of dry food fighting method. They are the first time to see. To be honest, this is the evil husband. If it were anyone else, even if it were Wang Jian, Meng Arbiter and other superior generals to do this matter. They would certainly speak out against it. You guys still haven't realized the true meaning of war. This time I'll show you how we're getting richer and richer and our generals are getting fatter and fatter. Evil husband revealed a sinister smile, his words full of confidence. Li Xian and Wang Ben nodded their heads at the same time, their eyes full of expectation. Two people in the size of the state of Qin is also a character, but at this moment, but not half a bit of arrogance, only the piety of learning. The army left Lantian to the east and came to the border of Qin after 5 days of hasty traveling. Now they are located in the center of the border between the three kingdoms, 200 miles northwest of Anie of Wei, and 150 miles southwest of Jinyang of Korea. Right now, the wicked man needs to decide whether to attack Han or Wei. Inside the makeshift marshal's tent, a dozen or so partial generals and lieutenants were waiting for the master commander, Wicked Husband 3, to decide on their next course. Korea is weak, so why don't we send our army straight into Jinyang, take Jinyang and the 12 surrounding cities, and incorporate all of them into my Qin land. Wang Ben pointed to the map to give his opinion. Han is good, Wei is better. Li Xian shook his head and said in a deep voice, all the strong bows and crossbows in the world come out from Han. Han is the least land of the 6 countries, although it has strong arts, but it can't solve our urgent needs, so we might as well attack Wei. Saying this, he pointed his finger towards Anie. This is the old capital of Wei. The surrounding area is still prosperous after development. There is a lot of arable land, and the roads are smooth, so it is the first choice. Wang Ben did not refute this. After all, really speaking really good, he chose Han for the standard, but also just pick up the soft pinch. Both of you have a point. Why don't you listen to me? The corners of the evil husband's mouth hooked up into a smile, and he threw his voice, only children make choices, and this general wants them all. A two-pronged approach. A big mouth for one person makes the most sense. Hiss. A sound of cold air was heard in the tent. Good good good. Li Xian shocked as subconsciously applauded. No, you evil husband, do not go out of the ordinary. But I did not expect you to be so unusual. Wang Ben wanted to say something. He wanted to pry open the evil husband's head to see what was inside. This trip is only a mere 200,000 troops, although they are elite soldiers, but they can't stretch the battle line so far, right? Li Xian, you lead 150,000 troops into Wei. See the city and attack it. Do not leave any money or grain behind. Wang Ben, you lead 50,000 troops into Han, and this marshal will lead the Black Dragon Xuanjia army to assist from the side. Li Xian was delighted at the words, and nodded his head to make a guarantee, and with this 150,000 military power in his hand, he had the confidence that he dared to compete with the world. Afraid that he was a bit complacent, the evil husband said in a solemn voice, this marshal gave you 150,000 men, and for the death of one brother, this marshal will reduce your battle merit by 10. If the casualties among the brethren exceed 30,000, you will carry your head. The killing intent in the cold words was like a sharp sword placed under his neck, causing the smile on Li Xian's face to abruptly freeze, followed by a serious nod. Li Xian, this person does have talent, but unfortunately is one of the representatives of the young and strong faction, the power to get the power, plus one of the generals on the old, so that it has become too proud and complacent. To put it bluntly, it's a case of overexuberance. Today's times are different, with their own presence, like a big mountain pressing on top of Li Xian's head. Even if he wants to be proud, he does not have this qualification. As long as it goes to his pride and carelessness, in time can become a superior general. Any other objections? The evil husband gazed around and spoke out in question. There was silence in the tent. They were all working with the evil husband for the first time, knowing that he had always been able to work miracles. Even the king was very convinced. They did not dare to refute. In that case, go forward and act quickly. As soon as the words fell, everyone in the tent rose to their feet. Your Majesty, the rain is too heavy. Please return to the hall. Zhao Gao stood hunched behind Ing Zhang. Seeing that the water vapor had already dampened Ing Zhang's hem, he quickly spoke out to dissuade him. Ing Zhang seemed not to have heard it and murmured, in previous years at this time of the year, were there such heavy rains? Zhao Gao's heart thumped, and he quickly said, I can't remember further back. There hasn't been such a large and frequent rainfall in the past 3 years. Ing Zhang didn't say anything, looking up at the dark clouds rolling across the sky, his heart filled with gloom. Such a vision made him believe more and more in the evil husband's speculation. After an unknown period of time, Ing Zhang turned around and dropped a sentence. Send someone to summon Meng Arbiter and tell him that I will give him the greatest authority and support, and that he can use thunderous means if necessary, as long as he can stabilize the land he has obtained from Yelong. After saying that, he went back to the palace to deal with political affairs. Zhao Gao arched his hand, turned to look at the sky in the same way, and whispered to himself, "Alas, there's going to be a change in the sky. I wonder when I'll be able to wait for the opportunity that belongs to me." ********* him. Zhang Han spat out a curse that he had learned after the evil husband, and was unable to open his eyes from the stench emanating from the rotting corpses, so he hurriedly commanded, "Don't hoard, hurry up and throw these corpses into the river." This period of time, he traveled south and north, killed an unknown number of people, due to the sword rolled edge broken, and in the middle of the generals returned to the Qin border to resupply a wave. Nowadays, hoarding corpses is close to, if not 100,000. The target for the implementation of the evil husband's plague has been reached. Chapter 108, Beginning of Poisoning. The battle of attacking Han and Wei begins. More late. There's a chapter to make up for it later. With an order, the generals first jumped into the river and nailed stakes prepared in advance into the riverbed, thus forming a stop net to prevent the bodies from floating away with the river. When the stakes were driven in, 3,000 soldiers of the martyr tiger army with despairing faces covered their mouths and noses with cloths and began to carry the corpses piled up into mountains. Vomit. Even if you cover your mouth and nose, the stench that can't be described in words goes straight to the sky. Zhang Han saw that their faces were green, subconsciously shivered, and was also heartbroken, and hastily said, "Listen to the order. Rotate every half an hour." Now, the faces of the other 7,000 soldiers who were originally gloating turned green, and earth-shattering wails came out of their mouths. This scene also happened to Meng Tan and Wang Li at the same time, and at this time they also started to prepare for the poisoning thing. The three tribes were completely unaware of the calamity that was coming to them, and there was a lot of joy within the tribes, and the good things that had been exchanged from Zhao in recent times had raised their quality of life by several notches. Even, surprisingly, they have begun to become a bit lazy, herding horses and sheep to work, which is not as easy and painful as hunting wolves. Who would want to do that dirty work when a mere wolfskin can be exchanged for astounding wealth? It's true what they say, it's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but hard to go from extravagance to frugality. Comfort, indeed, is one of the greatest enemies of mankind, disguised as a couple of power-ups for the evil husband's plan. It was a bit of a windfall. Kill. Li Xian drew his long sword from his waist and raised the sky with a roar, officially kicking off the attack on Wei. The generals rushed towards the Wei city of Anie like a tidal wave, causing the Wei army on the city to panic and organize an attack. Dai Ning, the new guardian of Anie, kept roaring furiously in his heart, using all his life's learning to curse Qin in his mind, and he didn't spend a lot of money to move around in order to get the lack of a guardian of Anie. I thought it would be a free job, but I didn't realize that Qin didn't play by the rules. How many days have passed since the last time they broke through Anie? How did this come back? Quickly send someone forward to the perimeter to mobilize troops for assistance, and at the same time report it to the king. Dai Ning breathlessly commanded towards the deputy general beside him. He was now ready to be a shrinking turtle, harboring in Anie city to wait for reinforcements, and for this reason he had already given a death order to the 80,000 guards in the city, not to leave the walls for a moment. Just then, a partial general came excitedly and said sharply, "General, this time, the commander-in-chief of the Qin army is not that evil Qin man." Oh, Dai Ning's eyes snapped open and he asked, "Do you know who it is?" The partial general grinned widely. "It's Qin's young general Li Xian." Li Xin? Dai Ning has been mixed in the officialdom for a long time, and he is quite familiar with the Qin generals, and he knows a little bit about Li Xian's origin. He was instantly relieved and said with great joy, Good. As long as it's not that Yama's evil husband, it's good. The district Li Xian, it's nothing. Perhaps, this time, we can wipe out the previous shame and eat this Li Xian and the Qin army." That's right, the current Li Xian with the unknown no difference, no bright performance in the war. Hold up the death is a young and talented. He really did not feel too much pressure. The mind on this live up. Thinking about it, Dai Ning decided to wait and see first, and ordered. The Qin army is not too many in number, so let's just hold it for now, and if we have a chance, we'll attack it instead. The Qin army broke through Anie last time. If we can hold it, or even counter-kill and retreat them, the great king sighed. Oh, these words caused the hearts of the generals to flare up, and they nodded their heads in succession to receive orders, and retreated to send a message to the Wei pawns, in order to stimulate the morale of the fighting spirit. Unfortunately, he was thinking too naively, pressing on to what state of the Qin army they were now facing. The days of running around had left the generals with little dry food left, and if they couldn't take Anie city, they would have to go hungry. Besides, the evil husband personally promised his soldiers before his departure that 30% of the money and grain in the city belonged to the generals. For the soldiers, if they don't break the city, they will go hungry, and if the city breaks it, they will be rewarded with a higher rank, and gold and silver treasures are waiting for them. For the commander-in-chief Li Xin, not being able to break it is equivalent to cutting off one's career, while breaking it is equivalent to getting on the right track. With all the forests and the trees covering everyone's interests, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they are now tigers and wolves. The towering walls of Anie city, at this moment, appeared to the red-eyed Qin soldiers to be nothing more than a slightly higher dirt wall. Thoroughly stimulate the human potential of the human body like a small superhero. Walking as fast as dodging the rain of arrows came to the bottom of the city, without saying a word, began to board the city. I'll either die here today, or I'll experience the job that the Lord Commander has done. A bearded man was the first to leap onto the ladder. As athletic as an ape climbing the wall in just over 10 breaths, he thought he would be instantly stabbed into sieve eyes, but the brothers behind him gave him endless security, blocking the incoming swordsman and buying him time. Kill, today either you die or I die. The Han raised his sword and hissed as he stabbed into one of the Wei soldiers. The hot blood splashed onto his face, making him become even more maniacal. Gallant old Qin, humongous, brothers, kill. His ruthlessness scared the Wei army and made the Qin army more excited and violent. As more and more Qin troops mounted the walls and stood firm, the Wei army's defense became panicked, and the shadow left by the previous evil husband had not yet dissipated, which had weakened their morale by a few points. Ha 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 ha, the Qin army is mighty. Li Xian laughed out loud at the sight, and as his blood surged, he actually launched a charge with his Qin sword. Brethren, break through the gates quickly. The brethren on the walls are about to kill their way into the city. These words caused the pressure of the Qin army that was battling with the gate to skyrocket, and the speed of crashing into the gate became even faster, and that freshly repaired gate shook once again. It wasn't long before a bam was heard and the gates were slammed open. Ha ha ha, the city is broken. Brothers, kill, money, food. Li Xian hissed repeatedly, and when he got excited, he even yelled, let's celebrate in the city tonight. Lift the ban on wine. Embrace the wives, and kill. Good good good. He did what no evil husband would dare to do, but these words were like a stimulant again, making the already frenzied Qin army completely red in the face. For military men, wine and women are their greatest thoughts. The bloody wind and rain of blood suddenly rose. The Qin sword was thrown out of the sparks. Killing the Wei army is the liver and guts, constantly retreating towards the rear. Dai Ning looked at the killings in the city. His face was pale, and he said under his breath, it's over. It's all over. The Qin army, why are they just like animals? Dreams dashed, he wondered a little. How come the Qin army seems to have become more fierce without the command of the living king of hell? The evil husband? And the other side, because Korea is already weak, coupled with the fact that Wang Ben comes from a famous family, as much as his father's true heritage, in a pleasing means to break the Korean city of Wei. Pressure did not let the evil hands. Ernio and Chunning were bored and couldn't help but spit out. General, you still need to bring us out for this kind of deal? Chapter 109, The Overjoyed Li Xin. General Wang Ben comes from a famous family, and he has received a true transmission from General Wang Jian, and he marches and arranges his troops in an orderly manner, which is indeed pleasing to the eye. Evil husband swept a glance at the two of them and let out a sigh of admiration under his breath before saying in a serious tone, you guys can't spend your entire lives nestled in the Black Dragon Xian armor army, can you? At these words, the two men immediately fell silent. Zhang Han's three men were entrusted with a heavy responsibility. Did they really not have any emotions in their hearts? To know, they and the evil husband from the same hometown hair small, is the blood and rain come out of the Iron Brothers. Say not envy Zhang Han these people after the car is false. Nah, they know their own bottom line well and have an inferiority complex over it. They are neither like Meng Tian two people like family, have been educated in the culture, nor Zhang Han's talent, born in the countryside. If they are not relying on the evil husband to bring up, how can they have today? Low self-esteem has evolved into laying flat by the end of the day. They, for their part, have become accustomed to the present day in life. Big brother, we. A look of uncertainty and complexity hung on the faces of the two. The evil husband raised his hand and swung it around, saying in a cold voice, with me around, the opportunities you have far exceed countless others. but you haven't grown half as much as you should have. It really makes me so disappointed. Now all the legend of the Black Dragon Xuanjia army is the evil husband private army. Is the pearl in the palm of the hand? But all things must be taken with the Black Dragon Xuanjia army. Unbeknownst to him, he was giving his brethren the opportunity to sharpen themselves. In evil husband's opinion, ability is something that can be honed, while knowing the roots and pushing the heart is the most rare. If the two brothers can enter and leave the court in the future, his pressure can be reduced a lot. Big brother, we know we're wrong. These heartfelt words made the two men look ashamed, and they were very chagrined that they had not thought of the good intentions of the evil husband. See more, learn more, and only then will you be able to use it. Evil husband raised his hand and patted the shoulders of the two men one by one, encouragingly saying, "You are my brethren, but these 10,000 Qin troops are also my brethren. I cannot take their lives because of your inadequacies." The two men, Chunning and Ernyo, nodded their heads in succession. Their minds turned, and said in a loud voice, "The two men, the last generals, will abide by the order of the Lord Commander and learn more." Seeing the duo do so, evil husband then revealed a satisfied smile and led the Black Dragon Xian armor army into the city. It's night. Ha ha ha, General, it hurts. Anie city is brightly lit. The sound of people is booming. The generals and soldiers open their bellies to eat and drink. The sound of lively clamor spreads out a long way. Li Xian was slightly drunk, and complacency was written all over his face. Today, the Qin army easily broke through the city and took Wei's old capital, Anie, with less than 1,000 dead and wounded, so much so that it made him float again. The 6 kingdoms are nothing more than that. Qin, will be unified. Dry. Li Xian got up and raised his wine cup, and the partial generals sitting on his right and left hands also scrambled to get up and agree. The only sitting at the end of the bit of middle-aged man full of gravity, taking advantage of the crowd to eat and drink, quietly leave the table. Go to Korea quickly and inform the Lord Commander of what is happening in Anie city. In a corner of the city, the middle-aged man gave 1,000 instructions to his personal guards. The 6 personal guards didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation and hurriedly turned on their horses and galloped away. On a ludicrous note, the Qin troops guarding the gates of Anie were munching on their meat and didn't even ask. Getting carried away. Really getting carried away. The Hanyo's eyes were stern and angry. Such a defense, if the Wei reinforcements come at this moment, will certainly kill the Qin army by surprise, even if you can barely repel the enemy. I am afraid that there will also be countless deaths and injuries. The Hanyu stepped out of the shadows, shaking his head and sighing as he made his way back to the center of the brightly lit city, the flickering light of the fire illuminating the Hanyu's face. As it turned out, this man was none other than Tinyo, evil husband's superior when he first enlisted in the army. Taking advantage of the evil husband's light, he now realizes a 3-stage jump and has become a lieutenant within the Lantian camp. The city of Anie was only 100 miles away from Weichang, where evil husband was located, and a few of his personal guards galloped their horses and finally arrived at dawn. Report dash. The piercing yell broke the quiet atmosphere of the city. Weichang was the polar opposite of Anie Chang, with a constant stream of patrolling soldiers, not far off even if it wasn't to the extent of a dragnet. Inside the mansion where the evil husband had temporarily landed, unbridled, Li Xian, how dare you, really take this marshal's words as an earful? Upon hearing what Li Xian had done in Anie city, the evil husband immediately jumped up and down in a storm, shouting curses under his breath. Say, who sent you? The evil husband stared at the few people in front of him. We are Captain Iron Bull's personal guards, and we have been ordered by the captain to come and inform the Lord Commander. Several people didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly informed. Iron Bull? Evil husband's eyes snapped open, and a scene from back then appeared in his mind. After the initial farewell, he hadn't seen Tinyo for a long time, and now he had even climbed up to the post of school captain. Come on man. 2 guards outside the room immediately walked in, arching their hands and saying, General, what are your orders? Quickly gather the Black Dragon Xian armor army and follow me to Anie. Also send someone to inform General Wang Ben that the previously established plan will be followed. A short while later, Ernio and Chunning came walking quickly and said in a loud voice, General, the Black Dragon Xuanjia army has finished assembling. Go! Wicked husband got up and walked away, greeting the few Iron Bull personal guards in front of him. Lead the way ahead. The city of Anya. Sunrise. At this time, Li Xian, who had indulged in a night of indulgence, slowly sat up from the couch, shook his head, which was aching from the hangover, and recalled last night's indulgence, and suddenly became a little bit more apathetic. Now that's what I call marching to war. What a pain in the ass. Li Xin grinned. His jade body Jinyang's bed climbed down, directly wearing the inner flap pushed open the door of the room and went out. Are the generals awake? Li Xin then remembered to ask the state of the generals. Now the battle is not yet decided. Today there will not be received news of the Wei army to come to the aid. Cannot make a slight mistake. The drowsy guards outside the door were immediately energized and hurriedly said, reporting back to the general. He woke up a long time ago, and has already set up patrols in the city. Upon hearing this, Li Xin was relieved and nodded in satisfaction. Unbeknownst to them, the 100,000 reinforcements coming from the 4 cities surrounding Anie were about to arrive. To say that this kid is also lucky, the surrounding 4 city guards learned of the news did not dare to delay for a moment, but the city guards are not much, can only draw manpower convergence and then support. It takes time to draw men, it takes time to rendezvous, plus it takes time to catch up. Therefore, one thing led to another, and this came late. The Wei army thought that the main general of this attack was not that evil man, but the unknown young general Li Xin. With Jinyang's strength and the degree of defense of Anie city, even if they were not defeated, they could still hold out for 2 or 3 days. This made a time difference and allowed Li Xin to indulge in peace last night. And at that moment, the wicked husband who came in anger was less than 5 miles away from the city of Anie. Chapter 110, Evil Husband, Your Sky is Falling. The rumbling hoofbeats came from far and near, and the Qin troops in Anie city were immediately put on alert. Only perhaps as a result of last night's indulgence, they appeared to be a bit disorganized and slow. Open the door, Ernio bellowed, and the Black Dragon Xian armor army's speed did not decrease. The Qin pawns in the city were instantly relieved when they saw the Black Dragon Xuanjia army's large flag and scrambled to open the city gate to let them in. A soldier dashed forward to report to Li Xin, who was informed that the evil husband had come, and Li Xin was busy going to meet him at the city gate. Phew! Seeing Li Xin leading his men to come in a hurry, evil husband immediately halted his war horse, and after seeing the Qin pawn's strong and energetic appearance, his anger became a little heavier. Last general. Greetings, Lord Commander. The evil husband rode on his warhorse, looked straight at Li Xin from above, and did not say a word more. As time gradually passed, the already weak-minded Li Xin began to be on edge, and cold sweat began to seep out of his forehead. Li Xin. Ah, Li Xin. You really have a lot of guts, unblocking alcohol and playing with women. You've really done what this marshal wouldn't even dare to do. The evil husband's eyes glittered with anger, and his tone was chilly, as harsh as the cold winds of a waxing moon. Li Xin's body shook momentarily, his heart clenched violently, and at the same time, he was a bit puzzled as to how the evil husband knew about these things from far away in Korea. Fortunately, the sullen atmosphere did not last long, and before the wicked man could continue to speak in reprimand, a Qin pawn came running wildly and shouting, reporting to the Lord Commander and General, there is a Wei army attacking outside the city, and they are calling for battle outside the city. The evil husband's body shook violently, pointed at Li Xin and scolded, count your luck. This Wei reinforcements didn't come last night. You and wait. After repelling the Wei army I'll settle the score with you. Li Xion's body was icy cold through and through, but his heart was grateful. Pass the word. Prepare for battle. Wicked husband turned his horse around and headed straight for the city gates. The rumbling hoofbeats awakened Li Xin, and the side general behind him asked in a low voice, General, what do we do? What to do? A hint of haze flashed between Li Xion's brows, and he said sternly, quickly organize troops to meet the enemy, and there is still a chance of survival for the crime. He is aware of the means of the evil husband, party whose attitude makes him apprehensive. Less is a meal of liquidation. If not to take advantage of the opportunity to make up for the success, they are afraid of this group of generals is difficult to get through. Oh, yes. The partial generals swarmed and scattered, going forward to gather the soldiers under the command of the commander. The city walls. Evil husband raised his eyes and looked around at the Wei army that was waiting in strict formation, estimated that the number of people did not exceed 100,000, and secretly sighed with relief. If the Wei army is so crowded and powerful, with the essence of the Qin soldiers after a night of tossing and turning, they definitely can't carry the onslaught of others. Even if we win narrowly, we're afraid we'll have to die or be injured. Thinking about this, his anger towards Li Xin increased a few more points, and when he beat back the Wei army later, he wanted Li Xin to have a good long memory. Bring me this marshal's halberd. As soon as the words left his mouth, 2 Black Dragon Xian armor soldiers carried their halberds to his side. This halberd is made by him in accordance with Xiangyu's overlord halberd. only the weight is not up to its exaggerated 300 pounds, but also close to 200 pounds, sharper than the Overlord halberd, designed to be more suitable for group warfare. Wei troops. Have you ever heard of the name of the evil husband? The evil husband reached out to receive the halberd, and the moment he held it in his hand, it was as if he had changed into a different person, and his majestic killing intent spread out, startling the generals behind him to subconsciously fall back a few steps. It is fear from the soul, as one trembles when confronted by a fierce beast. Black Dragon Xian Armor Army listened to the order. Follow this general out of the city to kill the enemy. It had been a long time since he had moved his body and bones, and the wicked man intended to open up the meridians so that his body would not rust. The words just fell. He carried the halberd, turned around and stepped down the city wall, walked out from the city on foot. Behind him 3,000 Xuanjia army driving horses with him. The scene looked particularly domineering. Turning back high and low to find Zheng'er for a good horse, the Lord Commander walks a bit down face. Being the man of the scene, wicked husband was a bit embarrassed. The generals were all riding their war horses. What was the matter with him? The commander-in-chief, being the only one on foot? Lu Yi, the main general of Wei's reinforcements, was still immersed in the fear brought about by Evil Fu, when he saw Evil Fu surprisingly carrying a halberd and leading his troops out of the city in person. And the pawns he brought with him were actually the same Black Dragon Xian Armor Army that had shaken the heavens, making him feel reluctant to retreat. Black Dragon Metaphysical Armor Army. I don't know who subconsciously let out a cry of alarm, and the Wei pawns were in a commotion, looking a little frightened. The evil husband's halberd dragged the ground, the tip of the halberd rubbing against the ground with an ear-piercing sound, and each step was like stepping on the hearts of the Wei pawns. He took one step at a time and walked dozens of meters to stand in front of the Wei pawn army formation, and asked again in a cold voice, "Gentlemen, why don't you answer the evil man's question?" Lu Yi fixed his mind and said with a stern look, "Evil husband, my great king has obviously reconciled with you. Why did he come back to soldier against Anie? Can it be that you, Xin, intend to go to full-scale war with me?" Wei, evil husband bristled in disdain as he swung his halberd forward, pointing it straight at Lu Yi. "Just by virtue of you are worthy of saying this? Besides, isn't the War of the Seven Kingdoms just about you beating me and me beating you? You ask me why I came. This marshal can only say that Wei is too weak. If I don't beat you up, do I want to beat up Chu and Zhao? And you don't have to get angry. Korea's getting beat up there too. You guys have company. Don't panic." Lei was speechless for a while, angry because his chest was heaving violently in bursts. But the evil husband was not right. If he were evil husband, he would have led his troops to beat up Wei and Han first. After all, persimmons have to pick the soft ones. The sharp-eyed evil husband saw a flash of approval on his face, and laughed out loud. "Look, you've approved of this marshal's words, so why ask questions? Say, do you guys want to die here today? Or what?" As soon as the words fell, the Qin soldiers on the city wall opened their strings one after another, aiming the Qin jades in their hands at the Wei soldiers. Moreover, at least 50,000 soldiers and horses rushed out from the city, lining up behind the evil husband, bringing up smoke and dust. Lu Yi was shocked and afraid, but if he just retreated in disgrace, wouldn't it be tantamount to letting the Qin army wreak havoc on Wei's borders? He was in a deep tangle. It was neither right to go nor wrong to not go. The Wei pawns were on edge, fearing that Lu Yi would not be able to think straight and fight the Qin army head-on. Other not to mention, look at this situation to know that the Qin pawns are far more than them. Plus there is also the evil husband with the Black Dragon Xuanjia army. The war is to send food. General, feel, fight, hit. Lei, who was meditating, was awakened by the partial general beside him, and when he saw that he had been muttering about fighting, he immediately scolded in a low voice, "Fight your mother's head. What are we going to fight with?" The partial general's face turned red with anxiety. "Fight, fight, fight. Can't beat it." He was a natural stutterer, especially when he was in a hurry, but he finally said what was on his mind, and he had a look of relief on his face. "When you go back, receive 30 army sticks for yourself." Lei swept a glance at this partial general, and his heart became even more annoyed. "How did you say that you stutterer got mixed up in the current position?" The partisan general's face was in a state of grief, and his heart was in a state of slander. "What did the stuttering provoke you to do?" At this point, the evil husband's patience was completely gone when he saw his delay. "Today, your sky is falling. Kill. Not a single one." Chapter 111, How long will the war last? There's still one more chapter to go. I'll update it when I write it later. Orders come out and people move. The 3,000 Black Dragon Xian armor army violently launched an attack, their iron hooves stepping towards the Wei army. Lei couldn't care less about his face and hurriedly waved his hand and shouted, "Stop! Stop first!" The evil husband hooked a smile, rather curious about the hilarious behavior of the Hanyu in front of him, and with a wave of his raised hand, the Xuanjia army braked to a halt. "Say, what other last words do you have to give?" Ernio and Chunning looked at each other in dismay. Was this still the style of their own master general? Indeed never seen. He would actually give face to the enemy? Li took a deep breath and said in a rather sincere tone, "Not long ago, my king sent someone to deliver a gift to set up the friendship between Qin and Wei, and I'm afraid it's not right for the general to be like this, right? The so-called teacher out of the name, general without fear of the king of Qin accountability, but I am not dare to trespass. How about allowing me some time to ask for a king's order?" Strangely enough, these words of begging for mercy in disguise did not hit the morale of the Wei pawns, but instead led them to be very happy. After all, no one wants to die now. The evil husband shook his head and lost his smile, and said bluntly, "To tell you the truth, the reason I can stand here today is that I have been ordered by my great king to come and get some plowed land. The word is here for you. Whoever dares to stand in the way of the old man's planting will be planted in the dirt." The people of Huaxia, since ancient times, have made their living by farming, facing the yellow soil and the sky, and have been so inherited from generation to generation. For the Chinese, farming is the top priority. Now that Qin didn't have enough arable land, and with natural disasters coming at any time or day, he had to take more land. As for Anie city, he really didn't take it seriously, and even thought it would be better to just tear it down and turn it all into arable land. Lei's heart thumped, knowing that he couldn't make peace today, and immediately wanted to open his mouth to beg for peace, but he was interrupted by the evil husband. "Since you guys don't want to fight, why don't you listen to what this marshal has to say?" "Oh," Lei's eyes snapped open and he hurriedly said, "Please speak." Evil husband looked around at the blear-eyed Wei pawns and laughed softly. "Why don't you join me in Qin? This general will guarantee equal treatment. There is no future in following that great king of yours." Throughout the state of Wei, the only person who was sidelined by Xinling Jun Wei Wuji, who is a great talent, is a man with such a belly who will sooner or later die under the iron hooves of my Qin. Hearing this, Luye's head shook like a rattledrum. This kind of thing was not even half possible. Even if he agreed, the generals around him would not agree. Powers fought and exchanged for hundreds of years, between the indescribable hatred. Even if today's death in battle, there is no possibility of surrender. Then let's fight. Lei took a deep breath, and his face became solemn and resolute. "If you lose, this marshal will keep you alive." The evil husband nodded slightly, his eyes not hiding his admiration for the Hanyu. "Kill!" Ernio and Shunin hissed at the same time, and the charge resumed once more. This time, the Wei pawns did not retreat, raised their spears and shields, and met the Qin army with an unrelenting momentum. If there was a possibility of life, they definitely did not want to die, but if they were asked to surrender, there was absolutely no chance that they would rather die in battle. A hint of gloom flashed across the face of the evil husband. "It is easy to sweep the 6 kingdoms, and I am afraid that returning to the heart is going to be more difficult than I thought. Still, the warring nations are in turmoil, and they are born from the same root. But the hatred between you and me is so deep-rooted that it is difficult to eliminate. Why did Qin die in the 2nd century? What king is not wise? What tyranny? It's all bull *********. The root of the real cause of its second death is, in the opinion of the wicked man, that the hearts of the people are hard to return to. This world, whoever to sit, only cannot be the 7 countries. The seeds of hatred in the heart never half of the possibility of coexistence. Lu Bang, good luck." Froze for what? Evil husband returned to his senses, turned his head to look at the Qin pawn still standing dumbfounded, and suddenly shouted, "If you let one person get away today, you will be punished by military law." The Qin pawns were shocked at the terrifying battle power of the Black Dragon Xian armor army, and when they heard evil husbands yell, they hurriedly returned to their senses and rushed to kill the Wei pawns with their swords and soldiers. "I'll do what others are afraid to do. I'll take the blame where others dare not. Even if I kill all the people in the world, I will still keep my China united." The evil husband took a deep breath and made up his mind. It's not that the Qin dynasty has to sit on the throne, although the Han dynasty is not bad, but why should the Qin dynasty go through the same path as the Han dynasty and let the people suffer from the turmoil again for nothing? Let's not talk about anything else. How long has that Xiongnu given the Han dynasty a headache? Gathering up the cluttered thoughts in his mind, the wicked man's feet powered up, carrying his halberd and also killing straight into the pile of people. The halberd was like the scythe of the god of death. Each swing took away several lives, and there was not a trace of pity in his eyes, only a piece of firm conviction. The shouts and killings on the battlefield shook the heavens and the earth, and every moment there were warriors falling, and the Qin army's attack was like a tidal wave, wave after wave, without stopping. Gradually, the Wei pawns were somewhat unable to hold back, and the war was on the verge of collapse. When Li Xin on the city wall saw this scene, he was overjoyed and shouted, "Pass the order. Leave 20,000 people to guard the city. The rest of the people will go out of the city with this general, and assist the commander-in-chief to wipe out all the Wei pawns." A few moments, Li Xin ran out of the city with 80,000 men furiously, splitting into two groups, one on the left and one on the right, to outflank the Wei pawns. "It's over." Lei's face was pale and colorless, and his heart was cold. Now the Wei pawns are like turtles in a jar. Even if they want to leave, they can't leave. Killing still continues. Even Lo Yi also began to personally down to kill, originally intended to raise the morale of the Wei pawns, but do not want to be hit by several knives themselves. The killing of more than 100,000 people is so spectacular that this piece of heaven and earth has also become a solemn and sad. Time gradually moved on, and when the sun set in the west and the sky was filled with red clouds, the fight gradually came to an end. Looking around the field, there were only 3 or 2 Wei pawns left still fighting to the death. Li Yi long sword on the ground, strong body not to collapse. Look around, see the ground full of Wei pawns' corpse, cannot help but sad from the heart. War. How long will the war last? Rolling teardrops slipped from his eyes and fell into his mouth mixed with blood, bitter and fishy. Stop it, the evil husband's voice rang out, and the Qin pawns immediately withdrew their swords and stood. The evil husband, who was like a bloody man, slowly came to Lei and laughed. War, is it cruel? Lei nodded, a flash of hatred under his eyes, which then turned into powerlessness. Do you hate me? Does it hate my Qin? I'm murderous and Qin is brutal? Evil husband asked question after question. Lei first nodded, then shook his head. The war is for the sake of unification and the extinction of centuries of turbulent warfare. I'm not addicted to killing, and Qin is even less tyrannical. I just want to end the chaos with my own power. The sacrifices, the curses in between, my king and I, dare to carry, without fear. The wicked man casually thrust his halberd into the ground and raised his hand to pat Lei's shoulder. The latter let out a long sigh, slowly raised his long sword, and was about to cut himself on the spot. Bang! The evil husband reached out and slapped the long sword out of its hand. Savor it. This marshal's word is a promise. So if I say I won't kill you, I won't kill you. I see that you are not a pedantic person. If you have figured it out, stay and assist me in ending the chaos. If you don't want to, then you will leave. The evil husband didn't know why. He really didn't have the slightest desire to kill the Hanyu in front of him. Chapter 113, Lei returns to his heart. Punishing Li Xin, Lei fell into a state of disorientation, his complexion changing several times. General. Suddenly, a faint sound rang out, and Lei turned around to look, but it turned out to be a pawn behind him who had not yet died. Lei rushed forward, kneeling to help the pawn up and let him lie in his arms. The pawn looked to be only in his late teens, and at this time, crimson blood was seeping from the corners of his mouth, and the wounds on his body caused him pain to the point that his face was a bit grim. General. Army. Live. I hurt. Don't want to. Hit. Again. Unfortunately, the pawn gulped his breath before he could finish his sentence. Until he died, the pawn's face was still grim, as if with great unwillingness and hatred for this chaotic world, making Lei's heart like a knife. The kid. Lei could no longer hold back his grief, and the man who had spent half his life in the military bawled, Blame me. Blame me. Lei fell into endless self-blame. Had he known this? What face did he want earlier? Knowing full well the strength of the evil husband and the Qin pawns under his command, why did he let all these brothers be buried for the sake of the so-called love of family and country? My condolences. That's how war is. It's either you or me. Evil husband's ancient, waveless voice rang out, bending down to pick up the corpse of a Qin soldier who had died in battle not far away and coming to him. Not only did your Wei people die, but my Qin people died just the same. Know what the difference is between you, King of Wei, and me, King of Qin? With tears in his tiger eyes, Lei raised his eyes to the evil husband and shook his head slightly. The successive kings of the Qin state have forged ahead, braved life and death, and fought for the remaining martyrdom of the 6th dynasty just to get out of the east. When it comes to the current king, Ing Zhang, the East out of no other. With his body into the game, want to raise the power of Qin, to protect the foundation of the unification of my China, to break the hundreds of years of war and military conflicts. Evil husband gently placed the Qin pawn who died in the battle beside the Wei pawn. His hand gently brushed over the pawn's peaceful face with a hint of a smile, and softly whispered to himself, war or no war, only the pawns and the people are the most difficult, and look at why my Qin pawns can wear a smile. Li fixed his eyes on the Qin pawn, his heart filled with mixed feelings, the same death in battle, one hideous, the other peaceful. This marshal is not delusional when he dares to say that Qin can sweep the six harmonies. With my Qin's unity of purpose, who in this world can be an enemy? He didn't know why he would say this to a defeated general. Perhaps it was the changed state of mind nowadays, tired of the back and forth attacks of his own family. Phew! Lei took a deep breath and opened his mouth to say heavily, the world has been suffering for a long time. If the general doesn't mind, Lei would like to saddle you with a horse, and settle this peaceful day. Wicked husband's mouth hooked up a touch of joy, raised his hand and patted Lu Yi's shoulder, and then got up and solemnly shouted, come on people, for the soldiers who died in the war. Coffin body, good burial. After saying that, he personally picked up Lu Yi. Go, follow me back to the city and quickly treat the wounds so as not to jeopardize his life. Lu Yi struggled to get up with the force, looked back 3 times a step at the Wei pawns all over the ground, and kept murmuring under his breath, brethren, and rest in peace. Rest in peace. It's night. After being treated and bandaged, Lei, supported by 2 guards, went to the study where the evil husband was. At this moment, evil husband was cursing and reprimanding Li Xin, and when he heard that Lu Yi had come to see him, he had to suppress his anger for the time being. Seeing Lei's trembling appearance, evil husband couldn't help but chide. What are you doing tossing and turning at night instead of resting and recuperating from your injuries? Lu Yi's heart flashed a touching, and then said in a loud voice, General, the Wei soldiers of the 4 surrounding cities have been drawn away by me, leaving less than 30,000 troops in total, and the reinforcements are coming. Why not take advantage of the emptiness to take it down quickly? Just what? Just say what you have to say. There are not so many false rituals to talk about in my place. The evil husband smiled. His words were very warm. Lei gritted his teeth, prepared to be ostracized, and said in a deep voice, General, if you believe in me, take me and persuade me to surrender. There's more or less a bit of prestige left, so it would be the best outcome if we could soldier on without bloodshed, and we could even take more troops. The evil husband smiled kindly. Go ahead if you want to, just let it go. I'm tired of killing unless I have to. These words almost didn't make the other few people in the room burst out laughing, and Li Xin was even suffocating his face. Did you hear me right? The little butcher actually said he was tired of killing? Even if it's an act to buy people's hearts, you can't be so outrageous, can you? What are you laughing at? The evil husband's face turned steeply cold as he scanned several people one by one before stopping at Li Xin and said sternly, I can understand a general who breaks down and slaughters a city, but you, why do you disregard military discipline, abstain from drinking, and wreak havoc on women? Do you think you're a ing fei? The icy voice echoed through the room, causing Li Xin to subconsciously shake his body. Lu Yi's eyes also looked at Li Xin. His heart still had a trace of resentment towards him. Killing soldiers? This thing is a general he can understand. But what is your scourge of women? It's like the evil one said. The 6 kingdoms attacked each other, but not many generals dared to make such a decision. After all, it's the same family. Li Xin, what do you think this marshal should do with you? The evil husband's words of suppressed anger caused goosebumps to rise all over Li Xin's body. Li Xin stuttered for half a day but couldn't hold back a fart. His heart was very apprehensive, not knowing what the evil husband was going to do with himself. In his opinion, the worst thing that could happen to him would be to be exempted from his power, and this time he would be considered to have come out for nothing. However, the wicked husband's next words made him fall into a pit of ice. Li Xin, as a general in charge of the army, it is a great offense for you to unauthorize the prohibition of alcohol for a major military event. After breaking the city, even if the city is massacred, this general can understand. But how dare you order the generals to scourge the women of the city? How many lives do you have? The evil husband's questioning voice made Li Xin, who knew that he was at a disadvantage, unable to find any chance to retort and defend himself at all. Helplessly, Li Xin knelt on one knee and arched his hand. My general, guilty, please punish the general. Chastisement? The evil husband snorted and said in a deep voice, whether you live or die, this general has no right to decide. Men, Hurry back to Jinyang and report what General Li Xin has done to the great king, and ask him to decide what to do about it. Take him down and unarmor him. Li Xin was immediately struck by lightning, his face without a trace of blood, not expecting that the evil husband would act in such a way. Which is not the end of the story. The wicked husband added, tomorrow morning, bring Li Xin to be executed in the city, with a cane of 50, to thank him for his transgression. The 150,000 pawns under his command are exempt from all military honors in this battle, and the attribution of the wealth collected is reduced by half. General Li Xin was completely dumbfounded and paralyzed helplessly on the ground. Without any semblance of pity, evil husband said in a cold voice, Li Xin, you deserve to die. By all rights, this general should have beheaded you tomorrow. Considering that you are young and still have some strategies in your chest, you are only handed over to the king for trial. If the king spares your life, in the future, you and think about it. After saying that, the evil husband waved his hand, and the guards outside the door immediately came in to frame Li Xin away. To be honest, Li Xin's behavior did move his bottom line, but as a general of Qin, he did not want to cut off Qin's talents. Plus, Lei was still watching from the side, so he had to put on an act in any case. His real purpose was to use this opportunity to knock Li Xin around, so that he would become one of Qin's sharp swords to the outside world in the future. Chapter 114, The Marshal of Qin. For the people of Wei? Early the next morning, the loud yells of the Qin pawns echoed through the quiet city. The people of the city listened to the order that the Qin commander evil husband himself will come to punish the attacking Qin generals in front of the general's residence in the center of the city. The people of the city. A loud yell endures, causing the Wei people in the city to be shocked and curious, and many of the women are sobbing uncontrollably as they remember the events of that night in their minds. Seeing that none of the Wei men went out, the Qin pawn could only turn his words around and start yelling the second sentence as explained by the evil husband. The Lord Marshal evil husband has a word. Two countries at war do not harm women and children. Qin is the country of China, not a foreign race. Qin General Li Xin indulged his subordinates, when the public punishment military law, but also quickly go forward to observe the punishment. Hearing this, some bold Wei people poked their heads out of their homes, and only after seeing that the Qin soldiers were not full of killing and looting as they were on that day, did they step out of their homes cautiously. Gentlemen, don't worry, go to the city to watch the punishment. Today our Qin commander will do it for you Wei people. Punish my Qin's wrongful generals. Anie and Jinyang sat in the street, and when they saw the people hesitating, they immediately let loose with a loud shout. The Lord Commander of Qin, to punish the Lord General of Qin, for my people of Wei? The people of Wei were dumbfounded, thinking that they were hallucinating, and only after Anie and Jinyang confirmed it again and again did they rush to the center of the city with surprise and a hint of doubt. City center. The open space in front of the general's house. There is a length and width of about 5 feet of the platform. Is last night the general stepped up to build into. For today's public on Li Xin line of military justice. Slowly, more and more Weimen came here. Crowded, but not half a cacophony. They were, literally, scared out of their guts by the Qin army. At sunrise, the center of the city was crowded with Weimen, and even the trees were crawling with people. The evil husband arrived late and came to the high platform with a dragon stride, looking around at the fearful Wei men. This marshal is a general of Qin, named Wicked Man. I'm sure that quite a few of you remember me, don't you? The evil husband looked solemn, but tried to make his voice as warm as possible, so as not to frighten these Wei men who were like birds of prey. He had previously conquered the city of Anie, and was no stranger to the Wei people within the city. Many of the Wei people were pale, and their minds recalled the attack on the city not long ago, when the defending general was unable to defeat the evil husband, and even forced the strong men in the city to go up to the city wall to defend against the Qin army as well. Even then, it still didn't stop the evil husband's attack, which was truly appalling. Seeing this, the evil man squeezed out a smile. All of you do not fear. They say that the evil man acted violently, but you think about it, I cannot be arbitrary to kill you and other small people. Or the scourge of the women in the city? Wei people have shaken their heads. The Qin generals in front of them are indeed brutal, killing countless of their great sons and daughters, while not touching half a hair of them. The small people. The evil husband nodded slightly and smiled. This time, I am the commander-in-chief of Qin, leading the army to attack Wei and Han, and under my command, the main general of the attack on Wei, Li Xin, did his best to. The words came to a halt here, and the evil husband's expression turned cold and stern, steeply pulling up his tone. like a thunderous explosion on the flat earth. How dare he do something that even this marshal has never done? Little Lieutenant General, who gave him the nerve? The sudden bellowing sound scared the Wei mints, seeing that his words were sharp, as if he was not faking. Could it be? Really do it for them in front of them? Many people whose wives and daughters suffered from the scourge at home were in tears, and they opened their mouths to condemn Li Xian and the Qin soldiers who attacked the city that day. General, pity my wife and daughter. Oh, pieces and pieces of people fell to their knees and cried out about the torture that their friends and family had suffered. That vocal scene was so tearful on the nose that it actually put the evil husband right into the movie. In his previous life, he was in the military. 9 years of compulsory education. Self-confessed is not a good person, but would like to protect the family and defense of the country, is not afraid of blood sacrifice. Although he came to this world for a long time and subconsciously regarded himself as a true Qin man, a general who had everything to do with the interests of the Qin state. However, in the end, the 7 countries share the same root and origin, and they are all members of the Chinese race. Once this thought came out, he completely extinguished his heart for acting, and looking at the righteously indignant Wei Min in front of him, a plan came to his mind. Bring up Li Xian. As soon as the words fell, 2 black dragon Xian armor soldiers came to the high platform with Li Xian, who was cloaked with only his inner lapel, and directly threw him on the ground. General, a touch of bitterness appeared on Li Xian's face. Getting carried away can do a lot of harm. It was going well, and suddenly the sky fell. Not only is the military honor gone, but even life and death are uncertain. The evil husband's fat light did not sweep him by half an eye, and he said in a deep voice, "Where is Tainyo? The last general is here." Tainyo responded loudly, and then quickly walked to the high platform. Evil husband patted Tainyo's shoulder, and then said to Wei Min, "I didn't personally come to this battle, but supervised the battle in South Korea, and if I hadn't received a message from this person, I wouldn't have known about it at all. Even if you say that I, Qin, am brutal and draw war and turmoil everywhere, are we Qin people devoid of humanity?" Iron Bull didn't know what evil husband intended by this move, so he could only shut up and be silent. A flicker of movement flashed across the faces of the people, and then in unison they shouted, "We, thank you, General. It is ridiculous to say that Wei will want them to go up to the city to die, and Qin will be in charge for them." At this moment, Wei Min actually gave birth to a trace of trance. Are they Qin or Wei? But, they say the Qin law is strict, but it's actually quite good to be a Qin. At least, the bones of the wind are there. Tainyo subconsciously waved his hand. This scene of the enemy country's people thanking the enemy army's generals, not to mention the first time to experience, or even never heard of, making him a bit of a loss. "So it is you." Li Xian coldly looked at Tainyo, a killing chance flickering under his eyes. Pow! Just then, the sound of a clear, loud slap rang out. The evil husband captured the killing opportunity in his eyes and directly hailed a big mouth. "You still dare to kill? Li Xian, na Li Xian. If it were not for Tainyo's message, I would have rushed here, and there would be no one to restrain you. How many more things will you do next to lose your conscience? Even if you don't thank me, how dare you kill me?" Evil husband slowly drew out the battle knife at his waist, and spat out with a cross-eyed look, "I really want to cut you down with a single slash right now." Tainyo was afraid that he would really cut Li Xian, so he hurriedly discouraged him from the side and pressed down his hand that was drawing his sword. He is not for the sake of Li Xian, but the boy is also a general of the court, not a nameless pawn. Even if the evil husband is under one person, 10,000 people, but also cannot do such unauthorized things. Evil husband took a deep breath, forced down his heart to kill, and said in a cold voice, "Li Xian, let's leave you alive for now, and wait for the great king to make a decision. The death penalty can be avoided for the time being, but you will not be able to escape the living penalty. Come on man, execute with the cane." As soon as the words fell, several Black Dragon Xian armor army soldiers swarmed up and directly pressed Li Xian to the ground. Li Xin hadn't recovered from the slap, his brain buzzing as he was pinned down without any semblance of resistance. Pow! Ah! Chapter 115, 3 sticks to break the general's dream. The monstrous pain coming from his buttocks caused Li Xian to subconsciously let out a hiss of pain, and it also made him wake up from his brain buzz. A staff, a military officer, who specializes in reporting the count, opened his mouth to yell the count. Stop! With a wave of the evil husband's hand, the Xuanjia army soldiers who were about to continue the execution stopped in a hurry, and the military club was no more than a hair's breadth away from Li Xian's buttocks. Li Xian's body was tense, his teeth were gritted, and he prepared himself to meet the second stick. But he did it for nothing. General. The corners of the wicked husband's mouth rose slightly, but his face was boarded up, and he reprimanded the military officer. Who taught you to count like that? A round is a stick. How can it be counted separately? The military officer and Li Xin simultaneously sucked in a breath of cold air. This round is 2 rods. 50 rods is not 100 rods. This is not obviously want Li Xin's life? Li Xin looked back suddenly and swept his ass, and his heart gave birth to the illusion that he would lose his ass since today. The military officer was about to speak and whispered, General, this is going to kill General Li Xin. Nevertheless, the wicked husband did not show any half-heartedness, shook his head and said, General Li Xin is young and talented, and his hands are excellent, so a mere cane of 50 is nothing. Fight and be done with it. The Black Dragon Xuanjia army does not heckle with you. They take the evil husband military order as the basis, and instantly drop the military stick in their hands. The pop. Li Xin, who was not prepared for this, suddenly had his eyes bulging out, and he didn't even have the strength to cry out in pain. The Xuanjia soldier's hands did not stop moving. The snapping sound was uninterrupted, and the military stick was almost swung out of the phantom. Li Xin's face is like white paper. His eyebrows are hideous. His teeth are clenched to prevent himself from emitting a trace of pain screams, but also counts as a man. As the military clubs continued to fall, Li Xin's entire body became more and more withered. Now, he had no thoughts of anything and went into sage mode. What feudal lords and generals, what hand-holding millions of elite soldiers, all broken up by the military club. At this moment, he was left with only one thought. Hurry up and end this punishment of military stick. Good. Well played. Nay. Did you see that? Woohoo! Relieved curses interspersed with sobs made for a noisy scene. Evil husband averted his gaze from Li Xin and spoke in a deep voice. Sheen pawns listen up. As the saying goes, pawns bad one. Generals bad a nest. The cover is ultimately the fault of the commander-in-chief. This time, we will offset the military merits of this battle and spare you the guilt. And the capture will be changed from 30% to 10%. Can you be convinced? We have sinned and thank the general for his forgiveness. The shouts of the generals rang out in the city, and they dared not say anything, not seeing Li Xin still being beaten up there. If Li Xin, who is the vice general, is still like this, if the evil husband really pursues the matter, these pawns of theirs will still have a life to live? The wicked man stopped bringing up the matter and started to make a move against the people of Wei. Gentlemen, are you satisfied with the disposition of this marshal? After all, this marshal is a general of Qin. Plus as a subject he must not overstep his bounds, and has already reported to my Qin's great king last night, who will determine Li Xin's final punishment. You all know that the Qin law is strict, and that Li Xin is guilty of violating it by doing such things. Moreover, even if it was due to fighting with an enemy country, Li Xin, as a man of the Chinese nation, could not do such things to his fellow clan members that would make the gods and people angry. Battlefield killing, even if all the people will be slaughtered, can be justified, but this spoiling the people, the virtuous women thing, has violated the principle of the army as a general. Wei Min is not a cutie either, naturally able to hear the meaning in its words. Evil husband is a Qin general, and so is Li Xin. You are enemies, and it is right to treat your enemies without mercy. But I still punished Li Xin for you, but you can't really behead Li Xin if he's an official in the same court. Can you? Thinking about this, Wei Min was surprisingly moved. At the end of the day, Wei had no one to protect them, and instead, Qin would come and do this thing that was supposed to be Wei's job. One way or another, the fallout comes out. Countless people of Wei were shaken and thought that they might as well join Qin. Seeing that the people's hearts were floating, the wicked man continued to sell himself. Gentlemen, I won't lie to you. It's not that we Qin people are warlike, and it's even less that I, the king of Qin, am tyrannical. What have the old Qin people been doing for generations? To survive. The old Qin people suffered a lot of suffering and upheaval before they were able to stand firm, and the world is in a constant state of war and turmoil, so the old Qin people are in a state of anxiety. They know how bitter that bitterness is. Speaking to the expression, the evil husband froze hard to squeeze a few tears, as if with his entire participation in witnessing the bitter struggle of the old Qin people general. He said, therefore, I, Qin, with one heart and one mind, have entered the game with my body, wanting to end these hundreds of years of unending war and chaos, and to use my own strength to sweep the 6 heavens for a peaceful world. For this reason, my great sons and daughters of Qin have gone before and after. and their long sleep in the ground has not ceased. At the worst times, the threshold for drawing recruits from within the country has been lower than 15. Aren't they afraid? I'm not afraid to laugh at you, but when I joined the army, I was just under the age of 15. Half-truths and half-false words would have made it impossible for people to distinguish between them, coupled with the fact that education is not popularized, and the uneducated are the most easily moved. Teased by these 3 words of the wicked husband, he could not wait to join Qin now. It's not that they're stupid or good at fooling around. It's just that there's so much truth in what this pussy is saying. Gentlemen, if you can't resist, you might as well join instead. Wicked husband, who had spilled his true purpose, patted his chest and said, I guarantee that Wei will never be able to snatch back Hadong County, and you can enjoy the same treatment as the Qin people. There was a commotion in the crowd, and a lot of people were really up in arms. Seeing this, evil husband hurriedly sent someone to call Li Baliang over. A short while later, Li Baliang came sniffing around, with just a wink from the evil Fu, coupled with a look around at the looks of the Wei people below. He instantly understood what the evil Fu was playing at. Li Baliang cleared his throat and said with a righteous face, the world says that my Qin is tyrannical, but I don't know that my king has already enacted a new policy and implemented a new policy to reform the agricultural tax by apportioning the rice into acres. Pity the people's labor. For the sake of fairness and justice, Strong Wrist promulgated the policy of government and gentry as one to pay grain. All subjects, all need to pay taxes, no one can be exempted. This words echoed in the ears of the people of Wei, said they are heart-pounding, hot blood, and even the mind has already appeared in the scene of the people of Qin living in peace and happiness. They, envious, look at what people are living, and look at what you're suffering. In an instant, they brainstormed on their own, connecting the dots between the 2 attacks on the city by the wicked husband, and what the Qin pawns had done became not so hard to accept. Qin has the heart to tolerate people. If you really want to join Qin, all the governmental orders are enjoyed. Li Baliang ended with similar words, leaving the consideration to Wei Min's own discretion. The corners of the evil husband's mouth rose slightly, not believing that the people would be able to endure the policy of apportioning the land into acres. You know, no one can stop the anger from the poor peasant class. Chapter 116, Persuading Hadong County to Surrender. Furious Wei Qingshi, General is right. I'm willing to put aside my hatred and return to Qin, and I'm willing to be Qin's Qianlong. In the crowd, Chuning, who had changed his disguise at some point, yelled at the top of his voice, and then, the Qin pawns who hid with him in the crowd followed suit and shouted, enter the state of Qin and share the arable land. Entering the Qin state, seeing that someone had taken the lead, more and more Weimin joined in, their voices sounding like a mountainous sea wave. The evil husband kept nodding. Look at that. What's this? This is the cry of the people. This is the unwilling roar of the poor peasant class from the warring states period. Lei's eyes were filled with tears, his mind constantly denying his earlier thoughts. What a way to protect your family and your country. It's all a joke. All the so-called wars are just a game of power struggle between those who stand at the top of the pyramid. They have not seen the suffering of the people, and they do not care if anyone is underfed or underclothed. Any pomp and circumstance is nothing more than a cover for the ambitions of those in power. Such a country, such a king, is not worth it. As time continues to pass, the outcry backfires. The wicked man scratched his head, not without some hesitation. Is he going to start a wave of spiritual revolution in this age? He couldn't help but shiver at the thought. Well. The evil husband pressed down with both hands, and the crowd immediately became quiet. Gentlemen, joining my Qin kingdom today, I can only say, join early and enjoy the benefits. Wait patiently for the time being, and when this marshal has swept the Hadong County of Wei, he will mount a report on this matter to the great king, and spread it to the whole world, and be subjected to the rightful name of you and other Qin people. There was another flurry of excitement from the crowd. Seeing them like this, evil husband, with the intention of putting on a full show, immediately ordered, since they are already the people of my Qin, the generals will quickly return as much of the plundered money and grain as they can to the people. It is difficult to fix the amount of money and grain, so it will be divided among each family in equal shares. The faces of the rich and powerful families were green, but they didn't dare to comment at all, and even if they were quite vocal, they were drowned out by the cheers. Wicked man do everything. Naturally think of this. Pointing at Li Baliang shouted, Gentlemen, Qin law is strict. You have entered my Qin, when to comply with my Qin law. But any wrongdoer or injustice in the city will be informed of the whole thing later. Sensei, whether it is a rich family or a powerful minister's relatives, will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. This statement scared those people in Anie city who usually practiced more lawlessness half to death, and also caused many people to develop a hideous look of hatred on their faces. 3 punches down. I don't believe you won't return to Qin. The evil husband revealed a smile before he turned around and left the high platform, leaving Li Baliang drowning in the chatter. Afternoon. Due to Li Xian's offense, wicked husband temporarily promoted Tainyo, and divided the 150,000 troops into 3, with Air Nyo, Chun Ning, and Tainyo in command. He set off with Lei and went to collect the 9 cities of Hedong County. He himself brought the Black Dragon Xian armor army to sit in Yup City. Before his departure, Lei was worried that if there was a mutiny in the city, it would be difficult for him to fight back with the 3,000 men of Wicked Husband. In particular, if the large force sent by the King of Wei arrives, the restlessness of the people might instead harm the evil husband. The evil husband was still very much flattered by his concern, but did not take it seriously, only repeatedly urging them to hurry and not need to worry about themselves. Helplessly, Lei couldn't refute it and could only set off afterward with worry. Interestingly enough, when Lu Yi and the others were about to leave the city and depart, quite a few older men from Anie city spontaneously came together at the city gates to stop them. They have lived their whole lives, their bodies have been half buried in the earth, and after a lifetime of hard work, they are the ones who can best intuitively feel the benefits that Qin's New Deal has brought to the people. Therefore, they decided to accompany the army and help Lei persuade him to surrender. They don't want to see another good son or daughter die in vain. Hundreds of years, too many people have died for no reason. Today, if it were not for the evil husband's guidance, they would still be struggling with hatred and the present day, and would never be able to get ahead. The capital city of Wei, Daliang City, inside the royal palace. Damn it! Wei Wangxi's face was hideously ironic, frantically smashing everything in the room. After a long time, a little calmer, King Shi of Wei yelled, "Quickly summon Su Jia to the palace." The inner officials serving in the hall were immediately relieved, and hurriedly left at a quick pace, fearing that they would become a pissing bag for Wei Wangxi. Shu Jia hurriedly stepped into the palace. His heart was uneasy. He knew the temper of King Shi of Wei, and once he got angry, the consequences would be unimaginable. Su Jia knelt on the ground, not daring to raise his head, waiting for King Shi of Wei's questioning. "Su Jia, do you know why I summoned you?" Wei Wangxi's voice was as cold as ice. "I don't know. I hope your majesty will clarify." Su Jia replied with trepidation. Wei Wangxi's anger had not subsided, but he gradually calmed down, knowing full well that now was not the time to vent his emotions. "Qin, that damned tyrannical Qin, how dare they start another war against my Anie city? What the hell are they trying to do? Could it be, do you really think that I, Wei, am easy to bully? The last time the evil husband attacked Anie, he lost all his face as a great king. How long has it been going on this time, and why is it coming back?" Shu Jia was shocked. He did not expect things to be so serious. "Your Majesty, Qin is really deceiving people too much. Right now we must take measures as soon as possible." "You are right." King Shi of Wei nodded. "I have decided to send you to Hedong County to personally supervise the army from the sidelines. Make sure to wipe out the Qin soldiers in one fell swoop, and never let them continue to flaunt their power." Shu Jia's heart fluttered. It was a daunting task, but he knew that he had no choice. "I accept the order, and I will fulfill the great king's trust." "Good," King Shi of Wei said in a slightly softer tone. "I will allocate 200,000 elite soldiers, under Sun Zhang's full command. Remember, I want all 150,000 Qin soldiers who came this time to die. I, in compliance with the great king's instructions, will now retire." Said. Shu Jia fast step hurriedly left the palace. Fast horsewhip back to the house to prepare with the army to go to war. Thing. "General, it really wears us out. It's really right that we Qin should rule the world." Busy until late at night, Li Baliang found the evil husband, just met with a big spit. Wicked husband smiled, poured him a glass of warm wine, and asked, "What happened?" Li Baliang smoothly opened the box, and told all the grievances that the people in the city appealed today. Pouring is also centralized. The people's complaints are all the city's rich families and a group of officials' relatives. Grievances back and forth, basically just that thing. Favoritism, forcible seizure of people's women, and the list goes on and on. Li Baliang sighed. No wonder the general has subdued the people in this Anie city in just a few words. Living such a life, who would still have an ounce of affection for this king's family kingdom? No rebellion. It's really kind of merciful. Chapter 117, Li Baliang, you have to add money. Folks, we old guys wouldn't lie to you. Is it hard to believe you still want to live like this? The elders of Anie city who had followed them were vocal, giving the people of Wei an amusing account of the new policy benefits they could enjoy by joining the Qin state, while Lu Yi was on the other side pacifying the surrendered Wei pawns. Relying on his own prestige, he let the city's guards open the gates without bloodshed, only that people's hearts seemed a bit restless. It is really because the impression left by Qin is too deep-rooted. Tyranny likes to kill, massacre, buried alive. Many people's after-glances lingered on the heroic Qin pawns, fearing that the next second these Qin pawns would rise up and slaughter them all. All in all, it's still the same thing. Tyrannosaurus Rex can't be trusted. Lu Yi saw the heart more heavy a few points. If you cannot completely dispel the Wei pawn's heart doubts, once Wei Wangshi's reinforcements came, it will certainly turn against. The Qin pawns are under orders to put away their swords. Tainyo is ultimately a bit older. See the situation immediately ordered, with practical action to express the attitude of Qin. Gentlemen, Tainyo walked to Lu Yi's side and smiled. In fact, I'm not the Qin army's commander-in-chief, nor am I a vice-general, but only a school lieutenant in the district. At these words, the Wei pawns were in an uproar. You didn't hear me wrong. When did Qin have so many soldiers? A lieutenant's position. And you can lead an army of over 100,000 men? Seeing that he had attracted the curiosity of the Wei pawns, Tainyo immediately explained the reason for this in a deep voice. When the Wei pawns heard that Li Xian indulged his generals in lewdness after breaking Anie city, their eyes changed, and some of them were even ready to fish out of water. As soldiers of Wei, no matter how the country treats them, they are not only loyal to the king, but also to protect the family. This matter has already breached their last line. However, the next words of Tainyo made their hearts feel bad, and their faces became very relieved. To be honest, I, the great king and lord commander of Qin, have often recited that no matter how the seven kingdoms fight, they are all brethren of the same root, and that there are some things that can be done, and some things that cannot be done. Just as earlier, when Lord Xinling combined his forces to attack Qin, or when Lord Wicked Husband broke Anie city twice. This is all a matter of inferior skill, nothing more. Even if you kill all of me, or I kill all of you, it's still a real head-on collision, and no one can pick a fight, right? You mustn't take it that we are in a bitter trick. A bitter trick doesn't take the commander of an army, a general of the court, and kill him. This is quite a standard of speech. Invariably eliminated the feud between the two families, as well as eliminated their suspicion of acting for show, which made Ernyo and Chunning stand in awe. The Tainyo at this moment, in the eyes of Ernyo and Chunning figure infinitely great. They didn't realize that the little leader that they were, had grown to the point where he could talk. Tainyo cleared his throat and continued. You trusted General Lei, and now Lord Commander Evil Husband is convinced of General Lei. If you enter my Qin, you are a man of my Qin and a pawn of my Qin. Receive the favor of your fellow soldiers and enjoy the laws of Qin. Reward the meritorious and penalize the negligent. Rewards and punishments are clearly defined, and there is absolutely no such thing as drinking soldiers' blood and risking their military service. With those words, Tainyo turned around and returned to his original position to stand, leaving the next situation in Lu Yi's hands. Lu Yi only said, Brothers, if you don't want to enter the Qin, then leave quickly, lest the king chastise you, and you can put the blame on me and save your own lives. Don't look at this era as backward, but if you were to become a deserter, it would be a disaster unless you could leave the country completely. Therefore, Lei, who knew the military law well, had said so. Just hope to maximize and bail them out one last time. People's hearts are made of flesh. Who is not afraid to join the army for many years and lick blood from the edge of the knife? The most unlucky people in the repeated wars were the bottom soldiers and the poor people. Judging from the current situation, joining Qin is the best choice. Although we can't avoid bloodshed, we can at least earn a military honor. General Lei, I'll follow you and join Qin. I'll go too. I'm a soldier everywhere. I'm tired of living like this. When someone took the lead, someone else followed, and more Wei pawns chose to join Qin. In the end, surprisingly, none of them chose to leave. Lei was both happy and sad. Happy for them. At least they don't have to die in vain. It was sad that Wei was so rotten to the core that the generals were able to put aside their hatred and choose to join Qin. Defeat, always from within, not from a strong enemy. 3. Lu Yi turned to the three Tainyo men and said in a deep voice, Next, I'll lead the Wei pawns in front. So let's speed up the collection and surrender. Once Wei Wangshi's reinforcements arrive, it won't be so easy to beckon again. The three of them, Tainyo, nodded and left 10. Qin soldiers stationed in this city before speeding off to the next city. With these Wei pawns joining in, Lei's words are more convincing, and it's hard to start everything without someone taking the lead, so there will always be people who have concerns. For 2 days in a row, the generals didn't even close their eyes and kept running around, finally recruiting the remaining Wei pawns in the 9 cities. Between them, there were also nearly 1,000 people who didn't want to join Qin. Lei was able to express his understanding of this. The 7 kingdoms are at war endlessly, and there will always be blood feuds that can't be put aside. In this regard, Tinyo also did not backstabbing, and he can equally understand the hatred that cannot be dissolved. It was thought that these people should have had someone in their family die at the hands of the Qin army, and never more than 2 generations. It is true that such hatred cannot be put aside. Of course, when they met again, the Qin pawns would not hold back. General, great joy, great joy. Li Baliang had the wind on the soles of his feet and rushed to the evil husband in a puff of smoke, and the lumpy face that was as uneven as a toad's back suddenly came close. It made the evil husband who was eating almost choke. Old me has traveled east and west, and I'm considered a person who has seen big scenes, but only this face of 82. It really makes my heart jump. He spat out a sentence in his heart, but his face looked very bland as he asked, "Haven't eaten yet, have you? Sit down and eat a piece, talk while you eat." As a modern man, he never talked about those rules, and Li Baliang followed him for a short period of time, so he got used to it. It so happened that he hadn't eaten, and his belly was so hungry that he took the bowls and chopsticks handed to him by the maids of the mansion, and immediately began to gorge himself. Slow down, slow down. The evil husband is more or less a little heartache. He does not want to worry about those sub-chores, but after all, someone has to do it, but not exhausted Li Baliang. Therefore, he laughed to himself and said, "Look at my incompetent commander-in-chief. What should have been handled by me has all been thrown to you." Li Baliang put down his chopsticks at the words, shook his head, and said in a low voice, "General, since I'm following you, I naturally have to share your worries. Don't say that again. If you feel guilty, how about a little extra?" Good. The evil husband's heart was touched and his guilt disappeared in an instant. Chapter 118 General, can't we take the opportunity to swallow Wei? The laughing is over and the meal is finished. Only then did evil husband ask, "You came over in a hurry. Is it hard to believe that you came over just to rub it in and talk about a raise in wages?" Li Baliang could probably understand what the wage increase meant, and hastily shook his head, rushing to say, "It's Lu Yi and Tainyo who sent back the news. The remaining Wei pawns in the 9 cities have surrendered as much as they can, numbering about 30,000 to 40,000. Now, the entire Hadong County is considered to be under my Qin rule." At these words, the wicked man was violently delighted, and busily pursued the question, "What about the people? What about the people of these 9 cities? Some people don't want to, nay ultimately there are many who want to enter Qin." Li Baliang was dumbfounded. Then he said, "Those who don't want to commit to Qin can't do anything about it. Lu Yi gave them a choice. If they don't join Qin, then they will leave the land of Hadong County. How many of you have lived here half your life and are willing to leave? Plus, our plan of spreading the rice into acres." Hey! The evil husband's face showed disbelief. This was so easily accomplished? Did not a single person left? Of course there is. Hadong County borders Qin and becomes a battlefield every time there is a great war. There must be people who have hatred. According to Lu Yez and their messengers, the entire Hadong County has about 60,000 to 70,000 people who have gone away, while those who have stayed behind are upwards of 300,000. Evil husband is relieved. This is right. If all of them stay, he will have to think about it. Maybe he is also the son of God. Seeing him sighing, Li Baliang mistakenly thought that he was unwilling to let go of those Weimen who had walked away, and hurriedly opened his mouth to explain the evil husband. Evil husband shook his head and laughed. "Just leave and save us the trouble." Oh, Li Baliang was a bit bewildered. The wicked man explained, "We came here this time to make a fortune, and instead of making this fortune, we took a large area of land and people. Not only has the pressure not been lifted, but it has been added to, so that these people who have walked away can have less land to share with those who have stayed and more land to share with those who have stayed. It's just, what's next?" The wicked man was lost in thought as he spoke. This had confused him as well. Fundamentally, he made a big profit, land and people all over, but practically speaking, there is more pressure on the food in your pocket, and since it is included in your own land, you can't keep sucking blood and exploiting it, can you? It has to be treated equally. Hadong County has a good geographical location, a large number of cultivable arable land, fertile ground, and good grain production, but minus 300,000 mouths. The remaining grain can't be of much use. According to the estimation of the evil husband, in the event of a disaster, he could only take care of 200,000 victims evenly. After all, food isn't planted and immediately harvested. It couldn't help but make him look sad. Li Baliang also fell into contemplation along with evil husband's words, but soon his eyes lit up and he excitedly said, "General, why don't we continue to push outward? Wei's terrain is flat, and the amount of arable land available for cultivation is not at all less than ours. So why don't we just keep fighting? Can't say, can destroy Wei in one battle." From the immediate situation, the Qin army is as strong as a bamboo. Wei is slow to respond, and this reinforcements do not know where to run away. Seeing that evil husband was somewhat moved, Li Baliang quickly analyzed, "General, although this Wei reinforcements didn't come, the more this happens the more it shows its importance. The reinforcements coming this time must definitely be Wei's elite. If we can subdue them, this way, will there be anyone left to stop us? We now have 150,000 battle-ready soldiers, with the exception of the negligible losses from the attack on Anie city, which was joined by tens of thousands of Wei pawns, with nearly 200,000 troops and the Black Dragon Xian armor army in attendance. No matter what kind of elite he is, he'll just be sending his life away if he comes." The evil husband's eyes also gradually brightened up. According to Li Baliang's calculations, it was indeed correct. He had always acted decisively, and immediately nodded. "In that case, then summon Lei and the others to rendezvous at Pingyang." Pingyang was located in the easternmost part of Hadong County, adjacent to Chunlu County where the Kingdom of Wei was located, and the reinforcements sent by King Shi of Wei would inevitably enter Hadong via Pingyang. Now Hadong is in the hands of Qin. In case the people of Wei who have just surrendered are unstable, and then make a mess. Li Baliang naturally knew exactly what the evil husband was thinking, and immediately got up and said seriously, "General, I'll leave first, and go forward to arrange the chores properly. Go on, don't tire yourself out." The evil husband did not forget to admonish. Early the next morning, wicked husband left with 3,000 Black Dragon Xian armor army under the farewell of the people in Anie city, rushing to Pingyang to join the army. And the heralds had left early last night so as not to delay the rendezvous. The speed of the Black Dragon Xian armor army was extremely fast, and it only took a day and a half to arrive at Pingyang city. Evil husband had thought that he should have arrived first, but he hadn't realized that the four Lei had already waited here with their army. "General, you're here." Evil husband Hollow picked up a few people and laughed. "You came with a large army, and your speed is even faster than the Black Dragon Xian armor army?" At those words, the four of them looked at each other and smiled. Lu Yi explained, "Pingyang was our last stop, and when we received the general's message, we happened to have collected Pingyang, so we waited here. I also expected General would definitely come here." This statement caused Li Baliang to laugh. "Brother Lu, see through it? Ha ha, Brother Yuliang, it's just a bright idea." The two of them whirled around and laughed, causing Ernio and Chunning to look confused. The evil husband hated the iron and said, "You too, what can I say about you? When will you get your heads right?" The two of them scratched their heads in embarrassment, and secretly resolved that after their triumphant return this time, they would definitely find someone to learn how to read characters. "Lei, since you have seen through it, can you make preparations?" The evil husband moved his gaze to Lei, his gaze carrying a few moments of examination. The corner of Lu Ye's mouth hooked up a smile, and he said in a deep voice, "About 200,000 troops, all of them were sent out, and they have been ambushed in a suitable place, just waiting for the reinforcements of Wei Wangxi to come. Then I won't ask. Just the Black Dragon Xian armor army stationed in the city is that bait." The evil husband didn't ask any more questions, giving Lei enough trust. This touched Lei in a good way. The other side, on the chariot, Su Jia opened his mouth and asked, "General Sun Zhang, have you thought of a strategy on how to eliminate the Qin army?" A trace of impatience flashed under Sun Zhang's eyes. For people like Su Jia who knew nothing and liked to point fingers, he couldn't wait to just take a knife and cut them down. However, this person is the heart of Wei Wangxi's red man. He did not dare to really offend this person. After all, his narrow-mindedness is known throughout the dynasty. First, from Pingyang as in Hadong, send someone to probe and check the news before making a resolution. Sun Zhang gave a very pertinent opinion. However, Shu Jia was not too satisfied, and said in a dignified manner, "General Sun is the king's appointed general. How can he even have no plan to stall this official? Sun Jiang was silent and no longer paid attention to Su Jia. The angry Su Jia gritted his teeth and swore in his heart that he would never let him find an opportunity. Chapter 119, The Wei Army Caught Off Guard. The atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. Sun Jiang saw Su Jia no longer speak, and his heart didn't want to be missed by this villain. So he said, "This place is less than 50 miles away from Pingyang, so I'll station myself in Pingyang and I'll send someone to find out the news. At that time, will it be possible to discuss the next plan with you? General Sun, we don't understand the matter of marching and fighting. Let's follow your plan." Su Jia's eyes eyed and closed. His face was quite a bit better. Seeing this, Sun Jiang nodded his head and waved his hand and bellowed, "In that case, order the entire army to speed up and enter Pingyang City to station themselves." Su Jia knew that the next battle would depend on Sun Jiang, and he did not want to make too much trouble with him. After all, he came here with a mission. If he could really leave the Qin army behind, he himself would also get a great reward. "General, go about your defense as you please. I will not disturb your command, but if there is anything you need my assistance with, just command." There was a hint of sincerity in Su Jia's tone. Sun Jiang sniffed and nodded slightly satisfied with Su Jia's attitude. He was sent by the king of Wei to supervise the army. If the two of them really can't get along, it will do no good to the next battle. "Thank you, Lord Su, for your understanding. If there is a need, I will certainly ask for your advice." Sun Jiang responded politely. The atmosphere between the two gradually eased, and Su Jia stopped pursuing the military strategy and turned to chatting with Sun Jiang. The distance of 50 miles passed in the blink of an eye, but when they came close and saw the large flag belonging to the Qin state on the head of Pingyang City, the two of them froze in place. This, Pingyang, was also overrun by the Qin army? Sun Jiang's face was gloomy like water. His heart was secretly surprised. He had not expected the Qin army to act so quickly, and even hit Pingyang City in such a short time. Soja was even more pale, realizing that the news he had brought was outdated and that the task he had been tasked with had become incredibly difficult. It had only been a few days since they had received the news of their departure, and along the way they had not dared to tarry a moment for fear of delaying the battle. But the big flag waving in the wind in front of them forced them to accept this reality. "General Sun, what should we do?" There was a hint of trembling in Su Jia's voice, and it was clear that he was very uneasy about the sudden change in the battle situation. Sun Jiang took a deep breath and tried to remain calm. He knew that now was not the time to panic. "Lord Su, the situation is unexpected, but we cannot disorganize ourselves. The loss of Pingyang means that the Qin army's attack is much more violent than we expected." Su Jia nodded. Despite still having doubts in his mind, he understood that he must now rely on Sun Jiang's military prowess. "General Sun, we all listen to you. If you say what to do, we'll do it." Sun Jiang quickly gave the order to send out scouts to scout the surrounding area, and at the same time, set up a formation outside the city, so that the generals would be ready to attack the city at any time. "Lord Su, I suggest you retreat back to the temporary camp first, where it is relatively safe. The situation within Pingyang City is unknown today, and if a war were to start, this general may not be able to take care of you." Although Su Jia was upset, he knew that his own little life was the most important thing, and that he couldn't be a burden to Sun Jiang. "All right, General Sun, be more careful. I'll go back and wait for your news." Sun Jiang nodded his head and immediately dispatched a group of 1,000 elite soldiers to escort Su Jia in his retreat. When everything was done, he was a little relieved and sent his men forward to call for battle, wanting to speak with the Qin army commander. Unbeknownst to them, the city had long been prepared. Lei had previously deployed a large number of scouts, and before Sun Jian was even 50 miles closer to Pingyang, his whereabouts were brought back by the hidden scouts. At this time, as long as the evil husband gives the order, the army in ambush outside the city can launch a surprise attack, break the retreat of the Wei army, and encircle them here. Lei, still want to have a few words with its nonsense? A hint of snark appeared on the evil husband's face. Lu Yi hastily shook his head and laughed bitterly. "That Sun Jiang I'm quite familiar with, deathly loyal to King Shi of Wei. It's just more talk when we meet. Why bother?" Evil husband laughed loudly. "In that case, let's open the city gates to meet the battle. You sit in the city and mobilize the ambushed army." Lei nodded, and then whirled around and directly ascended to the top of the city. The evil husband remained as before, carrying his halberd and leading the Black Dragon Xian armor army out of the city gates in stride. Outside the city, when Sun Jiang saw that the commander of the Qin army had personally come out, he was secretly on guard. He knew that this man, evil husband, was not only exceptionally brave and fierce, but also not bad in wisdom, and today's battle was sure to be a vicious one. Evil husband. Just this many people went out of the city to meet the enemy. Can't it be that the rest of the Qin army is dead? Sun Zheng taunted loudly, trying to provoke the other side, and to demoralize the Qin army. Evil husband, however, was unmoved and sneered. General Wei, don't try to show off your tongue. Do you know that these 3,000 men you are facing are the Black Dragon Xuanjia army that broke your Anie city earlier? At these words, there was a commotion in the Wei army. Sun Zheng stole the chicken but lost the rice, and immediately stopped talking, drew his long sword, and pointed it at the evil husband. Since you are confident that 3,000 men can stop my Wei army, then you will stay today. As the words fell, the Wei army surged towards the Qin army like a tidal wave. Even though the situation is unknown today, and there may be a large number of Qin troops in ambush inside the city, he does not want to let go of the opportunity to leave the evil husband behind. He didn't believe that the Black Dragon Xuanjia army and the evil husband, no matter how strong they were, could hold back the Wei army that was like a sea of mountains. He believed that it was hard to beat four hands with two fists, and that the evil husband would die before the Qin army came to his aid. Wicked husband swung his halberd and led the Black Dragon Xian armor army to meet the battle, and the two armies fought fiercely outside of Pingyang city. The battle was exceptionally grueling, with both sides exerting their full strength. Wicked husband was the first to lead the army, and he was so brave that he split the battle formation of the Wei army like a sharp knife, while the Black Dragon Xian armor army behind them blocked the Wei army from advancing an inch. Shujo waited anxiously for news of the battle in the makeshift camp, knowing that the success or failure of the battle concerned him as well, and he kept praying that Sun Zheng would be victorious. However, just as the battle was stalemated, a sudden commotion came from the rear of the Wei army. It turned out that the ambush troops mobilized by Lu Yi launched a surprise attack, cutting off the retreat of the Wei army and encircling Sun Zheng's troops outside Pingyang city. Kill! The large flag waving in the wind came into view, and the countless Qin troops gazed intently, and the pressing killing machine made the Wei army's scalp numb. How dare you! Sun Zheng's face turned blue, forcibly suppressed his fear, and said in a deep voice, the evil husband really lives up to his name, using his own body as bait. This boldness this general admires. However, you and I are no more than equal in numbers, so who loses and who wins will have to battle it out to find out. These sound words made the Wei pawns calm down a lot, and the battle formation on the verge of collapse stabilized. The generals are not blind. See, the number of Qin troops and their own side is really between. Morale slowly recovered again. Cut the crap and come fight. The evil husband's soles of his feet snapped into action, and his body shot out like a cannonball, charging straight into the middle of the pile of Wei soldiers. The Great War, again. Chapter 120, Battlefield Casting. Brothers, stop fighting. It's absolutely right to join Qin. Even if you join Qin, your death will be worthwhile. At least it's not like Wei who fights to the death, only to have his military honor claimed by others. There are so many benefits. Why else would we join? Is it really worth it to fight for those cockroaches of Wei? While you are bleeding and sacrificing here, others are still eating, drinking and enjoying themselves in Dalian. Seeing that the Qin army had taken the advantage, Lei no longer stationed himself in the city, but came to the battlefield, because he did not want to let the Wei pawns make unnecessary sacrifices. He ordered the Wei pawns who had been recruited and surrendered to speak and compel them to put down their swords and soldiers and join the Qin state. I didn't think this move would do much good, but I didn't realize that it made the solemn battlefield gradually become strange. The Qin army is like a wolf like a tiger, so that the Wei pawns can only barely fight, and it is only a matter of time before they are defeated. Therefore, when those Wei pawns who had already joined the Qin army spoke out, they could not help but make the Wei pawns a little restless. As the saying goes, a man who knows a man is a man who knows a man. Wei's power and wealth to treat them these bottom soldiers is not like Qin's so much attention. Drink soldiers' blood. Fraudulent military things are not uncommon, and even they have been used to it. Honestly, when you really think about it, battlefield casting, it's not like it won't work. After all, just like those surrendered Wei pawns said, glory and wealth without themselves, bloodshed and death in battle, but they cannot run away. Why suffer? Lu Yi is different from the evil husband of these several grassroots. People are the talent of the serious class. For the Wei pawns of the subtle change of expression and gradually slowing down the footsteps are extremely sensitive. In response, he hurriedly came to Wicked Husband's side, and after a burst of whispering, Wicked Husband immediately sent Zheng forward to pass on the order. After receiving the order, the Qin army slowed down a little bit, but pulled the momentum directly. pointing their swords at the Wei pawns from afar, which made the Wei pawns even more panicked by the unspeakable intimidation. Demon talk. Seeing that the Wei pawns were shaken, Sun Jiang immediately opened his mouth and bellowed, wanting to suppress his soldiers who had their hearts aflutter. Who in the world is demonizing the people? The evil husband revealed a cold smile, then said, as the commander-in-chief, you enjoy glory and wealth added to your body, so naturally you are loyal to that Wei King Shi. But may these soldiers enjoy a point? Throughout the 7 countries, who can be as strict with the law as my Qin? Merits are merits, faults are faults, rewards and punishments are clearly defined, and no one else dares to claim them. This said Sun Jiang was dumbfounded, and for a while he couldn't even say anything after uttering a few words, making the Wei pawns feel even more disappointed. Cut the crap. If it wasn't for Lei's bitter pleas, I would have simply not given you this opportunity. As the saying goes, people have their own aspirations, so don't cut them off for your own gain. Come and fight with this marshal. Wicked husband pointed his halberd at Sun Jiang and said in a loud voice, we will decide whether we are superior or inferior, and we will also decide whether we will live or die. Qin troops listen to the order. If I lose the battle and die, I will immediately return to Qin. As soon as the words fell, the Qin army hissed and roared, honoring the general's order. The general will win. On the contrary, the Wei army all looked towards Sun Jiang, waiting for him to respond to the battle. Sun Jiang's heart thumped, and his afterglow secretly swept the evil husband's halberd that was still dripping blood. The force of this evil husband he just saw with his own eyes. Endless strength like a livestock, and he is the same as looking for death in a one-on-one fight. If he did not respond to the battle, he was afraid that the soldiers under his command would immediately mutiny. Now he was the equivalent of meat on the grill, inside and out. War! 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 The roars of the Qin army converged into an ocean, drowning the Wei pawns and Sun Jiang. Damn it! I'll fight you. After all, he was a man. Sun Jiang couldn't carry the strange eyes of his subordinates. He gripped off his helmet and slammed it on the ground. His legs clamped on the belly of his horse and rushed towards the evil husband. One halberd to take your dog's life. Give me death. Evil husband revealed a hint of disdain and stomped on the ground with both feet like a cannonball out of a cannon straight at Sun Jiang. In front of the 2 armies, the showdown between evil husband and Sun Jiang was imminent. The evil husband's face wore a cold smile, as if he had already seen the scene of Sun Jiang's head in the air. On the contrary, Sun Jiang's face was gloomy. His mind was secretly calculating how to seek a ray of hope in this life and death battle, and his hand holding the sword was already drenched in sweat. With a warhorse neigh, the distance between the two continued to close. The big halberd in the hands of the evil husband turned, with a thunderous force towards Sun Jiang. The whistling sound of the wind made Sun Jiang's scalp numb. As the saying goes, when a connoisseur strikes, he knows whether there is anything or not. Just this thunderous strike let Sun Jiang understand the gap between the two. Sun Jiang did have a few points of martial arts again, so with his agile body, he skillfully dodged this thunderous strike from the evil husband, his sharp eyes constantly looking for a chance to counterattack. The soldiers on the battlefield held their breath and nervously watched this contest of life and death. The morale of the Qin army grew higher and higher with the valor of the evil husband, while the Wei army watched coldly, with 3 parts coldness and 7 parts entanglement. They wanted Sun Jiang to win and they didn't want him to win. The words of the Wei pawns who had returned to Qin earlier were like a seed that kept taking root in their hearts, making them yearn for Qin as well. Rather nimble as a rat, right after the 2 of them exchanged several rounds, the wicked man extinguished the cat playing with the mouse. The halberd turned backhandedly and ruthlessly slapped towards Sun Jiang. The speed was as fast as lightning. Bang! Only a muffled sound was heard as Sun Jiang spat blood and flew backwards from his horse. It was so fast that it was like being hit by a train. Embroidered pillow. Let's show you what gravity acceleration means. Evil husband laughed coldly, confidently putting away his halberd and standing with his arms folded. That upright stance made the eyes of the onlookers of the Qin army shine. General mighty. The general's courage is unrivaled in the world. The evil husband didn't even look at that Sun Jiang. With this strike, he would never have half a chance of surviving. With his current terrifying strength, a full-force strike was not as good as a train crash, but it was almost as powerful as an earth mover. This Sun Jiang didn't blow up into minced meat on the spot, so I can only say that this kid has a good physique. You and others, are you willing to return to Qin? The evil husband let out a bellowing cry, looking disdainfully around at the Wei pawns. May I return to Qin? Wishable. Driven by Lei, a mountainous wave of sound swept over the Wei pawns, destroying the last shred of defense in their hearts. Some shrewd people hastily threw away their swords and soldiers in their hands and shouted, General, I would like to return to Qin. Someone took the lead, and countless Wei pawns followed suit, throwing away their swords and soldiers in their hands. In the end, this big 100,000 Wei pawns in front of us unexpectedly all surrendered. Lu Yi, you were originally a general of Wei. These brethren will be under your command. The evil husband's heart was on fire, so he quickly turned his head and called out to Lei and shot him a look. Lu Yi hurriedly and quickly came to the evil husband's side, bowing and thanking him. He was really happy to be able to save these soldiers. Chapter 121 An Unexpected Harvest. Brethren, Lei burst into tears, his voice filled with excitement as he shouted, I'm very happy that you guys made the right choice. At least you didn't die for the corrupt Wei court. Wei Pan was silent for a while. To be honest, after all, it is a battlefield defection, and the things involved in it cannot be told in a few words. Most of them have relatives all over Wei. At this time their lives are saved, but relatives are afraid to suffer, which can still be happy. Seeing that no one responded, Lo Yi immediately shot a glance at evil husband and whispered, the generals are worried about their families. Lord Commander, please also. Evil husband nodded slightly, revealed a smile, and said loudly, don't be afraid, all of you. When you enter my Qin kingdom, you will enjoy the same treatment as my Qin pawns from now on. Beheading one enemy will earn you the title of public scholar, rewarding you with a hectare of land, a mansion, and a servant. The more heads you behead, the higher the title you earn. These words slightly lightened the low color of the Wei pawns. The evil husband then continued, all of you, I'm sure you're worried about your relatives, aren't you? If that is the case, you may not need to. Upon hearing this, the Wei pawns snapped their heads up to look at the evil husband with radiant colors in their eyes. How big is Wei? And how many troops are there? It's been a few losses, especially after losing you guys, and there are basically no usable soldiers left. The evil husband looked around and continued in a firm tone, and General Lei and I, before you arrived, discussed if we could either overthrow you or beckon you to surrender. Then, kill as in Daliang, and completely wipe out Wei and bring it under my Qin rule. When the Wei pawns heard this, a glimmer of hope welled up in their hearts. They knew that Qin's national strength far exceeded that of Wei, and they had also seen with their own eyes the bravery of the Qin pawns, so they didn't doubt that they were capable of doing so. Plus the fact that there aren't really that many soldiers left in the country. It's not necessarily impossible to do this, or even very hopeful that it can be done. After all, this is still a small handful of Qin's troops. If it's really something, then the king of Qin won't be reluctant to send troops to help. Seeing that the time was ripe, evil husband continued to agitate. You are all warriors on the battlefield, and Qin is in need of talents like you. So why don't you join hands with this marshal to accomplish great things together? Nabbing a heavenly submission. This marshal guarantees that your military achievements will be recorded truthfully, and that this marshal will personally report to the great king and ask for credit for you and others. Lu Yi also struck the iron while it was hot and said in a loud voice, Brethren, since we have no way out, why don't we just as well reopen a new world in Qin? The Wei pawns were finally impressed by these words, and they began to talk to each other and discuss. Although there were still some doubts in their hearts, most of them were already moved, and they knew that right now this was the best path. Seeing this, the evil husband knew that he had succeeded by a large margin, and he smiled and nodded to Lei, signaling him to continue. Lu Yi took a deep breath and said to the crowd with confidence, Brothers, are you willing to enter Qin? As Lu Yi's words fell, the Wei pawns finally erupted in a stunning response. We, for one, would like to enter the Qin state and call ourselves Qin pawns. Fight for Qin. From this moment on, they would no longer be soldiers of Wei, but would be transformed into pawns of Qin. Brothers, all return to Pingyang City first. Since there are new brethren today, I who am the Lord Commander, can't be stingy either. Treat the army tonight and give me an open meal. However, after you've had enough to eat, you have to work hard, and strive for a battle where we kick Wei Wangxi off that throne. This extremely grounded words of evil husband drew laughter from the Qin pawns and Wei pawns, and the atmosphere became a lot more cordial. At this time, a Wei pawn shouted, Lord Commander, the meal will be eaten later. This time the king of Wei also sent Shu Jia to come with him. Just now in the great battle I heard Sun Jiang tell him to retreat to the temporary quarters 20 miles away first. 20 miles away? Temporary quarters? The evil husband eat softly. His eyes snapped open, and he asked, Can there be anything else? The pawn hurriedly said, The provisions for the army are all there, and the guards are definitely not more than 5,000. These words made evil husband couldn't help but grin widely. The amount of grain and grass supplied to these large armies was certainly not low. For him who was now a poor man, it was like timely rain. Well, Well, you are very good. Counting you a merit. This marshal do the Lord receive you the title of the hairpin curls, promote the centurion. He did not stint on the reward, which made that pawn excited and drew envious glances from the Wei pawns. Wei pawns have lamented that this Qin is really clear in reward and punishment. Lei, Tai Nyo, you guys return to the city with your army. Anie, Chunning, take the Black Dragon Xian armor army and follow me forward to make a fortune. Yes, Lord Commander. Under the gaze of a crowd of people, Evil Husband was full of excitement as he led the Black Dragon Xian armor army to gallop furiously, and in order to speed up, he didn't even bring his halberd. On the other hand, Wei's temporary quarters. My lord, it's bad. Suja was praying with great anxiety and patience, but he was frightened by the cry. What's wrong? But we lost? Sujia quickly climbed up and rushed to the side of the pawn, grasping his shoulders full of eagerness to ask. The pawn broke off and said, General Sun is dead. The army surrendered. What? Shuja let out a cry of surprise, his face instantly bloodless, lost in thought and fell to the ground. The pawn hastened to assist, and said sharply, My lord, let us go quickly. The Qin army will surely bring people here. Shuja returned to his senses, realizing that he had to make a quick decision. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself, then said sharply to his pawn, Quickly, inform them and take me out of here quickly. Right now. How could he care about the death of Sun Jiang and those generals? He only had the thought that he could not die here. Shuja knew that if the Qin army had really taken control of the main force of the Wei army, as the pawn had said, then they were undoubtedly asking for death by staying here. In the midst of the chaos, Suja quickly packed up his belongings, including some important paperwork in gold and silver. At the same time, Evil Husband led the Black Dragon Xian armor army all the way to the temporary residence of Wei. They were like a black whirlwind, and their speed was so fast that they brought up a trail of smoke and dust. Evil Husband's face is full of joy. This time can bring a large amount of grain and grass supplies for Qin, enough not to draw grain and grass from the people. Dueling Wei. At Wei's temporary quarters, Shuja and his pawns hurriedly finished packing up and prepared to evacuate. However, just as they were about to leave, the advance guard of the Qin army had come into view. Shuja's heart skipped a beat. He roared in hysterical fury. Go! 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 The personal guards sent out by Sun Jiang hurriedly pumped their warhorses to cover the escape of Shuja from this place, not caring about the thousands of soldiers in the compound, and even wishing that they could not escape as a way to buy time. Chapter 122 If you don't give it to us, come and get it yourself. Big brother, are we chasing after them? Ernio opened his mouth and asked. Only in private, when there were no outsiders. Did he use that title? Evil Husband slanted his eyes at the Wei pawns frantically fleeing in the distance, and said disdainfully, the district is just a traitor. It's just a matter of a knife to catch him, so why should we care about him? At this moment, his eyes were only on the grain and grass in the camp, but he didn't dare to think about caring about the death of those people. His heart is a blessing, but also thanks to his timely arrival. If in the late one step, to leave them enough time, will not be a fire will not be burned this resident. By then, all the provisions will be gone. Where can he cry? Go, 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 go. Wicked Husband quickly sped up his horse and rushed directly inside the camp, even ignoring the three Wei pawns who were in a state of fear. Now, no one can stop him from checking out the rations. Seeing this, these Wei pawns made birds and beasts scattered, and they fled for their lives. And the previous unrighteousness of Shuja was thoroughly remembered by them, and they were afraid to turn around and make a proclamation. Inside the residency. Ha 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 ha. The Evil Husband looked at the rich grain and grass and laughed, and it looked as if it was the new year. Look at our big brother. He's really scared of being poor. The two of them, Ernio and Chunning, whispered, their eyes filled with heartache for their evil husband. They are aware of the big brother's not easy, and as a general, and as a civil servant, but also in charge of the money bags of the Qin state and the world's rations. Difficult. I don't know how long it took before the evil husband slowly collected his smile and said, this grain and grass is a little too much. Hurry back and call people to help transport it, and I will personally stand guard here. My lord, the Qin army didn't come after us. Hearing the words of Sun Jiang's personal guards, Su Jiao was relieved and sat paralyzed on the ground, sweating profusely, his heart palpitating. He was really escaping from death, only he was a little puzzled again. As a powerful minister of Wei, why the Qin army would let himself go. Could it be that, in their eyes, is he not as good as the grain? Thinking this way, he was surprised that anger was born. He looked around. Only Sun Zhang's personal guards were still guarding him. His heart couldn't help but well up with a wave of sadness. This time Wei Wangshi's errand that he had instructed 1,000 times was completely botched. If you go back, there will be endless impeachment waiting for you, and your heart will be sad for a while. My lord, what do we do next? A personal guard asked cautiously. Su Jia took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He knew that now was not the time to feel sorry for himself, and he slowly spoke. Take a short rest and continue on your way. We must return to Daliang as soon as possible to inform the great king of the battle here. The personal guards nodded their heads in agreement, and after a few moments of rest and recuperation, the group continued on their way, hurrying quickly to Daliang City. Ha 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 ha, rich, really rich. This time Wei will be destroyed for sure. Evil husband recruited a group of beloved generals, and his cheerful laughter spread out a long way. Li Baliang likewise hemmed and hawed and laughed, his face full of sinister words. Lack of people to send people. Lack of food to send food. What will this Wei Wangshi take to resist the Lord Commander? The time, place, and people are all in my hands. Wei, the tide has turned. As the two of them said one thing to each other, the people in the room realized that the evil husband was not improvising or appeasing the surrendered soldiers. Rather, he has long discussed with Li Baliang and moved to want to destroy Wei in one battle. Immediately afterward, their complexions followed the fire. There is no other. But the only thing that is at hand is the destruction of the country. Outside the window the moonlight was like water. Inside the room was hot, and people were expressing their views and opinions. Li Baliang asked, General, should we first withdraw General Wang Ben from Korea and come to help destroy Wei? Wicked husband pondered a little, shook his head and said, Wei is now at the end of its strength. It is unlikely that it will let us overthrow it, and it will surely go forward to ask for help. But don't forget, earlier that Wei Gongzi Xinling Jun initially combined the columns to attack Qin. If it asks for help, although Korea's national strength is low, but take 100,000 or so troops is not a problem. He has to stay there to stall Korea. Wei and Han and Zhao are the three Jin states, and have always shared a common advance and retreat between them. If the king of Wei asks for help he will surely seek out that king of Zhao and the king of Han. Now that Wang Ben has stalled Korea, that leaves only Zhao. Speaking here, he sighed. I don't know how Zhang Han and the others are progressing. Counting the days it should have been some days since they released the poison. If it goes well, Zhao will never have the heart to help Wei. The crowd froze at the words, and the chest gully Li Baliang's pupils were even more seismic. Could it be, the general was ready to destroy Wei before he came? General, are you saying that poison release must have caused the three clans to put pressure on Zhao? The evil husband nodded slightly, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. As long as the three Zhanghan people are doing their job, then the three grassland tribes are definitely going to have a big problem. And all they can count on is that Zhao. What are the virtues of those three clans? With a loss of that magnitude, it was inevitable that help would come from the ally Zhao. What? You say you don't want to help? The words were spoken 1 second, and the three tribes moved their troops the next. It is hard to predict what the red-eyed three clans can do, but the impact on the state of Zhao is definitely far more than just the loss of money and grain. That is why the evil husband has made such a statement. And as it turns out, Zhao really didn't have the heart to take care of Wei either. They're having a headache right now. Zhao Yan was really having a headache with the three grassland tribes at this time. A few days ago, the three tribes that inexplicably out of the plague, causing the death and injury of numerous people and animals, which can be bitter his Zhao. In order to retain his hard-won allies in trade and commerce, he agreed to the three clans' request for a price increase 3 times, and even generously dispatched doctors and herbal aid to help them survive the plague. Naiha, this plague do not know where to come from. The pressure is simply helpless. Simply cannot be cured. The bitter gang of doctors shook his head. Tried several prescriptions are not half effective. There was nothing for it but for the doctors to come back with herbs again. It doesn't matter that this return has brought back that plague instead. About 100 doctors who went to the prairie tribe and returned had the same symptoms as the tribe, and they were still spreading in the city. What kind of people do these doctors come into contact with on a regular basis? They are all sick and weak people. How can they withstand this plague? Instantly be infected. In a spread to 100. In this way, the plague spread at a horrific speed, causing panic in the kingdom of Zhou. Fortunately, their symptoms were not as severe as those of the three tribes, and at least there hadn't been a single case of illness or death, which was a blessing in disguise. This hasn't even been resolved yet, and the three clans are sending someone else. This time, He was so angry that he could not wait to cut down the ambassadors of the 3 tribes, who's even made a big offer, presuming to ask Zhao to aid a large amount of grain and grass to help it tide over the difficult times, and the amount of materials needed to add up to surprisingly top 8 out of 10 of Zhao's yearly taxes. How could he be willing to do this? But the 3 tribes had even directly put down harsh words. If you don't, we'll get it ourselves.